Chapter 1, Reborn as a Dragon Egg, contracted by the school beauty. Within the beast's nest of Joxiao Academy, Jiang Nian groggily opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by complete darkness. His first thought was that he had been reborn. Ha ha ha. I've been reborn, little master. Wait. My hands. Why have they turned into claws? And where are my feet? Just as Jiang Nian was puzzled, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. It turned out that he had been reborn into a world where everyone tamed spirit beasts, and he himself had transformed into an unhatched dragon egg, what people referred to as a spirit beast. After being stunned for quite a while, Jiang Nian looked at his chubby little claws and finally accepted the reality. However, he soon realized an even more serious problem. That means I have to wait for a destined person to form a contract with me. Just then, a ding sound was heard. Ding! Congratulations on your successful rebirth. The golden word system has been automatically bound to you. You've received the effect bonus of 1 first-level golden word. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Nian was ecstatic. The system has finally arrived, and it's actually the golden word system. Doesn't that mean he'll obtain a word and a golden one at that every time he levels up? Damn, this is straight up taking off. Detected that your current level is 1, with 1 draw chance available. Would you like to draw a golden word now? Jiang Nian exclaimed excitedly. Draw. He couldn't wait to find out what his first golden finger would be. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden word Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Golden. Physical Metamorphosis. Overwhelming Draconic Majesty. Ultimate Regeneration. Indestructible and Immortal. Bloodline Suppression. All things bow in submission. Seeing the effect of the extracted entry, Jiang Nian's dragon mouth twisted into a happy grin. Damn. It's actually the Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Not to mention that dragon-like creatures are already the supreme beings in the world of spirit beasts. Now, with the addition of this Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, isn't he practically invincible? After the extraction of the golden words was completed, they were automatically bestowed upon Jiang Nian. He could clearly feel his physical strength greatly enhanced, and the power of his bloodline rapidly surging within him. At the same time, outside the colossal beast nest of Joxiao Academy, students, the awakening ceremony has concluded. You may now enter the Academy's colossal beast nest to choose your contracted spirit beasts. This is the first step in becoming a beastmaster. Children, I believe in you. A middle-aged man standing at the center of the square said excitedly. Yes. The crowd waved their fists enthusiastically, their eyes burning with passion as they gazed at the colossal beast nest not far away. The beast's nest is home to countless spirit beasts, serving as the place where students contract their spirit companions. 3 years ago, a massive anomaly occurred on Blue Star, heralding impending disaster. Countless creatures mutated into ferocious beasts, reducing the global human population by 40%. Fortunately, not long after, spiritual energy suddenly revived on Blue Star, ushering in an era of universal beast mastery. Every individual awakens their beast mastery talent at the age of 18 and can contract a spirit beast through the beast's nest or other means. At this moment, a young girl wearing an academy uniform stood directly in front of the beast's nest. She was tall and slender, with a coldly beautiful face, skin as white as snow, and an air of aloofness between her brows. Her long, jet-black hair fluttered in the wind. Leng Yueyao clenched her fists tightly, recalling some past events in her heart. Who would have thought I'd return here again? In my previous life, I was solely focused on pursuing the martial path and casually contracted a spirit beast. Little did I know that when I reached the end of that path, I still failed to break through. My spirit beast was easily slaughtered, and I perished in the beast tide as well. This time, I won't repeat the same mistakes. I'll devote myself wholeheartedly to the path of beast mastery. I remember from my past life there was a spirit beast with immense growth potential in this giant beast nest. In my previous life, it was her arrogance that allowed this spirit beast to be contracted by someone else. This time, no matter what, I must obtain it. As the giant beast nest opened, everyone hurriedly entered. With memories from her past life, Leng Yueyao quickly arrived inside the giant beast nest. This is the place. Leng Yueyao glanced around and indeed spotted a spirit beast lying on the ground not far away. That is a light blue ground running chicken. Don't be fooled by its current small size. Its growth potential is incredibly heaven-defying, and in the future, it can become a phoenix second only to the dragon race. Not just any phoenix, but a frost phoenix capable of annihilating tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with a single wing. You're the one. Just as Lung Yueyao was about to sign the contract with it, her gaze casually drifted to the side. Why is there an egg here? Never mind, it's probably just an ordinary spirit beast egg. Lung Yueyao didn't think much of it. After all, this was the beast's nest. Finding a spirit beast egg here was completely normal. At this moment, Jiang Nian, who had been bestowed with the ancestral dragon bloodline, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura of pressure. Boom! In that instant, mysterious patterns suddenly lit up on the eggshell, followed by an extremely powerful pressure bursting forth from within the egg. The pressure was so terrifying that it caused the entire beast nest to tremble. Feeling the terrifying pressure rushing toward her, Lung Yuyao's delicate face slightly changed, her eyes filled with shock. This is dragon's might, and it's so powerful. Could this possibly be a dragon egg? How is this possible? How could a dragon egg appear in the beast's nest? Dragons are extremely terrifying and rare creatures in the world of spirit beasts. A single dragon-like creature would be enough to send the entire Xia kingdom, no, the entire world, into a frenzy. In the world of beast taming, dragons are undoubtedly the supreme beings, their prestige far surpassing that of any other creature. They are the dream spirit beasts countless beast tamers yearn for. But how could an egg of such a creature appear in the giant beast's nest? After a long while, within the giant beast's nest, the power inside the dragon egg gradually began to recede, and the surroundings slowly returned to calm. Lung Yueyao gradually calmed down, her gaze burning with intensity as she stared at the dragon egg before her, finally confirming one thing. This egg before me may not guarantee a 100% chance of hatching a pure-blooded dragon, but it's definitely related to draconic creatures and carries the bloodline of dragons. After all, an egg capable of unleashing such terrifying pressure must contain a spirit beast no lower than the divine beast tier. Among spirit beasts, there are also distinctions of strength. Their ranks are categorized as common, elite, rare, epic, divine beast, and ancestral beast. Even the weakest draconic spirit beasts are at the divine beast level. If by chance it hatches into a pure-blooded dragon, that would be incredibly fortunate. This is truly a huge bargain. At this thought, Lung Yueyao quickly stepped forward, ready to form a contract with the spirit beast egg before her. Chapter 2. The Golden Word System. Contract complete. She bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the dragon egg. This is a life-bound contract, different from other contracts, and it can only be made once in a lifetime. The life-bound contract significantly enhances the bond between the contractor and the spirit beast, allowing them to sense the beast's condition. But once the life-bound contract is established, the contractor can never change their spirit beast for life. In other words, she has placed all her hopes on this dragon egg before her. Through the life-bound contract, Lung Yueyao sensed an immensely powerful energy within the egg. That kind of energy could only belong to a spirit beast of at least divine beast rank. This energy, it's so strong. At this moment, Jiang Nian, still inside the dragon egg, suddenly felt something strange. His body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. What a strange feeling. Am I being contracted by a human? About 10 seconds later, as the contract was completed, the dragon egg suddenly erupted with an intense golden light. The contract succeeded. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her arm, followed by the appearance of a small dragon clan totem that blazed with intense light. This is a totem, and by the looks of it, it seems to be a dragon. A dragon totem. Only the supreme powerhouses among dragonkind can awaken a totem. It's not just a symbol of strength, but also a representation of status. That also means this is definitely no ordinary dragon egg. After completing the contract, Lung Yueyao couldn't wait to check the basic attributes of this dragon egg. To her surprise, she found herself unable to view any information. Could it be that the information is unavailable because it hasn't hatched yet? However, Lung Yueyao didn't dwell on it too much. Carefully cradling the dragon egg, she headed toward the exit of the beast's nest. Right now, the most important thing was to hatch this egg. Inside the dragon egg, after completing the contract, Jiang Nian suddenly felt an intense itch on his claw, followed by the appearance of a dragon clan totem identical to the one on Lung Yueyao's arm. What is this? It looks like a totem. Does this mean the contract is now complete? Puzzled, Jiang Nian summoned the system panel and immediately saw the name of the contractor. Contract status: successful. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Lung Yueyao. Seeing this name, Jiang Nian froze for a moment. A girl? Damn. I actually got contracted by a girl. Too bad I can't see what she looks like. Could it be the school belle wearing black stockings? Hee. After fantasizing for a few seconds, Jiang Nian finally checked the system panel. System. Check the panel. Name. Jiang Nian. Race. Dragonkin. Contractor. Lung Yueyao. Current intimacy level 3. Level LV 1050. Note. You can only hatch when reaching level 2, and the first evolution will unlock at level 5. HP 100. Defense 3. Magic 5. Attack 0 5. Skill points 0. Evolution points 0. Skill tree unlocks at level 4. Evolution tree unlocks at level 5. Existing golden trait. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Jiang Nian. Hatching at level 2? Little Yao Yao. Whether I can hatch early depends entirely on you. As the behemoth's nest was about to close, everyone excitedly left with their contracted spirit beasts. After leaving the beast's nest, they all began excitedly showing off their contracted spirit beasts. Haha, I contracted an elite level 9-tailed fox. This 9-tailed fox isn't just fire attribute. It even has a trace of the fox god's bloodline. A young man named Li Tuo boasted excitedly. That's nothing. My Gale Wolf is the strongest its wind attribute and carries the bloodline of the Shadow Wolf King. When it grows up, it can even be ridden as a mount. The man curled his lips disdainfully and triumphantly raised a small wolf high above his head. Watching the group happily showing off their contracted spirit beasts, the students behind them could only gaze with envious eyes, because, during their time in the giant beast's nest, they had failed to contract any spirit beasts. Forming a contract with a spirit beast is no simple matter. It requires the beast's recognition or trust in the contractor, among other things. Students who haven't completed their contracts can only wait for the next year when the giant beast nest opens. Of course, they can also choose to purchase some juvenile spirit beasts for contracting. However, purchased spirit beasts are inferior to those from the giant beast nest in terms of talent, potential, and other aspects. The latter are superior in every way. Just as everyone was showing off, Li Yixuan walked over with a confident expression, and in her hands lay none other than a walking chicken, the very frost phoenix that Lung Yueyao had set her sights on. While Lung Yueyao was still stunned by the pressure Jiang Nian had unleashed, the walking chicken quietly slipped away from the area and ended up being contracted by her. Li Yixuan, am I seeing this right? You actually contracted a walking chicken. Yixuan, your talent score is 80. How could you waste it on contracting a walking chicken? This is such a squandered opportunity. Many teachers also wore troubled expressions, feeling somewhat displeased in their hearts, because Beastmasters also have strict hierarchical divisions: apprentice, primary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and divine. Before awakening their talents, the Academy conducts potential tests for all students. Those with high talent values will find the path of beast mastery much smoother. In terms of talent, Li Yixuan ranked second in the entire academy. Yixuan, you're being foolish, you... As if sensing the malice from the crowd, the ground-walking chicken suddenly opened its eyes and let out a long cry towards the sky. The sound was clear and melodious, as if piercing through layers of clouds, soaring straight into the heavens. Its volume was so immense that the entire academy trembled from the shockwave. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened instantly, their mouths slightly agape, filled with utter disbelief. After the initial shock, the numerous teachers and the dean of the academy couldn't hide their overwhelming joy the very next moment. This is the cry of a phoenix? Ha ha ha. There's no mistaking it. That's definitely a phoenix cry. To think this is actually a spirit beast with phoenix bloodline. Upon hearing the words, phoenix bloodline, everyone gasped in shock and immediately hid their contracted spirit beasts behind their backs. At this moment, they realized that the spirit beasts they had prided themselves on were utterly insignificant compared to this ground chicken. After all, that was the phoenix bloodline, second only to the dragon clan's lineage, and its initial rank was already divine tier. After letting out a cry toward the sky, the ground chicken slowly drifted into a slumber. Li Yixuan proudly raised her head and walked onto the square under the envious gazes of the crowd. The teachers exchanged glances, making a significant decision in their hearts. Such a prodigy must absolutely not be snatched away by other academies. After all, in the entire Xia Kingdom, There are no more than 20 beastmasters capable of contracting divine-level spirit beasts. After being astonished for a long time, everyone suddenly thought of something and turned their gaze toward the entrance of the beast's nest. Li Yixuan contracted a divine-level spirit beast. But what about Lang Yueyao? The two top geniuses of the academy, Li Yixuan and Lang Yueyao, especially Lang Yueyao, whose talent value reached an astonishing 99, a once-in-a-lifetime super genius. What kind of spirit beast could such a genius possibly contract? Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Lang Yueyao slowly stepped out of the beast's nest. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The originally azure sky gradually turned a deep gray. Across the horizon, thunder rumbled. Dark clouds loomed overhead as if the apocalypse had arrived, and a mysterious force churned within the clouds, heralding the imminent celestial upheaval. The dark thunderclouds began to rapidly gather, gradually forming the faint outline of a colossal black dragon. The crowd looked up at this terrifying spectacle, their breathing growing rapid, while even their spirit beasts trembled in fear and curled up in their arms. Witnessing this scene, Dean Wulin gasped sharply, his expression turning grave with shock and disbelief. This is a celestial omen. He had only witnessed such a phenomenon twice in his life. The first time was when encountering someone else's contracted divine beast, and the second time was today. Moreover, this phenomenon was countless times more powerful than the previous one. Could it be that Yueyao has contracted a spirit beast even stronger than a divine grade one? Chapter 3. The Hatching of Love. Being enveloped? Dean, could this be the legendary celestial phenomenon descending upon us? Wulin nodded heavily, utterly unable to conceal the wild joy on his face. However, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression immediately turned grave. Those guys must be getting restless too. No matter what, we absolutely can't let them poach Yueyao. Yes. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlong, the dean of Tianlong Academy, one of the 4 great academies, indeed couldn't sit still after witnessing the celestial phenomenon in the sky. A heavenly omen, and this oppressive aura. It's been ages since we've seen something like this. Dean, today is the contract ceremony at Zhoushiao Academy. Could it be that someone... Lu Tianlong smiled and said, "Let's go join the excitement at Zhoushiao, Kanglin Academy, Principal's office." Upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon in the sky, Principal Xiao Yun quickly stood up and rode his spirit beast toward Zhoushiao. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon is truly rare. At this moment, on the outskirts of Xia country, Li Xiaoyao, one of the top 10 powerhouses of Xia country, was startled upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon in the sky. What a terrifying omen! Could it be that another divine beast is descending upon the world? This is getting interesting. Yuming, let's go and check out the commotion. The next second, Li Xiaoyao rode his spirit beast and rushed towards the anomaly. Such a phenomenon hasn't been seen in a long time. I must see what kind of spirit beast it is. Just a few seconds after Li Xiaoyao charged out, other powerful figures from Xia Kingdom mounted their respective spirit beasts and soared into the heavens. The terrifying anomaly persisted for quite some time before gradually dissipating. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze in unison toward the entrance of the beast's nest. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Lang Yueyao slowly emerged from the beast's nest, cradling the dragon egg. At this moment, she remained completely unaware of what had just happened. The crowd. Everyone was stunned when they saw the egg in Lang Yueyao's hand. How could she take such a huge risk to contract a spirit beast egg that hasn't even hatched yet? Could it be that inside is the offspring of some incredibly powerful spirit beast? Even the well-informed Wu Lin was unusually shocked. This? In all his years of living, he had never seen a spirit beast egg trigger such terrifying celestial phenomena. No, this can't be. Long before this, to prevent students from being harmed by spirit beasts, he had specifically entered the giant beast's nest to inspect it and found nothing unusual. Then what on earth is this? The moment they saw the spirit beast egg, the many powerful figures hovering in the air were momentarily stunned. What was even stranger was that they couldn't sense any powerful aura from within the egg, nor could they discern what species it belonged to. Just as everyone was utterly confused, a student suddenly screamed, as if realizing something. I get it now. The earlier phenomenon wasn't caused by Lang Yueyao, but by Li Yixuan. It's the spirit beast on Li Yixuan's hand. Whoa! His words instantly enlightened everyone in the academy. So that's it. That's how it is. It was the phoenix cry just now that attracted this celestial phenomenon. I told you so. How could a broken egg possibly trigger such terrifying celestial phenomena? Exactly. Yi Xian contracted a divine-level spirit beast with phoenix bloodline, so it's only natural for it to cause such phenomena. Seeing them accidentally spill the secret, Wu Lin was so angry his mouth twisted. These idiots. How could they let it slip so easily? Upon hearing the words phoenix bloodline, the surrounding strong individuals finally understood. So, they had mistaken the protagonist. If it's a spirit beast with the phoenix bloodline, summoning such extraordinary phenomena would indeed make sense. Humph, I told you. How could a mere egg summon celestial phenomena? The deans from several other academies couldn't help but show envious looks, secretly cursing Wu Lin in their hearts. That Wu Lin fellow really has all the luck. Facing everyone's praise and envious gazes, Li Yixuan proudly raised her head, thoroughly enjoying this moment. Then, she made a provocative gesture towards Lang Yueyao. I never expected it. Lang Yueyao, you actually contracted a dead egg. What a complete waste of such great talent. Seeing the spirit beast egg in Lang Yueyao's hand, Wu Lin sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment. Ah, Yueyao, is this the spirit beast you contracted? Having just stepped out of the giant beast's nest, Lang Yueyao didn't yet understand what was happening and merely nodded faintly. Yes, Dean, this is my spirit beast. Wu Lin nodded, his heart already half frozen. All right, I respect your choice. Hearing these words, Wu Lin felt like dying. Generally speaking, any spirit beast egg that has completed a contract would hatch immediately. But now it hasn't, which can only mean she contracted a low-grade, worthless egg. Whether it could even hatch into a spirit beast was still a question. Such great talent, wasted on a dead egg. What a pity. At this moment, Wu Lin had completely given up on Lang Yueyao in his heart. Hearing this, Li Yixuan couldn't help but laugh. Lang Yueyao, I thought you'd contracted some amazing spirit beast, but it turns out to be a dead egg. At this moment, several classmates standing beside Li Yixuan chimed in disdainfully. Exactly. Since the contract is already completed, and the egg hasn't hatched yet, if it's not a dead egg, then what is it? Hearing the crowd's mockery, Lang Yueyao merely furrowed her brows tightly, staring at the ground chicken in Li Yixuan's hand. She let out a helpless laugh in her heart. As expected, is it just like the previous life after all? In her previous life, this Mist Frost Phoenix had also chosen Li Yixuan. However, in this life, I found a spirit beast even more terrifying than a phoenix. At this thought, Lang Yueyao let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, contracting a divine-level spirit beast is nothing special. Seeing Lang Yueyao's aloof attitude, Li Yixuan felt a surge of anger and immediately retorted, if that's the case, do you dare to make a bet with me? Lang Yueyao frowned slightly. What do you want to bet on? Li Yixuan slowly raised a finger. 1 month from now we'll have a duel. The loser leaves the academy. Hearing this, the crowd instantly fell silent. Wu Lin and the others exchanged glances, about to intervene. But at that moment, fine, I accept, Lang Yueyao said with utmost seriousness. Seeing Lang Yueyao agree, Li Yixuan clapped her hands excitedly. Great, you said it yourself. I'm a genius who contracted a divine phoenix, while you're just a loser who contracted a dead egg. A month from now, I'll make sure the world knows who the real genius is. As everyone left, the news of the duel between the two a month later began to spread far and wide. In the dormitory, Lang Yueyao's best friend, Shinran, said with frustration, Yueyao, how could you be so foolish? Why would you contract with an egg? To this, Lang Yueyao simply smiled and replied, you'll find out in a few days. Shinran sighed helplessly and shook her head. Yueyao, even if it could hatch, it would just be a low-grade, worthless spirit beast at best. Lang Yueyao, however, said with unwavering determination, I believe in my choice. Immediately afterward, Lang Yueyao eagerly went to purchase the necessary items for hatching the spirit beast egg. Hatching a spirit beast egg requires 3 essential elements: a device for incubating the spirit beast egg, an appropriate amount of nutrient solution, and the beast controlling power of the contractor. She first placed the dragon egg into the incubation device, then added some nutrient solution, and finally used her beast taming power to begin the incubation process. Gradually, the temperature inside the egg began to rise, and Jiang Nian suddenly felt as if he were in an incredibly warm and soft environment. Completely enveloped, it was almost like twin peaks piercing the ears. This feeling is truly marvelous, though I can't shake the sense that something's a bit off. Chapter 4. Is it male or female? Forget it. Go for it, little Yao Yao. That warm sensation gradually made Jiang Nian lose himself, but soon, as a surge of dense energy entered the egg, he snapped awake instantly. Such pure energy absorb it quickly, and so, Jiang Nian began absorbing that pure, refined energy. Experience plus 0.1, experience plus 0.1, experience plus 0.1. As the experience points continued to accumulate, Jiang Nian drew closer and closer to hatching. Thus, Lang Yueyao used the same method continuously for 3 days. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the egg showed signs of cracking. Crack. Seeing the dragon egg continuously developing cracks, Lang Yueyao was ecstatic in her heart, her face breaking into an excited smile. Is it about to hatch? No one could possibly understand the emotions she had experienced these past 3 days. Anxiety, urgency, fear. For these 3 days, she continuously used nutrient solutions and beast taming energy to incubate the dragon egg. Yet there had been no movement at all. At that moment, she truly began to doubt whether her choice was correct. Fortunately, she didn't give up, persistently using her beast taming energy and pouring her heart's blood into the incubation. Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, cracks appeared in the dragon egg. Little one, I've bet all my hopes on you. Come on, don't let me down. Inside the dragon egg at this moment, buzz. Jiang Nian continued to absorb the nutrient solution until his experience points reached the limit. Level, LV, 150-50 maxed. Level has reached the maximum, automatically upgrading you to level 2. All your stats have received a slight improvement. Your level has increased to 2, granting you 1 draw attempt. Would you like to draw a golden word now? Jiang Nian exclaimed joyfully. Draw. He wanted to know what effect this second golden word would have. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden word Infinite Devour. Infinite Devour Gold can devour any spiritual or fleshly substance, with random rewards obtained after digestion. The more powerful the target devoured, the richer the rewards. Random rewards, including but not limited to basic attribute points, talents, entries, skill points, evolution points, etc. Seeing the effect of this second golden entry, Jiang Nian was utterly stunned. To think it can grant random rewards, and so many at that even skill points are included. Truly worthy of being a golden entry, absolutely game-breaking. Seeing the level on the panel finally change to 2, Jiang Nian grew even more excited. Finally, I can get out. The next second, he broke out of his shell. After hatching, Jiang Nian eagerly looked around, now even more curious about what this woman named Lang Yueyao actually looked like. It looks like this is the girls' dormitory. Damn, there's even black stockings. Just as Jiang Nian was stunned, a pair of slender, jade-like hands suddenly picked him up from behind. Jiang Nian. What the hell? What's going on? After seeing Lang Yueyao's appearance, Jiang Nian was completely stunned. Damn, this face. She's definitely school belle material. Even though I've turned into a spirit beast, being contracted by a beautiful school belle doesn't seem so bad after all. Witnessing Jiang Nian's successful hatching, Lang Yueyao was extremely excited and immediately picked him up to examine him closely. Little one, you really kept me waiting. Since Jiang Nian had just hatched, his appearance was somewhat disheveled. His damp black scales were still coated with bits of egg fluid, 2 small horns stood erect on his head, and his large golden eyes exuded an undeniable majesty. His wings were still semi-transparent membranes, and his claws grasped at the air, their tips as translucent as obsidian. And right in the center of his right claw, there was a distinctly blurred dragon clan totem. After clearly seeing Jiang Nian's appearance, Lang Yueyao was ecstatic. It's actually a pure-blooded dragon. She had originally thought that as long as she could hatch a spirit beast with dragon bloodline, it would be enough. Never did she expect to hatch a pure-blooded dragon. Wait, this color. It's actually black. Even among dragons, there are distinctions in the strength of their bloodlines, and the color of their scales is the simplest way to tell. Blue, red, white, purple, gold. She remembered that in her previous life, she had once seen a divine-level beast tamer command a golden dragon, unrivaled across the entire world, hailed as the foremost among beast tamers. But that was only gold. What kind of bloodline is this black? Could it possibly be even stronger than gold? At this thought, Lung Yueyao happily pulled Jiang Nian into her embrace. Little one, you've really given me a huge surprise. Jiang Nian,
So soft, so fragrant.
is this the treatment spirit beasts get? This is amazing. It's practically the pinnacle of dragon life. Lang Yueyao quickly wiped it clean and then placed the pre-purchased beast meat in her hand. Generally speaking, contracted beasts are at their weakest right after birth and need to eat some meat to replenish their energy. By the way, little one, you must be hungry. The moment Jiang Nian laid eyes on the beast meat, his eyes instantly lit up. He was genuinely a bit hungry now. Jiang Nian swallowed hard, clumsily picked up a piece of beast meat with his chubby dragon claws, and began gnawing on it. After devouring the beast meat, the system's notification sound rang out. Devoured beast meat 1. Gained maximum HP +1. Not bad at all, eating can even randomly increase base attributes. While Jiang Nian was feasting heartily, Lang Yueyao checked its stats. Spirit beast name, Contractor, Lang Yueyao current intimacy level 5. Race, Sub-Dragon Clan. Bloodline, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Level LV2. HP, 102. Defense, 6. MP, 102. Attack, 7. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. After clearly seeing Jiang Nian's attributes, Lang Yueyao's face turned pale with shock, and she was completely stunned. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. It's actually the highest level Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Doesn't that mean this little guy possesses bloodline power comparable to that of an ancestral beast? Such an incredibly low probability has actually manifested in this little one. Moreover, this little guy is only at level 2 right now, yet his base stats are already this extraordinary, not to mention his ancestral dragon bloodline. His future potential is even more terrifying than hers as his master. At this thought, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but feel exhilarated. She silently vowed in her heart that no matter the cost or how difficult it might be, she would nurture this little one to his fullest potential. Lang Yueyao's gaze grew increasingly tender as she watched Jiang Nian eat, a motherly smile spreading across her face. So cute. By the way, you don't have a name yet. What should I call you? Wait, I should check if you're a boy or a girl first. Jiang Nian. Chapter 5, The Beginner's Dungeon, A Dimensional Strike. Damn. So straightforward? I'm not ready for this yet. Seeing Lang Yueyao's delicate jade-like hands reaching towards him, Jiang Nian, with the beast meat still in his mouth, quickly dashed forward. However, the few dragon steps it took weren't even as fast as Lang Yueyao's reaching hand. Hey, little guy, don't run away. Lang Yueyao reached out and directly lifted Jiang Nian up. Let me take a look. She leaned in with a mischievous grin. Oh, it's actually a male. Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise. Jiang Nian. It's over. My pure and innocent dragon body is gone. In that case, you'll be called Xiao Yao. How about that? Lang Yueyao said with great interest. She was very satisfied with the name she had come up with. She looked at Jiang Nian with anticipation. Upon hearing the name Lang Yueyao had given him, Jiang Nian tilted his head in thought before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right then. Seeing Jiang Nian's consent, Lang Yueyao immediately picked him up with joy. Xiao Yao, once you've filled your stomach, I'll take you to clear dungeons and level up. In response, Jiang Nian nodded his little head and picked up a piece of beast meat from the table to eat. For now, let's just focus on filling our bellies first. Devoured beast meat 1. Gained max HP +1. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nian patted his full belly and let out a draconic burp. Now that we're full and satisfied, it's time to get to work. Seeing Jiang Nian had eaten his fill, Lang Yueyao quickly picked him up and rushed out of the dormitory. Xiao Yao, let's hurry. The dungeon is about to open. 9 Heavens Academy, Dungeon Plaza. At this moment, the Dungeon Plaza was already packed with people, as teachers were organizing their students to enter the dungeons in an orderly manner. The beast taming dungeons in the academy have strict level classifications. Low-level beast tamers must exercise extreme caution when attempting to enter high-level dungeons, as the level of the tamed beasts is closely related to the dungeon's difficulty. Defeating the spirit beasts within the dungeons grants experience points, and there's also a small chance to obtain other rare and valuable items. During these 3 days, students who had contracted spirit beasts were assigned to various classes. Li Xuan, who had contracted a divine-level spirit beast, naturally became the object of fierce competition among the teachers, with several even coming to blows over her. In the end, It was Wu Lin who stepped in and ensured Li Yixuan was placed in Class 1. This was because Class 1 was the elite class, reserved only for the school's top talents. As for Lang Yueyao, who had contracted a dead egg, the teacher made all sorts of excuses before finally, as a last resort, assigning her to Class 9. The teacher of Class 9 was a woman around 30 years old, named Su Xiaoyan. Yueyao still hasn't arrived yet? She asked with concern, glancing toward the dormitory. No sooner had she spoken than several loudmouthed classmates burst into mocking laughter. Teacher, in my opinion, she's too ashamed to show up. Exactly. She's probably still trying to hatch that dead egg right now. Haha, now that's what I call perseverance. As the class erupted in laughter, Lang Yueyao's best friend Shinran was about to angrily retort when she suddenly noticed Lang Yueyao walking toward them, cradling a spirit beast in her arms. Yueyao! Shinran ran over excitedly. When she saw the spirit beast in Lang Yueyao's hands, she was utterly shocked. Yueyao, this is... Did that egg successfully hatch? Lang Yueyao nodded and carried Jiang Yan to the back of the classroom. The moment everyone saw the spirit beast in Lang Yueyao's hand, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Lang Yueyao, is this the spirit beast that hatched from that dead egg? What kind of creature is this? A chimera? Could it be that the dead egg never hatched a spirit beast, and you just bought some random thing from a street stall? Ha 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 ha. Facing the crowd's mockery, Lang Yueyao merely let out a cold laugh in her heart, because they had never truly seen a dragon, let alone a young dragonling. In the world of spirit beasts, dragons were the supreme existence. Not just Zhou Xiao, perhaps the entire Xia kingdom had only Xiao Yao as the sole one. You ignorant bunch. How could you possibly know how amazing Xiao Yao is? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Xiaoyan cleared her throat and spoke. Now that everyone is here, let's enter the dungeon one by one. Considering this is your first time entering a dungeon, there are 5 types of dungeons available this time, and each will last for 3 hours. After 3 hours, everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Oh, and one more thing. Suddenly remembering something, Su Xiaoyan pointed to the electronic screen behind her. That's used to calculate scores. You'll earn corresponding points for every spirit beast you kill in the dungeon. You can't see your own scores, only those outside can see them. The top 10 in the rankings will receive very generous rewards. Everyone, do your best. Understood. After responding in unison, everyone began selecting their respective dungeons. Lang Yueyao did the same, walking up to a dungeon entrance where the electronic screen clearly displayed. Dungeon name: Shattered Stone Valley. Dungeon level: 07. Dungeon difficulty: easy. Dungeon minions: Sandshrew, Geodude, etc. Let's go with this one, Xiao Yao. Lang Yueyao made her dungeon selection. This dungeon was somewhat more challenging compared to the other 4 options, but it also offered higher potential rewards. She was determined to utterly humiliate these people. Just like that, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yan into the dungeon. Swish! After entering the dungeon, Jiang Yan excitedly surveyed the surrounding environment. At that moment, he was right in the middle of 2 low rocky hills, with wind-eroded marks covering the surrounding cliffs and scattered rubble littering the ground. Xiao Yao, do your best, it's all up to you. Jiang Yan nodded, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the gravel valley. Roar! Immediately after, a sandshrew emerged from the ground and launched an attack on Jiang Yan. The moment she saw the sandshrew appear, Lang Yueyao hurriedly warned. Xiao Yao, be careful. That's a sandshrew, it can burrow. Upon hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan flapped his wings to dodge the pangolin's attack. Seeing its attack miss, the pangolin immediately tried to burrow underground. Watching its prey attempt to escape underground, Jiang Yan rushed forward, extended his dragon claw, and grabbed the pangolin by its rear. Without hesitation, he yanked it out of the ground, trying to run. The next second, Jiang Yan's other dragon claw directly pierced through the pangolin rat's body. The pangolin rat's defense was only 4, while Jiang Yan's attack was 7, so the former couldn't withstand it at all. HP 100. Pangolin rat slain, EXP plus 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lang Yueyao excitedly pumped her fist. Yes, Xiao Yao, you're amazing. Hurry. We only have 3 hours, let's press our advantage. After killing 1 pangolin rat, several more emerged from underground, including one whose level was even higher than Jiang Yan's. Perfect. Let's wipe them all out in one go. Jiang Yan flexed his dragon claws, then let out a skyward roar, fully unleashing the power of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Bloodline suppression, all things bow in submission. Chapter 6. The Rat King? I'm a dragon. Roar. The soaring dragon roar instantly intimidated the mountain-piercing mice that were preparing to attack. Jiang Yan was still in his juvenile stage, so the ancestral dragon's pressure wasn't overwhelmingly powerful yet. However, it was more than enough to deal with these low-level spirit beasts. Under the dragon's roar, all creatures bowed in submission. The mountain-piercing mice let out fearful cries, curling up into balls and kneeling on the ground one after another. This scene truly stunned Lang Yueyao, who was standing nearby. Such terrifying ancestral dragon bloodline. If she hadn't formed a contract with Xiao Yao, that dragon's roar just now would have injured more than just those pangolin rats. Moreover, Xiao Yao is still in his juvenile stage and hasn't fully matured yet. Once it matures, that will be the true pressure of the ancestral dragon. Thus, this further strengthened her resolve to nurture Jiang Yan with great care. Seizing the moment while the pangolin rats were still frightened, Jiang Yan quickly stepped forward and killed them one by one. Killed pangolin rat, gained +3 EXP. Killed pangolin rat, gained +3 EXP. Having killed so many pangolin rats, I should have gained quite a bit of EXP. Jiang Yan calmly thought to himself. System. Open status panel. Name Jiang Yan. Race, Dragonkin. Contractor, Lang Yueyao. Current intimacy 5. Level LV 22150. Note: the first evolution can be unlocked when reaching level 5. HP 107. Defense 6. Magic 6. Attack 7. Evolution points 0. Skill points 0. Skill tree unlocks at level 4. Evolution tree unlocked at level 5. Existing golden trait. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Infinite devourer. Already got 21 experience points? Not bad. I'll level up soon. Jiang Yan exclaimed excitedly. Since that's the case, I might as well devour the flesh of these pangolin rats while I'm at it. I just wonder if it tastes good. At this thought, Jiang Yan picked up a piece of broken meat from the ground and began chewing it. Wow, this tastes awful. With just the first bite, Jiang Yan nearly spat it out. Is this what dragons eat? Forget it, at least I can get a reward. Seeing Jiang Yan about to take another bite, Lang Yueyao hurried over and said, Xiao Yao, don't eat it yet. Let me prepare it for you first. Then, she took out a small heating device from her storage ring. Simply place the meat inside, and it will automatically heat up. Almost every student here has one. Not only does it help spirit beasts replenish their energy, but it also comes in handy for emergencies. After heating, the pangolin meat indeed tasted much better than before. Here, Xiao Yao, eat up. You're still young and need to eat more. The dragon claw took the meat roasted by Lang Yueyao, and Jiang Yan immediately cast a grateful look. As expected of the school belle. So thoughtful. Devoured beast meat Sanshru 1. Defense cap +1. Oh, this time I actually gained defense, not bad. Devoured beast flesh Sanshru 1. Defense cap +1. Jiang Yan's rapid eating has boosted his defense to 11 points. At that moment, Lang Yueyao suddenly felt an unusual tremor in the ground, with the earth rising and falling as if something was moving rapidly beneath the surface. Not good. Xiao Yao, be careful. Another spirit beast is appearing. Whoosh! No sooner had she finished speaking than a giant pangolin burst out from underground. This pangolin was at least twice the size of the previous one, with even sharper claws. This is the Pangolin King. Thanks to her memories from her past life, Lang Yueyao quickly recognized the identity of this spirit beast. That's a Sand/King. Xiao Yao, be careful. The dungeon's level cap is 7, and this Sand/King is also level 7. Hearing Lang Yueyao's voice, Jiang Yan immediately became fully alert. Although I'm of the dragon race, this Sand/King before me is level 7. I still can't afford to be careless. While Jiang Yan was sizing up the Pangolin King, the latter launched an attack. It charged in front of Jiang Yan, wildly slashing with its sharp claws. Slash, slash. While continuously dodging, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to strike the Pangolin King's back with a claw of his own. However, since its attack was only 7 points while the Armadillo King's defense was 11 points, coupled with its hardback armor, Jiang Yan's attack proved ineffective. HP 7. Seeing Jiang Yan's attack fail, Lang Yueyao, who was observing the battle from outside, spotted the Armadillo King's weakness. Xiao Yao, aim for its belly, that's its weak spot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian dodged the attack while glancing at the Pangolin King's belly. Sure enough, the skin there was bare, completely devoid of any armor. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Nian launched a dragon claw strike directly at the Pangolin King's exposed abdomen, but in that very instant, the Pangolin King activated its defensive stance, curling its belly into a tight ball and successfully blocking Zhang Nian's attack. Holy crap, that's possible. While Zhang Nian was still in shock, the Pangolin King swiftly extended its body and slashed its sharp claws toward his back. Rip! With an attack power of 10 points plus its razor-sharp claws, it instantly left several bloody gashes on Zhang Nian's back. HP 25. Xiao Yao. Seeing Zhang Nian injured, Lang Yueyao cried out in concern. But in the next instant, something happened that made her eyes widen in shock. The next second, the wound on Zhang Nian's back was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, his injury was completely restored. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ultimate recovery, indestructible and immortal. HP plus 25. Feeling that the wound on his back had fully healed, Zhang Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "This ancestral dragon bloodline is truly heaven-defying. The recovery speed is unbelievably fast." Lang Yueyao was even more astonished, covering her small mouth with her hand, her heart pounding wildly. Is this Xiao Yao's ancestral dragon bloodline? It's terrifying. With this, even if his level isn't advantageous, Xiao Yao can still rely on his incredible recovery ability to fight the Rat King. The next second, she thought of a way to counter the Rat King. Xiao Yao, use your healing ability to feign weakness, then look for an opening to strike its belly. Zhang Nian nodded, turned around, and immediately ran. The Pangolin King saw Zhang Nian fleeing and immediately gave chase. Spotting the exposed back as a vulnerable point, it launched another claw attack. HP 25. But this time, Zhang Nian was prepared. He took the attack squarely on his back, then swiftly turned and slashed the Pangolin King's belly with his dragon claws. Rip. HP 50. Zhang Nian's dragon claws were just as sharp as the Pangolin King's. With that single slash, a gaping wound was torn open on the latter's belly. The Pangolin King, severely wounded, had no intention of continuing the fight and turned to burrow into the ground. Xiao Yao, don't let it escape. As Lang Yueyao's words fell, Zhang Nian sprang into action, his claw piercing straight through the creature's belly. HP 43. The Armadillo King is dead. Seeing Zhang Nian slay the Armadillo King, Lang Yueyao jumped up in excitement. Xiao Yao, you're amazing. Just think, the Armadillo King was a full 5 levels higher than Xiao Yao. Killed the Pangolin King. Gained plus 30 EXP. Level, LV. 25150 max. Level cap reached. Automatically upgraded to level 3. All your stats have received a slight boost. Your level has increased to 3. You have gained 1 draw attempt. Would you like to draw a golden word now? Chapter 7, Boss? XP Pack. I can draw another golden word again. Draw it now. Zhang Nian exclaimed excitedly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden word Absolute Penetration. Absolute Penetration Golden. Each attack has an 80% chance to ignore any defensive skills or armor of the target, allowing direct damage to the target's body. Damn! A golden trait that can pierce armor? That's awesome! Zhang Nian exclaimed excitedly. With this new golden trait, if he encountered the Pangolin King again, he could simply attack its back directly to finish it off. Just 1 more level and I can unlock the skill tree. 1 more level after that, and I'll undergo my first evolution. Zhang Nian couldn't wait, waving his dragon claws eagerly. Seeing Zhang Nian kill the armored Rat King, Lang Yueyao happily ran forward and picked him up. Xiao Yao, you did amazing. She planted a firm kiss on Zhang Nian's cheek. Zhang Nian, being a spirit beast feels pretty great. I even get to stick close to the campus bell. Little Yao Yao, I'd go through fire and water for you without hesitation, Lang Yueyao said while handling the corpse of the Pangolin King. Xiao Yao, hold on a second. I'm gonna make something to reward you. Due to her rebirth, Lang Yueyao was quite experienced in handling spirit beast carcasses. She quickly discerned which parts of the beast meat were edible and which items held certain value. The tough hide from the back of the Pangolin Queen could fetch a good price in the market, while the rest of the materials had little recycling value. After processing the Pangolin Queen's meat, Jiang Nian indulged in a hearty feast once more. Devoured beast meat pangolin king 1. Obtained +2 to defense limit. Devoured beast meat pangolin king 1. Obtained +1 skill point. Skill points 2. This is great. An hour and a half had already passed since the dungeon opened. On the square, the scores on the electronic screen kept refreshing, but the first place remained unchanged, always far ahead. Li Xuan, 17 points. Seeing Li Yishuan's score, many teachers nodded in satisfaction. Their eyes filled with admiration. 17 points. Yishuan has already opened up a 10-point lead over the second place. The higher the level of the spirit beast killed, the higher the score obtained. Speaking of which, Yishuan is just one step away from becoming an apprentice beastmaster. Indeed, if this little girl is nurtured properly in the future, she might even become a master, or even a grandmaster level beastmaster. Haha, Lu Ming. Yishuan is in your class, you must train her well. Lu Ming, Li Yishuan's homeroom teacher. Lu Ming adjusted his glasses with a smile, speaking with full confidence. A beast-taming prodigy like Yishuan naturally deserves my utmost dedication in nurturing. As for the other genius, that would be a question for our homeroom teacher Su Xiaoyan. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly converged on Su Xiaoyan. Wu Lin let out a sigh, recalling the events that had transpired earlier, feeling both speechless and disheartened in his heart. Ah, what a pity! At that very moment, the point rankings underwent a dramatic change. Look, the rankings have changed. A familiar name surged upward rapidly, reaching the second position in the blink of an eye, only 1 point behind the top-ranked Li Yishuan. Lung Yueyao, 16 points. Seeing this familiar name, the crowd erupted in an uproar, hardly believing their own eyes. Just moments ago, the second place was clearly held by a student named Li Mingliang. How could it change in the blink of an eye? And the score? 16 points. Lung Yueyao, 16 points. Am I seeing this right? This is impossible. Even if that dead egg hatched a spirit beast, it couldn't possibly have achieved this score. Could she have used some underhanded method? Otherwise, how could she possibly get 16 points? If a low-level spirit beast counts as 1 point, then this would be equivalent to 16 spirit beasts. The teachers were utterly shocked, completely baffled by what had happened. Principal, this. Seeing the score, Wu Lin was equally astonished. Could it be that the dead egg Yu Yao contracted has hatched into an epic-level spirit beast? However, what they didn't know was that the missing 1 point was because Lang Yueyao had wasted much time preparing food for Jiang Nian. In the dungeon, after slaying the Armadillo King, Lang Yueyao and Jiang Nian soon encountered the Rolling Stone Beasts. These spirit beasts are extremely agile, always appearing in groups, and can attack by hurling rocks. By the time the human and beast realized it, they were already surrounded by dozens of Rolling Stone Beasts. Xiao Yao, be careful. These are boulder beasts, they attack by hurling rocks. Upon hearing Lang Yueyao's warning, Jiang Nian dodged the incoming attacks while swatting away the flying stones with his dragon claws. Though these shattered rocks posed no real threat to him, they were undeniably annoying. Once I eliminate you all, I'll gain a massive amount of experience points. The attacks from the Rolling Stone Beasts couldn't even break Jiang Nian's skin, and instead, he shattered them one by one with his dragon claws. Clang. Rolling Stone Beast slain, EXP +4. Rolling Stone Beast slain, EXP +4. Killed the Rolling Stone Beast. After these Rolling Stone Beasts died, they all turned into scattered pieces of rubble on the ground, which frustrated Jiang Nian greatly. If they turned into stones, wouldn't that make them impossible to devour? Just as Jiang Nian was still feeling frustrated, those broken stone fragments suddenly began to rapidly gather together, eventually forming a massive spirit beast. Lung Yueyao's face paled in shock as she urgently warned, Xiao Yao, be careful, that's a boulder beast, the evolved form of those Rolling Stone Beasts. It can hurl rocks as a means of attack, and its defense has been significantly enhanced. Jiang Nian showed a hint of surprise. An evolved form? No wonder its size has increased so much. As long as I take down this big guy, I'll level up to 4 and unlock the skill tree. At this thought, Jiang Nian took the initiative to attack. If it were any other spirit beast encountering the boulder beast, they would likely be at a loss. After all, the latter's entire body is composed of massive rocks as defense, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. But Jiang Nian possesses the absolute piercing golden word ability, making the boulder beast's formidable defense as good as non-existent before him. With this single claw strike, the boulder beast's health points dropped by more than half. HP 30. Just as Jiang Yan was preparing to launch another attack, the boulder beast suddenly lifted a rock from the ground and hurled it straight at him. Xiao Yao, dodge now! Leng Yueyao shouted urgently. At this moment, Jiang Yan's small size proved to be an advantage. He swiftly flapped his wings to dodge the rock attacks and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Rip. HP 30. Even if your attack is sky high, it's useless if you can't hit me. Seeing its attacks being dodged, the boulder beast grew furious and relentlessly hurled rocks at Jiang Yan. Yet he evaded each one effortlessly. Xiao Yao. Attack the glowing orb in front of it, that's its eye. Leng Yueyao reminded. After receiving Leng Yueyao's hint, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity and struck the boulder beast's eye with his claw. HP 40. Chapter 8 First Evolution. Boulder Beast. Dead. Killed Boulder Beast. EXP plus 30. Level. LV. 37055 maxed out. Level cap reached. Automatically upgraded to level 4 for you. All your stats have been slightly enhanced. Skill tree unlocked. Your level has increased to 4. You have gained 1 draw attempt. Would you like to draw a golden word now? Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Finally reached level 4. Time to draw another golden trait, draw it now. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden trait Primordial Dragon Flame. Primordial Dragon Flame Golden can unleash extremely high temperature flames from the mouth, with additional burning effects. The flame's intensity increases with level progression. Seeing the effect of the golden entry, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Hey! I finally have an active offensive skill. The skill tree is also unlocked. Let me see what wonders it holds. System, check the skill tree. Jiang Yan couldn't wait to examine the skill tree. When he saw this pitch-black panel, he couldn't help but be startled. It was like a gigantic world tree, with everything shrouded in darkness. Its numerous branches dazzling Jiang Yan's eyes. It gently tapped one of the branches with its dragon claw. Splitting Void Slash. Required skill points 15. It actually costs this much. Forget it, I'll take it slow. Right now I only have 1 skill point, so I'll just unlock the most basic skill first. Then Jiang Yan lightly tapped on the first branch of the skill tree. Ding! 1 skill point deducted. Successfully unlocked Skill Dragon Claw Rend Level 3 Skill. Skill levels range from 1 to 9, divided into 9 tiers. The higher the skill level, the more powerful the effect it unleashes. Dragon Claw Rend 15 LV1 has a 20% chance to inflict the bleeding effect on the target, losing 1% HP per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Cost 1 MP, cooldown time of 8 seconds. Dragon Claw Rend requires 3 skill points for the next evolution. Seeing the system's introduction, Jiang Yan was quite surprised because this Dragon Claw Rend could actually be upgraded further. If I continue to unlock the next levels, will it become even stronger? Seems I need to gather more skill points. After witnessing Jiang Yan slay the boulder beast, Leng Yueyao finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems my worries were unnecessary. Xiao Yao's strength is absolutely outrageous. At that moment, 2 palm-sized books inexplicably appeared beside the corpse of the boulder beast. Huh? What's this? Curious, Jiang Yan stepped forward and picked it up with his dragon claw, examining it carefully. Seeing the book in Jiang Yan's hand, Leng Yueyao excitedly waved her little fist. This is an experience book. Xiao Yao, this is really good stuff. Experience books can provide spirit beasts with experience points, helping them level up. Experience books are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The higher the level of the book, the more experience it can provide. Of course, high-level experience books are extremely expensive. Although these experience books can drop from spirit beasts, the probability is very low. Our luck is just too good. Xiao Yao. Open the experience book, it can help you level up quickly, Leng Yueyao said. Jiang Yan nodded his head and then opened the experience book in front of him. Swish! The next second, a notification sound rang out. Successfully used a low-level experience book, gained 20 experience points. Successfully used a low-level experience book, gained 20 experience points. Holy crap, 2 experience books directly added 40 experience points. Ding! Level. LV. 455-55 maxed out. Level cap reached. Automatically upgraded to level 5 for you. All your stats have received minor improvements. Evolution tree unlocked. Your level has increased to 5, initiating first evolution. Estimated evolution time, approximately 10 minutes. Finally, the first evolution is about to begin. I can't help but feel a bit nervous. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness and curled up on the ground. Xiao Yao, what's wrong with you? She had just stepped forward when she noticed Jiang Yan was already enveloped in a beam of white light. This is the sign of evolution. Xiao Yao is about to evolve. By now, 2 hours had passed since the dungeon opened. Most of the students had already left the dungeon. They didn't stay for the full 3 hours, primarily because their spirit beasts were injured and could no longer fight. Ah, what a pity. My spirit beast got injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out so early. Same here. The monsters in the dungeon are so relentless, wave after wave. They don't give you a moment to catch your breath. Ah! It seems the leaderboard is out of my reach again this time. The crowd sighed as they arrived at the square, then turned their gaze to the scoreboard before them. When they saw the top 2 names on the scoreboard, they were instantly shocked. What? This can't be possible. Lung Yueyao actually took first place. Whoa! The crowd erupted in an uproar, their eyes widening in shock as if a thunderbolt had just struck their minds. In their impression, the first-place position could only belong to Li Yixuan. After all, she had contracted a divine-level spirit beast with Phoenix bloodline. Securing the top spot should have been effortless. But why is Lung Yueyao now in first place? Didn't she contract a dead egg? How could this happen? Moreover, this score is 5 points ahead of Li Yixuan's. I can't be seeing this right. How could Lung Yueyao be in first place? I don't know. Could it be that dead egg hatched into a spirit beast even more powerful than the Phoenix bloodline? This is too bizarre. What exactly happened inside that dungeon? Gravel Valley. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Without any external interference, Jiang Yan successfully completed his first evolution. Evolution complete. First evolution completed. Reward. Evolution point 1. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes after evolution. After completing his first evolution, Jiang Yan's body size had increased slightly, his limbs had grown considerably stronger, and his initially translucent wings were now gradually covered with a thin layer of scales. Is this the feeling after evolution? Truly marvelous. Sensing the changes in his body, Jiang Yan eagerly checked the system panel. Check the panel. Name: Jiang Yan. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 10. Level: LV 5060. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 115. Defense: 15. Magic: 10. Attack: 15. Evolution points: 1. Skill points: 0. Skill: Dragon Claw tier. Already has a golden phrase. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Swift Dragon Flame. Check the evolution tree. Chapter 9. Questioning? This is the strength of the dragon race. After checking the evolution tree, Jiang Yan found that the evolution tree had as many branches as the skill tree, but they were all gray and hadn't been lit up yet. Now that I have a little bit of evolution points, let's see what I can light up. Jiang Yan also sighed very helplessly after checking the branches of the various evolution trees. Although all of these directions were extremely powerful, the amount of evolution points required for this was too much. It's still necessary to take it one step at a time. So let's light this one up first. Ding! Deducting 1 evolution point, successfully lighting up the branch of the evolution tree. Scale Armor Defense. Scale Armor Defense 15 LV1. When lit, the defense power will be greatly increased, and there is a chance to bounce back some of the attacks dealt by the target. Consumption. This passive does not require any magic and has a cooldown of 7 seconds. Scale Armor Defense requires 3 evolution points for the next evolution. This isn't bad. It's able to drastically increase my defense. Your level has risen to 5. You have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the gold phrase. It's nice to be able to extract a gold phrase once again. It's nice. Extract. Jiang Yan laughed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Beast Language Proficiency. Beast Language Proficiency Gold. Proficiency in various beast languages. Able to understand the language of spirit beasts. Seeing the effect of this golden phrase, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh a little. Oh, this gold phrase is somewhat interesting. Being able to understand the language of beasts might be of great use in the future. Lang Yueyao beside him immediately had a bright smile on her face after seeing Jiang Yan's evolution complete. Xiao Yao, you've evolved successfully. Seeing Jiang Yan's evolved appearance, Lang Yueyao hurriedly lifted it high in the air and then took a closer look at it. Little Yao, you've gotten heavier, and the scales on your body have become harder than before. Jiang Yan shook his wings and burrowed into Lang Yueyao's arms. Hee. The shoulder of the beautiful schoolgirl is so warm. This feels too comfortable. This is simply the peak of Dragonborn. Just at this moment, there came the sound of the copy about to close. There are still 30 minutes until the copy closes. Xiao Yao, the replica will be closing in half an hour. Let's take advantage of this time to work harder and kill a few more spirit beasts. Jiang Yan nodded and waved his dragon claw with high fighting spirit. Immediately afterward, the one man and one beast bloodied almost all the spirit beasts in the middle of this shattered stone valley in a crushing manner, and their points were also increasing rapidly. When there were still the last 10 minutes left in the copy time, Li Yixuan confidently left the copy with her spirit beast. She thought to herself that this first place was already a sure thing, so there was no need to waste any more time. The time is just right. She had just walked out of the copy and was noticing the crowd staring blankly ahead. In response, she greatly enjoyed this feeling of 10,000 people's attention. Humph! Lighten up, right, Blue? She patted the go-go chicken on her shoulder, and that walking chicken responded very enthusiastically to Li Yixuan. Well, I just don't know what kind of reward this first place can get. Just as she was confidently preparing to ask Wu Lin for a reward, she casually turned around and saw the rankings on the scoreboard. What? I'm actually in second place. How can this be? At this moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. How was it possible for her to be in second place when she had brought her spirit beasts to kill in the middle of the replica? Who was this first place? Her gaze slowly looked upwards, only to see an unexpected name. Only now did she realize that what the crowd was looking at wasn't her at all, but Lang Yueyao on the leaderboard. First place, Lang Yueyao, 40 points. And with the passage of time, those points were still rising. How is this possible? How could Lang Yueyao be in first place? Even if that dead egg she contracted successfully hatched, it's still an elite-level spirit beast at best. How could it possibly take first place? There must be something wrong with this. Unable to believe the facts before her, Li Yixuan found Wu Lin and explained the situation. Dean, there must be something wrong with the replica. Otherwise, how could she take first place? However, facing Li Yixuan's accusation, Wu Lin shook his head very helplessly, because the device in his hand showed that the replica did not have any problems. The replica didn't have any problems. I'm also very curious as to what exactly she did to get first place. According to the score, it's already about equal to 40 spirit beasts. Even though Wu Lin had already said so, Li Yixuan still didn't believe that Lang Yueyao was able to get so many points. She must have cheated. Otherwise, how could she possibly have such a high score? At this moment, class teacher Lu Ming came over and patted her shoulder. There's no need to be anxious, Yixuan. The copy will be over soon. If it's really found out that she cheated, not only will her score be cancelled at that time, but she will also be given a severe punishment. Seeing that Lu Ming had already decided that Lang Yueyao was cheating, Su Xiaoyan frowned a bit and said in a very unhappy manner, Lu Ming, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. It's a bit too early to jump to conclusions now. Lu Ming sneered and said, This is not cheating? Could it be what? Is it not cheating? You know yourself. Su Xiaoyan, you. Seeing that the two were going to continue to argue further, Wu Lin frowned and growled lowly. Enough. Stop arguing. Wait until Yu Yao comes out and ask. When there were still the last 5 minutes of time left, Shinran and the others all left the copy as well. Desperate to know their scores, they turned back to look at. When a few people saw that the person who ranked first on the scoreboard was Lang Yueyao, they were all taken aback. How could this be? The first place isn't even Li Yixuan, but Lang Yueyao? Seeing this ranking, Shinran was happy for Lang Yueyao from the bottom of her heart. Humph. Didn't you guys look down on Yueyao's spirit beasts? What else do you have to say now? This might be cheating. You're the one cheating. How could Yu Yao do such a thing? Shinran said angrily. Just as several people were arguing, the copy time ended and Lang Yueyao and the others who were still in the middle of the copy were teleported out. Buzz! Time's up. After teleporting out, Lung Yueyao took a deep breath, inexplicably a little nervous. After killing so many spirit beasts, I don't know how many points I can rank. Xiao Yao. A bit nervous, we won't count down, right? Lang Yueyao nervously rubbed Jiang Nian's little face. As long as we're not counting down, as long as we're not counting down. Holding this mentality, she turned to look. Chapter 10, Climbing to the Top. Being questioned about hanging? Lang Yueyao turned around in fear and was taken aback when she saw the name of the first place on the scoreboard. Points leaderboard number 1. Lang Yueyao, 48 points. Seeing her name appear on the leaderboard, Lang Yueyao froze for several seconds before gradually reacting. Hey! Me? Number 1? Xiao Yao. We're actually number 1. For such a result, it was obviously long expected by Jiang Nian. He excitedly waved his dragon claw a bit. That's natural. We don't look at what level spirit beasts we killed. A level 7 mountain penetrating rat king and a level 7 monolithic beast. If this kind of level configuration were to be encountered by others, wouldn't it just blow up? Confirming her ranking once again, Lang Yueyao was so happy that the bottom of her eyes looked like they were dipped in honey. Wow! Xiao Yao, you're great. This is all because of you. Hee hee. I must make it up to you at night. Jiang Nian. Compensation. Shouldn't it be too? Just when Jiang Nian was still in the midst of his beautiful fantasies, Shinran ran over excitedly. Yu Yao, you're number 1 on the scoreboard, hey. That's too strong too. Hee hee. This little guy seems a bit different from before. It seems like he's grown up quite a bit. Lang Yueyao nodded and said proudly, Xiao Yao, it's very powerful, even. Just as Lang Yueyao was speaking, the disgruntled Li Yishuan gritted her teeth and said, Lang Yueyao, you must have cheated. With this stupid spirit beast of yours, how could you possibly win first place? And the way this spirit beast of yours looks, I've never seen it before. Li Yishuan sized up Jiang Nian carefully, and her face became more and more ugly. She had also seen numerous spirit beasts, but this one in front of her she had never seen before. But even so, how strong could a spirit beast hatched from a dead egg be? At most, it would be epic level. How could a trashy epic level spirit beast surpass one's divine level? This was absolutely impossible. In the face of Li Yishuan's uninformed statement, Lang Yueyao immediately changed her face. That's because you've seen little, it's normal that you haven't. Moreover, my spirit beast is many times more powerful than yours. You're not qualified to talk about it like that. Li Yishuan. You. Lu Ming chuckled, a sinister glint flashing under his eyes. Yu Yao. It's not that we don't believe in you. It's just that we really haven't even seen this spirit beast of yours before. How about this, you enter the copy once more? And this time, if you can come out successfully, we'll assume that you didn't cheat. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan was directly enraged. Lu Ming, what kind of joke are you playing? Why don't you say that you'll let Li Yishuan make another copy? Yu Yao and her spirit beasts just went through a battle, now letting them go down for another copy. What's the difference between that and asking for death? In response, Lu Ming simply spread his hands indifferently. If not, then it means she cheated. Su Xiaoyan. You. Seeing that the two were going to continue to argue further, Wu Lin frowned and stood out. All right, Yishuan, you're going a bit overboard. Yu Yao, was there cheating? Don't I know that? Wu Lin frowned a bit. Every single copy here had been personally deployed by him, so if there was any suspicion of cheating, then he would know immediately. Seeing Wu Lin say this, Li Yishuan became even more furious. But Dean, she is clearly. Seeing that Li Yishuan was going to continue arguing further, Wu Lin's face immediately sank and said with some displeasure, Lang Yueyao, the results are valid. There was no cheating whatsoever. Who has any questions now? Hearing Wu Lin say this, the crowd's murmurs immediately disappeared. Yu Yao, congratulations on winning first place this time. Follow me. Wu Lin smiled, and his serious face immediately became softer. The other few students, everyone go take a break first and come back to my office in an hour. Although Li Yishuan was upset, she couldn't say anything more. She just looked at Lang Yueyao with a grudging look. Lang Yueyao nodded excitedly. Okay, Dean. Before leaving, Jiang Yan also turned around and provocatively made a face towards Li Yishuan. Watching this scene, Li Yishuan clenched her teeth in death, her eyes on the verge of spewing fire, her lungs about to explode with anger. Why was the dean so biased? This woman must have used unseemly means to win first place. It must be so. At this moment, Wu Lin was in the middle of his office. Dean, thank you for believing in me, Lang Yueyao said. Wu Lin smiled and slowly said, Hehe. No need to thank you. I am fair to every student. After Wu Lin finished speaking, he began to carefully survey Jiang Nian. Yueyao, is this your spirit beast? Lang Yueyao nodded. Yes, Dean, it's called Xiao Yao. After observing it for a long time, Wu Lin's stretched brows suddenly tightened. I'm not afraid of you laughing. I've seen 800 spirit beasts in this world without having seen 1,000. But this spirit beast of yours, yet I have never seen it. What exactly is it? Lang Yueyao gently stroked Jiang Nian's head, and the words that came out were what caused Wu Lin's face to change drastically. Little Yao is a juvenile dragon. Hearing the word dragon, Wu Lin sucked in a breath of cool air, somewhat unable to believe the words she uttered. Hiss, dragon race? You're not joking with me, right? You have to know that a dragon race creature has never seen one even in the entire Xia kingdom. How could a spirit beast of this level appear in a dead egg? AI, Yu Yao, your joke is a bit too big. Wu Lin cried and laughed as he shook his head, clearly not believing Lang Yuyao's words. A dead egg could hatch a dragon creature. What kind of joke was that? Hey, it seems like this girl has been struck down and has already developed fantasies. That was the supreme dragon race. How could it be willingly contracted by a human? When he thought of this, the only trace of expectation Wu Lin had left for Lang Yueyao was also completely shattered at this moment. AI? Forget it. He let out a lament and took out the reward for the first place in this scoreboard. This is the first place reward. 100 herb cream, affinity potion, experience fruit, defense amulet, 100 herb paste. Can help spirit beasts recover from injuries quickly. Affinity potion. After consuming it, the spirit beast is able to increase its affinity with the Imperial Beastmaster by a small amount. Fruit of experience. Boosts a small amount of experience value after consumption by a spirit beast. Defense talisman. A spirit beast is able to defend itself against one low-level attack after equipping it. Experience fruits are the same as experience books, both of which can quickly increase the experience value of a spirit beast. It was only that the way of obtaining experience fruits was relatively easy, and the boost to the spirit beast's experience value was not as significant. Receiving the reward given by Wu Lin, Lang Yueyao thanked him. Thank you, Dean. Little Yao, look. This is the reward we got. Not bad, right? Jiang Nian subconsciously swallowed his saliva after taking a look at what Lang Yueyao was holding. There's something delicious again. As he was about to extend his dragon claw to take it, a huge beast suddenly walked out behind Wu Lin. Chapter 11, Living Together. Bathing together? It was a tiger, but it was bigger than an ordinary tiger, with streamlined muscles covered in dark golden fur, and carrying dark patterns like natural runes on its body. Its vertical pupils were like molten gold, and there was a golden mark between its eyebrows that seemed to have a third eye. The moment it came out, the surrounding area actually emitted a slight power of lightning. The moment she saw this giant beast, Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth and was slightly surprised. Dean, could this be the divine grade spiritual beast Shen Thunder Divine Tiger? Wu Lin shook his head with a smile, a touch of undetectable disappointment flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Hee. It's the Shen Thunder Divine Tiger, all right. It's just barely at the level of a quasi-divine beast. He had put in very much effort and hard work for this Shen Lei Divine Tiger. But it was a pity that the Shen Lei Divine Tiger was not gifted enough and could only barely reach the point of a quasi-divine beast. Wu Lin smiled and shook his head, then continued. I named it Heaven's Fury. This fellow doesn't like strangers, so I let it stay in my office. Lang Yueyao let out an "oh" and nodded thoughtfully. Right at this moment, the Shen Thunder God Tiger let out a low roar, its beast pupil staring deathly at Jiang Nian in Lang Yueyao's hands. Jiang Nian also seemed to have sensed something and lazily opened his eyes. Oh, there's even a little tiger here. Shen Thunder God Tiger. Roar. Kid, owes it to you? In an instant, the Shen Thunder God Tiger that felt mocked took a slow step forward, and a powerful pressure immediately erupted from its body. Wow! Seeing his spirit beast's sudden anger, Wu Lin immediately frowned and chided. Heavenly Fury. Due to learning the golden phrase of beast language proficiency, Jiang Nian was naturally able to understand what the Shen Thunder God Tiger said. Just you. An unimpressive little tiger. How dare you clamor with this dragon here? In the next instant, Jiang Nian let out a low roar and flew into the air. The ancestral dragon's might completely erupting at this moment. Boom! This was a duel between a spirit beast and a spirit beast. Lang Yueyao was shocked by this scene, but she quickly reacted. Little Yao, this is the Xian Thunder God Tiger demonstrating to Little Yao. Just as Wu Lin was about to make a move to stop it, the ancestral dragon pressure emanating from Jiang Yan's body completely suppressed the Xian Thunder God Tiger. With just a low roar, the Xian Lei Divine Tiger, which had been so proud just a moment ago, slumped to the ground like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. And Wu Lin, who had completed a contract with it, instantly empathized with it, his entire body being overwhelmed by the pressure, his breathing immediately becoming rapid. This is... Seeing Wu Lin's face become more and more ugly, Lang Yueyao hurriedly carried down Jiang Yan, who was flying in the air. All right, Xiao Yao. Only when he heard Lang Yueyao speak did Jiang Yan put away the ancestral dragon pressure within his body. No, I'm sorry, Dean. Little Yao was too naughty. Please forgive me. Wu Lin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart. No, it's fine. Then I'll go back to the dormitory first. Good, you go. Just like that, Lang Yueyao left the dean's room with Jiang Yan. After she left, Wu Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat his butt on a chair. Heaven's fury! What exactly was going on just now? And at this moment, the Xian Thunder God Tiger exhausted all its strength before slowly climbing up from the ground. Its eyes were filled with fear as it let out a fearful guttural low roar. After leaving the dean's room on the way back to the dormitory, Lang Yueyao inquired about the situation just now. Xiao Yao, was it the dean's divine beast that was demonstrating against you just now? Jiang Yan, who was hiding in Lang Yueyao's arms, nodded, then used his claws to gesture something in the air. Although it was extremely abstract, Lang Yueyao still understood what he meant. Haha, I knew my Xiao Yao is the best, but still, the next one is not the best. After all, it's the dean's spirit beast. It'll be troublesome if it gets hurt. Jiang Yan nodded his little head. I guess there won't be a next time. After being shocked by my pressure, that stupid tiger definitely won't dare to be arrogant in front of me. After one person and one beast returned to the dormitory, the sky was already darkening. The dormitory was a two-person system. Besides Lang Yueyao, there was also her good girlfriend Shinran. As soon as Lang Yueyao returned to the dormitory, Shinran excitedly ran over and hugged her. Yueyao, you're really great today. You ruthlessly slapped Li Yishuan's face. I've long looked at her with displeasure. Isn't it just contracting a divine grade spirit beast? What's there to be proud of? Lang Yueyao smiled sweetly. Hee, it's all because of Xiao Yao. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, Shinran's eyes lit up with a soft smile. Wow, it's so cute. Can I hug it? Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately raised his head condescendingly. This dragon is very high and mighty. But then again, hugging it won't do anything. Hehehe. Seeing the saliva flowing from the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, Lang Yueyao gave a cold snort and hammered its head. Humph. What a little colorful dragon. However, today you're a big contributor, so I'll help you take a bath and relax properly.
Aimnion. Veish. Bess.
No way. Happiness comes so suddenly. 5 minutes later, the clothes that Lang Yueyao had changed into made Jiang Yan's dragon blood become boiling. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, emitting a faint body odor, and her skin was as smooth as jade. A head of long, shiny black hair was draped behind her. Her legs were slim and slender, and her fair skin was translucent with a healthy blush. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's eyes went straight. I'll go. This is what a dragon should look at. This was the countless times he felt how wonderful it was to become a dragon. In the next second, Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Yan and walked into the bathroom where the hot water was warmed up. Bathroom. I'll go. Don't touch it. Aya, Xiao Yao, don't move. Aya, nasty. The water is splashing on me. 1 hour later, after coming out of the bathroom, Shinran was already asleep. Lang Yueyao suddenly thought of something and let out an oops. Oops, what should I do? I forgot to buy a nest for spirit beasts to sleep in. She glanced back at Jiang Yan, whose dragon face was red. Xiao Yao, let's just force you to squeeze in with me for one night first. Tomorrow I'll go buy a nest for you. Jiang Yan. Ha! Just when Jiang Yan was still shocked, Lung Yueyao had already hugged him and laid down on the bed. Xiao Yao, good night. Feeling the body temperature of the young girl as well as the faint body fragrance, Jiang Yan's heartbeat instantly spiked. It smells so good. How can I sleep with this? When he raised his head to look at Lung Yueyao, he realized that the latter was already deeply asleep. Seeing her sleeping, Jiang Yan secretly swore in his heart. Don't worry, little Yao Yao. I will definitely help you ascend to the top of the first Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 12, Trainee Imperial Beast Master. The next day, Lung Yueyao and Shinran woke up early with their respective spirit pets and arrived at the classroom of Class 9. On their way here, Jiang Yan and Shinran's spirit beast, Meng Yi Beast, had become good brothers. Instead of good brothers, it was more like the relationship between big brother and little brother. Jiang Yan was the big brother, the Mo Leaf Beast's little brother. Jiang Yan patted his chest and said confidently, "From now on, Big Brother will cover you." Mo Leaf Beast looked at him with a face of worship. Classroom. With all of the people from Class 9 arriving, Su Xiaoyan coughed twice before placing an azure-colored crystal ball on the classroom table. Ahem. Everyone must have gotten to know their respective spirit beasts after the last copy experience. Today is the day to test how much spiritual power everyone is still short of being a trainee Imperial Beast Master. When the spiritual power value on the crystal ball reaches 100, it will prove that everyone is already qualified to become a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's description, the crowd nodded excitedly. Yes, teacher. Spiritual energy value was the key to becoming a trainee Imperial Beast Master, and fighting alongside spirit beasts was able to gain spiritual energy value. The Imperial Beast Master himself could also increase his spiritual energy value by taking rare items that could increase his spiritual energy. However, this type of item was extremely rare, and even if it was auctioned off, it wouldn't be possible to get it down without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Becoming a trainee Beast Master is the first step on the path of a Beast Master. After becoming a Beast Master trainee, you will receive a trainee badge. With a trainee badge, you can receive certain discounts when traveling to the Beastmasters guilds around the world. The higher the rank of the Beastmaster, the richer the rewards would be. Afterward, Su Xiaoyan recounted the precautions before allowing the crowd to line up in order for the test. A male student stepped forward to place his hand on the crystal ball. Buzz! In the next instant, a faint glow erupted from the crystal ball. Spiritual power value, 37. Seeing his spiritual power value, that student lamented, his eyes filled with loss. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyan hurriedly consoled. Oh, there's no need to be discouraged. The road of the Imperial Beast Master is supposed to be long and arduous. Cheer up. Teacher believes that you will definitely be able to become an excellent Imperial Beast Master in the future. Thank you, Teacher Su. I'll work hard. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's encouragement, that student felt a little better. As the tests continued, one by one, the many students in the class completed the tests. The highest spiritual energy value that had appeared so far was only 67, which was still reached by Shinran. In the end, there was only Lung Yueyao left who had yet to complete the test. Yueyao, go for it. Shinran waved her little fist to cheer for Lung Yueyao. Aha! Lung Yueyao took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the testing stage. The crowd below the stage then began to talk. I heard that, Class 1's Li Yishuan already became a trainee Imperial Beast Master 5 minutes ago. Yeah. I heard that she's now planning to head to the Forest of Initials to complete the final trial. Hey, is this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? My spiritual power value is only 17. It's fine. Isn't there someone else to pad my back? That person teasingly smiled and looked at Lung Yueyao with ill will. Don't you guys look down on people, la. Yueyao must have already become a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Shinran angrily crossed her arms and retorted. Humph, become a trainee Imperial Beast Master? Don't kid yourself. Just how could she? Wow. However, before that person could finish his words, he only saw a flash of extremely intense white light suddenly erupt from the podium. That white light was abnormally flickering, so bright that the crowd simply couldn't open their eyes. What? What the hell is this? As the white light gradually dispersed, the crowd rushed to check the numbers on the crystal ball. But it didn't matter if they didn't look. As soon as they looked, the crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes wider than light bulbs. Spiritual energy value, 100. I'm going. I didn't read it wrong, 100 spiritual power value. She became a trainee Imperial Beast Master. How is this possible? How did she become a trainee Imperial Beast Master so quickly? It's still reasonable for Li Yixuan to become a trainee Imperial Beast Master, but what's up with her becoming one as well? Seeing the spiritual power value on the crystal ball, Lang Yueyao heatedly smiled. He, expected. Her spiritual power value had already exceeded 80 long ago, and with the addition of fighting with Zhang Yan in the middle of the replica, breaking through to trainee Imperial Beastmaster was a matter of course. Congratulations, Yu Yao. You're now a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. However, you still have to complete the final trial before you can do so. Su Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with delight. I understand. Lang Yueyao nodded. In her previous life, she had been stuck on the final trial for half a year. At that time, she only wanted to follow the path of martial arts, so she didn't even put the final trial on her mind and ended up delaying it again and again. Su Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction before saying, "All right, let's get going then. I'll give you details on the other matters on the way. Everyone go to self-study. Remember to register if you want to go down to the copies to practice." Yes. The crowd nodded and returned to their respective seats. Just like that, after receiving approval, Su Xiaoyan led Lang Yueyao out of the Nine Heavens Academy. And on the way, he also inquired about what kind of spirit beast Zhang Yan was. Even though Lang Yueyao had told the truth, the surprised Su Xiaoyan only laughed and didn't seem to believe her. After all, this matter was simply too shocking. For a supreme dragon race to hatch out of a dead egg, this matter was something that I'm afraid no one else would believe. On the way to the initial forest, Su Xiaoyan sent a list of tasks on Lang Yueyao's cell phone. Yu Yao, there are 5 items on this list. After you collect them all within 3 days, I'll help you apply for the Trainee Imperial Beast Master Badge. Glancing at the items on the list, Lang Yueyao nodded. All right, Teacher Su. Becoming a Trainee Imperial Beastmaster was something you could apply for directly in the academy. However, if they wanted to progress to a higher level, they would have to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild to receive quests. After about 15 minutes, the two arrived at the outskirts of the initial forest. At the same time, Lang Yueyao looked around and realized that there were surprisingly close to 50 or so Imperial Beastmasters gathered here. Su Xiaoxiao frowned a bit and explained with a somewhat not-so-good face. By the way, these are people from other academies. They also came here because they have the qualifications to become trainee Imperial Beastmasters. Yu Yao. After entering the initial forest, be careful with everything. Remember, always move around the outer perimeter of the forest. Never enter the inner perimeter. Lang Yueyao nodded. Understood. She certainly knew the danger level of this initial forest. The spirit beasts in the outer perimeter were generally of a relatively low grade, most suitable for trainee Imperial Beastmasters to practice. The spirit beasts in the inner periphery were of extremely high grade, and it was generally only senior or even Grandmaster Imperial Beastmasters who would enter them. In Lang Yueyao's arms, Zhang Yan sniffed with his nose. He sensed that there were a dozen or so extremely strong auras in the interior of this forest. But they were all worthless in front of the supreme dragon race. I'll be able to upgrade again soon. I'm really looking forward to it somewhat. Just as Lang Yueyao was about to enter the initial forest, a familiar figure walked out from the side. Humph. Lang Yueyao, I didn't expect you to come too. Chapter 13, Master's Mission. She turned around and realized that the person who had come was no other than Li Yixuan, who had also become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. Seeing Li Yixuan appearing here, Lang Yueyao wasn't the least bit surprised, and only faintly returned, "Humph. If you can come here, can't I?" In response, Zhang Yan looked at the woman behind him with a cold face. Although this woman's mouth is a little bit cheap, but her talent is still there, it is not strange to be able to become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. However, the mistake is that you have messed with a person who should not be messed with. Dare to bully my little Yao Yao. I want you to look good. Seeing that only 2 people from the Nine Heavens Academy had appeared, the person from the Heavenly Dragon Academy sneered and taunted. Yikes. I really didn't expect that your Nine Heavens Academy could still have 2 trainee Royal Beast Masters appear. Let's not all die in the forest instead of completing the trial mission by then. Yo, you're the student who contracted the Phoenix bloodline. I hope you don't die later. I still want to see your spirit beast. Li Yixuan snorted coldly and directly voiced back, "Humph. Better mind your own business." The man skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. Instead, he placed his gaze on Lang Yueyao's body. Hiss, this woman. Isn't she the one that's been making a lot of noise these past few days? The fact that Lang Yueyao had contracted a dead egg was spread by the crowd and quickly reached the mouths of the various academies. She immediately turned from a mediocre student into a hotly debated character in the mouths of everyone. No, this kind of jumped-up clown has the nerve to humiliate people here. Hearing their mocking words, Zhang Nian somewhat couldn't bear it anymore. Mother what are these guys chirping about? He just wanted to use his dragon might to shock these people, but was stopped by Lang Yueyao. It's alright, Xiao Yao. Let them be arrogant for a while now. Wait for a few days before you properly punch them in the face. Hearing these words, Zhang Nian's anger then gradually subsided, and he nodded his little head. After everyone had arrived, they all brought their respective spirit beasts into the middle of the initial forest. Lang Yueyao wasn't in a hurry, bringing Zhang Nian to follow at the end of them into the forest. After entering the forest, she checked the 5 items on the list. Let me take a look. Antlers of tricolored deer, blood of an elite spirit beast, dark night wolf's teeth, dark night wolf's beast core, spirit concentration flower. Well, it's not that hard to obtain these things. Good. Xiao Yao, let's work together. Lang Yueyao excitedly waved her small fist. Zhang Nian waved his dragon claw, his blood already starting to boil. I can't wait to upgrade. Once we reach level 15, we'll be able to start the second evolution again. With the memories of her previous life, Lang Yueyao led Zhang Nian on a quick walk through the initial forest. Soon 1 person and 1 beast encountered the first spirit beast. No, it could no longer be called a spirit beast, but a ferocious beast. Unlike the spirit beasts in the middle of the academy copies, they were more aggressive and did not discriminate between targets. They were even more aggressive and would even feed on humans. Extremely terrifying. That's the grass vine rabbit. Don't look at it as just a rabbit, but its appearance was extremely oozing. Built like a domestic rabbit, its fur was greenish, with a few bizarre vines wrapped around its back. Its eyes were blood red, and it also had a few fangs. Before Lang Yueyao could launch her attack, that grass vine rabbit directly rushed over. Xiao Yao! Zhang Nian let out a low roar, and swift dragon flame erupted from his mouth. Boom! The powerful flames instantly covered the grass vine rabbit, burning it to ashes in just a single glance. What was even more terrifying was that the flames were still spreading, and the surrounding bushes and trees were all burned to ashes together. This terrifying power inexplicably had the immediate feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito. Killed grass vine rabbit. Gained +7 experience value. Not bad. 7 experience points for such a small rabbit. Zhang Nian nodded in satisfaction. Looks like this rabbit's level isn't too low, but it's a pity that it's burnt to ashes and there's no way to eat it. After seeing Zhang Nian spewing out flames with such a terrifying power, it really dumbfounded Lang Yueyao, who was on the side. Wow, Xiao Yao, when did you learn to breathe fire? This power, so terrifying. Zhang Nian raised his head proudly, then used his dragon claw to gesture in the air. Lang Yueyao looked seriously at Zhang Nian's description. Oh, you mean to say that you gained this skill after upgrading? Generally speaking, the probability of a spirit beast upgrading to obtain a skill was extremely low, and they usually relied on skill books to obtain skills. Xiao Yao was really lucky. Could it be the influence of the ancestral dragon bloodline? With this skill, we'll be able to run roughshod over the initial forest. Just as Lang Yueyao was getting excited about this, a ferocious beast suddenly attacked. Who? It shot out a cloud of pitch-black colored mud towards Zhang Nian, but fortunately, the latter reacted in time to fly into the air and dodge it. Zhang Nian turned his head to see that there was a gray-brown turtle not far away. I'll go. This turtle even engaged in a sneak attack. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao hurriedly warned with a voice. Xiao Yao, be careful. This is a thick armored turtle. Judging from the patterns on its back, this thick armored turtle is at least level 10. Its defense is very high. Aim your attacks at its head as much as possible. Zhang Nian nodded and immediately began to pay attention. Since it's level 10, it will definitely burst out some good stuff. I can't use Swift Dragon Flame. If it burns to ashes, then I won't have nothing to eat. When he thought of this, Zhang Nian immediately shifted his attack strategy. Phew! At this time, the thick armored turtle opened its mouth and shot out another ball of pitch-black colored mud. Perhaps it was because its own speed was not high, causing the speed of this mud to be extremely slow as well, and it was easily dodged by Zhang Nian. In the next second, Seizing the gap between the thick armored turtle's attacks, Jiang Yen rushed forward and aimed a claw at its head. Dragon Claw Tier. In the next second, when the dragon claw was about to fall, this thick armored turtle instinctively sensed the danger and actually shrunk its head back. Swish! This caused Jiang Yen's claw to directly miss.
Ego.
It can still dodge like this. Alright, if I can't hit your head, can I still not break your turtle shell? Jiang Yen saved up all his strength and struck towards the thick armored turtle's shell. Absolute penetration. Under the golden phrase of absolute penetration, the thick armored turtle's proud turtle shell was like paper mache.
Kating. Bang.
As this claw fell, the thick armored turtle's turtle shell directly exploded. Armor 100. Life value 45. It was a pity that this fall didn't trigger the bleeding effect of the dragon claw, or else the life value could have been deducted even more. Wow, Xiaoyao, great job, Lang Yueyao said excitedly. Without the defense of the turtle shell, Jiang Yen's next claw directly hit its back. Tear! With this claw, the thick armored turtle's back was instantly torn open with a huge gash, and blood gushed out. Life value 55. Thick armored turtle. Dead. Chapter 14, There's perspective, just you messing around? Killed thick armored turtle. Gained experience value plus 35. Looking at the thick armored turtle on the ground that was furiously spewing blood, Jiang Yen couldn't help but lick his lips. He. I haven't eaten this turtle meat yet. I can have a good taste of it now. Yo, not bad. There are still 35 experience points. Check the panel. Name, Jiang Yen. Race, dragon. Contractor, Lang Yueyao. Current density 13. Level, LV. 545-60. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value, 115. Defense, 15. Magic, 10. Attack, 15. Evolution points, 0. Skill points, 0. Skill. Dragon Claw Tier. Evolution. Scale Defense. Already have gold phrases. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Swift Dragon Flame. Beast Language Proficiency. Not bad. At this rate, I'll be upgrading again soon. Jiang Yen excitedly waved his dragon claw. Seeing the thick armored turtle being killed by Jiang Yen in a single move, Lang Yueyao's eyes flashed with excitement. Wow, Xiaoyao. Your attack is so high now that you can even break the thick armored turtle's shell. The level 10 thick armored turtle couldn't even block Xiaoyao's claw. Is this the power of the dragon race? I can't imagine how terrifying this little guy would be if he grew up. While Lang Yueyao was shocked, Jiang Yen swung his wings and arrived in front of the long-dead thick armored turtle. He pointed at the meat on the thick armored turtle's body. Eat it while it's still edible. The meat won't taste good when it's completely spoiled later. Seeing the saliva flowing from the corner of Jiang Yen's mouth, Lang Yueyao instantly understood what it meant. Haha, what a little glutton. I'll do it. This thick armored turtle still has a lot of things on it. If you collect them, you can sell them for money. Lang Yueyao collected all the large pieces of turtle shells left by the thick armored turtle. These turtle shells can be used to make armor, which can be worn on the body of the Imperial Beastmaster to increase defense, and can also be used to exchange for money. After doing this, Lang Yueyao put the remaining turtle meat into the heating device. A burst of aroma wafted out before long. Smelling the gusts of meat, Jiang Yen didn't let his guard down but always looked around. This meat that smells so good will definitely be able to attract other ferocious beasts, so we don't have to waste time looking for it. Sure enough, just as Jiang Yen thought, as time passed, the meat aroma wafted around. The ferocious beasts everywhere were attracted by the fragrance and rushed over towards Jiang Yen's side. Lang Yueyao, who was roasting the meat, also noticed something strange at this time. Hee. It's hard to believe that it's the meat aroma that attracted the ferocious beasts. Before she could react, a flame-bristled porcupine rushed straight out from the bushes. The flame-maned porcupine, which was larger than an ordinary porcupine, had its back covered in burning crimson bristles. Hey! There's food delivered to the door again. Jiang Yen immediately glistened with both eyes and swung a dragon claw towards its head. However, he didn't expect that this flame-bristle porcupine's temper was equally fiery. Roar! Instead of dodging in any way, it built up the fire energy in its body and collided with Jiang Yen. Boom! Scale Armor Defense. The moment Jiang Yen was attacked, Scale armor defense triggered. The defense triggered and rebounded a portion of the flame-maned porcupine's damage. Flame-maned porcupine 25. Jiang Nian's life 5. Seeing that the flame-bristled porcupine's life value had only been reduced by so little, Jiang Nian was slightly surprised. This pig's defense is so powerful. It's even thicker than that turtle just now. Just as he was shocked, he only saw the flame-bristled porcupine shaking all over, and the flaming spikes on its back shot over towards Jiang Nian as if it had automatic tracking. Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded, "Xiaoyao, be careful. This is the flame-maned porcupine skill. If you are accidentally stabbed, it may trigger a burning effect." Jiang Nian nodded, already having a countermeasure in his heart. Since it's not easy to dodge, then let's destroy them all. Only to see him open his mouth wide and spew out an extremely strong flame from his mouth. The flames covered an extremely wide area, so that they collided with those terrifying spikes. Tear! But in just an instant, all of those spikes behind the porcupine turned into black ashes. These spikes were indeed extremely offensive, but compared to the real dragon flame, they were not worth mentioning at all. The spikes behind the flame-maned porcupine were not only a means of attack, but also a defensive armor. Now, without this layer of armor, it was even easier for Jiang Nian to strike. He quickly rushed forward and immediately used Dragon Claw Tear after the cooldown time ended. Tear! With this claw, the entire skin on the back of the flame-bristle porcupine was torn apart, instantly dropping most of its blood. Lifesteal 47. At this point, the bleeding effect of the skill was suddenly triggered, and the 20% probability was relatively low, but it wasn't nothing. The flame-bristle porcupine's life value was being rapidly deducted. Life value 1. Life value 1. Oh! The bleeding effect, coupled with the severe injuries sustained, the flame-maned porcupine collapsed to the ground in no time. Seeing that it still had a breath left, Jiang Nian hurriedly went up and added another kick.
Flame-maned Porcupine, D.
Kill flame-maned porcupine. Gain plus 29 experience. Level, LV, 574-60 capped. You've reached the maximum level, and you'll be automatically leveled up to 6. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. Your level has been raised to level 6, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Extract. It's possible to extract a gold phrase again. What is it this time? Jiang Nian was somewhat looking forward to it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight Gold. After using the Eye of Insight, you are able to see the level of spirit beasts, information of various items, etc. Holy! Isn't this perspective? Jiang Nian was ecstatic. He suddenly had a bad idea. The Eye of Insight is only effective on spirit beasts, as well as items. After seeing this reminder, Jiang Nian's thought instantly disappeared. Che, I thought I could. However, being able to see your opponent's information in advance is already very heaven-defying. Hee hee. Now it's time to get a full meal. Let's see what kind of abilities can be obtained by devouring this flame-bristle porcupine. It picked up a large chunk of the flame-maned porcupine's meat on the ground before flying to Lung Yueyao's side. Good, good, good. Little Yao, you've worked hard. All this meat is yours. Jiang Nian picked up the roasted turtle meat on the ground, and even before he could take a bite, another ferocious beast rushed over towards the side. No, I just want to have a bite of meat. Is it that hard? Xiao Yao, be careful. There are ferocious beasts coming again, Lung Yueyao said. Jiang Nian had turtle meat in his mouth, then pointed to the porcupine meat on the ground, and then pointed around. Haha. Well, leave this place to me. Lung Yueyao smiled helplessly. Preserving the food was one thing, the other was to settle these invaders. Jiang Nian said, Come on, my experience packs. Chapter 15, Dark Knight Wolf King. Just in time. Let me see how powerful this Eye of Insight is. Jiang Nian used the Eye of Insight to watch the information of those surrounding fierce beasts. Fierce beast name, Venomous Tooth Snake. Life value 100. Level 8. Attack 12. Defense 11. Speed 16. Skill, Venom Spray. Name of the beast. Seeing the detailed information of many fierce beasts, Jiang Nian was happy as could be. That's good. The skills are also shown. Good. Then let's start with you, little snake. When he thought of this, Jiang Nian moved quickly and arrived in front of the venomous tooth snake with a wave of his wings. Seeing Jiang Nian appear, the the venomous tooth snake subconsciously initiated its skill. A stream of purple venom shooting towards the front. Jiang Nian didn't dodge, but used his wings to scatter this venom in the air. Life value 1. Life value 1. You have entered the poison state. Duration 5 seconds. Hearing the sound of poisoning coming from the system, Jiang Nian didn't pay any attention to it, but instead rushed straight to the venomous tooth serpent, yanked it up directly with his dragon claws, and then tore it into 2 halves. Tear. Life value 100. Killed venomous tooth snake. Gained experience value +8. Obtained snake tooth 1. Snake tooth secretes some toxins that paralyze people or spirit beasts. After killing the poisonous tooth snake, those surrounding ferocious beasts were leaning towards Lang Yueyao in a hurry. Jiang Nian didn't dawdle and directly shot a dragon flame over. Boom! Wherever the dragon flame passed through, everything it touched was turned into ashes in a moment, along with those ferocious beasts. Its level generally didn't exceed level 10, and it simply couldn't carry the power of the swift dragon flame. Kill Earth Hedgehog. Gain experience value +8. Kill. To gain experience value +9. Gain experience value. With this wave of skill coverage, Jiang Nian directly gained 30 experience points. Dare to try to sneak attack my little yo-yo. You guys are really tired of living. The ferocious beasts charging in front were instantly killed in seconds, and the remaining ferocious beasts immediately stopped in their tracks, their eyes looking at Jiang Nian in the air in terror. In the next second, those remaining ferocious beasts fled and rushed into various parts of the forest. Jiang Nian shook off the blood on the dragon's claws. This should stop for a while. Xiao Yao. The meat is already cooked, come and eat it. Lang Yueyao waved her hand towards Jiang Nian in the air. Hearing this, Jiang Nian flew over with a swish, then picked up a piece of roasted turtle meat and nibbled on it. The battle just now had caused his stomach to be starving right now. Devour beast meat thick armored turtle 1. Gain +2 to defense cap. That's great. It fills up my stomach again and increases my strength. After finishing the meat of the thick armored turtle, Jiang Nian brought the meat of the flame bristle porcupine into his mouth. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain attack power cap +3. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain +1 skill point. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain +1% flame damage. I'll go. Pig is awesome. He even exploded a bit of skill points. Even if the meat is delicious, it also gives so many rewards, not bad. Jiang Nian chewed the cooked meat in his mouth with satisfaction. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, went to dispose of the flame-maned porcupine corpse. The level of the flame-maned porcupine was a little higher than an ordinary ferocious beast, so there would be a very small probability that it would be able to burst out a beast core. Only this time, unfortunately, the flame-maned porcupine did not produce any beast cores. Lang Yueyao was slightly disappointed. There are no beast cores. Xiao Yao. Let's rest here for the night. There will be dark night wolves at night. Jiang Nian nodded and began to help Lang Yueyao pack up the corpses of the surrounding ferocious beasts. The sky quickly darkened. Lang Yueyao took out the small tent she had prepared in advance from her storage ring and set it up. With so much blood of the ferocious beasts left here, the dark night wolves will definitely smell it. It's just... Lang Yueyao was a little worried. If it was just 1 or 2 dark night wolves, then it was fine, but if it was more than 10 or more, then it would be extremely troublesome. Not to mention that there was the Dark Night Wolf King, which was an elite-level beast. Seeing Lang Yueyao's worried look, Jiang Nian flew forward and rubbed next to her face. Don't worry, little Yao Yao. Everything is with me. No matter what kind of Wolf King it is, as long as it dares to come, I'll let them have no return. Whether it's strong or weak, it's all a piece of meat when it comes to me. Go, little Yao, it's up to you tonight. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath before placing a kiss on Jiang Nian's forehead. Jiang Nian, where's the Dark Night Wolf? Hurry up and come out. I can't wait. Just as Jiang Nian was thinking this, a sharp wolf howl came from the surroundings. Ow! Lang Yueyao said. Xiao Yao, they're coming. Xiao Yao, the Dark Night Wolf King is different from the other Dark Night Wolves. It's much larger and has a moon-type marking on its head. As long as we kill it, the other Dark Night Wolves will scatter in all directions. Jiang Nian nodded his little head. I see. Capture the thief first, right? Just as the two of them were talking, the Shadow Wolf King slowly walked out from the middle of the woods, while it was followed by nearly 20 Dark Night Wolves. At this moment, The dark fur of that shadow wolf king almost blended in with the night color, with only the pair of pupils burning with ghostly blue flames signaling its existence. And on top of its head was a palm-sized, moon-shaped mark, that this was the symbol of the Wolf King. This is the Dark Night Wolf King. Jiang Yan surveyed the Dark Night Wolf King in front of him, then immediately used his eye of insight to view its information. Fierce beast name, Dark Night Wolf King. Life value, 100. Level, 15. Attack, 48. Defense, 39. Speed, 41. Skills, Claws of Darkness, Blessing of the Moon, Call of the Wolves. After taking a good look at the Dark Night Wolf King's information, Jiang Yan was somewhat shocked. Worthy of being an elite-level beast, it's actually level 15, and this value is not at all the same concept as the beasts we encountered before. That's good. After I finish you off, I'll definitely be able to get more rewards. Jiang Yan swung his wings and slowly arrived in front of the shadow wolves. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, took out an energy protection shield from amongst her storage ring before placing it in front of her. Swish! The protective shield immediately came into play and surrounded her. This was one of the essential things for a beast royal master when fighting in the wild. After all, these ferocious beasts wouldn't show mercy just because you were a human. If the Imperial Beastmaster was injured during a spirit beast battle, it would be a devastating blow to both sides. In this way, the spirit beasts could just go ahead and fight without fear. After confirming that Lang Yueyao was safe, Jiang Yan's last concern disappeared. At this time, the Dark Night Wolves began to attack. Ow! Only the Dark Night Wolf King roared up to the sky, and several Dark Night Wolves around him rushed towards Jiang Yan as if they were crazy. Chapter 16, Wolf vs. Dragon. A battle without suspense. Just in time. I'll kill you little wolf cubs first. Jiang Yan was not the least bit afraid and charged straight towards one of the Dark Night Wolves. The speed of the Dark Night Wolf was very fast, and the moment it saw Jiang Yan, it opened its bloody mouth and bit up. Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted in time, immediately dodged, and then circled around behind him and hit his back with a claw. This time it didn't use a skill, but an ordinary claw strike. After all, the use of skills need to consume a little bit of magic before already consumed a lot, plus a short period of time has not yet recovered, or to save a little bit of use is good. But even a normal claw strike still caused a considerable amount of damage to the Dark Wolf. Life value 50. Losing so much life value at once. It seems that these Dark Night Wolves aren't of a high level either. I'm afraid the only difficult one is that one Dark Night Wolf King. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan slapped the half-blooded Dark Night Wolf in front of him to death with a single claw, before charging towards the Wolf King. Kill Dark Night Wolf. Gain experience value +8. But before he could fly far, several more Dark Night Wolves frantically tore towards the air, attempting to directly drag him down. These guys are so troublesome. With no other choice, Jiang Yan had no choice but to spew out his swift dragon flame, burning all of those annoying Dark Night Wolves into ashes. After seeing Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, those Dark Night Wolves had begun to subconsciously retreat backward in fear. Only the Wolf King was still standing in place, letting out a burst of hissing sounds. In the next second, the Dark Wolf King leapt up high, and then raised its sharp claws and fell towards Jiang Yan's position. The Dark Night Wolf King's body size was extremely large, and its attack range was also increased by a lot compared to that of an ordinary Dark Night Wolf. As this claw fell, Jiang Yan subconsciously dodged to the left, but he didn't expect to be scraped through the skin. Life value 8. This attack range is surprisingly so wide. It looks like we have to be careful. Fortunately, the ancestral dragon bloodline had a strong recovery ability, and only a few seconds apart, the wound on his right wing recovered as before. Life value +8. In the next second, the Dark Wolf King suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan, leaping high up to deliver another claw. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, hurriedly shouted and warned, "Xiao Yao! Be careful, it's behind you." Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan fiercely turned around and used the skill the instant he swung his dragon claw. Boom! In the next second, the dragon claw collided with the wolf claw. For a moment, the two were surprisingly indistinguishable from each other, and the powerful impact instantly set off gusts of wind, sending the surrounding Dark Night Wolves flying one by one. But soon, with Jiang Yan's power, the Dark Night Wolf King gradually fell into the wind. A mere little wolf dares to fight me for power. Wow! As soon as Jiang Nian exerted his power, the Dark Knight Wolf King was sent flying, retreating a full 3 to 4 meters before stopping. But even then, it only lost a small amount of its life value. Dark Knight Wolf King life value 3. After being sent flying a few meters, that Dark Knight Wolf King didn't seem to die. A pitch-black colored energy quickly converged on top of its right paw. By the looks of it, this guy is going to use a skill. In that case, let's do it the hard way. Jiang Nian wasn't the least bit afraid and gathered all the power in his body on top of the right dragon claw. After all the power from both sides had converged, the Dark Wolf King took the lead in attacking. Swish! Its figure jumped quickly, arriving in front of Jiang Nian in just 2 steps. Roar! Under a furious roar, it raised its wolf paw towards Jiang Nian and fiercely slapped down. And Jiang Nian didn't have the intention to back down at all, raising his dragon claw to meet it. Boom! This attack was even more intense than the previous collision, and in an instant, sparks flew everywhere, lighting up half of the night sky. This high-intensity collision lasted for tens of seconds, and in the end, it was Jiang Nian who gained a certain upper hand. The Dark Knight Wolf King was once again blown away, this time hitting a large tree before coming to a stop. Dark Knight Wolf King life value 15. And Jiang Nian also fell backwards several lengths before stopping, still suffering some injuries. Life value 10. It was good that it possessed an extreme recovery ability, and these injuries were nothing at all. Life value plus 10. Seeing the Dark Knight Wolf King being repelled, Lung Yueyao shouted in excitement. Good job, little Yao. But in the very next second, the injuries sustained by the Dark Knight Wolf King unexpectedly began to slowly recover. As the moon-shaped seal on top of its head emitted a shimmering light, the injuries on its body began to gradually recover. Dark Knight Wolf King life value plus 3. Dark Shadow Wolf King life value plus 4. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nian raised his head and glanced at the moon in the air. This guy is absorbing the energy of the moonlight. This should be its skill. Xiao Yao. It's absorbing the energy of the moonlight. Don't let it recover. Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded. After Jiang Nian nodded his head, the swift dragon flame in his mouth quickly gathered and sprayed towards where the Dark Knight Wolf King was. He thought that the Dark Knight Wolf King would dodge to avoid it, but he didn't expect it to directly summon the nearby Dark Knight Wolves to block in front of him. Wow! The Dark Knight Wolf that blocked in front of him immediately burned to ashes after being attacked by the swift dragon flame. This move was something Jiang Nian hadn't expected. I'll be damned. This guy even used his own kind to block the sword. He had thought that the Dark Knight Wolf would dodge so that he could take advantage of this to attack, but he hadn't expected this guy to be even more desperate, actually using his own kind to block the blade. And after having this moment of respite, the Dark Wolf King's life value had also recovered to 100 points. Only the price paid was that the Dark Knight Wolves following it were all burned to ashes. But in the next second, the Dark Knight Wolf King began to howl into the night sky, seemingly summoning its kind. Ow! Still trying to summon the wolves. Jiang Nian naturally wouldn't give it such an opportunity, quickly flying right above the Dark Knight Wolf King, followed by another shot of swift dragon flame. The Dark Knight Wolf King reacted quickly, constantly jumping around to dodge, but this played right into Jiang Nian's scheme. First, he used the swift dragon flame to block the Dark Wolf King's position, forcing it into a corner where it couldn't retreat, and then he killed it with a single blow. The Swire dragon flame had a burning effect, so it didn't dissipate so quickly when it landed on the ground, but instead formed a wall of fire. Under the obstruction of the wall of fire, the Dark Knight Wolf King's active position was quickly compressed, and soon reached a point where it was impossible to retreat. Let's see where you're going to run now. Jiang Nian quickly moved to the back of the Dark Knight Wolf King, followed by another claw full of power that slapped down towards its back. This claw directly hit the Dark Knight Wolf King's back. The gold phrase Absolute Penetration was triggered the moment the attack was triggered. Absolute Penetration. Each attack has an 80% chance of ignoring any of the target's defensive skills, armor, and can directly attack the target's body. This time, the attack directly ignored the Dark Wolf King's defense and hit its body solidly. Life value 70. Chapter 17, Exploding Rewards. This claw went down. The Dark Wolf King directly dropped more than half of its life value. Only this kind of result Jiang Nian was still a little unsatisfied. Originally this claw of his was directly thinking of taking the Dark Knight Wolf King's life, but he didn't expect that this guy actually still had 30% of his blood. Surprisingly not dead. Come and try again. I don't believe you can still carry my claw. This time Jiang Nian kept a memory and didn't use the swift dragon flame. After all, if he burned the Dark Wolf King to ashes, then he wouldn't get any rewards. Little Yo-Yo still had to do a quest with it, so he couldn't burn it to ashes. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his back, the Dark Knight Wolf King cried out in agony. Moonlight's recovery ability was already far from being able to keep up with the speed of its injuries. Life value +3. Life value +4. The Dark Knight Wolf King looked up at Jiang Nian in the air, and a flash of deep fear unexpectedly appeared in the bottom of its eyes. Roar! It roared, making a final resistance. Swish! Only to see the Dark Knight Wolf King pounce towards Jiang Nian like a madman, followed by a high leap. Humph! Seeking your own death. Jiang Nian snorted coldly and raised his dragon claw to take the Dark Knight Wolf King's life. Unexpectedly, the cunning Dark Knight Wolf King actually jumped onto a tree at this time, and then shifted the direction of its attack, charging out towards Lang Yueyao, who was not far away. I'll go. How dare you strike at my little Yao Yao, you're really tired of living. Seeing the Dark Knight Wolf King charging towards Lang Yueyao, Jiang Nian cursed in his heart before hastily charging towards the former. Luckily, the Dark Knight Wolf King had suffered a very serious injury, and his speed gradually decreased, and after a while he was caught up by Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian saved up his strength and clawed at the Dark Knight Wolf King's head. Life value 39. This claw went down and directly split the Dark Knight Wolf King's head in half. Dark Knight Wolf King dies. Kill the Dark Wolf King and gain +69 experience value. Level LV 6/160 capped. Level has reached the cap, automatically leveling you up to level 7. All of your values have received a small increase. Your level has been increased to level 7. Your level has risen to 7, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Another upgrade? Extract. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Power Deprivation. Power Deprivation Gold can randomly deprive a target of a skill with a probability of 30%. The deprived target cannot use the skill a random one, and there is a 10% probability that the target will permanently lose this skill. After deprivation, you can use this skill for 1 day. Deprivation method. Touch. Deprivation method. Touch. Golden phrase cooldown time. 1 day. Looking at the newly acquired golden finger, Jiang Nian was slightly surprised. To be able to deprive skills, this golden phrase is a bit interesting. It means that by touching the opposite side you can deprive him of a random skill and use it for yourself, and there was also a 10% chance that the target would lose this skill forever. Not bad. It's a gold phrase that is strong when it meets strength. After understanding the golden phrase, Jiang Nian checked the systems panel again. Name: Jiang Nian. Race: Dragon Race. Contractor: Lang Yueyao. Current affinity 15. Level: LV 7/80/100. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 130. Defense: 30. Defense: 30. Magic: 20. Attack: 31. Evolution points: 0. Skill points: 1. Flame damage: 1%. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1. Skill: Dragon Claw tier. Evolution: Scale Defense. Pre-existing gold phrase: Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring, Absolute Penetration, Swift Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation. Not bad. After this upgrade, the various attributes have increased by so much. Together with the demonic beasts we killed before, and this batch of Dark Knight Wolves, there's just 20 experience points left before the next upgrade. Right, little Yo-Yo? Jiang Nian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked over towards Lang Yueyao. Having witnessed the scene where the Dark Wolf King's head was blown off, he wondered if little Yao Yao could withstand it. However, Jiang Nian was still too underestimating Lang Yueyao's ability to withstand it. Seeing the red blood flowing on the ground as well as the Dark Knight Wolf King's corpse, Lang Yueyao just made a rather unpleasant-smelling expression. What a bad smell. Right. Let's see if the Dark Knight Wolf King has popped out any beast cores. In her previous life, she had seen too many of these scenes, so she was not surprised to encounter them now. Lang Yueyao stepped out of the protective circle after confirming that there was no danger around her, then looked around on the ground. Seeing that Lang Yueyao didn't have any fear, Jiang Nian was a bit surprised. Little Yao Yao is surprisingly so brave. Hee hee. Good. Then I'll help look for the beast core as well, and then we'll eat wolf meat. Luckily, under the searching of one person and one beast, a stone-like object that shone with red light was finally found in the middle of a pool of blood. Found it! Lang Yueyao was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up the beast core. That completes one more for the quest list. Immediately after, Lang Yueyao collected the Dark Knight Wolf King's teeth, as well as the puddle of blood on the ground. This way the quests would be 3 completed. Finally, she would find the antlers of the tricolored deer as well as the god condensing flower. Then the quest would be completed. Subsequently, with Jiang Yan's assistance, Lang Yueyao searched the Dark Knight Wolf King's body for everything of value. The Dark Knight Wolf King's fur, teeth, these were all valuable items. Hee hee hee. Xiao Yao, you're fantastic. Even the elite-level Dark Knight Wolf King isn't your opponent, ah. Hearing Lang Yueyao's praise, Jiang Yan raised his head proudly. Hee hee. That's a must. It's only been a day. There are still 2 days left. In these 2 days, maybe I can complete my second evolution. After this battle ended, Lang Yueyao made the remaining meat from the Dark Knight Wolf King into a delicious meat steak in order to treat Jiang Yan. After seeing the fragrant meat steak, Jiang Yan salivated. After a great battle, it's finally time to fill my stomach. Here, little Yao, you're hungry. Receiving Lang Yueyao's meat steak, Jiang Yan immediately ate it. Devour Beast Meat Dark Knight Wolf King 1. Gain attack power +7. Devour Beast Meat Dark Knight Wolf King 1. Gain speed +8. Devour Beast Meat Dark Knight Wolf King 1. Gain +1 skill point. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Gain +1 evolution point. Devour Beast Meat Dark Knight Wolf King 1. Gain skill, Dark Knight Claw. That's great. You can eat meat and get rewards at the same time. It's even a new skill. Jiang Yan. Check it out. Skill Claws of Darkness. Skill level, level 2. Skill description. Claw type skill, directly inflicts 15 points of damage upon hitting the target. The damage will increase by 10 points when in the Dark Knight state. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. This seems to be the skill of the Dark Knight Wolf King. Fortunately, it's a claw type. It's barely usable. After eating and drinking enough, the sky dawned. Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Yan and took a nap before setting off on the road to find the tricolored antlers and condensed spirit flowers. Chapter 18. Fighting for the Antlers, Ancestral Dragon's Mighty Pressure. The god condensing flower can help spirit beasts stabilize their emotions, and is not considered rare, but the tricolored deer antler is a more precious item. Compared to those cruel beasts, the tricolored deer is a very gentle spirit beast. But because of this, it is often surrounded and killed by other beasts. The important reason is because of its antlers. Tricolored deer antlers have a strange energy. As long as it will be absorbed, will be able to greatly enhance their own strength. A person and a beast on the outskirts of the initial forest searched for half a day. Just when they are ready to give up, finally, the trail of the tricolored deer was found by a pool not far away. The moment she saw the tricolored deer, Lang Yueyao hurriedly carried Jiang Yan into her arms to avoid him from making a sound. Shoo! Xiao Yao, don't make a sound. The tricolored deer is very sensitive. It will flee if it hears the slightest movement. We've been searching for it for so long. We mustn't let it run away again. Jiang Yan nodded, and his actions all became slower. One person and one beast just tiptoed, leaning step by step towards the tricolored deer that was drinking water. But just as Jiang Yan seized the opportunity and prepared to strike, a bright light suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the room and attracted his attention. It seems that someone from another academy is also eyeing this tricolored deer. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lang Yueyao was ready to act. Xiao Yao, it's up to you. If it's possible, let's just take its antlers, don't harm its life. If there's really no other way, just follow your method. The tricolored deer was different from other ferocious beasts. It had a more docile character and did not do much harm to humans. Jiang Yan nodded, then pointed across the room with his dragon claw. As Jiang Yan's dragon claw looked, Lang Yueyao saw the people from Tianlong Academy on the opposite side of the lake also ambushed in the grass. That's people from the Sky Dragon Academy. They actually have their eyes on this tricolored deer as well. Xiao Yao, this time it's up to you. The tricolored deer antlers must not fall into the hands of these guys. Jiang Yan nodded his head heavily and had begun to build up his momentum, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, the two of them, Zhou Tong and Song Hongkai, had also discovered Lang Yueyao in the grass across the street. Hongkai, look at the opposite side. Someone has also set their eyes on this tricolored deer. Hiss, why does this woman seem to be from the Nine Heavens Academy? Che, the people from the Nine Heavens Academy are all trash. Don't bother. Zhou Tong disdainfully skimmed his mouth, not putting Lang Yueyao in his eyes at all. Later on, I'm going to attract the attention of the tricolored deer, then force it to your side, and when you have the chance, you can just kill it and take off the antlers. Understood. After distributing the tactics, Zhou Tong took the lead. Do it. He rushed out of the bushes and commanded his spirit beast, Flaming Tiger, to charge towards the tricolored deer. Little tiger, go! Roar! After the Flaming Tiger roared, it ran wildly towards the tricolored deer. Sensing the danger coming, the tricolored deer immediately ran towards the bushes on the left side, but what it didn't know was that Song Hongkai had already sneaked around there. Phantom Sound Bat, go! Song Hongkai commanded his spirit beast to attack the tricolored deer. Only a pitch-black colored bat flew into the air, followed by opening its mouth wide and sending out a burst of infrasound waves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The infrasound's attack range was so wide that the tricolored deer had no time to dodge before it was hit. Strangely enough, it didn't receive any damage on its body. It just started walking and staggering, as if it had drank mesmerizing soup, and then collapsed straight to the ground. Got it! Seeing the tricolored deer fainting on the ground, Song Hongkai was overjoyed and hurriedly greeted Zhou Tong over. Got it! Seeing that the two had gotten it, Lang Yueyao, who was hiding in the bushes to the side to watch the situation, hurriedly said, Xiao Yao, quick, it's now. The mantis is catching the cicada. The yellow sparrow is at the back. It's our turn. Jiang Yan nodded his head, and with a bad smile in his heart, he rushed towards the two Zhou Tong. Lang Yueyao slowly walked out of the grass, then placed the protective shield under her feet. Seeing the suddenly appearing Jiang Yan, instead of feeling scared, the Zhou Tong duo laughed and taunted. Ha ha ha, if you want to be this last yellow bird, you guys have to have that strength too. That's right. Hurry up and take your punk spirit beasts and get lost. We can pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, my flaming tiger is not a vegetarian. As soon as these words fell, the flaming tiger beside Zhou Tong bared its teeth and took a step towards Jiang Yan. Seeing the arrogant appearance of the two, Jiang Yan immediately used the Eye of Insight on those two spirit beasts. Fierce beast name: Flaming Tiger. Level 9. Attack 15. Defense 12. Speed 10. Skill: Flame Claw. Beast name: Phantom Bat. Level 8. Skill: Flame Claw. Level 8. Attack 11. Defense 9. Speed 15. Skill: Sound Wave Attack. Skill: Sound Wave Attack. After seeing the information of these two spirit beasts, Jiang Yan was directly amused. No, those who don't know would think that these are two god-level spirit beasts. How dare they clamor in front of me at this rank? Jiang Yan slowly flew towards the high altitude, followed by an extremely powerful ancestral dragon pressure erupting from within his body. Everything submitted under the pressure of the ancestral dragon, not to mention these two ordinary grade spirit beasts. Boom! The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the bodies of the two spirit beasts. The flaming tiger was pressed by that invisible pressure to the point where its limbs directly pressed against the ground, its bones emitting unbearable cackling noises as whimpers squeezed out of its throat. As for the illusory sound bat flying in the air, it was pressed to the ground by that pressure in just an instant, unable to move at all. This was the terror of the bloodline. Seeing their spirit beasts being suppressed and unable to move in just a single glance, the two Zhou Tongs were confused. What? What just happened? Flame Tiger, what are you doing on the ground? Hurry up and get up for me. Hearing Zhou Tong's order, the flaming tiger forcefully supported its body and tried to stand up. But the bloodline suppression was right there. Even if it tried its best, it couldn't resist. What the hell is going on here? It's only a waste spirit beast. What kind of tactics were used? Zhou Tong, don't panic first. Don't panic first. This must be that woman's trick. Let's go get the antlers first. Song Hongkai just wanted to go get the antlers after he finished speaking, but due to his spirit beast being in a suppressed state, it caused his state to start becoming extremely unstable as well. At this moment, Song Hongkai felt that an extremely heavy boulder was pressed on his shoulders, weighing him down so much that he couldn't breathe at all. Song Hongkai, are you all right? You! Zhou Tong had just finished speaking when he himself was enveloped by that pressure, and his breathing became short. This is the pressure. It's actually so terrifying. Could it be from that one waste spirit beast in front of us? How is this possible? How could a spirit beast that hatched out from amongst dead eggs release such a terrifying pressure? Just as Zhou Tong and his two friends were having doubts and using every means to resist, Lang Yueyao had already quietly obtained the antlers of the tricolored deer and brought it to a safe place. Xiao Yao! The tricolored deer antlers have arrived. Let's go! Chapter 19, Xian Ice Jiao. She hurriedly waved her hand towards Zhang Nian in the air. Only after seeing Lang Yueyao's gesture did Zhang Nian slowly retract the pressure radiating from his body before flying to her side. Let's go quickly. I guess the others from the Heavenly Dragon Academy will be arriving soon. With that, Lang Yueyao brought Zhang Nian and hurriedly left the place. Only after Zhang Nian had left for a while did the Zhou Tong duo gradually catch their breath over. Mother what the hell is going on here? Aren't the people of the Nine Heavens Academy all trash? How come this woman's spirit beast is so terrifying? How would I know if you ask me? Hurry up and find the next tricolored deer while you have time now. Okay. Next time we encounter this woman again, we must pay attention and never fall into her trap again. The two cursed and left the place with their spirit beasts. At this moment, Lang Yueyao, who had gotten the tricolored deer, ran all the way to a safe place before stopping. Hee. Now that the tricolored deer antlers are in hand, all that's missing is the god-condensing flower. Xiao Yao! Your ancestral dragon bloodline is just too powerful. The overly excited Lang Yueyao hugged Zhang Nian in her arms and kissed him decisively. Zhang Nian, hee. During the remaining half a day, Lang Yueyao led Zhang Nian around and finally found a god-condensing flower on the grass next to a bush. Phew! Finally found it. This completes our mission. 2 days have passed. There's still 1 day left. This remaining day will be spent on giving my little Yao a good upgrade and getting some delicious food. Lang Yueyao dotingly touched Zhang Nian's head. Zhang Nian of course expressed his great approval. Being able to upgrade and have delicious food at the same time, it was really great. Just as the one person and one beast were about to make their move, a hissing sound of a ferocious beast could be heard from not far away. The sound of the ferocious beast was extremely loud, shaking the entire outskirts of the initial forest and startling the other ferocious beasts as well. Hee. It's strange, hey. Even an elite-level ferocious beast can't make a hissing sound as strong as this. Xiao Yao. How about it? Should we go and take a look? Lang Yueyao inquired about Zhang Nian's opinion. After all, now that the quest had been completed, if Zhang Nian didn't want to go there, she could still bring him along to kill the fierce beasts outside to gain experience value. Zhang Nian glanced at the place where the ferocious beasts were hissing, and the bloodline in his body unexpectedly produced a slight fluctuation. Although it was an extremely subtle fluctuation, it was still felt by him. A hint of bloodline fluctuation? Could it be that there is my kind there? Well, in that case, let's go and take a look. Afterward, Zhang Nian nodded, then pointed not far away. Good. Then let's listen to Xiao Yao. Let's go take a look. But this hissing sound is so loud. The people from the other academies must have heard it as well. We have to be careful. Zhang Nian nodded his head. With this, the one person and one beast carefully traveled to the place where the ferocious beast was hissing. The more they walked, they realized that the trees around them were getting more and more lush, and the ordinary level ferocious beasts were getting fewer and fewer. Such a situation was very wrong. Xiao Yao, I have a very ominous premonition. I have a feeling that we are now in the initial forest immediately approaching the inner perimeter. No matter what, since we've already come this far, we have to check it out no matter what. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and hugged Zhang Nian as she walked deeper. The further she walked, the more she realized that the air around her was getting colder and colder, and the ground was even appearing to freeze. After walking out about 50 meters, the environment here had changed drastically. The surrounding trees had all completely frozen over, everything was sealed in ice, and it was as if this place was an icy land. To think that the initial forest even has a place like this. Zhang Nian looked around with some curiosity. Xiao Yao. Be careful. Something isn't quite right about the environment here. Just as Lang Yueyao carefully surveyed the surroundings, a Shen Ice Jiao walked out from the frozen cave. One could only see that the Shen Ice Jiao was about 20 meters long, with scales as translucent black and blue as Shen Ice. The eyes of the Jiao were silver-white, and there were unformed ice crystal dragon horns on the top of its head, making it look oppressive. That is the Shen Ice Jiao, Lang Yueyao said in surprise. I didn't expect that there would be a Shen Ice Jiao in existence here. Seeing Jiang Yan's confused eyes, Lang Yueyao thoughtfully explained. Shen Ice Jiao is the evolution of a high-grade snake or python-type spirit beast. Their evolution is extremely difficult, and they may be eaten by their own natural enemies. The fact that this Shen Ice Jiao can evolve to this point speaks volumes about its luck and strength. Hearing Lang Yueyao's explanation, Jiang Yan then understood. Jiao-type spirit beast. No wonder this fellow has a trace of dragon bloodline in its body. And Jiang Yan seemed to sense something and looked into the cave not far away. There seemed to be a few more very faint breaths there, and there was even one that wasn't weaker than the Shen Ice Jiao. Could it be that there is more than one Shen Ice Jiao? Just as Jiang Yan's heart was in doubt, the extremely faint sound of scuffing grass appeared again on both sides of it. I knew that these guys were going to come and join in the fun, and sure enough, they're here. Tian Long Academy, Song Lan Academy, and the others all came here. Even Li Yishuan appeared nearby. Upon seeing that it was a Shen Ice Jiao, they were all shocked. Generally speaking, the Shen Ice Jiao will only attack ferocious beasts or humans that enter its territory. Was that hissing sound just now another ferocious beast entering its territory? The situation was exactly as they thought. The Shen Ice Jiao had just stepped out of the cave when two eagle-type ferocious beasts flew over in the air. That's blizzard eagles. Lang Yueyao was startled. The blistering wind eagles were likewise evolved spirit beasts. They were born to feed on snakes and could be said to be the Shen Bing Jiao's natural enemy. Now that two of them had appeared at once, that Shen Bing Jiao was going to be in trouble. Xiao Yao. Let's wait and see what happens later, Lang Yueyao said. By the time they both lose, we'll step in to pick up the pieces. Jiang Yan sensed something and pointed inside the cave, then used his dragon claw to gesture in front of Lang Yueyao. The intelligent Lang Yueyao immediately understood what he meant. Xiao Yao, you mean to say that there is a nest of baby Shen Ice Jiao inside the cave? Jiang Yan nodded. The Shen Ice Jiao had a trace of dragon bloodline in its body. He wouldn't sense it wrongly. Then, in that case, wouldn't he be the old ancestor of these Shen Ice Jiao? Hiss, this is a bit difficult to deal with. We can't just watch our own descendants being slaughtered at will. Seeing Jiang Yan's dumbfounded look, Lang Yueyao instantly guessed what was going on in his mind, and immediately smiled. Don't worry, Xiao Yao, later on. If the situation is not right, we'll see the time to step in and help. Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly, his heart very happy. Little Yao Yao is really the best, able to read my mind. You mean that there are Shen Ice Jiao's eggs in the cave? That's right. My spirit beasts can't sense anything wrong. The man nodded confidently. It's just a few eggs. It's not worth a few dollars. A fat man disdainfully skimmed his hand. Hearing this, Song Lan Academy's Shen Leshan angrily slapped him. What the hell do you know? If you take the Shen Ice Jiao's egg and sell it, do you know how much it's worth? $1 million. Chapter 20, Stealing the Jiao Egg. I'm the mole. I'll go. It's worth so much money. The crowd rejoiced, instantly smelling the flavor of money. Later, while they are fighting, let's sneak into the cave. Now let's wait and see what happens. Understood. At this time, a blizzard eagle hovering at the head of the cave finally became impatient and took the lead, only to see it let out a long cry and then swoop down at high speed, attacking straight towards the Shen Ice Jiao. The Shen Ice Jiao also didn't retreat in the slightest, slowly opening its mouth and spitting out countless sharp cold ice spikes from within. Swish, swish, swish. But in the next second, the blast eagle's body began to spin rapidly, turning into a high-speed gyroscope that directly defused all of the Shen Ice Jiao's attacks. All of the cold ice spikes fired by the Shen Ice Jiao were bounced off, shooting in all directions. But that wasn't all. The blast wind eagle frantically waved its wings and launched dozens of powerful wind blades. Although the Shen Ice Jiao had a huge body, it was exceptionally agile, and with a heavy fling of its tail, it smashed all those wind blades into pieces. And at this time, the other blast eagle that was waiting for its chance in the sky made its move. It circled around to the back of the Shen Ice Jiao, quickly swooped down, and violently pecked off a large piece of the ice like scales on the back of the Shen Ice Jiao. Hiss! Suddenly attacked on its back. The Xianbing Jiao cried out in pain, and hurriedly used its back tail to fiercely whip towards the Blizzard Eagle. However, as if the Blizzard Eagle had prepared for this, it dodged and dodged the attack before firing out dozens of powerful wind blades. Swish, swish, swish! The Xian Ice Jiao didn't dare to be careless, so it hurriedly turned its head and opened its mouth, spitting out countless sharp ice spikes. Snap, snap, snap. The ice spikes and the wind blades collided together, and due to the ice spike's superiority in numbers, they gradually destroyed all of the wind blades released by the Blast Eagle. And that wasn't all. The dozens of sharp ice spikes headed towards the Blast Eagle in the air at breakneck speeds. Wow! The Blizzard Eagle didn't dodge, but instead placed both of its wings in front of its body, followed by a fierce swing, which he formed an impenetrable wind wall in front of him. Yang, yang, yang! The defensive power of the wind wall was very powerful, blocking all those ice spikes. At this time, another Blast Wind Eagle saw the opportunity to dive down and ruthlessly left a wound on the body of the Xianbing Jiao. The scales on the back of the Xianbing Jiao were torn open and blood flowed out. Jiang Nian, who was hiding amongst the bushes, lamented when he saw this scene. AI, surely we still can't beat it. Eagle-type spirit beasts were already heavenly overcome augur-type spirit beasts, let alone now that there are two of them. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Nian turned his head to look at the people from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Seeing that the Xian Ice Jiao has fallen into the wind, those foolish guys should act too. As expected, just as Jiang Nian thought, two of the trainees were ecstatic in their hearts after seeing the Xian Ice Jiao fall into the wind. The opportunity has arrived. The two directly rushed out despite Shen Leshan's dissuasion. These two idiots! Shen Leshan cursed angrily and immediately restrained the impulsive few beside him. The next second after the two had just rushed out, they only saw the surrounding temperature plummet, and countless broken ice began to rapidly converge on the Xian Ice Jiao's body. Swish! Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying force of cold ice erupted from the Xian Ice Jiao's body. The speed at which the cold ice force spread was extremely fast, and everything involved was frozen into ice sculptures, and the two people who had just rushed out were no exception. Upon sensing the cold air that came to their faces, they were about to run back, but it was already too late. No, don't, The terrifying cold force instantly froze the two people into an ice sculpture. The two Blast Eagles, on the other hand, used their high-speed movement to fly into the air, dodging the cold. This was why Blizzard Eagles were the natural enemies of augur-type spirit beasts. Their speed was extremely fast, and even if a creature of the Xian Ice Jiao class wanted to attack them, it would be extremely difficult. Seeing the two of them frozen into ice sculptures, Shun Letian and the others' foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, we are farther away from the range. If we were closer, I'm afraid we would have been frozen into ice sculptures. Wait a little longer. It's not time to strike yet. After dodging the Xian Ice Jiao's attacks, those two Blizzard Eagles began their uninterrupted frantic attack. And since the Xian Ice Jiao had been guarding the entrance of the cave, causing its movement to be restricted, it kept getting attacked. Finally, after experiencing round after round of attacks, the Xianbing Jiao had scars all over its body, and there was almost no good piece of skin left. The opportunity has arrived. Let's go. Get rich. Seeing that the time had come, Shun Letian led the crowd that quietly circled around to the side and then entered inside the cave. Long Yueyao was about to move forward when a cold snort of disdain from Lia Xuan came from her side. Humph. A bunch of idiots, simply asking for death. What, you want to go and die too? If you die, our betting contract in a month's time will be automatically nullified. Lia Xuan faintly skimmed her mouth, still choosing to wait and see what would happen. Obviously, she also sensed that there was another not-so-weak aura at that cave. Lang Yueyao only glanced at her faintly before slipping into the middle of the cave with Jiang Nian in her arms. Li Xuan laughed coldly in her heart, as if she had already thought of Lang Yueyao's miserable state after her death. Humph, idiot. Just wait for Teacher Su to come and collect your corpse for you. There's actually a Xian Ice Jiao in there. Inside the ice-cold cave, only a Xian Ice Jiao that was already in a state of near death was seen hovering inside, while there were also 6 Jiao eggs that had yet to hatch beside it. After entering the cave, upon seeing that there was still a Xian Ice Jiao inside, Shun Letian and the others had goosebumps falling all over their bodies. Mother how is there another one in this cave? Wait, it seems to be seriously injured. Ha ha ha. This is great. He immediately ordered his spirit beasts to attack that injured Shen Bing Jiao. It's all yours. The few people behind him did likewise, ordering their spirit beasts to attack the Shen Bing Jiao while they went to snatch the Jiao egg. Seeing the sudden intrusion of a human, the severely injured Shen Ice Jiao was just about to attack when it was attacked by the other spirit beasts. Now it is already dying. Able to resist the attacks of those spirit beasts is already the limit, simply unable to attack. Greedy Shen Lutian and the others rushed forward and picked up one of the Jiao eggs on the ground and rushed out towards the cave entrance. The thing has arrived, withdraw. The moment the Jiao eggs were picked up, the Shen Ice Jiao that was fighting the two blizzard eagles outside the cave immediately realized something. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It rushed inside the cave entrance like a madman, but those two blizzard eagles kept interfering with it. That frantic attack left the Shen Ice Jiao with no room to return to the cave again. At this time, inside the cave, Lang Yueyao stopped in front of Shen Letian and the others. Stop, you thieves. The moment he saw Lang Yueyao, Zhou Tong's face became extremely ugly. It's you again, Shen Letian frowned. Fiercely. None of your business. Hurry up and get lost. At this moment, in the back where the crowd hadn't noticed, Zhang Yan arrived in front of the dying Shen Ice Jiao. AI? Forget it. This is the only way to save you. Who made me your old ancestor? Chapter 21. This is my descendant. You are worthy of robbing? Just in the moment of Zhang Yan's hesitation, the Shen Ice Jiao seemed to have sensed something violently raised its head. The icy blue vertical pupil locked onto Zhang Yan. It did not launch an attack, but instead let out a mournful wail before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Ai! Zhang Yan lamented, biting through his dragon claw and dropping a drop of blood onto the dying Shen Ice Jiao. Since it has a hint of dragon bloodline, then this method should work. Drop! After the blood landed on the Shen Ice Jiao, it was absorbed by it in just one instant. Buzz! In the next second, something miraculous happened. Zhang Yan's blood quickly merged into the Shen Ice Jiao's wounds, and immediately afterward, its wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shed scales regrew, the originally lax eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the cold ice breath in its body turned from a hint in the beginning to a surge now. In just 10 seconds or so, the Shen Bing Jiao that was on the verge of death just a moment ago had now completely recovered. Moreover, the current Shen Bing Jiao was even more powerful than its previous peak strength, and seemed to have arrived at an unprecedented peak. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Terrifying as it was, it raised its head in shock and looked incredulously at Zhang Yan in front of it. It felt an extremely powerful pressure from among Zhang Yan's eyes, and that pressure came from the depths of the soul, the purest bloodline suppression. In the next second, the Shen Ice Jiao slowly got up and bowed its head to Zhang Yan, which was the highest etiquette for a spirit beast to show its submission. Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your great favor for all eternity. In response, Zhang Yan just casually waved his paw. No need to be polite. It was my master who told me to do so. Hearing these words, the Shen Ice Jiao's clear pupils were filled with shock. Just who is so bold as to dare to take the honorable you as a spirit beast? Zhang Yan didn't explain too much, but pointed at the cave entrance. That's not something you should know. Go on. It's time to make those people pay. Remember, you can't hurt the young girl standing at the cave entrance over there. Shen Ice Jiao nodded his head, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Yes. At the entrance of the cave, facing Lang Yueyao's obstruction, one of the trainees could no longer hold back. Mother Shen Letian, what are you wasting words with this woman? Go, tear her apart. Just as that person commanded the spirit beast to prepare to strike at Lang Yueyao, the next second, swish, a bloody mouth descended from the sky and directly swallowed that person alive. Seeing the person beside them directly swallowed alive, the rest of them were directly dumbfounded. What's going on? Their eyes looked back in horror and realized that the Shen Ice Jiao that was on the verge of death just now had miraculously resurrected at this moment. How is this possible? Wasn't this Shen Ice Jiao dead? How did it come back to life? Iron-winged lion. Quick attack. In panic, the crowd hurriedly commanded their spirit beasts to attack. But their attacks of this level simply couldn't do any damage to the Shen Ice Jiao. The combined attacks of those spirit beasts didn't even knock the scales off the Shen Ice Jiao's body, and the latter just gently slammed its tail, and that terrifying force directly blasted those spirit beasts out of the cave. The crowd of Zhonglan Academy were all just dumbfounded when they killed several spirit beasts with just a single tail fall. One of them cried out like a madman and threw the Jiao egg he was holding onto the ground before fleeing out of the cave. He thought that by escaping from the cave, he would be able to escape, but he didn't expect to be targeted by the blizzard eagle in the air just after he ran 2 steps. Ah 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 ah. Before the man could regain his senses, he became a meal in the mouth of the blizzard eagle. The goal of the blizzard eagle was the eggs in the cave, and now that the human had gotten there first, they couldn't help but be angry. The people in the cave cannot care so much, throw down the eggs after rolling and crawling to escape. The lucky ones escaped to the outskirts of the initial forest, while the unlucky ones became the mouth of the blizzard eagle and died a miserable death. Seeing the crowd around him fleeing one by one, Shen Letian threw the Jiao egg in his hand with a reluctant heart. At the moment when the Shen Bing Jiao caught the Jiao egg, he escaped from the cave with his spirit beast. After escaping from the cave, he couldn't help but curse lowly. Mother what the hell is going on here? Wasn't that Shen Ice Jiao almost dead? Why did it suddenly resurrect again? Forget it. Hurry up and leave this hellish place first. After all, he didn't want to become a meal in the mouth of the blizzard eagle like those people before him. In a matter of minutes, only Leng Yueyao was left inside the cave. He. It seems that Xiao Yao's ploy has succeeded. I just don't know how it actually brought the Shen Ice Jiao back to life with full blood. After driving Shen Letian and the others away, after receiving Zhang Yan's signal, Shen Ice Jiao hurriedly rushed out of the cave to help her husband. Leng Yueyao, on the other hand, ran to Zhang Yan's side with an excited face. Xiao Yao, you're too powerful. What exactly did you use to be able to bring the Shen Ice Jiao back to life with full blood? With a proud face, Zhang Yan made a gesture of crossing his arms. Seeing this scene, Leng Yueyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let's go. Let's go outside and help. Outside the cave, the male Shen Ice Jiao had already been attacked by the blistering wind eagle. Its body was only half left. Just as it was about to be pecked to death by the blizzard eagle, the female Shen Ice Jiao rushed out of the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This Shen Ice Jiao's current strength was even more terrifying than it was at its peak, and the cold aura that swept out from just one appearance suppressed those 2 blizzard eagles. However, the 2 blizzard eagles were not yet determined to die, and began a constant harassing attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, that Shen Ice Jiao seized the opportunity, and with a cold ice flinging tail, it instantly slapped one of the blizzard eagles into serious injury. The remaining blizzard eagle was still unwilling until Zhang Yan stepped out from the cave entrance, then let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Roar! This dragon roar completely made that blizzard eagle lose its will to fight. Although their spiritual intelligence was not high, the bloodline in their bones indicated that the spirit beast in front of them was definitely not to be messed with. Swish, swish! Just like that, that blizzard eagle escaped with its injured mate. At this moment, that male Shen Ice Jiao only had 1 breath left in at the moment. The female Shen Ice Jiao rushed over and tried to use the power of cold ice to heal its injuries. However, the injuries it suffered were too severe, and the weak cold ice power was simply not enough to recover. Having no choice, the Shen Ice Jiao swayed its body to Zhang Yan's front and bent its head to the ground. Senior, please also take a hand to save it. I am willing to offer my beast core to Senior. After saying that, the Shen Ice Jiao actually took the initiative to offer its own beast core. Leng Yueyao couldn't bear it in her heart. Biting her lips, she said, Xiao Yao, it's so pitiful. Please save it. It can't be helped, since little Yao Yao has said so. Zhang Yan helplessly spread his dragon claws. Immediately, he came to the Shen Ice Jiao that was about to gulp its breath, and dropped a drop of his dragon blood on it. Chapter 22. Inside the cave. Making a profit. A drop of blood fell, only to see the next second something magical happened. The miracle was staged once again. The injuries on the body of that one dying Shen Ice Jiao began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the half of its body that had been destroyed also began to gradually grow. The pupils of Leng Yueyao, who had witnessed this scene with her own eyes, were startled, and a faint astonishment surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Wow! It actually recovered immediately. Xiao Yao, a drop of your blood is surprisingly so powerful. Zhang Yan raised his head proudly. That was, of course, this was the bloodline of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Not to mention that there was still a trace of dragon bloodline in them. Recovering from injuries was inevitable. If there were a few more drops of blood, it was possible that these two Shen Ice Jiao could directly undergo a third evolution. After several minutes had passed, the male Shen Bing Jiao had completely recovered, and its strength had even reached its peak. Seeing her partner recover, the female Shen Ice Jiao repeatedly knelt towards Jiang Yan to express her gratitude. Many thanks, Senior. We will never forget your renewed kindness. The male Shen Ice Jiao that had recovered hastily knelt beside Jiang Yan after feeling that his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Many thanks to Senior for saving our lives. Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently. There's no need to care about casual matters. The two Shen Ice Jiao passed a message to Jiang Yan with their eyes after making eye contact. Senior, please come with us to the cave. We have something to present to you, Senior. This item may not be much to you, but your mate may need it. All right, I'll go inside with you guys. Jiang Yan then flew to Lang Yueyao's side and used his limbs to express the intentions of the two Shen Ice Jiao. In that case then, under the leadership of the two Shen Ice Jiao, Lang Yueyao and Jiang Yan were brought to the depths of the cave. Lang Yueyao looked at the walls that were sealed with ice in front of her, and really didn't see anything. Is there something here? Just as she was wondering, the Shen Ice Jiao headbutt the wall in front of her into pieces. Wow! Seeing that there was a more open space inside the wall, Lang Yueyao was somewhat surprised. Hehe, there's even a space inside here? She held Jiang Yan and slowly walked into that space inside. This is... After walking in, the scene in front of her really shocked Lang Yueyao. Cold iron ore. There are actually so many. Cold iron ore, a type of ore that only grows out in the land of extreme cold. This kind of ore was relatively rare, and not only could it help cold spirit beasts increase their strength and experience value, but more importantly, it could also make armor. If this armor was worn by the Imperial Beast Master, it would greatly increase the defense and better protect the Imperial Beast Master's safety. If it was worn by a spirit beast, it would not only increase its defense, but also increase its power of ice. More importantly, it could greatly reduce the opponent's speed when facing an attack. And now, this cold iron mine was a full mine. Xiao Yao, a lot of cold iron or This time your armor has landed. Lang Yueyao heatedly smiled and hurriedly walked forward, using a special method to continuously collect those cold iron ores. Just when Lang Yueyao was busy, that male Shen Ice Jiao brought over a spirit grass that was emitting an icy blue light. One could only see that the spirit grass was crystal clear. Its leaves were as sharp as ice crystals, and a light blue spirit liquid flowed from the veins of the leaves, like dragon saliva dripping down and condensing. Senior, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. Seeing that strain of spirit grass, Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled. What a powerful cold ice power. This is... Just as Jiang Yan was about to inquire, a scream from Lang Yueyao answered his doubts. Shen Ice Dragon Ambergris Grass. There are even rare spirit herbs of this level here. Shen Ice Dragon's Saliva Grass. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Lang Yueyao's eyes revealed a light smile, unable to conceal the joy that overflowed into her words, and she hurriedly explained. Shen Ice Dragon Ambergris Grass usually grows in the depths of 10,000-year-old glaciers or near places of extreme cold, often surrounded by powerful ice-type ferocious beasts guarding it. It is the core material for ice-type snakes, or pythons and other spirit beasts to break through their bottlenecks. Not only that, it has a miraculous effect on treating burns caused by fire-type injuries. As for why Lang Yueyao was so clear about the effects of the Shen Ice Dragon's ambergris grass, it was because she had possessed a bead of it in her previous life. However, at that time, her spirit beast wasn't of the cold ice type, so she resold it. It was only after she sold it that she realized that this Shen Ice Dragon Ambergris actually had more uses. It could be set on a weapon after special treatment and would give the weapon a freezing effect. And after grinding the leaves into powder, it could be used as a talismanic seal material to draw powerful cold ice formations. In short, it had many uses and there was no doubt about its preciousness. After hearing Lang Yueyao's description, Jiang Yan glanced back at the two Shen Ice Jiao. Oh? I didn't expect the spiritual grass to be so rare. Are you guys sure you want to gift this spiritual grass to me? The two Shen Ice Jiao nodded, their voices unusually resolute. Yes, Senior. Please be sure to accept it. But, don't you guys still have to rely on it to evolve? Jiang Yan asked. With a drop of Senior's blood, we no longer need this bead spirit grass. In that case then fine, I'll take it. Jiang Yan nodded and didn't refuse, accepting the bead of Shen Ice Dragon's ambergris grass. After carefully observing it, he handed that Shen Ice Dragon ambergris grass to Lang Yueyao. Xiao Yao, what does this mean? Jiang Yan hastily expressed it with body movements. Lang Yueyao was shocked. You mean that they are going to gift this bead of Shen Ice Dragon ambergris grass to me? Jiang Yan nodded. Lang Yueyao was a little less than pleased, but when she saw the two Shen Ice Jiao's determined eyes, she still agreed. Good. Then I'll take it, thank you. After thanking the two Shen Ice Jiao, she hurriedly saved the Shen Ice Dragon ambergris grass. This type of rare spirit herb had to be preserved in a special way, otherwise it would greatly deplete its value. Wow! This trip was really rewarding. Just as Lang Yueyao was excited, she suddenly thought of something and let out an ouch. Oops. Disaster. Disaster. 3 days are almost up. Xiao Yao, we've traveled so far this time. Even if we step up and rush back now, it's definitely too late. What should we do? Hearing this, Jiang Yan was also anxious. I'll go. I've forgotten that there's still the matter of the trial. How should we rush back? Don't worry, senior. I can take you and your partner back. In the next second, the male Shen Ice Jiao gently placed Jiang Yan and Lang Yueyao on top of its own head, then rushed out of the cave like lightning. At the same time, there was still the last half hour left before the 3-day appointment. Li Yixuan, who had acted in advance, was the first to rush back. Yixuan, have you seen Yu Yao? Su Xiaoyan asked hurriedly. Li Yixuan spread his hands and replied indifferently. I saw it. I'm afraid it's already turned into a meal in the belly of the Shen Ice Jiao by now. Chapter 23. Riding a Jiao, Miraculous Survival. Hearing those 3 words, Su Xiaoyan froze for a moment. Shen Ice Jiao? You guys encountered the Shen Ice Jiao? Li Yixuan explained indifferently as he waved his hand. Not only did I encounter it, I also witnessed a great battle. It's just that Lang Yueyao was too greedy and went to steal the Shen Ice Jiao's Jiao egg. So I'm afraid that there isn't even a corpse left now. Hearing Li Yixuan's words, Su Xiaoyan spoke out to overrule her without even thinking about it. She knew Lang Yueyao's character very well, and the latter was definitely not the kind of person to steal small advantages. Moreover, how could she risk so much to steal the Shen Ice Jiao's egg when she knew she was unbeatable? Absolutely impossible. Yueyao wouldn't be this kind of person. Teacher Su, I know you don't believe me. Time will tell. Li Yixuan smiled indifferently and didn't explain too much. Not coming out after such a long time. Lang Yueyao, I don't believe you're still alive. A few minutes later, Shun Letian ran out in a sorry state on his own spirit beast. Phew, heck, finally escaped. This escape was a thrilling journey, encountering more than 10 demonic beasts along the way. If he wasn't more familiar with the path of the initial forest, I'm afraid he would have been buried in the belly of a ferocious beast by now. Tianlong Academy's tutor, Shi Tianrue, immediately walked up and asked when he saw Shun Letian in such a sorry state. Latte, what on earth is going on? How did you become so wretched? Shun Letian panted heavily, and only after slowing down for a while did he tell in detail what they had encountered. After hearing about the loss of 3 trainees, Shi Tianrue's face swished and sank before becoming more and more ugly. This trial was under his full responsibility, and now there were 3 trainees lost in the belly of a ferocious beast. This matter if the dean knew about it. I'm afraid that his position as a tutor would not be guaranteed. Just as he was still thinking of what to use to make up for it, the few remaining students of the Heavenly Dragon Academy ran back. So scary, almost damn near couldn't come back. Damn, I'm never going to get involved in battles between ferocious beasts again. This is killing me. Looking at the few people who escaped and came back, Shin Lutian hurriedly walked forward to pacify them. And right at this moment, a few people from Zhonglan Academy also fled back in a hurry. Their appearance was even more lousy than the people from Tianlong Academy, and all of them carried some blood on their bodies. Zhonglan Academy had similarly lost a few trainees. The Zhonglan Academy's tutor sighed helplessly and didn't blame them, instead comforting them. Su Xiaoyan's heart was in her throat when she saw this scene. She now believed that what Li Yixuan said was true. They had really gone to snatch the Shen Ice Jiao's egg. Then, wouldn't Yu Yao also? As time ticked by, Su Xiaoyan looked at the not too far away with a worried face. On the side of Tianlong Academy, there was never any sign of Lang Yu Yao's figure, and Zhou Tong was happy in his heart. Humph! That arrogant woman finally died. Deserved it. Song Hongkai also revealed a gloating smile. That's right. I didn't expect that woman to be even greedier than us. I guess she has died in the belly of the Shen Ice Jiao by now. Serves her right. There were still the last 10 minutes of the 3 days left, and the forest not far away was still calm and frightening. The sliver of hope in Su Xiaoyan's heart was gradually dashed. She was well aware of how terrifying the strength of a beast like the Shen Ice Jiao was, and if she had met it, she would still have the power to fight. However, Lang Yueyao was still just a student, and it was difficult for her to deal with even an ordinary-level elite beast, not to mention the Shen Ice Jiao. Hey! Teacher Su, am I right? Li Yixuan laughed. Teacher Su, time is almost up now. Let's see how you'll deliver when you go back this time. Lu Ming gave a disdainful laugh. With only the last 3 minutes left in time, Su Xiaoyan bit her lip, intending to turn around and leave, but right at this moment, a sudden movement appeared in the middle of the forest not far away. Swish, swish, swish. The sound was so loud that the crowd could hear it clearly. It was as if there were reptilian creatures frantically rushing on the ground. What kind of movement is this? Shi Tianrui frowned for a moment and immediately summoned his spirit beast and shielded the crowd of trainees behind him. Everyone back off. Something is coming towards us. The crowd instantly turned pale at the sight and frantically retreated backward. It can't be that Shen Ice Jiao that found its way here. No, it's unlikely, right? The crowd's expressions became more and more grave, ready to deal with the sudden battle at any time. Swish! In the next second, that Shen Ice Jiao violently rushed out of the initial forest. Holy heck! It's really this Shen Ice Jiao. No. Isn't it just stealing a few of its eggs? Why bother chasing it so far? Teacher Shen, it's him who killed our trainees. Shen Ledian didn't reply, but stared at the Shen Ice Jiao in front of him with a grave expression. Because the sense of oppression that this Shen Ice Jiao brought to him was just too sufficient. Now, this is really some trouble. Later on, I'll hold this Shen Ice Jiao back, and you guys find a chance to run. Teacher Shen, even you are no match for this Shen Ice Jiao? Shen Letian and the others were stunned. Waste no words, Shi Tianrui cursed. In the next second, the Shen Ice Jiao slowly raised its head. Just when everyone thought that it was preparing to launch an attack to fight it, an unexpected scene happened. Only to see that at the top of the Shen Bing Jiao's head was actually a human who was holding a spirit beast in his arms. The crowd that saw this scene were stunned, looking at each other with the same shocked look on their faces as their brains became blank. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoyan even screamed when she thoroughly saw the human on top of the Shen Ice Jiao's head. Yu Yao. He rubbed his eyes, repeatedly determining whether that person was Lang Yueyao or not. In the end, she was certain of one thing: Yu Yao was not dead, and as for why she had appeared on the head of the Shen Ice Jiao, it was unknown. Could it be that it was the Shen Ice Jiao that sent Yu Yao out of the initial forest? With this thought in her heart, Su Xiaoyan herself couldn't help but burst out laughing. How is this possible? That's the Shen Ice Jiao. Seeing that Lang Yueyao didn't die, Li Yixuan's face turned extremely ugly. How could it be? How could she not be dead? And what's with that Shen Ice Jiao? How could it listen to her so well? Li Yixuan wasn't the only one who was shocked. Zhou and the others all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Holy, living hell, this woman didn't even die. How did that Shen Ice Jiao listen to her so much? What the hell is going on here? Just as everyone was confused, Lang Yueyao gently patted the Shen Ice Jiao's head. All right, big guy, we're here. This time it's going to be hard for you. Shen Ice Jiao lowered its head and gently placed Lang Yueyao on the ground. Senior, your help? The Shen Ice Jiao clan will never forget. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the Cold Ice Cavern, and my clan will do our best. Good. Zhang Nian nodded. We'll go back again when those cold iron ores are used up. After all, there was a mountain of cold iron ore in that cave. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use it up? Shen Ice Jiao. I'll be waiting for Senior's great honor. Chapter 24. Becoming a Trainee Imperial Beastmaster. After sending Lang Yueyao and Zhang Nian safely to the place, the Shen Ice Jiao returned to the cave. After watching the Shen Bing Jiao leave with their own eyes, the crowd gradually came back to their senses. Lang Yueyao let out a long breath. Her heart was finally much more solid. Phew! Counting the time can be considered catching up. This time it's really thanks to little Jiao. It's really fast. If not for it, We would definitely be late again. Let's go, Xiao Yao. Once I get my trainee Imperial Beastmaster badge, I'll go buy you some delicious food. Lang Yueyao patted Jiang Nian's head. Hearing the 3 words delicious, Jiang Nian's eyes instantly glowed. He. That's great. Just like that, Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Nian and walked to Su Xiaoyan. Teacher Su, we shouldn't be late, right? It wasn't until Lang Yueyao came closer that Su Xiaoyan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head hastily after glancing at the time. No. There are still the last 3 minutes. That's good. Lang Yueyao nodded and then took out the things on the list of items one by one. Teacher Su, if you count them, everything on the task list is complete. He. There's no rush. It's not too late to look at it on the way back. Su Xiaoyan laughed, her heart not to mention how happy she was. Hey, this little ninny really has the means. I just don't know what she used to make that Xian Ice Jiao so obedient. Seeing that Lang Yueyao came back safe and sound, Li Xuan was very unhappy in her heart. Che, Lang Yueyao, you're really lucky. Even this can make you survive. Even if you used a special method to control that Xian Ice Jiao, it's useless. After a month. The loser will only be you. Confronted with Li Yixuan's mockery, Lang Yueyao frowned tightly and replied indifferently. That's going to disappoint you. Li Yixuan snorted coldly and decisively turned around to leave. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep look at Lang Yueyao before leaving as well. She's actually able to control the Xian Ice Jiao. It seems like it needs to be investigated properly. After all, he wanted to make sure that Li Yixuan would be able to finish off Lang Yueyao a month later. He was the tutor of the first class of the academy, and if a genius that he had devoted all his efforts to cultivating could not even stand up to a waist that had contracted a wasted egg, then he wouldn't need to do his job as a tutor anymore. After Li Yixuan left, the crowd also left the outskirts of the initial forest one after another. On the way back, the extremely depressed Shi Tianrui casually asked about Lang Yueyao. Tell us, how did you guys lose to that woman? At this time, Su Xiaoyan, who had traveled all the way fast, had already arrived with Lang Yueyao and returned to the Nine Heavens Academy. Yueyao, I checked just now, the stuff is fine. You've worked hard these past few days. Go back and take a good rest. No surprises? Tomorrow your trainee Imperial Beastmaster badge will come out down. Many thanks, Teacher Su. Lang Yueyao smiled happily. He. Quickly go and rest. Aha. Lang Yueyao stretched her waist, then brought Jiang Nian back to the middle of the dormitory. Phew, Xiao Yao. This trip to the trial is really tiring. My body is dirty. I'm going to take a bath to relax. Jiang Nian. I feel tired too, but I feel like I'll be even more tired next. Evening. Lang Yueyao, who was lying on the bed, let out an oops and suddenly forgot something big. Oops. Xiao Yao. I forgot to buy you a nest for your spirit beast to sleep in again. Jiang Nian. What more little nests, what more little nests? With a flap of his wings, he habitually flew to Lang Yueyao's bed. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but laugh a little. Little colorful dragon. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoyan came to the dormitory to give Lang Yueyao the process trainee Imperial Beast Master badge. Yueyao, congratulations. From now on you are a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Wow, thank you Teacher Su. After thanking Su Xiaoyan, Lang Yueyao held that trainee Imperial Beastmaster badge in her hand and observed it properly. With this badge, she would have many conveniences in the academy. He. Cheer up Yueyao. Teacher is optimistic about you. One more thing is, before your strength is reached, make sure not to take on the tasks of a junior Imperial Beastmaster. Su Xiaoyan reminded. After taking the quest, then you must complete it within 5 days' time. If you don't complete it, then you can only take it again after waiting 6 months. This will waste a lot of time if you go back and forth. The rank of the Imperial Beastmaster was very strict, and the difficulty of the quests taken on at each step up would increase by more than that, but correspondingly, the time would be much more lenient as well. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's advice, Lang Yueyao nodded her head. Many thanks, Teacher Su. After getting the trainee Imperial Beastmaster badge, Lang Yueyao left the Nine Heavens Academy with Jiang Nian. Now that she had so much cold iron ore in her hands, she naturally wanted to create a set of defensive equipment out of it. And just as she was on her way to the forge workshop, she accidentally met Xian Ran. That's right, Xiao Ran. Come with me to the forge workshop. I'm going to give you a good thing. What is it? Shinran said doubtfully. You'll know when we go. With that, the two of them partnered up and arrived at a nearby forging workshop. This forge workshop was the largest one in Spirit Abyss City, and countless people came to his house to forge equipment every day. You need to inform the front desk of your raw materials and the equipment you want to forge, and then the front desk will follow your request to choose a forger who can forge the equipment. Forge masters are also a very popular profession in the world of beasts. They have strict grades, divided into 1 to 9. The higher the grade, the more skillful the forger is. Looking at everything familiar inside the workshop, Lung Yueyao instantly recalled her past life. In her previous life, she often came to this forging workshop, only it wasn't to forge equipment, but to sell it. Still so familiar, ah, she murmured in a low tone before arriving at the front desk of the workshop. The front desk of the workshop was a very pretty lady. Seeing Lung Yueyao walking over after the two of them, she hurriedly went up to greet them politely. "May I ask how I can help you?" Lung Yueyao said. "There's some cold iron ore here to build a few sets of equipment." Cold iron ore? Upon hearing these words, the receptionist flashed a small flash of shock. She wasn't shocked by the rarity of the cold iron ore, but rather hearing Lang Yueyao say that she wanted to build a few sets of equipment. One must know that building a piece of equipment and building a set of equipment, this was a completely different concept. A set of equipment included chest armor, shoulder armor, leg armor, head armor, and boots. This set of equipment would cost a few hundred cold iron or, to say the least, that. Can you please state precisely how many sets of equipment are to be created? Lung Yueyao slowly raised 3 fingers. Then let's build 3 sets first. Three sets, ah. The receptionist lady was shocked. The conversation between the two of them happened to be heard by the passing workshop supervisor. AI. There are really all sorts of people in this era nowadays. 1 sentence to build 3 sets of equipment, and all of them are made of cold iron or, this cow skin is blowing up to the sky. Chapter 25, The Cold Iron Mine? I have a mine. Elon, your eyesight to see people isn't good either. Why are you receiving everything? Look at her. She's not very old, her mouth isn't small. Do you think she can pull out that much cold iron ore? The person who said this was named Su, who he was the same as Elon, but was the supervisor of the forge workshop. It was only because his rank was a bit higher that he often just pressured these employees under his hand. Facing Su, whose accusation, Elon didn't know how to reply for a moment. This? Shinran beamed, angrily crossed her waist and immediately voiced her theory. Hey, how can you be like this? How can you look down on people like this? Su, who laughed. The sense of mockery in his words did not diminish in the slightest. Hee. It's not that I look down on people. You see, the people who come to this forging workshop are all either rich or noble. For them to say this, I don't think it's strange. But you, both of you are just a student anyways, and you, Su, who pointed at the Trainee Imperial Beast Master badge on Lang Yueyao's chest. You've only just reached Trainee Imperial Beast Master as well. It takes 400 cold iron ores to create 1 set of cold ice equipment, and 1,200 if you create 3 sets. Would you, a Trainee Imperial Beast Master, have that many? Su, whose voice was very loud when he said this. The people in the middle of the forging workshop were also immediately attracted by his words. What, he's going to build 3 sets of cold ice equipment? I'll go. Did I hear it right? 3 sets. That would require 1,200 cold iron ores. Hee. No need to think. This one looks like a rich kid. Just as the crowd was still speculating about Lang Yueyao's identity, a sharp-eyed person noticed that she was wearing the school uniform of the 9 Heavens Academy. That's not right. She's wearing the school uniform of the 9 Heavens Academy. Hee. This is going to be hilarious. Seeing that person's arrogant attitude, Jiang Yen was very upset. Arrogant hammer. If you were a spirit beast, you would have turned into my roasted beast steak long ago. Humph. Dog-eyed guy. Later I'll see how you get hit in the face. Facing Su, whose aggressiveness, Lang Yueyao didn't get angry, but said in the calmest of words. First, I didn't deal with you just now. This matter is not within your jurisdiction. Secondly, if I take out this 1,200 cold iron ore, then what should you do? Su, who clasped his hands on his chest and smiled coldly, not taking what Lang Yueyao said seriously at all. Humph. If you can take out these 1,200 cold iron ore, I'll roll out of here. Upon hearing this, Elon waved his hand in a hurry. This joke was a little too big. General Manager Su. This is unnecessary, isn't it? But instead of accepting Elon's good intentions, Su, who scolded her fiercely. Humph, you two. You don't even have this much insight, what else are you doing? When this matter is over, you get the hell out of here. Elon's face instantly turned white, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Su Hu skimmed his mouth and stared at Lung Yueyao with an unkind gaze. Take out your 1200 cold iron ore. At this moment, everyone's eyes converged on Lung Yueyao's body. Feeling the eyes of the crowd watching, Shinran leaned over and said, Yueyao, how about? It's fine. It's only 1,200 cold iron ores. It's a small amount. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly, followed by removing the storage ring from her hand under the gaze of the crowd. Wow! In the next second, a single cold iron ore was scratched out from amongst the storage ring. 1, 2, 10, 100. Clatter! As more and more cold iron ore poured out, Su Hu was directly dumbfounded, and the smile that was grinning at the corner of his mouth froze. This. The crowd also changed from watching the show at the beginning to every dozen or so cold iron ore appeared, they exclaimed in shock. So much so that in the end, the entire forging workshop turned into an exclamation of shock. Wow, wow, wow! I'll go. This, so many cold iron ores. This, how much money must it be worth? Fart, this thing just can't be measured in terms of money at all. Besides, do you think that if she can take out so many points of cold iron ore, her family will still lack money? Yes, that makes sense. Oops. Now the forge workshop has been kicked in the teeth. Hee. There's going to be a good show to watch next. This scene also really dumbfounded Shinran, who was beside Lang Yueyao. Her expression changed from hesitation at the beginning to disbelief, and in the end it directly turned into shock. My God! Yueyao. Where did you get such cold iron ore? Lang Yueyao smiled mysteriously and whispered into her ear. Hee. Secretly telling you a secret. I still have a mine of cold iron ore like this. Oh no, it's not mine to be exact. It's Xiao Yao's. Oh, not Xiao Yao's friends. Oops, I can't tell. Shinran. Huh. Hearing this, Shinran was even more confused. Surprisingly, this little guy got it. My God. No, you guys just went out for 3 days and got a mountain of cold iron ore. There's this great opportunity. Bring me along next time. Haha. Next time for sure. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly. She coughed twice to regain her composure, then said to the stupefied Su Hu, How about it? Do you want to take an inventory? It wasn't until the icy cold air covered the entire forging workshop that Su Hu gradually came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in death. Just count it. I don't believe you happen to have 1,200 pieces here. The unbelieving Su Hu actually picked up the cold iron ore on the ground and counted it piece by piece. 15 minutes later, Su Hu had already counted until his hands cramped, and there was still half of the cold iron ore that he hadn't finished counting. Elon on the side was helping count. There are now 1,367 pieces, plus the ones next to it. I guess it won't be less than 2,000 pieces. I know. I don't need you to remind me. The corners of Su Hu's mouth twitched, and he almost didn't pass out directly. Since there's no problem with this cold iron ore, then you can fulfill the bet. Lung Yueyao and Shinran flashed to both sides to make way for Su Hu. Su Hu took a deep breath and his tightly clenched fists suddenly loosened. Today leave a line. Other day good to see Everything don't do so absolutely. Lung Yueyao faintly said. That's not necessary. After you go out from this door, I don't think I will see you in the future. Su Hu. You don't rely on being a student of the 9 heavens to be able to act recklessly here. Let me tell you, I am a member of the Su family. Hearing the word Su family, the crowd that had been jeering a moment ago now immediately became silent. Can't see it. He's even a member of the Su family. The Su family? Is it very powerful? Person scratched his head and asked. Immediately, someone beside him explained, You don't even know about the Su family? Spirit Abyss City's 4 great families, the Su family, the In family, the Zheng family, and the Yi family. These 4 families in Spirit Abyss City have an absolute say. Forget it. I can't explain it clearly with you. Seeing that Su Hu was now refusing to admit that he even wanted to use his power to oppress others, Lung Yueyao's face instantly turned cold and gave Jiang Nian a look. Xiao Yao. Seeing Lung Yueyao's look, Jiang Nian quickly flew into the air. I've long looked at this fellow with displeasure. Chapter 26, Intermediate Copy, Lost King City. Grinding. Let you roll and roll out. Where so much nonsense Jiang Nian slowly reached into the air, The breath in his body gradually began to climb. Seeing this scene, Su-Hu completely panicked, his shivering body continuously retreating backwards. You, what are you doing? This is a forging workshop. There's no room for you to mess around. You guys, what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and stop him for me. A bunch of useless things. Su-Hu shouted angrily at Elon and the others behind him. However, Elon and the others also just looked at each other and just watched, without the slightest intention to step in and help. Because they were also extremely upset with Su-Hu in private, and it was too late to be happy to see him suffer today. Seeing that a few Opal were still standing stupidly in place, Su-Hu became even more furious. You guys wait for me. Wait for me to tell the Su family head that I will definitely make you. However, before Su Lake could finish his words, he was directly picked up whole by Jiang Nian with a dragon claw. Put me down, you stupid beast. Su-Hu cursed. Jiang Nian casually glanced at him, came to the door, and then heavily threw him out. Hurry up and get lost. If it wasn't for the fact that little Yao didn't give her permission, I would have sprayed you to death with a mouthful of dragon flame. Jiang Nian revealed a disdainful look. Su-Hu was furious. You. Good 9 Heavens Academy, right? Good. I'll remember you guys. You'll just wait to bear my wrath. Seeing that Su-Hu was still going to chatter here, Jiang Nian immediately opened his mouth wide, and the Taiku dragon flame in his mouth began to rapidly converge. Seeing the flames in Jiang Nian's mouth, Su-Hu then rolled and fled the place. You wait for me. Che, Su family. Su family is much of a chicken. Jiang Nian waved his hand disdainfully, then returned to the forging workshop. At this time, the people within the forging workshop were stunned. They also hadn't expected that this woman would actually have the guts to throw out the Su family. Even if it was one of the 4 great academies, the 9 Heavens Academy still had some disparity compared to the Su family. One of them said with 2 glowing eyes. What a fierce girl. I think I kind of like her. The crowd listening to this immediately rolled their eyes. Hey, see one love one, right? Elon lamented and said, although Su-Hu has a little bit of a broken mouth, but he is indeed a member of the Su family, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. If there are any subsequent problems, just have him come directly to the 9 Heavens Academy to find me. Lang Yueyao said indifferently. In his previous life, when the Beast Tide came, the many clans in Spirit Abyss City were fighting desperately, and only the Su family chose to run away from the battle. A family like that staying amongst Spirit Abyss City was a scourge. Elon cried and laughed as he shook his head and put away all those cold iron ores on the ground. Then I'll help you with the follow-up first. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly. All right, please. After about 10 minutes had passed, everything had all been handled. Then please come here 3 days later to pick up your equipment. Okay. Lang Yueyao nodded and left the forge workshop with Shinran. When the 2 of them left a few minutes later, Elon immediately reported everything that had happened to the president of the forge workshop. After hearing the cause and effect of this matter, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow with interest. Oh, you mean to say that a student from the 9 Heavens Academy casually pulled out 1,200 pieces of cold iron ore? Yes, President. I was wondering if she could be one of those worldly families. Build those 3 sets of cold ice armor as well as you can, and remember to notify me in advance when she comes to pick up the armor next time. Yes, President. Yao, you really want to give me that set of cold ice armor? Shinran was filled with incredulity. That's of course. Lang Yueyao laughed. Ooh, Yao, you're too good to me. I don't have anything to repay you. I can only give my body in return. Saying that, Shinran cried and came to Lang Yueyao's side. Haha. All right, you go back to the dormitory first. I'm gonna go on a copy trip with Xiao Yao. Be careful. After bidding farewell to Shinran, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Nian to the entrance of the academy's replica. The replica levels were categorized into low level, intermediate level, high level, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The low level ones were known as spirit beasts, and the intermediate level upwards would be known as fierce beasts. The higher up the copy, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts inside would be. Xiao Yao, are we still going to the low level copies this time? Jiang Nian looked at the distribution of the copies in front of him, and he pointed his finger at the map of the intermediate level copies. Low-level copies are too meaningless. Intermediate-level copies are the ones that are challenging. Moreover, intermediate-level copies can gain more experience value. Intermediate level copies. Fine. Then intermediate level. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and chose the intermediate level copy. Afterward, Lang Yueyao gently touched the screen in front of her with her hand. Buzz. Intermediate level replica begins screening. Screening completed. This time your copy is Lost King City. Copy name. Lost King City. Copy name. Lost King City. Copy level. Level 1525. Replica monsters. Orcs, desert emissary, etc. Passing condition. Need to kill the copy boss. Choose whether to open the copy. Xiao Yao. How about this? Lang Yueyao asked. Zhang Nian nodded. Good. Then it's Lost King City. Lang Yueyao smiled and touched the screen with her right hand once again. Buzz. Detected that your spirit beast's level has not reached the replica requirements. Please choose to enter cautiously. Right-o. Xiao Yao is only level 7 right now. Just as Lang Yueyao hesitated over this, Zhang Nian touched the screen with his paw. Ding. Open copy. In the next second, a black portal appeared around her. It's okay. I'm invincible. Zhang Nian waved her claws. All right then. Be careful with everything. After checking what was in her storage ring, Lang Yueyao led Zhang Nian into the portal. After Lang Yueyao entered the portal, the crowd next to her were shocked after seeing that she was entering an intermediate level copy. I'll go. Did I read it right? Lang Yueyao went down to an intermediate level copy? An intermediate level copy. Isn't that something only junior Imperial Beast Masters would enter? She's really arrogant. She just became a trainee Beast Master and hasn't dared to play an intermediate level copy for even a day. Not long after, the matter of Lang Yueyao entering an intermediate level copy reached Wu Lin's ears. What? Yueyao is too arrogant. How could she go down to an intermediate level copy? The ferocious beasts in intermediate level copies are at a minimum of level 15, but her spirit beasts are only AI. This is big trouble. At this moment, after entering the teleportation portal, Lang Yueyao and Zhang Nian were teleported to a barren and boundless desert. The moment they saw their surroundings, Zhang Nian was confused. No? Where did this me up? Is this still the country? Desert? A wilderness survival? Being teleported into the middle of the desert was clearly out of Lang Yueyao's expectations. This copy doesn't seem to be quite the same as what I imagined. While Lang Yueyao was still observing her surroundings, Zhang Nian had already started searching for the nearby ferocious beasts. Whatever, since we're all here, let's complete the second evolution here. Chapter 27, Crazy Evolution. Just as Zhang Nian was looking around for the ferocious beast, the scorpion that had been hiding under the sand attacked it. Swish! Fortunately, Zhang Nian reacted in time and hurriedly flew into the air to avoid the attack. I'll go. Sneak attack. What a lack of martial virtues. Seeing Zhang Nian being attacked, Lang Yueyao quickly reminded, Xiao Yao, be careful. This is a desert poison scorpion. Their toxin is extremely strong. Once you are attacked by it, it may lead to nerve paralysis. Thus you won't be able to move. Saying that, Lang Yueyao hastily activated the protective shield. Entering into the middle of an intermediate level copy, protecting one's own safety was the first element. If the Imperial Beastmaster was harmed, then the spirit beasts would be greatly affected. Zhang Nian whirled around and used his eye of insight to check the information of the desert poison scorpion. Beast name, Desert Scorpion. Level, 15. Attack, 50. Defense, 37. Speed, 48. Skills, Sand Piercing, Scorpion Poison, Sand Escape. This information panel is even a bit higher than the Dark Wolf King. Zhang Nian was startled. Hey, this is even better. After I kill it, the experience value I gain will become more. When he thought of this, Zhang Nian no longer hesitated and swooped down to launch his attack, his strong and powerful dragon claws directly whistling down. The desert poison scorpion quickly raised both of its chelicerae and Zhang Nian's dragon claws collided together. Bang! Desert poison scorpion life value 8. Since he had scale armor defense, Zhang Nian offset most of the desert poison scorpion's attacks. However, being able to cancel out attacks did not cancel out negative effects. You have entered the poison state, which continues to deduct blood for 5 seconds. Life value 1. Life value 1. Life value 1. In the face of the blood deduction sound prompted by the system, Zhang Nian did not care about the damage. Instead, he once again swung his dragon claw to continuously attack this desert poison scorpion in front of him. Although this desert poison scorpion's attack power was high, its defense power was not good. Jiang Nian's continuous attacks caused its life value to begin to fall rapidly. At the same time, Jiang Nian's life value also began to decrease bit by bit due to the effects of poisoning. However, the speed at which both sides' life values were decreasing and the amount of blood were really unequal. Desert Poison Scorpion Life Value 10. Jiang Nian 7. Desert Scorpion 18. The desert poison scorpion that was cornered began to utilize the poisonous stinger on its tail to attack fiercely towards Jiang Nian. Only the accuracy was just not very good. It didn't even stick a few times, but was instead grabbed by Jiang Nian by the tail, followed by a forceful rip. Tear. Desert Scorpion Life Value 40. This tear directly yanked down the desert scorpion's tail. After feeling defeated, the desert scorpion burrowed into the ground and turned around to escape. Wanna go? Looking at the desert in the middle of the target constantly scurrying, Jiang Nian found the opportunity to a pre-judgment position and then ruthlessly shot down. Slap! This slap directly slapped the desert scorpion under the desert into pieces. Desert Poison Scorpion Life Value 24. Desert Scorpion is dead. Kill Desert Scorpion and gain plus 70 experience. Acquired Desert Scorpion's Tail Stinger 1. Level. LV. 7 LV. 7. Level. LV. 7,150,100 capped. Level. LV. 7,150,100 capped. Level. 8 capped. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. Your level has been increased to level 8. Your level has risen to 8 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the golden word. Jiang Nian. Extract. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Master of Chaos. Master of Chaos Gold. 15% chance of putting the target in a state of chaos when attacking or being attacked. Confusion. Enemies in confusion will attack the wrong target, including themselves or random units, for 10 seconds. Master of Confusion Gold. 15% chance of putting the target in confusion when attacking or being attacked. Master of Confusion Gold. Oh, it's not bad that it can make beasts trigger confusion, but the probability is a bit low. But it's better than nothing. We can try it if we have the chance. Jiang Nian was delighted. Check the panel. Name: Jiang Nian. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 19. Level: LV. 850-120. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 135. Defense: 35. Magic: 25. Attack: 35. Evolution points: 0. Skill points: 1. Flame damage: 1%. Flame damage: 1%. Flame damage: 1%. Flame damage: 1%. Props: Snake Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1. Skills: Dragon Claw Tier, Dark Claw Skills. Dragon Claw Tier, Dark Claw. Evolution: Scale Defense. Pre-existing golden words: Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring, Absolute Penetration, Swift Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency. Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos. Haha. Another one level up. Keep going, keep going. Jiang Nian was overjoyed, then frantically searched around for a nearby desert poison scorpion. Sure enough, after that desert poison scorpion died, another desert poison scorpion appeared with a distance of 5 or 6 meters. After 5 minutes, the battle was over. This desert poison scorpion was even worse. Without even having the chance to run, it was torn in half by Jiang Nian. Just destroy it. I wasn't planning to taste the scorpion meat anyway. Gained experience value plus 70 for killing Desert Scorpion. Acquired Desert Scorpion's Tail Stinger 1. Level: LV. 8,120,120 capped. Your level has reached the cap and will automatically level up to 9 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. Your level has been increased to level 9. Your level has been raised to 9, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Hey! Just this extraction, cool. Drawl. Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw excitedly. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden phrase Infinite Devouring Evolution. When Jiang Nian saw this new gold phrase, he was a bit puzzled. Hee. Could it be that the acquired phrase can still evolve twice? Infinite devouring evolution. While the devouring ability remains unchanged, the same random rewards will be awarded after killing the target. Random rewards, including but not limited to basic attribute points, talents, words, skill points, evolution points, etc. Note: the probability of obtaining rewards has increased by 5%. The current probability is 25%. Kill 100 beasts and the probability will increase by 5%. 100. I'll go. This enhanced infinite devouring is surprisingly so strong. After carefully understanding the effects of this infinite devouring, Jiang Yan was stunned. Previously, he was able to devour things with aura to obtain rewards, but now he could obtain rewards for killing ferocious beasts as well. In that case, the probability of evolution points and skill points would increase drastically. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed, his heart happy. Keep going, keep going. Don't hide from my experience packs, you guys. Just like this, Jiang Yan frantically searched for ferocious beasts in the neighborhood. Aya. Xiaoyao. Don't be in a hurry, fly slower. I can't even keep up, Lang Yueyao said anxiously as she followed behind Jiang Yan. At this time, Jiang Yan, who was scouting ahead, suddenly realized something and stopped. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Something was moving slowly under the desert. Don't hide. It's time to die. Jiang Yan still swooped down as before, then slapped his claws down. He had thought that this time he would directly kill the ferocious beast in seconds. But he didn't expect it. Desert poison scorpion life value 2. Jiang Yan? How come only this much life value was deducted this time? While Jiang Yan was puzzled by this, the thing under the desert was finally revealing its true face. Chapter 28. Desert Scorpion King? Would it taste better roasted? Wow! Immediately afterward, the entire desert underground began to tremble violently, and a huge and incomparable figure scurried out from the ground. It was a desert poison scorpion, only its size was not at all on the same level as the one it had encountered before. This desert poison scorpion was roughly 20 meters in size, and there was also a mark of a poisonous stinger on the top of its head. After seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was directly dumbfounded. Holy! This is a scorpion? This is a ING scorpion. Lang Yueyao's face changed slightly as she hurriedly warned, Xiaoyao, be careful. This is the Desert Scorpion King. Its toxicity is very powerful. Every part of its body's skin is poisonous. Don't strike out rashly. In her previous life, she had met a royal beast master who had contracted a Desert Scorpion King. That person was extremely powerful, and his Desert Scorpion King had also awakened the ability to spread toxicity. With just one appearance, its toxicity covered hundreds of meters around it. Regardless of whether it was a foreign beast or a human who inhaled the poisonous gas, they were all in a state of continuous blood loss and weakness. Xiaoyao, be careful. Lang Yueyao's eyes were filled with worry. After all, the current Jiang Yan was only level 8, while this Desert Scorpion King was level 23. That was a difference of 15 levels. Knowing that every level of a spirit beast's abilities would increase a bit, how could this 15-level difference be compensated for? Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan hurriedly checked its information. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it, you'll be shocked if you look at it. Fierce beast name, Desert Scorpion King. Life value 100. Level 23. Attack 87. Defense 134. Speed 99. Talent Born Poisonous. Skills Sandstorm Tail Needle, Quicksand Trap, Poison Mist Jet. I'm going to go. This base number is on the verge of having 3 items break the 100 mark. It looks like this guy is an extremely difficult opponent, but Jiang Yan moved his dragon claws and began to become inexplicably a little excited. After killing you, I don't know if I can directly break through level 10. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan swung his dragon claw and rushed forward. Absolute penetration. Dragon Claw Tier. The Desert Scorpion King hissed and swung its huge calipeds to collide with Jiang Yan's dragon claw. Seek death. Boom. Jiang Yan life value 15. Desert Scorpion King life value 5. With just one collision, Jiang Yan felt the powerful strength of the Desert Scorpion King. This scorpion is really powerful. I didn't realize that I'm still at a disadvantage even after using my skills. Humph, big deal, it's just gonna keep bumping into each other like this. I have the 2 golden phrases of Power Deprivation and Master of Chaos. As long as it triggers once, you will surely die. Just like that, Jiang Yan didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, and despite the fact that his blood had been deducted more than the Desert Scorpion King's, he still launched a frantic attack. The Desert Scorpion King likewise retaliated in the toughest way possible. Ha ha ha! Daring to get tough with this king. Looking for death. I'm going to tear you in half and use it to sacrifice my children and grandchildren. Boom! Pa! Jiang Yan's life value 17. Desert Scorpion King 8. Jiang Yan 23. Desert Scorpion King 11. Finally, after Jiang Yan's continuous attacks, he counted on triggering the effect of Master of Chaos. Ding! Trigger Master of Chaos. Target has entered a state of chaos. Finally triggered. Jiang Yan rejoiced, disengaged from the battle, and hurriedly flew into the air. After disengaging from the battle, the powerful ancestral dragon bloodline on his body began to help Jiang Yan recover from his injuries. Life value plus 5. Life value plus 10. Life value plus 17. Although Jiang Yan had detached himself from the battlefield, in the eyes of the Desert Scorpion King, the former had been fighting it. The Desert Scorpion King kept swinging towards the front, even using its skills. The tail needles on its back quickly stood up and started stabbing at high speed towards the blank ground in front of it. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene not far away, was confused. What is this Desert Scorpion King doing? Xiao Yao has already left. Why is it attacking at a blank place? In this haphazard attack, the Desert Scorpion King began to inadvertently attack itself. Desert Scorpion King life value 10. Jiang Yan, who had finished recovering his life value, did not remain idle as he circled around to the back of the Desert Scorpion King. Swift Dragon Flame. Roar! Then, an extremely strong flame shot out, directly hitting the Desert Scorpion King and triggering a scorching effect. Desert Scorpion King life value 22. After receiving the attack, the Desert Scorpion King immediately broke away from the chaos. Aw, hot! It burns this king to death. Desert Scorpion King life value 1. Desert Scorpion King 1. Desert Scorpion King. Seeing him detach from the middle of his chaotic state, Jiang Yanlong's mouth twitched. I'll go. It seems that you can't attack while it's in its chaotic state, so it will disengage from the chaotic state. You short bug. I'm going to stomp on you. The Desert Scorpion King was completely enraged and spewed out a large amount of poisonous mist from its mouth. This poisonous mist had a large spreading range, and it also had a powerful corrosive nature. Even though Jiang Yan had quickly dodged, he was still affected a little by the poisonous wave. Hiss Lala. Jiang Yan life value 17. I'll go. It's even strongly corrosive. Good thing little Yao Yao is in a safer place. There's no need to worry about her. Seeing that Jiang Yan was surprisingly unharmed, the Desert Scorpion King immediately red-warmed. Have the guts to duel head-on with this king, Jiang Yan said with a speechless face. Idiot. Let's talk about it when you can beat me. You seek death. Just as the Desert Scorpion King was about to continue its attack, it glanced over and saw Lang Yueyao not far away. Just now, I've been concentrating on dealing with this brat, and I didn't even realize that there was another human here. This human must be this brat's royal beastmaster. I'll slaughter her first. Suddenly, the Desert Scorpion King reversed the object of its attack and started charging towards Lang Yueyao. Seeing that the Desert Scorpion King's target of attack turned towards Lang Yueyao, Jiang Yan instantly became anxious. I'll go, you're kinda tired of living. Dare to make a move against my little Yao Yao. Swift Dragon Flame. He hurriedly chased after him, and a shot of Swift Dragon Flame hit the Desert Scorpion King once again. Desert Scorpion King life value 22. If you want me to die, then I have to drag a human along with me. The Desert Scorpion King quickly plunged its Caliceri into the desert, and immediately the ground began to shake violently. Rumble! Immediately after, a huge vortex appeared underneath the Desert Scorpion King's feet, and this vortex also spread towards Lang Yueyao at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yao, catch me! Lang Yueyao shouted. Not advancing but retreating, rushing towards the front with all her might, Jiang Yan instantly understood and flew towards Lang Yueyao at his fastest speed. Just a few seconds before the quicksand was about to engulf Lang Yueyao, she leapt forward, just in time to be caught by Jiang Yan in the air. Xiao Yao, fantastic! Jiang Yan smiled and hurriedly brought Lang Yueyao to a safe place. After turning back to look, he found that the Desert Scorpion King's entire body was being scorched by the flames, and its life value was rapidly draining. Desert Scorpion King life value 1. Desert Scorpion King 1. Finally, after 5 seconds, it was burned alive and even directly roasted. Desert Scorpion King. Dead. Kill Desert Scorpion King. Gain experience value 144. Chapter 29. Counterintuitive ability partial giganticization. Killed Desert Scorpion King. Gained 144 experience value. Gained Desert Scorpion King's Tail Stinger 5. Obtained Desert Scorpion King's Core 1. Obtained Sand Hidden Amulet Decoration 1. Obtained Secret Key 1. Obtained Secret Key 1. Obtained Skillbook Sandstorm 1. Obtained Skillbook Sandstorm 1. Level LV 10,144,140 capped. Level LV 10,144,140 capped. Level LV 10,144,140 capped. All your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 10. Your level has risen to 10, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. I'll go. I didn't expect the scorpion to explode so many rewards. Jiang Nian didn't rush to check the gold phrases, but first checked these acquired props. He had the eye of insight, so he was able to clearly understand the basic information and functions of these props. Props. Sand Hidden Amulet. Prop type. Decoration. Source. Desert Scorpion King's Body. Source. Desert Scorpion King's Body. Description. Improves evasion and concealment ability in sandy environments. The ability to improve evasion and concealment? This prop can be very useful in the middle of the current copy. Jiang Nian smiled. Props. Secret Realm Key. Prop type. Key. Source. Inside the Desert Scorpion King. Description. Can open a hidden copy of the desert or obtain the Scorpion King's treasure. Oh. Secret Realm Key. Hidden copy or Scorpion King's treasure? Jiang Nian immediately surveyed the surroundings. It seemed like a good investigation was needed around the area. If he could find where the scorpion was hiding its treasure, it would be a real profit. Skill book. Sandstorm. Skill level. Level 3. Source. Desert Scorpion King. Description. Summons a raging sandstorm that sweeps across the battlefield, continuously inflicting earth damage and lowering the hit rate of all enemies within its range. Note. Enhanced effect in desert terrain. May add a slowing or vision obscuring effect. This skill is not bad. It might have a strange effect in the middle of the desert, so I can learn it. Only after learning about all of these props did Jiang Nian begin to extract the golden phrase for this time. Extracting golden phrase. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase partial giganticization. Partial giganticization can selectively giganticize a part of the body instantly to obtain a partial strengthening effect. Enlargement effect will increase with the host's level. Note. Will enter a weakened state after 3 minutes. Localized strengthening time. 3 minutes. Cooldown time. 5 hours. After seeing the ability of this gold phrase, Jiang Nian suddenly thought of something. Good guy, this ability, 3 minutes real man, right? Only, how does it always feel that this ability is a bit where it's weird? Ahem. It's better not to think nonsense first. Now that the level has come to level 10, the values have all gained a significant boost. I just don't know how much they can be boosted. Check the panel. Ding. Name. Jiang Nian. Race. Dragon. Contractor. Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 20. Level. LV. 10-4-160. Note. When level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value 140. Defense 70. Magic 60. Attack 70. Speed 20. Evolution points 5. Skill points 6. Your level reaches 10. Reward evolution points 5. Skill points 5. Props. Snake Tooth 1. Tail Spike 1, etc. Skills. Dragon Claw Tier. Claws of Darkness. Skill Book. Sandstorm 1. Evolution. Scale Defense. Pre-existing Golden Words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring Evolution. Absolute Penetration. Ancient Dragon Flame. Beast Language Proficiency. Eye of Insight. Power Deprivation. Master of Chaos. Partial Gigantization. I'll go, the base stats have been raised by so much, and there's an extra one, and there's also a lot of evolution points and skill points. Good. Let's find some time to light up the branches of the skill tree and evolution tree then. Jiang Nian was overjoyed. Right at this moment, Leng Yueyao worriedly ran over to hug him in a hug. Xiao Yao, how is it? Not hurt? Jiang Nian shook his head, then slowly spread out his 2 dragon claws. The left dragon claw was the Desert Scorpion King's beast core, while the right was a key to unlock the secret. Beast core, this is a key. Leng Yueyao's face changed slightly as she immediately realized that this was definitely not an ordinary key. In her previous life, she had also encountered such a key when she entered a copy with her demonic beast. At that time, she relied on this key to find a door, and after opening it, it hid many precious medicinal herbs and ordinary beast cores and so on. This was good stuff. Xiao Yao, absorb this beast core. It should increase your experience value by quite a bit. Jiang Nian nodded, then quickly absorbed that Desert Scorpion King's beast core. Successfully absorbed the Desert Scorpion King's beast core. Gained experience value plus 30. Gain attack power plus 10. Gained defense plus 10. Gained magic plus 10. Not bad. The basic attributes have been enhanced quite a bit more. Xiao Yao, let's hurry up and look around this neighborhood to see if there are any gates or other things that can be opened, Leng Yueyao said. Jiang Nian nodded his head and quickly flew into the air and began to look around. Leng Yueyao, on the other hand, searched underground, trying to find the mechanism to open the gate. And during this time of searching in the air, Jiang Nian checked the skill tree and skill tree again. Dragon Claw tier requires 3 skill points for its next evolution. Scale Armor Defense needs 3 evolution points for its next evolution. After thinking briefly, Jiang Nian decided to level up Dragon Claw tier first. After all, this skill was really smooth to use, and the attack power would become stronger after a higher level. Ding! Deducted skill points 3. Successfully upgraded Dragon Claw tier. Dragon Claw tier 25 LV1. 40% chance to inflict bleed on the target, 3% loss of life value per second. Lasts for 15 seconds. Consumption: 1 point of magic. Cooldown: 6 seconds. The next evolution of Dragon Claw tier requires 6 skill points. With 3 skill points left, Jiang Nian lit up the other skills. Ding! Deduct skill point 3. Light up the skill Dragon Blood Boiling. Dragon Blood Boiling, automatically activated when Dragon Spirit Beast's life value is below 30%, or forcibly activated by actively consuming life value. Consumption: activated by consuming life value. Note: if Dragon Blood Boiling is activated passively, for every point of life value consumed, attack power will be plus 10 points. Active activation: plus 5 points of attack power for every 1 point of life value consumed. Consumption: consume life value to turn it on. The reason he lit up this skill was simple, and that was because it could work with the ancestral dragon bloodline. This skill relied on burning blood to gain combat power, while the ancestral dragon bloodline could provide a powerful recovery ability. Wouldn't this make it a perpetual motion machine? As for the evolution points, Jiang Nian did the same, unlocking other branches while utilizing the remaining ones. Deducted evolution points 3. Successfully upgraded Scale Armor Defense. Chapter 30. Orc with a Big Belly? Scale Armor Defense 25 LV2. When lit, the defense power will be greatly increased, and 45% of the target's attacks will be rebounded. Note: when defending, there is a 30% chance that you can absorb your opponent's attacks and convert them into your own. For every 1 damage absorbed, you will increase your attack by 1 point. Consumption: this passive does not require any magic and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The next evolution of Scale Armor Defense requires 6 evolution points. And then, Jiang Nian deducted another evolution point and lit up a new branch of the evolution tree. Deducted evolution point 1. Lit up branch flight. Flight 15 LV2. Lighting it will increase your flight speed by 5%.
Consumption. Passive, no magic consumption, no cooldown.
Flight speed was still extremely important in the middle of a battle. After using up his skill points and evolution points, Jiang Nian's strength had another wave of great improvement. In the process of searching for the cave entrance, he also ate the Desert Scorpion King's meat. Since the Desert Scorpion King had already been roasted by the swift dragon flame, the texture of the flavor was surprisingly quite good. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain attack power plus 15. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain speed plus 10. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain defense plus 25. Devour beast meat desert scorpion king 1. Gain plus 3 skill points. Devour beast meat desert scorpion king 1. Talent, born poison body. Agu, eating meat and eating a talent. That's really good. Let me see. Talent name, born poison body. Talent level, level 3 maximum 9. Talent source, desert scorpion king's body. Description: when attacked, there is a 38% chance that the opponent will enter a state of continuous poisoning. Poisoning. Lose 1 point of life value every 1 second. Poisoning lasts for 15 seconds. Note: poisoning can't be stacked over and over. Note: poisoning can't be stacked continuously, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. It can put the opponent into a poisoned state. Jiang Yan was delighted. Not bad at all. In the future, when the poisoning status was triggered during the battle, it might be possible to make the opponent bleed to death directly. Then, under the constant searching of 1 person and 1 beast, a trace similar to a cave entrance was finally found 100 meters to the southwest. Wouldn't it be a bit too dangerous to rush in like this? Xiao Yao, can you expand this cave entrance a bit more? Lang Yueyao said. Understood. Leave this little matter to me. Jiang Yan nodded his head, and immediately afterward, he quickly flapped his wings and set off a gust of fierce wind. The huge gusts of wind quickly blew the sand at the entrance of the cave clean, and eventually a cave entrance that allowed humans to pass through appeared. This is it. Xiao Yao, let's go in. Lang Yueyao took out a torch from amongst her storage ring, followed by carrying Jiang Yan into the cave. It was frighteningly quiet inside the cave. There was almost no sound except for Lang Yueyao's walking footsteps. 1 person and 1 beast walked in the darkness for an unknown amount of time. Finally, they arrived at an extremely wide zone. Xiao Yao, we're here. This should be the right place. Lang Yueyao curiously surveyed the surroundings, and after a while she spotted a huge stone door not far away. Just as she was about to run up to it, Jiang Yan keenly sensed something. There's something in front. She flew in front to stop Lang Yueyao, then pointed ahead with her dragon claw. Xiao Yao, do you mean to say, there's something in front? Jiang Yan nodded and flew forward cautiously. Buzz! When he flew to the point where he was still 20 meters away from the stone door, 4 red bright lights suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. As soon as she felt bad, she pulled Lang Yueyao and hurriedly retreated backwards. In the very next second, an immense and incomparable wooden stick fell from the sky and smashed down fiercely. Boom! I'm going. Luckily I dodged in time. What the hell is this? Jiang Yan let out a breath and frowned as he looked forward. Only after the dust and smoke cleared did Jiang Yan see clearly what kind of creature was standing in front of him. This is orc. Only how does this belly feel so big? Jiang Yan and Lang Yueyao were both startled. Orc. Xiao Yao, this is an orc. They don't have a high level of spiritual intelligence, but their attack and defense are very strong. And once they identify their target, they will only stop after killing their opponent. In his previous life, when Spirit Abyss City encountered a beast tide, these orcs were the vanguard and rushed to the front. Their level was extremely high, and their skin was so thick that the attacks of the spirit beasts couldn't even break their defenses. However, they all have a fatal weakness, that is, their eyesight is not very good. Xiao Yao, listen to me. These orcs don't have good eyesight. They all rely on their sense of smell to judge their targets. Finding the right opportunity, you can directly attack their head. There is their weakness. Jiang Yan nodded heavily. Understood. After saying that, Lang Yueyao found a safe place to hide, then surrounded herself with a protective shield. This protective shield could better shield her information, making it impossible for those orcs to locate her. After seeing that Lang Yueyao was safe, Jiang Yan then began to fight with confidence. Only it was just about to strike when another pair of red eyes danced rapidly in the darkness not far away. The next second, boom! Another orc fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground, and the weapon in that orc's hand was a shield. Jiang Yan, I'll go. 2 orcs. Interesting, this is a fight. I've eaten scorpion meat. I haven't tasted this orc's meat yet. Eye of Insight. Name of beast. Orc. Life value. 100. Level. 25. Attack. 134. Defense. 150. Speed. 83. Talent. Extraordinary sense of smell. Skills. Berserking, precision throw, brute force punch. At this time, The orc with the stick in its hand smelled Jiang Yan. It rushed forward and slammed hard. Jiang Yan dodged and dodged, then quickly retaliated with his dragon claw. Just as he was about to hit the orc's head, the latter suddenly retracted his wooden stick and blocked in front of him. Hey! This guy's perception is pretty strong. Swift dragon flame. Roar! Jiang Yan didn't waste any time and immediately used his swift dragon flame. In the next instant, the orc with the shield rushed in front of him, then raised his shield high to block Jiang Yan's flames. Immediately after that, the orc behind him threw the stick in his hand at the right opportunity. Swish! The speed of the stick was extremely fast and precise. Jiang Yan couldn't dodge in time and only had to use his dragon claw to slap it out. Life value 3. Good guys. They even know how to play with each other. A double row. In the Taiku Dragon Flame's searing effect was very good. In just a few seconds, a large portion of the shield in that orc's hand was burned off. Lung Yueyao, who was observing the battle at the back, excitedly waved her small fist. Good job, little Yao. Cheer up, little Yao. Finishing off these 2 orcs will make you a delicious meal. Chapter 31, Double Kill Orcs. Taste the flavor. Little Yo-Yo just said to attack the heads of these 2 orcs. Since that's the case, let's do it. After Jiang Yan thought of a strategy in his mind, he started charging towards the orc holding the wooden stick. That orc wasn't the least bit afraid either, and immediately utilized its skill savage charge. It charged across in a lumbering stance towards the direction Jiang Yan flew from, and the stone pillars it encountered on the way were all smashed into powder in a matter of moments. It was only... The orc's attack looked powerful, but this hit rate was just too low. Jiang Yan's size was relatively small, and it was flying in mid-air, so it very easily dodged the orc's attack. Splat! The orc was unable to dodge and crashed headfirst into the stone wall in front of it. Orc life value 5. The powerful impact caused it to enter a short stunned state and began to cover its head and keep shaking. Seizing this moment, Jiang Yanma came behind it and then used the partial tremendous technique. Wow! In the next second, Jiang Yan's right-hand claw was more than several times larger than before. Its physique was on the verge of catching up with half of the orc's upper body. This time, it really shocked himself. I'll go. I didn't expect it to become so big. Leng Yueyao, who saw this scene behind the stone pillar, covered her small mouth in surprise. Wow, so big. What a big dragon claw. Ah, when did Xiao Yao possess such a skill? After being surprised for a second, Jiang Yan swung his giant dragon claw and struck hard towards the orc's head. But unexpectedly at this time, that orc suddenly woke up and whirled around in a bizarre stance of defense. That was to make its stomach into a shield. Tear. Orc life value 40. Jiang Yan. Huh. The scene really shocked him. Surprisingly, you can still use your stomach to defend, and it only reduced your life value by 40 with this claw. How thick is this defense? Unfortunately, this didn't even trigger the bleeding effect. Although this strong and powerful claw didn't let the orc die directly, its stomach also split open with several huge cracks. Wow! Scarlet blood coupled with various organs began to gradually flow out. Jiang Yan didn't have time to care about this at all, but instead prepared to launch into, again. But his actions just now had already aroused the anger of the other orc. Roar! Only the orc with the shield roared angrily, and the moment he threw the shield out, he swung a fist towards Jiang Yan. Swallow Dragon Flame. Jiang Yan immediately used his swift dragon flame to burn the flying shield to ashes, before clashing with the orc's fist with his giganticized dragon claw. Jiang Yan life value 15. Orc life value 30. Both sides were losing blood, but it was clear that the orc had lost more. Fortunately, the move went down and triggered the bleeding effect of Dragon Claw Tier. Orc life 3. Orc life 3. Just as Jiang Yan was fighting against this orc, the injured orc behind him turned on berserkerization. Roar! Its eyes became red, and it seemed to have forgotten about the pain as it began to attack the surroundings indiscriminately. Xiao Yao. Pay attention to dodge ah. That orc has entered a berserk state, Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Hearing Lung Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan swung hard to send the orc in front of him flying, then hurriedly flew to higher ground. However, that berserked orc had already gone crazy. It kept picking up those huge broken rocks on the ground and started to throw strikes towards Jiang Yan in the air. Jiang Yan once again used localized giganticization to make his wings incomparably huge and then shielded them in front of his body. Snap! Zhang Nian life value 0.5. Zhang Nian life value 0.5. Although these stones couldn't constitute any damage, but once there were more of them, it would still be a bit annoying. Immediately afterward, Zhang Nian opened its wings, then swung them with force, bouncing off the flying stones. It made its wings smaller before making its right claw huge, then slammed it towards the injured orc. It raised the boulder to strike back, but it was smashed on the spot, so it had to put the half-broken wooden stick in front of it again. But this time, the wooden stick was instantly shattered, and the orc was directly slapped into the ground. Life value 55. Kill orc. Gain plus 150 experience. Obtained orc's wooden stick 1. Obtained orc's core 1. Skill points gained plus 1. Gained evolution points plus 1. Gained evolution points plus 1. Gained evolution points plus 1. Level LV 10,184,160 capped. Level LV 10,184,160 capped. Level LV 10,184,160 capped. Level LV 10,184,160 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 11. Your level has been raised to 11 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the golden word. Zhang Nian was not in a hurry to extract the golden lexicon, but first intended to resolve the orc in front of him. After that orc died, the remaining orc immediately entered the berserk state. Seeing this, Zhang Nian didn't waste any time and immediately entered the state of dragon blood burning. Life value 1, attack power plus 5. Life value 1, attack power plus 5. As his life value continued to decrease, Zhang Nian's attacks began to increase rapidly. The orc hissed and swung its huge arm towards Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian swung his dragon claw and chose to fight hard. But in just a single glance, that orc was instantly killed in seconds. Killed orc. Gained experience value plus 150. Obtained orc's shield 1. Obtained orc's core 1. Skill points plus 1. Gained evolution points plus 1. There's no rush to extract the gold phrase. Let me slow down first. Zhang Nian's dragon claw began to change back into its original form, then entered a weakened state. He panted heavily and slowly flew down from the air. This weakened state is still a bit hard to top, and my stomach is immediately hungry again. Seeing that Zhang Nian had resolved the 2 orcs, Lang Yueyao immediately rushed forward to check up on its condition. Xiao Yao, how is it, are you all right? Zhang Nian made a crying face, then touched his stomach. What a little glutton. So, are you trying to taste the meat of these orcs? Zhang Nian nodded repeatedly. Honestly, I haven't tried this orc's meat yet. Lang Yueyao smiled favorably, then gently touched Zhang Nian's head. Good. You're the big contributor today. Let's show you my handiwork. Lang Yueyao settled Zhang Nian down, then took out a tool to pick the orc's parts and cut off a piece of the most exquisite meat. Immediately after that, she took out various tools and began to make a delicious meat steak. In her previous life, she knew these equipment like the back of her hand, so making meat was no big deal at all. While Lang Yueyao was cooking, Zhang Nian's physical strength gradually recovered. Phew, my stamina has recovered. It's time to extract the golden words. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what the golden phrase will be this time. Chapter 32, King City in the Desert. System. Extract the golden phrase. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Billion Strikes. Billion Blitz Gold. Every attack has a probability of triggering a blitz. Current blitz probability is 10%. Damage inflicted on the target after a blitz is doubled. Note: blitz probability is capped at 100. For every 10 ferocious beasts killed, the blitz rate will increase by 5%. A gold phrase that can increase the probability of a bludgeon. This is somewhat useful, except that this initial probability isn't very high. However, Zhang Nian didn't care about this. After all, as long as every 10 fierce beasts were killed, the blitz rate would increase by 5%. As long as the more you kill, sooner or later, the blitz rate will reach 100%. At that time, every attack is a blitz, and it also deals double damage. Wouldn't that be a messy kill? Not bad, system. Open the panel. After experiencing this great battle, Zhang Nian couldn't wait to check his panel. Name: Zhang Nian. Race: Dragon Race. Contractor: Lang Yueyao. Current proximity 22. Level: LV 11,174,180. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value, 140. Defense, 105. Magic, 70. Tech, 95. Speed, 30. Evolution points, 1. Skill points, 3. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc's Wooden Stick 1, etc. Skills: Dragon Claw Tear 2-5, Claws of Darkness, Dragon Blood Boiling 1-5. Skill Book, Sandstorm 1. Talent: Natural Poison Body. Evolution: Scale Defense 2-5, Flight 1-5. Pre-existing Golden Words: Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Giganticization, Billions of Blasts. He, not bad. This time the base value has increased quite a bit more, and there's still 6 experience points left to level up another one. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed, and in passing he also learned the Sandstorm skill book. This was a desert environment after all, and there was always no harm in having one more desert system skill. And right at this moment, Lang Yueyao had already roasted the orc's meat almost to the point of being done, and the aroma came out. The aroma of the roasted meat could be smelled from a great distance away, making Jiang Nian's mouth water. Lang Yueyao walked over with a tender and juicy meat chop. "Here, little Yao, hungry?" Jiang Nian hurriedly nodded his head, his eyes flashing with some tears. "It's still little Yao Yao who's the best to me. No, I have to quickly rise to level 15 to complete the second evolution, so I can give her a surprise." Jiang Nian thought as he took the meat steak and then ate it. Devour Beast Meat Orc 1 gain life value plus 50. I'll go. I can't believe I added so much life value. Jiang Nian was shocked. Oh, there was no need to even think about it. This meat was that big belly orc's at first glance. After seeing Jiang Nian finish this meat chop, Lang Yueyao smiled and handed over another piece. "Give it to Xiao Yao. Eat slowly, there's no rush. There's plenty of meat." Jiang Nian, crunch, sound made while eating. Devouring Beast Meat Orc 1 gains experience value plus 29. Devour Beast Flesh Orc 1 gains plus 24 attack power. Devour Beast Flesh Orc 1 gains defense plus 31. Devouring Beast Flesh Orc 1 gains talent. Extraordinary sense of smell. Jiang Nian, growling, huh? I can't believe there's a talent for that. Gazi eating. Name of talent: Extraordinary sense of smell. Talent level: Level 3 maximum 9. Talent source: Inside an orc. Description: increases olfactory ability by 50%, leaving the enemy with nowhere to run through the extraordinary olfactory ability. Special: can determine whether or not elixirs and the like are in a poisonous state through the sense of smell. This is that orc's talent, it can actually tell if items are poisonous or not. It seems like that orc was too stupid to realize the true usefulness of this talent. Level: LV 11,203,180 capped. Level: LV 11,203,180 capped. Level: LV 12,203,180 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has risen to 12, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Jiang Yan, woohoo, level 12 now. 3 levels away from opening the second evolution. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase lexical fusion. Word fusion gold. You can now access the number of gold words you have acquired. When the number of gold words reaches 3, you can open a word fusion. Note: the first fusion will surely produce a mythological phrase, and the probability of subsequent fusions will decrease sequentially. You can increase the probability of fusion through special props. Mythical phrase? Jiang Yan was shocked. This gold phrase was already so heaven-defying, so how strong should a mythological phrase be? It means 3 chances of extraction, after exchanging for a mythological lexicon. It doesn't look bad. So let's try it first. There's nothing to lose anyway. Jiang Yan nodded contemplatively. He was now extremely curious to know what was so marvelous about this mythic phrase. All right, rest is almost done. Time to see what's secured behind this door. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yan slowly stood up. At this time, Lang Yueyao had also rested almost enough, holding Jiang Yan and taking the key to that big door. "Xiao Yao, are you ready?" Jiang Yan nodded heavily and started to become a little excited. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and inserted the key into the hole, then twisted it with force. Ka-ching! Only a click could be heard, as if something had been touched, and the gate slowly opened. One person and one beast walked towards the inside with excitement, but only after they entered this did they realize that the situation was completely different from what they thought. This is here. Just as Lang Yueyao was surprised, the door behind them had already closed. They had already missed the best chance to get out. There was a treasure hidden there in this place. It was completely an ancient desert city. All the buildings here were made up of sand, and although it was very brilliant, it always revealed a bit of weirdness. Lang Yueyao was surprised while hastily surveying the surroundings. "I didn't expect that behind this gate was such a scene." Jiang Yan's gaze, on the other hand, was dead set on a desert throne not far away. He was able to vaguely sense that on top of that throne once sat a very strong aura. "Could it be that little Yao Yao and I have entered the hidden copy?" Little Yao Yao said before that there would be a very small probability of being able to enter a hidden copy above an intermediate level copy. Hidden copies have a higher level of ferocious beasts, but their rewards are also quite lucrative. Lang Yueyao also seemed to realize that something was wrong and stopped after taking 2 steps. "Xiao Yao, we're entering the lost city of kings, so be careful." Her words had just finished, only to see a strange movement appear above the empty throne not far away. Chapter 33, Desert Monarch Orhus. "Xiao Yao, be careful. Something is coming." Lang Yueyao frowned tightly for a moment as she hugged Jiang Yan and retreated to a safe position. In the next second, only to see the sand converging and dust flying above that throne not far away, a silhouette soon converged. That silhouette was around 30 years old and looked like a man. His entire body was sandy gray, and his head was lowered, revealing strangeness. Entering Lost King City. Having countered the hidden boss, the monarch in the Lost King City, Orhus. "Sure enough, Xiao Yao, we've encountered the hidden boss." Lang Yueyao's face gradually became grave. She was well aware of the strength of this hidden boss. In her previous life, she had also had the misfortune of entering the hidden copy with that one spirit beast. Only that spirit beast in the hidden copy was extremely strong, and after only a few rounds of exchanging blows, her spirit beast was severely injured. Fortunately, she had already achieved great success in her martial arts at that time, and that was how she was able to kill that hidden boss. "It's true. There's something to fight for this time." Jiang Yan smiled in his heart, and instead of having any fear, he became a little excited. Since it's a hidden boss, the experience value it gives must be extremely high. By taking this guy down, I can definitely complete my second evolution. Just as Jiang Yan was thinking this, the copy boss slowly raised its head, and a scepter appeared out of nowhere in its hand. "Whoever trespasses into the territory, die." "Xiao Yao, I don't know much information about this hidden boss. You must be careful. If it was any other hidden boss, she would be able to give Jiang Yan the most help by informing him of its weaknesses. But this boss she had never seen in her previous life, and even her abilities were completely unknown. "Xiao Yao, I will observe its weaknesses as soon as possible." Lang Yueyao's eyes were firm. Jiang Yan nodded and swung his wings to come in front of Orhus. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, hid in a safe location and started observing Alhaz, trying to find out its weakness. At this time, Jiang Yan was using his Eye of Insight to check Alhaz's information. Beast name: Desert Monarch Alhaz. Life value: 500. Level: 30. Attack: 201. Defense: 244. Speed: 196. Talent: Sanding skill: Sand Funeral, Sand Regeneration, Shape Shift. Skills: Sand Funeral, Sand Regeneration, Form Transformation. It really deserves to be a hidden boss. This is the first time I've seen a 500 life value. I don't understand its attack methods yet, so I'll first use a shot of Swift Dragon Flame to probe the reality. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan slowly opened his mouth, and the Swift Dragon Flame in his mouth violently spewed out. "Wow!" in the face of Jiang Yan's attack, only to see Orhus slowly raise the scepter in his hand. "Wow!" In the next moment, a strange yellow energy was released from the scepter, which rapidly transformed and eventually changed into a powerful desert wind. Buzz! That desert wind surrounded the swift dragon flame at an extremely fast speed before assimilating it into the surrounding sand blocks. To be able to turn my swift dragon flame into sand, this ability is somewhat interesting. Jiang Yan was stunned and hurriedly brought the previously seized sand concealment amulet on his body. It was now a desert environment, and this item was able to improve his ability to dodge and hide in a sandy environment. After defusing Jiang Yan's attack, Orhus quickly launched a counterattack, only to see his body quickly vanish under the throne and disappear, and in the next second, he appeared on the stone pillar to Jiang Yan's left. Xiao Yao, be careful, he's on your left. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan hastily dodged. However, Orhu's speed was extremely fast. He quickly dodged to Jiang Yan's face, followed by a scepter swing down. Jiang Yan's reaction was also very fast, and immediately retaliated with a dragon claw. Bang! Only, Orhus's life value didn't decrease as a result, but rather, Jiang Yan felt something strange on the dragon's claw. There's something odd about this scepter. He hastily swung his wings, then stepped back. At this time, he was surprised to find that his dragon's claws had turned a sandy earth color. I'll go, it's hard to. In the next instant, Jiang Yan's dragon claws completely turned into a puddle of sand. Jiang Yan life value 30. An ability that can make the body sandy? How terrifying. This has finally met its match. Buzz. When Jiang Yan started to rapidly help him recover from the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body after losing his dragon claw, that terrifying recovery ability allowed Ning Jiang Yan's dragon claw to be fully restored again after 3 seconds. Jiang Yan's life value plus 30. Seeing Jiang Yan's arm recover as before, Orhus revealed a very puzzled expression. Apparently, even he hadn't seen such an ability before. However, in the next second he came back to his senses and used his skill, only to see him slowly insert the scepter in his hand into the ground, and everything around him began to become sharply distorted. Countless amounts of sand and earth converged around his circumference quickly, gradually forming an ocean of sand. Seeing Orhus wave his hands, the ocean of sand was paving the way towards Jiang Yan to kill him. If I get swept into this sea of sand, it would be terrible. Jiang Yan immediately turned around and ran towards the deepest part of the lost city. At this moment, Lang Yueyao was concentrating on observing the breakthrough in that sea of sand. Even the skill that was so strong that it covered the entire map must have its weak points. Sure enough, under Lang Yueyao's desperate search, it really did allow her to discover a different place. Xiao Yao. There's a vortex point right in the center of this sand sea. That's the breaking point. You have to attack that spot with all your strength. You will definitely be able to break the sea of sand. Trust me. Hearing Lang Yueyao's voice in his heart, Jiang Yan immediately stopped and turned to look. Sure enough, there was an extremely small swirling point right in the center of that sea of sand. Part of the megatronization time cooldown has arrived. It's finally ready to be used. Jiang Yan was overjoyed and hurriedly giganticized his dragon claw before using dragon blood boiling again. Buzz. Life value 1. Attack power plus 5. Life value 1. Attack power plus 5. As Jiang Yan's life value was depleting, his attack power began to increase rapidly. Just as that ocean of sand was still 1 meter away from him, Jiang Yan quickly struck out to attack that one swirling point. Wow! After hitting the vitals, the sea of sand began to gradually dissipate, and Orhus similarly lost a lot of life. Orhus life value 70. Taking advantage of this time of maximization, Jiang Yan launched a fierce attack. He now had the 2 golden phrases, Power Deprivation and Master of Chaos, and as long as he triggered one of them, Alhaz would surely die. Orhus picked up the scepter on the ground and rushed forward to fight with Jiang Yan. Alhaz's ability to sandify was still unbelievable, but the recovery ability of Jiang Yan's ancestral dragon bloodline wasn't something to sneeze at either. Jiang Yan life value 30. 3 seconds later. Jiang Yan life value 30. His arm grew back immediately within 3 seconds of being sanded, and this activated the Dragon Blood Boiling passive. Dragon's Blood Boiling. Plus 10 points of attack power for every 1 point of life value consumed. With this terrifying attack power boost, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to slap a claw at Alhaz's head. Al's couldn't dodge in time and was directly sliced off his head. Al's life value 231. Chapter 34, Crazy Level Crossing, Killing Hidden Bosses. Seeing Orhus' head torn off, Lang Yueyao shouted in excitement. Xiao Yao, you're great. No one could appreciate her excited mood right now. But Jiang Yan, who was still in the middle of the battle at this moment, was not careless. But instead, he made another claw at Alha's abdomen again. Swish! But a few seconds before this claw landed, Alha's body fled backwards in a bizarre gesture. Want to run? Jiang Yan sneered and quickly flew over. As he was about to continue striking, a bizarre scene occurred. Seeing those surrounding sands began to surround Orhus at an extremely fast speed. It was using the sand to recover its injuries. Alha's life value plus 100. Humph. I had guessed that you would utilize the surrounding sand to recover your energy. Jiang Yan snorted coldly and started attacking Alha's non-stop. Orhus was recovering at the moment, and those surrounding sands looked like they had a consciousness, and began to constantly block Jiang Yan's vision. Tiresome, all of you. Get out of the way. Angrily, Jiang Yan spewed out Taiku Dragon Flame to incinerate those surrounding sands. And in that moment of obstruction, Alha's head had grown. Orhus life value plus 55. Recovered? So what? Facing the recovered Alhas, Jiang Yan was not the least bit weak and began to launch an indiscriminate attack on it using the advantage of partial giganticization. Orhus similarly used the sand to transform into a strong and powerful arm to collide with Jiang Yan. Boom! They kept exchanging blows like this for 5 or 6 times before finally, the word effects triggered, and there were still 4 of them. Power deprivation triggered. Deprivation successful, depriving Orhus of his skill, regeneration of sand. You may use sand regeneration for 1 day. Master of Chaos triggered. Orhus has entered a state of chaos. Dragon's Claw tier is triggered. Argus has entered the bleed state, losing 3% of his life per second for 15 seconds. Scale armor defense triggered. The damage dealt by Orhus has been partially reversed. Hearing the sound coming from the system, Jiang Yan was ecstatic. For effects triggered consecutively, great. After the power was stripped away, Alha's had no more sand regeneration for a day. Then it could no longer recover its life value. In a state of confusion, Orhus began to attack haphazardly, the scepter in his hand constantly waving. Wow, wow! Only these were ineffective attacks, and it hurt itself. Orhus life value 30. Immediately after that, the bleeding effect of Dragon Claw tier was triggered. Orhus life value 3. Orhus life steal 3. Orhus life steal 3. Its life value began to drop rapidly, even all the way down to 247 points directly. Jiang Yan wouldn't let go of this perfect moment. He took advantage of Alha's confusion and quietly circled around to its back. I don't believe you can still carry my Swift Dragon Flame this time. Boom! Another shot of Swift Dragon Flame slammed out, hitting Alha's directly. Orhus life value 119. Without the protection and regeneration ability of the sand, Orhus immediately entered a burning state. Orhus life 7. Orhus vitality 7. Orhus life value 7. Under the stacking of various effects, Alha's life value was already down to the last 100 points. But even so, Jiang Yan still didn't let his guard down. Because the Eye of Insight saw that Orhus had 3 skills, but it had only used 2 since just now. There was also 1 skill, Form Transformation. What exactly did this skill mean? This guy definitely has a backhand. It's better to be careful. Buzz! Part of the giganticization skill time has ended. Just as Jiang Yan thought this in his heart, Orhus' body began to undergo a huge change. Buzz! Alha's body began to rapidly grow larger, and there seemed to be an extra wave of manic energy within its body, bursting its skin, and gradually it was actually turning into a giant sandworm. Seeing this scene, Lung Yuiao's heart was startled. Damn it! The hidden boss has entered the 2nd stage. Xiao Yao, this is its 2nd stage. Jiang Yan nodded his head, the vigilance in his heart dropping quite a bit. 3 skills, this is finally all together, transforming forms. This look rather doesn't have the vigor as before. It's become so ugly. While Jiang Yan was spitting in his heart, Orhus, who had turned into a giant sandworm, opened its bloody mouth and rushed over. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had lit up his flight before. His flying speed was much faster, and he dodged the attack with a flap of his wings. After the attack was fruitless, the Alhas directly disappeared into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Playing the disappearing act with me again. Jiang Yan was speechless. It was good that Jiang Yan had eaten the meat of an orc before and gained the ability to smell supernaturally. Even though Orhus was hiding in the sand, he still accurately sensed its location. Over here. Zhang Yan swooped down and slammed at a sandy spot. Orhus life value 50. Alha's life value left 50. Buzz. With this claw, Alha's only had 50 life value left. But Zhang Yan's partial giganticization also ended. Partial enhancement time. 3 minutes. Cooldown. 5 hours. Damn it. The skill time is over. It was so close. Zhang Yan couldn't help but complain. Wow. At this moment, Orhus burrowed out from another place under the sandy soil. However, it only had the upper half of its body left, and the lower half of its body had been attacked by Zhang Yan just now, and had been left in the sandy soil forever. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a few seconds left before his weakened state, Zhang Yan swung his dragon's claw and collided with Orhus. Zhang Yan life value 36. Surprises always came at sudden moments. Billion-dollar blitz effect triggered. Damage doubled. Orhus life value 60. 10% blitz probability. Now it's finally triggered. It feels good to have a lot of gold phrases. Finally triggering the bludgeoning effect. Zhang Yan was so excited that he had even forgotten that he was now in a weakened state. Overjoyed, he fell straight down from the air. Xiao Yao. Long Yueyao rushed forward to catch Zhang Yan firmly in her arms. Her eyes were filled with shock and delight. But more than anything, she was heartbroken. It had really done it. Xiao Yao had killed the hidden boss. This hidden boss was at least level 30, while Xiao Yao was only level 12 now. Killing it by crossing over 18 levels. Xiao Yao. You killed the hidden boss. You are my savior. Don't worry. When this copy is over, I'll make it up to you. She happily hugged Zhang Yan, slightly moist in her eyes. Fool, it's us together. Zhang Yan smiled. At this time, the sound of the end of the copy rang out. Orhus life cleared to 0. Dead. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, Desert Monarch Alhaz, passing the hidden copy. Congratulations on receiving the title, Lone Ranger of the Desert. With this title, your attributes will increase by 20% in any desert replica, and you will no longer be affected by the terrain. Chapter 35. Getting too big to hold. Hearing a mechanical voice coming from the copy, Lang Yueyao and Zhang Yan's faces were filled with joy. Xiao Yao, we got an achievement, hey. Only killing a hidden boss will get you this kind of achievement. Little Yao, you're too good. At this time, Zhang Yan, who was lying in Lang Yueyao's arms, gradually recovered his strength. Being able to obtain the achievement was certainly pleasing, but what he was more concerned about now was how much experience value he could obtain after killing Orhus. Killed Alhaz. Gained experience value plus 640. I'll go. It really deserves to be a hidden boss. Giving so many experience values at once, it's worth killing several orcs. Zhang Yan was ecstatic. The second evolution is finally coming. Killed Orhus. Gained experience value plus 640. Obtained Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff 1. Gained Alhaz's Beast Core 1. Gained Desert Heart. Gained Skill Points plus 5. Evolution Points plus 5. Obtained Certificate of Sand Sea Unknown Key. Gained Talent. Sanding. Gained Talent. Sanding. Level. LV. 12,663,200 capped. Level. LV. 12,663,200 maxed out. Level. 13 automatically. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 13. Your level has been raised to 13. And you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Just as Zhang Yan was about to check out the loot, the system's beeps rang out one after another. Level. LV. 13,463,220 capped. Your level has reached the upper limit, automatically leveling you up to level 14. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 14. Your level has been raised to 14, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the golden word. Level. LV. 14,242,240 capped. Your level has reached the upper limit, and it will automatically level up to 15 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 15. Your level has increased to 15 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the gold phrase. Your level has been detected to have increased to level 15. Opening the second evolution. Evolution time is roughly 2 hours. Jiang Nian was ecstatic. Level 15. Finally it's able to evolve for the second time. In the next second, Jiang Nian only felt a wave of drowsiness come over him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. And in the next second after he fell asleep, a huge white light slowly surrounded his entire body. This is Little Yao's second evolution. Leng Yueyao rejoiced. Buzz! Immediately after Orhus died, a portal appeared in front of its throne. As long as one stepped into this portal, then one could successfully clear the copy of the Lost King City. Now that Jiang Nian was in the critical stage of his second evolution, Leng Yueyao didn't rush out of the copy, but instead placed a protective shield around her. She didn't want anything to interfere with Jiang Nian's second evolution. Normally after a copy ends, there's a 2.5 hour waiting period. As long as Xiao Yao completes his second evolution within 2.5 hours, then it won't be a big problem. Well, while Xiao Yao evolves during this period, I'll look for any treasures around. Leng Yueyao excitedly rubbed her small hands together and began to look around the Lost Kingdom city. The hidden boss had already been resolved, so there was no danger in this copy. Leng Yueyao was very talented at finding treasures, and it didn't take long for her to find the treasures that Orhus had hidden. There weren't many treasures. There were 4 in total. When Leng Yueyao's eyes instantly flashed with excitement after seeing these 4 types of treasures, her breathing became rapid all of a sudden. This is the crown of sand, she exclaimed in shock, only to see that the crown had some runes engraved on it, revealing an ancient aura. In her previous life, when she was practicing around, she had met a royal beast master in the middle of a desert that existed without boundaries. That imperial beast master took a liking to her beauty and attempted to her him for himself. However, his level and the level of his spirit beast were both relatively low, and he was defeated within a few moves. But then he took out the crown of sand, and after wearing the crown of sand, he was able to drive all the spirit beasts in the desert. Only even so, he was still defeated, and the crown of sand was buried in the desert along with it. I didn't expect to go around in circles to meet here, Leng Yueyao smiled. Since that's the case, then I'll accept it without any politeness. The crown of sand could only be worn by humans. If a spirit beast wore it, it would be countered. After putting away the crown of sand, Leng Yueyao placed her gaze on the hourglass on the side. This is hourglass of time, my god. How could this place have a treasure of this level? Leng Yueyao was stunned. She was very clear that the ability of the hourglass of time was extremely heaven-defying. For one, time rewinding, it could rewind the time within 100 meters to 3 minutes ago. It wouldn't cause any cost to herself. The only thing was that the cooldown time was rather long, requiring 3 days to recover. 2. Time acceleration, capable of speeding up the flow of time in a specific object or area. After using time acceleration, it would likewise take 3 days before being able to continue using it a second time. What was even more terrifying was that these were still the 2 abilities of the sand funnel of time known so far, and there were even more unbelievable abilities that hadn't been explored. If there was a sole drawback, it was that only humans could unleash its ability. That was why Orhus had hidden it here. Treasure levels are categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. The crown of sand and the sand funnel of time were both legendary grade treasures, and this level of treasure was extremely rare even when placed in an auction house. Once they were circulated, they were likely to be snatched up by the crowd, and the value of just one of them was likely to exceed several $billion or even higher. Leng Yueyao was shocked for a while before she put these 2 treasures away. Not bad. Not bad. To be able to harvest these 2 legendary grade treasures, this time is too profitable. As for the remaining 2 treasures, one was the desert armor that Orhus had once used, and the other was the spatial anchor point. The desert armor had no special features, it was just a bit more powerful in terms of defense, being able to use sand to defend against some of the enemy's attacks. The spatial anchor point, which was able to place the anchor point in a random place, could teleport to the vicinity of the anchor point. The disadvantage was that it was a disposable prop. After using it once, it was gone. However, Leng Yueyao didn't mind it, and after inspecting it, she put it away through and through. The desert armor can be sold to buy tasty food for Xiao Yao, and the spatial anchor point can be used at critical times. She then searched around the palace some more, and only came to Jiang Nian's side after confirming that there weren't any treasures. At this moment, Jiang Nian was completely surrounded by white lights, and those white lights in turn took the shape of an egg. What surprised Lang Yueyao was that this white egg was even bigger than the sandworm that Orhus had turned into. My god! It's so big! Aya! If Xiao Yao becomes this big, what if he can't hold it in the future? Chapter 36, Second Evolution, Terrifying Changes. Outside the Nine Heavens Academy. A full 3 days had passed since Lang Yueyao entered the replica, and during these 3 days, Su Xiaoyan would come to the entrance of the middle extreme replica every day to wait. However, these 3 days had passed in a flash, and Lang Yueyao had no intention of coming out, which made Su Xiaoyan anxious. During this period of time, Wu Lin would also come to the entrance of the replica from time to take a look. Today, he came to the entrance of the replica as usual and found that a lot of people had converged here. Wu Lin was a bit puzzled. What are all of you doing gathered here? Is there something important? Seeing that the dean had arrived, the crowd hurriedly greeted him and then gave up a seat to explain. Today is the day that Li Yixuan is going to make his copy. So we've come to take a look. Yeah. I heard that her spirit pet level has reached level 11 and is extremely powerful. That's right. I once fought her and lost without even lasting 3 rounds. Alas. Upon hearing the crowd's mouthful of descriptions, Wu Lin then nodded thoughtfully. Oh. AI. This girl, it's a bit too competitive. Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, naturally knowing what Li Yixuan was thinking in her heart. This girl is also too impatient. Wouldn't it be more prudent to ascend a few more levels? However, she did have this qualification, to be able to contract a divine spirit beast that had awakened the Phoenix bloodline. What else was there that she couldn't do? Crossing levels to kill, this was already a family affair. Well, even if she encounters a ferocious beast that is 5 levels higher than herself, this girl will be able to deal with it with ease. Under the gaze of the crowd's 10,000 eyes, Li Yixuan proudly opened her intermediate level copy. Humph. Lang Yueyao didn't expect you to be so unaware of your own strength. An intermediate level copy isn't something someone like you can challenge. The bet in a month's time. It looks like there's no way you'll be able to make it to the appointment. At the same time, there were still the last 3 minutes until Jiang Nian's evolution was complete. Lang Yueyao also sensed at this time that Jiang Nian, who was surrounded by white light at this time, was undergoing a radical change. Wow. There's some anticipation of what exactly will become after wanting to evolve. His eyes glittered with anticipation. Although Xiao Yao was already very handsome in his current form, he still wanted to know what he would look like when he got bigger. As the last 3 minutes ticked by, Jiang Nian's evolution came to an end. Buzz!
Gating.
Only a click could be heard. As the evolution time ended, the white egg that surrounded Jiang Nian cracked open with a huge crack.
Gating.
1, 2, 3 seconds later, that white egg completely exploded, and Jiang Nian, who had completed his second evolution, finally broke out of his shell. Wow, so big! Little Yao, how did you become so big? Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise and shock. She had thought that Jiang Nian's size would increase quite a bit after evolution, but she hadn't expected that it would become so big. The Jiang Nian under Lang Yueyao's eyes. Jiang Nian's limbs became thick and powerful. His claws elongated and became pointed, and the membrane of his wings had been covered with a layer of hard and incomparable black scales. And the scales on his body became even more pitch black, with blood like dark golden lines vaguely flowing in the texture of each scale, looking very oppressive. The angles on his head became more majestic, sharp bone spikes protruded from his spine, and his tail became more slender and powerful. Body size grew directly to 30 meters, completely metamorphosed. After the evolution was completed, Jiang Nian was also startled by the huge changes that had occurred in her body. She looked down at Lang Yueyao and realized that the latter had become like an ant. I actually became this big. Ding. Evolution completed. Completing the second evolution. Rewarding evolution points 10. Completion of second evolution. Reward talent. Size control. You can control your size as you wish, but your maximum size will not exceed the current one. Due to your second evolution, your stats have increased dramatically. Currently, your basic stats are at their highest. If you want to continue to improve, you need special materials to make a breakthrough. System. Check the panel. Jiang Nian couldn't wait to check the panel. He wanted to see just how far his stats had grown. Name, Jiang Nian. Race, Dragon Race. Contractor, Lang Yueyao. Current affinity 30. Level, LV, 15 to 260. Note: when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life value: 999. Defense: 999. Magic: 999. Attack: 999. Speed: 999. Evolution points: 16. Skill points: 8. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc's Wooden Stick 1, Sand Sovereign Staff of Orhus, etc. Skills: Dragon Claw Tear 2-5, Dark Claw, Dragon Blood Boil 1-5, Skill Book, Sandstorm 1. Talent: Born Poison Body, Sanding. Evolution: Scale Defense 2-5, Flight 1-5, Pre-existing Golden Words, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Gigantization, Billion Blast, Word Fusion. After seeing his base stats, Jiang Nian's entire body was confused. No, this stat. Ah! Just now, he hadn't understood the sentence that his base stats had reached the maximum, but now he completely understood it. It's really worthy of being a dragon race, ah. This data is too heaven-defying. And I've only completed my second evolution now. I really don't know just how strong the data will be after completing my third evolution. I'll have to obtain materials if I want to continue to make a breakthrough. So it looks like it's little Yo-Yo's job again. Jiang Nian smiled. Oh, and being able to control your size at will. This talent is really a bit heaven-defying. This trip to the replica was really a big profit. Just as Jiang Nian checked his system panel, Lang Yueyao similarly checked his data. Wow, this base value. Xiao Yao, your values are all 999 now. Hey, this is too scary. At this moment, Lang Yueyao's heart was in a million shocks. Xiao Yao truly deserves to be the supreme dragon race. With this terrifying data, I'm afraid that there is no demonic beast of the same level that can surpass him. Little Yao, you've gotten so big now, I can't even hold you anymore. Lang Yueyao beamed her little mouth, looking a little lost. Hearing this, Jiang Nian immediately used the size control and changed his size back to his original appearance. Hee. Xiao Yao, can you control your size at will? Lang Yueyao was surprised. Jiang Nian nodded. It was certainly very handsome after becoming big. But then there was no way to be together with little Yao Yao. Ahem. Tiny is cute too. Seeing that Jiang Nian had changed back to his original appearance, Lang Yueyao excitedly held him in her arms and kissed him. Right. The copy time is coming up. Xiao Yao, let's go out. Chapter 37, The Shock of the Crowd. Good. Jiang Nian nodded. After staying in the copy for so long, I don't know how many days have passed outside. Just like this, Lang Yueyao left the Lost King City's copy, while holding the smaller Jiang Nian in her arms. At this time, the Nine Heavens Academy. Li Yixuan had already selected her intermediate level copy, and the teleportation portal next to her had also opened. Just a second before she was about to enter the copy, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared at the leftmost intermediate copy entrance. Buzz! The moment the portal appeared, the crowd's gazes were immediately attracted to it. Hey, how did a portal appear there as well? It seems like someone came out from inside the copy. That person couldn't be Lang Yueyao. Hee. How could it be? How many days have passed? Maybe she's already dead in the copy. While the crowd was talking, Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Nian and walked out of the copy. Wow, Xiao Yao, we're out. It's still good to be outside in the air, Lang Yueyao said happily. After coming out, Jiang Nian began to breathe in the fresh air outside. It wasn't their fault. After all, there was sand everywhere inside that copy, and there was also a faint odor of blood that smelled pungent. Seeing that Lang Yueyao had walked out from inside the intermediate level copy safe and sound, the crowd that had been murmuring just a moment ago now immediately became silent. After a long time, it was Su Xiaoyan who took the lead and walked up and said, Yueyao, are you all right? Lang Yueyao shook her head. Thanks to Mr. Su's concern, I'm fine. Su Xiaoyan complained a bit. Hey Yueyao, you're too eager. You've only just reached trainee Imperial Beast Master now. How can you go down to an intermediate level copy? Besides, this little guy's level isn't enough. This. Don't look at Su Xiaoyan being anxious like this. But she was worried for Lang Yueyao from the bottom of her heart. She had only just become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, and could be said to have a bright future. If she died in an intermediate-level copy just because of her own arrogance, that would be really... But fortunately, seeing that Lung Yueyao was safe and sound, her hanging heart was finally put down. Yueyao, don't do that in the future. It's too dangerous, Su Xiaoyan said with some anger. Lung Yueyao's face reddened and she nodded with some embarrassment. Okay, Teacher Su. I know, hard work. This time, it was indeed she who had owed some consideration. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yao was a dragon, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have been able to get out if she had encountered the hidden boss. The delighted face of Lia Xuan, who was preparing to enter the copy, immediately turned gloomy. How is it possible? She actually came out safe and sound. Humph, it's just luck. Nothing great. Blue, let's go. She patted the ground-walking chicken on her shoulder. Only, after completing an evolution, that ground-walking chicken had now metamorphosed, vaguely taking the form of a phoenix. After cursing fiercely in her heart, Li Xuan took the spirit beast and entered the intermediate-level copy. However, at this time, the gazes of the crowd were all on Lung Yueyao's body. After a small surprise in his heart, Wu Lin hurriedly walked forward. Yueyao, is everything all right? Lung Yueyao shook her head. Thank you, Dean, for your concern. I'm fine. Wu Lin nodded his head, and then his gaze turned to Zhang Yan. Buzz! He suddenly realized that the latter's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change long ago at this moment. Hiss, what is this situation? This little fellow has a completely different feeling from the one I had the last time I saw it. This sense of oppression, actually even I feel a pang of fear. What kind of spirit beast is this little guy? Can it be that it's really a dragon race like what Yu Yao said? This? No, it seems like I have to go find information and investigate properly. If this little guy is really a dragon race, then my 9 Heavens Academy will definitely leap to the top of the 4 academies. Well, if it really is a dragon race, then it must be properly protected. If you let the others know that the dragon race appeared in the 9 heavens, not to mention the Spirit Abyss City, even the entire Xia Kingdom is afraid that it will set off a bloody storm. Wu Lin lamented and hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss the crowd that was watching. All right, everyone disperse. What's it like to gather here? Seeing Wu Lin give the word, the crowd then scratched their heads and dispersed in all directions. Yu Yao, you've worked hard. Go back to your dormitory and rest first. Okay, Dean. Lung Yueyao nodded and dragged her tired body back to the dormitory. Phew, so tired. I need to take a good rest. Lung Yueyao tiredly laid down on the bed. Zhang Yan yawned, got down and fell asleep. He was also indeed a bit tired from these days of continuous fighting. It was time to take a good rest. Shinran, who had returned to the dormitory, placed the double meals that he had bought in advance on the table. Yu Yao, you're also too impulsive. You've only just become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, and you dare to challenge an intermediate-level copy. Luckily you're fine, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Lang Yueyao hemmed and hawed and sat up with a whoosh, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. He. I'm not confident in Xiao Yao's strength, Shinran said. That's also right-o. Fortunately this little guy is overpowered. Hey, Yu Yao. Why do I feel that this little guy doesn't seem to be quite the same as before? Shinran plopped down on the bed and carefully sized up Zhang Yan. He. Wait until later and you'll know. Little Yao can be awesome. When mentioning Zhang Yan, Lung Yueyao's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. Hey, right Yueyao? Your January appointment with Li Yixuan is still half a month away. Lung Yueyao nodded her head and clenched her fists tightly. Humph. This guy dares to look down on my Xiao Yao. After half a month, I'll let her know who's the boss. Woo-hoo. What I want is this kind of dominance from you. Hungry, eat quickly. Shinran laughed. After resting for a while, I still have to go inside the forging workshop to get the armor. At this moment, Su Hu, who had been driven away, was leading the Su clan's people to cause trouble inside the forging workshop. Humph. I said I would be back. Where is that woman? Why hasn't she come yet? Su Hu smiled coldly and questioned the shivering Elon in front of him. Su Hu, you, don't go too far. This is a forging workshop. Su Hu disdainfully spread her hands, not taking her words to heart in the slightest. Humph, so what if I pick a fight here? It's hard to believe that old Manzwa would still dare to go directly to the Su family's trouble. Elon. You, how dare you say that about the chairman? Seeing that Su, who was going to continue to dislike him further, the taller Su family member next to him immediately came out and said, "All right, that's enough nonsense for now. Let old Manhwa come out. You guys are not qualified to speak with me yet. As for you, now immediately go to the Nine Heavens Academy to inform that woman. If you don't arrive within 10 minutes, you know the consequences." Having no choice, Elon gritted his teeth and left the forge workshop, rushing to the Nine Heavens Academy. The others saw this and immediately informed Zhou Chengtian of the matter. "Dean, the Su family has come inside the workshop to cause trouble. Look." Zhou Chengtian, who was busy inside the dean's room, slowly put down the work on his hands, and a flash of stern color flashed in his eyes. "Humph. The Su family, what a big row." Chapter 38. The Su family? The Su family is much of a chicken feather. "Dean, we." Zhou Chengtian coldly smiled, and immediately put down the work in hand. "Let's go. Even the Su family head doesn't dare to be so arrogant inside my forging workshop. I'd like to see. Who is this?" Good, Dean." Hearing Zhou Chengtian's words, that person also instantly came to his senses and immediately led the way in front. Before long, Zhou Chengtian arrived at the front desk of the forging workshop. That tall middle-aged man named Su Feng was the helper that Su Hu had found, and was likewise his cousin. "Old man Zhou, you don't get tired of harboring in that broken workshop all day. My brother had an accident here in your place. You have to give me an explanation. I also heard that that woman built 3 sets of cold ice armor here in your place." A sly glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes. The fact that he came here to help Su Hu out was one thing, and more importantly was to get those 3 sets of cold ice armor. "Give me those 3 sets of cold ice armor, and this matter will be settled." Hearing this, Zhou Chengtian laughed instead of being angry. "These 3 sets of cold ice armor don't belong to my forge workshop. For me to hand it over to you, that's never going to happen. Furthermore, you just blatantly came to my forging workshop like this to find trouble. Is it the Su family master's intention or your own?" Zhou Chengtian's words were like a needle that ruthlessly pierced into Su Feng's heart. Su Feng's color instantly became unsightly. That was because what Zhou Chengtian said was completely correct. Because these 3 sets of cold ice armor were extremely of great interest. That's why he had hidden it from the Su family's head to specially come to the forging workshop. The value of this set of ice-cold armor was already as high as 3 million, 2 sets to keep for himself and 1 set to sell. Wouldn't this be a blood profit? He was relying on the name of the Su family, and Zhou Chengtian must not dare to go against him. However, he did not expect this elaborate design, but was Zhou Chengtian a sentence to break. Damn, this guy really isn't that gullible. Seeing Su Feng's face becoming more and more ugly, Zhou Chengtian continued, "If I inform the Su family's family head about this, you should know what kind of consequences there will be."
Su Feng.
Su, who was furious. You're less pretentious here," Zhou Chengtian continued. "Su Hu, it was under your family heads pleading that you were allowed to work inside this forging workshop in the first place. Now you have the nerve to clamor in front of me."
Su Hu.
Zhou Chengtian alone was then dumbfounded at the two of them, and for a while he actually didn't know how to reply. Right at this moment, Elon managed to find Lang Yueyao. "This young lady, you must be careful. The Su family is not that easy to deal with." Lang Yueyao smiled a little and gave Elon a comforting look. "It's okay. Xiao Yao. Make sure you teach this guy a good lesson this time." Jiang Nian nodded heavily, his eyes already flashing with killing intent. "This Su family is really ungrateful. It happened to disturb me when I was sleeping soundly. It just so happens that, little master, I'm hungry. So I'll take you 2 spirit beasts as appetizers first." Seeing Lang Yueyao appear, Su Hu immediately revealed a teasing expression. "Yo, finally here. Cousin, it's this woman." Su Feng turned around in the moment he saw Lang Yueyao. He was immediately mesmerized by her. "Yo, what a beautiful person. I didn't think that there would be this kind of superb goods in the Nine Heavens School." After seeing Lang Yueyao's stunningly beautiful appearance, Su Feng's heart moved to a crooked mind. "Let's put it this way, as long as you are willing to accompany me for 1 night, the previous things will be forgotten. You can also take away the 3 sets of cold ice armor. How about it?" "Cousin, you?" Su, who still wanted to say something, but was immediately glared back by a cold look from Su Feng. Su Feng raised his eyebrows towards Lang Yueyao. "How about it? Think about it. To be my Su Feng's woman, that's your honor." As soon as he heard these words from Su Feng, The anger in Jiang Yan's heart skyrocketed. Damn. This person dares to hit little Yao Yao's idea. Watch me. Just as Jiang Yan was about to make a move, Lung Yueyao gently patted his head. Little Yao Yao. There's no need to rush. We have ways to clean him up. She took a deep breath and initiated a duel towards Su Feng. No need to be so troublesome. If you can win me in a duel, then it's up to you. Hearing the word duel, Su Feng's eyes immediately revealed ecstasy. Ha ha ha. That would be great. Su Feng sneered in his heart. Humph. Just waiting for you to say this. Just this 4 unlikable waste spirit beast of yours dares to fight with my spirit beast. Let me teach you what a real battle is. After beating you into submission, let you willingly become my woman. Beauty. I'll be waiting for you outside in the dueling arena. Put on your cold ice armor, and don't say I didn't give you a chance. Su Feng led Su Hu out of the forging workshop with a big smile. Only after the two of them left did Elon rush over. Miss Yu, how could you agree to this scoundrel's request? His spirit beast is an epic frost spider. It's very powerful. At this time, Zhou Chengtian took out the 3 sets of cold armor that he had made. I'm sorry. This matter started because of us. After this matter is over, we will definitely give you satisfactory compensation. This frost armor is able to resist attacks very well. After wearing it, your odds of winning will increase greatly. Lung Yueyao waved her hand in rejection. Let's put it away for now, there's no need for that yet, right Xiao Yao? Jiang Yan nodded his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. In Spirit Abyss City, there were more than a dozen dueling arenas set up, and some competing Imperial Beastmasters would enter them to spar. Some of the senior and even Grandmaster Royal Beastmasters in Spirit Abyss City would also sometimes duel in the dueling grounds. However, every time they sparred, the dueling arena was filled to capacity. After all, who wouldn't want to see a master-level battle? This kind of scene is not often seen. Soon, the matter of Lang Yueyao and Su Feng's duel spread into the Nine Heavens Academy. Some of the students who were watching rushed non-stop to the dueling arena where the two of them were located. Hey! Now there's something lively to watch again. Hiss, if I'm not mistaken. That person seems to be someone from the Su family. Well, there's no mistaking it. Lung Yueyao actually dueling with the Su family, it's just crazy. Yueyao, go for it. Make sure you beat this asshole. Shinran directly ignored the surrounding crowd's disgusted eyes and pulled her voice to cheer Lung Yueyao. I say Shinran. Are you alright? How can you cheer her on if you're not going to discourage her? A Class 9 student asked with tears in his eyes. Humph, you guys don't look down on people. That little guy in Yu Yao's hands is awesome. He's very strong. Strength? Isn't that just a 4 unimaginables? The crowd was speechless. Che, you guys will know later. Shinran skimmed her mouth and stopped arguing with the crowd, instead concentrating on cheering for Lang Yueyao. Not long after, the people from Tianlong Academy were also attracted in by the noisy atmosphere in the middle of the dueling arena. They originally wanted to join in the fun and leave, but they stopped when they saw that the person in the dueling arena was Lang Yueyao. It's this woman. Chapter 39. A slap to the hero's fragments. What bad luck. How could I meet this woman in this place? Seeing that Lang Yueyao would even appear in the dueling arena, Shun Lutian cursed. The few people next to him who were on good terms with him asked in an uncertain manner, Lutian, what the hell is going on? It couldn't be that you were salivating over someone's beauty, went after them and didn't catch up, and got rejected, right? The man raised his eyebrows with a bad smile. That's to say, looking at this woman's appearance, she's more or less a schoolgirl level. The corner of Shin Lishan's mouth twitched, and he was shivering with anger. What are you all thinking? If it wasn't for the people here messing around, maybe I'd be rich by now. Forget it. This woman is probably crazy too. She even dared to duel with the Su family. Let's go see the fun. Shin Letian laughed badly and led a few people to a spot on the dueling stage. Perhaps it was because of Lang Yueyao, causing the dueling stage that was empty a moment ago to be almost overcrowded now. With such a beautiful beauty in the dueling arena, it was good to come and watch the fun. On the dueling field, Lang Yueyao stood on the stage reserved for Imperial Beastmasters, while Jiang Yan stood in the center of the dueling arena. The two of you go together, Lang Yueyao said indifferently. Hee. Beautiful girl, what a big mouth. So you like 2 people? Su Feng grinned. Upon seeing Lang Yueyao's cold look, an evil fire inexplicably surged in his heart. This woman, after I tear your spirit beast into pieces. Let's see how I'll temper you then. Su, whose face shivered as he stood on the Imperial Beast platform. Humph! You asked for it? Seeing Su Feng's filthy expression, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to go up with a claw and tear his mouth apart. Damn! Later, if I can let you leave this dueling arena alive, I won't believe Jiang. Su Feng waved his right hand and an empty box the size of a palm appeared in his hand. This was a special prop capable of storing spirit beasts. If one's spirit beast was large, one could store it in the Imperial Beast space if they wished. The only downside was that the spirit beasts that entered the Imperial Beast space would grow slower in intimacy with one's Imperial Beast master. Ignorant woman. Let's show you what a true spirit beast is. Come out. Frost Spider. As Su Feng's words fell, a spider whose body was covered in a ghostly blue armor appeared on the dueling field. One could only see jagged ice crystal protrusions growing from the joints of that frost spider, and its 8 slender jointed limbs glowed with a metallic cold light. The moment the frost spider appeared, the entire dueling arena was assaulted by a cold current. The crowd all shivered. I'll go. Is this an epic level spirit beast? With just one appearance, I can feel its terrifying aura. It's truly worthy of being an epic level spirit beast. It's actually able to change its surroundings. In the midst of the crowd's cries of surprise, Su Hu also summoned his own spirit beast from the Imperial Beast space. Ghost Face Moth. This was a rare grade spirit beast, and its body was a ghostly face that was illuminated by a human, looking very bizarre. The crowd was shocked. 2 against 1. Oh, I didn't expect this beauty to be quite cocky, to go 1v2. Just that one epic spirit beast alone can already decide the winner. This is one more what's left to fight? What's there to fight with that spirit beast that isn't even as high as me? That person smiled disdainfully. Amidst the mocking sounds of the crowd, Jiang Yan struck, only to see its wings spread out, then violently flew into the air, its size rapidly increasing. Talent? Size control. A shocking energy erupted from within Jiang Yan's body. Its size began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In the end, a giant dragon over 30 meters in length appeared in front of everyone. Its wings spread out to cover half of the sky, and the dragon's might pressed on everyone's nerves like substance. Its terrifying size was even more so when it flew in the air, covering half of the dueling arena as if it were covering the sky. Seeing Jiang Yan's size suddenly become so huge, the crowd was dumbfounded. The frost spider that they thought was so big just now was so small in front of Jiang Yan's eyes. It was simply like an ant. No, is this right? This? How did the size of the 4 unimaginables become so big? Damn it. I don't know if you're asking me. At this moment, the crowd was at a loss, their eyes looking at Jiang Yan in the air in horror. If the frost spider just now brought them shock, then what Jiang Yan brought them was fear from the depths of their souls. At this moment, Su Feng and Su Hu, who had witnessed Jiang Yan grow bigger, were directly dumbfounded. What is this? The corners of Su Feng's mouth twitched, and his entire body went numb. No, how the do I know if you ask me? Frost Spider. Quick, attack. Hearing Su Feng's order, the Frost Spider just launched an attack, but it was obvious that Jiang Yan's movements were faster. He didn't even bother to use his Eye of Insight to check out the Frost Spider's information. He just used his dragon claw to make such a hard slap towards the ground. Boom! When this claw fell, the entire dueling arena was shaken, and the powerful impact caused the ground to instantly crumble. The surrounding walls were unable to withstand the impact, and a huge crack began to appear. This claw went down, as if it was going to shatter the entire impregnable dueling arena. Facing the gusts of wind that came at them, Shin Latte and the others hurriedly placed their shields under their feet, which prevented them from being blown away. What? What the hell is this? Latte, you once said that you had a conflict with this woman? Shin Latte's expression became extremely comical at this moment. Don't end to say it again. This woman is too scary. Can't afford to mess with her. This woman's spirit beast obviously wasn't this big before, but it's only been a few days since he's seen it. So how come? At this time, the center of the dueling arena, after the surrounding smoke gradually dispersed, this dueling arena was already filled with the shadows of the Frost Spider and Ghost Face Moth. That's right, Jiang Yan directly slapped these 2 spirit beasts into spirit beast fragments with a single claw. Kill Frost Spider. Gain experience value plus 113. Kill frost spider. Gain attack power plus 23. Attack power has reached the upper limit and cannot be raised further. Need to make a breakthrough. Kill frost spider. Gain defense plus 33. Defense has reached the upper limit and can't be raised any further. Need to make a breakthrough. Kill Ghostface Moth. Gain experience plus 99. Kill Ghostface Moth. Gain experience plus 99. Kill Ghostface Moth. Gain experience plus 99. Kill Ghostface Moth. Gain speed plus 18. Speed has reached the upper limit. Can no longer continue to improve. Need to make a breakthrough. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Jiang Yan did not feel any joy. Just two reptiles. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Roar. His roar resounded through the entire sky, and the entire Spirit Abyss City was shaken. No, it can't be. My frost spider is an epic spirit beast. How could it be killed by a four unlike you? The undeterred Su Feng was still continuously searching for traces of the frost spider within the dueling arena. Until the contract between him and the frost spider was completely severed. Turning his eyes, he saw pieces of the spider on the ground. Chapter 40, Can change big and small, wouldn't that be? Seeing the pieces of his spirit beast on the ground, Su Feng was so angry that he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. After the frost spider died, he would similarly suffer some degree of damage. Su, who was even more pale and sat on his butt on the ground, his mouth kept chanting, "No, it can't be, it can't be. How could my ghost face moth be gone just like this? How is this possible?" On the dueling stage, after seeing the two spirit beasts killed by Jiang Yan with a single slap, Shinran excitedly waved her fists. "Wow! Nice job, little guy. We need to teach them a good lesson like this. How about it? I told you that this little guy is awesome. You guys still don't believe me." She looked at the surrounding classmates in triumph. The crowd in Class 9 couldn't say a word at this moment, only shock in their eyes. From this moment on, they no longer dared to underestimate Lang Yueyao. And for such a result, it was obviously all within Lang Yueyao's expectations. She smiled faintly and gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Yan in the air. However, at this moment, Jiang Yan still had a ferocious gaze, staring dead on at the two Su Fenglian, who had yet to come back to their senses. "Xiao Yao, is it hard to believe that you want to?" Lang Yueyao, who had a heart of gold, instantly understood what he was thinking. Could it be that this little guy is jealous? The airborne Jiang Yan's aura increased instead of decreasing, and that terrifying suppressive force instantly enveloped the head of Su Feng's duo. The two people who sensed that something was not quite right said with panic on their faces, "Wait, what are you doing? We lost this match. From now on I will no longer look for trouble from you. Isn't that enough?" Lang Yueyao pointed at Jiang Yan in the air, then said with an icy face, "You should go and discuss with my spirit beast, not with me. I think you should know this. Those who step into the dueling arena live or die." Su Feng had completely lost the arrogance he had earlier at this point, and could not wait to kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Even his strongest spirit beast was slapped into pieces. How can this be a fight? Damn it, as long as I can go back alive today, I must tell the family head about what happened here. This woman's spirit beast must not be simple. The family head must know its identity. When the time comes, let the family master take action and capture it along with this woman. I won't believe it. When he thought of this, Su Feng immediately pushed out Su Hu, who was beside him. "I was also tricked by this kid in this matter. If there's something you guys look for him, it doesn't have half a cent to do with me."
Su cousin?
"No, this cousin. Don't take you to trap people like this. We don't have to be afraid. In front of so many people, I don't believe this stupid beast still dare to kill." Roar. However, Su Hu's words had only just reached halfway, when Jiang Yan directly roared out an extremely strong compressed air current from his mouth. The moment that terrifying airflow enveloped Su Hu's body, the latter immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist.
Su.
Seeing Su Hu being killed in front of his eyes, Su Feng's entire scalp directly exploded. You actually dare. If you dare to kill me, just wait to bear the wrath of the Su family. If I die, the family head will definitely sell your stupid beast inside the black market." The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth shivered. "Yaya, how dare you threaten me?" Roar. There was another roar. The compressed airflow immediately covered Su Feng, and the next second, no! Bang! Su Feng's entire body exploded into a mist of blood and died. The two were casually killed in seconds. Jiang Yan did not have any ripples. If you can obediently apologize, I might even consider sparing your life. But if you dare to hit little Yao Yao, then you don't want to leave here alive. Su family? The Su family is nothing, he said with disdain in his heart. The crowd didn't react as they watched two Su family members die in the dueling arena. None of them had thought that this spirit beast would actually dare to lay hands on the Su family. Su! The Su family is dead. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch this. Still looking at a hammer, hurry up and go. If we let the Su family come to ask for punishment, then we'll be in deep. Right, hurry up and go. Hurry up and go. Just pretend we haven't been here today. Wow! In a few breaths, the crowd within the dueling arena had pretty much left. Zhucheng Tian, who was standing at the highest place, sucked in a breath of cool air after witnessing this scene. His gaze was dead set on Jiang Yan in the air, as if he had thought of something. This spirit beast's strength is so terrifying. It's definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. Besides, it looks like this. I seem to have seen it in some ancient book before. AI. It seems like I have to go back to the books again. Zhucheng Tian shook his head helplessly. Elon said with a somewhat embarrassed face, President, although these two people are not dead enough to be spared, but they are after all people of the Su family in case. Zhucheng Tian hesitated and said, Your just in case is not impossible, but so what? You've seen the strength of this little girl. Befriending her is not the right choice. Besides, the Su family doesn't have that ability to declare war on me right now. Zhucheng Tian had made this decision after careful consideration. Although his forging workshop was not as good as the top forces, after all, he had made friends with quite a few strong people over the years since it was opened. Moreover, these powerful people had an excellent relationship with him, so if the Su family really tore their faces off, the outcome would still be unknown. I'll go back to the forge workshop first to make preparations. We must invite this girl back later. Yes, President. In the dueling arena, after seeing Su Feng and his two men explode into a cloud of blood mist, Jiang Yan's heart felt a bit more comfortable. Phew, this is much more comfortable. He slowly became smaller, then returned to Lang Yueyao's side. He stretched out his dragon claw and chirped in front of Lang Yueyao, making a bunch of movements. It looked as if he was saying, These two guys went too far, so I gave them a little lesson. I didn't expect them to be so unbeatable. I just blew my breath and they hung up. Seeing Jiang Yan in this desperate attempt to explain, Lang Yueyao was amused. Haha. Well, let's get going. We still have to go back and get the finished cold armor. Lang Yueyao laughed sweetly. For some reason she was unusually happy. Jiang Yan nodded his head and leapt into Lang Yueyao's arms. Hee. It's still little Yao Yao's arms that are warm. Finally I can get a good night's sleep. When I'm rested, I can use word fusion to smoke this mythic word. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan fell asleep. At this time, Lang Yueyao had already left the dueling arena with Shinran and returned to the forge workshop under the leadership of Elon. Shinran was still chattering and praising Jiang Yan for his performance just now. Wow, Yao. The little guy is too powerful too. How did it suddenly become so big? Hee. That's a secret, Lang Yueyao said as she hemmed and hawed, keeping it mysterious. Shinran raised her eyebrows and made a bold guess. Could it be that this little guy can change his size at will? Oh ho, in that case, wouldn't it be? She revealed a meaningful bad smile. Lang Yueyao blankly glanced at her without any good humor. Aya, what are you thinking really? Haha. Just kidding. Shinran laughed. Chapter 41, Breakthrough Material. The two of them jostled like this all the way to Zhucheng Tian's office. Zhucheng Tian laughed a little and placed those 3 pairs of well-made cold ice armors in front of Lang Yueyao. This is your customized cold ice armor. Check it out, little girl. Lang Yueyao nodded and didn't be polite. She went up and carefully checked it. After all, the most important thing about the cold ice armor was the defensive attribute. If there was a slight deviation or tampering when it was made, it would be extremely fatal in the course of battle. Fortunately, after checking it over, Lang Yueyao didn't find any problems. This armor is very well made. What Lang Yueyao didn't know was that these 3 pairs of armor were handmade by Zhucheng Tian himself, so the quality was naturally different. Hee. This is what we should have done in the first place. By the way, still don't know your name, little girl. Lang Yueyao sleepily said, My name is Lang Yueyao. This is Shinran. We are both students of the Nine Heavens Academy. As for it, well, it's my spirit beast, Xiao Yao. Lang Yueyao gently stroked the sleeping Jiang Nian in her arms with her hand. Zhuo Chengtian laughed a little and inquired tentatively. Oh, so that's the case. This spirit beast is very rare. I just don't know what kind is it? That's a bit of trouble I can't inform. Lang Yueyao refused. Those little thoughts in Zhuo Chengtian's heart, of course, she was clear. If this matter of Xiao Yao being of the dragon race was told to him, it was inevitable that he would use some crooked thoughts. Although these small troubles Xiao Yao might not be afraid of, but it was better to be careful in everything. After all, the dragon race was still too rare. Zhuo Chengtian nodded and did not continue to pursue the matter. However, he suddenly thought of something else and was about to open his mouth when Lang Yueyao saw this and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, I have a set of temporarily unused armor here. Is it convenient to sell it? Of course. Can you take it out first and let me take a look? Zhuo Chengtian immediately brightened up. Lang Yueyao nodded, then took out the set of desert armor that she had obtained from among the intermediate level copies. The defensive power of this set of armor was not as good as the cold ice armor, so there was no use in keeping it for the time being, so it would be better to sell it for money to buy something for Xiao Yao to eat. At the moment of seeing the desert armor, Zhuo Chengtian was shocked for a small moment in his heart, and then asked, "This is a brand new desert armor. You definitely want to sell it?" "That's right. I want to know how much money I can exchange it for if I sell it." Zhuo Chengtian first carefully inspected the condition of this set of desert armor before giving an accurate figure. 2.86 million. This is the highest price I can give. So much. Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise. She had thought that it could only be sold for 1 million at most, but she didn't expect it to be this much. Hee. This time Xiao Yao has a mouthful. Right, while we're at it, let's take a look inside the forge workshop to see if there are any breakthrough materials that Xiao Yao needs. Name Jiang Nian. Race Dragon. Contractor. Lang Yueyao, current density 33. Level LV 15-260. Life value 999, requires breakthrough material life stone. Defense 999, requires the breakthrough material stone of fortitude. Magic 999, requires breakthrough material stone of magic. Attack 999, requires the breakthrough material attack stone. Speed 999, requires the breakthrough material stone of extreme speed. It's the need for 5 stones that can break through. Lang Yueyao pondered. She had never really seen these 5 types of breakthrough stones before. Even in her previous life it was unheard of. In her previous life, she was so focused on cultivating her martial Tao that she wasn't that attentive to spirit beast upgrades and breakthroughs. At the time of the final beast tide, that spirit beast seemed to have just broken through level 50, and its highest attack power was only about 700. "Excuse me, is there a life stone here?" Lang Yueyao inquired. "Stone of life? That's a strange item that can increase the life value of spirit beasts by a large amount," Zhuo Chengtian said in surprise. A strange object that can have a direct gain on a spirit beast is usually extremely precious. If you really need it, you can go to the auction house and take a look. Lang Yueyao. Auction house? At the mention of the auction house, Lang Yueyao instantly thought of something that happened in the auction house in her previous life. "All right. Thanks for informing me. Then I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Lang Yueyao was ready to leave with Shinran. But at that moment, Zhuo Chengtian took out a plate with numbers printed on it from under the drawer and handed it over. "Hee. If you really want to go to the auction house, this sign will be useful." Lang Yueyao didn't take it in the first place. Frowning her pretty eyebrows, she asked, "This? I'm afraid this won't work. To be attentive to nothing is to be either a traitor or a thief. What exactly is this Zhuo Chengtian playing at?" Seeing that Lang Yueyao seemed to be misunderstanding something, Zhuo Chengtian hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. This is just an auction house room number. It has a separate box and a bit wider view. Yueyao, since it's the president's goodwill, then we'll just take it." Before Lang Yueyao could say anything, Shinran took that number plate with a hand. "Thank you, Chairman." Seeing this, Lang Yueyao could only accept Zhuo Chengtian's good intentions. "All right then, I'll take it then." After leaving the forging workshop, Lang Yueyao ruthlessly pinched Shinran's waist. "Xiao Ran, your hand is too fast. I was just about to reject it. Shinran let out an ouch. Ouch, it's okay La. It's just a room number anyway. It's a no-brainer. Take a good day's rest today, and tomorrow I'll accompany you to the auction house. Tell you a secret my mom is working inside the auction house. Lung Yueyao was delighted. Really? Right, I almost forgot. Shinran's family has some connection with the auction house. How did I forget such an important thing? Shinran proudly shook the key to the dormitory door. That's for sure La. If you need something, go back and tell me. I'll have my mom investigate at night. Ran thanks. It's nothing. I'll go back to the dormitory to clean up first. Don't you want to buy food for this little guy? Then I'll trouble you. Long Yueyao arrived at a place outside the Nine Heavens Academy to buy spirit beast meat. Some imperial beast masters would bring their hides and carcasses here to sell after killing ferocious beasts. I don't know what little Yao likes to eat, so let's buy a little bit more of all of them. Hello, I want it. Half an hour later, Long Yueyao returned to the dormitory with a large bag of meat. These meats were all processed, cooked and ready to eat straight away. On the bed, after smelling the fragrance of those beast meat, Jiang Nian quickly woke up. Ego! Just woke up and there's so much delicious food. He. Xiao Yao is hungry. This is what I bought for you. Quickly eat it. Jiang Nian's 2 eyes were glowing. Immediately jumped down from the bed, then picked up the meat plate on the table and nibbled on it. Well, still little Yao Yao treats me the best. Devour beast meat 1. Gain experience value plus 33. Devour beast meat. Gain attack power plus 10 attack power has reached the upper limit. Can't continue to improve. Need to make a breakthrough. It seems like I have to find a way to make a breakthrough. It's not a solution to stay stuck like this. In that case, I'll just smoke the mythic word first. Chapter 42 Mythological Word. Echoes of the Dragon Abyss. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and opened the system. System. Open word fusion. Ding. You have 3 gold words. You can open 1 word fusion. Please ask if you want to open it. Jiang Nian. Open. Ding. Fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion completed. Congratulations on obtaining the mythological phrase. Echoes of the Dragon Abyss. Jiang Nian. I'll go. The name of this golden phrase sounds extraordinary. The excited Jiang Nian immediately checked the information of this mythological phrase. Mythic word entry colorful. Can use the method of special secret techniques to resurrect dead dragons. Although the description of this mythic word article was very brief, this ability was extremely heaven-defying. What? To be able to resurrect a dead dragon race. Jiang Nian hurriedly continued down the page, checking out more information on the mythic lexicon. Mythic lexicon colored. The conditions for resurrection are extremely harsh and important. 1. Collect the Dragon Soul Star Sand scattered all over the place. The Dragon Soul Star Sand possesses certain memory fragments of the dragon race. When encountering Dragon Soul Star Sand, there will be a special sense. 2. If you collect enough Dragon Soul Sand, you can use the Dragon God's pupil to see where to summon. 3. The summoning ceremony needs to be performed on the night of the full moon, and the blood of the summoner is used to open the Dragon Abyss formation in order to fully resurrect. Note: after resurrection, the resurrected person will be completely at the beck and call of the summoner. If there is any disobedience, the resurrected person will never be able to regenerate, and his soul will be imprisoned for eternity. After thoroughly understanding the effects of this mythological phrase, Jiang Nian's expression could no longer be described as shocked. And Lung Yueyao on the side was also very puzzled when she saw him suddenly stop halfway through his meal. What's wrong, Xiao Yao? Is this meat chop not to your liking? Hearing Lung Yueyao open her mouth to speak, Jiang Nian then gradually came back to his senses before shaking his head. Lung Yueyao laughed. That's good. Jiang Nian nibbled on the meat steak in his hand and was shocked in his heart. Is this a mythological phrase? It's really heaven-defying enough. Earlier, I heard little Yao Yao say that the dragon race in the Imperial Beast world was extremely rare and supreme. It was definitely not the only dragon race in this Imperial Beast world. It might be 100 or 1,000. If we bring them all back to life, could it be that the Imperial Beast world is going to enter the Jurassic Age? At that time, not to mention the entire Spirit Abyss City, not even the entire Xia Kingdom, or even the entire Imperial Beast world, there would be no one stronger than little Yao Yao. Although, little Yao Yao is already very strong now. At that time, Little Yao Yao would definitely be able to become the #1 Imperial Beastmaster. What else could it be if it wasn't the #1 Imperial Beastmaster when it was able to master so many dragons as humans? Okay, in order for little Yao Yao to become the #1 Imperial Beastmaster, work hard, and also in order for me to be able to harvest a dragon minion soon, work hard. Zhang Nian waving his dragon claws in a combative manner made Leng Yueyao confused. Hee. What's wrong with Xiao Yao today? Why did he become so happy after waking up from a nap? Shinran raised her eyebrows and said with a bad smile, this little guy couldn't be dreaming of a mother dragon, right? Leng Yueyao was surprised. No way. Zhang Nian. This woman. Zhang Nian gave her a look of contempt. Aya, Yueyao. This little guy is still despising me. You quickly clean it up. All right? I'll write down the materials for Xiao Yao's breakthrough. Then I'll trouble you. Leng Yueyao said as she wrote down the materials needed for Zhang Nian's breakthrough. Sure. Let me see what's there. Zhang Nian said excitedly. Wow. Little Yao Yao is so thoughtful. Even the materials for my breakthrough are almost ready. Right, I also gained quite a few evolution points and skill points before. Let's see what we can light up this time. As he thought of this, Zhang Nian checked the skill tree and evolution tree. There weren't many skill points, only 8, but there were 16 evolution points. Deducted skill points 6. Successfully upgraded Dragon Claw Rip. Dragon Claw Tier 3-5 LV3. 60% chance to inflict bleed on the target, loses 9% of life value per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown. 3 seconds. The next evolution of Dragon Claw Tier requires 12 skill points. After thinking about it for a moment, he lit up Dragon Claw Tier first, and then used the remaining skill points to light up the new skill. Deducted skill points 2. Successfully lit the skill Sonic Roar. Sonic Roar 1-5 LV1. Interrupts the enemy's spell casting chance, dealing 30 points of damage with stun mark, and the hit person's resistance to Dragon Might decreases by 50% for 3 days. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown 7 seconds. The next evolution of Sonic Roar requires 3 skill points. These 2 skills were both more practical than offensive. As for the other skills, they required too many skill points and could only be lit up later. As for the evolution points, since there were more evolution points, Zhang Nian lit up many useful branches. Deducted evolution point 6. Successfully upgraded Scale Armor Defense. Scale Armor Defense 3-5 LV3. When lit, the defense power will be greatly increased, and 65% of the target's attacks will be rebounded. Note: when defending, there is a 45% chance that you can absorb your opponent's attacks and convert them into your own. For every 1 damage absorbed, you will increase your attack by 5 points. Consumption. This passive does not require any magic and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. The next evolution of Scale Defense requires 12 evolution points. Deduct evolution points 1. Successfully illuminated Tooth Injection. Venomous Fang Injection 1-5 LV1. When lit, secretes a slight amount of paralyzing venom from the dragon's fangs. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown is 1 second. Deducted evolution points 9. Successfully illuminated Thunderstorm Dragon Tail. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail 1-5 LV1. The dragon's tail is capable of releasing powerful lightning, dealing 261 points of fixed damage to the target, with a 30% chance of paralyzing the target, rendering it unable to act. Note: if the target has low lightning resistance, it can deal 534 points of damage, and the paralyzing time will be extended. Consumption. 10 points of magic. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. After running out of skill points and evolution points, Zhang Nian lamented. I didn't expect it to run out so quickly. At this time, Shinran had already finished her call and inquired in advance. Yu Yao, we got lucky. There are 2 of these 5 things in the auction tomorrow. Shinran joyfully pointed her finger at the Stone of Life and the Stone of Attack. But suddenly thinking of something, her expression became a little embarrassed. It's just that the price of these 2 items might be that little bit more expensive. That's fine, I have some money on hand right now. And then there's also some rewards from the duplicates, so I can exchange them for quite a bit of money if I sell them. Xiao Yao. Please take care of him first, I'll go to the school store. After saying that, Leng Yueyao left the dormitory. Good. I love playing with this little guy. After seeing Leng Yueyao leave, Shinran smiled and rubbed her hands together as she walked towards Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian? No, woman, you. What the hell do you want? Little guy, are you a man or a woman? Ah. Let me Kong. Hey, holy. Don't touch it. Woman, your hand. Where to touch it? Chapter 43, Lively Auction. Before long, Lang Yueyao had exchanged all of some of the useless things she had on hand for money from inside the store. Coupled with the fact that she was a trainee Imperial Beast Master, there would be some discounted items when she exchanged them, which could add some value. These things came down to a total of about 3.64 million, plus the 2.86 million from selling the desert armor. There was now a total of 6.5 million on hand. As long as no one comes and messes with it, this money should be able to give Xiao Yao a shot at the materials for its breakthrough. After returning to the dormitory, she saw Shinran lying on the bed, and then Jiang Nian stomping on her back. You woman, how dare you move against this dragon? Let's see if I don't stomp on you. I'll stomp. Only Jiang Nian didn't use his power, he was just bouncing on Shinran's back in a very normal way. If he really used his power, I'm afraid that this woman would have been stepped into meat paste by now. On the contrary, Shinran didn't have any discomfort on her face. Instead, she felt an inexplicable burst of comfort. Yu Yao, look at this. This little guy can even massage people, how nice. Jiang Nian was speechless. This woman. Forget it. This dragon won't bother with you. Jiang Nian rolled his eyes without any good humor, then leaped and jumped onto Lang Yueyao's bed. Haha. All right, take an early rest. I've already changed the money. Let's leave tomorrow. Good hey. The night was uneventful, and the next morning, the two of them arrived early at the auction house in Spirit Abyss City. Among Spirit Abyss City, there were many auction halls, a good place for many Imperial Beastmasters to taunt and make money. Only some of the high-grade auction houses were membership-based, only members were able to enter the auctions therein, and ordinary people needed to spend a certain amount of money in order to be promoted to membership. Luckily, this time, the auction did not need members. As long as they registered and reported, they could enter it. Early in the morning, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Nian and Shinran to the auction house. Seeing the familiar everything within the field, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, remembering something that happened in her previous life. It was also really impulsive back then. Originally, in her previous life, she had participated in an auction and came across a treasure that could greatly break through her strength. At that time, impulsive on the head, because of some reasons and the auction people had a conflict, the result opened a big war. Hey! Just as Lang Yueyao was lamenting, Shinran's mother, Ji Qing, walked over. Xiao Ran, is this your friend? It's the first time Mom has seen it. Yes, Mom. Her name is Lang Yueyao. She's my best friend. Shinran said happily. Right, Yueyao. Didn't Chairman's would give you a plaque yesterday? Oh, right. Lang Yueyao hurriedly took out the piece of plaque given by Zhua Chengtian. In the next second after seeing the plate, Ji Qing's pupils shook slightly. This sign. Mom, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this sign? Ji Qing shook her head and explained while leading the way. If I'm not mistaken, this pediatric sign was given to you by the Forge Guild's president, Zhua Chengtian. With this pediatric plate, not only do you have an exclusive room, but you have special privileges for attending any Spirit Abyss City auctions. There's even a 20% discount at the final checkout.
Yikwink whispered.
Hearing Ji Qing's description, both of them were shocked. They never expected that this room sign given by Zhua Chengtian would be so exclusive. Shinran was surprised. Ah? So powerful. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. I said why he was a bit odd that day, so he wanted me to owe him a favor. Hey, forget it. I've taken the cards anyway. However, a 20% discount at checkout is not bad. Under Ji Qing's leadership, they quickly arrived at the room on the second floor. This place was really excellent. Not only did it have a wide view, but there were also various snacks on the table. Jiang Nian licked his mouth and jumped onto the table and ate and drank. If there's something to eat, then I won't be polite. Ji Qing said, all right, the auction will start in 5 minutes. I'm going to go help out backstage. Oh yeah. Xiao Ran ah. There will be many more big shots coming to the auction this time. You guys remember to never clash with them. Okay, Mom, I know. Shinran said. Jiang Nian, who was eating, heard the two talking. Big people? Harm. As long as they don't come to rob the materials for my breakthrough. During the 5 minutes that the auction was about to start, the crowd entered the venue. Most people had chosen seats on the first floor, while a very small number of people had traveled to the second floor. There were the deans of the remaining 3 major academies, as well as people from some families, especially the Su family, inside a box on the second floor. Su Wonhan, the head of the Su family, was sitting in the box with his legs crossed high, then asked with a serious face, "Have you found out?" At this moment, a tall middle-aged man in a suit beside him reported, "Family master, I found it out. It was a woman called Lang Yueyao from the Nine Heavens Academy who killed the 2 Su Feng brothers." He told Su Wonhan all the causes and consequences of the matter. The person sitting next to Su Wonhan was named Su Yang, the second in command of the Su family. He was the person with the most power of speech below Su Wonhan. "Humph. It's not good for these 2 idiots to mess with anyone but Zhuo Chengtian. And they even lost to a woman. What 2 losers?" That butler tentatively asked, "Master Yang, do we need to investigate this woman?" "No need. Heck, after this auction is over, I'll personally make a trip to the 9 heavens. It's really turned against the heavens. Even our Su family's people dare to kill." Su Wonhan nodded in agreement. "Well, good." 2.5 minutes later, a black-robed man walked into the dueling arena and arrived at a second-floor box. Even though he was wearing a black robe and tried his best to hide his appearance, he was still unintentionally seen by some people who had the heart to see him. "I'll go. Isn't that Huang Fu Ling, one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom? I'll go. It seems like it's really him. Surprisingly, even he has come to participate in this auction. I guess there must be something good in this auction. Wait, isn't that Spirit Abyss City's 100 Battles war god? Huoluo? It's said that he's undefeated in the death battle arena amongst the black market, and his strength is extremely terrifying. There are a lot of big shots at this auction. This is a blessing for the eyes." With many characters having arrived, the auction officially began. "Xiao Yao, the auction has begun." "Aha!" Lang Yueyao nodded and carried the eating Jiang Nian right to the front of the box. While chewing the food in his mouth, Jiang Nian scanned inside the auction house. He could clearly sense that there were a dozen or so not-so-weak auras inside this auction house. It was only that their spirit beasts were all in the Imperial Beast space right now. After the auction started, a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam walked up to the auction stage enchantingly immediately afterward. "Hee. Let everyone wait for a long time. This auction officially begins. First of all, please present our first auction item, Chapter 44, Scrambling for the Stone of Life." With that cheongsam woman's command, one could only see that a groove slowly began to rise in the center of that stage, and an exquisite little box was placed right in the middle of that groove. "Hee. Everyone, this is our first auction item today. Please allow me to introduce it to everyone." Immediately afterward, the cheongsam woman opened the box, which contained what was mainly a palm-sized black fruit. "Everyone, this item is called the spectral fruit. A shadow system spirit beast will have a certain probability of awakening the shadow talent after devouring it. Of course, if it's not devoured by a shadow spirit beast, it can also increase its experience value and combat power by a certain amount. The starting price is 10,000. Each increase shall not be less than 2,000. Everyone please bid." As soon as these words were said, the crowd under the stands raised the cards in their hands and began to jump up and down. Some of them were contracted to shadow-type spirit beasts, so this piece of underworld fruit was still a very big boost for spirit beasts. 10,000, 12,000, 14,000. Under the fierce 3-minute bidding, in the end, this underworld overgrowth fruit landed in the hands of a fat man at a price of $32,000. Inside the box on the second floor, seeing the crowd of people bidding fiercely on the stage, Xian Ranyao was slightly puzzled. "Hee. Can just an ordinary spectral fruit even fetch such a high price?" Lang Yueyao smiled slightly before explaining. "Of course it can't. Xiao Ran, pay attention to that cheongsam woman's words, actions, and movements." Only then did Shinran focus on that cheongsam woman. That cheongsam woman's dress and demeanor were all very enchanting, and every action seemed to be carefully designed to seduce those men under the stage. "I see. This is what is called seeing color and throwing away thousands of dollars." Lang Yueyao laughed and said, "Moreover, some of them don't really want this underworld fruit. They are just deliberately raising the price. I can only hope that when we auction the Stone of Life later on, these guys won't come to cause trouble." Shinran nodded. Uh-huh. Let's hope so, a bunch of annoying guys. The auction had only been going on for about 40 minutes, and there were already nearly a dozen auction items that had been auctioned off, and among them were 2 rare beast cores. This beast core also managed to cause the 3 major academies and the 4 great families, and even Huangfu Ling to similarly participate in the competition. In the end, this beast core was auctioned off to Huangfu Ling at a price of 3.45 million. Seeing this situation, the others could only stare dryly, not daring to have any thoughts in their hearts. They couldn't fight, they couldn't grab it, what else could they do? As for the other beast core, it was auctioned off to Su Wonhan for 3.21 million. AI, what a pity. This wasn't even auctioned. Person lamented. The person next to him said with a bitter smile, just be content. That's the Su family, you and the other Su family, then financial strength? Hey! Speaking of which, for a royal beast master to want to earn money, it was easy to say so and difficult to say so. A high-leveled imperial beast master earning money would be relatively simple. They could go down to higher-level copies to enter some dangerous places to kill ferocious beasts to obtain beast cores, as well as other precious things on the ferocious beasts to exchange for money. As for the low-level beast masters, they could enter some low-level copies. This way, even though they could obtain beast cores, the price and quantity was right there, and the 10-to-1 ratio was still too low. When the auction was about 50 minutes old, Lang Yueyao was finally waiting for what she wanted, only to see the Cheongsam woman slowly open the box in her hand, then said with a smiling face, everyone, this item is called the Stone of Life. After absorbing it, not only can it boost a large amount of base life value for spirit beasts, but more importantly, it can serve as a one-time protection when the imperial beast is on the verge of death. Moreover, some special spirit beasts must also need it to break through the upper limit of their life value. The Stone of Life, starting price of 30,000. Each increase shall not be less than 3,000. As the Cheongsam woman's words fell, someone immediately started bidding. I bid 30,000. I bid 33,000. Che, 33,000, and you want to buy such a precious life stone? I'll bid 42,000. The housekeeper next to him cast an inquiring look. Family master, look. Su Wonhan shook the red wine glass in his hand and said carelessly, then raised the price. There are a lot of people staring at this thing. Butler, yes. Saying that butler quickly raised the auction card in his hand and then said loudly, $1 million. Wow! As soon as this price came out, the entire room was instantly silent, and the crowd on the first floor turned their heads in unison to look at the Su family's box. The Su family has made another move. Does this still let people live? Hey! The big brothers are bidding on the auction amongst themselves. We'll just take a look. Seeing the Su family make a move, most people gave up bidding. Still, some people who were not dead set on it gritted their teeth and reported the price. $1,300,000. The butler faintly said, 1,300,000. As soon as this price was exited, there was another clamor in the room. All right, this is completely hopeless. The crowd all laughed bitterly. The second floor box. Shinran anxiously tapped the table several times. Yueyao, the person in that box is going to grab the life stone with us, hey? Lung Yueyao just smiled faintly, then raised the sign in her hand and said, $1.5 million. The Stone of Life was still relatively precious. It was normal for someone to bid on it. Seeing that someone actually dared to bid against the Su family, the crowd let out a gasp of surprise and hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from. I'll go. Who is the person in that box? How dare they grab something with the Su family? No. Why did I hear that the one who just voiced out the bidding seems to be a girl? I heard that it seems to be a girl too. Seeing that there was actually someone else carrying out the bidding, Su Wonhan laughed a little. Oh, it's interesting again. The butler beside him understood, then raised the sign in his hand again. 1,700,000. Lang Yueyao said indifferently, $2 million. She must be determined to win the Stone of Life. Butler, 2,100,000. Lang Yueyao, $2,200,000. Jiang Nian. No, then who is the person in the opposite box? So screwed up. This price raising wasn't even a sincere desire for this life stone. Instead, it was more like price gouging to mess things up. Damn it. Don't let me know who it is. After a minute of bidding all the way up like this, the final price was set at 2.97 million. After Lang Yueyao had raised the price all the way up to 2.97 million, that butler did not make another sound. Seeing that he had reached a result he was satisfied with, Su Wonhan smiled and said, "All right, we're just here to have some fun. There's no need to grab things from others. The main event is still behind." "Yes." Hearing Su Wonhan's order, the butler then slowly retracted his body. Seeing in no one bidding, the Cheongsam woman asked again. "Then, is there anyone else bidding now?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire room was silent. Obviously there was really no one willing to bid high to buy this life stone. Well, in that case, let's congratulate this young lady. Chapter 45, there's a surprise. Let's congratulate this young lady for successfully winning the auction for this life stone. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's applause, Lang Yueyao let out a long breath. Phew! Luckily, I thought that someone would continue to raise the price at this last minute. Xiao Yao, you have the first stone for your breakthrough. Oh, Lang Yueyao happily said to Jiang Yan, who was at the side. Jiang Yan nodded, but he was not that happy, because, if it wasn't for the people in the opposite box who had raised the price indiscriminately, they clearly could have purchased this stone of life at a much lower price. Humph. I hope that guy won't mess up the next auction. This is the money that little Yao Yao got from exchanging so many things. These millions of dollars were spent in a matter of a few words, such that Jiang Yan was a little heartbroken. He secretly resolved in his heart to help Lang Yueyao make more money in the future. After the auction of the life stone, the auction rested for about half an hour, and during that half an hour, Ji Qing came to Lang Yueyao's box with an exquisite little box. Xiao Ran, this is the stone of life that you have won at auction. Thank you, Auntie. Lang Yueyao handed over the card containing the money after receiving the stone of life. Ji Qing smiled and said, "Hee, there's no rush. You guys definitely still have things to auction. Just settle the bill together at the end." Lang Yueyao nodded. Good." At this time, Shinran secretly pulled Ji Qing to the side, then asked in a low voice, "Mom, can I ask who's in that box?" Ji Qing helplessly spread her hands, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Xiao Ran, this is something Mom can't tell you. The information of the people in the second floor's box is kept secret, but generally those who can be in the second floor box, most of them are powerful in Spirit Abyss City. You guys have to be careful. All right. Shinran nodded, a little disappointed. Hey, I was thinking of inquiring about who was bidding against you, Yao. Soon after the break came the second round of auctions. Taking advantage of the lull in the auction, Lang Yueyao handed the life stone in her hand to Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao, hurry up and absorb the stone of life. Jiang Yan nodded and took the stone of life. As long as he absorbed the stone, the life value cap would be able to break through. In the next second, he began to absorb the powerful energy emanating from the stone of life. Absorbing the stone of life, absorption progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Just as Jiang Yan was absorbing the stone of life, the other stone needed appeared in the Cheongsam woman's hand. Oh, as you can see, this is the same type of spirit stone as the life stone that was just auctioned off. This item is called the Stone of Attack, and by the same token, after its absorption, it can raise the basic attack power of spirit beasts. The same material that some spirit beasts use to break through the upper limit of their attack power. And the more important point is that it has almost no side effects. The starting bid is 30,000. Each increase shall not exceed 3,000. I bid 40,000. I bid 50,000. When the price came to the 500,000th, Lang Yueyao raised her sign. $1 million. Wow! As soon as this price was reported, none of the people present were bidding anymore. I'll go. It's that box again. Oh, the big boys are competing. We'll just watch the show. That's true. I still want to save some money to shoot the next thing. Seeing that no one from the crowd under the stage was raising the price, Lang Yueyao was delighted in her heart. Yes, but just as the Cheongsam woman was about to announce, Huoluo spoke. $2 million. The crowd was shocked. I'll go. Huoluo made a move. His imperial beasts are spirit beasts that are known for their ferocity. This attack stone will definitely be a great boost to his spirit beasts. It's only strange if he doesn't go and grab it. Who cares? We'll just have a lively show to watch. The crowd spread their hands, clearly not intending to participate in the next bidding. Seeing Huoluo bidding, Shinran was furious. Agu. This time it's not the person from that box. It's actually this guy. What a nuisance. Lang Yueyao glanced at Huoluo on the opposite side and continued to bid. 2.5 million. Huoluo sneered. 2,800,000. Lang Yueyao. 3 million. Huoluo. This woman. Seeing Lang Yueyao's bid of 3 million, Huoluo didn't follow the bid at first. He originally wanted to use the price to pressure Lang Yueyao until she didn't dare to bid. But he didn't expect Lang Yueyao to be so resolute. This attack stone was certainly important for his enhancement, but the auction wasn't even close to the end yet. If all the money is spent on this stone of attack, then the auction behind. Che! It's just a piece of trashy stone. Let it go. Huoluo disdainfully skimmed his mouth and sat his butt back in his seat, no longer continuing to raise the price. Just like that, Lang Yueyao successfully took the second Jiang Yan's breakthrough material, the stone of attack. Phew! It's kind of a surprise. 5 breakthrough stones. Now that we have 2, the next step is to find a way to get the remaining 3. At this time, Jiang Yan's breakthrough was also nearing its end. Absorbing the stone of life, absorption progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbing the stone of life, life value limit increased. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yan let out a long breath. Phew! Finally broke through the life value cap. Xiao Yao. The stone of attack has arrived as well. Lang Yueyao laughed. As for the remaining 3 stones of breakthrough, we'll have to look for them. Let's go. Aha! Just like that, Lang Yueyao led them out of the second floor's box before finding Ji Qing. Hee. The stone of attack is here. Thank you. There's enough money in this card. Lang Yueyao received the stone of attack before handing over the card. After deducting the money left from the auction, Lang Yueyao left the auction house. Before leaving, Ji Qing kindly reminded, Xiao Ran, you and your friend must be careful on your way back. There's no fighting allowed inside the auction house. That's the rule. But after leaving the auction house, those guys will press on. Don't worry, Mom, we know. After bidding farewell to Ji Qing, on Lang Yueyao's girls' way back to the Nine Heavens Academy, there were indeed some guys who couldn't hold back. These guys had been following Lang Yueyao since the time she left the auction house, and now they were finally waiting for a good opportunity. Hee. No one is here, just in time to make a move. Swish! After a few people signaled with their eyes, they immediately surrounded Lang Yueyao and the girls front and back. 2 great beauties. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Be a good boy and hand over the stone of life and the stone of attack, or else we'll destroy them with our hot hands. A few middle-aged men with scars on their faces shouted strangely. One of the junior brothers licked his lips, his gaze lewdly sizing up Lang Yueyao and Shinran's bodies. Boss, these 2 little beauties are strangely beautiful. It's too bad that they died, or else. Scar touched the beard fork on his face and laughed strangely. Of course, if you are willing to serve us well, you can still consider sparing your lives. Chapter 46, Bones from the Ancient Battlefield. AI. How come there are always these unenlightened guys? Shinran rubbed his head somewhat breathlessly. It was not good to rob anyone's things, but to come and intercept this little guy's. Is this not picking a light in the toilet looking for death? Seeing this indifferent expression on Shinran's face, Scar started to become a bit excited. Yaha! Still pretending to be unruly with me here. Boss, leave this one of yours to me. See how I'll teach her a lesson later. That junior brother rubbed his hands together with a lewd face. Lang Yueyao also shook her head somewhat helplessly. Xiao Yao, you see to it. Jiang Yan laughed a little, then flew over towards Scar's people. Seeing this, Scar did not get angry but laughed instead, not putting Jiang Yan in his eyes in the slightest. Yeah. Still thinking of resisting. Beauty. This spirit beast of yours doesn't look too good, ah. Jiang Yan frowned a bit, and a dragon roar was directly spewed out. Roar. The roar had an extremely strong impact, and the moment it touched Scar, its entire body was blown away, and in the end it was even directly embedded in the wall. Scar died without even summoning a spirit beast, and the little brother next to him hadn't even reacted yet. What the hell? Duh. Big brother. They swallowed a mouthful of water tremblingly, then looked back with panicked eyes to find that Scar had already been set into the wall with all of his limbs broken. Damn it. We've met a tough opponent. Hurry up and do it. Seeing this, the junior brother next to him just wanted to make a move, but he was directly slapped out by a dragon claw from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's attacks were able to directly kill epic-level spirit beasts, let alone these unprotected robbers. With this claw, that person directly shattered into 3 sections, looking extremely miserable. Those juniors who witnessed this scene were directly stunned. In all the years they had been in this business, they had never encountered such a ruthless character. This is not a spirit beast. This is the king of hell. What the hell is this? You, don't come over. Ah! The overly fearful ones even forgot to summon the spirit beasts in the royal beast space, and they were slapped to death by Jiang Yan, one slap after another. After settling these people, Jiang Yan patted the blood on his hands. Che, with this amount of strength you still want to come and rob little master? Jiang Yan disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then seized all the storage rings in those people's hands. These people must not have done this less. There must be a lot of good things in the storage ring. Jiang Yan ran back to Lang Yuyao's side with the stuff in his ass. Yo, pretty smart. Knows how to harvest the loot. Shinran gave a thumbs up and complimented. Lang Yuyao smiled. Alright, these bad guys must not have done this too much in their spare time. We can be considered to have done something for the people. Let's go. Go back and see what treasures they have in their storage rings. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was uneventful, and the 3 of them safely returned to the Nine Heavens Academy. In the dormitory, Lang Yueyao gave Jiang Yan the attack stone under auction. Xiao Yao, absorb this attack stone first. Jiang Yan nodded no and took the stone of attack, then began to absorb it. Absorbing the stone of attack, absorption progress 1%, 2%, 3%. While Jiang Yan was absorbing the stone of attack, Lang Yueyao checked what was inside those robbers' storage rings. What surprised him a little was that there were quite a few things inside. Most of them were beast cores of some ferocious beasts, as well as a lot of experience books and quite a few precious props. This is the Blood Moon Horn. This was a rare prop that would have a probability of dropping out after killing a fierce beast. Instead of a prop, it was more like a fierce beast summoner. Blowing the horn on the night of the blood moon would enter a special event phase, summoning the Beast King, and after killing it, one would receive a large amount of rewards. However, because these people were not strong enough, even if they obtained this equipment, they did not have the guts to blow it. I didn't realize that these guys still had quite a few good things. Even the misty hidden lantern, capable of illuminating a nearby 50-meter range in the mist and dispersing poisonous mists. However, the lantern oil needs to be mixed with the body fluids of the moonlight jellyfish. What made Lang Yueyao more concerned was that there was even a piece of bone similar to a spirit beast inside. Hee. How disgusting. Why is there even a bone in here? Shinran pinched her nose to reveal a disgusted expression. Lang Yueyao, however, frowned a bit. This was because she vaguely sensed that there was actually a strong aura remaining on top of this bone. Just as she was still puzzled, the next second, buzz! Lang Yueyao's soul was actually bizarrely brought into the broken bone. This place is... She looked around, but saw a spine-chilling scene. This place seemed to be a huge ancient battlefield, with white bones piled up all around, undead everywhere, and ghostly fires floating around, revealing an extremely eerie atmosphere. Here is this place. Swish! Just as she suddenly thought of something, her thoughts were instantly pulled back into the middle of the dormitory. Returning to her senses, Lang Yueyao realized that Shinran had been anxiously tapping her shoulder. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Lang Yueyao hurriedly patted her right hand and comforted her. It's fine. Just now I just slipped out of my mind for a bit. Aya, you scared me to death. I didn't react to how I called you just now. I thought you were possessed. Shinran let out a long breath. All right, don't worry about it. I'm fine. Lang Yueyao responded with a smile on the surface, but in her heart, she sucked in a breath of cold air. There was absolutely no mistaking it. That was the ancient battlefield. It was an extremely dangerous place, and in her previous life she had traveled there due to some chance. Although the ancient battlefield had many chances, it was also dangerous. If not for her strong strength at that time, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Immediately afterward, several horizontal and vertical marks appeared on the surface of that piece of bone. Looking at this, it should be the map of the ancient battlefield. Well, wait until the 1-month appointment is over. Maybe we can take little Yao there to have a look. Jiang Yan at this time had also finished absorbing the stone of attack. Absorbing the stone of attack, absorption progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbing the stone of attack, attack power limit increased. Not bad. Now the attack cap has been increased as well. Jiang Yan was happy. Right. There are still some rewards from defeating the Desert Monarch last time that I haven't looked at yet. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan summoned the system panel to check the props from last time. Orhus's Sand Sovereign Staff 1, Orhus's Beast Core 1, Heart of the Desert, Certificate of the Sand Sea Unknown Key. Orhus's Sand Sovereign Staff can be fused with the Heart of the Desert. Oh, it can still be fused? Fusion. As Jiang Yan's words fell, Orhus's Sand Sovereign Scepter fused with the Heart of the Desert. That scepter was forged from quicksand's secret gold. Its surface was covered with ancient runes, and a constantly rotating desert heart was suspended at the top. Jiang Yan then immediately used his Eye of Insight to check the scepter's full information. I'll go. This is Chapter 47, Su Yang's Powerful. Weapon name: Scepter of the Sand Lord of Orhus. Weapon type: Scepter. Rarity: Legendary. Attack power: 130 points of physical damage plus 96 points of magic damage. Durability: 1000. Characteristics: waving the scepter can summon a sandstorm that can engulf enemy targets or change the terrain. Note: plus 30% damage to beast enemies. Exclusive skill: Earth Vein Control. Can sense underground water and mineral veins and instantly drain them, turning the oasis into a dead zone. Skill 2: Devour Life. Converts the powerful energy of the Heart of the Desert, trapping enemies in rivers of sand and turning their flesh and blood into grains of sand to nourish the power of the scepter. Special note: Orhus's Scepter of Sand can be used by both spirit beasts and humans. After seeing the basic information of Orhus's Sand Sovereign Scepter, it could excite Jiang Yan to no end. This base data was heaven-defying. Even if the ability was powerful, it could also be used by spirit beasts. That's really good. Little Yo-Yo should really like this prop. Hee. After I find a chance to get my hands on it, I'll give this scepter to little Yao Yao. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yan checked out the Orhus Beast Core. Since this Beast Core was relatively precious, he didn't proceed with the absorption. Although he was able to boost his experience value by a large amount after absorbing this Beast Core, but what if there was a greater need for it in the future? This last oddly shaped key made Jiang Yan a bit puzzled. Certificate of the Sand Sea Unknown Key. Unknown? It seems to be a key that can open a hidden map somewhere. Map fragment 05. Jiang Yan whispered in his heart. The key to a hidden map, ah. Looks like I need to keep an eye out for it in the future. Seeing Jiang Yan's frozen-in-place appearance, Lang Yueyao asked with some worry. Xiao Yao, how do you feel? There's no discomfort anywhere in your body, right? Jiang Yan shook his head and made a strong movement. Haha, that's good. My little Yao is the best. There are quite a few experience books here, so absorb them all. Lang Yueyao handed Jiang Yan all 10 of the seized experience books. There were 3 intermediate-level experience books and 7 low-level experience books, which added up to quite a bit of experience. Jiang Yan took the experience books and left 3 intermediate-level ones for himself, giving the remaining 7 low-level ones to the pleased Mung Leaf Beast. After all, it was his own little brother, so he still had to take care of it. The Mo Leaf Beast just looked at Jiang Yan adoringly. Jiang Yan patted its head. All right, this is a little gift from Big Brother to you. This is just where it's at. There will be more stuff in the future. Hurry up and get stronger. The Mo Leaf Beast nodded happily and began to absorb the experience book. Jiang Yan smiled and also began to absorb the experience book. Successfully used intermediate experience book. Gained experience value 100. Successfully used intermediate experience book. Gained experience value 100. Not bad. We'll be able to upgrade again soon if this continues. Well, counting the time, it seems like we'll be dueling with Li Yishuan's woman soon. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Yan licked his lips. I just don't know, is that phoenix meat good to eat? At this time, after the auction ended, Su Yang arrived at the Nine Heavens Academy alone. Only he was stopped by the 2 security guards at the entrance just as he arrived outside the school. Stop! May I ask who you are? Su Yang didn't bother to reply, walked up and heavily tapped on the shoulders of the 2 of them. Wow! Those 2 security guards suddenly went black and directly fainted on the ground. Che! This is the security of the Nine Heavens Academy. What 2 losers! He just waltzed into the Nine Heavens Academy like this. Su Yang didn't bother to look for it and walked straight to the square. Then roared. Wu Lin, Come out and meet me. This roar was so loud that half of the people in the Nine Heavens Academy could hear it. I'll go. Who is this? So arrogant that he dares to call our Lord Dean by his name. This is too arrogant. Let's go take a look. After hearing the voice, the crowd rushed to the square. But when they saw that the person coming was Su Yang, they immediately became silent. At this moment, Wu Lin, who was still looking for information in the dean's room, was suddenly startled by this roar. This voice? Why is it so familiar? Could it be? He didn't dare to hesitate and whirled to the square.
Su Yang.
The moment he saw Su Yang, Wu Lin's face became a little gloomy. The Su family and the Nine Heavens Academy had originally had conflicts before. The previous few students had been repeatedly suppressed by the Su family when they were practicing, and there were even dozens of students who had died at the hands of the Su family as a result. Wu Lin had wanted to tear his face off with the Su family many times, but he was, after all, the dean of the Nine Heavens Academy. This life of his own was nothing, but he was afraid that the Su family would not speak of martial virtues to lay hands on the students of the academy. Su Yang, what are you doing here? You are not welcome in Nine Heavens, Wu Lin said in a deep voice. Wu Lin, why are you so angry? No matter what, we are old friends, Su Yang said with a smile on his face. I repeat, you are not welcome in Nine Heavens. Leave immediately. Wu Lin's voice was low, and the Shen Thunder God tiger next to him let out a hissing sound. After so many years, this tiger still looks the same. It really hasn't changed at all. Su Yang didn't have any fear. Instead, he flicked a ringing finger. Swish! In the next second, a huge and incomparable figure appeared behind him. Only to see that the figure was about 10 meters long. It was a snake, but it was different from ordinary snakes. The scales on its body were flame-colored in the front half of its body, while the back half of its body was ice blue, and what surprised the crowd was that it had grown 2 heads. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's a snake type. It's a snake-type spirit beast. But why does it have 2 heads? At this moment the crowd was confused. In their impression, snake-type spirit beasts would only exist in 1 head. But it wasn't only the many trainees who were shocked. Even Wu Lin revealed a rare look of horror. This guy actually made the spirit beast evolve. This time, there's some trouble. There was the same hierarchy amongst divine beasts, with the next most being quasi-gods, then demigods followed by divine beasts. And this 2-headed snake in front of him had now reached the level of a demigod beast. Before this 2-headed snake evolved, Heaven's Fury was still able to go 50-50 with it. But now, seeing the terrified look on Wu Lin's face, Su Yang's mouth grinned a smug smile. It took me a lot of effort to make it complete 1 evolution. All right, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. A woman called Lang Yueyao from your academy killed 2 of my Su family members. Have her roll out, Wu Lin said in a deep voice. That was also your Su family members who provoked you first. I don't care about that. That woman has to pay the price for killing my Su family members. Frost and ashes. Only to see Su Yang's words fall. The 2-headed snake next to him immediately erupted with a terrifying invisible pressure. Boom! The spread of that mighty pressure was extremely wide, enveloping the watching trainees in just a few moments. Su Yang, you've had enough. Chapter 48, People are killed by me problem. You've had enough. This is the 9 Heavens, not your Su family. Heavenly fury, the angry Wu Lin roared, and the Shen Thunder God tiger next to him also erupted a terrifying pressure, and the 2-headed snake collided together. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted the moment the 2 pressures collided together. And in just a few seconds, the trees of the Nine Heavens Academy were uprooted, and even the plaza was destroyed beyond recognition. Under that terrifying pressure, the many trainees only felt a wave of dizziness and breathlessness. Their bodies felt like they were filled with lead. If they didn't have the Shen Thunder God Tiger's pressure as a shield, I'm afraid that they would have had all their internal organs shattered by now. Good. So terrifying. Is this the pressure of a divine-level spirit beast? No. There's no need to be afraid. With the Dean here, we'll definitely all be fine. Yes. The Dean will definitely defeat this arrogant fellow. Right now, even the cadets who had good talent and were strong in the school could only pin their hopes on Wu Lin under this terrifying pressure. Some of the defiant trainees wanted to summon their spirit beasts to resist, but the next second, the spirit beasts had just been summoned and were severely injured, not having the slightest chance to fight back. No, we're no match at all. This guy's spirit beast is too strong. Su Yang looked around and said with fierce eyes, Wu Lin, don't waste your energy. Let that woman roll out and I won't hurt these brats. Humph. Fight if you want to. Wu Lin's face sank. It was because, just in that instant just now, he violently felt that the heavenly fury's pressure was gradually decreasing. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yang's mouth. AI? Still the same foul temper as before. Just as well, today, I'll let you know what the difference between a quasi-divine spirit beast and a demi-divine spirit beast is. Meanwhile, Lung Yueyao had just brought Jiang Yan out from inside the store. How about it, Xiao Yao? These should be enough for you to eat. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly while chewing on the chunks of meat in his mouth, holding a large pile of delicious food in his hands. Enough. Enough to eat. Sound of chewing. Just as they were about to return to the dormitory, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted from the square. There's the square. Could it be that someone is fighting in the square? Xiao Yao, let's go take a look. Just like that, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yan to the square. But when she arrived at the periphery and saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned on the spot. What on earth is this? The square that was previously intact had now turned into a ruin. Many students were unconscious. Wu Lin was kneeling on one knee with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, while the Xian Lei divine tiger beside him was similarly covered in blood. Su Yang, who was on the opposite side, was also injured. Only compared to Wu Lin, those injuries were not worth mentioning. Wu Lin, after so many years, you haven't improved at all. You're still using the same old moves. As long as you call that woman out, I'll turn around and leave now. Wu Lin spat out a mouthful of bruised blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Miscalculated. I didn't expect a demigod-level divine beast to be so powerful. Since this is the case, then I can only... Just as Wu Lin was about to offer his killing move, Lung Yueyao brought Jiang Yan over. Dean, what exactly happened here? In order to prevent Su Yang from recognizing Lung Yueyao, Wu Lin did not say her name. What are you doing here? Quickly go. But even so, Su Yang still found some clues from amongst Wu Lin's worried eyes. It should be you, right? You're the one who killed Su Hu and Su Feng. What are you? Lung Yueyao asked in a faint voice. You don't need to know what I am. Come with me. Su Yang had almost identified the target. Yueyao, go quickly, you're no match for him. Wu Lin stopped in front of Lung Yueyao with a flash. Dean, this matter started because of me. How can I escape? You! Su Yang laughed out loud and clapped his hands, saying, Well. It's good that you dare to admit it voluntarily. At this time, Jiang Yan had just managed to finish what was in his mouth, then said arrogantly to that two-headed snake, I killed the person. Is there a problem? Spirit beasts were able to communicate with each other, so Frost Embers quickly understood what he said. Master, it was this four unimaginable that killed them. The level of tacit understanding between Frost Embers and Su Yang was extremely high, so the one person and one beast were considered to have a heart-to-heart. Oh, so it was this four unimaginable statue that did it. All right, then let's capture it back together with the beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Frost Embers nodded its head. Its pupils were filled with disdain. It simply looked down on this small little thing in front of it. For unimaginable, come with me. Jiang Yan smiled disdainfully as his breath began to gradually climb. No, just a loach. You really think you're a dragon? You also deserve to talk to me like that. Xiao Yao, be careful. Don't hurt everyone. Lung Yueyao instructed. Dean, I'm sorry. The plaza might have to be redecorated. Wu Lin. What? Just as he was at a loss, Jiang Yan's size rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, the little dot that was just a moment ago had now turned into a massive giant. Its size was so huge that even the ice and fire double-headed snake, which was tens of meters long, was like a loach in front of it. Seeing this, Wu Lin's eyes widened in horror. His head buzzed, and his entire being was as if he had been frozen. Yu Yao, this is... Dragon, he said in shock in his heart. Earlier, when he was checking the information in his room, he had seen the appearance of the dragon race in an ancient book. The appearance of this little guy after his transformation is 8% similar to the dragon race I just saw inside the book. There is absolutely no mistake. This is the dragon race, the supreme dragon race. It's so real. Holy, damn it, what Yu Yao said earlier is true. The emotional Wu Lin couldn't help but explode in his heart. It was fortunate that he had checked the ancient books. Otherwise, he would have really regretted it. This was because Lang Yueyao had previously said that her spirit beast was a juvenile dragon race. Only that he didn't believe it at that time. I didn't expect I can still see a real dragon race in my lifetime. It's not a waste of this life. Nowadays, the pace of the Imperial Beast world is too fast. Everyone is bringing their spirit beasts to upgrade. So they simply don't have the leisure time to read any books. This also indirectly led to the dragon race's appearance being almost unseen. Even if they encountered a real dragon race, they would only be unable to recognize it. After seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Su Yang was dumbfounded at the moment. What the hell is this? Just by looking at Jiang Nian in the air, he felt a deep sense of oppression, and was even a little breathless. That kind of oppression came from the depths of his soul. Woman, I didn't think I really underestimated you. But what's the use of a spirit beast being light and big? It's the real hard power that's needed. Frost Ashes. This fellow is all yours. However, after the words fell, the ice and fire twin-headed serpent on the side made no movement. Because the behemoth in front of him was counted as his ancestor. Chapter 49. I haven't even made a move yet, and you're kneeling on the ground? The ice and fire two-headed snake just stood there dumbfounded, physically not daring to make any extra movements. Seeing this, Su Yang angrily shouted, "Frost Ashes, what are you standing there for? Why don't you quickly give me on?" But even though his words had reached this point, that ice and fire twin-headed snake was still looking into the air with terror in its eyes, its body unable to stop trembling. The dragon race has a natural bloodline suppression of snake-like creatures. This suppression goes deep into the bone marrow. In front of the dragon race, it really doesn't have the slightest right to speak. Even if it had barely reached the demigod level, but in front of the real dragon race, it really wasn't enough to look at all. Because dragons are often born at the demigod level. At this moment, the trainees who had gradually recovered looked up at the huge object in the air, their mouths unable to close in surprise. A sense of giant object phobia surged into everyone's hearts. When faced with creatures that were 100 times more massive than themselves, people tended to panic and get scared. No, what is this thing? This size? I feel like I'm going to suffocate. I've lived for so long. I've never seen a spirit beast like this before. A young girl wearing glasses said with a horrified face. Is this a dragon? Hearing the word dragon, the people present were blinded. What are you saying, dragon? It can't be? How could it be a dragon? That's a legendary spirit beast. Hearing the seething voices of the surrounding crowd, the young girl also began to somewhat distrust her judgment. I'm not sure. I just feel that it's somewhat similar to the dragons in a book I read before. How is this possible? This guy was hatched from a dead egg. There's absolutely no way he's a dragon race. That's right. How could a dragon race hatch out of a dead egg? Even though the truth was right in front of them, they were still unwilling to believe it. Most importantly, they couldn't accept one thing: a dragon race could hatch out of a dead egg. At this moment, Jiang Nian, who was flying in the air, looked indifferently at the ice and fire two-headed snake below him. If he really counted according to seniority, this guy had to call himself an old ancestor. Nothing more than a loach. How dare you clamor in front of your ancestor? Kneel down and sing your conquest. Roar. Sonic roar. With Jiang Nian's roar, coupled with his own ancestral dragon bloodline, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth. In just an instant, countless spirit beasts only felt that the bloodline in their bodies was subjected to a tremendous suppression, and their bodies could not control themselves as they fell to their knees in Jiang Nian's direction. Even the two-headed ice fire snake, which was a demigod level, and the Shen Thunder Divine Tiger, which was a quasi-divine level, all submitted under that pressure. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's face turned as pale as paper, his lips trembling as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell is this? My frost embers is at the level of a demigod. How could it submit to a four-legged statue? Could it be that this spirit beast? It's a dragon from the legends. Su Yang was shocked. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Only the supreme dragon race could release such a terrifying pressure. Damn. I didn't think that there would be a dragon race in a trashy Nine Heavens Academy. No, we have to report this matter to the family head in a hurry. Frost Ashes, withdraw.
Su Yang shouted.
However, the current ice and fire two-headed snake had been completely suppressed by the ancestral dragon's pressure. and was unable to move even half a step. Even getting up was a problem. Damn him! He let out a low curse and actually gave up on his spirit beast, then turned around and ran towards the outside of the school. This is a dragon race. Wait for me to inform the family head of this matter and have him bring people to besiege the Nine Heavens Academy. If this dragon race is captured and then domesticated at that time, the Su family will definitely become the most powerful family in the entire Xia kingdom. When he thought of this, Su Yang's smile became more and more frantic. Seeing the former suddenly turn around to escape, Wu Lin hurriedly shouted towards the air. Little guy, don't let this guy escape. Since he was going to strike, he had to make things worse. This guy must have recognized that this little guy was a dragon race. He must not be allowed to escape back, or else the Su family would definitely send another person. However, in the face of Wu Lin's order, Zhang Yan was indifferent until Lang Yueyao spoke, and only then did he make a move. Xiao Yao, don't let him escape. Zhang Yan nodded, and with a flap of his wings, he rushed forward while also kicking up a gust of wind. Seeing Zhang Yan chasing towards him, Su Yang let out a low curse before hurriedly taking out a cursor. Just a second before he was about to crush the cursor, Zhang Yan's dragon roar was even faster. Roar! Under this roar, Su Yang's internal organs were shattered, and the cursor in his hand fell to the ground.
No, no.
Snapped! As the light cone shattered in response, Su Yang's heart completely died. The intense pain coming from his body made him unable to support himself any longer, and he finally collapsed on the ground, spitting out blood and died. In the end, Su Yang paid the price of his life for his arrogance. Seeing Su Yang being roared to death by himself, Zhang Yan let out an ouch. Oops, it's over. Too much power. Forget it. This guy dared to have crooked thoughts about little Yao Yao. Just hang up. Almost forgot. Here's another one. After thinking of something, Zhang Yan shrunk his body, then came in front of that ice and fire two-headed snake. Honestly, I'm tired of eating all the other meats. I haven't tasted snake meat yet. He licked his lips. Hearing this, the two-headed ice and fire snake continuously kowtowed towards the ground in an attempt to get Zhang Yan to let himself go. Old clan, it's me who has no eyes. Please spare me this time. Spare you? Damn you for aiding and abetting the enemy. Just as Zhang Yan stretched out his dragon claw and prepared to result in the life of this two-headed ice-fire snake, it hurriedly spoke. Old ancestor, please still leave you and me alive. I've been following that guy for many years and know quite a bit of information about the Su family. In order to show my loyalty, I would like to offer my beast core to the old ancestor. Saying that, the ice and fire two-headed snake took out its own beast core. Seeing this, Zhang Yan took a deep breath. All right, then I'll give you a chance to reform. Get lost and don't let me see you in the future. But instead of leaving, the two-headed ice-fire snake was willing to follow Zhang Yan's side. Old ancestor, now that that person is dead and the contract has been broken, I no longer have anywhere to go. Please also accept me. I would like to clear all the obstacles ahead for old ancestor. This well. Zhang Yan was a bit hesitant. This two-headed snake is stupid, but the strength is not bad. It is okay to stay as a little brother. Well, I don't really care. I have to ask my master for permission. Zhang Yan looked at Lang Yueyao behind him. Old ancestor, you convey this for me, and leave the rest to me. All right. Zhang Yan nodded his dragon claw and withdrew the mighty pressure covering the square. Without that pressure covering them, the crowd was able to catch their breath. Phew! Finally I can catch my breath. Yes. Just now it really suffocated me. It felt like I was pressing a 1,000-pound stone on my body. Hey! Where's that provocative Su family member just now? The crowd looked around before realizing that Su Yang had already become a corpse. Zhang Yan brought that double-headed ice-fire snake to Lang Yueyao, then used his dragon claw to describe what happened. Chapter 50, Harvesting Little Brother. Call me Brother Yao from now on. After reading Zhang Yan's description of what happened, Lang Yueyao looked at the two-headed ice-fire snake behind him with some surprise. Ah, so it's like this? Well, if you don't find it troublesome, Xiao Yao, I don't have any problem with it la. Lang Yueyao said after thinking for a while. After all, this twin-headed ice-fire snake is still very rare. If we let it go today, maybe it will join another clan again, and it will be a trouble at that time. Seeing Lang Yueyao nod her head in agreement, the two-headed ice-fire snake was overjoyed. Old ancestor, You? Is this an agreement from your master? Jiang Nian spread his hands helplessly. Never mind. Since little Yo-Yo has said so, you can stay by my side. The two-headed ice fire snake was ecstatic and hurriedly knelt towards Jiang Nian continuously. Many thanks, old ancestor. All right, in the future, stop calling me old ancestor and call me brother Yao. Jiang Nian spread his hands. If this name was called any longer, it would really make him old. Okay, old ancestor. Oh no, brother Yao. The two-headed ice and fire snake nodded happily before shaking itself, turning into a small palm-sized snake. Jiang Nian, who saw this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yo, you can still change big and small? The ice and fire two-headed snake leaped and jumped onto Jiang Nian's dragon claw. If your body becomes smaller, it won't cause you any trouble. Jiang Nian smiled. Count your heart. Wu Lin, who saw this scene from the side, was already not surprised. The dragon race was originally the oldest ancestor of the snake-type spirit beasts, and it was extremely normal for this ice and fire two-headed snake to submit now. He coughed twice and fed the herbs for treating his injuries into the Shen Thunder God Tiger's mouth. With the help of the herbs, the Shen Thunder God Tiger's injuries began to gradually recover. Wu Lin lamented and took it back into the Imperial Beast space. Heavenly Fury, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. It was at this moment that the many teachers who had heard the loud noise arrived. Dean, what exactly happened? This? The many teachers who arrived were stunned when they saw this piece of rubble on the square. Is this scene? A ferocious beast army fighting over. How did it become so wretched? Many teachers hurriedly searched for their respective students amongst the ruins. Fortunately, most of the students were only slightly injured, and there were individual students who fell into a coma and did not cause death. That's
Su Yang.
On the other side of the square's ruins, they instantly recognized Su Yang, who had long since broken on the ground. Su family. Wu Lin gathered the many teachers together, then briefly recounted what had happened. It was just that he didn't say anything about Jiang Nian being a Dragon Clan member. This was a major event that could alarm the entire Xia Kingdom, and before Zhou Xiao had the absolute ability to defend himself, he absolutely could not say anything about the Dragon Clan. You have to know that there are countless people who want to get the Dragon Clan. Even people from other countries are eyeing it. If they know that the Dragon Clan appeared in the 9 heavens will surely die. Even Spirit Abyss City would be implicated. As for the matter of killing Su Yang, he was originally thinking of helping Jiang Nian hide it. But this scene was witnessed by many students present, so he was afraid that it would be a bit inappropriate to lie again. Subsequently, Wu Lin took a deep breath, then said with a gloomy face, everything that happened here today, no one is allowed to say anything. You have to control the students under your hands. If today's matter dares to be publicized everywhere, then don't blame me for not being polite. Yes, Dean. The many teachers nodded heavily. All right, all of you take your respective students to heal your wounds, and then talk about restoring the plaza afterward. And don't let these little brats get blindly involved when there's nothing going on. Wu Lin was very unhappy in his heart. Yes, a few people nodded, obediently accepting the criticism and leaving with their respective students. Yu Yao, come with me to the office. I have some things I want to say to you. Okay, Dean. After Lang Yueyao followed Wu Lin to the office, the latter immediately turned on the soundproofing device. Now, no one will hear our conversation inside this room, Wu Lin said in a deep voice. He shook his head with a bitter smile, amused by his own ignorance. Yu Yao, I have to apologize to you first. Dean Yu, what are you doing? There's no need for this at all. Lang Yueyao hurriedly went forward to help him up. Wu Lin let out a long breath, his expression becoming very solemn. This little guy, he's a dragon race, right? Hearing this, Lang Yueyao froze for a moment, and the Jiang Nian beside him immediately revealed an unkind gaze. Wu Lin laughed and hurriedly explained, Hehe, don't look at me like this. I still look through ancient books when I have time. This little guy's appearance just now after he turned big was 8% similar to the dragon's. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao did not choose to hide anymore. She had told Wu Lin about it before, only that the latter thought she was joking at that time and didn't believe it at all. That's right. Xiao Yao is none other than the dragon race. Wu Lin let out a low laugh and said in a leisurely tone, Don't worry, I didn't have any crooked thoughts. I just want to remind you. Yu Yao, in this world, you also know how rare the dragon race is. Before you have absolute strength, don't make too much of a fuss. Of course, you can come to me for any difficulties you have, and you can go ahead and use the Academy's resources with confidence. Although the strength that this little guy was displaying right now was already terrifying enough, but after all, it hadn't fully grown up yet. If it were to be targeted by someone with a heart of gold, I'm afraid it would become troublesome. But if it becomes a full-bodied dragon, it would truly be unstoppable, and it could destroy the heavens and the earth with the lift of a hand. At that time, the Nine Heavens Academy would inevitably leap to the top of the 4 great academies, becoming the first super academy to produce a dragon race. Hearing these words from Wu Lin, Lang Yueyao naturally understood his small mind. Don't worry, Dean. I will definitely cultivate this little guy properly. As long as no one takes the initiative to mess with us, Xiao Yao and I won't go looking for any other trouble either. I didn't realize that the dean had such a small mind. I hope that I will properly carry out the cultivation of little Yao, and wait until the future when Zhou Xiao is in trouble so that it will step in to help. It's just as well, the Academy's resources are huge anyway, so in the future, Xiao Yao won't have to worry about his breakthrough and upgrade materials. Dean, please don't worry. I am a student of the Nine Heavens Academy at all times. Hearing these words, Wu Lin instantly became much more at ease. Ha ha ha. Good. Yu Yao, having you say this is enough. In the future, if you have any difficulties, just let me know. Lang Yueyao slightly curled the corners of her mouth with a slightly awkward smile. That is really a little bit now. Wu Lin waved his hand, and even before asking what materials, he directly agreed. Small matter, what materials are needed. I'll help you out. There's plenty in the school. Even if there isn't in the school, I still have enough in my own resource pool. Good, many thanks, Dean. The bottom of Lang Yueyao's eyes were filled with joy before she handed over the piece of paper with Zhang Nian's breakthrough materials written on it. Wu Lin confidently received the piece of paper, looked down, and then was dumbfounded. Chapter 51, The January Promise Descends. After looking at the 3 things on that paper again, Wu Lin was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. These 3 breakthrough materials were worth $1 million each. This girl, her appetite is also too big. Wu Lin smiled bitterly, but he still agreed. No problem. These 3 stones are on me. He. Thanks, Dean. Lang Yueyao happily waved her little fist. Little Yao. Quick. Thank the Dean for helping us with the breakthrough stone. Zhang Yan made a nodding face towards Wu Lin. Well, can't tell, this guy is quite good. If this guy was having some crooked thoughts just now, then he could have tasted what tiger meat tasted like. Seeing as you helped me find the stone of breakthrough, I will step in to help when the Academy encounters danger in the future. Seeing Zhang Yan listen to Lang Yueyao so much, Wu Lin was shocked for a small moment in his heart. Worthy of being a dragon race, to possess this kind of spirituality. Suddenly thinking of something, Lang Yueyao smiled slightly awkwardly. That? Dean, if it's possible, can these 3 stones be collected for me within 3 days? Oh, why is that? Wu Lin was puzzled. In a few days, it will be my January appointment with Li Yixuan, Lang Yueyao said in a low voice. This? Wu Lin was a little hesitant. Right now, Yixuan was still in the middle of the intermediate level copy and hadn't come out. If she saw this scene today, would she regret the decision she made at that time? Although the one she had contracted was a divine grade phoenix spirit beast. But, in front of the true dragon race, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. He. All right, Yu Yao, you must be merciful when the time comes. Lang Yueyao nodded her head, and when she said the last, her expression gradually became a bit icy. Don't worry, Dean, we are just properly sparring. But, if she comes down with a deadly hand, then I won't be a sitting duck. Either. Wu Lin couldn't say anything more when he saw this. After all, this was a grudge between their younger generation. AI, fine then. Yueyao, you go and rest first. As for the Su family, I'll find a way to give them an explanation. Lang Yueyao said, Well, Dean, if they are really bullying people too much, my Xiao Yao isn't a vegetarian either. Haha. Well, you go rest first, I'm here. Wu Lin laughed. Yes, Dean. Lang Yueyao nodded and led Zhang Yan out of the dean's room. After they left, Wu Lin immediately summoned a few class teachers, which included Su Xiaoyan. These were all people he trusted. Secretly dispose of Su Yang's body, then redecorate the plaza. If the Su family sends someone, we'll just pretend we don't know anything. Without decisive evidence, they won't dare to do anything to us. Yes, A few people nodded with grave expressions. Wu Lin instructed a few more words. Right. Make sure to keep those little brats' mouths shut, but don't let them talk nonsense outside. Yes, Dean. After ordering the matters under his hand down, Wu Lin then let out a long breath. Phew. Next we'll wait for that guy Su Wonhan to come. After leaving the dean's room, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yan back to the dormitory. The ice and fire two-headed snake, who had heard the conversation between the several people, leaned over and said in Jiang Yan's ear, Brother Yao, although the Su family's character isn't good, their strength is still there. The Su family's master is called Su Wonhan. His spirit beast is very mysterious. I've stayed in the Su family for such a long time, but I haven't seen his spirit beast once. In response, Jiang Yan just spread his hands indifferently. So what? Is it as powerful as me? The two-headed snake immediately shook his head. That's certainly not the case. Jiang Yan said, then it doesn't work. The dragon race has a saying. Soldiers come. Water comes. Water covers earth. Just let them come. Afraid of a hammer. Your Yao brother, I am fearless. If they dare to come, I will let none of them return. Two-headed snake immediately transformed into Jiang Yan's little fanboy. Brother Yao is invincible. Brother Yao is mighty. Jiang Yan said, follow Brother well, and you'll be rewarded in the future. Okay, Brother Yao. In the remaining half a day, a few teachers took care of Su Yang's body and then went back to the work of rebuilding the square. After this incident, the attitude of the students of the Nine Heavens Academy towards Lang Yueyao had undergone a sea change. Coupled with the admonitions of many teachers, surprisingly, none of the students had said anything about what happened that day. They knew very well what serious consequences would result if this matter were to be revealed. Time came to the next day, when Su Wonhan saw that Su Yang was late in coming back. He sent people to Nine Heavens Academy to investigate. But after some investigation, there was no discovery. Having no choice, Su Wonhan had no choice but to personally come to Nine Heavens to find Wu Lin. As soon as they met, he inquired about Su Yang. Wu Lin, on the other hand, pretended to understand and asked questions. Anyway, there is no conclusive evidence. What can you do to me? Seeing Wu Lin's lack of knowledge, Su Wonhan's face turned green with anger. Even though he had guessed that Su Yang might have died, there was no direct evidence that he had died in the Nine Heavens Academy. He originally wanted to directly tear his face with Wu Lin, but, on second thought, he felt that it was not yet time. The Su family, the Yin family, the Zheng family, the Yi family, the other three big families are getting more and more powerful. Only his Su family is gradually declining. If now and the Nine Heavens Academy war, if it can be overthrown, but the other three big families of people will definitely take advantage of the loophole, then the Su family will be in danger. After deeply considering the pros and cons of this matter, Su Wonhan was able to suppress the anger in his heart. However, he was still undeterred, and after leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, he immediately sent people to squat at the entrance of the school. He ordered that as long as they were students of the Nine Heavens Academy, all of them would be captured. But this thought of his, Wu Lin had guessed it long ago. The next second Su Wonhan walked out of the academy. He ordered the school's gates to be closed and told the students that they were not allowed to leave the school for a few days. This infuriated Su Wonhan. He sent people to squat at the entrance of the Nine Heavens Academy for 3 days. But he didn't even see anyone. He had no choice but to put this matter to rest. During those 3 days, Wu Lin handed over the breakthrough stone he had obtained to Lang Yueyao. Li Yixuan successfully walked out from inside the intermediate level copy. After walking out of the intermediate level copy, her strength had taken a qualitative leap and her entire person had become more confident. But what she didn't know was that in the few days she was away, Lang Yueyao's strength had similarly taken a qualitative leap. Successfully absorbed the stone of perseverance, the upper limit of defense has increased. Successfully absorbed the stone of magic, the upper limit of magic power has increased. Successfully absorbed the stone of extreme speed, speed limit increased. Oh ho! Now all the values have completely broken through. Jiang Yan rejoiced. Counting the time. Tomorrow seems to be the day of the duel with that woman Li Yixuan. I still really want to know what exactly will be the reward I'll get after eating the phoenix meat. Chapter 52, The Duel, the Beginning. Just as Jiang Yan was still thinking about eating the phoenix meat, the two-headed snake asked curiously, Brother Yao, is that guy your enemy? Sort of, anyway. That woman has a cocky look about her. I don't feel good when I look at her. Jiang Yan skimmed his mouth. Then, Do you need me to step in and teach her a lesson? No need. I'll make a move. Just be responsible for watching the show tomorrow, Jiang Nian said. Okay, Brother Yao. At this time, Lang Yueyao walked out from inside the bathroom wearing a cool outfit. She was wearing a cool silk halter nightgown, highlighting her delicate and sexy collarbones. Her snowy lotus root-like soft jade arms were graceful, rounded and slender, and her jade legs were fine snowy and smooth calves. Xiao Yao. The bath water is ready. Come take a bath. She waved her hand towards Jiang Nian. Therefore the situation Jiang Nian gave a surprised cry, then hastily covered the eyes of the two-headed snake next to him. I go, opening lightning strike Brother Yao, I can't see anything. Two-headed snake said innocently. No, you're still looking at a DJ you're not allowed to look. Jiang Nian exasperatedly said. Right, haven't asked you yet. Are you a man or a woman? He ghostly asked. Brother Yao, I am a female. The two-headed snake twisted its body. Jiang Nian, what the hell you're a female? Two-headed snake nodded her head, and for some reason, her body began to gradually become a little hotter. Yes, Brother Yao. Jiang Nian dryly coughed twice, thought for a moment, and then loosened his grip again. Okay. Brother is going to take a bath. Don't move around here. The two-headed snake nodded obediently. Okay, Brother Yao. Bathroom. Lang Yueyao gently stepped into the bathtub. Water droplets slid down along her skin as she slowly picked up Jiang Nian and said, Little Yao, tomorrow is the day of the duel with Li Yixuan. Feeling a bit nervous. Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw, then patted her head. Don't worry, little Yao. Since you chose to believe in me, then I definitely won't let you lose. What phoenix, what genius. Let everyone know tomorrow. You're that real genius. Seeing Jiang Nian's confident appearance, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Haha, I'm such a fool. My Xiao Yao is so strong now, what am I worried about? Right? Jiang Nian nodded his head vigorously before making a strong gesture. Seeing Jiang Nian being so lively, Lang Yueyao's gaze gradually became softer, and a light hint of a smile came through her eyes. Little Yao, to be able to meet you, I probably used up all my luck in my previous life. Being able to contract you to be my spirit beast is the best decision I've ever made in my life. The night was uneventful, and time quickly came to the next day. Lang Yueyao woke up early and left the dormitory after organizing her equipment. Although Shinran came back late last night, she got up equally early and was even more excited than Lang Yueyao. Yueyao, go for it, I believe in you. I've long looked at that arrogant woman with displeasure. I must give her a good lesson today. Lang Yueyao smiled and pinched her cheeks. All right, let's get going. 9 Heavens Academy Dueling Arena. There were more than a few times more trainees than usual today, and they were all sitting neatly inside the dueling arena. The normally empty dueling arena was surprisingly full at the moment. On the second floor bleachers, many teachers looked at the entrance gates on both sides from time to time. The January appointment between Lang Yueyao and Li Yixuan had finally arrived today as promised. This time, the duel between the two was only watched by people from the 9 Heavens Academy, and Wu Lin did not invite anyone else. This was also to better protect Lang Yueyao. But I'm only afraid that this matter won't be hidden for long after today. In order to protect the safety of the many students, he had set up 2 protective shields at the outer perimeter of the 9 Heavens Academy and inside the dueling arena respectively, so that the aftershocks from the 2 fighting would not harm the other students. As for those powerhouses and clans in Spirit Abyss City, they didn't care about these things at all. No one would care about a person who had contracted a ruined egg. Finally, after 2 to 3 minutes had passed, Li Yixuan was the first to enter the duel. As soon as she walked into the dueling arena, a mountain of cries immediately erupted around her. Although Li Yixuan had been showing up less in recent days, she still had a very large number of supporters. Go Li Yixuan! Go Li Yixuan! Show the opposite side your true strength. That's right. Let everyone know that you're the true genius of the 9 Heavens Academy. In the face of the mountain of praise from the crowd, the corners of Li Yixuan's mouth lifted slightly, as if she deserved all of this. And the phoenix on her shoulder that had completed its evolution seemed to have inherited her character, becoming proud beyond measure. I'll go. Is this the sense of oppression of a divine-level spirit beast? AI. Is this the gap between us and geniuses? Just sitting here on the stands, I already feel the sense of oppression. AI, you guys, who will win today's match? A person sent out a soul-torturing question. That goes without saying, of course it's Li Yixuan. I don't think so. As soon as his words were said, they were immediately vetoed by the people next to him. You guys are the ones who didn't see the spirit beast that Lang Yueyao contracted the other day violently beat up a demigod-level spirit beast. No, we can't say it was brutally beaten. It should be completely crushed. It's a pity that we were all injured in the end. And we didn't see what happened to that spirit beast. It's probably dead. I'm going to go, is it really true? Is it really as mysterious as you guys make it out to be? Several people asked incredulously. What a coincidence. I happened to be in the copy that day, so I didn't see it. Me too. I didn't see that scene either. Is it really as awesome as you guys say? Harm. I'm not bragging. You guys will know when you see it later. By the way, that spirit beast can also change its size. That size is almost as big as half of our dueling arena. Really? In the midst of the crowd's skepticism, Lang Yueyao led Jiang Yan into the dueling arena. As soon as she walked into the dueling arena, Shinran in the stands cheered at the top of her voice. Go for it, Yueyao. Go for it. On the high platform on the second floor, Su Xiaoyan clenched her fists tightly, cheering for Lang Yueyao in her heart. Yueyao, go for it. Whether or not you can reclaim this title of the first genius of the Nine Heavens Academy, and the dignity that originally belonged to you, depends on today. Seeing Su Xiaoyan's nervousness, Lu Ming appeared calm and unusual, and couldn't help but flirt a bit. What? The competition hasn't even started yet, and you're nervous here? Su Xiaoyan, I know what's in your heart, but it's useless. Today you will know who is the first genius of the Nine Heavens, who is the first teacher of the Nine Heavens. As the two walked inside the dueling arena, Wu Lin on the stage sighed helplessly before saying in a deep voice, this duel is on point. As for the bet you made a month ago, it's not good for me to intervene. To be honest, this matter was really hard for him to handle. Both of them were one in a million geniuses. Letting either one go would be sad. At this time, Li Yixuan was disdainful. Dean, you don't have to make it difficult. The weak have no qualifications to stay here. Whoever loses today will leave Nine Heavens. Chapter 53, Frost Phoenix versus Ancestral Dragon. As Li Yixuan's words came out, Wu Lin could only sigh helplessly. Ai, Fine. Yixuan ah. This time you've really looked the other way, and I can't help you. If it was another spirit beast that Yu Yao had contracted, then the one who won this January contract would definitely be you. But that's the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan versus Phoenix Clan. I didn't expect to see such a great battle in my lifetime. In the dueling arena, Lang Yueyao took a deep breath before faintly saying, Come on, Li Yixuan. Let me see just how much stronger you've gotten in this month. Li Yixuan rolled her eyes contemptuously, the corner of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Just with that 4 unimaginable statue you contracted. How dare you fight my Frost Phoenix? I'll be able to knock you down within 3 moves. Humph, you'll know right away. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I want you to live under my shadow forever. Lang Yueyao just laughed lightly before patting Jiang Yan's head. Little fellow, it's up to you today. Jiang Yan waved his dragon claw excitedly. He couldn't wait to taste the meat of this Frost Phoenix. No problem. I've long wanted to taste how this phoenix meat tastes like. After saying that, Lang Yueyao slowly walked towards the Imperial Beast platform behind him. In order to prevent Imperial Beastmasters from getting injured during a duel, this kind of platform that only Imperial Beastmasters could stand on would be set up within the dueling arena. Li Yixuan crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the Frost Phoenix on his shoulder immediately jumped to the center of the dueling arena. Little Blue, let this 4 unimaginable see what true strength is. After saying that, she took a step back and then leapt onto the Imperial Beastmaster's dais. With both of them ready, this duel finally drew to a close. Li Yixuan waved her right hand and took the lead. Little Blue, Extreme Cold Domain. Wow! As Li Yixuan's voice fell, the Frost Phoenix immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. Immediately after it lifted its wings and swung, a powerful cold energy erupted from its body, which spread extremely widely, covering the entire dueling arena in the blink of an eye. However, this was not the end. The ice energy caused a qualitative change, which led to the entire dueling arena as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Along with the surrounding, everything was frozen. Now, This place had already turned into a dueling arena sealed in ice. Although it was protected by an energy shield, the crowd on the stands were still frozen to the point of shivering. This is... I'm going a domain skill? It's really worthy of being a divine spirit beast. To even have this kind of heaven-defying skill. I'll go, this kind of skill has been used. It's not possible that this duel is going to end, right? Inside the dueling arena, seeing this icy duel field, Jiang Yen couldn't help but smile in his heart. Yo, it's really not bad. There's actually a field skill. Interesting. This duel looks like it won't be that boring. Facing the suddenly changed environment, Lung Yueyao just said with a calm face, Xiao Yao, it's up to you next. Jiang Yen nodded, then flew into the air as the swift dragon flame in his mouth began to rapidly converge. Affected by the frigid environment, your attack power has been slightly weakened. Influenced by the icy environment, your speed has been reduced by a small amount. Your cold resistance has been reduced by a small amount due to the cold environment. This domain skill is quite interesting, but as he leveled up and continued to evolve, the power of the swift dragon flame was gradually becoming stronger. In the next second, the swift dragon flame from Jiang Yen's mouth directly blasted towards the center of the dueling arena. Boom! The terrifying flames spread out instantly, immediately melting everything that was frozen around them. Moreover, the range of the swift dragon flame was even greater, and it came with a burning effect, and it began to rapidly strike towards that frost phoenix. Little Blue, fan it out, Li Yixuan said hurriedly. The frost phoenix flapped its wings covered in ice crystals to set off a cold current, which only then extinguished the swire dragon flame. Just then, Jiang Yen used his eye of insight to check the frost phoenix's information. Name, Frost Phoenix. Life value, 867. Level 15. Attack, 843. Defense, 963. Speed, 943. Magic, 631. Domain, Extreme Cold Domain. Talent, Cold Mastery. Skills, Ice Cone Piercing, Frost Armor, Breath of Winter, Nirvana Frost Flower, Ice Mirage. Truly worthy of being a divine phoenix, these stats. But you're still too young in front of Little Master. Sonic Roar. Jiang Yen let out a dragon roar and directly attacked the frost phoenix not far away. Blue dodge. Even though Li Yixuan had hastily warned, the speed of the sonic roar was so fast that the frost phoenix was still affected by the waves on its wings. Frost Phoenix life value 30. Frost Phoenix's resistance to dragon might decreases by 50%. Stun Mark 1. When stun mark reaches 5 points, it can inflict 15 seconds of stun control on the target. However, the Frost Phoenix lived up to its name as a divine beast, immediately launching a counterattack the moment it was attacked. Only to see her wings stretch out, countless ice cones made of cold ice immediately appeared around her body. Swish swish. Immediately afterward, those ice cones shot towards Jiang Yen as fast as lightning. Jiang Yen gathered some of his strength into his twin claws, first slapping the ice cones in front of him into pieces, and the huge wind formed by his twin wings directly blew those ice cones away. In the next second, his figure began to flicker like a ghost, and in a whirlwind, he appeared in front of the Frost Phoenix. Seeing this extremely terrifying speed, Li Yixuan's heart trembled and she couldn't help but be startled. What? The speed was unexpectedly so fast. However, what's the point of being fast? My Frost Phoenix is invincible. Xiao Yao, attack on its wings, Lung Yueyao said. Seeing Jiang Yen's rapidly incoming dragon claws, the Frost Phoenix immediately spread its wings wide open before forming a cold ice shield made up of countless shattered ice cones around its body. It's useless. Your spirit beast's attack is so weak that it can't beat my defense. Until now, Li Yixuan still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and still held a dismissive attitude. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yen just laughed, and the power on his dragon claw increased instead of decreasing. Dragon Claw Tier. After using the Stone of Attack, its power had not only completed a breakthrough, but had also increased slightly. Coupled with the skill effect of Dragon Claw Tier and the Golden Finger of Absolute Penetration, this claw went down, and that Frost Phoenix's proud absolute defense was directly slapped into pieces. Slap! What? Li Yixuan's face instantly changed drastically as he hurriedly said. Little Blue counterattack. After receiving the order, the Frost Phoenix roared, Powerful cold energy quickly converged on top of its wings and violently attacked towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was not afraid in the slightest, waving his dragon claws and moved up. Boom! Jiang Yan life value 21. Ding! Dragon claw tier effect triggered. Scale armor defense effect triggered. Master of chaos effect triggered. Chapter 54. Absolute crushing. Dragon claw tier effect triggered. Bleeding effect on the target, continuous loss of life value. Frost Phoenix 9. Frost Phoenix life value 9. Oh. Scale armor defense effect triggered. Rebound effect triggered. Rebounds some of the damage dealt by the target. Frost Phoenix life value 10. Oh. Master of chaos effect triggered. The target is in a state of confusion. Confusion. Enemies in confusion will attack the wrong target, including themselves or random units, for 10 seconds. Hearing this sound of 3 consecutive gold words triggering, Jiang Yan was delighted. The chance of triggering after this probability increase was just high. After a moment of elation, he turned and flew into the air. The Frost Phoenix that had entered a state of chaos began to attack uncontrollably and indiscriminately. Even though Jiang Yan had already escaped the attack range, it was still constantly attacking the front with its ice picks. On the stands, the hearts of the people who saw this scene were filled with doubt. No, what's this? That guy has left. Why is this Frost Phoenix still attacking there? Can't it be that his eyes are blurred? Big brother, don't make me laugh. Would a god-level spirit beast have blurred eyes during a battle? On the second floor stands, some knowledgeable teachers quickly understood all of this. If I'm not wrong, Yixuan's spirit beasts have now entered a state of confusion. However, skills that can cause an enemy to enter a state of confusion are extremely rare. How could this little guy have? Lu Ming let out a heckle, still looking calm. Hehe. It's just some small means, no need to care. Earlier than this, in order to test Li Yixuan's strength, he had looked for several talented students in his class to confront him. But the result was, even though they all used all their strength, they were still knocked down by Li Yixuan in 3 moves. Don't be anxious. The good part is only about to begin now. Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. On the dueling arena, seeing the Frost Phoenix constantly attacking indiscriminately there, Li Yixuan also guessed that she might have entered a state of confusion. However, instead of having any panic, she revealed an evil smile. A skill that can make people enter a state of confusion is indeed very good. But it has no effect on my little blue. Only 3 seconds after the Frost Phoenix entered the state of confusion, his eyes were suddenly replaced by a flash of blue light, followed by an extremely strong burst of rushing energy. Bleeding effect disappears. Lang Yueyao didn't expect it. No matter what negative status my little blue suffers from, it will be immediately lifted after 3 seconds, and it will be transformed into a powerful cold energy. It's time for this boring battle to end. Little blue, winter's breath. As Li Yixuan's words fell, the Frost Phoenix began to continuously wave its wings, and with every incitement it made, the surrounding cold air would become a few degrees colder. In the next second, the earth began to frost. The air gradually condensed into ice blades, and the cold energy from the Frost Phoenix's mouth converged at great speed. Xiao Yao, be careful. Even though Lang Yueyao had absolute confidence in Jiang Yan, her heart still tightened and she couldn't help but remind him. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was flying in the air, surprisingly did not have the slightest intention to dodge, but instead made a provocative gesture towards the Frost Phoenix. The Frost Phoenix was originally a divine beast. Its spirit was not low, so how could it accept being insulted? With its mouth of ice energy convergence completed, the Frost Phoenix did not hesitate to aim at the air Jiang Yan violently blasted. On the high platform on the second floor, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth, who saw this scene, had already hung up a smile belonging to the victor. It's over. Under the cold ice, there is no life left. That 4 images is going to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing the Frost Phoenix emit such a terrifying energy blast, Wu Lin only felt a pang of dismay in his heart, and with a single eye gesture, the several teachers beside him hastily enhanced their protective shield. I didn't expect this Frost Phoenix of Yixuan to be so terrifying in strength as well, but in the air, in the face of this terrifying attack from the Frost Phoenix, Jiang Yan just slowly opened his mouth, and the Taiku dragon flame in his mouth converged at great speed.
Sonic Roar, plus Swift Dragon Flamme.
Roar. Swire Dragon Flame versus Breath of Ice. Flame and ice collided. The moment the two powerful energies collided together, a huge shockwave was formed, which began to spread crazily in all directions. Fortunately, with the protective shield, the students on the stands were not affected. But even from a long distance away, they could still feel the change in temperature around them. The left side was hot, and the right side was cold. No, what the hell is going on here? It's not surprising that Li Yixuan's Phoenix Spirit Beast was able to send out such a terrifying attack. But how? Lung Yueyao's Spirit Beast is also able to emit such a terrifying attack. You ask me, who am I going to ask? Does this still let people live? A spirit beast this small has such a terrifying energy in its body. His own spirit beast is so huge, but the strength it exerts is not as good as 1/10 of what others have. This is still not letting people live. At this moment, Li Yixuan's eyes in the dueling arena were filled with disbelief. She had originally thought that she would be able to easily resolve the fight with just this move, but she didn't expect this for unimagiнаbles even has such strength? Little Blue, you can definitely not lose to this waste spirit beast, Li Yixuan shouted angrily. However, the ice energy that could freeze everything completely lost its effect in front of the swift dragon flame. The terrifying temperature of the flames melted the cold energy released by that energy in a few breaths. The cold energy began to decrease rapidly, and everything that was frozen around them returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. However, it didn't end there. As Jiang Nian lashed out, the swift dragon flame directly hit the Frost Phoenix with a crushing force. Swoosh! Frost Phoenix life value 213. Seeing that the Frost Phoenix was injured, Li Yixuan shouted out anxiously. Little Blue. Due to the Taiku dragon flame having a burning effect, it caused the Frost Phoenix's life value to continue to decrease. Frost Phoenix life value 15. Frost Phoenix 9. Frost Phoenix 11. The Frost Phoenix's negative effect disappearance buff triggered only after losing much of its life value. Searing effect disappears. Phew! With a long, agonizing chirp, the frigid energy that surrounded his body was able to extinguish the remaining swift dragon flame. But before the Frost Phoenix could return to its senses, Jiang Nian had already arrived in front of it. Partial giganticization. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail. Utilizing the ability of partial giganticization, it giganticized its tail and then slammed it down hard towards the Frost Phoenix's head. Splat! The dragon's tail was able to release powerful lightning, and with this tail, the Frost Phoenix was directly slapped into the ground. Boom! That terrifying force smashed a large crater in the ground of the dueling arena. Frost Phoenix life value 216. Chapter 55. Bigger than? I'm bigger than you. Blue! Li Xian screamed, suddenly feeling her heart thumping, inexplicably having a bad premonition. She knew very well in her heart that Little Blue's defense was extremely strong. Even the full force of an intermediate-level ferocious beast could not injure it one iota. Coo! But today, how could it be knocked to the ground by a waste spirit beast? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You're nothing but a waste spirit beast. How could you possibly unleash an attack with such great strength? As the Frost Phoenix was slapped to the ground by Jiang Nian, the crowd outside the arena immediately erupted in an uproar. I go! No. How did Li Yixuan's Phoenix get knocked to the ground by its tail? I didn't see it at all. It attacked too fast just now. At this time, a spectacled teenager who seemed to have seen the result long ago said, Hee hee. I told you guys before, right? This spirit beast isn't simple. He was even able to hang and hammer the Su family members. And you guys are actually still convinced that it's a waste spirit beast? Not to mention that you guys shouldn't forget that this little guy can still get bigger? The unknown crowd. No, really, you're kidding me. Holy. If I knew the scene was so shocking, I wouldn't have gone to the copy one day. How many scenes did we miss? On the second floor's high platform, seeing that Li Yixuan was somewhat out of breath from the fight as she showed her decline, Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. I hope that this girl Yixuan's self-confidence won't be hit. After Su Xiaoyan, who was beside her, saw this scene, her hanging heart was finally let down a bit. Phew! I didn't expect that Yu Yao would become so strong now. At this moment, her heart became more and more puzzled. What level was a spirit beast that could knock down even a divine Frost Phoenix with a single tail? Lu Ming. What else do you have to say now? She proudly raised an eyebrow towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was coldly humming, Heh, I didn't expect the students you taught to really have two brushes. But, you really think this is the end? Watch well. You'll soon see just how powerful a god-level spirit beast really is. The center of the dueling arena. Only after the smoke in the arena cleared did the Frost Phoenix's wretched appearance appear in everyone's eyes. At this moment, her body was seriously injured, and the two sides of her wings were still emitting tints of lightning because of Zhang Yan's attack just now, making it a problem to even lift them up, let alone fly in the air. Looking at the Frost Phoenix that was injured like this, Li Yixuan was heartbroken. She took a deep breath, her eyes firm as if she had made some sort of determination. I didn't expect, Lang Yueyao, that you would actually force me to such a point. Lang Yueyao, I have to admit that this spirit beast of yours is indeed very powerful. But you're about to find out what a true divine grade spirit beast is. After saying that, Li Yixuan looked at the injured Frost Phoenix and then nodded. Little Blue, it's time to let them see your true strength. The Frost Phoenix nodded, and immediately closed its eyes tightly as the cold ice energy in its body suddenly surged. Nirvana Frost Flower. Phoenix Rebirth. Not good. Xiao Yao. Hurry and stop it. Lang Yueyao felt a sense of crisis and said in a hurry. Zhang Nian nodded, and with a dragon claw tear he struck the Frost Phoenix's head. Buzz! But strangely enough, although the Frost Phoenix was severely injured, the cold energy around it grew stronger and stronger, and had even autonomously generated a cold ice barrier around it. Pa! Zhang Nian's claw went down, and that barrier actually remained unaffected. During skill release invincibility, just as he was still trying to attack, a strange change suddenly rose. Buzz! The Frost Phoenix's eyes suddenly opened, and the injuries it had sustained completely recovered. Not only that, the countless cold ice around it began to continuously add to its body, causing its size to begin to multiply. Swish, swish, swish. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just a few breaths, the size of that cold phoenix grew to 20 meters. Even more terrifyingly, its cold ice energy became even more powerful, and it even all triggered the resonance of the heavens and earth, causing hailstones to rain down in the air. Seeing the Frost Phoenix's size become so huge, the crowd didn't come back to their senses for a while. It wasn't until the piercing hail and snowflakes slapped them in the face that the crowd gradually came back to their senses. What a terrifying skill, to be able to change the surroundings. Even the divine skill of changing the environment has come out. It's time for this duel to end. Seeing the crowd looking like they had already seen through the outcome, Shinran angrily crossed her arms and complained. What are you guys babbling about? That little guy hasn't even used his real skills yet. The two-headed snake who was hiding in the corner and witnessed all of this likewise saw the end. Only another completely different kind of ending. Raising his head to look at the behemoth in the air, Zhang Yan smiled in his heart. Getting bigger? Interesting. The contemptuous expression on Li Yixuan's face finally disappeared, and there was even a touch more gravity in his eyes. Lang Yueyao, surrender, you can't beat me. The gap between you and me isn't something that can be bridged with these petty tactics. Lang Yueyao's pretty face didn't show any sign of panic. Instead, she felt somewhat amused. Li Yixuan, you don't think you've already achieved the ultimate victory, do you? Li Yixuan spread her hands indifferently. Then what else? Do you think you have any chance now? Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and made a gesture to Zhang Yan, who was not far away. Xiao Yao, it's time to use the killer weapon. Zhang Yan smiled. Understood. Immediately following the next second, Zhang Yan's size also began to suddenly increase in size. In the crowd's astonished and frightened gazes, his size had completely grown larger, even completely suppressing the Frost Phoenix. That originally huge Frost Phoenix was now just like a small chicken in Zhang Yan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Li Yixuan directly froze in place, her mouth turning into an O shape. How is this possible? How could it be like this? Why did its size become so huge? And it's even bigger than Blue. On the high platform on the second floor, Wu Lin, who had previously seen this ability of Zhang Yan, wasn't that shocked, but the many teachers beside him had completely dropped their jaws. Good guy. How come this little guy can also become so huge? Could it be? It's also a divine grade spirit beast. Hiss, it doesn't make sense. I've never seen any divine great spirit beast that looks like this before. Could it be that I don't have enough knowledge and didn't recognize it? At this time, Lu Ming, who was full of confidence just now, his face became unusually ugly at this moment. This? How the hell is this possible? The one Yixuan contracted is a god-level phoenix. How could it be suppressed by this for unlike? No, this must be a blindfold. This must be it. In the air above the dueling arena, looking at the frost phoenix in front of him, Jiang Yen sneered. Little bastard, you're not the only one who can become bigger and smaller. Little master, I can too. And become even bigger than you. Chapter 56. I am the king. On the stands. Seeing Jiang Yan's appearance after he became bigger, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. Only those who had seen Jiang Yan's appearance before remained calm. No, this is real. I thought you were joking before. How did it become so big? It's even bigger than a phoenix. You ask me, how would I know? I told you a long time ago, didn't I, that this little guy isn't simple. I see that today's battle, the winner will be in doubt. At this time, an attentive girl suddenly discovered something. And haven't you guys noticed, from the start of the battle until now, it's all about it fighting on its own instincts. Lang Yueyao didn't even command it. Hearing what the girl said, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Deliberate thought. Is that spirit beast's spiritual intelligence higher than that of a human? This is too terrifying. In the center of the dueling arena. At this moment, Li Yixuan had completely lost her previous calmness, and her expression gradually became somewhat hideous. The current situation had completely exceeded her expectations. This battle should have ended a long time ago, and it had unexpectedly evolved into what it was now. So what if it gets bigger? Then you're still no match for me. Blue, do it. Cold Ice Phantom. After receiving Li Yixuan's order, the Frost Phoenix used its last crushing means. Swish, swish. Her figure began to gradually become illusory, turning from 1 to 2, and from 2 to 3. 3 Frost Phoenixes. Lang Yueyao was shocked. What? To think that they would still split. This was something she had not expected at all. But even so, she still had absolute confidence in her heart towards Jiang Yan. She had always firmly believed that Xiao Yao was the strongest spirit beast and would never lose. Little Yao, we don't need to keep our hands off either. Jiang Yan nodded his head. It was finally time to let go. Li Yixuan waved his hand, causing the Frost Phoenix to unleash its strongest killing move. Blue Winter's Breath. Don't hold back. Shoo! The 3 Frost Phoenixes roared in unison as the energy in their mouths began to converge rapidly. This was exactly the same move that had gone hard against Swift Dragonflame before, only this time it was triple the energy. The attack power was directly doubled. Moreover, these 3 Frost Phoenixes appeared in Jiang Yan's 3 directions, forming a triangular position, leaving him no room to escape at all. Lang Yueyao, it's time to end it. Jiang Yan looked around, his expression gradually becoming excited. So this is your final killing move? In that case, then kneel down for me. Roar. Under a roar, the ancestral dragon bloodline in Jiang Yan's body was completely activated. Under the ancestral dragon bloodline, all things submit. Even if you are the noble Frost Phoenix, in front of the true ancestral dragon, you must bow down and submit. This roar went straight into the sky, and the terrifying energy broke all of the surrounding shields in almost an instant. The teacher who was in charge of these shields even felt a tightness in his chest and a slight sweetness in his throat. And then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Similarly, Wu Lin also couldn't hold back and a mouthful of blood spewed out directly. Oh no! The shield is broken. Aya. This guy is too messy. I should have known to let him keep his hands to himself. He had seen the power of the dragon's might once before, but he didn't expect this time to be even stronger than the one before. Under this powerful ancestral dragon's might, all the spirit beasts present began to become shivering, constantly rubbing towards their master's side. Where had they ever seen such a big scene before? They were scared silly on the spot, their bodies frozen in place. This is the kind of pressure a spirit beast can unleash. Kai, just kidding. Somehow, I feel like I'm a bit out of breath right now. I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Me too. I was feeling fine when Li Yixuan's spirit beast released its mighty pressure earlier, but how did it suddenly? What a few people didn't expect was that Jiang Yan's roar caused the entire spirit abyss city to tremble for a few moments. Some unknown people stopped their steps, then looked towards the place where the light pillar rose. What is that pillar of light? No, I don't know. I felt as if there was an earthquake just now. Look at the direction of that pillar of light. It seems like it's the Nine Heavens Academy, right? The 4 great clans, the other 3 great academies. After hearing a huge commotion coming from outside, they all walked out of their rooms to watch. Upon seeing a terrifying white pillar of light appear above the Nine Heavens Academy, several people were startled. They all knew exactly what that was. That was a powerful pressure that only spirit beasts above the demigod level could release. The pressure did not dissipate for a long time and eventually formed a pillar of light. And as this pillar of light went straight to the sky and failed to dissipate for a long time, the strength of that spirit beast must have far exceeded the demigod level, or even be stronger. The dean of the Sky Dragon Academy, Lu Tianlong, couldn't sit still for the first time. When did the strength of the Nine Heavens Academy become so powerful? No, I have to go and take a look. The 2 deans of Tsonglan Academy and Wanxiang Academy also couldn't sit still and rushed out of the dean's office like a bolt of lightning towards the Nine Heavens Academy. The family patriarchs of the 4 great academies were likewise the same. They couldn't wait to find out just what kind of spirit beast could emit that kind of light pillar. At this moment, several strong people who were practicing near Spirit Abyss City were quite puzzled in their hearts after seeing this scene. What's going on? Such a pillar of light would still appear in Spirit Abyss City. This is interesting. Let's go. Let's turn around and go back to take a look. He patted the spirit beast at his feet. Roar. What Li Yixuan didn't know was that at this moment, there were countless strong people who were on their way to Nine Heavens because of that pillar of light. On the dueling arena, just as the people in the audience were still in a daze, Jiang Nian once again let out a roar. This roar directly shattered the 2 doppelgangers that the Frost Phoenix had manifested into pieces. What? Li Yixuan was so shocked that her face lost color and her mind became blank. So possible. How could her spirit beast release such a terrifying pressure? Little Blue, you're a noble phoenix. You absolutely cannot lose to it. Even though Li Yixuan was already hissing at the top of her voice, under the ancestral dragon's mighty pressure, the converging energy in the mouth of the ice-cold phoenix began to decrease rapidly, and it even kind of wanted to kneel down to Jiang Nian. It wasn't that it meant to, it was just an instinctive reaction. For such a long time, this was the first time the high and cold frost phoenix spoke. Crap, move, can't move. Jiang Nian, who was in charge of Beast Desire language proficiency, immediately read its meaning. Little bastard, still can't rule you. Don't think that just because you're a noble phoenix you can look down on other spirit beasts. There is still a spirit beast in this world that is more powerful than you, and that is me, Frost Phoenix. You, what exactly are you? Roar. Just as its words reached its mouth, another ancestral dragon pressure covered its body. Since you dared to strike at me, you should always leave a little something behind as a lesson. Swish! Jiang Nian arrived in front of it with a flash and yanked one of its wings with his dragon claw, followed by a violent tear. Chapter 57, winning the first person in the Nine Heavens. Tear! As this claw went down, the Frost Phoenix's wings were directly ripped off by Jiang Nian in a hard way. Frost Phoenix life value 669. After losing one of its wings, the Frost Phoenix's blood level plummeted, and coupled with the pressure of the ancestral dragon bloodline, its life value was soon down to its last 100 points. Seeing with his own eyes that his spirit beast had one of its wings torn off, Li Yixuan's entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Blue! No, it didn't end like this. You, what kind of spirit beast are you? What on earth are you? Facing Li Yixuan's impotent rage, Jiang Nian didn't even bother to look at her. All he wanted to know right now was whether or not this Frost Phoenix's meat was good to eat. This Frost Phoenix was, after all, at the Divine Beast level. Even if it lost one of its wings, it wasn't a big deal, and it could still grow back with some tinkering later on. The Frost Phoenix that had lost one of its wings had lost a lot of its strength, and its size had also started to rapidly become smaller, and it soon became the same as it was before. Coupled with Jiang Nian's powerful ancestral dragon pressure, it quickly lost all of its fighting ability and fell into a coma. Looking at the unconscious Frost Phoenix, Jiang Nian shook his head helplessly. Is it over like this? The Phoenix clan is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, you met me. Swish! Jiang Nian shrunk his body and changed back to his previous appearance. He excitedly ran to Lung Yuyao's face with that Frost Phoenix's wings to show off. Hey, hey, this is my trophy. Seeing this scene, Li Yixuan's eyes were filled with anger. Lang Yueyao, you've gone too far. Lang Yueyao's eyebrows furrowed as she said in a deep voice, Li Yixuan, this is all your own doing. In this matter, her answer was extremely strong. She felt that Xiao Yao hadn't done anything wrong at all. If it was my Xiao Yao that was at a disadvantage, I do not feel that you would just let it go like this. If it was Xiao Yao who was at a disadvantage just now, I'm only afraid that this woman would have directly dealt a death blow, so that I would never have a chance to turn around. Even if the dean asked about it, all she needed to say was that it was just a slip of the tongue just now, and that she would pay attention next time. Besides, the phoenix was a divine-grade spirit beast. Even if it lost a wing, with its powerful bloodline power, it would be able to recover back sooner or later. Li Yixuan, this duel between us is divided into winners and losers. You lost. Seeing that Lang Yueyao had won this duel, Shinran was thrilled to death. Yueyao, you're fantastic. The corners of her mouth rose high as she kept showing off to the surrounding students. How about it? My best sister is awesome. I told you guys a long time ago that she would definitely win this duel, but you still didn't believe me. Well now, crowd. The crowd was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment, or so shocked that they didn't know what to say. In their hearts, Li Yixuan had always been the first genius of the Nine Heavens Academy, the #1 person in the academy. But today, it was such a #1 person of the academy that was defeated by a person who had contracted a wasted egg. And he was also defeated extremely thoroughly, not even having the slightest chance to fight back. There was even this doubt in their hearts, whether that spirit beast hadn't used its full strength yet. After a long time, one of the trainees let out a sigh of lamentation, finally accepting the facts in front of him. Hey, I didn't expect, Li Yixuan actually lost. I was very optimistic about her before. Who says otherwise? The genius who contracted a divine-grade spirit beast, the first person in the academy to become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, and just like that, she lost. Do you guys still remember that bet from before? Whoever of the two of them loses, the loser has to leave the academy. Hearing that person's reminder, the crowd then remembered that there was such a thing. Today's duel was about one person leaving the academy. Li Yixuan is leaving. That's not good. If she leaves, then who am I going to chase after? A chubby teenager scratched his ears and said. A few people immediately revealed a look of contempt. Off. Then you leave the academy too. Forget it then. I just have some good feelings for her. Fatty smiled awkwardly. Really? Why don't you go and plead with the dean? The skinny guy next to him raised his eyebrows and nudged him. I definitely can't do it alone. There's more or less a show if we go together. While the crowd was discussing, Wu Lin in the stands wasn't much surprised by the outcome. She recognized Li Yixuan's power, but youthful arrogance ultimately had to pay some price. The winner of this duel is Lang Yueyao. Hey, Yixuan, I'm sorry you lost. Lost? I lost. Unable to accept the truth, Li Yixuan's expression became slightly dazed. The 3 words you lost were like a nightmare that lingered in her mind for a long time, unable to dissipate. She was unwilling to admit such a result. She could lose. How could she lose? She was a 1 in a million genius. How could she lose at the hands of a loser? It wasn't until a drop of the Frost Phoenix's blood dripped onto her hand and she felt the icy breath that she came out of her world. Blue, let's go. She hugged the Frost Phoenix and left the dueling arena. Right at this moment, the deans of the 3 major academies arrived right above the Nine Heavens Academy at almost the same time. They had already rushed over as fast as they could, but they didn't expect the light pillar to disappear. Looking at the dueling arena that had become ruins under their feet, all 3 of them were shocked. The dueling arena has been destroyed like this. It seems like a great battle really happened here. Well, that must be it. I just don't know where exactly that divine beast is. While the 3 of them were looking around, Wu Lin utilized his flying scroll to get himself into the air. Yaha! What wind blew the 3 of you here? Xiao Yun blankly glanced at him. Wu Lin, you're pretending to understand and confusing, aren't you? What exactly was that pillar of light just now? Wu Lin immediately put on a questioning attitude. Pillar of light? Where was there a pillar of light? Why didn't I see it? These 3 guys were really fast, and it was fortunate that the little guy transformed in time. The president of the Wanxiang Academy, Situl Wan, laughed. Hey, you guys really think we didn't see it, don't you? Just as Situ Luan and Wu Lin climbed into conversation, Lu Tianlong had already frowned and started to hit the Liang Liishuan and Lang Weiyao duo. Was it these two? After he looked at the frost phoenix in Li Yishuan's hand, his thoughts instantly returned to a month ago. That day, when Li Yishuan was contracting the divine grade phoenix, he was also present. Could it be that pillar of light that erupted from this phoenix? Or, he turned his eyes to the Jiangnian in Lang Yuiao's hand. Could it be this unimaginable statue? But it doesn't look like it has a little bit of the quality of a divine beast in any way. After chatting with Situ Luan for a few sentences, Wu Lin coughed and said, of these three, he had the best relationship with Situ Luan. All right, this is our academy's business. What are you guys doing here? Hurry back. Che, I still don't care to stay in this Thai place of yours. Xiao Yun bristled. Just as a few people were about to leave, a few more figures quickly rushed towards Zhou Xiao. Wu Lin was speechless. No, is it necessary for these guys to be so hilarious? Chapter 58, The Powerful Gathering, The Dragon Clan's Cards. Seeing the crowd that was rushing towards this place, Wu Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit and muttered twice in his heart. This group of guys came really fast. Subsequently, Spirit Abyss City's strongman, Shanjun, arrived right above the Nine Heavens Academy. Damn, still late. His gaze immediately glanced around towards the dueling arena, but other than seeing the mess, he didn't find anything out of place. The only thing that was a little suspicious was that one injured frost phoenix. A god-ranked frost phoenix. Good lord. It looks like it's the one that released this pillar of light. But what made him feel puzzled was how this god-ranked frost phoenix could have been injured and actually had one of its wings broken off. What is going on here? Just as he was puzzled, his gaze flickered and he saw the one wing in Jiang Yan's hand. Can't it be that this four unimaginables defeated the frost phoenix? Wait, this spirit beast feels inexplicably a bit familiar. Why does it feel as if I've seen it in some ancient book? Shanjin touched his bare head. A few seconds later, those strong people who had come from all over the place also converged on the top of the Nine Heavens Academy, and for a while it could be said to be bustling with activity. Hee. Several of you are here, you came fast enough. A bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but say. This person's name was Chi Bin, one of the 7 strongest people in Spirit Abyss City. Hee. I still have to ask you guys about this point. Didn't you go to the Black Forest? Why did you suddenly come back? The man who spoke smiled and looked at the bare-chested big man next to him. Che, what do you care about me? I'll come back if I want to. The bare-chested big man skimmed his mouth and burst out some foul language. Seeing that 5 of the 7 strongest people from Spirit Abyss City had come and the deans of the 3 major academies had gathered, Zhou Xiao's head was about to explode. This group of guys. Just seeing the pillar of light released by the dragon race is such a big commotion. Really, if I let them know that I have the dragon race here, then what the hell? Not on the face of the unknown face direct action, are to me this Dean face. Just when Wu Lin was speechless in his heart, the people of the 4 great families also gathered here. Not only that, even Huang Fuling, one of the top 10 strongest people in the summer country, had appeared here. The moment they saw Huang Fuling appear, the crowd that had been noisy just a moment ago was now instantly quiet. Shan Jinzhong was surprised in his heart. The commotion was big enough, even this guy had come. Although these people in the Spirit Abyss City still have some weight, but if placed in the entire Xia Kingdom, then it is not a role. On the other hand, Huang Fuling simply did not have the heart to see a few people, but instead frowned and scanned the dueling field. In his eyes, these people were not nearly as attractive as the pillar of light released by the divine grade spirit beast. He couldn't help but frown when he looked at Jiang Yan in Lang Yueyao's arms. This spirit beast. Even though he was separated by a long distance, he was still able to feel the oppressive feeling that emanated from Jiang Yan's body, if anything. Interesting. Just as he was about to go down and investigate a bit, Wu Lin hurriedly said, everyone, we've seen enough of the good show. It's time to disperse. Truth be told, I still have a bit of business to take care of next, so I won't see you all off. Wu Lin clasped his fists towards the several people and said very politely, Hey, this guy Wu Lin is even kicking people out. Shan Zhen wrapped his arms around himself and skimmed his lips. Forget it. There's no point in staying any longer. Withdraw. A few people helplessly skimmed their mouths before leaving 9 heavens one after another. They had originally come all the way to Nine Heavens Academy just for that strange pillar of light. And now that that light pillar had disappeared and they had gotten nothing, there was no point in staying here anymore. Only a few people also looked a few more times towards Jiang Yan in the middle of the dueling arena before leaving. Hiss, this spirit beast. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? At this moment, Li Yixuan, who was preparing to leave the dueling arena, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw so many people coming in the air. Hee hee, are all of you people here to see my jokes? How ironic. Leng Yueyao, you won this duel, but it doesn't mean you'll beat me for the rest of your life. We'll see. This humiliation today, I, Li Yixuan, will remember it. After saying that, Li Yixuan walked out of the dueling arena with Little Blue before leaving Nine Heavens without looking back. Before some time passed, the crowd left one after another, with only Huang Fuling still standing at the same spot, his gaze dead set on Jiang Yan. Wu Lin battled his head and walked forward, then cautiously said, Lord Huangfu, may I ask you? Huang Fuling's one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. Even Wu Lin had to be respectful in front of him. Huang Fuling pointed his finger towards Jiang Yan in the dueling arena, then faintly asked, that spirit beast, why does its aura fluctuate? The Huang Fuling in front of him spotted the clues at a glance. Jiang Yan had just used the ability of size control, so the breath in his body had not yet stabilized right now. Wu Lin recovered with a calm demeanor. Hehe, the little guy just went through a battle, so he probably hasn't recovered yet. In that case, Huang Fuling nodded, then didn't ask any more questions. However, just in that instant, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Forget it, since nothing happened, then I don't have to stay here much longer. Huang Fuling's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Only after seeing its departure did Wu Lin let out a long breath. However, when he recalled that expression of Huang Fuling's before he left, alas, his heart could not help but tremble. By the looks of him, 9 times out of 10, he guessed the identity of this little fellow. Forget it. Soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. Even if he's one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom, if this little guy goes all out, he might not lose. The dragon race was not only terrifying in strength and powerful in flesh, their potential was the most terrifying. Once they were allowed to grow up completely, I'm afraid that there would be few enemies in this world. Phew, there's no danger of being surprised. Finally, I've managed to deal with these guys. Wu Lin took a deep breath, and when he looked towards the dueling arena, Li Yixuan had already disappeared. AI, in the girl is indeed very talented. She is just too competitive in the future. I'm only afraid that she will become a strong opponent for Yu Yao. At this time, after leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, Li Yixuan was walking in Spirit Abyss City in despondency. The Frost Phoenix in her arms was gradually starting to recover from its injuries due to its bloodline, but it had been in a comatose state, and it was still a question of when it would awaken. Leng Yueyao, I'll remember this revenge. Li Yixuan's teeth clenched. Her lower lip hardened and a teeth mark was bitten out, her eyes almost spewing out fire. The reason for all of this was because of that spirit beast in her hand. How could a spirit beast that had been hatched from a ruined egg have such a powerful strength? There had to be something wrong with it. Just as Li Yixuan was raging over this, a silhouette appeared in front of her. Want revenge? I can help you. Chapter 59. I cook. What are you guys nervous about? Nine Heavens Academy. Seeing that the dueling arena had been destroyed into ruins, Wu Lin laughed bitterly in his heart. This was the first time this dueling arena had been damaged this badly since it was built. AI. It seems like this dueling arena needs to be refurbished. Wu Lin laughed bitterly, then said to the crowd that was murmuring in the stands. All right, you little brats will just come and join in the fun blindly. All disperse, all disperse. Those who have classes go to class. Those who don't go to their copies. What's it like to gather here? Yes, Dean. The crowd nodded obediently and then dispersed. On the way back, they continued to discuss the final outcome of this duel. Hey, schoolgirl Yixuan still left didn't keep her. What? Why don't you go out now and chase her back? If you go out now, you might still see her. Hearing this, the man waved his hand repeatedly. Let's forget about that. People don't even know who I am. Besides, with this amount of strength, Yixuan School Flower can't even look at me. It's better to get stronger quickly. The crowd nodded their heads and gave a thumbs up, expressing their absolute approval. That's true. Anyway, our academy has more beautiful women, so there's more motivation. Isn't Lang Yueyao also a big beauty? A short teenager had a bright light shining in his eyes. Crowd, LSP. After seeing Lang Yueyao achieve the ultimate victory, Su Xiaoyan changed her low profile. Teacher Lu Ming, do you have anything else to say now? Lu Ming, you. The current Lu Ming's face looked like an eggplant that had been frosted. It was extremely ugly. Humph. Count yourself out, we'll see. He fiercely pounded the wall and then left in a grayish manner. Originally, he was thinking that after Li Yixuan won this duel, he would ask Wu Lin for some rewards. It would be best if he were to be awarded the title of best teacher again. That would be even better. But the result was, Li Yixuan was utterly defeated, and this best teacher title of his was forever out of the question. On the dueling arena, Jiang Yan looked at the wings of the one frost phoenix in his hand and just wanted to bite on it. But he didn't expect Wu Lin to walk over at this time. Hee. Yueyao, congratulations on winning this duel. Lung Yueyao lightly laughed, then raised the Jiang Yan in her arms high, her eyes filled with joy. Thank you, Dean. This is all due to Xiao Yao. Right, Dean, those people just now. Wu Lin coughed twice and explained in a low voice. Ahem. It was because of the pillar of light formed by this little guy that attracted that group of guys. However, looking at their hesitant expressions when they were leaving, I think that after this group of guys go back, they will definitely go through all kinds of ancient books. At that time, I'm afraid, I can only hope that this day comes a little later. Seeing Wu Lin's gloomy expression, Lang Yueyao hesitated in her heart for a moment, seeming to recall something, but her eyes quickly became resolute again. In her previous life, she had also been besieged by many powerful people, but at that time, she was so focused on practicing martial arts that she was indifferent to her spirit beasts. This led to the fact that in the end, although she had broken out of the siege, her spirit beast was seriously injured and indirectly caused her best friend Shinran to lose her life. Now that she had relived her life, she would definitely not allow such a tragedy to happen. Moreover, in this life, she was not the only one. When she thought of this, Lung Yueyao's voice became exceptionally firm. Don't worry, Dean. If it really comes to that time, Xiao Yao and I will definitely fight with all our might. Since Jiang Yan and Lang Yueyao had signed an intrinsic contract, he naturally felt the fluctuations in the latter's inner emotions. He patted Lang Yueyao's shoulder and waved his dragon claw in a strong gesture. Don't worry, little Yao Yao, if those guys really dare to come, I'll make sure that none of them will be able to return. Lang Yueyao sensed his meaning. Her red lips pursed lightly. The pear swirls on her cheeks were hidden. Hungry, Xiao Yao? I'll go back later and make you a delicious meal. Wu Lin smiled faintly and said, All right, go back and get some rest. If you have any problems, come to me directly. This dueling arena needs to be renovated again. Aha. Then I'll trouble the dean. Lang Yueyao smiled, then hugged Jiang Yan and left the dueling arena. Only after she left did those teachers come into the dueling arena that had turned into ruins. TSK. Look at this destruction, what has it become? That's right. Even the protective shield that was formed by our combined efforts has been blasted into crumbs. AI. This is truly the age of the young. A few people couldn't help but sigh. By the way, Dean, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Yu Yao has contracted a spirit beast. What exactly is it, and how can it have such terrifying strength? Hearing one of the teachers ask a question, the remaining few immediately gathered around. Wu Lin smiled and said, You guys, don't just focus on improving your strength. Go read more books when you have time. It won't do you any harm. Several teachers. Read books. Wu Lin laughed. But I've already reminded you guys. The several teachers looked at each other, all confused. All right, don't even think about it. This dueling arena still needs to be rebuilt. Wu Lin smiled bitterly. Outside the dormitory, Shinran, who had waited outside early, immediately pounced up in excitement the moment she saw Lang Yueyao appear. Yueyao, you're fantastic. I knew you would win. Lang Yueyao's cheeks were slightly red as a sweet smile blossomed on her face. Hee, right? Shinran let go of her hand and smiled particularly happily. She squatted down, then gently poked Jiang Yan's little head with her hand. The little guy is awesome. Yo, this hand is still holding the trophy. Jiang Yan blankly glanced at her without any good humor. This woman, it can't be that she's trying to grab food from me, right? While Jiang Yan was nursing the food, The excited Shinran had already brought Lang Yueyao back to the dormitory. Yueyao, today you're the big contributor. I'll personally cook for you, so you can taste my handiwork. I'm telling you, my cooking skills have grown a lot lately. When the two of them were in the dormitory, it was usually Lang Yueyao who cooked, because the dishes Shinran made. Once she heard that Shinran wanted to cook herself, Lang Yueyao subconsciously shook her head. Huh? No, no need. Her words had just reached her mouth before she could finish. Shinran bounced off to the kitchen, and her spirit beast, Mo Leaf Beast, immediately shivered on the bed and directly burrowed under the covers. Jiang Yan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. No, what kind of dark cuisine is this woman making that can make her spirit beast so scared? No, what if she force feeds it to me later? Hey, there's something. Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of light, and his evil gaze went to the two-headed snake on the bed. Two-headed snake instantly felt his body go cold. Yao, brother Yao, what are your orders? Jiang Yan smiled evilly. Nothing, just help me test the poison when I eat later. Two-headed snake. Chapter 60. Devouring ice phoenix wings. Gaining new skills. Two-headed snake. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, the two-headed serpent didn't dare to go against anything and could only wriggle and nod. Okay. Okay, brother Yao. Little Yao, you rest here for a while, haha. I'll go help Shinran. Lang Yueyao gently patted Jiang Yan's head, then went into the kitchen to help. Jiang Yan nodded, then turned his gaze to the single phoenix wing in his hand. Hee. I haven't eaten phoenix meat yet. Now I can finally have a good taste of it. Jiang Yan licked his lips, then took a bite on the frosty phoenix wing. This bite went down surprisingly not bad. It just felt a bit icy. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix. Gained experience value plus 193. As this bite went down, Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. I'll go. This gained so much experience value after just one bite. It's really worthy of being a divine spirit beast. Level LV 15,395,260 capped. Your level has reached the upper limit, and it will automatically level up to 16 for you. All of your numerical values have been greatly increased. Your level has been raised to 16, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Oh, upgraded. Although he had upgraded, however, Jiang Yan did not choose to extract the golden phrase. He wanted to save up until he had 3 extraction opportunities and then extract a mythic phrase. Afterwards, Jiang Yan ate several more bites in a frenzy until he had eaten only 2 small halves of that entire frost wing. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gain, plus 364 life. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains, plus 163 attack. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains speed plus 263.
吞噬兽类1冰霜凤凰，获得冰霜之力加12。
Devour Beast Class 1 Frost Phoenix to gain Winter's Breath skill. Devour Beast Type 1 Frost Phoenix to gain skill point plus 15. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix to gain evolution points plus 15. I'll be damned. The difference between this god-level spirit beast and those ordinary ones is too great. Just eating half a wing gained so many attributes and evolution points and even skills. If one were to directly eat it in its entirety, one wouldn't dare to imagine just how many rewards could be gained. Then, Jiang Yan gave 1 piece of the remaining 2 pieces of Frost Phoenix's meat to the Mo Leaf Beast and 1 piece to the Ice and Fire two-headed snake. Here, follow brother, right? This is the meat of the Frost Phoenix. There's no harm in eating it, although the 2 of them can't gain as many attributes as they would if they ate this meat. But after all, it's a divine grade spirit beast, so there's still some enhancement to it, to a greater or lesser extent. The 2 beasts gratefully received it and then savored it in small bites. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, couldn't wait to check out the skills gained from this devouring. Skill name, Winter's Breath. Skill level, God grade. Skill attribute, Ice Destruction Frost. Skill description, converge ice energy in the mouth. Can be sprayed from the mouth of a powerful ice ray. Ray contact target instantly condensed ice crystals. Can cause physical puncture plus frostbite double damage. Puncture damage is 378. Frostbite damage is 15 points per second. Duration is 10 seconds. Special effect, skill with frost effect. After the skill hits, if the target is dead, it will reduce the target's movement speed by 30%, attack speed by 30%, and defense by 30%. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Consumption, 110 magic points. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Sure enough, this skill is really the same move that Phoenix used on me. Jiang Nian was ecstatic. With the effect and power displayed by this move, it really wasn't much worse than Swift Dragon Flame. In that case, then I'm not in full control of the power of ice and fire. If they encountered a powerful enemy afterward, and the fire attribute was unable to restrain the target, there was still the ice attribute, and there would always be one of these two attributes that could restrain the enemy. Not bad. System. Check the panel. Jiang Nian hurriedly checked his current panel. Name: Jiang Nian. Race: Dragon Race. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Current proximity 47. Level: LV: 16,135,280. Note: when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life: 1364. Defense: 1100. Magic: 1100. Attack: 1163. Speed: 1263. Evolution points: 31. Skill points: 23. Frost power: 12% can absorb ice to increase frost power. Flame power: 1% can absorb flame to increase flame power. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc's Wooden Stick 1, Sand Sovereign Staff of Orhus, etc. Skills: Dragon Claw Tier 3 5 Sonic Roar 1-5 Dragon Blood Boil 1-5. Skills gained from Devouring: Claws of Darkness, Breath of Winter, Sandstorm. Talents: Born Poison Body, Sand Transformation, Super Sense of Smell. Evolution: Scale Defense 3-5, Flight 1-5, Toxin Fong Injection 1-5 Thunderstorm Dragon Tail 1-5. Existing Golden Words: Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolved, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency. Eye of Insight, Power Stripping, Master of Chaos, Partial Gigantism, Billion Blow, Word Fusion. Existing Mythic Word: Echoes of the Dragon Abyss. Not bad. The base ability has increased by so much again. Now that his 1000 attack power was already this strong, how terrifying would it be if it went up even further? Just as Jiang Nian was still fantasizing, an explosion came from the kitchen side. Bang! Jiang Nian. What the hell? He rushed to the kitchen to check. No, you guys are cooking a meal. Is this going to blow up the kitchen? Hey, according to this, when will we be able to eat good food? Kitchen. You quickly help me with that one. I'll have this one ready soon. Oh, good. After the two of them messed up so much, this afternoon meal was only eaten at 9 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, with Long Yueyao's assistance, the dishes Shinran made this time were unexpectedly good. However, for the sake of his own life, Jiang Nian still decided to let the two-headed snake try the poison first. Seeing that the latter didn't have any adverse reactions after eating it, it then feasted on it. Xiao Yao, eat slowly. There's no hurry, there's plenty. Lung Yueyao laughed. While eating, Shinran ate then talked to Lung Yueyao about the gossip. Yueyao, in 3 months' time it will be the competition of the 4 great academies. I still remember last year's competition. Our academy was ranked at the bottom. Hey. Right-o. The competition is in 3 months' time. Hearing Shinran's words, Long Yueyao's thoughts instantly went back to the past. In her previous life, she went to participate in the 4 courts competition but got out early. At that time, she practiced martial arts and didn't care that much about spirit beasts instead. So when she fought against others, her level was several tens of levels ahead. And in the end, she wasn't an opponent at all and quickly lost the battle. This time's 4 courts tournament might be more exciting than any of the previous ones. Chapter 61. I swear, I really just want to help her cover the quilt. Thinking back to her previous life, Li Yixuan, who had contracted the Frost Phoenix, made a big splash during the 4 courts competition, and at that time, she was just silently watching from the sidelines. But in this life, this time in the 4 courts grand competition, I must get first place. Lung Yueyao waved her small fists and made up her mind. That's right. That's the kind of determination you need to have. Shinran laughed. Right. I just heard them say that it seems like those seniors from our previous class are coming back tomorrow. Seniors. Lung Yueyao froze. Shinran nodded and picked up the meat pieces on the table and took a bite before explaining. Yeah. Even though they've graduated, they're still essentially students of the Nine Heavens Academy. They've all gone their separate ways now. Some have enrolled in universities inside the urban areas of Xia, while others have become bounty hunters. However, usually at this point in time, they will come back to the school for a visit. Leng Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. She really didn't know about these things. Even in her previous life, she hadn't met the last seniors of the Nine Heavens Academy. It was because at that time she had long left the Nine Heavens and went outside to train alone. Seeing Leng Yueyao's contemplative look, Shinran said excitedly with eyes that were longing for the future. As long as I become a senior Imperial Beast Master, then I can graduate from the academy, and then I will go to a better university. Yueyao, at that time, you'll have to enter the same university as me. Leng Yueyao smiled faintly, her heart equally filled with longing for the future. Imperial Beast University, kinda looking forward to what it would be like inside there. Don't worry, it will be. However, it will still take a long time for us to become senior Imperial Beast Masters. Shinran's eyes twinkled, and her eyes became bright and glowing. It doesn't matter, as long as we put in more effort. We will definitely be able to become senior beast tamers within 5 years' time. Upon hearing this time, not only Leng Yueyao, even Jiang Yan, who was wildly flaunting his food next to him, was blinded. No, you can't joke around like this, right? 5 years, 5 years to become a senior beast master? Leng Yueyao similarly marveled. That's too long. Shinran pinched her fingers, then carefully extrapolated the time there. But I'm already estimating by the shortest time. It's hard to become a senior Imperial Beast Master. Just that super hard quest alone can jam half of the people, while another half lose their lives because of going on the quest. Hey, I don't have much of an ideal in my life, as long as I can become a senior beast master. Seeing Shinran's despondent look, Leng Yueyao sat beside her, patted her shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, Xiao Ran. How can a senior Imperial Beast Master be worthy of you? We're going to become God-level Royal Beast Masters in the future. God-level? I'm afraid that's something you can only dream of becoming. Ha ha ha. Shinran couldn't help but laugh. All right, after eating and drinking, I'm going to clean up. Rest early today. There might be a handsome senior tomorrow. Shinran laughed a little, then picked up the dishes on the table and went to the kitchen to clean up. Xiao Ran. Let me help you clean up. Leng Yueyao got up and hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Shinran's family environment had never been very good. His parents had almost spent most of the family's expenses in order to pay for her to go to the Nine Heavens Academy. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yan lay down on the bed recalling what the two had said. Well, Divine Grade Imperial Beast Master, for the sake of you and little Yao being so good, then I'll give you a hand. Divine Level Imperial Beast Master is a bit difficult. Sovereign Level Imperial Beast Master is definitely not a problem. Will there be a senior from the Nine Heavens Academy coming back tomorrow? There shouldn't be a pretty senior sister as well, right? Thinking about it, Jiang Yan fell asleep. The night was uneventful, perhaps because it was too tiring, causing Leng Yueyao to take a lazy nap. When Jiang Yan opened his eyes, he realized that she was still asleep. Just when he was planning to prepare to call Leng Yueyao to get up, he didn't expect the latter to roll over. At this time, Leng Yueyao was wearing a black lace pajamas, the fair and round, calling out, was Jiang Yan's eyes. I go, indecent exposure, indecent exposure. This big morning, which dragon can stand? Jiang Yan hastily covered his eyes. After the 3-second law, Jiang Yan started his heartbeat accelerating and suddenly realized something. Wait, just now did little Yao not cover her blanket? No, if this goes on she'll catch a cold. I swear. Just simply wanted to help her with a quilt. That's right, a quilt. After pacifying himself in his heart, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. But before he could look twice more, Leng Yueyao was awakened. Oops, seems to be late. Xiao Yao, get up. Jiang Yan. Cam. I should have known I wouldn't have closed my eyes. She hastily patted Shinran, who was sleeping in the bed beside her. Xiao Ran, it's going to be late. Hearing the word late, Shinran sat up reflexively. Oops, today's a day off. Oops, overslept. Those handsome seniors must be back. Quick, Yu Yao, let's go. The two hurriedly got up and left the dormitory after freshening up a bit. However, it seems that in order to attract the attention of those seniors, Shinran even dressed up a bit. On the contrary, Lang Yueyao was still dressed in her usual outfit, with almost no changes. Jiang Nian's heart was speechless towards Shinran for a while. It's not just the return of a few previous students. Why are you so excited? Meanwhile, on the square, since it was a day off, students were not attending classes, causing the square to be filled with people early on. They were of course coming to see the previous year's seniors and sisters. In the middle of the square, those surrounded seniors and senior sisters were also a bit embarrassed. There were about 50 of them, just about a class. One of the seniors in the lead was named Zhang Chun, and one could also call him the class president of the first class. Class 1. That was a veritable genius class. In the face of the crowd's enthusiastic greetings, a few people looked a little awkward. They didn't expect that taking the time to go back to school would be so popular. Brother Pure, we haven't been back for such a long time. Why did we become stars once we came back? Yeah. These schoolgirls are also too enthusiastic. Oh, you're happy in your heart, right? You still have the nerve to say it here. I'm not. Just as a few people were laughing and joking around, Wu Lin and a few teachers cheerfully walked over. Ha ha ha. You little fellows didn't even say hello when you came back. Several people hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Dean. All right. What's the point of being so polite? Wu Lin smiled and waved his hand. After not seeing you for such a long time, you few little fellows have changed quite a bit. Chapter 62. Return of the School Sister. I'm really not a little colorful dragon. Looking at the group of students in front of him who had changed a lot, Wu Lin's heart felt a sense of relief. They were all students of the first class with excellent talent. Basically, it could be said that every one of them was a genius, and now they had all become a qualified senior Imperial Beast Master. Wu Lin just wanted to say a few words to them. But when he turned his eyes, he realized that his surroundings were already surrounded by numerous students. Some of the boys had a gleam in their eyes as they stared dead on at those schoolmates in the first class. It was as if as soon as Wu Lin left, they would rush forward to ask for contact information. These little brats. The corners of Wu Lin's mouth twitched for a moment before roaring. You little brats are so good at getting together blindly. Today is a day off. Why don't you hurry up and go get your copies? If I see you guys still here in a minute, next week's Sunday will be cancelled and all of you will attend class instead. Crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd was directly dumbfounded, then scattered in all directions in a flurry of smoke. 30 seconds later, the square that was still bustling just a moment ago was now left with the students of the first class. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chun also shook his head helplessly. After all, they were also like this at that moment, blindly joining in the fun, and then being severely taught a lesson by Wu Lin. After seeing everyone leave, Wu Lin then asked, You guys came back this time. There should be something special, right? Zhang Chun smiled and scratched his head before saying, There is a little bit, but the main thing is that I wanted to come back to see. Just as he was about to catch up with Wu Lin, Shinran and Lang Yueyao, who had gotten up late, rushed over. Phew! Luckily I made it in time. The moment they saw Lang Yueyao appear, a flash of color instantly flashed in those seniors' eyes. I can't imagine that there's such a beautiful schoolmate in our Nine Heavens Academy. I'll go. This is much better looking than the school flower of our class at that time. Don't you think so? Jiang forget Shu. The boy raised an eyebrow, then leaned his shoulder against a woman next to him. Her face was clear and cold. Her skin was as fair as jade. Her nose was straight. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and a pair of clear eyes hid a sharp light. The woman's name was Jiang Wangshu, and she could also be said to be the vice class president of the first class. Hearing this, Jiang Wangshu blankly glanced at him and stepped on his shoes with one foot. Scram! Ouch! At this moment, Jiang Nian's gaze was similarly sizing up Zhang Chun and the others. I'd like to see just what the strength of the previous senior of this Nine Heavens Academy is. These people were all senior Imperial Beast Masters now, but judging from the aura emanating from their bodies, they shouldn't have reached the master level yet. Yo! Suddenly, Jiang Nian realized something, then placed his gaze on Jiang Wangshu. I go. Look at this girl's appearance. Proper school flower level. Probably the last school flower. But well, is that this body is still almost, and the appearance of cold ice is not too like, and is too. Just when Jiang Nian's mind kept commenting, Lang Yueyao aimed at his head is used a set of electric light poison dragon turn. Humph. Little colorful dragon. Your eyes are glaring out. Lang Yueyao beamed and hummed. Jiang Nian hurriedly retracted his gaze. Ahem. Seeing Lang Yueyao come, Wu Lin immediately explained with a smile. Hee, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Lang Yueyao and this is Shinran. After introducing Lang Yueyao's two identities, Wu Lin introduced Zhang Chun and the others. Yueyao, this is Zhang Chun, the former class president of the first class. You can also call him senior. Lang Yueyao nodded her head obediently, then said indifferently, Good day, senior. Compared to Lang Yueyao's blandness, Shinran was much more excited and generous. Hey, hello, senior. All right, let's go to my office to chat. It's too noisy here. The meticulous Wu Lin naturally knew that Zhang Chun and the others must have something else going on this time back at the academy. Zhang Chun nodded and gave a wink to the few students around him. You guys go ahead and casually stroll around. The dean and I still have things to talk about. All right? It's been a long time since I've been back. I don't know how much it's changed. Let's go. Let's stroll around. The crowd embraced each other and left, except for Zhang Chun and Jiang Wangshu, who followed Wu Lin and the others to the office. After arriving at the office, several people sat down one after another. Tell me, what did you come back for this time? You, the slick kid who got into the best university in Xia, shouldn't have encountered any difficulties, right? Zhang Chun shook his head in some embarrassment, then slowly stated the purpose of his return. AI. Dean, don't joke around. Isn't this the Four Courts Grand Competition coming up soon? I just came back to take a look in passing this time. As soon as he heard about the Four Courts Grand Competition, a touch of imperceptible sadness instantly surged on Wu Lin's excited face. Because this Four Courts Grand Competition was the pain of their academy for the rest of their lives. Obviously, the strength of the students wasn't weak, but the results of the Four Courts competition were always at the bottom. Since the establishment of the Nine Heavens Academy, how many times have they had the best result in the Four Courts competition, which was only the third place? And the third place finish was still the result of Zhang Chun's term. There are still 3 months to go before the Four Courts competition takes place. When he thought of this, Wu Lin was quite helpless in his heart. Yes, there are a few more months to go before the Four Courts competition. Seeing Wu Lin's despondent look, Zhang Chun hurriedly said, Don't worry, Dean. I've recently heard that our academy doesn't have a super genius who has contracted a divine grade spirit beast. With her here this time, we'll definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Wu Lin was embarrassed for a moment. This was because the genius they were talking about had now left the academy. If Yixuan was the recognized genius they spoke of, then Yu Yao in terms of talent, I'm afraid that it could only be described as a demon. Wu Lin coughed awkwardly twice before briefly recounting what had happened. After hearing that Li Yixuan had already left the academy yesterday, Zhang Chun and the two of them both had shocked expressions. What? She left? This? Just as the two were still shocked, Wu Lin proceeded to continue with the story. When they heard that the person who had defeated Li Yixuan was none other than the girl sitting across from them, both of them were confused. This? Didn't see it. This pretty schoolmate of ours is still a powerhouse. Jiang Wangshu looked Lang Yueyao up and down, seeing her unusually well-behaved appearance. His heart was somewhat disbelieving. How could someone who looked so well-behaved? However, when she saw the spirit beast held in its arms, the expression on her face instantly became odd. Why isn't her spirit beast placed in the imperial beast space, and it looks like this? Seemingly noticing that the person on the opposite side was looking at him, Jiang Yan bared his teeth and put on a ferocious look. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wangshu laughed a little, a marvelous feeling inexplicably surging in his heart. Interesting. There's a feeling of wanting to ravage this little guy. Chapter 63, Advanced Copy Competition, Record Holder. Seeing the strange look in Jiang Wangshu's eyes, Jiang Yan immediately shivered and got goosebumps. No, why is this woman looking at me with strange eyes? I'll go. It can't be that he's trying to snatch me from little Yo-Yo's hands and take it for himself. Jiang Yan immediately shook his head, then deliberately squeezed into Lang Yueyao's arms. At this moment, Zhang Chun, who had learned the whole story, nodded in surprise. So that's how it is. It seems that this schoolmate of ours is not ordinarily strong. In response to Zhang Chun's praise, Lang Yueyao only smiled modestly. Senior is flattered. But at that moment, a touch of wariness surged in the heart of Jiang Wangshu, who was on the side. Senior, I want to spar with you. I don't know if you mind? Upon hearing the words, sparring, Lung Yushua was stunned and didn't even react for a moment. This is a bit too sudden. Senior sister, this? Zhang Chun rubbed his headache and revealed a helpless smile. Don't mind her. That's just her personality. The moment she encounters someone stronger than her, she wants to spar with her. After saying that, Zhang Chun gave a wink to Jiang Wangshu next to him. However, Jiang Wangshu directly ignored it and instead kept staring at Lung Yueyao with blazing eyes. Just like this, being stared at all the time, Lung Yueyao didn't know what to do for a moment. If it was just a simple sparring match, then she definitely wouldn't be afraid. But, so suddenly, could there be some other hidden agenda? Seeing Lung Yueyao's hesitation, Jiang Wangshu turned his gaze to Wu Lin. Dean, actually we came back with a heavy news. Oh, what news could make you guys make a trip back personally? Wu Lin was puzzled. Jiang Wangshu smiled. I wonder if you, Dean, have heard of the ancient battlefield? Ancient battlefield? Wu Lin was startled and directly stood up from his seat. The ancient battlefield, a place where danger and chance coexisted. There was no fixed opening time, no fixed opening location, and it could be said to be an extremely mysterious and ferocious place. Despite this, as long as it was open, there would still be countless imperial beastmasters clamoring to be the first to head there. It was rumored that there was a divine beast with extremely terrifying strength sleeping in the ancient battlefield. It is also rumored that several grandmasters and a dozen masters went to fight the beast. They had a great battle, but the final result was unknown, and it was precisely because of this rumor that countless royal beast masters were attracted to scramble to go there. There were many opportunities there, more than enough to change one's life. But there were also many dangers there, so many that it could cause a patriarch-level royal beast master to die there. Lung Yueyao, who heard the words ancient battlefield, couldn't help but be startled in her heart. Because the piece of bone she had obtained from those robbers earlier came from the upper ancient battlefield. Originally, I was still thinking about how exactly I would be able to find the entrance to the upper ancient battlefield. Now it seems that this opportunity has been sent to my door. At this moment, Jiang Wangshu walked over to Lung Yueyao's side and slowly spoke. If you win, I'll tell you a message from the ancient battlefield. Lung Yueyao nodded and agreed to her challenge. Good, senior sister. I accept your challenge. Jiang Wangshu raised her eyebrows slightly, a faint smile sketching out the corners of her mouth. Aren't you going to ask what happens if you lose? Lung Yueyao smiled faintly, her eyes filled with confidence. My Xiao Yao will not lose. Seeing her so confident, Jiang Wangshu's heart became even more excited. But if you lose, you'll have to lend it to me for a day. Saying this, she pointed a finger at Jiang Yan. Lung Yueyao, huh? As soon as she heard this, she subconsciously hugged Jiang Yan into her arms, then took a few steps back. What are you doing? Damn it, this woman is not harboring good intentions. How dare she try to rob my Xiao Yao? This is really infuriating. Shinran was also a bit confused by this move of hers. School sister Jiang actually wanted to rob this little guy. Can't see that this little guy's charm is quite big. Seeing that a few people had misunderstood her, Jiang Wangshu hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. I don't have the intention of trying to rob your spirit beast. I just see this tugging appearance of it, kind of want to ravage it. Don't worry. I'm not that shameless. A day's time won't do. An hour will do. I see. So it's like this. All right. I promise you, I won't lose anyway. Lung Yueyao's eyes were wide open. Her cheeks flushed slightly. What Jiang Wangshu said just now made her a little angry. Hey, I haven't even said what we're going to compete. How do you know you won't lose? Jiang Wangshu smiled. We'll compare. Who can clear the advanced copy in the shortest time? The moment he heard the words advanced copy, Jiang Yan instantly became interested. Hey, this is good. I've long wanted to get a copy. This time it's just right. The experience value gained from the advanced copy must be even more than the intermediate copy. Jiang Wangshu continued. This dual thing is too meaningless. Let's compare advanced copies. How about it? Are you still sure? Lung Yueyao nodded heavily, her eyes unusually determined. Of course, no matter what we compare, Xiao Yao and I won't lose. A high-level copy would not be too bad, and it could also help Xiao Yao improve his strength in the meantime. Seeing Lung Yueyao's confident look, Jiang Wangshu said, I think you probably don't know. Yet, the advanced copy speed pass record in the academy has always been held by me. For so many years, No one has ever broken it. Dean, is that so? Lung Yueyao looked to the side in doubt. Wu Lin nodded. That's right. Good. Then we'll compete to see who can be the first to clear the advanced copy. Lung Yueyao said seriously. Haha. No problem. Dean, I'll trouble you to be a witness. Zhang Wangshu smiled. Wu Lin let out a bitter smile. AI, if you all say so, then so be it. These little fellows, they're unconscious as soon as they've just returned. Just like that, the crowd arrived at the entrance to the replica place. It just so happened that today was a day off, and there were still a lot of students who were preparing to go down to the replica for their experience. However, when they saw that Wu Lin had brought the Lang Yueyao few over, they were immediately attracted to their attention. I'll go. There's something wrong with this situation. Hee hee. What are Dean and the others doing at the replica? From my point of view, it's 9 times out of 10 that they're going to sprint for the replica record. If I remember correctly, one of the replica records seems to be held by that senior sister. The man pointed at Zhang Wangshu. School sister, let's begin. I'm ready. Zhang Wangshu nodded her head and briefly talked about the rules of this competition. Okay. Random copies. Break through in the fastest time possible. No changes can be made. Of course, you are considered my schoolmate. I'm sorry to make things difficult for you. You can have one chance to make changes. After saying that, Zhang Wangshu gently touched the screen in front of her with her hand. Buzz. Advanced copies begin screening. Screening completed. Chapter 64 Advanced Copy, Land of the Dead. This time your copy is Ruins of Doom. Copy name Ruins of Doom. Copy level Level 25, Level 45. Copy monsters. Scrap iron parasitic spider, mutant creatures, etc. Passing condition. Kill the copy boss. Choose whether to open the copy. Schoolmate, I've chosen my copy. It's your turn, Zhang Wangshu said. Lung Yueyao nodded her head, then walked forward and began to select her copy. Advanced copies begin screening. Screening complete. This time your copy is Land of the Dead. Copy name Land of the Dead. Copy name Land of the Dead. Copy level Level 25, Level 45. Copy level Level 25, Level 45. Copy minor monsters. Corrosive crow flock, skeleton golem, skeleton tyrant, etc. Passing condition. Need to kill the copy boss. Choice. Whether to open the copy. Land of Death. Upon seeing that Lang Yueyao's copy was the Land of Death, Zhang Wangshu beside him froze for a moment. This was because the difficulty of this copy was considered quite high amongst the advanced copies, and it was even twice as high as her copy. Schoolgirl, you still have one more chance to reselect your copy. This copy will be tougher, and I don't want to take advantage of you, so change it. Zhang Wangshu reminded. This was just a match. She just wanted to see what the strength of someone who could defeat Li Yixuan was. She didn't want Lang Yueyao to lose her life because of this match. No matter what, it was still her schoolmate. Wu Lin, who was on the side, similarly nodded in agreement after seeing this. That's right, Yueyao, the difficulty of this copy is very high. Do you want to change it? Although he greatly believed in Xiao Yao's strength, this copy could be different from a duel in a dueling arena. Those ferocious beasts will not give up their attack because you are a royal beast master. The dragons had thick skin and flesh, so even if they were seriously injured, it wouldn't be a big deal, but humans were a different story. If you don't treat your injuries in time, you will die. But both of them had said so. Lung Yueyao remained firm in her choice. It doesn't matter. Just this copy. A high-level copy would reflect the difficulty, and Xiao Yao would upgrade faster if he encountered high-level monsters. She had complete trust in Xiao Yao, complete trust that it would be able to protect her. All right, since you've said so, then I won't say anything more. Take care of everything and cheer up. Seeing this, Zhang Wangshu couldn't say anything more and walked into the teleportation portal on the left. Lung Yueyao patted Zhang Yan's head, then also walked into the portal on the other side. Little Yao, go for it. Buzz. Upon entering the copy of the Land of Death, the unpleasant odor that came to the surface immediately made Lung Yueyao pinch her nose. Everything here revealed an aura of death. There were ruins everywhere, corpses of ferocious beasts everywhere, and even some tombstones. If it wasn't for the fact that the moonlight in the Land of the Dead was relatively bright, plus there were some stones that could illuminate, I'm afraid that what would be greeting them right now would be the darkness that they couldn't see out of their hands. Entering the Deathlands. Sight buff is on. Corrosive aura. Corrosive aura. The area is filled with black mist, non-dark attribute. Undead spirit beasts will enter a poison state for more than 30 minutes, but dark attribute spirit beasts' attack power is increased by 20%. When it enters the poison state, it loses 1% of its life value per second. Venue buff is on. Tide of Death. Tide of Death. Every 3 hours, the land of the dead will erupt in an undead frenzy, strengthening all enemies in the area by 100%. Hearing the sound of the copy, Jiang Yen was a bit surprised. It's a bit interesting. It's really worthy of being a high-level copy. This is stacked with so many negative buffs before it even starts. However, since little Yao Yao chose to believe in me, then I must not let her down. Turn on the speed brush mode. Lang Yao took a deep breath and said, "Little Yao Yao, cheer up. It's up to you. We must clear the level as early as possible, or else this negative buff will grow." Jiang Yen nodded, utilizing the talent of size control to directly change to his strongest state. Then, turn on the speed brush mode. Seeing Jiang Yen become so excited, Lang Yao also became excited and immediately activated her shield. Regardless of the situation, protecting one's own safety was the most important thing, and this wouldn't make Xiao Yao worry. 3 minutes after the two entered the copy, the land of death began to refresh the first wave of small monsters. Wow! Suddenly, hundreds of black crows appeared right above the land of death. They were ordinary bird-like imperial beasts in life, and were transformed into carriers of corrupted souls after being eroded by the grudges of the city of death. These crows formed clusters, their feathers falling off to reveal white bones, their eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, looking very oozy. Jiang Yen didn't ink and immediately used his Eye of Insight to check their information. Name: Corrosive Crow Flock. Level: 25. Life: 346. Attack: 266. Defense: 139. Speed: 432.
Talent, corruption.
Skill: Soul Scream. It's really worthy of being a high-level copy. The values are getting higher and higher. However, the experience value gained will also be higher. Jiang Yen smiled, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and sprayed a terrifying shot of swift dragon flame towards the crows. Wow! The crows' speed and reflexes were extremely fast, scattering to avoid the attack the moment they saw it. However, the range of the swift dragon flame was simply too large, and a portion of the crow flock was still attacked. Wow! Although these crows were fast, their defense was too low, and they were burned into a cloud of black ash in an instant when they were affected by the swift dragon flame. Kill corrosive crows. Gain experience plus 20. Kill the corrosive crows and gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain experience plus 20. Kill. Although the experience gained from killing these crows wasn't much, there were so many of them that the experience value didn't add up to much. At this time, the remaining crows began to constantly surround Jiang Yen and issued a sharp and strange bird call. Although this bird call did not cause any substantial damage to Jiang Yen, it made him unusually upset, and even his spirit was affected to a certain extent. Surprisingly, it's still a spirit-type skill. Those sounds kept surrounding his ears, which made Jiang Yen's temper a little short-tempered for a while. He didn't care. The swift dragon flame in his mouth looked like it didn't need any money, and began to spray it around in all directions. Boom! The crow flock hurriedly dodged around when they saw this. While dodging in all directions, they continued to emit sharp sounds of interference. But the Taiku dragon flame had an extremely wide range, and even if the crows scattered and fled in all directions, a portion of them would still not be able to dodge in time before they were burned to ashes. Kill the corrosive crow flock. Gain experience plus 20. Kill the corrosive crows and gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain experience plus 20. Oh. Chapter 65. They throw stones at me, I take stones. Ding. Level: LV. 16,415,280 capped. Your level has reached its limit, and you'll be automatically promoted to level 17. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been raised to 17, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the golden word. Hearing the system prompting for the upgrade, Jiang Yen's grumpy emotions slowly calmed down. This mental attack is really something. It's actually able to affect my emotions. However, it's time to call it a day. His goal wasn't just to kill these crows, but to speed brush this copy of the Land of Death. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yen saw his chance to fling his tail at the group of crows that kept roaring in front of him. The defense of these crows was extremely low, and they were immediately slapped into pieces with this fling. Kill the corrosive crows, gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows and gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows, gain experience plus 20. Oh. Other than that, the experience value given is really much. Jiang Yen was ecstatic. Just like that, under Jiang Yen's wide-ranging attacks, that corrosive crow flock was eventually cleaned up and there was never any left, and his level smoothly came to level 17. Ding. Level LV 17,355,300 capped. Level LV 17,355,300 capped. Level LV 18 capped. All your values have been greatly increased. Your level has risen to 18, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract a gold phrase. You have 3 gold phrases. You have 3 gold phrases. You can open 1 phrase fusion. Please ask if you want to open it. Jiang Yen was ecstatic. Extract. Finally, a second mythological phrase. I hope this time it will be an offensive one. Ding. Fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythic Lexeme Burning Sky Dragon domain. Mythical word. Brahma Dragon domain. Domain prerequisite. 80% or more purity of dragon bloodline is required to trigger your bloodline purity is 99%. Domain prerequisite. 80% or more purity of dragon bloodline is required to trigger your bloodline purity is 99%. Domain characteristic 1. When the domain is activated, all non-dragon units within its range will have their full attributes reduced by 30%. Domain characteristic 2. Black dragon flame fills the domain, burning the enemy every second with a soul-burning effect when it hits the target. If the enemy has not escaped from the field, the damage dealt will continue to increase and the target's healing effect will be weakened. Domain feature 3. All your fire attacks increase by 100% while in the domain. Note: you may open the domain at will, but each time you do so, you will consume 100 points of magic, and the domain time is unlimited. Consumption: 100 points of magic power value. Exact time is 36 hours. Hearing the description of this mythological phrase, Jiang Yen also turned from calm at the beginning to a dragon's mouth grinning to the root of his ears. Haha, prophet ah. I didn't expect an offensive one to really come this time, and it's a domain skill too. To be honest, he was quite envious of the Frost Phoenix's domain skill before, with excellent field control and a full attribute drop. However, now I have it too, and it's even more powerful. Good. Then speeding through the copies will be faster again. Not more than a few minutes after resolving the corrosive crow flock, the Land of Death refreshed with a second wave of copy monsters. Wow! Only in the next second, the Land of Death began to tremble violently, followed by the ground splitting open with crack after crack, and a pair of large white bone hands crawled out from the ground. In just a few short breaths, the Land of the Dead, which was empty just a moment ago, now had hundreds of skeleton warriors. Those skeleton warriors had hollow eyes that gave off a greenish glow, holding a shield made of bones in their left hand and a bone sword in their right hand. However, that wasn't all. The ground cracked open an even bigger crack, and a large hand full of blood and with countless eyes on it reached out. Boom! Only to see that monster's body was unexpectedly full of human skulls and arms. It looked like a suture monster, and there was more than one of these huge suture monsters. There were actually a full 10 of them, and one was bigger than the other. Even the biggest one, its height is almost catching up with Jiang Yen. Seeing the densely packed small monsters on his body, Jiang Yen instantly became excited. Is this the difficulty of an advanced copy? Interesting. Where is this a copy of a small monster? Isn't this clearly an experience pack? Just as Jiang Yen was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Leng Yueyao hurriedly reminded, Xiao Yao, be careful. These are skeleton warriors. Their defense is weak, but this is a dead land. They have 1 chance to regenerate. That ugly monster is most likely a corrupted behemoth. Similar to a stitched fierce beast, with thick skin and flesh, it's tough to deal with. Hearing Leng Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yen nodded his head. It's indeed tough, But, little master, I'm a dragon. I just happened to try out this mythic level domain skill. Boom! Zhang Mian didn't even bother to use his Eye of Insight to directly turn on the domain skill. Burning Sky Dragon Domain. Consume 100 points of magic power. Open. Wow! After the Burning Sky Dragon domain was opened, this dead land immediately became Zhang Nian's domain range. In the next second, black flames began to burn continuously on top of the dead land. That black flames possessed extremely strong adhesion and quickly adhered to the bodies of those skeletal warriors. Wow! These skeleton warriors did not belong to the dragon class, so their full attributes dropped by 30%. Skeleton warriors non-dragon type have had their full attributes decreased by 30%. All your fire attacks increase by 100% in the field. It was these two overpowered attributes that caused those skeleton warriors to only just crawl up from the ground, and their life values began to decrease rapidly. Wow! Skeleton warrior life value 60. Skeleton warrior life value 60. Since Zhang Yan was flying in the air, it caused those skeleton warriors to lose their target for a moment, and by the time they reacted they had already been melted away. There were also some skeleton warriors with thicker lives that had discovered Zhang Yan in the air. However, due to the nature of the attack, they could only throw the bone swords in their hands into the air as darts. But those bone swords just flew out less than a meter away before they were engulfed by the black flames and finally melted directly into nothingness. And those corrupted behemoths were likewise not spared. However, due to their thicker blood bars, they didn't cause the first kill, instead they were constantly losing life. Corrupted behemoth life value 50. Corrupted behemoth life value 50. After being attacked, those corrupted behemoths were enraged and then slammed their fists hard into the ground. Only the awkward thing was that their attacks were directed at the ground, and they couldn't damage the enemies in the air at all. In anger, those corrupted behemoths had no choice but to pick up the boulders on the ground and smash them towards Zhang Yan. But even the incomparably sharp bone swords were instantly incinerated, let alone these ordinary stones. Wow! Wow! Before the stones could fly out half a meter, they were directly burned to ashes by the black flames. You who? How dare you hit me with a rock? Zhang Yan wasn't used to directly spraying out a shot of swift dragon flame. Chapter 66, Continuous Upgrade, Strength Increase. Wow! This shot of swift dragon flame spewed out, directly hitting those corrupted behemoths underground. And now it happened to be Zhang Yan's domain time. The fire attribute attack increased by 100%. Adding to the fact that the attack of the swift dragon flame was already strong, plus this 100% increase. Even if those corrupted behemoths had thick skin and flesh, they were instantly burned into black ashes under the double attack boost they received. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that after defeating them, those corrupted behemoths turned into a disgusting mass of black slime. Although it can also be devoured, this is really a bit revolting. Killed the corrupted beast, gained plus 230 experience. Slay the corrupted beast and gain plus 230 experience. Kill the corrupted beast, gain experience value plus 230. Ding. Level. LV. 18,745,320 maxed out. Level. LV. 18,745,320 capped. Level. LV. 19 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 19. Your level has been raised to 19, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Ding. Level. LV. 19,375,340 capped. Level. LV. 19,375,340 capped. Level. LV. 19,375,340 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 20. As you have leveled up to 20, you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the gold phrase. As you have leveled up to 20, all your attributes have been greatly improved. Gain skill points plus 10. Gain skill points plus 10. Gain evolution points plus 10. Gain evolution points plus 10. Note: the amount of experience you need has increased dramatically. Every time you level up, the experience value you need increases drastically. Level 20? Hearing the system's beep, Zhang Yan froze. The required experience value has increased substantially, but it was fine. The experience value gained from the high-level copies of the ferocious beasts was already high. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Nian looked at the last corrupted beast not far away again. Now this corrupted behemoth was in a sorry state. Its body was stained with black flames. Moreover, after being burnt by the flames, its body was constantly spewing out some black mucus, which looked very disgusting. But right at this moment, those corrupted behemoths actually grabbed the slime on the ground with their hands and started eating it furiously. Jiang Nian? No, even if you're hungry, you can't eat like that. What is all that stuff? Just as Jiang Nian was surprised, the corrupted behemoth that ate those slimes began to rapidly recover from its injuries. Corrupted beast life value plus 150. Corrupted beast life value plus 79. Yeehaw! Still wanting to regain blood, huh? Jiang Nian skimmed the dragon's mouth, followed by a thunderstorm dragon's tail, and threw it down towards the corrupted beast's head. Boom! The powerful lightning power coupled with the flames in the domain, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. With this fling of the tail, the corrupted beast was directly slapped into a puddle of flesh. Killed corrupted beast. Gained plus 431 experience. Ding! Infinite Devour Evolution. Note: the probability of obtaining the reward has increased by 5%. The current probability is 50%. The probability of killing 100 beasts will increase by 5%. 45-100. Ding! After finishing off the last of the giant corrupted beasts, the previously defeated skeleton warriors were revived because of the dead land. After this resurrection, their size had increased more than twice as much as before, and the weapons they used had also become sharper. More importantly, in the next second after they were resurrected, 6 gigantic stone pillars appeared around this land of death. These 6 stone pillars were huge and incomparable, with a length of about 20 meters, and were filled with the remains of various creatures, with some imperceptible and bizarre patterns engraved on them. Seeing the appearance of these 6 stone pillars, Leng Yueyao was somewhat puzzled for a moment. This is... In her previous life, she had not entered this copy of the Land of Death. It was only that she had seen the skeleton warrior and those stitch monsters in other places. As for these 6 stone pillars, she had never even seen them. However, judging from the ominous aura emanating from these 6 stone pillars, Leng Yueyao had a bad premonition. The sudden appearance of these stone pillars is definitely not a good sign. Xiao Yao, be careful with these stone pillars, she hurriedly reminded. At this moment, Jiang Nian also realized that 6 more stone pillars had suddenly appeared around him, and his heart could not help but be a little more alert. What a weird thing. Forget about it for now. Let's brush these little monsters first. Jiang Nian also just paid attention for a moment and didn't think too much about it as he started to clear those skeletal warriors in the Land of Death with his crushing power. In order to save some magic power, he directly swooped down from a high altitude and then started sweeping up those skeleton warriors with his dragon claws. Tear! Those skeleton warriors subconsciously raised the bone shields on their hands to defend themselves, but their defenses couldn't withstand Jiang Nian's dragon claws at all. Through these several upgrades, Jiang Mian's attack power had come to a terrifying 1,419 points. Those skeleton warriors had gone through a reinforcement, but their defense power was only close to 500 points. Tear! This claw went down and directly destroyed a large area. Bone fragments flew everywhere and scattered on the ground. Killed skeleton warrior. Gained plus 214 experience points. Kill skeleton warrior. Gain experience value plus 214. Kill skeleton warrior. Gain experience value. Ding. Level. LV. 2015-13 1000 capped. Level has reached the cap, automatically leveling you up to 21. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to 21. Your level has risen to 21, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract a gold phrase. You have 3 gold phrases. You have 3 gold phrases. You can open 1 phrase fusion. Please ask if you want to open it. It's possible to fuse again? Let's not be in a hurry. It's better to take care of the trouble in front of us first. Right after Jiang Nian killed those skeleton warriors, a bizarre scene occurred. Only to see that, on the ground of those dead skeleton warriors was actually a ghostly flame remaining. That's... Just as Leng Yueyao frowned and looked, that ghost fire suddenly plunged headlong into one of the stone pillars, as if it had been summoned by something. Buzz! After the ghost fire entered it, the surface of that stone pillar trembled for a moment, and the lines on it began to flash out a faint light. Buzz! Immediately followed by the second group, the third group. As if these ghost flames had a will of their own, they began to rush into those 6 stone pillars like crazy. How strange! Why are these souls entering the stone pillars? Although Lung Yueyao didn't know the reason for this, she vaguely felt that it was definitely not that simple. Or perhaps it was to resurrect some kind of ferocious beast? Chapter 67, Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. At this moment, Jiang Yan didn't even notice the changes in the 6 stone pillars around him, but was frantically sweeping those skeleton warriors underground. This was making Jiang Yan kill crazy. Main fight a battle cool. Within a few minutes, those skeleton warriors in the land of death were all swept away by him, and the ground was filled with wreckage. Kill skeleton warrior. Gain experience value? After disposing of these skeleton warriors, Jiang Yan's level managed to increase by 1 level to level 22. Ha ha ha. So cool. Advanced copies boosting experience value is just fast. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. This was much faster than leveling up from an intermediate copy. After casually clearing out so many small monsters, he had gained so much experience value, and his basic attributes had increased quite a bit, although the only drawback was that it was not possible to devour them, but all in all, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. But, despite killing all those skeleton warriors, Jiang Yan's heart was always tight. The feeling these 6 stone pillars gave him was too weird, neither attacking nor interfering. It just stood straight there. Such ignorant fear was the most terrifying. It looks a bit off. No, I'll try slapping one off. Jiang Yan hesitated in his mind for a moment before flying towards one of the stone pillars. Xiao Yao. These stone pillars are very weird. You have to be careful. Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Jiang Yan nodded his head and then circled around at one of the stone pillars. There didn't seem to be anything strange except for the unpleasant odor as well as the smell of death emanating from it. Looking at it like this isn't a solution. Let's try cracking one first. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan swung his dragon's tail and directly swept across towards that stone pillar. Boom! But strangely enough, the defense of the stone pillar was extremely fragile, and the dragon tail only swept lightly. The stone pillar instantly fell apart. Jiang Yan, this. And just as he was puzzled, the next weird thing happened. Only to see those fragments of the stone pillar remaining on the ground began to recover rapidly, and in a matter of seconds formed another intact stone pillar. It can still recover automatically? Jiang Yan froze for a moment, somewhat disbelieving, followed by another claw swing. Boom! This claw went down, and the stone pillar that had just recovered turned into fragments again. But not more than a few seconds later, those fragments recovered again as if a time rewind button had been installed. This scene really made Jiang Yan and Lung Yueyao a bit puzzled. What exactly are these 6 stone pillars? Could it be a trick to pass the copy, or was it a device used to summon a boss? Just as the one man and one beast were thinking hard, the venue buff suddenly began to sound. Ding! Sight buff has been activated. Corrosive aura. Corrosive aura. The area is filled with black mist, non-dark attribute, and undead spirit beasts will enter a poison state for more than 30 minutes. But dark attribute spirit beast's attack power is increased by 20%. You lose 1% points of life value per second after entering the poison state. Jiang Yan 1. Jiang Yan life value 1. Jiang Yan life value 1. Jiang Yan was surprised. Holy! This is already over 30 minutes. This poison status field buff was almost negligible for him. After all, he possessed a powerful ancestral dragon bloodline, and the lost life value could be quickly added back. But Jiang Yan looked worriedly at Lung Yueyao underneath him. Since it was a venue buff, it would definitely have an effect on humans, so little Yao Yao she, seemingly sensing the changes that had occurred in the air around her. Lung Yueyao was also a little bit unfit physically. But it was only a little bit because she still had the protection of the shield. This shield has been specially treated to isolate the surrounding poisonous gas. However, the effective time would not be too long. Once the poisonous gas became dense, the shield would break and thus lose its effect. Seeing Jiang Yan's worried eyes, Lung Yueyao hurriedly said, Xiao Yao, don't worry about me. I'm protected by this shield. I'll be fine for now. Jiang Yan let out a long breath, his hanging heart finally released. Phew, that's okay. But I don't think this shield will last much longer. We have to hurry up and find the breaking point. Just as the one man and one beast were trying to find out the breaking point of these 6 stone pillars, a huge change had already occurred in the land of death behind them. Only the corpses of those skeletal warriors that had been broken by Jiang Yan began to rapidly converge together. From the beginning of having only one leg, they then quickly grew limbs, chests, and heads. In just a minute's time, a new ferocious beast appeared. That beast was a combination of hundreds of thousands of broken skeletons. Its height was straight up to Jiang Yan, and it had a black core embedded in its chest. It was wearing a set of armor made of bones, with every bone on its body glowing with a greenish-green ghostly light, and its joints were even bonded with solidified plasma, making them incredibly hard. In his hand, he held a several-meter-long bone knife, and his ferocious aura made him look extremely terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Yan hadn't even noticed the skeleton giant that suddenly appeared behind him. In the next second, the skeleton giant lifted up the giant bone knife in its hand and slashed towards Jiang Yan. However, because its center of gravity was forward, it took a step forward, making a sound that happened to be heard by Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao was shocked. Her face instantly changed drastically and she shouted with her voice, "Xiao Yao! Be careful behind you." Hearing this, Jiang Yan only felt his head buzzing as gusts of piercing cold wind blew behind him. He didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly pushed his speed to the extreme, then dodged towards the left. Swish! It was also Lang Yueyao's timely reminder that allowed Jiang Yan to dodge this blade without any danger. After thrillingly dodging this knife, Jiang Yan hurriedly turned to look. "I'll go, a sneak attack." He turned around and realized that the skeleton warrior that he had just destroyed had now fused into a giant. How did it suddenly get so much bigger? Judging from the terrifying aura this guy is giving off, it's not at all on the same level as the enemy he just encountered. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan hastily activated his Eye of Insight. Buzz. Name: Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Level: 40. Life value: 7,000. Attack: 2,341. Defense: 3,641. Speed: 1967. Talent: Undead Revival. Skills: Infinite Bone Rain, Throne Suppression, King's Ruling, Tyrant's Arrogance. After seeing Oscar's base description, Jiang Yan was shocked for a small moment. Good guy. It really deserves to be a high-level copy boss. This is 7,000 life value right out of the gate. If I were to come before, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to deal with it, but now, well, I'm going to break you apart. Chapter 68, Evenly Matched Terrifying Bone Rain. This guy is really something with these stats. Looks like I need to get serious. After understanding Oscar's stats, Jiang Yan started to become serious. This 7,000 life value was not a small amount, and all of this guy's attributes were in the thousands as well. Just as Jiang Yan was looking Oscar up and down, the attentive Lang Yueyao discovered a black core point in the center of the ladder. Could that be its weakness? Such a thought only survived in her mind for a second before it was quickly erased. How could there be a ferocious beast that would reveal its weak point, and it also happened to be in the chest position? That must be a trap. Xiao Yao. This fellow is very strong, be careful. Especially pay attention to that one black core point on its chest. Although it looks like a breakthrough, I feel it's not that simple. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan also noticed a black orb in the center of the Oscar. Well, it really is. Forget about it for now, it's just a big bone chunk anyway. Just slap it and be done with it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan let out a sonic roar directly roared out. Roar! The hurricane formed by that horrible sound wave immediately destroyed all the trees around the whole tree, and even the blood from those residual blood from the ground was swept up. As Jiang Yan leveled up, not only his basic stats but even those very common skills had changed greatly. Roar! Facing Jiang Yan's terrifying attack, only Oscar slowly raised the bone knife in his hand, and towards the center point of the sound wave was a fierce chop. Tear! The power of this chop was extremely considerable, and in a single glance, Jiang Yan's attack was split in two, dissolving it. Not only that, the speed of this chop also formed a black and red sword chi. The sword chi flashed and headed straight towards Jiang Yan's position. Swish! Jiang Yan was not afraid in the slightest. He had no intention of dodging and raised his dragon claw and slapped it fiercely towards that sword chi. Dodging had never been his style. Splat! Although this claw went down and slapped that sword chi directly into pieces, he also took some damage as a result. Jiang Yan life value 96. Just one sword cheese recoil damage can deduct almost 100 drops of my blood. It's a bit interesting. That's what makes an opponent like this interesting. Flight. After using flight, Jiang Yan's speed reached the extreme. Like a bolt of lightning in the middle of the night, he arrived in front of Oscar in the blink of an eye. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly zero-framed his hand and threw a thunderstorm dragon tail towards Oscar's head. Swish! On the contrary, Oscar, likewise without any intention to dodge, raised the bone blade in his hand and collided with Jiang Yan's dragon tail. Boom! Jiang Yan 152. Oscar's life value 261. This collision was surprisingly indistinguishable. But it was Jiang Yan who was lucky and triggered the paralyzing effect of the thunderstorm dragon tail. Buzz! Triggering the paralyzing effect of thunderstorm dragon's tail. The target has entered the paralyzed state. Good! Jiang Yan was delighted and was planning to ride the wave of victory. But just then, the black core in Oscar's chest, who was in a paralyzed state, suddenly gushed out a black undead chi. That undead chi was mixed with the wails of various ferocious beasts and surrounded Oscar's surroundings. And at that moment, the paralyzing effect on it was suddenly lifted. The paralyzing effect expires. What? It's not working. While Jiang Yan was surprised, Oscar launched a counterattack. Roar! Only to see the undead aura begin to rapidly converge on the black core of its chest. Not good. It was good that Oscar's skill wasn't instantaneous, which gave Jiang Yan the chance to react. He threw the dragon's tail heavily off Oscar, then used the recoil to fly towards the back. Oscar used his strong arm to block Jiang Yan's dragon tail, followed by the black core in his chest suddenly exploding. Wow! A huge ball of black energy flew directly into the air and exploded in the air. Boom! The moment the black energy ball exploded away, countless bone spikes poured down like rain. Infinite bone rain. Wow! The range of this bone rain was extremely huge, and even though Jiang Yan had already run out a distance of almost 100 meters, he still couldn't escape. Not good. In the face of this terrifying bone rain, Jiang Yan's first reaction was to think of Lang Yueyao. He rushed to Lang Yueyao's side in a flash, followed by opening his huge wings to protect him. Xiao Yao. Although he said that he had protected Lang Yueyao, his back was completely exposed within the range of that bone rain. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Yan's life value 15. Jiang Yan's life value 15. Jiang Yan's life value 15. Although the life value caused by this bone rain was low, it had a huge number of them, and the damage stacked up over time was really a bit terrifying. This ranged attack does have some headaches. However, Jiang Yan didn't panic. He had the ancestral dragon bloodline, and the injuries on his body were able to recover up quickly. Jiang Yan's life value plus 15. Jiang Yan's life value plus 15. Jiang Yan's life value plus 15. Seeing that Jiang Yan was injured, Lang Yueyao was anxious and her eyes were filled with heartache. Xiao Yao, are you all right? Jiang Yan shook his head, revealing a look that reassured Lang Yueyao. Little Yao, hold on a little longer. That bone rain should end soon. Jiang Yan nodded his head. As long as he waited for the bone rain to end, he would immediately launch a counterattack. But the bone rain in the air seemed to be endless, without the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, the number was increasing. Seeing that this bone rain still didn't stop, Lang Yueyao frowned tightly and realized the clues. Something is wrong with the situation. Xiao Yao, I think that black orb in the air is the core. If we don't break it, this rain won't stop. So that's how it is. Got it. Jiang Yan nodded his head and was about to think of a way to counterattack. But Oscar didn't want to give him such an opportunity, only to see Oscar lifting the bone knife in his hand and charging towards Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao, be careful. That guy is coming over. Lang Yueyao hurriedly reminded. A double-sided attack and a belly attack. But right at this critical moment, Lang Yueyao had a flash of light and thought of a way to break the situation. Xiao Yao, grab me and fly into the air, so you can dodge that guy's attack. Jiang Yan was delighted. Hey, why didn't I think of that? He gently held Lang Yueyao in his hands and flew into the air with a flap of his wings a few seconds before Oscar's bone blade fell. Oscar's attack fluttered in the air, and the bone blade directly smashed heavily on the ground, instantly smashing the ground out of a large pit. After flying into the air, that bone rain's attack was unable to cause effective damage to Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao, hurry up and destroy that core while you can. Jiang Nian understood and sprayed a shot of swift dragon flame towards that black core not far away. Wow! That black core was very fragile, and was burned to ashes by the swift dragon flame in just one glance. Afterwards, Jiang Nian placed Leng Yueyao in a safe position with a flap of his wings, and then rushed over towards Oscar. Chapter 69. Oscar, right? I'll make you fly. Dare to make a move against my little yo-yo. I'm going to break your bones apart. Just in time. Let me try how powerful this Frost Phoenix's skill is. I haven't used the Frost Phoenix's Winter's Breath skill after obtaining it, so it's just the right time to try it out. As Jiang Nian rushed over, the cold energy in his mouth gathered rapidly, and Oscar also sensed the extraordinary nature of Jiang Nian's move, and the black core in his chest began to disperse undead energy in all directions. Those undead energies quickly converged on top of the bone blade in its hand. As the undead energy quickly converged, the bone knife in its hand began to deform, gradually turning into a spear made of bone. Winter's Breath finished storing its power. Jiang Nian violently sprayed. Terrifying cold energy instantly covered the surroundings of the land of death. Everything was frozen. Even the wailing souls of the ferocious beasts that had died were frozen into ice sculptures at this moment. Oscar raised the bone lance in his hand, then threw it out with all his strength. King's ruling. Breath of Winter versus King's Power verdict. The pillar of icy light clashed with the bone lance. It wasn't just a collision between Jiang Nian and Oscar. It was also a collision between the cold ice energy and the undead aura. The ice energy wanted to freeze the bone lance, while the undead aura wanted to engulf the pillar of ice light. This intense collision lasted for more than 10 seconds, with both sides sustaining damage. Half of the ice pillar was swallowed up by the undead chi, while the first half of the bone lance was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing that the stalemate will continue, Jiang Nian did not ink. The mouth of the ancient dragon flames towards the bone lance bombarded the past. Since one kind of energy cannot break you, then I add another kind? With the addition of the Swire dragon flame, the bone lance soon began to be unable to withstand the manic energy. Those surrounding undead auras began to be burned and frozen until they finally disappeared completely. Without the support of those undead, the bone lance's defense was greatly reduced. Bang! In the end, it was directly destroyed and even exploded into powder. The moment the bone lance was destroyed, Jiang Nian's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Oscar in the space of a breath. Partial giganticization. After giganticizing his claws, he ruthlessly slapped towards Oscar's head. As long as he pulled into melee, then he had an absolute advantage. With so many words, as long as just one of them triggered at random, this guy's blood level would plummet. Without that bone blade, Oscar could only use both fists to fend off Jiang Nian's dragon claw. Boom! However, after losing the bone blade in his hand, Oscar's attack power was a bit lacking. Absolute penetration trigger. Jiang Nian's life value 234. Oscar's life 561. With the gold phrase absolute penetration, Jiang Nian's attacks had an 80% chance of ignoring Oscar's defense every time. This point was extremely crucial. Oscar's defense was over 3,000 points, so if he fought hard, he definitely wouldn't have an advantage. But with this absolute penetrating gold phrase, the situation was completely different. Moreover, the effect of Dragon's Blood Boiling was also triggered at this time. If you passively activate Dragon Blood Boiling, for every point of life consumed, your attack power will be plus 10 points. Jiang Nian, who had originally held a huge advantage in blood exchange, now had a lot of increased attack power due to the passive trigger of Dragon Blood Boiling. He capitalized on his victory and began to launch a frantic attack towards Oscar. Without any dodging, Oscar swung his fists and collided with Jiang Nian. But with this exchange of blood, Jiang Nian had a huge advantage, and the bones in Oscar's body began to fall off one by one. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Nian had the ancestral dragon bloodline, his recovery ability was terrifyingly strong, and it could basically be considered an injury-free blood exchange. Jiang Nian's life value 196. Oscar's life value 316. Jiang Nian 239. Oscar's life 438. Buzz. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ultimate Recovery. Immortal. Jiang Nian life value plus 100. Jiang Nian life value plus 100. After about a dozen times of such intense collisions, Jiang Nian swung out with a claw and directly blasted Oscar away. After sending him flying out, Jiang Yan immediately used his eye of insight to check Oscar's current life value. Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Life value. 5,424. Damn. This guy's skin is really thick. After colliding so many times, I didn't expect it to still have more than 5,000 life values. If it wasn't for the domain skill being on cooldown right now, I guess this guy would be silky-blooded by now. At this time, Oscar slowly stood up, and a trace of fear unexpectedly emerged amongst his empty eyes. Roar! In the next second, the enraged Oscar roared up to the sky, and the black core in its chest seemed to have sensed the fluctuation of its emotions and began to emit a bizarre scream. Buzz! Undead revival. Throne suppression. After a roar, Oscar was on fire, his talents and skills all used. In the next second, a huge bone spur fell from the sky and landed all around the land of the dead. Jiang Yan originally thought that these bone spikes of Oscar's were coming to attack him, and he began to dodge continuously, but in the end, he realized that these bone spikes weren't targeting him at all. What is this situation? Just as he was puzzled, Lang Yueyao was surprised to find that the location of these bone spikes was very tricky. The bone spikes just happened to be inserted in the surroundings of the place of death, forming a positive hexagon, but it was more like a dueling arena that surrounded them here. Damn. Now Xiao Yao's flight and speed are restricted. Lang Yueyao frowned, and at this time Jiang Yan, who was in the middle of it, also discovered the situation. He looked up into the sky and realized that the energy released from those 6 bone spikes had actually converged together, completely closing off the top. The surrounding area was similarly the same. A pitch-black colored barrier was formed between each bone spur, and on top of this barrier was a skull with an open bloody mouth. Want to trap little master here? It's not that easy. Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for death, but for safety's sake, he still cautiously used his swift dragon flame to test the black barrier. Buzz! The moment the Swire dragon flame came into contact with that black skull, it was unexpectedly absorbed by it strangely. After absorbing the energy of the swift dragon flame, the injuries on Oscar's body actually miraculously began to recover. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene, hurriedly said, Xiao Yao, you can't use a long-range attack to hit that skull. It will convert your attack into energy, and then let that big guy recover from his injuries. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was shocked. So that's it. No wonder it's trapping me here. It seems like the only way to break out is to break this big guy apart. He turned around to look at it, his eyes showing a fierce light as he looked at Oscar. But Oscar was already surrounded by nearly thousands of undead. Those undead had their mouths wide open, mouthing words that seemed to be chanting some kind of incantation. The next second, a horrifying scene appeared. Chapter 70, Against the Heavens, the Sands of Time Funnel, ending the battle. Wow! As those undead chanted, their mouths continuously called out some inaudible incantations. In the next second, those undead unexpectedly changed their appearance strangely. Some became skeleton warriors and corrupted behemoths that had just died, while others turned into ferocious beasts that had died in the middle of this land of death. What Jiang Yan did not expect was that they actually manifested the appearance of the dead Imperial Beastmaster. After seeing this bizarre scene, Jiang Yan immediately felt his scalp explode. Good guy. This is a fight. Counting the number of those undead is almost 100. 1v100. Is this the difficulty of an advanced copy? This made Jiang Yan not only marvel a little, even the advanced copies were already this difficult. Then on the way up, how terrifying were the difficult and nightmare-level copies. Lang Yueyao reminded after observing the surroundings. Xiao Yao, be careful. This thing is similar to a dueling arena. Don't ever get close to those skeletons. I have a feeling they will absorb your power. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan already had an idea in his mind. As long as we finish this guy off, both the undead and these bone spikes will go up in smoke, right? Just as Jiang Yan was about to launch an attack on Oscar, Lang Yueyao suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of him. Wait, Xiao Yao. I think this treasure in my hand can definitely help you. Saying that, Lang Yueyao took out the sand funnel of time that she had previously obtained amongst the Lost King City copies. Ever since she had gotten this kind of divine-grade treasure, she hadn't used it even once, and this time, it could finally come in handy. It's not too late. I'm counting on you this time. Sand funnel of time. Time rewind. Can rewind time within 100 meters to 3 minutes ago. Time acceleration. Can speed up the flow of time in a specific object or area. As long as the time in this area was rewound to 3 minutes ago, the current dilemma would be instantly solved. After seeing Lung Yueyao take out an hourglass, Jiang Yan was very puzzled in his heart. Because he happened to be in a coma when he completed his second evolution in the Lost King City, he did not know that Lung Yueyao possessed these divine treasures. Immediately, Lung Yueyao took a deep breath and slapped the hourglass of time hard on the ground. Buzz! Sand funnel of time. Begin. Time retrogression. Wow! In the next second, aside from Lung Yueyao, everything around them began to rapidly rewind, and those undead that had been resurrected began to quickly dissipate, and the 6 ancient thorns that stood on the ground were plucked up into the air. Time. 1 minute 30 seconds. Time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As the sand funnel of time operated, everything that had been destroyed around them began to gradually repair. Even Jiang Yan began to retreat back to the original place along the trajectory of the attack. Even though he possessed his own consciousness during this backtracking time, he was unable to control his body. What? This is time regression? I'll go. Little Yo-Yo even mastered this kind of heaven-defying ability. Wait. It should be the ability of that hourglass in her hand. Right at this moment, the time backtracking was completed. Time retracement. 3 minutes. Backtracking completed. After the backtracking ended, the hourglass of time that was emitting light immediately became dim. Xiao Yao, quickly attack! Lung Yueyao shouted at the top of her voice. With the completion of the time retrospection, Jiang Yan regained mastery of his body. Got it! Just need to finish this guy off within these 3 minutes. With a flap of his wings, Jiang Yan flew in front of Oscar in an instant before it could return to its senses. Without any unnecessary movements, it was directly a shot of Winter's breath. Although this skill consumed more magic value, it was really strong. Wow! Oscar couldn't dodge in time and could only subconsciously swing his arm as a parry. But how could just the strength of his arm resist this terrifying ice power? It was capable of inflicting double damage of physical puncture plus frostbite. This move went down and directly knocked out most of Oscar's blood. Oscar's life value $29.99. However, that wasn't the end of it. The cold effect attached to Breath of Winter quickly froze Oscar's arms. But the next second, its passive skill trigger quickly manifested this negative effect. Tyrant's arrogance triggers. But even so, Jiang Yan's attacks still didn't stop. Dragon Claw Tier. A strong attack was swung down directly towards its head. Oscar swung his right arm to parry and Jiang Yan's Dragon Claw clashed hard. But this time, it was Jiang Yan who had the upper hand. Bang! Oscar's right arm was directly blown into powder. Oscar's life value $9.99. Seizing Oscar's chance to lose its arm, Jiang Yan slashed at its left arm with another claw. Bang! This time, even the left arm was blasted into powder. Oscar's life value $9.99. After losing both of its arms, Oscar's body began to become wobbly, constantly tilting backwards. However, Jiang Yan didn't give it the chance to plan a counterattack, rushing over and sending a sonic roar against his face. Boom! This terrifying sonic attack instantly shook Oscar's head apart. Oscar lifesteal 435. Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Dead. Having lost his head, Oscar, who was left with half of his body, fell heavily to the ground, and the bones in his body completely fell apart. Phew now, you can't resurrect again, can you? For safety's sake, Jiang Yan also purposely hovered above Oscar for a while, just to avoid it resurrecting again. Luckily, this did not happen, and Oscar was completely killed. You have successfully killed the boss, Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Pass the copy. Congratulations on receiving the title, Undead Conqueror. After equipping this title, your full attribute damage is increased by 20% in any realm that contains any dead air. You have obtained the item, Oscar's Necklace. After equipping this item, you will not be affected by any poisonous gas. After seeing the attributes of this necklace, the delighted Jiang Yan immediately brought it to Lung Yueyao. The knowledgeable Lung Yueyao immediately recognized the necklace at the first sight of it. This is a necklace that can protect against poison. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly, then shrunk his body and gently put it on her. In that case, there's no need to worry about the poisonous gas of this dead land. Seeing the necklace around her neck, Lung Yueyao was very happy, picking up Jiang Yan and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Xiao Yao. With this, there's no need to be afraid of poisonous gas. Jiang Nian smiled and suddenly thought of something, and then he started to become excited. Heh, it's really something to look forward to. What kind of rewards this guy will explode for me? Chapter 71, Collecting Vegetables, Receiving Rewards, Lucky Dice. Hey, let's see what's in this reward. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain experience value plus 4,869. Ding. Level, LV. 22 5,100 3,000 capped. Your level has reached the upper limit, and you will automatically be promoted to level 23. All your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been raised to level 23. Your level has risen to 23, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract a gold phrase. You have 4 gold phrases. You have 3 gold phrases and can open 1 phrase fusion. Please ask if you want to open it. After seeing the experience value gained from defeating Oscar, it directly stunned Jiang Nian. Holy, so much experience. It's already level 23. Well, there are now 4 gold words. In that case, let's fuse one out first. Fusion. Ding. Fusion complete. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythic phrase Lucky Dice. Lucky Dice Mythic. Do not use them at will. All consequences will be borne by you. Effect 1 God of Luck. After throwing the dice, if the number of points is 456, you will be favored by the God of Luck. All probabilities will increase to 100%. All attributes will increase by 100%, and you will enter a lucky state. Lucky state lasts for 1 day. During the lucky time, all your actions will be favored by the God of Luck. Note: removes any negative effects outside of yourself, and when you receive a reward, the number of rewards will become greater. Effect 2 God of Curses. After rolling the dice, if the number of points is 123, you are cursed by the God of Curses. All probabilities are reduced to 1%, and you enter the cursed state. Cursed state lasts for 1 day. During the cursed state, all your actions will be cursed by the God of Curses. Note: you will not receive any rewards while in the cursed state. After reading the attributes of this mythological phrase, Jiang Nian did not react for a moment. This mythological phrase is kind of interesting, haha. Either you're lucky to take off, or you're unlucky. But this lucky buff is really a bit moving. There was a 50% probability of a desperate turnaround, and a 50% probability of falling directly into the abyss. However, there was no curse of that 50% in his case. After all, Little Yo-Yo was the God of Luck. After fusing the mythic words, Jiang Nian's base values and props began to continuously increase. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain life value plus 943. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain attack power plus 867. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain speed plus 752. Just seeing these acquired basic stats, Jiang Nian was thrilled. It really deserves to be a high-level copy boss. The base values this gives are just so much, and have to resist me brushing a dozen intermediate-level copies. However, the rewards didn't end. Obtained Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's Beast Core. Gained Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's Soul. Obtained Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's Bone Blade. Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant's Shield. Obtained Book of the Dead Remnant Pages. Not bad. There are actually so many rewards for this. Good. Then let me take a look at them one by one. Jiang Nian opened his eye of insight to check the specific information of these rewards. The other rewards were fine, but he froze when he saw Oscar's Soul. Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's Soul. Durability 0-0. Use. Core material for the evolution of undead spirit beasts or forging dark attribute artifacts. Undead spirit beasts below epic level can evolve directly to the final stage after devouring it. Undead spirit beasts of epic level or above can gain new abilities after devouring them, with the probability of obtaining a new form. Jiang Nian. Undead type spirit beast? In the future, if I can collect an undead type spirit beast as a little brother, this is something I can give it. Jiang Nian smiled and put it away, then immediately looked at the second item. Book of the Dead Remnant Pages. Durability 0-0. Purpose. Records forbidden secret necromantic techniques. After learning it, one can summon the undead of the current place to fight for them. Since this is a scrap page, the number of undead that can be summoned is currently 10. Note: the life value of the summoned undead will be reduced. Other abilities. Unlocked. Other abilities. Unlocked. Other Book of the Dead Pages? 1-5 location unknown. I'll be damned. To be able to summon the undead to fight for you, that's kind of interesting. This should be that talent of Oscar's. Back then, that guy had also summoned a group of undead that followed him around, but fortunately, little Yo-Yo had used time regression in time, which prevented a big battle. In that case, this book of undead was still very terrifying. Moreover, it was only the remnants of a page, and there were still other abilities that hadn't been unlocked. I can't imagine how terrifying the entire book of the dead could be. This harvest is really something. It's true. The difficulty of the copy is directly proportional to the rewards. After harvesting all the rewards, Jiang Yan touched his hungry stomach. These are all undead. They can't be devoured. One couldn't just hold a bunch of skeletons and gnaw on them. That would be too weird. Although it can obtain a large number of rewards, it always feels weird somewhere. Jiang Yan was speechless and had to place his gaze for help on Lang Yueyao. Luckily, with just a look, Lang Yueyao understood what it meant, and then took out the long-prepared frozen meat steak from her storage ring. Here, little Yao hungry. The moment he saw the meat steak, Jiang Yan's eyes were glowing. Wow, it's still little Yao who's good. This is too thoughtful. He took the meat steak, and then he ate it fiercely, gnawing on the meat steak while still thinking in his heart. This copy boss has already been defeated. Now we just need to go out and we've won. I can only hope that arrogant woman won't be too fast. A minute after Oscar's death, a teleportation portal appeared right above the land of the dead. However, Lang Yueyao wasn't in a hurry to go out. Instead, she first planned to look for Oscar's treasure, which could also be described as a copy reward. The rewards of a high-level copy would be better and richer, and one definitely couldn't miss it. Xiao Yao, you be good and rest here first, haha. I'll go look for the reward treasure chest. After saying that, Lang Yueyao excitedly ran to look around Oscar. Generally speaking, treasure chests would appear near the copy boss. Jiang Yan obediently gnawed on his meat steak in place and did not follow Lang Yueyao around. After all, if the copy boss died, then no danger existed in this copy. But just as he thought that, his eyes casually glanced over, but bizarrely realized that the 6 stone pillars hadn't disappeared. Wait, something's not right. How are these 6 stone pillars still standing here? Chapter 72, Luck Favors Us Transformation Quest opens. These 6 stone pillars. Seeing the 6 stone pillars still standing there, Jiang Yan was somewhat confused for a moment. According to reason, after the death of this copy boss, these 6 stone pillars should disappear, but how is there no movement at all? There won't be an expert, right? While Jiang Yan was puzzled, Lang Yueyao, who was searching for the treasure chest, was also a bit confused, because she had almost searched the entire land of the dead, but she hadn't found even a trace of the treasure chest. How could there be no treasure chest? It's unlikely. Could it be that I didn't search carefully enough and the treasure chest is in a more hidden place? Just as Lang Yueyao was about to get up and look around again, she looked backward and was surprised to find the 6 stone pillars. How could this be? Didn't the copies already disappear? Could it be that these stone pillars are just decorations? Puzzled, she walked forward to pick up Jiang Yan, and then walked towards those 6 stone pillars. Xiao Yao, did something wrong happen just now? Jiang Yan shook his head. This is strange. Just as one person and one beast were puzzling over the matter, Oscar's bones, which had been dead for a long time, suddenly transformed into a gust of gloomy wind. That gust of wind unexpectedly began to gradually take shape, gradually turning into 6 huge clusters of ghostly flames. Shoo! Seemingly summoned by some kind of call, those 6 clusters of ghost flames plunged headlong into those 6 stone pillars at an extremely fast speed. Damn! Lang Yueyao exclaimed, and hurriedly hugged Jiang Yan and retreated back. But strangely enough, these stone pillars did not launch any attacks after absorbing that ghost fire. Buzz! But in the very next second, a pitch-black portal appeared right in the center of those 6 stone pillars. Immediately afterward, a duplicate beep sounded. Buzz! Undead of the dead. 100. Conditions have been met. Opening the hidden copy. Jiang Yan, Lang Yueyao. This is actually the hidden copy's teleportation card. Xiao Yao, I see. Those ferocious beasts you defeated. All of their souls were absorbed by these 6 stone pillars before the hidden copy was opened. If there aren't enough undead absorbed, it's impossible to open the hidden copy. It wasn't until after the hidden copy was opened that Lang Yueyao realized the role of these 6 stone pillars. Jiang Nian smiled in his heart and immediately became excited again. I go. So it's the entrance to the hidden copy. This is interesting. But now the question comes, is the hidden copy actually a fight or not? Even the boss in the advanced copy is so difficult to deal with, not to mention the boss in the hidden copy. And the most important thing was time. Right now, I'm still betting with that woman, and if I go out now, I'll win 100% of the time. But if you enter the hidden copy, all of this is unknown. At this moment, the thoughts in Lang Yueyao's mind were exactly the same as Jiang Nian's. Xiao Yao, this hidden copy, should we enter it? Jiang Nian thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of light, then took out the lucky dice. When it came to this kind of difficult decision, it was up to this color dice to decide. Jiang Nian pointed at the points of this dice with his dragon claw, then described it with his teeth and claws. Lang Yueyao understood. You mean 456 points and we'll enter the copy, 123 points and we'll retreat. Jiang Nian nodded. If he threw in 456 points, he was a 100% increase in all attributes. Even if the boss of this hidden copy was frighteningly strong, it would be certain death. Lang Yueyao thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Saying so, she took a deep breath before throwing the dice towards the ground. Under the nervous gazes of one person and one beast, after that dice rolled twice on the ground, it ended up with 6 points facing up. Ding! You have been favored by the god of luck and have entered the lucky state. The moment he saw the point was 6, Jiang Nian was directly dumbfounded. I'll go, little yo-yo cow ah, you're my goddess of luck. Lang Yueyao was also a bit surprised that she could throw 6 points. Little Yao Yao. This. Jiang Nian was just about to reply, but at this time the system's voice came out again. Ding. Due to the increase in your lucky value, a lucky event has been triggered. Transfer event. Defeat the hidden copy boss. You can obtain a transfer opportunity. I'll go, transfer. I'm actually able to transfer. This lucky event is too damn lucky. No. It seems like I have to go down for this hidden copy. Jiang Nian made up his mind, no matter how strong the small monsters in this copy were, he would still have to break into it. After he put the lucky dice away, he then pointed at the hidden copy's portal. Lang Yueyao nodded knowingly. I see. Then let's go and break into this hidden copy. She had absolute confidence in Xiao Yao's strength. Just like that, Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Nian and entered the hidden copy. Buzz! The moment they entered this hidden copy, the deathly aura that came over them gave one person and one beast goosebumps. This place seemed to be a huge and incomparable room, but what made people feel strange was that there wasn't a single wall around. Instead, it was all black space. As if it was a black hole, a glance at the end cannot be seen so that people feel intimidated. The only thing that felt familiar was that there was a black throne right in front of it. Xiao Yao. The aura here is very wrong. Be careful. Jiang Nian nodded his head. Even though he was a dragon race, the bizarre surroundings still left him a little breathless. Ding! The transfer quest has been opened. Kill the boss in front of you to obtain a transfer opportunity. Time limit, 3 hours. Countdown begins, 2 hours and 59 seconds, 2 hours and 58 seconds. The countdown has begun. We have to hurry. Just 2.5 minutes after the one man and one beast entered the copy, the hidden boss was finally revealed. Only a figure slowly appeared above the black throne. It was different from ordinary hidden bosses. There was no fancy equipment on its body. The whole body was surrounded by a black cloak. There were no feet, and it was holding a huge scythe in its hand. It was like the god of death from the legends. The god of death? Jiang Nian was startled. The appearance of this hidden boss was practically identical to the Grim Reaper. He hesitated for 2 seconds and immediately used his Eye of Insight to check the information of this hidden boss. But he was shocked by the results. Due to strong spatial interference, the Eye of Insight is not working. Hidden boss, Lord of Death. Level, 45. Life value? Attack? Defense? Speed? 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 Domain? Talent? Skills? Chapter 73, Hidden Boss, Lord of Death. What? Can't see through this guy's information. Jiang Nian was surprised. Even the Eye of Insight can't see through this guy's information. It looks like it's being affected by the black hole around this room. This guy is weird to look at. No matter what, we have to figure out its means of offense first. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and directly began to size change into his strongest form. After all, it was a hidden copy. If he stayed his hand any longer, the one who would suffer would be himself. Xiao Yao, you have to be careful. I'll help you find out what's broken about it as soon as possible. Leng Yueyao's eyes were filled with worry. The only thing she could do now was to find out the hidden boss's weakness as soon as possible. But how easy was that? It was a hidden boss. Jiang Yan nodded, then charged directly towards the Lord of Death. Leng Yueyao, on the other hand, found a relatively safe location and then opened her shield. Only when she was safe could Xiao Yao attack with confidence. When he was still 10 meters away from the Lord of Death, Jiang Yan sprayed a shot of swift dragon flame directly over. Let's see what this fellow is capable of first, then use the opportunity to find its breaks. Just as he wanted to see what this Lord of Death should use to be able to resist his swift dragon flame. But in the next second, the swift dragon flame actually strangely passed through the Lord of Death's body. What? It passed through. How is this possible? Jiang Yan didn't believe it, followed by another shot of swift dragon flame. However, the situation was the same as just now. The flames pierced through the Lord of Death's body again. Having suffered 2 attacks, that Lord of Death cocked its head for a moment, seemingly somewhat enraged, only to see that in the next second, its figure directly disappeared from its original position before arriving in front of Jiang Yan with an instantaneous shift. Tear! Without any unnecessary movements, it swung the scythe in its hand and slashed towards Jiang Yan's head. What a fast speed! Jiang Yan didn't dare to slow down and immediately swung his dragon claw back to attack. Bang! But it was this moment of clashing that he truly felt the power of this Lord of Death. His entire right arm was numbed by the shock, and he lost consciousness for a moment. What a powerful force! It's not at all on the same level as the Oscar from just now. Although he managed to block the Lord of Death's sudden attack, his life value had inexplicably decreased. Jiang Yan life value 199. What? Didn't I already block its attack? How could this happen? Just as Jiang Yan was puzzled, the Lord of Death flashed to his back in another instant. Xiao Yao, be careful. He's behind you. Jiang Yan couldn't turn back in time and pushed his power to the extreme, rushing towards the front. Swish! Luckily, this time was successful in dodging the Death Lord's attack. Seeing that Jiang Yan had dodged his attack, the Lord of Death tilted his head a bit as if he was somewhat different. But once again, Jiang Yan's life value was deducted. Jiang Yan's life value 163. What? Why is my life value still decreasing? It can't be. It's this guy who stole my life value. Although he felt his life value draining away, he didn't feel any physical discomfort, nor did he feel the slightest bit of fatigue. Could it be? Jiang Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked his panel. Name: Jiang Yan. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Leng Yueyao. Current affinity 50. Level: LV 23 2100 4000. Note: when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life value: 3001 2639. Seeing his panel, Jiang Yan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn. This guy really did steal my life value cap. If the life value cap was deducted, even if the ancestral dragon bloodline had a strong recovery ability, it would still end up being depleted. No, we can't drag this out any longer, we must find its break. Just as Jiang Yan was about to launch his attack, the God of Luck's buff suddenly triggered. Ding! Triggering the God of Luck's buff will automatically remove all negative effects for you. The system's voice was like a thunderbolt exploding directly in Jiang Yan's head. I'll go. The God of Luck is invincible. Today's lucky value is pulled full. Without the blood loss buff, it was just as the Brahma Dragon domain skill time was restored, so Jiang Yan immediately opened the domain skill. Brahma Dragon Domain. Open. All non-dragon units within the field will have their attributes reduced by 30%. Within the domain, all fire attacks are increased by 100%. Now with the buff of the God of Luck, that attribute attack stacked, it was an increase of 200%. 3 seconds after opening the domain, the temperature of the entire room rose rapidly, and the surrounding area was covered with black flames. In the corner of the room, Leng Yueyao, who was carefully observing, seemed to have discovered the Death Lord's weakness. Xiao Yao, I might know its breakthrough, but I don't know for sure. You can take the moment it dodges an attack then strike. Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately understood what she meant. I see, it's really possible. Thinking of this, he immediately made a move and a shot of swift dragon flame was directly sprayed out. This time it was still the same as before, and the flames went straight through. But in that instant, Jiang Yan dashed to the Lord of Death's face, followed by a thunderstorm dragon tail. But this time, the Lord of Death didn't dodge, but quickly raised the scythe in his hand to block in front of him. Boom! Hisses! The powerful thunder power mixed with bursts of sonic booms immediately resounded throughout the room. The system beep that suddenly appeared at this time made Jiang Yan ecstatic. Billion-dollar blitz effect triggered. Damage doubled. Lord of Death's life value 1621. Sure enough, it's right as little Yo-Yo guessed. As the thunderstorm dragon tail hit the Lord of Death, the paralyzing effect was directly triggered. The original paralyzing effect only had a 30% probability, but now that Jiang Yan was favored by the god of luck, all probabilities were raised to 100%. The paralyzing effect took effect, and that Lord of Death stopped all movements on his hands for a moment. Here's your chance. Let's see how you can dodge this time. Partial giganticization. Black Inferno. After giganticizing his right arm, Jiang Yan used the unique black flame from the domain to attach it to the dragon's claw again. Not only could black flame sear the enemy, it could come with a soul-burning effect. Death! Jiang Yan's right hand grabbed and swung violently, and the huge dragon claw with black flames covered towards the Lord of Death. Swish! At this moment, the Lord of Death was still in a state of paralysis and was unable to make any defensive moves at all. Got it! Lung Yueyao was delighted. Jiang Yan faintly said in his heart, knowing that you have a lot of life value, let's consume a wave first. Just when one person and one beast thought that the next attack was going to be a success, but the next second, Chapter 74, Kill the Lord of Death. Pass the hidden copy. Jiang Yan. Got it. Just when Jiang Yan thought he got it, but the next second, an extremely strong suction force suddenly erupted from the surrounding black walls. That suction force was extremely terrifying, just like a black hole, and it even pulled the Lord of Death back hard from the edge of the attack. It even completely sucked it into that black hole of a wall. Wow! Thus Jiang Yan's move directly missed. I'm going, what the hell can this even go off? He was very speechless in his heart. How does this surrounding wall feel like its domain skill? Jiang Yan looked at the surrounding black walls. A glance at the head could not be seen. Like an abyss, bizarre and frightening. And right at this moment, the Lord of Death that entered the middle of the wall immediately recovered from its paralyzed state. Immediately following the next second, it swung the scythe in its hand and sent out a crescent-style black chop directly from the wall. Brush pull. That chopping strike was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Yan's close proximity. Buzz! In that instant, Jiang Yan only felt his scalp go numb, and his body subconsciously dodged to the left. Swish! The good thing was that it was this time that he dodged the Lord of Death's attack. But that chopping attack didn't disappear. Instead, it directly penetrated into the opposite wall and disappeared. Immediately the next second, 2 chopping strikes were sent out from among the black wall, heading straight for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan swung his dragon claw to break those 2 chopping strikes into pieces. But almost at the same time, nearly dozens of chopping strikes were sent out from the surrounding black walls. With no time to think about it, Jiang Yan could only swing his dragon tail and arm once again, stopping them all. At this time, the system's alert sound constantly reminded Jiang Yan. Countdown begins. 2 hours and 01 seconds. 2 hours. This won't work. This guy keeps hiding in this wall. There's no way for me to attack. There's no way. It looks like I can only enter the game with my body. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan's wings stretched out and directly drilled into one of the walls. Buzz! Xiao Yao! Seeing Jiang Yan enter it, Lung Yueyao was even more anxious. She's also too anxious. How can she enter the middle of her opponent's domain so easily? No, I have to find a way to help little Yao. When she thought of this, Lung Yueyao couldn't care less about the danger and began to look around the surroundings. At this moment, entering into the middle of the Death Lord's domain, Jiang Yan realized that he had made his decision too early. It was pitch black in here, unable to reach out, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of his own heartbeat. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and cautiously looked around. Only by entering this field could the Lord of Death initiate an attack and then use the opportunity to catch its break. The result was just as Jiang Nian had imagined. After seeing it enter amongst its own space, the Lord of Death decisively launched an attack. And this time its methods were even more bizarre and cruel, only to see it slowly reveal its prototype and then wave its right hand. Swish! An ancient dragon that was covered in black light and was in a state of soul flew out from the middle of the void. Dragon? There's actually a dragon. Jiang Nian was shocked in his heart. By the looks of it, it was this guy who had killed a dragon race and then turned it into this soul state. Ding! God of Luck buff trigger. Kill Bone Dragon to obtain Dragon Soul Star Sand 1 and Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment. I'll go, Dragon Soul Star Sand. Isn't this the key material that can resurrect the dragons? In that case, let's kill both together. Jiang Nian charged towards the Bone Dragon in its undead state in front of him. Although this Bone Dragon was also a dragon race, its level was worlds apart from Jiang Nian. After only a few rounds of fighting, the Bone Dragon was seriously injured. As Jiang Nian let out a dragon roar, the ancestral dragon bloodline pressure in his body erupted at this moment. Roar! Under this roar, the dragon bloodline hidden within the Bone Dragon was awakened at this moment. Although it had already died and turned into a soul state, the bloodline in its bones could not be hidden. Under the ancestral dragon, all things were submissive. In the next second, the Bone Dragon suddenly began to struggle continuously, seemingly trying to get out of the Lord of Death's control. Right at this moment, Jiang Nian seized the opportunity to spray a shot of Winter's Breath towards the Lord of Death. Swish! God of Luck buff triggered. Frost power is 100%. The original frost power of only 12% directly stacked to 100% under the God of Luck's buff. The powerful ice power immediately spread out, only to radiate an aftershock that completely froze this void of space. The Lord of Death also wanted to repeat his trick, using his special ability to avoid Jiang Nian's attack. But at this time, the God of Luck buff is triggered. Luck descends. After lucky descent, the ancient dragon, which was constantly struggling, struck the Lord of Death's body with a flick of its tail. The Lord of Death's passive happened to trigger at this moment, and it wasn't attacked as the tail went through its body. At that very moment, Winter's Breath scored a direct hit. Swish! God of Luck buff triggered. Billion strikes, strike rate increased to 100%. Physical piercing damage is 100%. Frozen damage is 100%. Probability of power deprivation is 100%. Start depriving target of skills. Deprivation is complete, target loses skills and is vaporized. Master of Chaos probability is 100%. Effect triggered, target enters a state of chaos. The moment this shot of Winter's Breath hit the Lord of Death, almost all of the negative buffs stacked onto it. Lord of Death's life value, 9,631. I'll go, it's deducted so much blood, but it's still not dead. Good. Then I'll make up for it again. Naturally, he wouldn't give the Lord of Death any chance to escape, and with a move of Thunderbolt Dragon's tail, he swept over towards its head. God of Luck buff triggered. Paralysis probability is 100%, target's lightning resistance is low, damage is increased by 100%, and the paralysis effect is prolonged. The terrifying power of this sweep over directly knocked the Death Lord's head off. Death Lord's life value 3,613, but even after losing his head, the Lord of Death still didn't die and swung the scythe in his hand towards Jiang Nian. I'm going. Still not dead, motherer. Jiang Nian cursed angrily in his heart and began to directly blast against the Lord of Death, crazily exchanging blood. In the end, the Death Lord's scythe was slapped into pieces by Jiang Nian. Not only did its body turn into nothingness, even its soul fell into this darkness forever. The Lord of Death's blood count is 0. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, the Lord of Death, and passed the hidden copy. Congratulations. You have earned the title of Death's Finisher. Chapter 75, the beginning of the transfer, 2 hidden professions. Acquired the title, Death Terminator. After equipping this title, you can obtain 1 immunity from death and 1 resurrection after physical death. Kill the hidden boss, Lord of Death. Gain experience value plus 10,631. Ding, ding. Level LV. 231063140000 capped. Your level has reached the upper limit, and you will automatically be promoted to level 24. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to 24. Your level has been raised to 24, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold phrase. Ding. Level, LV, 24 6,631 5,000 capped. Level, LV, 24 6,631 5,000 capped. Level, LV, 25 6,631 5,000 capped. All of your values have been greatly improved. Your level has risen to 25, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract a gold phrase. You have 3 gold words. You have 3 gold phrases. You can open 1 phrase fusion. Please ask if you want to open it. I'm up. It's really worthy of being a hidden boss. It directly increased 10,000 experience points. 2 levels in a row. This feels too good. Jiang Nian's heart was so happy. Killing a level 45 hidden boss at less than level 25. I'm afraid this kind of thing couldn't be done by any spirit beast other than a dragon. Fortunately, there was the help of the god of luck. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to fight a lot more. There's no rush to fuse the words. Let me see what's in this reward. Just as Jiang Nian was about to collect the reward, with the death of the Lord of Death, the controlled bone dragon next to him gradually regained its sanity. It no longer became violent, and its empty eyes were filled with sadness as it slowly lowered its head towards Jiang Nian, offering the highest respect. Seeing this, Jiang Nian was also somewhat saddened. Immediately, the next second, that bone dragon completely disappeared in the middle of this space. Buzz! After it dissipated, there was an extra bright, shining, luminescent object in the space where the bone dragon existed. Is this the Dragon Soul Star Sand? Jiang Nian hurriedly flew forward, then carefully clutched it into his hands. Acquired Dragon Soul Star Sand 1, Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment 1. After receiving the Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment, Jiang Nian's mind immediately conjured up images of the bone dragon fighting the Lord of Death in the middle of space. This bone dragon's color in life was white, and it had already reached adulthood. The dragon race also has different bloodline strengths and weaknesses. Blue, red, white, purple, gold. The higher the bloodline, the higher the bloodline. But Jiang Nian was an exception. His skin color was black, and he had the highest level of ancestral dragon bloodline. As for the Imperial Beastmaster who controlled this bone dragon, he had likewise died at the hands of the Lord of Death. The memory fragment scratched through for a moment, and then disappeared. Dragon Soul Star Sand 1. Collection 130. Still missing 2. As long as we collect enough of 2 more Dragon Soul Star Sand 1, then we can resurrect the dragons. Jiang Nian rejoiced. Next is the main event. Let's see what rewards we can obtain after killing the Lord of Death. Kill the Lord of Death. Gain plus 1964 life value. Kill the Lord of Death. Gain full base value plus 1900. Gain evolution points plus 20. Gain skill points plus 20. Gained the Death Lord's core. Weapon. Scythe of Fading. Gain the Spirit of the Undead. Obtain the key to the Lord of Death's treasure chest. Obtain Undead Recovery Scroll 1. Obtained the Book of the Void. Hearing this series of system beeps, Jiang Nianlong's mouth went askew with that happy smile. Cool. Hidden bosses are bull, although it's a bit harder, but this reward burst is really much. After receiving the rewards from the Lord of Death, the surrounding dead space began to dissipate with it. At this moment, Lung Yushua, who was outside the void space, was as anxious as hell, constantly pacing back and forth on the ground. Since she and Jiang Nian had signed an intrinsic life contract, she was able to clearly feel the latter's life state. However, it was because Jiang Nian's vital state was extremely good that she couldn't rest assured for a long time. She was worried if Jiang Nian would remain trapped in this void space. What should we do? Just as she was in a state of utter anxiety, the void space around her began to gradually dissipate, and the room returned to its original appearance. Jiang Nian bounced out. Xiao Yao. The moment she saw Jiang Nian come out, Lung Yuyao's heart couldn't be happier, and she immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Xiao Yao. Are you all right? You really scared me to death. I thought you would be trapped in that space all the time. Jiang Nian laughed a bit, and then recounted with open arms about how he defeated the Lord of Death. Seeing this hasty action of his, Lung Yueyao was inexplicably poked for laughs and let out a light laugh. All right. I knew it. My little Yao is the best. But this is not the next time. In the future, you can't be so reckless. Just as the one man and one beast were talking, a huge treasure chest appeared out of nowhere on the Death Lord's throne, and a pitch-black teleportation door also appeared next to the chest. Lung Yueyao was surprised. That's the hidden reward chest. Jiang Yan's dragon claw reached out and handed Lang Yueyao the key to the treasure chest he had obtained. Wow, Xiao Yao. You actually have the key to the treasure chest. He. Little Yao, quick. Let's see what the reward is. Just as she was hugging Jiang Yan to open the reward treasure chest, the ladder system beep came out. Transformation event. Defeat the hidden copy boss to obtain a transformation opportunity completed. Obtained a transfer opportunity 1. Please ask if you want to carry out the transfer. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Transfer. Ding. Please note that the current transfer is not a traditional career or bloodline conversion, but a leveling up. Please choose the profession you want to transfer to. Sacrifice the claws of a dragon's teeth to become a dragon warrior. Sacrifice the dragon flame and the ice of winter to become a dragon warlock. Ding. The god of luck's buff is triggered, and a hidden profession has appeared. Sacrifice the pages of the Book of the Dead to become the hidden profession, Dragon of the Undead. Sacrifice the Book of the Void to become the hidden profession, Dragon of the Void. It's actually the appearance of 2 hidden professions. This lucky buff came at too timely a time. Which one should I choose? For a while, Jiang Yan was somewhat indecisive. After thinking for half a minute, he finally decided on the profession to choose to transfer to. The undead dragon was indeed very good, and with the trait of being able to summon the undead, it must be extremely powerful. However, wasn't this Dragon of the Void even more terrifying? From the performance of the Lord of Death just now, it was obvious that the power of the Void was even more powerful. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Phew, transferring. The Dragon of the Void. Chapter 76, Dragon of the Void. In that case, let's transfer into the Dragon of the Void. Ding. Sacrificing the Book of Void. Being sacrificed. As the system's beep sounded in his head, the Book of Void that Jiang Yan had obtained appeared in the air out of nowhere, followed by a sudden disappearance. Successfully sacrificed the Book of the Void. Starting to transfer. Transition target, Void Dragon. Transfer time, 15 minutes. Jiang Yan rejoiced. The transfer has begun. After the transfer began, Jiang Yan's body flew into the air and instantly began to undergo incredible changes. At this moment, Lung Yueyao was excitedly taking the key to the front of the throne. I wonder what rewards I'll be able to obtain. There's some anticipation. This treasure chest should be here along with the reward from that big bone from before. With anticipation, Lung Yueyao slowly inserted the key into the treasure chest and then twisted it to the right.
Gating.
After opening the treasure chest, there were quite a few things inside. Lung Yueyao took good protective measures before carefully removing them one by one. Tyrant's Soul's Ring. It also has the function of storing objects, and has more space inside, and can trigger automatic defense when encountering fatal dangers. The ring can be used to summon undead soldiers under certain circumstances. Skeleton Fragment. A quest item of high value that can be sold for money. A mysterious scroll. Open it and you'll get a random skill of level 4 or higher. 10,000 gold coins. Gold coins can be sold at a high price. Robe of the Underworld. Wearing it puts you into a state of invisibility with no CD. Soul Dust. Can be used to strengthen your own soul or that of a spirit animal. Potion of Death Danger. This potion has been cursed by the Lord of Death and is extremely toxic. The Crest of the Lord of Death. A commemorative insignia with no special function, but extremely collectible. A level 4 or higher skill book unopened. Seeing that there were actually so many rewards inside this treasure chest, Lung Yueyao was overjoyed. In her previous life, she hadn't encountered bosses like the Skeleton Tyrant or the Lord of Death. So of course she was overjoyed to receive rewards that she hadn't seen before this time. Wow, so many rewards. There are actually gold coins. Xiao Yao, quickly come over to see There are so many of these rewards. There are also skill books. Lung Yueyao excitedly waved her hand towards the back. However, since Jiang Yan in the back was in the state of transferring, he didn't respond to it. Eh? Lung Yueyao was a bit puzzled, then turned around to look back. Xiao Yao? Lung Yueyao was stunned. At this moment, Jiang Yan was suspended in mid-air, his eyes tightly closed, and surrounded by some odd black aura. Little Yao. She put away all the rewards, then anxiously ran to Jiang Yan's side. She just wanted to touch it with her hand. But as soon as she got close, she ran into an invisible barrier. How could this be? How could there be a barrier here? Could it be? Could it be that Xiao Yao is evolving? That's not right. If it was evolving, it would be surrounded by white light. But this time it's a black aura. Just as Lang Yueyao was uncertain, Jiang Mian's body was undergoing a huge change. Not only its appearance, but also its aura began to change drastically. At this time, Jiang Yan's body changed from black to a body that was black and blue and translucent, with scales that glittered with star chips, vertical pupils with a void amethyst texture, crystallized void bone spikes growing on his spine, and a lot of illusory aura was added around his two wings. And with each wave of his wings, he triggered turbulence in the surrounding space. What's more, a circular pattern of emptiness also appeared behind Jiang Yan's back. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene, was directly stunned. Xiao Yao's body has actually changed so much. This aura. Why is it a bit similar to that boss just now? She rubbed her headache head, getting more and more confused about the current situation. At this moment outside the copy, half a day had passed since Lang Yueyao and Jiang Wangshu entered the copy, and surprisingly, the crowd waiting outside hadn't taken a single step to leave. They all wanted to know who actually walked out of these two first. Dean, who do you think has a better chance of winning this competition? Su Xiaoyan asked. Wu Lin glanced at the copy chosen by Lang Yueyao and lamented. Hey, put it this way. If the copy that Yueyao chose wasn't this land of death, her chances of winning would be 100%. Is this land of death really that terrifying? One of the teachers asked in disbelief. Wu Lin nodded and explained, that's right, and more importantly, this land of death has a high probability of triggering a hidden copy. It's not like you guys don't know about Yu Yao's character. If she sees the hidden copy, then how can she still sit still? Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded in agreement. This is true. Hey, it doesn't matter who wins between the two of them. What matters is just coming out safely. Yes, just come out safely. Don't let anything happen. Those students who were watching the game glanced at their watches and said, I go. This is half a day's time. The 2 is no movement at all. Ah. What are you thinking? This is an advanced copy. The record of this copy is still held by senior sister Jiang. It took a day and a half to pass. This is less than half a day. That's true. Let's wait and see then. Although the crowd was very anxious, they didn't leave because of this. At this time, Shinran, who was waiting on the side, was a bit bored, so he began to tease the two-headed snake on his shoulder. Due to the fact that before entering the copy, Jiang Yan had temporarily handed over the twin-headed snake to Shinran, and also warned her not to make a move, letting her become extremely depressed. She could only keep dodging. In the copy of the Land of Death. Transfer time. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Transformation completed. Due to you completing your first transfer, all of your attributes have received a substantial increase. Reward skill points plus 18. Bonus evolution points plus 18. As the transfer time ended, Jiang Yan's transfer was successfully completed. He slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body brought about by his first transfer. This change was simply unparalleled, even more peculiar than that feeling after the second evolution. He glanced at his arms and wings and found that not only had the colors changed slightly, but there were also some small things similar to void crystals on his body. This power. Feeling the huge energy in his body, he hurriedly checked the system. Check the information. Name, Jiang Yan. Race, Dragon Race Dragon of the Void after transformation. Contractor, Lang Yueyao Current Affinity 56. Level, LV, 25 16 31 6000. Note, when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life, 5036. Defense, 3081. Magic, 2513. Attack, 4631. Speed, 3831. Evolution points, 79. Skill points, 71. Characteristics. Oh. After checking the system, Jiang Yan's eyes were dead set on the void trait. I'll go. This Chapter 77, setting a new record, no one can break it. I go, this characteristic. After seeing the description of the void trait, Jiang Yen was directly stunned. Characteristic: able to travel through any space at will. All actions can ignore any object. You have completed the transfer of the Dragon of the Void, and have successfully obtained the skills and talents of the Book of the Void unique. Jiang Yen. I'll go. There are actually talents and skills. After being surprised for a moment, Jiang Yen hurriedly checked the talent and skill. If this talent was as heaven-defying as the Lord of Deaths, then this would be perfect. Talent voiding. Can vanish a part of his body into the void, ignoring the target's attack. Note: this talent cannot be triggered when attacking, and the part of your body that vanishes into the void cannot exceed 5. Consumption. 100 points of magic are consumed per use. I'll go. It's just as I thought. It's this heaven-defying talent. Jiang Yen was ecstatic. When he fought against the Lord of Death before, he had sensed the extent of this talent's rebelliousness. Being able to vanish his body into the void and dodge the enemy's attacks was too strong. If the opponent used their final killing move, then this talent of vaporization could be maximized. Ignoring the attack and then immediately counterattacking. It was too strong. I'll go. Just one talent is this powerful. Then this skill. Jiang Yen hurriedly checked up on the acquired skills. Skill: Void Space Descent. Can open void space at will, can travel amongst void space at will, void space is connected to each other. Note: the number of void spaces cannot exceed 10, and void spaces can be hidden. Skill: Void Empowerment. Each attack has its own void attribute. After attacking the target will be in a VO. ID state and generate 1 void point. Void state. Enemies in the void state will have their full attributes reduced by 30%, and have a 15% chance of having their attacks nullified. Void points. When the number of void points reaches 10, you will ignore all the target's blood bars and kill them directly. Special note: once in the decapitation state, the target cannot be freed, revived, or regain life value. After reading and understanding the introductions of these two skills, Jiang Yanlong's mouth grinned to the roots of his ears. Is this the power of the void? It really is as terrifying as it is. Luckily, I didn't choose the wrong transfer, although the ability to summon the undead is indeed very strong. But compared to my void, that's just a small thing. Haha. This replica trip is really blood money. If every time is so lucky, that would be great. Jiang Yen was secretly happy in his heart. It was also thanks to little Yao Yao's help in throwing the lucky dice to 6 points that he was able to trigger the goddess of luck buff. When he thought of this, he happily flew over towards the stunned Lang Yueyao. Seeing the huge change that had occurred in Jiang Yen's body, Lang Yueyao hurriedly asked, "Xiao Yao, what just happened to you? How did the changes become so great? There are so many more purple crystal blocks on your body, and there is a round rune behind you. So handsome." For Lang Yueyao, Jiang Yen didn't choose to hide it, but simply waved his palm and described what happened. "Xiao Yao, you mean to say that after killing the hidden boss, you accidentally gained a chance to transfer, and then the completion of the transfer turned into what it is now?" Lang Yueyao said incredulously. Jiang Yen nodded heavily and gently tapped the air in front of him with his dragon claw. Buzz! In the next second, a human-sized black space appeared in front of him. That was none other than void space. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene, directly exclaimed in shock. "Wow, Xiao Yao, this is too powerful." Jiang Yen crossed his arms and raised his head in triumph. "That's for sure. Now I'm a void dragon." Lang Yueyao smiled sweetly, her face blossoming with a heterochromatic glow. "I knew my little Yao was the best." In the next second, she suddenly thought of something, then let out an ouch. "Oops. Let's hurry up and get out. Maybe senior sister Jiang is already 1 step ahead of us." Saying that, she picked up Jiang Yen and rushed into the portal next to the throne. Buzz! Entering the teleportation portal, 5 seconds later, 1 person and 1 beast returned to the entrance of the replica. At this time, the anxiously waiting crowd saw the replica's portal suddenly flash a bright light and hurriedly surrounded it. Someone came out. "I'm going quickly go and see who it is." The moment they saw the copy portal light up, Wu Lin and the others were similarly jolted. "Someone's coming out. Who is it?" At this time, Wu Lin even made a point of looking at the time. 5 hours and 28 minutes. It had only taken less than 6 hours. Good lord. This is setting another record for advanced copies. Wu Lin was delighted. It was just that he didn't know who exactly was the person who set this new record. He and the teachers rushed forward and immediately froze when they saw that the person who came out was Lang Yueyao. Yu Yao. Wu Lin sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His entire body was a bit confused and he directly froze in place. A high-level copy had been cleared in less than 6 hours, and it was still a copy of the Land of Death. Could it be that Yu Yao hadn't entered the hidden copy? But even if she hadn't entered a hidden copy, this speed, it was still too frightening. After coming back to his senses, Wu Lin swallowed a mouthful of water tremblingly. Yu Yao, your speed is too terrifying. The teachers hastily put away their astonished expressions and instantly became groundless. Yu Yao, with this speed, how else can you let us few teachers be teachers? Hey, less than 6 hours. I'm afraid no one can break this record in the next 10 years. Hearing the praises of the teachers and the time stated, Lang Yueyao herself was stunned. Hee. 6 hours? But I feel like it's still a bit slow. Senior Sister Jiang should have come out long ago. She looked around, but she didn't find Jiang Wangshu's figure. Hearing this, all the teachers shook their heads with a bitter smile, not knowing how to answer for a moment. If that girl Jiang Wangshu heard you say this now, I don't know how she would feel. Is this the inadvertent Versailles? Hey, young man. After looking around and not finding Jiang Wangshu's figure, Lang Yueyao felt strange. Hee. Where's Senior Sister Jiang? She hasn't come out yet? She turned her eyes for help to the many teachers. The many teachers nodded helplessly. Yes, Yu Yao, you have now broken the record set by Jiang Wangshu. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Nian immediately put on a tugging face. Humph. That's natural with this dragon out there. What record can't be broken? Hey! I can only hope that woman will hurry up. I don't want to starve here, and I don't know when she will come out. Chapter 78, Clues of the Ancient Battlefield. Just like this, the crowd waited from noon until the afternoon before a hint of movement appeared in Jiang Wangshu's copy portal. Wu Lin stood up and hurriedly walked over. Is it finally coming out? I hope this girl is safe and sound. After 10 seconds or so had passed, Jiang Wangshu walked out as the portal opened again. The first thing she did after walking out was to glance at the time above her watch. Not bad. This one is quite a bit faster than the last one. It should have broken a new record already, she said confidently. When she looked around at the deans and teachers waiting for her heart became even more certain. I've won. She smiled a little, then slowly walked forward. Dean, it looks like I won this competition, she said triumphantly. Hearing this, Wu Lin lamented, and for a moment he actually didn't know how to reply. He really couldn't bear to strike her confidence. Seeing Wu Lin's somewhat ugly face, Jiang Wangshu froze. Dean, what happened? It couldn't be that academic Sister Lang is still in the copy and hasn't come out, right? Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, then slowly made way for a position. Behind her, Lang Yueyao smiled and walked out, waving her hand in greeting. Hi, Senior Sister, you finally came out. It's great that you're okay. This sentence directly dry-burned Jiang Wangshu's CPU. Finally? What does finally coming out mean? Could it be that you guys have been waiting for a long time? What the hell is going on here? Dean? Jiang Wangshu asked eagerly. There was no other way. Wu Lin could only cough and then said, Wangshu, actually, this competition was won by Yu Yao. What? She was even faster than me. It doesn't make sense. I've already broken a new copy record. How could this happen? Lung's schoolmate. How much time did you spend in total? Lang Yueyao lifted her head and thought for a while before giving a number. I remember it seems to be a little over 5 hours. Hearing this time, Jiang Wangshu instantly felt like her sky had collapsed. 5 hours. It only took 5 hours to clear the advanced copy. Her entire being was dumbfounded, and her face froze in place. No, how is this possible? Even speed scrubbing a copy didn't take this much. 5.5 hours to clear it. She shakily swallowed a mouthful of water, and even after a long time, she was still somewhat unable to slow down. Dean, is this true? Wu Lin nodded heavily. Not bad, moreover. She even passed the hidden copy, by the way. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Wu Lin's head immediately became large. Hey, this girl was also too capable of striking a blow, not to mention passing the copy in 5.5 hours. She also swiped the hidden boss in passing as well. Even if it was him who entered this Deathlands copy, He couldn't guarantee that he would clear it in 5.5 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Wangshu froze in place for a moment. That was until Zhang Chun beside her shook his head helplessly and walked up to pat her on the shoulder. Hey Wangshu, don't be too upset. Jiang Wangshu wasn't the only one who was devastated. Even Zhang Chun next to her and the other returning seniors were deeply affected. Originally, they had wanted to properly display their demeanor as a senior, but as a result, they had come back to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by their schoolmates. However, such emotions only appeared in Zhang Chun's mind for a moment before being quickly swept away. It was too late to be happy that his own academy was able to produce such a demonic genius. After a long time, Jiang Wangshu also gradually accepted reality. All right, I'm willing to gamble. This match is mine to lose. I'll tell you all the information I know. Lung Yueyao's face immediately overflowed with a bright smile. Good eye, many thanks senior sister. Seeing Jiang Wangshu admit defeat, Jiang Yan also raised his head in triumph before making a contemptuous gesture towards her. Just you still want to compete with my little Yao Yao? Wait for another 20,000 years. Jiang Wangshu could only pout and swallow the anger in her stomach. This spirit beast actually provoked me. It's so infuriating. Afterward, after the crowd had all dispersed, they returned to the dean's office. As soon as they returned, Lung Yueyao couldn't wait to ask, Senior sister, can you tell us the news you know? Jiang Wangshu didn't hold back any longer and spoke the news she knew. There's a great possibility that the entrance to the ancient battlefield will appear in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The time is about 15 days from now. I've spent a lot of money to inquire about this information. You can't tell others recklessly. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Lung Yueyao murmured in a low voice. Speaking of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in her previous life, she had met some chance there. Just like the name said, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts living in that mountain range. Although the level of danger was not comparable to the Black Forest, the probability of death for an average beastmaster entering it would be more than 80%. Seeing Lung Yueyao's contemplative look, Jiang Wangshu was surprised in his heart. All right, you know the news? You're not really planning to go, are you? You! She glanced at the trainee badge seal on Lung Yueyao's body. You're still only a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. The chances of surviving in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range when you go are 0. Thanks for informing me, senior sister. I'll pay attention. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly. Then, Dean, I'll go back to rest first. Hee good. Wu Lin nodded as he watched Lung Yueyao leave. Only after she left did Zhang Chun say, Dean, her strength isn't simple and there seems to be something odd about that spirit beast in her hand as well. I always feel as if I've seen it in a book in the university library. You guys will understand later. Wu Lin laughed. Hey, I do hope that she doesn't go inside the ancient battlefield to die. Jiang Wangshu said. This time when the upper ancient battlefield opens, I'm afraid that the 10 strongest people of the Xia Kingdom will only be unable to sit still. At that time, it will definitely be another big melee. After leaving the dean's room, Lung Yueyao arrived at the place where the spiritual power value was tested. It had been a long time since the last test of spiritual power value, so I guess this time the spiritual power value had grown quite a bit again. Xiao Yao, wait here obediently for me. I'll go test the spiritual energy value. She put Zhang Yan on the chair and then walked over to the crystal ball. As long as the spiritual strength value reached 300, then it was a junior Imperial Beastmaster. She took a deep breath and placed her right hand on the crystal ball. Although she had been accompanying Jiang Yan in upgrading during this period of time, but earlier on, Wu Lin had sent over a very small bottle of spiritual power potion. Don't look at this spiritual potion. It was only a small bottle, but it was worth several $1,000,000. She had thought of refusing it, but she couldn't resist Wu Lin's persuasion before accepting it. After absorbing that vial of spiritual power potion, there would be a small increase in spiritual power value. Buzz! As the crystal ball's light lit up, Lung Yueyao's spiritual energy value began to grow rapidly from 100. Swish, swish. Chapter 79, The Imperial Beastmaster Guild. 5 hours is enough. Swish! After a large increase, the crystal ball's light gradually dimmed, and Lung Yueyao's spiritual power value finally stopped at 401. Wow! 401! At this, she felt very surprised. The current her had become a primary Imperial Beastmaster. As for an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, One needed to reach a spiritual power value of 1,000 or more in order to become one. Well, in that case, we can go to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild tomorrow to pick up a quest. After making her decision, she carried Jiang Yan back to the middle of the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory and taking some food for Jiang Yan, she headed to the bathroom. On the dormitory bed, the two-headed snake twisted its body obediently to Jiang Yan's side. Although she said that she hadn't seen it for only a few hours, she was able to clearly feel the huge changes that had occurred in Jiang Yan's body. Brother Yao, why have you changed so much? It's completely different from before. In response, Jiang Yan just gave her a heavy knock on the head. Don't pry into grown-up things, kids. The two-headed snake responded aggressively. Oh, by the way, tomorrow little Yao Yao is going to take on a mission. It's up to you to perform then. Don't worry, brother Yao. None of them are my match. Jiang Yan then nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. After little Yao Yao had become a primary beast royal master, it was almost time to head to that what's-his-name ancient battlefield. Let's hope that we can obtain other Dragon Soul Star Sand there. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan fell asleep. The night was uneventful and time quickly came to the next day. In order not to disturb Shinran's rest, today, Lang Yueyao woke up early and went to one of the Imperial Beastmaster Guilds in Spirit Abyss City. Although this was only a branch guild, there were an unusually large number of people in it. The guild is responsible for conducting grade assessments for beast masters, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and issuing badges to certify their abilities and qualifications. The guild also provides commission tasks, such as capturing rare spirit beasts, removing dangerous beasts, etc. The beast masters can get rewarded by completing the tasks, points, or resources. More importantly, resources can be exchanged in the Beast Master Guild. This place provides spirit beast cultivation materials, evolution props, skill secrets, etc., and the Beast Master can exchange them for quest points or currency. It is because of the existence of these things which led to the Beast Master Guild every day, a sea of people very lively. After entering the Beast Master Guild, Lang Yueyao quickly attracted a lot of attention with her appearance. However, she didn't care about it, but walked straight to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if I can take on a Junior Imperial Beastmaster's quest today?" The lady at the front desk was slightly surprised in her heart after giving Lang Yueyao a glance without leaving a trace. "Of course you can. May I ask if you want to take it?" Lang Yueyao nodded her head. "That's right. Can you bring it out for me to take a look?" The receptionist nodded her head and turned around to immediately take out a list from behind the table. On it was none other than the list of tasks for Junior Imperial Beastmasters. Lang Yueyao took it after a brief scan. "All right. May I ask how many days are needed to get the materials together?" The receptionist slowly raised 5 fingers. "Collect all the materials and hand them back here within 5 days' time, and after checking that there are no problems, you will be issued the badge of Junior Imperial Beastmaster." Hearing the time mentioned by the receptionist lady, Lang Yueyao held her chin and fell into deep thought. 5 days. Seeing her like this, the receptionist lady hurriedly added, "If you're not sure, it's fine to come back to pick it up after improving some strength." Lang Yueyao shook her head and said indifferently, "No, I was just wondering if 5 days would be a bit too long." Hearing this, the receptionist lady froze. Looking at the materials above, Lang Yueyao calculated the time, then said seriously, 5 hours should be enough. Front desk lady? 5 hours, you're not kidding. Lang Yueyao didn't reply and tapped Jiang Yan on top of the table. "Xiao Yao, time is running out. Let's hurry." Jiang Yan nodded and jumped into Lang Yueyao's arms. When they left, some of the loud-mouthed talents inside the guild immediately started talking. "Che, what's the point of pretending here? Wanting to complete the Junior Beastmaster's quest in 5 hours? That's right. I thought it took me 4.5 days to complete the Junior Beastmaster's quest." Some people were sneering, while others left the guild after exchanging a glance with each other. After leaving the guild, they caught up with Lang Yueyao without stopping. "Pretty girl, do you need help with a proxy brush? Generation brush?" Lang Yueyao was puzzled. What was this? How come she had never heard of it before? Seeing Lang Yueyao's confused look, that middle-aged man was like he had seen a big moneymaker. Cough cough. "Not bad. Substitute brushing means, we accept employment, but the price is a bit high. We've come to help you complete the task of a junior Imperial Beast Master. In less than 4 days, the materials will definitely be delivered to you on time. Seeing the middle-aged man next to him with a smirk on his face, Jiang Yan became a little angry. Being solicitous for nothing and talking about hiring, you don't look like a good person at first glance. After seeing the purpose of the few people, Lang Yueyao decisively chose to refuse without even thinking about it. I'm sorry, I don't need to go hire someone else. After saying that, she simply walked away. That middle-aged man was actually a bit undeterred, and hurriedly chased after her again. Hee. Pretty girl, don't be in a hurry to leave first. The price is negotiable. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a 20% discount. How about 500,000? Hearing the man say this price, Jiang Yan almost didn't tense up. $500,000? Why don't you just go and rob it? Lang Yueyao started to get a little impatient, her eyes revealing a touch of ice coldness. No need. After saying that, before the middle-aged man could open his mouth again, she directly walked away. Seeing Lang Yueyao's back as she left, the middle-aged man with a stiff expression immediately changed his face. Haven't come across such an illiterate woman yet. Next to him, a skinny short man, however, licked his lips, constantly ogling at Lang Yueyao's back. Boss, or else we'll. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded decisively. Go. Quietly follow this woman. Damn it. After the one man and one beast arrived at the outskirts of the initial forest, Jiang Yan waved his dragon claw in describing what had just happened. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and explained softly, Xiao Yao, those guys aren't good people at first glance. 80% of them want to eat blackmail. We're not going to pay any attention to them. There are a total of 7 tasks on this list. Let's go and hurry up. After saying that, she led Jiang Yan into the initial forest. In her previous life, she had seen too many of these Imperial Beast Masters who used brushing on behalf of others as a means to cheat others. If you really accept this so-called brushing, then the final result is, after they receive the money, they will also take the materials of the task and then sell them out to make a big profit, and there will even be people who do even more excessive. When Lang Yueyao entered the initial forest 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man rushed over with his team. Boss, that woman went in. The middle-aged man smiled evilly. Let's go. Find some fun. Chapter 80 to Fortune. After entering the initial forest, the first thing Jiang Yan thought of was the 2 Shen Ice Jiao that he had saved in the middle of the cave earlier. This time, since we need to hurry up and complete the mission, let the 2 of them come and help as well. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan waved his dragon claw. Lang Yueyao understood what he meant, then nodded and smiled. Good. Then let's ask them to help as well, so that the speed can be faster as well. Jiang Yan smiled. Then a roar resounded throughout the initial forest. Roar! The Shen Ice Jiao that was still sleeping in the middle of the cave immediately heard this familiar sound. This sound is Senior calling out. Looks like Senior needs our help. Patted the female Shen Ice Jiao next to it with its tail. Senior needs help. I'll go and take a look. Stay here and take care of the children. The female Shen Ice Jiao nodded her head. Well, if you run into big trouble, remember to notify me and I'll rush over. Senior has shown great kindness to our Shen Ice Jiao clan. No matter what trouble it encounters, we must do our best. Don't worry, I understand. Hiss hiss hiss. After 10 minutes of hearing Jiang Yan's call, the male Shen Bing Jiao rushed over. At the first sight of Jiang Yan, it rattled fiercely in its soul. This was because it sensed that the aura on Jiang Yan's body had become even more terrifying than the last time, and the aura of the dragon race on its body had become even stronger. Senior, it's been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Jiang Yan smiled, then waved his dragon claw to show that there was no need to care. Right. The reason we asked you to come here today is that we're looking for some materials. You're more familiar with this area, so help look for them. The Shen Ice Jiao nodded its head. Of course, Senior. It's my honor. It lowered its head, then slowly and leisurely came before Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao's eyes were soft. Then she stroked the Shen Ice Jiao's head. Little fellow, I'm counting on you this time. She used body language and movements to give Shen Bing Jiao a narration of the 7 materials needed. The Shen Ice Jiao had a high IQ, and after seeing Lang Yueyao describe it, it understood it all. It nodded its head and then ran to Jiang Yan. Senior, I've seen all 7 of those materials, and I can find 5 of them. However, The other two can only be found further inside the forest. My strength isn't really at that level yet, so I can't enter. Jiang Yan nodded. Then go ahead and collect those 5, and I'll figure out the remaining 2. Be sure to do it as soon as possible. All right, senior. I will find those 5 materials as fast as I can. After exchanging words with Jiang Yan, the Shen Ice Jiao drilled towards the forest at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the two-headed ice fire snake, which had understood those 2 remaining materials, scurried out from Jiang Yan's shoulder. Its spiritual intelligence wasn't lower than the Shen Ice Jiao, and it had been following Su Yang's side for so many years, it had long been familiar with some of the materials. Brother Yao, let me find the remaining 2 materials. Good. I'll leave it to you, but do it as soon as possible. Don't worry, Brother Yao. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two-headed ice fire snake grew larger and violently charged towards the forest. With this guy out there, it's definitely not much of a problem. Jiang Yan smiled in his heart. No matter what, this two-headed ice fire serpent was also a demigod beast, and was already a top-tier existence in this initial forest. After assigning the tasks, Jiang Yan fell onto Lang Yueyao's shoulder and rested. Lang Yueyao found a large tree and sat down next to it, then took out 2 skill books. That's right, Xiao Yao. Here are 2 level 4+ skill books that are inside the hidden copy treasure chest. Do you want to learn them? Jiang Yan opened his eyes. Huh. There are actually 2 skill books. This is interesting. He stretched out his dragon claw and took over one of the books. Skill name: Undead Shriek. Skill type: Undead plus Sonic System plus Spirit Shock. Skill level: Level 4. Roar that contains the resentment of the dead, shocking the enemy in a wide range, causing damage while having a 40% probability of attaching a fear effect to the target. Fear effect: if the target is under the effect of fear, they will lose their ability to act. Note: if the target is undead, the soul damage will be doubled. Effect on undead enemies like Eats Like. Another Sonic type skill isn't bad. It's possible to learn it. Immediately, Jiang Yan gently tapped the skill book in front of him with his hand. Buzz! It began to gradually learn the level 4 skill in front of it. Time flew by and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Tai Hung, middle-aged man, couldn't help but be furious in his heart after searching hard for half an hour without finding any trace of Lang Yueyao. Damn! Where the hell did that woman run off to? Boss, this can't go on. The initial forest is so big. When do we have to find it? That's right, we can't just let the woman run out on her own. Just as several people were distracted, a beast roar not far away attracted their attention. Boss, could it be? Tai Hung nodded, a smirk of triumph appearing on his face. Finally found it. Hurry up and go. Don't let that woman run away. Got it. However, what they didn't know was that the beast roar just now was the sound made by the two-headed snake when it fought with an epic-level ferocious beast. Only, that beast didn't survive a single move from the two-headed snake and directly hung up. Meanwhile, Shen Ice Jiao, who had collected the 5 materials, hurriedly returned to Jiang Yan's side. Senior, these 5 materials have been collected. Take a look. Jiang Yan took those 5 materials to Lang Yueyao at the first opportunity.
Wow, so fast.
After a small surprise, Lang Yueyao counted those 5 materials. Not only were these 5 materials without any problems, they were also of the highest quality. Wow, very good. They're all of the highest quality. Hey. After another 3 minutes, the ice and fire two-headed snake also returned with a full load. Not only did it take back those remaining 2 materials, but it also took back several beast cores of epic-level ferocious beasts. Brother Yao, I got those 2 materials. And there's also the fact that those pesky ferocious beasts were always bothering me, so I just took them in by hand. Seeing the beast cores and materials on the ground, Jiang Yan patted its head. Good job. After receiving Jiang Yan's praise, the ice and fire two-headed snake was happy in its heart. Lang Yueyao counted the several materials on hand. The materials are all here. Xiao Yao, let's go back. But just as Lang Yueyao was preparing to take the materials back to the Imperial Beast Master Guild, Tai Hung and the others found their way here. Damn! Finally found this woman. He let out a cold laugh in his heart, already thinking of the image of picking on Lang Yueyao ruthlessly to teach her a lesson. Beauty, you still remember me. Tai Hung raised his head and had just finished a sentence when he saw an unforgettable scene so far. Chapter 81, Becoming a Primary Imperial Beastmaster. As soon as Tai Hung finished speaking, His expression directly froze. At this moment, the group of juniors following behind him panted and came to his side. "Boss, that woman is here, right? Boss, why don't you say something, boss?" The skinny man next to him patted Tai Hung beside him as he turned around to look ahead. The scene in front of them made them directly dumbfounded. Directly beside Lang Yueyao were three spirit beasts. One of them was her companion spirit beast from when she entered the initial forest, while the other two were both snakes. The moment he saw the Xian Ice Jiao, Tai Hung only felt his scalp go numb and goosebumps fell all over his body. Xian Ice Jiao? No, heck. How could the Xian Ice Jiao be here? He swallowed a mouthful of water in surprise, then turned his gaze back to the two-headed ice fire snake next to him. What the hell? Why does this snake have two heads? He was directly stunned. He had seen 180 demonic beasts anymore, but it was the first time he had seen a snake with two heads. An inexplicable feeling of fear surged into his heart. The several juniors beside him were also dumbfounded directly after seeing it, and were unable to say a word. Seeing the uninvited guests coming here, Lang Yueyao's eyebrows slightly frowned and her words were a bit icy. This group of guys had actually chased all the way here. "You guys have been following me?" Tai Hung instantly felt sweaty as he laughed. "Hee, of course not, we just happened to pass by here. Don't you guys think so?" He immediately gave a wink to the little brother next to him. The little brother next to him understood, then nodded his head furiously. Right, we're just passing by here. Excuse us." After saying that, the few of them just wanted to turn around and leave, but they realized that Xian Ice Jiao had appeared behind them at some point. Lang Yueyao said indifferently, "I don't think it's a coincidence, but it's deliberate. Do you guys want these materials in my hands that much?" Tai Hung immediately shook his head. "Hee, of course not. This is just a misunderstanding." Jiang Yen, who heard this, couldn't help but barf his mouth. "Che, originally I was thinking of sparing your lives, but you guys are looking for death yourselves, so you can't blame me." Jiang Yen turned around and glanced at the two-headed ice fire snake beside him. "I'll leave this group of guys to you." The two-headed ice fire serpent nodded and arrived in front of Tai Hung with a leap. Tai Hung subconsciously summoned his own spirit beast from amongst the Imperial Beast space, and even tried to fight back to the death. It was a lion with a golden light emanating from its body, and it was considered a rare level. But rare-level spirit beasts were no different from bugs in front of the twin-headed ice fire snake. Just seeing it roar, the terrifying pressure directly shook the spirit beast into pieces of meat. Immediately, it swept its tail in a horizontal motion, directly blasting Tai Hung and the others into a bloody mist, not even leaving their bodies behind. Lang Yueyao could only shake her head helplessly at this. "AI, too much greed won't do you much good. Xiao Yao, let's get going." Jiang Yen nodded and waved his hand at the Xian Ice Jiao. "Go back. It was hard work. I'll come back again sometime." "Yes, senior." Just like that, it took half an hour for Lang Yueyao and the girls to leave the initial forest. After taking inventory of the materials, they headed to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild without stopping. Only an hour and a half had passed from the time she took on the quest to its completion. After Lang Yueyao entered the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, she attracted the attention of the front desk lady and the crowd at the very first moment. The crowd immediately whispered after taking a look at her. "You guys, look. That's her. She's the one who said that she would be able to complete the Junior Imperial Beastmaster's quest within 5 hours. I'll go. It's not even 5 hours yet. She can't have finished it already, right?" The crowd beside her immediately blanked her when they heard this. "What are you thinking? It's still 5 hours. You can't even finish it in 5 days. In my opinion, she came back to delay the date." Under the low murmurs of the crowd, Lang Yueyao arrived at the front desk. The front desk lady was also stunned. How did she come back so soon?" "Excuse me, are you?" Just halfway through her words, Lang Yueyao took out all the materials and spread them on the table. "Please check these materials." Looking at the table full of materials, the receptionist lady was confused. This material. "May I ask what's wrong with this material?" Lang Yueyao was puzzled. The receptionist lady shook her head, then hurriedly inspected it. When she checked it once, the expression on her face became even more shocked, because not only were there no problems with these materials, they were also of the highest quality. "These materials don't have any problems." Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and said, Then may I ask if I can get my Junior Beastmaster badge today? The front desk lady immediately changed her respectful attitude. Of course you can. Please wait here for 5 minutes. After saying that, she put those materials away and then went to the backstage. The crowd watching from the side were stunned. No, really collected all the materials? Doesn't make sense. It hasn't even been 5 hours yet. At once, the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, which was still buzzing just a moment ago, now became quiet all of a sudden. It wasn't until 5 minutes had passed that the front desk lady brought out the Junior Imperial Beastmaster's badge. This is your Junior Imperial Beastmaster badge. Lang Yueyao went up to inspect it and left the place after thanking the receptionist. Thank you. Only after she left did the crowd rush to the front desk to inquire. No, those materials are really okay? The receptionist nodded her head. The shocked look on the stage hadn't disappeared by now. No, that's right. Hearing this, the crowd immediately deduced Lang Yueyao's identity. I'll go, who is this woman? There is actually such a person in Spirit Abyss City. 9 times out of 10, such a genius is either a member of one of those academies or a family member. This is not just a genius. This is simply a demon. At this time, the receptionist dialed a phone. Hello, President. I have some information here that I need to report to you. Getting her Junior Imperial Beastmaster badge to come, Lang Yueyao returned to the Nine Heavens Academy. She proudly held the badge and showed it off in front of Jiang Yan. Hee, look little Yao. I'm now a Junior Imperial Beastmaster. Xiao Yao, there are still about 15 days until the opening of the ancient battlefield, and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is still far away from the school, so let's leave tomorrow. The reason why she was in a hurry to get this Junior Imperial Beastmaster's badge was precisely to prepare for traveling to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Jiang Yan nodded and couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Hey, it's time to go out again. I'm getting tired of staying inside this academy, so it's a good time to go outside and stroll around. Lang Yueyao smiled. Good. Then rest early today. Tomorrow I'll talk to the dean and then we'll set off. Then, Lang Yueyao packed up the equipment and food, etc. that she would take out, and then she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lang Yueyao gently hugged Shinran. Xiao Ran, I'm leaving, you have to cheer up. Shinran nodded her head, a little tear shining in her eyes. Yu Yao, be careful. Although she wanted to follow along, she was not strong enough, so going would only add to the chaos. After the two of them said some goodbyes, Lang Yueyao came to Wu Lin's office. Dean, I'm ready to depart for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Chapter 82, Departure, Traveling to the 10,000 Beast mountain range. Hearing this, Wu Lin directly stood up from his seat. What? This is too sudden. Yueyao, you really thought about it? Lang Yueyao nodded her head heavily, her eyes resolute. That's right. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the ancient battlefield are both very good places to experience. I want to go and experience. And there are still 3 months left. It's the 4 courts competition. I want to enhance my strength some more. The time itinerary was arranged in a bit of a hurry, but she felt that it was sufficient. Seeing Lang Yueyao's resolute eyes, Wu Lin couldn't say anything else. Hey, since you've said so. Afterward, he took out a fine map from his pocket. Yu Yao, this map is for you to hold on to. I've labeled the map on top. The road with the red line drawn on it is the fastest way to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. When you go out to practice, you must be careful with everything. Wu Lin couldn't help but remind a few more words. The environment outside is not like Spirit Abyss City. It's still very chaotic. There are those evil beast masters who will specialize in snatching spirit beasts from other people's hands. Be sure to pay attention. Lang Yueyao nodded, secretly keeping these words in her mind. Don't worry, Dean. I understand. Wu Lin nodded and said, AI. It's a pity that Zhang Chun and the others left the academy a step ahead of schedule. Otherwise they could have brought you along with them, so I'd feel more at ease. It's okay. Dean, it'll be fine. Lang Yueyao smiled, then bid farewell to Wu Lin and left the Nine Heavens Academy. Wu Lin saw Lang Yueyao's departing back from the second-floor window and murmured in his heart. AI girl, the world outside is too treacherous, but I'm much more at ease if I have this little guy to protect me. It's just that. The only point he was worried about was that those people would recognize Jiang Yan's identity as a Dragon Clan member. No way. The moment he thought of this, Wu Lin dialed a number. I have something I need you to do. After Lung Yueyao left the Nine Heavens Academy, a black-clothed man at the corner immediately ran back to the Su family after seeing it. Family Master, that woman has now left the Nine Heavens Academy. This is the best time for us to strike. Su Wonhan crushed the walnut in his hand as he did so, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Humph. Finally it's time to wait for this day. Go on. Tell a few guys to bring back that woman's head within 7 days. If they can't do it, they shouldn't come back either. Yes. The man in black nodded, then retreated. After leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, Lung Yueyao bought some more supplies when she passed by the store, as well as some essential things for the wilderness. Because she had the badge of a junior Imperial Beast Master on her chest, she was given a discount for buying things. After everything was prepared, she then left Spirit Abyss City. Xiao Yao, it's going to be hard for you on this journey. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed in his heart, lying comfortably in Lung Yueyao's arms, feeling the faint body fragrance of the young girl's body as well as the softness of her chest. The two of them went on like this all the way from the main road to the path. In fact, along the way, she could have let Jiang Yan grow larger and then fly directly to the vicinity of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But she didn't do that. The main purpose was to protect Jiang Yan. If those guys with bad intentions recognized that Jiang Yan was a dragon, it might not be just one person. By then, it could be thousands or tens of thousands or even more. Lung Yueyao followed the map all the way forward like this. The small path turned into a large avenue, from the surrounding from empty, also turned into having bustling crowds passing by. Looking at the familiar road under her feet, Lung Yueyao's thoughts instantly hooked back to the past. This is... After not walking for a while, they arrived on the road of a county town. This county town at first glance wasn't as big as Spirit Abyss City, only a quarter of it to be exact. But the moment they saw this county town, Lung Yueyao stayed in place all of a sudden, memories flooding in like a tidal wave. I didn't expect to return to this place again. Seeing Lung Yueyao's stagnant appearance, Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled, then pinched her face. What's wrong? Isn't it just a county town? Seeing Jiang Yan's puzzled little eyes, Lung Yueyao smiled faintly and explained in a somewhat low voice. Little Yao, you still don't know, right? That's my home. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was shocked. Lung Yueyao laughed bitterly and explained while walking forward. Xiao Yao, it might be a bit complicated to say. I'll explain it to you while walking. It turned out that Lung Yueyao's family wasn't rich, and although her parents contracted a rare-grade spirit beast, they damaged their meridians due to an accidental injury. The strength was much less than before, and there were certain after effects left behind. There is no way. The two can only switch to open a store specializing in the sale of spirit beast food. But after all, it is in the middle of a small county. Business has not been good. Lung Yueyao's brother could have entered the Royal Beast Academy to study like a normal person, but because the family didn't have any money, they could only pay for one person to go to school. So, he gave this opportunity to Lung Yueyao while he himself stayed in the store to help out. After hearing Lung Yueyao recount the situation at home, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Lung Yueyao, on the other hand, fell into some memories of her previous life. In her previous life, her family treated her very well, even going so far as to take out the entire cost of her family's expenses for her to study at the Imperial Beast Academy. But after entering the Imperial Beast Academy, she took her family's living expenses and went to cultivate the path of martial arts. The result was that, in the end, the path of martial arts cultivation came to an end, and neither was able to make a breakthrough. In the end, everything was empty. She took a deep breath and secretly made up her mind. I couldn't repay your kindness in my previous life, so let's pay it back in this life. She truly owed this family too much. Let's go Xiaoyao after all. It's on the way. Let's just go back and take a look. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. He was also very eager to see what little Yao Yao's home was really like. At this time, the two-headed snake on the side slithered out from Jiang Yan's shoulder. Brother Yao, I've been to this place before, eh? Jiang Yan was surprised. Eh? Did that guy Su Yang bring you here? The two-headed snake nodded its little head. Yes, Brother Yao. That guy seems to have some involvement with some people here, but I don't know their identities. I only remember their appearance. If I were to meet them, I would definitely be able to recognize them. Hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the Su family's hand is still stretching out really long. Just like this, Lang Yueyao hugged Jiang Nian and entered Ping'an County. In the city of Ping'an County, in a small alleyway store, Lang Yueyao's mother, Hao Yu, and her father, Lang Tianzhong, were greeting the guests who had come to buy spirit beast food. For some reason, there were a lot more customers today than usual, which made the two very happy. Lang Yueyao's older brother, Lang Bin, on the other hand, was hard at work in the background helping to make the food. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man with a snake tattoo on his arm came staggering forward with a group of minions. All get out of the way, all get out of the way. Chapter 83. Screaming? A slap in the face. All get out of the way, all get out of the way. Can't you see someone is coming? The little brother next to me saw this and immediately rushed forward to drive away the crowd of meat buyers. The crowd was furious in their hearts and turned around just to get angry. I was immediately dumbfounded when I saw the tattoos on that man's arm.
Viper Gang.
The Viper Gang has many people, and most of them have snake tattoos on their arms. They are notorious and powerful in Ping'an City, so no one will mess with them easily. This Viper Gang's daily business is to collect protection fees from street vendors. Nominally, it is protection fee, but there is only one last word. Seeing the crowd from the Viper Gang coming to look for trouble, the crowd immediately flashed out a position. We can't afford to mess with the Viper Gang. Forget it. They're not here to trouble us anyway. The crowd of meat buyers were scared and dispersed, and the spirit beast stall that was still bustling a moment ago was now empty. Hao Yu's heart went cold when he saw the Viper Gang's people coming to look for trouble. Damn, why are these guys here again? The small leader who was leading the group was very arrogant and stomped on the stall selling food with one foot. Time to pay the protection fee. As soon as he heard the words protection fee, Lang Tianzhong's face immediately sank. But didn't we pay it a few days ago? Poison Tooth was happy, revealing that mouth full of big yellow teeth. Hey, the other day was the other day. Today is today. Yesterday we ate. Today we still eat or not, huh? Lang Tianzhong. You. He clenched his fists tightly and tried to stand up, but was pulled back by Hao Yu. Forget it. Just give them the money. The Viper Gang is so powerful. We can't afford to mess with them. Lang Bin, who was in the kitchen, rushed out with a kitchen knife after seeing the Viper Gang come looking for trouble. Mom, they've gone too far. Paying protection fee every day, we still can't live. Venomous Tooth very disdainfully skimmed his mouth, and the little brother beside him made a wink. The little brothers beside him also gave a hideous smile when they saw this, and immediately surrounded them. Not only that, they also summoned their respective spirit beasts to wait by their side all the time to watch intently. That's your business, I don't care. All I know is that if you guys don't hand over the money today, you won't have to open this stall in the future. Deceitful. The more Lang Bin thought about it, the more angry he became. Picking up the kitchen knife in his hand, he was going to fight with Tooth. Yeehaw, you're a ing punk and you've got a temper. Poison Tooth let out a laugh and immediately summoned his spirit beast. It was an epic level spirit beast, the Hell's three-headed dog. As soon as it appeared, the powerful pressure it released left Hao Yu and the others breathless. Lang Tianzhong just wanted to summon his own spirit beast from the royal beast space to fight, but the intense pain coming from his arm made him give up on this idea. Even if he summoned it, so what? The opposite side was a Hell's three-headed dog. Even if he was injured himself, he definitely couldn't let his spirit beast get hurt again. Pay up and get even, understand? Or else from today onwards, this Thai store won't need to open again. Bam! After saying that, Poison Tooth kicked the stall in front of him over. Right at this moment, Lang Yueyao appeared at the entrance. When she saw that the inside of the store was surrounded by people, she immediately guessed that something must have happened at home. Xiao Yao. Something happened at home. Jiang Nian sat up directly after a jolt. Hey! There's even someone who dares to look for trouble. Just in time. I haven't moved my muscles yet today. Let me see which ungrateful fellows it is. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and squeezed through the crowd of onlookers before rushing into the home. Mom! Seeing that Lang Yueyao had suddenly returned home, the three of them, Hao Yu, were stunned. How could Yu Yao suddenly come back at this time? This girl. Yu Yao! Lang Tianzhong immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Yueyao! Hurry up! But as soon as he said these words, the people from the Toxin Fong blocked the doorway. Yo! What a beautiful person! Lang Tianzhong, what a surprise! You actually have such a beautiful one as a daughter. Upon seeing Lang Yueyao's stunningly beautiful appearance, as well as her marvelous figure. A touch of evil fire immediately surfaced in Tooth's heart. Damn, I didn't expect this Thai place to have this kind of superb product. This is really earning a lot. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly coughed twice and looked up and down on Lang Yuyao's body with a lewd gaze. Tell you what, let your daughter accompany me for 3 days, and you don't have to pay today's protection fee. Lung Tianzhong gritted his teeth in death, already on the verge of breaking out. Tooth, you, don't go too far. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. Even if I die today, I can't let this scum take away Yu Yao. Lung Bin's thoughts at this time were also the same. He was holding that kitchen knife in his hand in death. If this really dares to make a move, even if I spell out this life, I must protect Yu Yao. Seeing Lung Tianzhong several people this look of death, Tooth became more and more excited. Hey, a family of losers. You guys, go up and control them. I'm going to have a good time playing with his daughter in front of him. Hey, it's the boss. A few junior brothers wiped their lips. Only then did their gazes leave Lang Yao's body. But just as they had taken a step and were about to make a move, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The invisible pressure released from within Jiang Yan's body prevented them from moving halfway. Poison Tooth cursed angrily. What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Don't go up and make your move yet. Old boss, no, I don't know what's going on. My body suddenly can't move. Yes, me too. At this time, Jiang Yan patted Lang Yuyao's shoulder. Lang Yuyao lightly nodded her head. Xiao Yao, this is Mom and Dad's store after all. Don't get it dirty. Jiang Yan smiled, his dragon mouth grinning crookedly. Hey, just what I wanted. He slowly flew down from Lang Yuyao's shoulder and arrived in front of those little brothers. A bunch of scum. How dare they clamor in front of little master with this amount of strength? When they saw Jiang Yan, the eyes of that group of juniors went straight. No, what is this spirit beast? How the do I know? This spirit beast looks like something I've never seen before. Don't just stand there, do it. Numerous juniors saw this and immediately ordered their spirit beasts to attack. But those spirit beasts had long been scared by Jiang Yan's pressure, and their limbs went limp on the ground. Jiang Yan, still thinking of making a move? Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon's mouth and let out a dragon roar at the few people in front of him. Roar! This dragon roared out, and in just a single glance the bodies of those few juniors directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Along with the spiritual beasts next to them were not spared, and similarly exploded into a bloody mist, with no bones left. Immediately after Jiang Yan Dragon Claw swing, will be those blood mist directly swept away. Just now also arrogant a few people now have no bones left. Killed Flame Tiger. Gained experience value plus 99. Killed. Seeing this scene, everyone present except Lang Yuyao were dumbfounded. Chapter 84, Cozy at Home. Just now, what exactly happened just now? How Yu's entire person directly froze in place, not coming back to his senses for a while. Lung Tianzhong and Ling Bin were likewise the same. They only felt their scalps tingling and their bodies inexplicably cold. An inexplicable sense of fear instantly surged to their hearts. No matter what, those spirit beasts in Poison Tooth's hands were all rare grade. How did they just disappear like that? Just roared? What kind of spirit beast is this? Yu Yao, this is your spirit beast? Lung Tianzhong asked incredulously. Lung Yueyao laughed and nodded, a long-lost smile on her face. That's right, he's my spirit beast called Little Yao. Yueyao. These guys are from the Viper Gang. They have a huge force. They're not to be messed with. How you pulled Lung Yueyao, then said worriedly. It's okay, Mom. None of them can get out today. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly and comforted. At this moment, seeing the many minions being killed casually in seconds, Poison Tooth's entire person was directly dumbfounded. Heck, what the hell are you? After being shocked in his heart for a while, Poisonous Tooth gave the order to attack to the hell's three-headed dog next to him. Go! Get this thing for me! Roar! The hell's three-headed dog roared, and lunged towards Jiang Yan. Perhaps because of ignorance or perhaps because of fear, Tooth actually didn't use any of its skills. Looking at the hell's three-headed dog that rushed over, Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon's mouth. Partial giganticization. After partially giganticizing his right claw, he slapped it towards the hell's three-headed dog. Poison Tooth wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inexplicably confident, causing him to sneer. It's useless. My hell's three-headed dog has a terrifyingly strong defense. With these little unknown moves of yours, you won't be able to break its defense at all. However, Poison Tooth's words had just finished. As Jiang Yan's dragon claw fell, the three-headed hell triple-headed dog was directly slapped hard into the ground. All the bones in its body shattered, and it lost its breath on the spot. Killed the three-headed dog. Gained plus 1,111 experience. Kill the three-headed dog. Gain life value. Kill three-headed dog. Gain attack power. Kill. Seeing his strongest spirit beast being slapped to death, Tooth was directly confused. His face instantly faded from its blood color and was as white as paper. Cold sweat seeped out from the corners of his forehead, and his legs trembled continuously as he almost directly knelt on the ground. What? What the hell are you? Jiang Yan didn't reply, just slowly flew towards him. What do you want? I'm a member of the Viper Gang. If you dare to touch me, the people of the Viper Gang won't let you go. He said this both to Jiang Yan and to Lung Yueyao behind him.
Leng Yueyao, Viper Gang?
That's right, if you dare to touch me, our gang master won't let you go. Seeing that Lung Yueyao froze for a moment, Viper finally let out a long breath. Luckily, the gang master was wise and had gotten the gang's reputation down early, but he hadn't relaxed for long. Lung Yueyao's next words caused his expression to freeze directly. Viper Gang, is it great? Poisonous Tooth. Before his words reached his mouth, he was shocked by Jiang Yan's roar that scattered his soul, scattering and exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Poisonous teeth just like this died. Che, I don't care what Viper Gang or Wolf Fong Gang you are. If you dare to make little Yao Yao unhappy, you will all be destroyed. Jiang Yan disdainfully patted his dragon claw. As for why he didn't dispose of the corpse of the hell's three-headed dog on the ground, it was because he wanted to taste whether this guy's meat was good or not. Seeing Tooth and the others all die in less than a minute, Hao Yu's head was horribly messed up. Yao, this. Lung Bin didn't care about that much, rushed forward and hugged Lang Yueyao fiercely. Xiao Yao, aren't you in the Imperial Beast Academy? How come you suddenly came back? Haha, I was specially authorized to go outside to practice, so I just happened to come back to take a look. Lung Yueyao laughed softly. In that case, is school life all right? Is there anyone bullying you? Lung Bin asked worriedly. Lung Yueyao shook her head. No, everyone is fine. Hao Yu pushed Lung Tianzhong next to her and said, Kid's father, clean up this place. We won't open the door today. Okay. Lung Tianzhong nodded in the afternoon, and his heart was also very happy. However, when he saw the corpse of the three-headed dog on the ground, he was in trouble. What to do with this guy's corpse? Dad. Make it into a delicious grilled pork chop. Little Yao likes it better. Lung Yueyao laughed. Hearing these words, Lung Tianzhong actually cried and laughed a little for a moment. Making an epic-level spirit beast into a meat chop was the first time he had done so. Those meat steaks in his own store were at most rare-level ferocious beasts. Epic-level ones had never really been made, much less tasted. All right, no problem. Lung Tianzhong grinned and carried the corpse of the three-headed dog to the back kitchen. Hao Yu, on the other hand, pulled Lung Yueyao's hand back into the room. Yueyao, quickly let Mom see if you've lost weight. Mom, the food at school is good. Lung Yueyao smiled. While they were chatting, Jiang Yan was wandering around the house with the two-headed snake. The room wasn't big, just big enough for 4 people to live in, and the individual rooms were rather crowded, almost filling up the floor without a single spare space. Seeing Jiang Yan, who was lively and bouncing around inside the room, Lung Bin curiously asked, Xiao Yao, what type of spirit beast is this one of yours? How come I've never seen it before? He, Brother Bin. I told you, you can't talk nonsense. Lung Bin also smiled. That goes without saying. It's not like you don't know how strict your brother's mouth is. After thinking for a moment, Lung Yueyao informed Lung Bin of Jiang Yan's identity. She had nothing to hide from her dearest family member. Xiao Yao is a dragon race-o. Hao Yu, dragon clan. Lung Bin, dragon race? Upon hearing the words dragon race, Hao Yu's 2 pupils shook slightly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yao, you didn't lie to brother, did you? This little guy really is a dragon race. He once again glanced at Jiang Yan next to him. Lung Yueyao smiled. Of course not. Xiao Yao is a genuine dragon race. Even though Lung Yueyao had made it very clear, It wasn't hard to tell from the eyes of the two that there was still so much disbelief. After all, this was still too hard to believe for an ordinary family. The Dragon Clan, that was a legendary level spirit beast. How you let out a laugh and didn't chat too much about the topic on Jiang Yan's body. Slowly returning to Lang Yueyao. Hee hee. Talk to mom about how your life amongst the academy was during this time. At this time, in the Viper Gang. The Viper Gang's leader, Viper, had his left arm around the delicate woman, while his right hand was placed on another woman's body. Damn. Let that guy Viper Tooth go collect a debt. Why the hell is he being so abrasive? Hee hee. Don't worry, Gangmaster. Surely there won't be any mistakes. Viper glanced at him, then kicked over. Off, use the you chirp, of course I know. In this Ping and County I am the sky. Who the hell dares to touch our Viper Gang's people? However, as soon as he finished his arrogant words, a Viper Gang's junior brother immediately ran in with a crawl. Old boss, it's not good. Chapter 85. The Viper Gang comes to the door and uses their power to suppress people. Old. Something has happened to the boss. Something big has happened. A stuttering junior brother fled in through the door with a roll. Seeing this junior brother's panicked appearance, Viper was a little offended, picking up the fruit plate on the table and directly smashing it towards him. Didn't I tell you guys not to panic when things happen? With me sitting here, you guys are still panicking. Say, what happened? After Viper chided a few times, the stuttering junior only came back to his senses, then stammered. Boss, Tooth is dead. Today, I followed Tooth to collect accounts, then I went to the restroom, and when I came back again, I just saw him inside that store, slapped to death by an unknown type of spirit beast. As soon as they heard this, the crowd of Viper Gang immediately couldn't sit still. Viper even directly stood up from his seat. What the hell are you saying? Viper Tooth is dead. The stuttering junior nodded his head repeatedly. Yeah, I saw him die with my own eyes. Not even a body left behind. Put your mother's fart. Poison Tooth had an epic spirit beast. The stuttering man continued. Old boss, I really wasn't joking. I still remember the name of that store now. You, just go over and take a look. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't dealt with it yet. Seeing that stuttering little brother's panicked appearance, Viper gradually calmed down. If I find out that you're bolting, I'll throw you inside the snake cave. Let's go. Bring the brothers to take a look. Yes. The second in command next to him nodded and immediately went to greet the rest of the Viper Gang. 10 or so minutes later, most of the Viper Gang's juniors had all converged here. Let's go. I'd like to see which one who is not afraid of death dares to touch my Viper Gang's people. After saying that, Viper led the people to walk towards Hao Yu's store with great vigor. At the same time, Hao Yu suddenly sensed something. His heart was flustered and then very uneasy. Yu Yao, you killed the Viper Gang's people. They'll come looking for trouble soon. While there's still time, Mom hurriedly send you out of the county. After saying that, Hao Yu hurriedly pulled up Lung Yueyao who was on the side. Lung Bin gritted his teeth at this time, then slammed the table fiercely. AI, those guys are simply bullying people too much. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't know how to control beasts, I would have fought them. Hao Yu was already anxious at this time. Yu Yao, the Viper Gang's gang leader is a ruthless heart. You'd better take the spirit beasts and leave quickly. That guy is greedy for money, maybe we give him some money for this matter. But before Hao Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lang Yueyao with a bite. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely protect you guys. Besides, I killed someone from the Viper Gang. This is not something that can be leveled with some money. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I will definitely let them have no return. Saying that, he smiled faintly and gently patted Xiao Yao in his arms. Jiang Yan grinned his dragon's mouth and immediately became energized. Don't worry, leave it to me. And right at this moment, the closed store door was kicked open. Bam! Where are the people? Where are the people from this store? Hurry up and get the hell out. Viper's men yelled. Hearing this voice, Hao Yu's face instantly turned white. Yu Yao, Viper Gang's men are here. Quickly hide. Mom, don't be afraid. Leave it to me and Xiao Yao. Lung Yueyao smiled, her eyes full of confidence, holding Jiang Yan and walked out. At this time, Lung Tianzhong, who heard the commotion in the back kitchen, took one of the legs of the hell three-headed dog and hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. Old Boss, look at that guy's hand. What he's holding in his hand. Seems to be a leg of a three-headed dog. Viper took a closer look. Hey, it's really true. How did this loser, Tooth, die in the hands of this cook? When he thought of this, he took big steps towards Lung Tianzhong. Are you the one who killed my men? The Viper gang was infamous, and he instantly recognized the leading man as the gang leader, Viper. Damn, this group of people really came to the door after all. No, we can't let them know that it was Yu Yao who killed Viper Fong. Thinking of this cruel style of Viper, Lung Tianzhong clenched his teeth and said, "So what if it was me?" Seeing Lung Tianzhong admit it, not only did Viper not get angry, but instead, he smiled sinisterly. Yaha! Still and you dare to admit it. All right, then kill everyone in this family. Don't leave a single one alive. He immediately gave a wink to the little brother beside him. Lung Tianzhong was in a hurry. Wait, I killed the people, it's none of my family's business. Viper skimmed his lips. I don't care about you. Kill them all and leave no one behind. As the henchmen next to him were about to enter the room to search, they only saw a dragon roar suddenly emanate from the room. Roar! This terrifying roar immediately shook a large hole in the wall, and along with those juniors who were preparing to enter the room, they all exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing his minions die in front of his eyes, Viper was dumbfounded for a moment. Damn it! Killing my men in front of me. Who is it? Get out! After he finished these words, Lung Yueyao walked out of the room unhurriedly holding Jiang Nian. Seeing Lung Yueyao for a moment, Viper's eyes went straight. He had played with 180 women in Ping'an County, but he hadn't seen a superb one like this. TSK. This face, this body, little girl. I've got my eye on you, master. Lung Yueyao's eyes gradually became cold. You are the leader of the Viper gang? Viper raised his head in an arrogant manner. Little girl, since you've heard of this master's name, why don't you hurry over? Let's put it this way, if you serve me comfortably, I can still consider releasing your parents. Seeing his lewd smile and mouth full of big yellow teeth, Jiang Nian directly couldn't tense up. Looking for death, right? After passing a glance with Lung Yueyao, he directly flew in front of the many minions of the Viper gang. Just in time today. This dragon will do the people a favor and exterminate you bunch of scumbags. Those junior brothers of the Viper gang naturally didn't know the identity of Jiang Nian's dragon clan, and were still mocking continuously. No, it's just a little bitty one. It's a spirit beast? Che, what a piece of trash. Let me show you mine. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Viper gang's juniors summoned their spirit beasts from the royal beast space. That number was surprisingly a full 50. One of the huge-sized spirit beasts even lifted the roof of the entire room. The entire store immediately turned into a ruin. Little girl, see, this is a real spirit beast. What is that thing of yours? I advise you to hurry up and surrender to our boss. Otherwise, your whole family will die. Chapter 86. Fight me. Do you have that strength? As soon as that junior brother's words fell, the numerous spirit beasts beside him took a step forward. Wow! The powerful pressure released by that group of spirit beasts caused the entire earth to tremble. Hao Yu's face instantly turned pale and subconsciously shielded Lang Yueyao behind her. Yueyao, quick mom. Mom, wait here first. Lung Bin was even holding that familiar kitchen knife in his hand, already preparing to fight for his life. Right at this critical time, Jiang Nian's wings shook, and a huge dragon roar directly resounded throughout the sky. Roar! Just a bunch of waste spirit beasts. How dare you clamor in front of this dragon? Under the pressure of the ancestral dragon's might, everything submitted. Even if those spirit beasts were to show off their numbers, so what? They couldn't raise half of their heads under the true pressure of their souls. This roar caused the fur of all the spirit beasts present to directly stand up. A soul-deep fear spread rapidly through them. Whoa! Some rare-grade spirit beasts had even been scared out of their wits, their entire limbs lying on the ground, their mouths constantly emitting fearful sounds. Those juniors were directly dumbfounded after seeing this scene. No, why are you all on the ground? Hurry up and get up for me. But no matter how much it ordered the spirit beasts on the ground, those guys were indifferent. Even the big guy that surpassed the house was at the moment continuously retreating backwards until it retreated to the street. What is going on here? Where the do I know? This is definitely evil magic. It's evil magic. Just as the crowd was panicking, Viper forced down the fear in his heart and said, "Panic Angie Hammer. It must be this woman using some unseemly means. We under so many spirit beasts. It's hard not to be afraid of it, this one for unlike. Listen to me." However, before Viper could say anything, Jiang Yen let out another dragon roar. Roar. Sonic roar. This dragon roar was many times more powerful than the previous one. Its terrifying power made the spirit beasts lying on the ground explode into a cloud of blood mist in just one look. Kill spirit beast. Gain experience plus. Killed. Kill. Bang. Bang. Those juniors beside him were directly dumbfounded after seeing this scene. What the is this? My spirit beast is rare. How did it explode into a bloody mist now? Woman, what did you use? Quick. One of the angry junior brothers immediately pounced towards Lang Yueyao. Before he could take 2 steps, Jiang Yen just flapped his dragon claw. An incomparably powerful turbulent air current entered that junior brother's body. And in the next second, that person similarly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. How could the body of a mere human resist the power of an ancestral dragon? Damn, there's a ghost run. After seeing that person explode into a mist of blood, the little brothers next to him immediately quit. One by one, they scrambled towards the outside. Wanna run? Jiang Yanlong's mouth skimmed, and he roared at the front. There's no need to use skills for these yet. Little Yo-Yo will get angry if we mess up this place. The powerful sound waves fell, and before the group of minions could run out of the store, they exploded into a bloody mist in clump after clump. There was even a junior brother who ran to Viper to seek his shelter. Old boss, save just me. Save. Bang. Before that person could finish his words, he directly disappeared in front of Viper. Watching his own people disappear, Viper only now realized the seriousness of the matter. What the hell are you? Damn it. I don't believe it. My old spirit beast is at the peak of the epic level. I still don't believe that I can't deal with you, a 4 unlike you. Saying so, he directly summoned his spirit beast from the Imperial Beast space. That was a mechanical spirit beast. Its stature was extremely tall, and its body type was similar to that of a human. Its whole body was made of heavy metal. The only point to say it was different might be its head was a combination of a lion and machinery. Mechanical lion. Stomp this guy for me. Viper didn't know where the confidence came from. The moment he saw the mechanical lion appear, Lung Tianzhong immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his face instantly turning white. This is a disaster. Viper still summoned his spirit beast. Yu Yao. This guy's spirit beast's defense is extremely terrifying. His entire body can almost be said to be impervious to swords and spears. That spirit beast of yours. Lung Tianzhong hadn't finished speaking, but the scene that happened next made him never forget it. Only Jiang Yan's eyes stared coldly at the mechanical lion in front of him before using the skill. Partial giganticization. Buzz! In the next second, his right dragon claw instantly enlarged, and its size was even more than twice as tall as the mechanical lion in front of him. Isn't it just a piece of scrap metal? Seeing this scene, the Viper Man was dumbfounded. Mechanical lion. Quick use. The name of that skill had just reached his mouth when Jiang Yan slapped it straight down with a slap. Bang! That terrifying power slapped the mechanical lion in front of him into a mass of scrap metal in just one instant. Kill mechanical lion. Gain experience value plus 1,211. Kill mechanical lion. Gain skill points plus 8. Kill mechanical lion. Gain evolution points plus 9. Gulp. Gulp. So much so that the mechanical lion's head rolled around on the ground for half a day before rolling in front of Viper. Viper was confused. Himself, his strongest spirit beast, just like that, was slapped into scrap metal? No, what the hell kind of ing breed is this spirit beast? The Viper trembled and swallowed a mouthful of water, no longer having that arrogant energy from before. Heh, there's something to be said, isn't it? Jiang Yan disdainfully skimmed the dragon's mouth and sneered in his heart. ¿Qué? ¿No te asome? Wasn't he quite arrogant before? Still wanting to spar with me? Sparring with this dragon? Do you have the strength? At this time, Hao Yuz and the others beside Lang Yueyao had long been dumbfounded, unable to say a word in surprise. Lang Yueyao slowly walked forward. Her eyes were very cold. Viper immediately knelt in front of her at the sight. Beauty. Oh no, warrior woman. I was wrong. I deserve to die. Lung Yueyao didn't say anything. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the storage ring on his hand. Without saying a word, Viper began to tug at the ring on his hand. Because the ring is stuck too tight, he can't yank it down at all. In a hurry, he directly took out a knife. Damn, in order to live, breaking a few fingers is nothing. Ka-ching! A knife went down and he cut off his right hand. Lady Warrior, this storage ring is now yours. He clenched his teeth in death, but the corner of his mouth hooked into an imperceptible sinister smile. I've never suffered this loss since I was born. If you dare to make me cut my finger, you don't want to live either. With this in mind, he pretended to be very unwilling and then threw the broken hand to Lang Yueyao. Woman, this is filled with potent poison. Be buried with me. Just when the Viper thought his plot was going to succeed, a dragon claw suddenly appeared. Chapter 87. One more look and you'll explode. At this critical moment, facing that flying palm, Jiang Yen reached out and grabbed it in one of his hands. Extraordinary sense of smell. Description. Sense of smell ability increased by 50%. Through the extraordinary sense of smell ability to let the enemy know where to escape. Special. Can determine if an elixir or the like is in a poisonous state through the sense of smell. In just that instant, Jiang Yen could smell a very toxic spirit medicine amongst the storage ring. What? Seeing that his last resort was firmly held in Jiang Yen's hand, the Viper collapsed. For S sake, we'll die together. He gritted his teeth in death, and after cursing angrily, he immediately activated the poisonous elixir in the middle of his storage ring. But before the poison exploded and gave off its powerful toxicity, Jiang Yen utilized his own characteristics to summon a void space and threw that hand inside. Although this toxicity was strong, it didn't have much effect on himself. But after all, there was still little Yo-Yo and her family here. He absolutely couldn't let them get hurt. Viper was confused. What? Why didn't it explode? He started frantically urging the organ that triggered the poison. However, there was no movement. Seeing this, Jiang Yen just disdainfully skimmed his dragon's mouth. One more look and it will explode. Unfortunately, I looked twice. It's time for you to hit the road. In the next second, Jiang Yen arrived in front of Viper with an instantaneous body and directly opened up big against his face. Swift Dragon Flame. Although attacking Viper with a skill had the feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito, the despicable guy had now touched his bottom line. With a single shot of Swift Dragon Flame, the Viper was directly burned into a puddle of black ash. After resolving all the trouble, Jiang Yen patted the dust on top of his dragon claw. Che, with this amount of strength you dare to come and find little Yao Yao's trouble. You really don't know what you're doing. After casually resolving these people, Jiang Yen turned around and flew into Lung Yueyao's arms. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly and gently patted his head. Little Yao, well done. Mom. See, I was right. Little Yao is great. Lung Yueyao hemmed and hawed, happily showing off. However, at this moment, Hao Yu's trio had long since been dumbfounded, and hadn't come back to their senses until now, and their expressions were getting more and more dumbfounded. Yu Yao now actually all became so strong? That infamous in Ping'an County cholera for many years of the Viper Gang, on just like this by my daughter eliminated? Just as the three of them were shocked, Lung Yueyao suddenly thought of something and then asked, That's right, Mom. Where is the location of the Viper Gang? There might be others in the gang that have not been eliminated. Hearing this, Hao Yu came back to her senses, then tremblingly pointed a direction with her finger. Yu Yao, this is really your spirit beast? Lung Yueyao let out a light laugh. Of course, but these guys are too hateful, actually destroying the home into this line. Seeing her home destroyed beyond recognition made her very angry in her heart. Mom, you guys stay for a while? I'll be back soon. Before leaving, Jiang Yen also picked up the right leg of that one hell's three-headed dog on the ground. Taste how it tastes. Devour beast meat. One hell's three-headed dog, gained experience value plus 1,769. Devour beast meat. One hell's three-headed dog, gain life value plus 103. Devouring beast meat. One hellhound gains plus 111 attack power. Devour beast meat. One hellhound gets defense plus 99. Devour beast meat. One hellhound gets defense plus 99. Devour animal meat. One hellhound gets speed plus 66. Devour animal meat. One hellhound gets speed plus 66. Devour beast meat. One three-headed dog of hell gains the skill Fear Shock. Jiang Yen was delighted. Oh ho, there's actually a skill. Check. Skill name. Fear shock. Skill level. Level 3. Skill attribute. Shock fear. Skill description. Use roar to send out a mental shock that scares spirit beasts, causing weaker opponents to lose their will to fight or even fall into chaos. Che. I thought it was some powerful skill. It's not as good as my undead soul sharpness. Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon mouth and gave up learning. When leaving the house, Jiang Yan also secretly left the ice and fire twin-headed snake at home. Its purpose was to protect Hao Yu and the others. After one person and one beast walked out of the store, the outside was immediately filled with onlookers. According to the direction of Hao Yu's finger, Lang Yueyao quickly arrived in the middle of a larger mountain fortress. This should be the place. Xiao Yao, let's go in. Actually, she specifically came to Viper's lair with another idea. Since this guy was so evil before, he must have collected a lot of treasures in his home. After collecting those treasures and giving them to Xiao Yao, maybe his strength can be raised by a large margin again. Although Xiao Yao is already very powerful now. Thinking about it, one person and one beast arrived at the entrance of the cottage. Although Viper brought a large number of juniors this time, in order for the nest not to be emptied, he still left some juniors to guard the cottage. Stop, who are you people? Don't you know that these Viper gang's territory? Hurry up and get out. A junior brother holding a dagger at the entrance said viciously. Lang Yueyao smiled. Of course I know. She patted Jiang Yan in her arms. Before that junior brother could return to his senses, Jiang Yan's claws had already reached his face. Tear! A claw went down, and that junior brother was directly separated from his head. Che! So much nonsense! Jiang Yan sneered, then directly broke through the gate of the cottage into the innermost part. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those remaining Viper Gang juniors in the middle of the mountain fortress hissed and immediately entered a state of alert. But, with this amount of strength they had, Jiang Yan hadn't put it in his eyes at all. Roar! At the same time, 5 middle-aged men arrived outside Ping'an County. All of them were wearing black clothes, and all of them covered their appearance. This is the place, isn't it? That woman's aura has disappeared by here. Well, she must have entered the county. The family master ordered that we must be careful when dealing with that woman. Don't be careless, the middle-aged man in the lead said in a deep voice. One of them nodded, but the several people next to him were unimpressed. Their eyes filled with disdain. Che, isn't it just a woman? Why be so cautious? The family head is also really something. Actually, we joined forces to deal with a woman. Several people's hearts were filled with complaints. They were very upset about this action. They were all the dead servants that Su Wenhan had personally cultivated. Each one of them was extremely powerful, and they were specifically responsible for helping Su Wenhan to complete his backstabbing dirty work. After so many years of becoming a dead servant, they had never failed. Seeing that several people were full of complaints, the leader's heart was a little displeased. All right, I'll cut the crap. Go to those guys first. Let them find this woman's location. Also good. It just so happens that the family head has instructed to keep these guys at peace. Saying that, the 5 people's figures moved quickly, rushing towards the location of the Viper Gang. Chapter 88 Viper Gang Nun, Treasure Search Squad debuts. After about 15 minutes, 3 more middle-aged men arrived outside of Ping'an County. Those 3 were wearing silver-gray clothes that similarly covered their faces. That group of guys' aura stopped here. They entered the city? Well, the Su family has colluded with the Viper Gang before. They must have traveled there. These guys are faster than us. We need to hold on tight. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 of them quickly ran towards the Viper Gang's territory. Meanwhile, during this period of time, Jiang Yan had already made a killing in the middle of the mountain fortress. In just a few minutes, the remaining members of the Viper Gang in the cottage had all been killed by him. This group of guys usually did evil, so Jiang Yan didn't have any hesitation when he made his move. The infamous Viper Gang that had been rampaging for several years was finally completely destroyed at this moment. After completely clearing out the Viper Gang, Lang Yueyao lightly exclaimed, "Turn on search mode." Xiao Yao at a glance. These guys usually don't collect a lot of money. There must be quite a few treasures in this place. Let's quickly look for them. Jiang Yan nodded his head excitedly. I love searching for treasures the most. Just like that, 1 person and 1 beast opened a carpet search inside the Viper Gang. Before long, They found a dungeon with a huge iron lock. As Jiang Yan yanked hard, the iron lock immediately shattered into 8 pieces. Immediately afterward, he flicked his dragon claw, and a wisp of fire appeared on it. One person and one beast walked into this dungeon, only to realize that this turned out not to be a place to hide treasures at all, but a huge cage. There were a dozen women and 7 or 8 men locked up inside the cage. Seeing that someone had walked into the dungeon, those women's eyes were filled with panic and fear, their bodies constantly retreating and curling up in the corner. It wasn't until one of the men realized that it wasn't someone from the Viper gang that had come down. The faces of several people immediately filled with ecstasy. There. Someone is coming? Through the fire, Lang Yueyao saw everything in the dungeon clearly. What? Just as she was shocked, the crowd scrambled to let out a cry for help. Quick, save us.
Safe usah.
One of the men clutched the railing with his hand in a death grip before frantically explaining. Those from the Viper gang kidnapped us and then blackmailed our families with ransom. But this group of people don't keep their word. After receiving the money, they still imprison us here. They are simply not treating us as human beings. Hearing the crowd's explanations in a variety of ways, Lang Yueyao's heart became even more hateful towards the Viper gang. Xiao Yao, quickly save them. Jiang Yan nodded his head, and with a swing of his claws, the iron cage was directly split in half. The crowd scrambled to escape from inside, then continuously kowtowed to Lang Yueyao to express their gratitude. Thank you so much. We will never forget your great favor for the rest of our lives. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly. Everyone, there's no need to thank. Go home now. The crowd thanked Lang Yueyao one after another, then hurriedly fled the place. At this time, a middle-aged woman with tattered clothes and a slightly exposed figure came over and said, That bit of Viper stuff, it should be hidden in his innermost room. I accidentally saw it earlier. Hearing those words, Lang Yueyao was delighted. Thank you. After thanking the woman, she followed the hints and arrived in Viper's room. There was a secret door inside, and after opening it, it was no surprise that it was piled with treasures. The money and gold coins inside were piled up so high that they were taller than the room, and the chests were filled with beast cores. Although none of the grades were particularly high, they added up to nearly 200 in total. The other box was filled with skill books, some of which were generally at level 3, with a very small portion at level 4. Wow, Xiao Yao. There are so many things here, Lang Yueyao said happily. Jiang Yan's eyes were even more glowing, and he directly jumped into the golden mountain in front of him. If this is all converted into money, how much would it be? Seeing Jiang Yan swimming inside the golden mountain, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but let out a light laugh. All right, Xiao Yao, put these things away and let's go out. Lang Yueyao smiled and put away all the things in here into her storage ring. Tyrant's Soul's Ring. Luckily, I obtained this storage ring before. It's spacious enough. After packing up everything, the one person and one beast were ready to leave. But at this moment, outside the mountain fortress, the 5 men in black rushed here. Seeing the corpses of the Viper gang's juniors all over the inside of the mountain fortress, which was littered with corpses and destroyed beyond recognition, a few of them were stunned. What? Viper gang? How did Viper gang get slaughtered? The leader of the group examined the corpse of one of the juniors. One move to kill. An extremely decisive strike. Everyone be careful. Right at this moment, Lang Yueyao was leading Jiang Yan to walk out in a hurry. Wow! Several people collided head-on. The pupils of the leading one, the boss, shrunk and immediately recognized Lang Yueyao. It's this woman. But how did this woman end up in the Viper gang? Could it be that she did all of this? Just as the boss was still skeptical, the second next to him moved his muscles. Boss, it's this woman, isn't it? The oldest 3 moved his wrists, ready to strike. Then what's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and do it. Old 5. I'll leave the periphery to you. If anyone comes, directly kill them. Don't worry. Old 5 nodded and immediately jumped to the periphery. Old 2 even summoned his spirit beast directly from the Imperial Beast space. Come out, Black Fury. In the next second, a humanoid spirit beast with only half a body appeared next to him. Only that spirit beast was seen hovering in the air, its body a pitch black color, its eyes empty and lifeless, revealing a bizarre aura. The moment she saw the spirit beast, Lang Yueyao frowned, immediately realizing that this group of people were coming from a bad place. Nightmare. I didn't expect them to actually have this kind of spirit beast. Nightmares, epic-level spirit beasts, were different from other spirit beasts in that they had a special role, being able to possess humans. Not only can they maximize the strength of the contracted person, but they can also give them the power of a spirit beast. The most important thing is that the possessed contractee can't feel any pain, and his or her body is like a ghost. Could be said to be killing people invisibly. Xiao Yao. Be careful. These guys are coming from a bad place. Jiang Nian's pupils shrunk. The aura on this group of guys was indeed not simple. But, so what? It wasn't just a mass of black loaches. Seeing that the rest of the few people were beginning to show their strength, the boss also let go of the concerns in his heart. Forget it. It's probably because I'm overthinking it. It's just a woman. How could she possibly have such a skill? As he thought of this, a nightmare spirit beast also appeared next to him. And this nightmare was even more powerful than the remaining few. Do it! Chapter 89, Deadpool. I think it's a dead body. With the boss's order, the second next to him took the lead and rushed out. Only to see the oldest two's figure as fast as lightning. The body is like a ghost. The whole person has become a black shadow. And right at this instant, Lang Yueyao immediately put a protective shield under her feet. Xiao Yao, be careful. They've fused with their spirit beasts, and their all-around attributes have been boosted. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Nian nodded. However, for safety's sake, he still waved his dragon claw and opened 5 void spaces around Lang Yueyao. This void space was just enough to surround her completely, so that the group of guys couldn't find a break to make a move. Seeing the oldest two charging straight towards Jiang Nian, the oldest who was following behind immediately used his mind to transmit his voice. Our target is this woman. Don't worry about this spirit beast. As long as we finish off this woman, this spirit beast is a piece of trash. Understood. The oldest two nodded heavily. Then his body twisted and began to strangely shift its direction, charging straight towards Lang Yueyao. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nian nonetheless did not stop it, and a wry smile hung up on the dragon's mouth. In the next instant, the penis possessed by the spirit beast arrived in front of Lang Yueyao. Shadow Sharp Claw. My skill can break any defense-type shield. Woman, you can be on your way. I didn't expect to finish the mission so quickly. It's still boring. Just when Lao Er confidently thought that he had gotten it. Just as his attack came into contact with Lang Yueyao's barrier, he only heard a buzzing sound. After a faint moment of dizziness passed, Lao Er laughed smugly in his heart. Che, what a waste. He looked back, wanting to see Lang Yueyao's wretched appearance when she died. However, instead of Lang Yueyao being all right, he somehow came to the other side by himself. What? What's the situation? To the point where the attack just now didn't hit her. Lao Er didn't believe it and once again utilized his skill to charge towards Lang Yueyao. Shadow Claw. But this time the result was still the same. Lang Yueyao was not injured in any way, but he crossed to the other side of the barrier. At that moment, the boss and the others who saw this scene were also confused. What the hell is this? Just as several people were confused, Jiang Nian sneered and made his move. This is exactly his masterpiece. Little Yao Yao is surrounded by void spaces that I have arranged, and each void space is connected to each other. You'll be damned if you can harm little Yao Yao. It laughed coldly in its heart and instantly opened a void space on its right side. Buzz. Partial giganticization. In the next second, he stuck his giganticized dragon claw into that void space. What the hell is this spirit beast up to? Boss frowned tightly. Wait, could it be? Eldest, be careful. He suddenly thought of something and hastily reminded, but he was still a step too late, only to see Jiang Nian's giganticized dragon claw suddenly drilling out from one of Cold Moon Shake's void spaces, and instantly grabbed the oldest two in a death grip. What is this thing? Lao Er's entire body was directly confused. Boss, this spirit beast is odd. Hurry up. Lao San. The oldest immediately gave a wink to the nearby oldest three after saying this. Old three understood and his figure moved quickly. Nightmare instant kill. In just one breath, he arrived behind Jiang Nian. Shadow Claw. He swung his right hand vigorously and clawed towards Jiang Nian's head. Almost at the same time, Lao San quickly formed seals with both hands and finally slapped fiercely into the ground. Nightmare Binding. Swish. In the next second, a huge black shadow appeared under Old San's feet. Wow. 6 black chains immediately sprang out from beneath that mass of black shadows to firmly lock Jiang Yan's dragon claws. He pushed the chains as hard as he could, trying to pull the dragon claw back. But, no matter how hard he pushed, the dragon claw just didn't move. This. At the same time, Lao San's sharp claws had already arrived on Jiang Yan's back. Strangely enough, the sharp claw went straight through Jiang Yan's body. What? While several people were shocked, Jiang Yan struck out. You've all finished your attacks. It's my turn. In the next moment, the giganticized dragon claw lashed out. Bang! Bang bang! In just a single glance, all of those shadow chains that were bound to Jiang Yan's arms were broken. Lao Er just wanted to use shadow escape to make his escape. But when he looked up, all he saw was Jiang Yan's bloody mouth. Wanna go? Winter's breath. Roar. Toward the oldest two's head, Jiang Yan directly started with a zero frame. Terrifying cold energy instantly covered the old second's body, and in the blink of an eye, he was frozen into a humanoid ice sculpture. Then, Jiang Yan's dragon claw pinched hard.
Kating.
Lao Er was directly pinched into crumbs of broken ice, and even the one nightmare spirit beast that had fused with him was dead beyond death. Oops, this is dead? Jiang Yan let out an ouch in his heart. Originally, I was thinking of devouring this guy's spirit beast to see what comes. However, since it's a nightmare, I don't know if I can devour it. Rather, we can try leaving one alive. Jiang Yan licked his lips. At this moment, seeing that the oldest two were killed, the oldest few were dumbfounded.
Lao Er.
Several people hissed, but despite how much they hissed, Lao Er couldn't hear them anymore. The 5 of them had carried out an extremely large number of missions together, and there had never been a mistake, and even more so, there had never been a death situation. But now, Lao Er was actually killed by a spirit beast. Damn, dare to kill Lao Er? I'll split you alive. The angry oldest 4 rushed forward and was about to make a move, but was promptly stopped by the oldest. Don't be impulsive. This spirit beast is too weird. Before we figure out its details, we're just sending it to death for nothing by going up there. Then boss, what do you say? Lao Er can't just die in vain. Old 4 was so angry that even his voice became trembling. The boss immediately telepathically transmitted his voice to Old 5 in the periphery. Old 5, sudden situation. Come back quickly. After Old 5 in the periphery received the boss's message, he used shadow escape to vanish into the ground and then flew back. At this time, Jiang Yan, who was flying in the air, kept scanning with his beast pupil and was choosing a target. After a second, he stared at Old 4. You're it. In the next second, Jiang Yan's figure flashed, and he rushed towards Old 4 at an extremely fast speed. Old 4, that spirit beast is coming towards you. Quickly retreat. The oldest frowned as his figure quickly retreated backwards. But oldest 4's heart had long been enraged when he saw oldest 2 being crushed, and his 2 eyes were on the verge of jumping out of fire. I'm not going to do it. I will definitely tear the spirit beast apart with my hands to avenge Lao Er. Nightmare rage. The enraged old 2 whirled around and utilized his strongest killing move. In an instant, the aura within old 2's body began to surge crazily, and countless more chains appeared on his body and wrapped around his entire body. The chains transformed into a set of pitch-black heavy armor. Along with his hands, huge spikes of incomparable sharpness appeared. Lao Er's strength increased by more than 10 times. However, the only side effect of this move was that it would greatly deplete one's lifespan. Therefore, they would not use this move unless they had to. Jiang Yan's killing of Lao Er had completely enraged Lao Si. Seeing the oldest 2's breath suddenly skyrocket, Jiang Yan disdainfully skimmed his dragon's mouth. What's the use of a surge in strength? Isn't 0x10 still 0? Chapter 90, Devouring Nightmare, Ability Enhancement. Jiang Yan sneered and swung his giganticized dragon claw to collide with Old 4. Even though Old 4 had used all of his cards and his strength had increased by more than several times. Under a spirit beast of the same level, I'm afraid that he would be killed in seconds by this move. But it was all imaginary. The defense of the dragon race was especially comparable to that of an ordinary spirit beast. The moment he collided with Old 4's arm, the effects of the golden phrase began to trigger continuously. Dragon Claw Tier, effect triggered. Power Deprivation, effect triggered. Successfully deprived target of Nightmare Binding. Master of Chaos, effect triggered. The target is now in a state of confusion for 10 seconds. The triggering of a series of gold phrases allowed Jiang Yan's attack power to peak at this moment. Immediately following the next second, Old Four's entire arm could no longer withstand that explosive force and directly exploded. Old Four. Seeing that Old Four was injured, Boss screamed. He just wanted to use his skills to bind Jiang Yan's movements, but it was still too late. If you're a nightmare, it should be enough to keep one. As for you guys, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly became ferocious as he fired another winter's breath. Roar! The cold energy directly penetrated Old Four's entire body, and 3 breaths later, Old Four froze into a humanoid ice sculpture. Not good. The oldest 3 were startled in their hearts and just wanted to go up to rescue. However, as soon as they saw how Old Four was frozen into an ice sculpture, they had a vague sense of fear in their hearts. Even Old Four was easily frozen into an ice sculpture, let alone them. The boss physically and mentally stepped back and immediately gave up on the idea. No, this spirit beast is too bizarre. We are no match for this alone. Old 5, Old 3, open the formation. Understood. Old 5 and Old 3 nodded heavily. Then their figures strangely circled around to Jiang Yan's left and right sides, forming an encircling position with the boss, only to see their hands begin to rapidly form seals, and a large mass of black shadows appeared under their feet. Wow! Countless black chains immediately sprang out from underneath the black shadows, and those chains began to merge with the oldest 5 and the oldest 3's chains before forming a 3-dimensional triangle, until it completely surrounded Jiang Yan and Lang Yueyao. Oh, this formation looks fancy, but it's a bit interesting. Jiang Yan laughed a little in his heart, still unperturbed. The strength of this group of guys wasn't even completely comparable to the Lord of Death among the hidden copies. As the chains connected together, the boss roared. Old 5, Old 3, do it. Yes. The 3 of them made a seal at the same time, and the black chains began to converge towards Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Humph. These chains have all been added to the nightmare as well as our own lifelong essence blood. As long as once trapped, don't think of escaping again. Originally, this formation was more terrifyingly powerful when it was cast by the 5 of them together. But now there were only 3 of them left, and Lang Yueyao, who was trapped in it, looked around and was still slightly worried. Xiao Yao, can you break these chains? Jiang Yan swung his dragon claw, and the Taiku dragon flame in his mouth continued to converge. The next second, boom! The terrifying Taiku dragon flame directly blasted a large hole in the chained domain in front of him. Seeing that the domain, which was formed by the convergence of their own essence blood, was easily opened up into a huge gap, the boss and the others' throats were sweetened and a mouthful of fresh blood was spewed out. Damn! What the hell kind of spirit beast is this? That guy Su Wanhan. Didn't he say well before he left that it was just an ordinary spirit beast? This is ordinary. The 3 of them started to burst into foul language in succession. At this time, Jiang Yan was already a bit impatient to devour the nightmare in this guy's body. He grabbed those chains in the gap and then pulled hard. Old 3 and Old 5, who didn't have any defense at all, were directly torn and flew into the air. In the next instant, Jiang Yan rushed forward and his dragon claws stuck Old 3 and Old 5's necks with one hand. Ka-ching! With this crisp sound, the 2 men's necks were directly snapped. Only the oldest was left alone. Old 3, Old 5. The 3-person formation now only had 1 person left, and immediately became disintegrated. Seeing that he was the only one left, the boss now no longer had any will to fight and only thought of hurrying to escape. Damn it, Su Wanhan. You're really going to get me killed this time. He just wanted to use escape. But obviously Jiang Yan was faster. Hey, you can't leave. He grabbed the boss's back and controlled his strength with a dragon roar. The strength of this dragon roar was controlled just right, directly shaking the fused nightmare out hard. What? Without the help of the nightmare, the boss was now just an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster. Jiang Yan just glanced at him faintly, and with a wave of his wings, wow! The terrifying force directly blew the boss away, and he ended up crashing headfirst into the stone wall. Dead. 5 men in black. None of them survived. Looking at the half-dead nightmare in his hand, Jiang Yan swallowed a mouthful of water. I don't know. Can this guy be devoured? Whatever, eat it first. He took a deep breath, then swallowed the nightmare in his hand in one bite. No flavor. It feels like I'm chewing the air. Jiang Nian was speechless in his heart. But the golden finger's beep soon made him become excited. Devouring Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gained experience value plus 1,500. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain life value plus 369. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain attack power plus 156. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain defense plus 66. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain speed plus 299. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain magic plus 163. Devour Spirit Beast Nightmare. Gain skill. Nightmare Binding. Oops, there's even a skill. Not bad, let me see what it is. Jiang Nian smiled and hurriedly checked the acquired skill. Skill name. Nightmare Binding. Skill level. Level 5. Skill attribute. Shadow Binding Control. Skill description. Illuminate dark energy into one black iron chain after another. The chain can be manipulated at will. After controlling the target, it will reduce its speed by 45% and comes with a nightmare effect. Special ability. The longer the chain control time, the faster the nightmare effect stacks. Note: when the nightmare effect stacks to 100%, the target immediately enters the dead sleep state. Dead sleep state. Physical body dies, soul survives. Skill cooldown. 200 points of magic value. Cooldown time. 2.5 minutes. After thoroughly understanding the ability of this nightmare binding, Jiang Nian was very happy in his heart. The effect of this skill looks pretty good. I didn't expect these guys to have something. It's just a pity that the experience value is a bit less. Jiang Nian was a little disappointed. However, he suddenly thought of something and excitedly looked at Lang Yueyao behind him. Little Yao Yao still has a bunch of beast cores in her hand, plus the previous copy rewards. If this is devoured piece by piece, it would feel amazing. Just as Jiang Nianzhong was in the middle of his reverie, 3 more figures appeared on the outskirts of the cottage. Chapter 91. Have meat. Come 100 pounds. The 3 middle-aged men who came afterward were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene where the cottage was destroyed beyond recognition and the ground was lifting up. This? What the hell happened here? Poison. The Viper gang is gone just like this? Just as a few people were still shocked, the one leading the group caught a glimpse of the looking Jiang Nian as well as Lang Yueyao behind him. It should be that woman that Wu Lin is talking about. But how could that be? Right after the trio appeared in the periphery, Jiang Nian, who was very sensitive to scent, also noticed them. Seeing that a few people had similarly covered their faces, only to change their clothes, Jiang Nian was immediately alert in his heart. No? Still coming? There's no end to it, right? Jiang Nian's heart was vaguely annoyed. Immediately opened up a void space in front of him. Immediately following the next second, with a wave of his dragon claw, the black chains formed by the nightmare binding scurried directly into the void space. At this moment, the 3 people who were still confused were unaware that a void space had also opened up around them. Weiawa! Several people were unable to dodge in time, and were firmly controlled by the black chains that came out of the void space. These chains feel pretty good when used in conjunction with my void domain. Jiang Nian smiled in his heart. There was almost no forward movement. It could be said that it was a 0-frame start, so it was a sudden attack that caught the opponent off guard. The situation was really the same as what Jiang Nian thought. Those 3 people were really trapped in place without the slightest bit of defense. Not good. This is... The leading middle-aged man was suddenly startled in his heart when he saw the black chains. This is not the black chains of the people of Fongli Boss. How can... At this time, behind him, Lang Yueyao hurriedly walked up and said, Xiao Yao, they don't seem to be in a group with that black-clothed person. Right, the clothes are not the same. Hey. Jiang Nian, however, waved his dragon claw and voiced a different opinion. This group of people are covering up, and the timing of their appearance is too coincidental. 9 times out of 10, they are not good people. Seeing a man and a beast talking, the leading middle-aged man was inexplicably a little flustered in his heart, then hurriedly shouted out Wu Lin's name. Wu Lin, you guys should know each other, right? Hearing him shout out the name, both the man and the beast froze for a moment. Lang Yueyao hurriedly opened her mouth and inquired, You? Do you know our dean? Seeing that there was finally room for conversation, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, That's right. It's because Wu Lin couldn't rest assured about you, so he asked us to follow. I have something of his in my pocket. You'll believe what I'm saying once you see it. Lang Yueyao hesitated for a moment, then let Jiang Nian retrieve those chains. Xiao Yao. After releasing the control, the middle-aged man fished out a token from his pocket, then threw it over. Jiang Nian took the token and then brought it to Lang Yueyao. However, he didn't directly hand it to the latter, but kept it in his own hand. Being careful was good after all. At the first sight of the token, Lang Yueyao recognized that it was Wu Lin's accompanying token. Hee. This is really the dean's token. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. Wu Lin was worried that you would be retaliated against by the Su family, so he had us follow all the way. I didn't expect to still be preempted by them. The Su family members you mentioned, could it be them? Lang Yueyao's jade finger pointed to the piece of broken ice slag on the ground as well as a few corpses. A few people turned their heads to take a look, and the expressions on their faces became dramatic. A few people from Fengli, just like this, died. They had been secretly struggling with Fengli for quite a few years, and had never been able to distinguish a winner from a loser. I didn't expect that they would be massacred by Wu Lin's students today. And this death looks. At this moment, there was only one word in his heart. Cool. This group of scourges had finally died. Worthy of being someone Wu Lin has his eye on. All right, since the trouble has been resolved, we should go back and deliver. Be careful on the way. After saying that, the few people turned around and left. Looking at their departing backs, Lang Yueyao let out a light laugh. When we return from the ancient battlefield, we must thank the dean properly. Let's go, Xiao Yao. It's time for us to go back. He. I know you're hungry today. Go back and I'll have Dad cook you something delicious. Upon hearing delicious food, Jiang Nian immediately shook his wings. He. Mentioning this, then I won't be sleepy. One person and one beast returned to Ping'an County. How you and the others anxiously kept hovering at the door. After seeing Lang Yueyao return, the stone in their hearts finally landed. Phew, Yueyao is fine, Yueyao is fine. Mom, I'm back. Lang Yueyao said with a smile. He. It's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. She hurriedly walked forward and led Lang Yueyao into the house. But just at this moment, there was a sudden influx of people outside the store. Lang Yueyao glanced at the crowd and then realized that they were actually all those people she had saved in the mountain fortress. After they returned to Ping'an County, in order to express their gratitude to Lang Yueyao, they also came to Hao Yu's store in droves. He. Is there still meat? Person asked with a smile. Lung Tianzhong hurriedly went up to greet the customers. Although the store had been destroyed beyond recognition, but business should still be done. Yes. How much do you want? The man smiled and said, 100 pounds first. Lung Tianzhong. How much? 100 pounds. That, we don't have that much here for now. That's fine. I'll pay the deposit first. The man smilingly placed the money on the ground. He nodded towards Lang Yueyao before leaving. The crowd behind him also surged forward when they saw this. I want 70 pounds. I want 30 pounds. It doesn't matter if it's meat or not. The main thing is that there's too much money and no place to put it. For a while, the store was surrounded, and the money on the ground floor was almost covering the whole house. However, this could make Hao Yu several people worried. Thousands of pounds of meat, what can we do? Time quickly came to the evening. Due to the exhaustion of the day, his body was covered in blood. So Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Nian to take a simple bath. Jiang Nian reddened his dragon face, then used his dragon claws to gesture in front of Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao laughed lightly and immediately realized his intentions. Immediately, he took out all the boxes of beast cores from among his storage ring. Haha. Good. These are all yours, and just now I also found a few experience books inside. Xiao Yao. You can absorb them all together as well. This will definitely increase your experience value by quite a bit. Jiang Nian nodded excitedly, then began to absorb them impatiently. So many things. This is finally a full meal. Action. It first absorbed those experience books, and the level managed to increase by 1 level. Ding. Level, LV, 25 8312 6000 capped. Level, LV, 25 8312 6000 capped. Level, LV, 26 83 12 6000 capped. All your values have been greatly increased. Your level has increased to 26 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the gold phrase. Chapter 92. Crazy upgrade. Can't sleep at night. Level 26? Jiang Yan checked the number of golden words sent up plus the ones he hadn't used before, and now there were 4 of them. However, he was not in a hurry to carry out the fusion, but first planned to level up further to see how many he could obtain in total in the end. He licked his lips and then began to absorb those beast cores he had seized. There were a lot of beast cores, most of them were elite grade, there were some rare grade and even some epic grade. Jiang Yan came to the rescue and absorbed them all. After absorbing these beast cores, Jiang Yan's level directly soared 4 levels in a row. His level directly came to level 30. Ding! Level LV 29 10,000 634 10,000 capped. Level LV 29 10,000 634 10,000 capped. Level LV 30 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. The experience value required for your upgrade has increased slightly. As you have leveled up to level 30, you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. As you have leveled up to 30, bonus skill points plus 50, bonus evolution points plus 50. After you open a new skill tree and evolution tree points. Finally, level 30. Hearing the system prompt to reach level 30, Jiang Yan was ecstatic. That meant that he would be able to open the 3rd evolution with just 5 more levels. System. Check the panel. Name Jiang Yan. Race. Dragon race Dragon of the Void. Contractor. Long Yueyao current density. 71. Level. LV. 32,312 12,000. Note. When level 35 is reached, the 3rd evolution can be opened. Life. 5,569. Air defense. 3166. Defense. 3166. Magic. 2,763. Attack. 4,887. Speed. 4,263. Evolution points. 129. Skill points. 121. Frost power. 12% can absorb ice to improve frost power. Flame power. 10% can absorb flame objects to increase flame power. Void trait. Props. Scepter of the Sand Lord of Orhus. Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's Beast Core 1. Lord of Death's Beast Core 1. Etc. Skill tree. Dragon Claw Tier 3-5. Dragon Blood Boil 1-5. Sonic Roar 1-5. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail 1-5. Etc. Evolution tree. Scale Defense 3-5 Flight 1-5. Skills gained from devouring. Dark Claws Level 2 Winter's Breath God level. Nightmare Binding Level 5. Golden Words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Ancient Dragon Flame. Beast Language Proficiency. Eye of Insight, etc. Mythic Lexicon. Echoes of the Dragon Abyss Dragon Soul Star. Sand 1 Brahma Dragon Domain Lucky Dice. Others. After seeing his values increase by so much, Jiang Yan was a bit shocked. This data. One must know that he was still only at level 30. I really can't imagine how much this data can grow if he completes his 3rd evolution. There are so many skill points and evolution points, so let's light up some of the things first. Check the skill tree. Since the level had reached level 30, it unlocked some branches of the skill tree that didn't belong to the dragon race. Jiang Yan first tapped all the skills unlocked earlier to full level. It should be said that the primary skill attack power was not high, but it was still quite smooth to use. Ding! Deducted skill points 18. Successfully upgraded skill Dragon Claw Tier 5-5. Dragon Claw Tier has been upgraded to the highest level. Dragon Claw Rip 5-5. 80% chance of inflicting bleed on the target, 5% loss of life per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. Seeing the effect of Dragon Claw Tier at its highest level, Jiang Yan was still a little confused. Could it be that the probability didn't reach 100% because it was an initial skill? However, 80% too is enough. Subsequently, Jiang Yan filled up all the other skills. Having more skill points was capricious. Deducted skill points 18. Successfully upgraded skill Sonic Roar 5-5. Sonic Roar has been upgraded to the highest level. Sonic Roar 5-5. 100% interrupt enemy spell casting with 170 points of damage and 100% of the target is stunned. Stun. Target is unable to act for a certain period of time. Note: the hit person's resistance to Dragon's Might decreases by 80% for 3 days, and the power of Sonic Roar increases by 100% when it hits again. Consumption: 100 points of magic. Cooldown time is 3 seconds. Deducted 21 skill points. Successfully upgraded Thunderstorm Dragontail 5-5. Deducted 21 skill points. Thunderstorm Dragontail has been upgraded to the highest level. Thunderstorm Dragontail 5-5. The Dragon's Tail is able to release more powerful lightning, dealing 13-11 points of fixed damage to the target, with a 10% probability of triggering Heavenly Lightning and an 80% probability of paralyzing the opponent. Note: if the target has low lightning resistance, it can directly trigger the decapitation effect. Consumption: 300 points of magic. Cooldown time: 30 seconds. After lighting up some of the skills that he used smoothly, Jiang Yan proceeded to light up other skills. Deducted skill points 30. Successfully lit skill: Dragon Scale Storm. Although this skill deducted 30 skill points, it was truly worth it. Skill name: Dragon Scale Storm. Skill level: level 6. Skill set: Scale Storm Wind Elemental. Skill description: when releasing the skill, all of your own scales will be stripped off and fused with the powerful wind element to form a terrifying storm. With the wind element, the scales will become exceptionally sharp and deal 3,631 points of slashing damage to the target. Note: tearing effect will be triggered immediately after hitting the target continuously, losing 5% of life value per second for 2 minutes. Consumption: 450 points of magic power. Cooldown time: 15 minutes. Special note: after the scales are stripped off, they can be regenerated by consuming life value. The fastest time is 3 seconds, and when the scales are regenerated, the defense power is increased by 100%. Consumption: 450 magic points. Cooldown time: 15 minutes. After understanding the description of this skill, Jiang Yan was very satisfied. Worthy of being a level 6 skill. It's really good. Keep the rest of the skill points. It just so happens that there are still quite a few evolution points here, so let's use them together as well. Deduct evolution points. Upgrade. Deduct plan points. Upgrade. After evolving all of Scale Armor Defense and Flight to the highest level, there were still 84 evolution points left. Jiang Yan then lit up other branches with these 84 evolution points. Slime Corrosion 5-5. Scales are capable of secreting extremely toxic slime, which can put the target into a state of decay when hit. Jiang Yan's reason for lighting it up was also very simple. This slime corrosion was able to work in conjunction with Dragon Scale Storm. When the time came, not only did it cut, but it also had toxicity, making the attack even stronger. After lighting up slime corrosion, the last 3 evolution points were left. Not bad. I've lit up quite a few more this time, so I'll have more control when I head to the ancient battlefield. Seeing that Jiang Yan's level had risen to level 30, Lang Yueyao immediately hugged him in excitement. Xiao Yao, you're great. Level 30, hey. In that case, we'll set off for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range tomorrow. Jiang Yan also nodded repeatedly. It's been a hard day. Rest early. Let's set off tomorrow. Lang Yueyao stretched her lazy waist and yawned. For a while, a faint body fragrance wafted through the room. The white skin gradually exposed, the slender waist and raging limbs all began to become hidden and visible. Jiang Yan. No, how can I sleep with this? Chapter 93. Leaving Ping'an County. Taking a flying spirit beast. But Lang Yueyao didn't care about that much. After a yawn, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan and lay down on the bed. After a while, the physically and mentally exhausted Lang Yueyao fell asleep. But what she didn't know was that at this time, Jiang Yan was sandwiched between the mountain peaks and had no sleep. No, how can I sleep with this? The night was uneventful, and so it quickly reached the next day. Lang Yueyao got up early in the morning, and after a simple wash, she was ready to go. But she realized that Jiang Yan, who was on her shoulder, had been shaking left and right and seemed to be napping. Xiao Yao, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Yan shook his body. Couldn't sleep a bit. After leaving the room, Hao Yu got up early and prepared breakfast for Lang Yueyao. Yueyao, hungry? Quickly get up and eat breakfast. She also thoughtfully prepared one for Jiang Yan. Little one is hungry. This is for you. Seeing that there were fragrant meat steaks, Jiang Yan's sleepiness dissipated a bit. While eating, Lang Yueyao briefly talked about going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As soon as he heard that she was going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lung Bin instantly jumped up from his stool. What? You're going to the 10,000 Beast mountain range? It's extremely dangerous there. It's a vicious land. It's okay, brother. I have Xiao Yao to protect me. I'll be fine. Lang Yueyao smiled and patted Jiang Yan, who was gnawing on a meat chop next to him. Hearing this, Lang Bin looked at Jiang Yan. This is indeed true. This little guy's strength is so terrifying that even those big guys in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range wouldn't dare to easily mess with him. I'm afraid. Lung Tianzhong took a deep breath before saying, Yu Yao, this place is still far away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If you really want to go, you can instead choose to be a flying spirit beast. Not only would this be faster, but it's also a lot less dangerous. Flying spirit beasts? Lung Yueyao whispered. Flying spirit beasts were docile spirit beasts raised by humans that only followed the orders of the Imperial Beastmaster, and could be said to be a very convenient form of transportation. Correspondingly, if one wanted to ride on a flying spirit beast, then one had to hand over some money to the Royal Beastmaster. This was also the main source of their income. Seeing that Lang Yueyao was in deep thought, Lung Tianzhong continued. In Ping'an County Town not far out there is a Royal Beastmaster guild there. I also saw some flying spirit beasts flying in the sky when I passed by earlier. Good, I know. Lang Yueyao nodded excitedly and hurriedly finished the breakfast in her hand. Then, Dad, Mom, brother, I'm off. I'll definitely come back when the adventure is over. How you wiped the tears flowing out of the corner of her eyes. Don't worry about your mom and I. Just take care of yourself and be safe on the road. Lung Bin and Lang Tianzhong then gave Lang Yueyao some props for self-defense. Yueyao, be careful on the road. Aha! Lang Yueyao nodded heavily and left Ping'an County with Jiang Yan. According to the location given by Lang Tianzhong, Lang Yueyao quickly saw the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. The guild here wasn't as big as Spirit Abyss City, but the number of people lined up outside was indeed abnormally high. Could it be that they are all traveling to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, Lung Yueyao was finally able to meet the guild's receptionist lady. Hello. May I ask if there are still flying spirit beasts? The receptionist lady's fingers flew through the list on the counter before nodding. There are still spots available, but it's peak season now, and you need to deliver 30,000 yuan. Hearing this price, a slightly sleepy Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon mouth. No, is it that expensive? In that instant, he suddenly thought of a way to make money. If I go as a flying spirit beast, I wonder what will happen. Dragons going to be flying spirit beasts? It's really a two-eyed ah. Just as Jiang Yan was fantasizing, Lang Yueyao had already paid her money and arrived at the back of the guild. Here was a huge open space with about 7 or 8 flying spirit beasts parked around it. Seeing the flying spirit beasts, Jiang Yan was speechless. Because this flying spirit beast was actually a turtle, said the only difference was that on their backs there was a huge house. Can this fly? However, Lang Yueyao was not the least bit surprised and walked into one of the houses with Jiang Yan in her arms. This kind of flying spirit beast was named Shen Kong Turtle. Don't look at them like this. The flying speed of this group of guys was really not slow, and there would be no bumps on the road. More importantly, their defense was very strong. Even if they were attacked by other flying spirit beasts on the way, they could still defend themselves. Xiao Yao, we're ready to go. After about 15 minutes, the Shen Kong turtle that Lang Yueyao was traveling in was full, and a middle-aged man wearing a hat walked up. This is only the Shen Kong turtle that's traveling to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If anyone is sitting on the wrong one, it's still not too late. Seeing that no one opened their mouths to speak, the man in the hat then nodded. All right, in that case, let's set off. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is very far. We'll be flying for roughly 3 days. I hope that everyone will get along with each other during these 3 days. If anyone has any improper and crooked thoughts, speaking here, the hat man's eyes suddenly became ferocious. I will immediately kick him down. Don't worry. No one will make trouble. Who would be so idle? Yeah, we don't have that kind of time. Hearing the crowd agree one after another, the hat man then revealed a pleased smile. Good. Then let's get going. After saying that, the hat man slowly walked to the front position before sitting cross-legged. He patted the Shen Kong turtle at his feet. Little turtle, let's go. The Shen Kong turtle answered and immediately took off, then flew towards the place of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Not to mention, it was indeed quite stable to sit on, not feeling any bumps. After flying for a period of time, Lang Yueyao held Jiang Yan and turned around outside. The number of people traveling on this Shen Kong tortoise was about 50, which was already very large. After taking a turn, Lang Yueyao returned to her room with the sleepy Jiang Yan in her arms. There shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Yao didn't sleep well last night. Let him have a good rest. Looking at Jiang Yan's sleeping appearance, Lang Yueyao smiled sweetly. After roughly 3 hours of flying, an Imperial Beastmaster was really a bit flustered and walked up to strike up a conversation with the Hat Man. I'm a cautious person. We won't encounter any other spirit beasts on the way, right? The Hat Man glanced at him and said confidently, "Humph, child, you can rest assured. I can guarantee you that we definitely won't encounter any attacks from spirit beasts along the way. Furthermore, my little turtle has extremely strong defense. Even if we do encounter something, we'll still be as stable as Mount Taishan." Hearing the Hat Man's assurance, the man then let out a long breath and patted his chest. Phew, that's good. That's good. Mainly, right, I've ridden many Shen Kong turtles before, and I don't know if I've been possessed or what, but every time, I've been able to meet a spirit beast attack. It's all right this time, it's all right this time. But just as the man was breathing a sigh of relief, the Hat Man suddenly had a dark face, his eyes staring dead ahead, because a large black shadow that covered the sky actually appeared there at some point. It seems to be a spirit beast. Chapter 94, Invisible Pretense, entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As the Shen Tian turtle got closer and closer towards that black shadow, the Hat Man finally got a good look at the true face of that black shadow. That's Extreme Electricity God Bird. How did this kind of spirit beast appear here? And seeing the number of that Extreme Electricity Divine Bird, the Hat Man's face instantly paled, and he instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. Looking at the number, it wouldn't be less than 60. The Extreme Electricity Divine Bird was an epic-level spirit beast. If there was only one, then it wasn't enough to fear. The most terrifying point was that it appeared in groups and the lightning had an armor-breaking effect. The lightning characteristics on its body could connect with each other. Even the Shen Tian turtle with its strong defense could not carry the attacks of so many Extreme Electricity God Birds. Damn, I should have known better than to poison the milk. How could so many of them appear? It would be fine if one or two came, but this number. The cautious man behind him had long since been stunned silly after seeing this scene. No, this can also meet a spirit beast. Holy! Before that person could burst two foul mouths, the Hat Man hurriedly rang the danger alarm bell. The danger alarm bell rang and the crowd hurriedly left the room. When they saw the swarms of Extreme Electricity Divine Birds in front of them, they were immediately startled. No, how could so many spirit beasts appear? One of them still didn't take it seriously at all and was still leisurely savoring his food. Harm. What's there to be afraid of? This Shen Heavenly Turtle's defense is so thick, they won't be able to break through it at all. One of them retorted with an ugly face. No, if it was an ordinary bird it wouldn't be enough to fear. But this is an Extreme Electricity Divine Bird. Their lightning characteristics are capable of breaking defenses. As soon as the man finished speaking, the leading Extreme Electricity Divine Bird launched its attack, only to see its wings flap. Its powerful lightning power immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning that fiercely struck the Shen Heavenly Turtle. Rumble! Although the Shen Tian turtle was not injured by this move, it shook violently, and it was this shaking that woke up Lang Yueyao, who was resting with her eyes closed. What's going on? Did something happen? She stepped out of the room to look outside, and the scene in front of her startled her. At this time, the Extreme Electricity Divine Bird had already launched a full-scale attack on the Shen Tian tortoise, and many Imperial Beast Masters began to maneuver their spirit beasts to counterattack. But even so, the frequency of the Shen Heavenly Tortoise's shaking instead became more frequent. Lang Yueyao's pretty face changed slightly, and she busily returned to the room to wake up the sleeping Jiang Yan and the two-headed snake. Xiao Yao! A spirit beast has come to attack. Hearing the words spirit beast attack, Jiang Yan's eyes confused. Really? Sleeping doesn't stop. Lang Yueyao hurriedly hugged him and walked outside, the two-headed snake slowly following behind. Seeing the piles of extreme electricity divine birds, Jiang Nian moved his dragon claws and let out a dragon roar that directly shook the sky and earth. Roar! As soon as the terrifying dragon roar came out, the Xian heavenly turtle, which had been shaking just a moment ago, immediately became fourfold. Those extreme electricity divine birds that were constantly attacking around them stopped all movements in an instant. Their beast pupils were filled with fear, and even their souls were shaken. In the next second, only the leading extreme electricity god bird trembled and shook its wings, fleeing in the opposite direction at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the other extreme electricity god birds immediately followed closely behind, leaving the place without looking back. That escape speed was extremely compatible with their lightning characteristics. Seeing those extreme electricity divine birds frantically fleeing, the crowd was dumbfounded. Obviously, they were still fighting just now. How come they suddenly fled in a flash? I just seemed to have heard a roar coming from behind. Me too. Could it be that the roar shook back these swarms of extreme electricity divine birds? Such thoughts existed in the hearts of the crowd for only 3 seconds before they were immediately erased. No matter what, the extreme electricity divine birds were also epic-grade spirit beasts. If they could be forced back with just a roar, then the spirit beast would be too strong. Just as the crowd turned back to look, Leng Yueyao had long since entered the room with Jiang Nian in her arms. At this time, the air in the distance, Huang Fu Ling, who was rushing towards the middle of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, suddenly sensed something. He turned to look at the place where Jiang Nian existed. A woman beside him saw this and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Huang Fu Ling frowned and shook his head, saying, "Nothing. Maybe I sensed it wrong. Let's go. These guys must have arrived as well." After forcing back the group of extreme electricity divine birds, Jiang Nian finally had a good night's sleep. The others on the Xian heavenly turtle had been wondering who had struck. After having Jiang Nian's escort safe and sound inside the following days, the group arrived at the town of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 10,000 Beast City. "Xiao Yao, we're here." Leng Yueyao's eyes revealed an excited glow. Jiang Nian also waved his dragon claw excitedly at this time. "Finally, we're here." They disembarked from the Xian heavenly turtle and entered the 10,000 Beast City, ordering some essential items for entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Since it was late in the day, they stayed at an inn in 10,000 Beast City. After a night of nothing, early the next morning, Leng Yueyao led Jiang Nian to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. 10,000 Beast City was still some distance away from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, about 15 minutes or so. There was an endless stream of people heading to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range along the way, and Leng Yueyao even encountered Huoluo, one of the 10 strongest men of Spirit Abyss City. "There are so many people. I guess they're all heading to the ancient battlefield. Little Yao, it seems that this time, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is going to be lively." But at this time, Jiang Nian's beast pupil was staring at the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. For some reason, when looking towards the 10,000 Beast mountain range, he would always have a strange feeling. And the closer the distance, the stronger that feeling became. "What the hell is this?" Just as Jiang Nian froze, Leng Yueyao gently pinched its face. "What's wrong, Xiao Yao? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Nian shook its head, then lay on Leng Yueyao's shoulder. "Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. We'll know when we enter the mountain range." After walking for roughly 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Leng Yueyao didn't rush to enter it, but instead calculated the time. There are still roughly 10 days until the opening of the ancient battlefield. Although the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is full of dangers, there are still quite a few chances. "Xiao Yao, let's go." Leng Yueyao moodily and excitedly led Jiang Nian into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At the same time, the major powerhouses who had gotten the news that the ancient battlefield was about to open had also rushed here. All of the top 10 strongest people from the Summer Kingdom had come, even the strongest people from Spirit Abyss City and the patriarchs of some clans had also come here. All the major powerhouses had gathered here, and of course, there was no shortage of several familiar figures. The ancient battlefield. I'm determined for this chance. Leng Yueyao, when I obtain this chance, I will definitely make you pay a painful price, so that you will never be able to turn over. Chapter 95, Fierce Beast Riot, Jiang Nian's Temptation. At this time, Jiang Wangshu and the others had similarly arrived at the entrance to the 10,000 Beast mountain range. I hope that schoolmate Yu Yao didn't come. She looked around with some worry. Although it was true that she was very strong, but which one of the strong Xia Kingdom members who could come to this 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not powerful? No one dared to compete for what they had their eyes on. As for those others, after entering the ancient battlefield, they could only go and look around for some smaller chances. As for those larger opportunities, they didn't even have the qualifications to dye their fingers. However, even some of the smaller chances were enough to transform a spirit beast or even the Imperial Beastmaster himself. Zhang Chun, who was at the side, said to the crowd behind him with a grave expression on his face. After entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, everyone should be careful with everything and never separate. The ferocious beasts in here are very violent and more powerful than normal beasts, so be careful. Understood. The crowd nodded and followed Zhang Chun into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. At the same time, many of the strongest people in the Xia Kingdom also entered, and some even flew directly above the 10,000 Beasts mountain range on their own spirit beasts. But the result was that just as soon as they entered the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they were attacked by flying ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lang Yueyao, who had entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, cautiously looked around the surroundings. The ice and fire two-headed snake seemed to have sensed something and leaned over to Jiang Yan's ear and whispered, "Brother Yao, there are several dozen powerful auras in here." Jiang Yan nodded heavily. "Indeed, but they don't have the guts to dare to provoke in front of me." As many powerful people entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the ferocious beasts sleeping in the middle of the mountain range seemed to have sensed something. Roar! They let out bursts of hissing roars one after another and began to attack the Imperial Beastmasters who had entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range indiscriminately. In an instant, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which had been calm just a moment ago, instantly became a war zone. The roars of ferocious beasts were everywhere, and the screams of Imperial Beastmasters were everywhere. Lang Yuyao's side wasn't spared either, and she didn't take 2 steps before she encountered a group of epic-level ferocious beasts. That's soul-devouring ants. Lang Yuyao's face changed slightly, and she said in a hurry, "Xiao Yao, be careful. Those are soul-devouring ants. Although they are small in size, their numbers are extremely terrifying. Once bitten by them, whether it's a royal beast master or a human, their souls will be eaten away little by little, finally turning into an empty shell." Hearing Lang Yuyao's explanation, Jiang Yan nodded and placed his gaze on the final position of the ant colony. That soul-devouring ant was obviously bigger than the other soul-devouring ants. It should be the queen. Since Lang Yueyao had seen soul-devouring ants in her previous life, she was well aware of the weaknesses of this group of ants. Xiao Yao, although soul-devouring ants are terrifying, they are most afraid of flames and bright lights. Fire! Hearing the word fire, Jiang Yanlong's mouth grinned crookedly. That's something I'm good at. In that case, let's kill them all in one go. Well, I don't know if I can roast them either. When he thought of this, the swift dragon flame in Jiang Yan's mouth had already begun to build up its strength. Just when the group of soul-devouring ants were still a dozen meters away from Lang Yueyao, the next second, a shot of swift dragon flame was directly sprayed out, which was also mixed with a hint of dragon roar. Roar! Wherever the dragon flame passed by, not an inch of grass could grow, and the surrounding trees were burnt to ashes in an instant. And those soul-devouring ants didn't even have a chance to escape. They were directly burned into a ball of black ash. Killed soul-devouring ants. Gained experience plus 211. Kill soul-devouring ant. Gain plus 99 attack power. Kill soul-eater ant. Gain. Hearing the successive beeps coming from the system, Jiang Yan's heart rejoiced, but it was the shot of swift dragon flame mixed with a hint of dragon roar that actually interrupted the attack of all the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Roar! For a moment, all the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range stopped attacking, and they seemed to sense something as they turned their heads to look in the direction where Jiang Yan was. This sudden change caused those Imperial Beastmasters who were in the middle of the battle to be somewhat at a loss for words. What's the situation? How did these guys stop attacking? Just as that person was puzzled, his best friend next to him was quick to say, "Good opportunity. What are you waiting for? Quickly attack." Swish! They hurriedly commanded their spirit beasts to attack. But those ferocious beasts seemed to be distracted, looking in the same direction from time to time while attacking. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's side. But what he somewhat didn't expect was that those soul-devouring ant queens had miraculously survived. However, even though they were said to be alive, this body had already turned a charred black color and was close to being directly roasted. Ha! Still alive, so what if I take another shot? Jiang Nian glanced at his mouth and sprayed out another round of swift dragon flame. There was nothing that dragon flame couldn't solve. If there was then 2 rounds. Roar! This round of dragon flame was sprayed out, and that soul-devouring ant queen was instantly burnt into a ball of black ash. Killed soul-devouring ant queen. Gained experience value plus 261. Kill soul-devouring ant queen. Gain? After killing the soul-devouring ant queen, Jiang Nian's various basic attributes increased by a lot more. However, what he didn't know was the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range would be turned upside down because of these 2 rounds of his swift dragon flame. After this second round of Taiku dragon flame roared out, these ferocious beasts looked like they had been completely activated. Roar! They roared up to the sky, turned around, and frantically ran towards Jiang Nian's direction at an extremely fast speed to charge. The Imperial Beast Masters who saw this scene were dumbfounded, because these ferocious beasts were running in completely opposite directions, and the destinations seemed to be the same. This, in the end, what is the situation? Have these ferocious beasts gone crazy? How the do I know? But this is definitely a good thing. Someone must have attracted the attention of this group of guys. Right. While these ferocious beasts' attention is not on us. Hurry up and find something. The things they were talking about were naturally the treasures hidden by those ferocious beasts. Those powerhouses flying in the air couldn't help but marvel a bit even after seeing this scene below their feet. How are these ferocious beasts running in the same direction? They were considered to have seen quite a few wonders, but they hadn't seen such a bizarre scene today. Looking at the frantic demonic beasts under his feet, Li Zongyi suddenly understood something. Could it be? There's something over there that attracted the attention of these guys. There aren't many things that can attract ferocious beasts. It's either a legendary level treasure or a bloodline. Just when Li Xiaolong was thinking this, a loud sound suddenly came out from the distant cave. Roar! An extremely large Titan God ape rushed out from the middle of the cave. The moment they saw the Titan divine ape, the faces of many powerhouses suddenly changed. A demigod-level Titan God ape. Wait, even a demigod-level Titan God ape was attracted. What exactly is in that direction? Chapter 96, The Lure of the Bloodline 1v7. Just as those powerhouses were still puzzled, all the other demigod-level spirit beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range also poured out, madly rushing towards Jiang Nian's direction. Even these fellows have come out. It seems that there really is something they need there. Situ Tianming, one of the 10 strongest men of the Summer Kingdom, smiled, his heart also very curious. Instead of speculating here, it's better to go and take a look. That's true. The rest of the few people nodded and didn't ink here, harnessing their spirit beasts and flying towards the place where the ferocious beasts were converging. Meanwhile, after resolving the soul-devouring ants, Jiang Nian was still checking the data on the system panel. Just then, the 2-headed snake next to him seemed to sense something. You, brother you. I sense that there are many ferocious beasts coming towards us. A lot, and it seems that there are also demigod-level ferocious beasts. Jiang Nian, who heard this, immediately flew into the air. Sure enough, this was not just demigod-level beasts. Almost the entire 10,000 Beasts mountain range of beasts had rushed towards here. I'll go, what's going on here? Jiang Nian was confused. He hadn't just sprayed 2 rounds of swift dragon flame. How did he attract so many ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Wait, could it be that these guys are eyeing the bloodline in my body? Definitely so. The ancestral dragon bloodline was heaven-defying, and even just a single drop could cause these guys to shed their bones to the point of completing their evolution. But Jiang Nian sneered in his heart. You guys really think that the bloodline in my body is that easy to get? It just so happens that they've come together. So it'll save me the trouble of looking for you guys. He immediately flew down, then said to the 2-headed snake, I'll deal with these ferocious beasts later. Your task is to protect little Yao Yao. 2-headed snake nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother Yao. At this time, Lung Yueyao had also sensed something and immediately opened her protective shield, surrounding herself. Xiao Yao, I sense a large number of ferocious beasts are coming our way. Be careful. Jiang Yan waved his dragon claw, opening up void space around Lang Yueyao and handing over Orhus's Sand Sovereign Staff to her. This was also 2 more layers of security. After doing all this, he slowly flew into the air. Those ferocious beasts were extremely fast and soon came close. When they saw Jiang Yan flying in the air, their beast pupils were filled with greed. Jiang Yan moved his dragon claws and directly opened the Brahma Dragon domain. When the domain is activated, all non-dragon units within the range will have their full attributes reduced by 30%. After the Brahma Dragon domain opened, the terrifying black flames instantly spread over half of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But despite this, those beasts seemed to have lost their minds and started to go out towards the domain in a frenzy. But as soon as they rushed into the middle of the domain, they were completely surrounded by the terrifying black flames. Roar! Spirit Beasts. Life value 99. Spirit Beast. Life value 196. Killing Spirit Beast. Gains plus 163 experience. Kill Spirit Beast. To gain attack power plus 211. The system's beeps sounded one after another. But Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, his beast pupils kept staring at a ferocious beast in the air. The aura emitted by this ferocious beast was different from the other ferocious beasts. It was a giant bird. No, rather than a bird, it was more like a bone sculpture. The wing bones on its body consisted of thousands of bladed bone fragments interlaced and stitched together. With a heart-type bone suspended within its chest cavity, the skeleton appeared translucent, giving off a bizarre feeling. Demigod level? Jiang Yan frowned. At this moment, Lang Yueyao, who had spotted the bone sculpture, hurriedly warned. Xiao Yao, be careful. That's a silver sky bone sculpture. And right at this moment, several other demigod-level ferocious beasts also rushed over. Especially that one short-tempered titan god ape. That terrifying pressure emanating from its body caused the surrounding ferocious beasts to avoid it. Titan god ape, silver sky bone eagle, lava gargoyle. Looking at the 7 demigod-level ferocious beasts in front of her, Lang Yueyao was shocked beyond words. These are all demigod-level ferocious beasts. How could? They must have set their eyes on the bloodline in Xiao Yao's body. At this moment, all 7 demigod-level ferocious beasts converged here, and the battle was imminent. The short-tempered Titan Divine Ape was the first to attack. It leapt high into the air and attacked towards Jiang Yan's in the air. Jiang Yan also did not ink. Directly body-shaped to become larger, Dragon Claw and Titan God Ape's fist collided together. Dragon Claw Tear. The moment the attacks collided together, the effect of Dragon Claw Tear triggered. The Titan God Ape enters a bleeding state, with a life value of 500. Boom! The moment the powerful attacks collided together, a gale was instantly set off, and all those low-leveled ferocious beasts in the surroundings were directly blown away. Jiang Yan life value 32. This time, Jiang Yan had the absolute upper hand in the collision, but it wasn't over yet. He didn't intend to give the Titan God Ape a chance to use his skills. Dead Soul Tsunami. Wow! The roar containing the resentment of the dead that Jiang Yan emitted instantly shocked the vast majority of the surrounding ferocious beasts. And that wasn't all. Fear effect triggered. Target is in fear. After the fear effect was triggered, the Titan God Ape's attack suddenly stopped and it was already completely in a state of fear. Jiang Yan aimed at its head and was just about to use Winter's Breath. But just then, the silver sky bone eagle that was eyeing it from the side made a move. Directly that silver sky bone eagle's wings slowly opened and countless incomparably sharp bone spikes appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spikes shot towards Jiang Yan as fast as lightning. What a familiar move. I remember that the last person who used this move didn't even have any bones left. Jiang Yan sneered in his heart and immediately retaliated with the same move. Dragon Scale Storm. Wow! In an instant, all of the black scales on Jiang Yan's body peeled off, instantly fusing with the powerful wind element and forming a terrifying black storm. With a flap of his wings, the black storm that was enough to destroy everything collided with the countless rain of bone spikes. Wow! But it was only a single glance, and the countless rain of bone spikes was destroyed. The black storm didn't end there, and swept towards the silver sky bone sculpture. Immediately afterward, the power above the silver sky bone sculpture's wings began to converge, and it actually used the same storm to strike back. Boom! For a moment, the 2 storm attacks were contrasted together, and that powerful impact that erupted immediately destroyed the surrounding area. Some low-grade ferocious beasts were churned into pieces by that storm before they could escape.
Ka 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 ka.
Under the two beasts' terrifying attack, a space in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was unexpectedly hardened and ripped open with a spatial crack. At the same time, in the ancient battlefield, a familiar hint of energy fluctuation was felt, and a soul that had been silent for a long time gradually awoke. Finally! Here, Chapter 97, Ancient Battlefield opens. While Jiang Nian and the Silver Sky Bone Eagle were clashing fiercely, the remaining ferocious beasts of those demigod levels were having thoughts about Lang Yueyao. That lava giant lizard kept wandering around the domain in an attempt to find a breakthrough. As for the other demigod-level ferocious beasts, they had been eyeing the surrounding area intently. They all had a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, and they all wanted to be this last predator. The ice and fire twin-headed snake directly enlarged its body to protect in front of Lang Yueyao, as it spat out its serpentine nature in a constant demonstration against the spirit beasts in front of it. Xiao Yao is in trouble now. I must help him. An anxious Lang Yueyao took out the scepter that Jiang Yen had given her earlier. Orhus's Sand Scepter. Waving the Sand Scepter can summon a sandstorm that covers the sky and can devour enemy targets or change the terrain, plus 30% damage to beast enemies. In the next second, Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and began to swing the Sand Scepter of Orhus. Wow! This first swing immediately caused a huge gust of wind, followed by a sandstorm that covered the sky. Under the sky-covering sandstorm, those ferocious beasts in the middle of Jiang Yan's domain blocked their sight and could only be burned alive. There were even beasts that attacked indiscriminately because they couldn't see and ended up killing each other. But that wasn't the end of it. Lang Yueyao then swung Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff a second time. Wow! This time was even more terrifying. Along with the surrounding terrain changed drastically. The tattered ground began to gradually change into a huge sea of sand, and the range was still expanding. Those destroyed trees and the corpses of the ferocious beasts sank into the deepest part of the sand river the moment they touched it. Their flesh and blood were even transformed into sand particles, which were used to nourish the power of the scepter. As for the lava gargoyle, the other demigod-class beasts were constantly adjusting their positions to prevent themselves from falling into the sand river. Even dodging became a handful, let alone attacking. As long as there are more corpses and ferocious beasts around, then the energy of the scepter won't run out for a while. Lang Yueyao let out a long breath. Just as she was about to refuel Jiang Yan, she looked up but noticed an additional crack in the sky not far away. That's... At this moment, Li Yi and the others who were rushing over were startled by the aftershocks released by the battle. What a terrifying aftershock! What kind of spirit beast can release such a terrifying aftershock and even suppress a demigod-level ferocious beast? Can it be that it's a divine beast? Another powerhouse frowned. Huang Fuling's eyes stared dead ahead. This aura, he always felt so familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Right at this moment, due to the aftershocks released during the battle between Jiang Yan and the Silver Skybone sculpture getting stronger and stronger, causing that crack in the air to gradually begin to increase in size as well.
Ka-ting, ka-ting.
The huge crack instantly drew the crowd's attention. That's the entrance to the ancient battlefield. It's actually opened early, Shanjin said. I think it's because the spatial cracks were triggered by the aftershocks from those guys' battle, and that's why an opening was shaken open. Haha. Everyone, I'll take my first step. After saying that, Shanjin's figure flashed and rushed towards that crack. Damn, this guy. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd let out a low curse and flew towards the crack. At this moment, the crowd that was still searching for treasures also stopped their hands when they saw the crack in the air. I'm going. The entrance to the ancient battlefield has opened early. Hurry and rush. I'll go, wait for me. Some Imperial Beast Masters who had contracted flying spirit beasts were charging towards the spatial rift with their spirit beasts. Those who didn't have flying spirit beasts had to utilize flight props to force themselves to fly. Che, what's the use of running fast? I can fly too. For a while, the crowd scrambled towards the crack. At the same time, the battle between Jiang Yan and the Silver Skybone Eagle was nearing its end. During the course of this battle, Jiang Yan suppressed the Silver Skybone Eagle with an absolute advantage, and the latter's body quickly became bruised and battered. As for the Titan God Ape that came to its senses, it just wanted to continue striking at Jiang Yan. but as soon as it saw the crack that appeared in the air, roar! It immediately turned its body around and ran wildly towards that crack. The other demigod beasts likewise did the same, immediately giving up their attack and drilling headfirst into the spatial rift. Not only that, even those ferocious beasts that had surrounded Lang Yueyao began to rush towards the rift one after another. It seemed that there was something more appealing to them. Seeing the group of ferocious beasts leave, Lang Yueyao then let out a long breath. Phew, it's okay. Seeing that the ancient battlefield had opened early, Lang Yueyao hurriedly shouted towards the air. Xiao Yao! The ancient battlefield has opened early, so hurry up. Hearing Lang Yueyao's words, Jiang Nian nodded, and the winter's breath in his mouth quickly converged. At this time, the silver sky bone eagle, which had already been severely injured, was already devoid of any will to fight and turned around, wanting to leave. Want to leave? The ice energy in his mouth converged, and Jiang Nian fired it at the back of the silver sky bone eagle. Roar! The cold ice energy spread out across the sky, and the silver sky bone sculpture's degree dropped sharply. Coupled with being heavily injured, it couldn't fly at all. Wow! The powerful cold energy instantly penetrated its body, freezing it into a bird specimen. Wow! In the next second, the silver sky bone eagle fell straight down from the air, falling to pieces and dying. Kill silver sky bone eagle. Gain 12,000 experience points. Gained plus 2,311 attack power. Defense plus 2066. Gained speed plus 2,211. Gained magic plus 1,700. Gained evolution points plus 60. Gained skill points plus 50. Due to the fact that he had killed quite a few ferocious beasts with the domain earlier, plus this one silver skybone eagle, Jiang Nian's level came directly to level 32. Nice. Just 3 levels left until the third evolution. Seeing Jiang Nian kill the silver skybone eagle, Lang Yueyao was overjoyed. Xiao Yao, you're fantastic. Just as Lang Yueyao was happy, she suddenly realized that the spatial crack was gradually shrinking. Oops. Xiao Yao. The spatial rift into the ancient battlefield is about to close. Let's go. Hearing this, Jiang Nian leaned down, then gently held Lang Yueyao and the two-headed snake in his claws and rushed towards the spatial rift. Wow! Finally, they were able to rush into the ancient battlefield a second before the spatial rift closed. Buzz! After entering the ancient battlefield, Jiang Nian shrunk his body while Lang Yueyao subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. This place was not a world at all like the outside world. The sky was a frightening blood-red color, and there was an unpleasant odor floating in the air, even mixed with the crumbs of some ferocious beasts. There were ruins everywhere around, and the ground was filled with corpses of ferocious beasts and human bones. A living hell on earth. At this moment, a sharp-eyed imperial beast master immediately spotted a storage ring covered in earth on the ground. Ha ha ha! What a stroke of luck! He laughed and hurriedly walked forward to pick it up. Shan Zhan in the air disdainfully skimmed his lips when he saw this scene, and looked ahead with a grave expression. It's just a lousy ring, the real good stuff is still behind. Chapter 98. The Dragon. The man had just excitedly put the storage ring he had picked up into the middle of his pocket. But the next second, wow! An illusory undead soul suddenly appeared behind the man and viciously locked onto his neck. Save me. The crowd beside them decisively chose to stand by when they saw it. They all came here to search for their respective chances. They didn't want to get into any other trouble. Brother, you're on your own. A few people gave the man a deep look before walking towards the front. At this moment, in the air of the ancient battlefield, many powerful people gathered here. Hee, easily. I'm sure you're here for that thing too. Red Phoenix, one of the top 10 strongest people in the Summer Kingdom, threw a wink at him. Could it be that you aren't?
Lee birislet in display asure.
Whether you can snatch it or not is up to you, as long as that guy doesn't come. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing black clothes appeared behind the crowd. Hee, that person you guys are talking about. Who is it? Hearing this familiar voice, the crowd hurriedly looked back. Damn, this guy is still here. Shan Zhen let out a low curse, his mood instantly becoming depressed. His best friend's face also became extremely ugly when he saw this. Nonsense, you don't think about what this guy's spirit beast is. Could he not come? Shan Zhen clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in death as he made up his mind. Damn it, no, this time, We must contend for whatever we can say. Contend? You fight with his dragon. The corner of that man's mouth twitched. Hearing this, Shan Jun's tightly clenched fists immediately loosened. Mother, we'll see what happens when the time comes. It's fine if we can't pick up the pieces. As long as I can get that thing, even if it's Zhong Xiangtian, I can still touch him. The moment they saw Zhong Xiangtian, the crowd's hearts, which were still boiling with blood, now immediately became calm. It's over. Seeing that several people didn't say a word, Zhong Xiangtian walked over smilingly. What? I'm not welcome. No one answered. After a long time, it was still Li Yi who took the lead to break the deadlock. You've come at a really good time, huh? Zhong Xiangtian laughed. Hehe. Li Yu, I don't know if your psionic strength has grown. How about we have a competition? The moment he heard the word match, the corner of Li Prowler's mouth twitched. Excuse me, I'll go first. After saying that, he summoned his spirit beast, then rushed towards the front like lightning. The remaining few people did not dawdle when they saw this and rushed towards the front. On the contrary, Zhong Xiangtian only laughed and did not hurry. Hehe. What's the harm in giving you guys a step? That thing can only be mine. After entering the ancient battlefield, Jiang Yan felt a wave of dizziness. He felt in the dark that something seemed to be calling him ahead. There really is something in this ancient battlefield. Jiang Yan patted Lang Yueyao, then pointed ahead. Good. Then let's hurry up. Lang Yueyao comprehended his intentions in an instant, then hurriedly ran towards the front. At this moment, the few people who were one step ahead had already arrived at the center of the ancient battlefield. The edge of the ancient battlefield was littered with corpses, but this surrounding was clean. Only, in the center, there were more than a dozen human corpses, as well as the skeleton of a giant creature. This giant creature was no other than a dragon. Although it had turned into a skeleton, the terrifying pressure on its body had not weakened at all. Even though it was still a long distance away, Li Yi and the others already felt like they were going to lose their breath. What a terrifying pressure! Luckily, this dragon race has already turned into a skeleton. If it were alive, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to get close. All right, I'll stop chatting. It's time to get down to business. One of the powerhouses waved his fist and said impatiently, break the barrier around this guy so we can get what we want. Otherwise, we can only return empty-handed. Humph, that's true. Then why don't you go first? Li Yi gave him a glance. The man skimmed his mouth and didn't flinch at all. I'll go first if I go first. With that, he charged up with his spirit beast. However, before he could take a few steps, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared in the air and landed on his body. Roar! This mighty pressure was exceptionally frightening, and with only a single glance, it suppressed him and that spirit beast of his to the ground, and the bones in his entire body began to click, as if they were about to explode in the next second. No good. Move. Can't move. While he was still trying to find a way to break free, another mighty pressure fell. Boom! Boom! After this mighty pressure fell, the man and beast directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Humph, idiot! Red Phoenix laughed coldly and summoned her own spirit beasts to keep consuming them with long-range attacks. Seeing this, the other crowd of powerhouses also followed suit and began to continuously attack using the characteristics of their spirit beasts. At this time, the crowd that had arrived late were directly stunned when they saw the spectacular scene in front of them. What is that thing? Don't come in to add to the chaos if you're not well read. This is a ing dragon. A teenager wearing glasses was mad with surprise. Dragons? The crowd was shocked beyond measure. Although they knew the terror of the dragon race in the Imperial Beast world, they had never seen a real one before. No wonder these powerhouses ran so fast, so they knew about it already, a person said through clenched teeth. There seems to be a protective shield around this dragon race skeleton. Break it and there must be something good inside. Right. The crowd immediately became united in their opinions and began to frantically launch an attack on the shield. Not only them, even those ferocious beasts that had entered the ancient battlefield began to continuously launch attacks on the shield. At this time, Zhong Xiangtian, who had slowly arrived, only smiled faintly upon seeing this. AI, too slow. Jin Xiao, come out for some air. Only after Zhong Xiangtian's words fell, a huge thing appeared from amongst his imperial beast space. It was another dragon, and the scales on its body were all golden in color. At this time, The crowd that was still fighting to attack at the bottom unintentionally raised their heads to look upwards. How come there's another dragon race here? And, it's still gold-colored. Seeing 2 dragon clans in one day, the crowd went crazy. A few sharp-eyed imperial beastmasters instantly recognized Zhong Xiangtian standing on top of Jin Zhao's head. That's Zhong Xiangtian. Zhong Xiangtian, a terrifying figure who surpassed one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. I only heard that he had contracted a dragon race before. I didn't expect it to be true. Damn. Then we are still fighting for chicken feathers. Just as everyone was shocked, Jin Zhao slowly opened his mouth and a huge golden fireball smashed onto the shield.
Kating.
It was only a single move. The shield that the crowd couldn't even break with their hands now had a crack in it. Damn, this guy! The corner of Shanjian's mouth twitched, and his face became very ugly. In the next second, dozens more golden fireballs fell from the sky. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Finally, the shield broke. After the shield was broken, Lang Yueyao finally arrived at the center of the ancient battlefield. Phew. Finally I've caught up. Little Yao, that thing you sensed, is it really here? Jiang Nian didn't respond. Instead, his beast pupils stared at the skeleton of the dragon race. There's actually a dragon race in the ancient battlefield. And why do I have an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Chapter 99, Bloodline Contest, Great Melee. What the hell is this? Seeing that Jiang Nian's gaze had been fixed on that dragon race skeleton not far away, Lang Yueyao also looked over with him. At the sight of that dragon race skeleton, she was startled. Dragon race? There could be a dragon race here. Xiao Yao. The feeling you mentioned before can't be this. Jiang Nian shook his head. He wasn't sure. It always felt that there was something deeper. At the same time, as the shields around the dragon skeleton were all shattered, the crowd became excited. Haha! Finally this shield has been shattered. The fact that all of these powerhouses are aiming for this dragon race skeleton means that it must have something extremely precious on it. If I can get it into my hands. Just as the man was still fantasizing, his friend walked up and heavily patted his shoulder. Brother, don't think about it. It's not our turn. These big brothers eat meat. Those ferocious beasts drink soup. We'll just have to lick the bottom of the pot. Although these words were somewhat sarcastic, the surrounding crowd couldn't find any reason to refute them. This was the truth. Forget it. Let's find a chance to pick up the pieces. Just as the crowd was preparing to look for a chance to pick up the pieces, Lang Yueyao, who was hiding behind them, began to stir. Humph. I won't accompany you guys to pick up leaks. Long before she came here, she had poked around the news of the ancient battlefield from other people's mouths. The things in here were definitely not that simple. Although the protective shield on the outer perimeter of the dragon skeleton had been broken, none of them dared to enter it. None of them wanted to be the first to take the risk. However, those ferocious beasts didn't care about that, and after the protective shield was gone, they all rushed in with a brain. In addition to those demigod-level beasts in the periphery, they have already awakened some spiritual intelligence, and their perception of danger is even stronger than that of human beings. Sure enough, those epic beasts just rushed to the place where there are still tens of meters from the skeleton of the dragon race. A huge pressure fell from the sky. It was the pressure of the dragon race. Moreover, the range of this pressure was extremely wide, almost as if it was a large area. A large swath of epic-level ferocious beasts were crushed into a ball of mush in just an instant. The rest of the ferocious beasts saw this and began to switch directions. The other side of the dragon race's skeleton, thinking that they would be able to avoid that pressure. But the truth was that nothing worked. Boom! As the mighty pressure fell, those ferocious beasts unsurprisingly turned into a puddle of flesh. Seeing this scene from the air at this moment, Zhong Xiangtian couldn't help but smile. Jin Zhao, over to you. Jin Zhao under Zhong Xiangtian's feet nodded, and then directed a dragon roar towards the location of the dragon skeleton's chest. Boom! The dragon roar collided with the pressure released by the dragon skeleton. The powerful shockwave that was released immediately destroyed the surroundings, and Li Yi and the others even retreated dozens of meters back and forth. Forget it. We'll find another opportunity after this guy cracks that dragon might. Well, that's true. Seeing the people beside him who were ready to pick up the pieces, such as Easy Li and the others, Zhong Xiangtian laughed coldly in his heart and didn't put them in the slightest bit in his mind. Humph. I'm afraid you ignorant people still don't know. As long as after shattering the pressure released by this dragon skeleton, then it will appear. Boom! After 15 seconds of the mighty pressure and the dragon's roar going against the wave, finally, ka-ching! Boom! The dragon skeleton's mighty pressure was completely shattered, and in this next second, a drop of blood suddenly appeared at the heart location of that kind of dragon ancestor skeleton. Buzz! That blood was suspended in the air, and the mere first sight of its appearance made Zhong Xiangtian ecstatic. Ha ha ha! It's true. This is a drop of blood from the ancestral dragon. After seeing that drop of ancestral dragon's blood, the golden Shao under Zhong Xiangtian's feet let out a guttural hiss. The beast's pupils filled with greed. Ha ha! Don't worry, golden Shao. I'm determined to obtain this ancestral dragon bloodline. And this isn't even an unusual ancestral dragon. Based on its size and the pressure of that blood, it's definitely an ancient ancestral dragon. After absorbing its blood, you'll definitely be able to complete your evolution. And after seeing the ecstatic expression on Zhong Xiangtian's face next to him, Li Yiwu and the others immediately realized that this blood was not simple. Looking at this guy's expression, this blood is definitely not simple. It's at least divine beast level or even higher. What, are you going to grab it from him? Situ Tianming smiled. Li Yi's eyes stared at the drop of blood vein, and a major decision was made in his heart. Damn it, put up a fight. Spectre, snatch, roar. The spirit beast under Li Yi's feet roared angrily, then rushed towards that drop of blood with greedy eyes. The rest of the powerhouses also gritted their teeth when they saw it and rushed towards the drop of blood. Although they were well aware of Zhong Xiangtian's strength, they still had to grab it. However, the ferocious beasts that were eyeing the blood were faster than them. The irascible Titan God Ape was the first to jump in, its huge palm grabbing towards the drop of blood in the air. But the blood seemed to have awakened a spirit and flashed back, even dodging the Titan God Ape's palm. The remaining ferocious beasts madly rushed towards the drop of blood in the air. As long as they were able to obtain this drop of dragon blood, they would be able to chicken out and even leap to become god-level ferocious beasts. At this moment, the other Imperial Beast Masters couldn't help themselves after seeing this scene. Dragon blood! Grab it! The dragon blood is mine! Their eyes were filled with greed, and they rushed up towards the drop of blood. Behind him, the bloodline in Jiang Yan's body that saw this scene began to have a slight reaction. He had to get his hands on this drop of blood no matter what. Lang Yuyao's complexion also became a bit gloomy as she said, Xiao Yao, make sure to be more careful. The others are fine. It's mainly that Imperial Beastmaster piloting the Golden Dragon race. However, this dragon race seemed to be only at the divine beast level and hadn't reached the ancestral beast yet. If it was allowed to absorb the drop of blood, the situation would not be good. Xiao Yao, be careful. Jiang Yan nodded heavily and rushed up towards the crowd, frantically scrambling for that drop of blood. At this moment, the ancient battlefield was already in a state of fighting. Seeing that those Imperial Beast Masters were going to come and fight for the blood with themselves, those ferocious beasts began to launch an indiscriminate attack. As for the other ones, those few demigod-level ferocious beasts fought together with Li Yiwu and the others. No, can't be dragged here by these. Situ Tianming clenched his fists, and while commanding his spirit beasts to attack, he then found a gap and slipped out. As for Zhong Xiangtian, there was an ungrateful powerhouse who tried to compete with him for that drop of blood. As a result, in just a few breaths, that person along with the spirit beasts underneath him were burned into nothingness. Humph! Unself-conscious. Jin Shao. As Zhong Xiangtian's words fell, the golden sky dragon under his feet opened its mouth and began to erupt with an extremely strong suction force. Wow! After the drop of blood that was dodging the attack in the air felt the suction force, it frantically ran in the opposite direction. But even so, its speed was still weakened, and finally, under the powerful suction force of Jin Shao, it began to fly towards Zhong Xiangtian. The rest of the powerhouses all cursed angrily when they saw this and hurriedly chased after it. Damn! This guy! Seeing that these guys had come to get in the way again, Zhong Xiangtian frowned. Jin Shao. Chapter 100. Another Dragon. Where the Blood Belongs. Roar! Golden Shao roared, followed by a fierce flap of its wings, instantly setting off a golden storm. Wow! Some ignorant powerhouses even tried to take it hard, but the result was that they themselves along with their spirit beasts were churned into mush in that golden storm. Huang Fuling found the right opportunity to ride his spirit beast around to Zhong Shangtian's back. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Jin Shao immediately sensed it and swung his dragon tail towards Huang Fuling. Huang Fuling's face changed drastically as he hurriedly commanded his spirit beast to resist. Quickly block. Boom! Although the dragon tail did not cause fatal damage to his spirit beast, its terrifying impact still caused its entire body to fly backwards. Damn! Is this the strength of the dragon race? How can this still be robbed? Thinking of this, Huang Fuling's aura flashed and immediately set his eyes on that one dragon skeleton. Since blood can't be snatched, then I'll grab the skeleton. The skeleton of the dragon race is also extremely precious. There might even be an unexpected surprise. When he thought of this, he immediately jumped out of the battlefield and then rushed towards that dragon skeleton. The woman following Huang Fuling immediately understood what he meant when she saw his actions, and similarly grabbed over towards the dragon skeleton. Without the blockage of the others, coupled with Jin Zhao's terrifying suction force, the blood flew towards Zhong Shangtian at an extremely fast speed. Haha! Jin Shao, the blood has arrived. But just as he was reveling in this, a small black dot suddenly appeared directly across from him. Eh? Before he could react, Jiang Yen similarly opened his dragon's mouth and erupted with a powerful suction force. Wow! With the intervention of another suction force, that blood no longer presented a lopsided situation and began to immediately sway from side to side. This sudden turn of events caused even Zhong Shangtian to be somewhat confused for a moment. What? Jin Shao absolutely cannot let that drop of blood be snatched away. Hearing this, the golden Shao under his feet violently began to increase its suction force. Wow! Under the suppression of its size, the blood slowly began to tilt towards Zhong Shangtian's side. A mere god-level dragon race. It's worthy of robbing from Little Master. Humph, in that case, I'll let you all see what a true dragon race is. Roar! Jiang Yen roared, directly enlarging his body. The people on the ground who were still fighting against the ferocious beasts were all bewildered when they saw the sky suddenly go black. I'll go. Why is the sky suddenly dark? There shouldn't be something again, right? The crowd was flustered and looked upwards with a puzzled expression. When they saw the scene in front of them, the entire crowd was stunned. What? This, another dragon race. Crazy, crazy. Where did this dragon come from? You ask me. How the hell do I know? And this dragon is actually black. The sudden turn of events caused Li Yi and the others to be confused as well. What the hell is going on here? How did another dragon race appear? I'll go. This dragon race is actually still black. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Li's eyes were filled with disbelief. But when he took a closer look at the appearance of that dragon race, his heart suddenly trembled. Wait. How come this dragon race? I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Black? Black. For a moment, his thoughts were brought back to the past, and he immediately thought of the scene in the Nine Heavens Academy that day. As soon as he thought of this, Li Xiefeng couldn't wait to slap himself on the spot. Damn. If I had known that the dragon race's juveniles looked like that, I would have gone and robbed them. Juvenile dragons look like he has not really seen. The only 2 times he has seen is Zhong Shangtian's golden sky. There is this dragon skeleton, and today is the 3rd time. At this time, Huang Fuling, who saw the appearance of Jiang Yen after he became big, was equally chagrined. He had also made the same mistake as Li Yiwu. Even the usually mature and stable man couldn't help but burst out a few foul words. My ass! If I had known it was like this, I would have grabbed it. The woman next to him asked in confusion upon seeing it. Fu Ling, could it be that you've seen this dragon before? Huang Fuling clenched his teeth in death, his face ironic. He hurriedly let out a long breath and calmed the restlessness in his heart. Damn it, whatever. Let's take it from the tiger's mouth then. Let the 2 dragons fight first. We'll find another opportunity, if we can't. An evil idea arose in his mind. If it's really not possible, then we'll go and snatch the blood of this black dragon. Although it is said to be no match for the ancestral dragon, but after all, it is also a dragon race. And as for why Huang Fuling didn't go to compete for Zhong Shangtian's golden Shao, it was because he couldn't beat it. The rest of the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this, and froze for a few seconds before coming back to their senses. Another dragon, still black, and Don't you guys notice? This black dragon is quite a bit bigger than the one from Zhongxiangtian. Then what should we do? Two dragons are robbing the bloodline. We can't just stare here. At this moment, a sinister powerhouse let out a strange laugh. If two dragons fight each other, there will be an injury. That black dragon doesn't seem to be weak. If we can get its blood. This sentence directly woke up the crowd. Their eyes immediately changed from losing hope to greed. The crowd began to eye the tiger and were waiting for an excellent opportunity to strike. At this moment, when Li Xuan, who was underground, saw Jiang Yan, whose body had changed in size in the air, he immediately felt like his sky had collapsed. This isn't that four unimaginables. How could it be? How could it bear some resemblance to that golden dragon? Could it be? Even though she already knew the result in her heart, Li Xuan was still unwilling to believe it, much less admit it. Impossible. This is impossible. In the air, Zhong Xiangtian's head instantly buzzed at the sight of Jiang Yan after his enlarged body, and for a moment, he became in a trance. How can this be? This is a dragon race that came out from nowhere, and this color. Just as he was shocked, the body of Jin Xiao underneath him shuddered violently and let out a hissing low roar. Jin Xiao, what's wrong with you? Could it be? Seeing Jin Xiao's slightly trembling body, Zhong Xiangxiama realized something. Jin Xiao is afraid. How can this be? Jin Xiao is a god level, a spirit beast that can make it feel scared. Could it be? Suddenly realizing what was going on, a thunderbolt shocked out of his brain and his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? This black dragon is at the ancestral beast level. No, how could this black dragon suddenly appear? It must have an ancestral beast master. As he thought of this, Zhong Xiangtian began to quickly scan the crowd at his feet. Who on earth harnessed this black dragon? Just as his eyes quickly searched, Jiang Yan lashed out. Roar! Its dragon's mouth opened, and it erupted with a suction force that was even more terrifying than that of Jin Xiao. Zhong Xiangtian felt bad. It's bad. Chapter 101. Dragon versus Dragon. Just as Zhong Xiangtian was shocked, the drop of blood had already begun to tilt over towards Jiang Yan's side. Even Zhong Xiangtian, who was always usually calm, was a bit flustered at this moment. Jin Xiao, quick! Absolutely don't let that blood be snatched away. Jin Xiao understood, and the suction force in his mouth increased once again. But, even so, that blood was still flying towards Jiang Yan's side. Seeing that this move was not working, Zhong Xiangtian immediately changed his strategy. No, going on like this is not a solution. In that case, let's meet this black dragon for a while. Hearing these words, the golden Xiao under his feet nodded, and then his mouth began to build up a huge and incomparable golden fireball. Roar! In the next second, the golden fireball shot towards Jiang Yan at great speed. Seeing the golden fireball coming towards him, Jiang Yan didn't waste any time, and directly disliked it back with a shot of Swire Dragon Flame. Roar! In an instant, the powerful red flames and that one golden fireball collided together. Boom! Just as soon as the flames collided, they immediately erupted into a hurricane that was enough to sweep through the entire ancient battlefield. Everything around was swept away, and the corpses and skeletons on the ground were blown 100 meters away. In this fierce clash, the explosion of fire like rain continuously fell. Just by feeling the aftermath of this battle, the crowd immediately got goosebumps and their scalps directly exploded. Is this the battle between the dragons? What are you waiting for? If you don't want to be burned to ashes, then quickly hide. After one of them cursed his buddy, he fled around with his spirit beast. The surrounding crowd couldn't care less about being shocked when they saw this, and immediately began to flee in all directions, escaping this rain of fire falling from the air. Brush! Some ferocious beasts that hadn't awakened their spiritual intelligence even wanted to hit that drop of blood. But the result was zzz. As the roiling rain of fire fell drop by drop, their hard bodies were directly penetrated, from the outer shell to the internal organs, burned into a mass of nothingness. Seeing this scene, Li Yi and the others all began to sweat a bit as well. Just the sparks splattered during the battle are so terrifying. The battles between the dragon races are really not something we can participate in. However, I don't believe such a high-intensity battle can last this long. Spectre, keep an eye on that drop of blood. We'll snatch it later once we have the chance. As long as he snatched that drop of dragon blood, he would have a way to directly leave this ancient battlefield. At that time, he would then find a hidden place for the underworld to absorb the dragon blood. However, imagination was ultimately beautiful. If he wanted to snatch that drop of blood, why wouldn't others want to? They were all waiting for a perfect opportunity, and in their hearts, they were even constantly cheering for the two dragons. Go ahead and fight, it's best to fight to the death. At this moment, Situ Tianming laughed a little. He suddenly wanted to know which of these two dragons was actually more powerful. Hee hee. Who do you guys think will have the upper hand in this fight? I think it's definitely Zhong Xiangtian, that's a golden dragon of his, and this black dragon actually doesn't have a royal beast master, that's a bit strange. Or maybe, after saying that, that person then began to scan the crowd that was fleeing at his feet. Maybe that imperial beast master is within this group. At this moment, on the flame clash between Jiang Yan and Jin Shao, he had the absolute upper hand. In the next second, that golden fireball could no longer carry the terrifying burning power of the swift dragon flame, and even began to directly disappear. What? Zhong Xiangtian was astonished beyond measure. One must know that the golden flames shooting out of Jin Zhao's mouth were capable of completely melting an entire mine. Jin Shao, go all out. Don't hold back any longer. Hearing Zhong Xiangtian's words, Jin Shao nodded and then directly covered his entire body with golden flames. Roar! After the attributes of its entire body were raised to a terrifying level, it then attacked towards Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Yan was also not the least bit afraid. The void space plus nightmare binding opened at the same time. Wow! In the next second, two pieces of void space appeared around Jin Shao, and just when it was still puzzled, countless black chains pierced out from within. The chains were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they locked onto its entire body. Ding! Nightmare control complete, target speed decreasing by 45%, nightmare effect stacking, 1%, 2%. When the nightmare effect stacks to 100%, the target will immediately enter the dead sleep state. Jiang Yan didn't pay attention to the system's prompting sound, but quickly gathered the cold ice energy in his mouth. Trying to trap me? Zhong Xiangtian's face changed slightly. Jin Shao, break free of it. Buzz. Immediately, that golden flame on Jin Zhao's body began to continuously scorch those black chains that were locking himself in place. Zzz. Under the scorching of this terrifying temperature, that black chain actually did show a hint of rupture. Click, click, click. At the same time, a few of these powerhouses who saw this scene were somewhat unable to hold back. The golden dragon is being controlled. It's too late not to go on now. Go on. Go grab that drop of blood. They all commanded their spirit beasts to rush into the air, wanting to fight for that drop of blood. Huang Fuling was about to move forward, but the woman next to him tugged him back. Don't be in a hurry first. Let's see how strong this black dragon is. Let them go and test the waters first. If this black dragon's strength isn't good, then it won't be too late for us to make our move. Hearing the words of the woman beside him, Huang Fuling then pressed down the restlessness in his heart. He still wanted that drop of blood too much. Good. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was storing up his winter's breath in his mouth, saw a few humans riding spirit beasts rushing over. Rushing to die? Then I'll take them all. He aimed at one of the spirit beasts and threw his dragon tail directly over. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail. The previous attribute boost had already brought his speed to an extremely terrifying point, which caused that spirit beast to have no time to counterattack, and could only be forced to make a defense. Not good, Scorpion. Quick defense. The Imperial Beast Master who had harnessed the Scorpion shouted out. Even though the Heavenly Scorpion had already made a defensive stance and had also used its strongest means of defense, this dragon tail that was mixed with the power of powerful lightning was not something that a spirit beast of its level could defend against. Ding! Heavenly Thunder effect triggered. Paralyzing effect triggered. Target's lightning resistance is low. The two effects were triggered consecutively, coupled with the Scorpion's lower lightning resistance ability. This Thunder Dragon Tail passed, coupled with the Sky Thunder that suddenly fell in the air as well as the paralysis effect. That Scorpion and its Royal Beastmaster were directly broken apart in the air, and in the end, they were also chopped into flesh by the heavenly lightning, so it could be said that they died without a body. Killed the Dark Embodied Heavenly Scorpion. Gained experience value. Kill Dark Containment Scorpion. Gain attack. Gain defense. Seeing this scene, Li Yi and the others were directly dumbfounded. No, although the dragon race is indeed terrifying, but it's not this powerful. No matter what, that scorpion is also a demigod-level spirit beast, and it was flung to death with a single tail? Chapter 102. The crowd is shocked. This is the dragon race? After seeing that scorpion being smashed into pieces by Jiang Yan's tail, Huang Fuling, who had been dumbfounded just a moment ago, was now particularly clear-headed. This black dragon is so terrifyingly powerful. Even that golden dragon of Zhong Xiangtian wouldn't have this kind of terrifying power. He had fought with Zhong Xiangtian before, and although the final result was a defeat, he had at least fought against it for a dozen rounds. But this? He had a vague feeling in his heart. If his own spirit beast were to fight this black dragon face to face, it would definitely not last more than 3 rounds. No, to fight hard is to look for death. We can only find another opportunity. In the air, having witnessed the scorpion turn into a pile of meat foam in front of their eyes, the other royal beast masters who wanted to snatch the dragon blood were confused. Not. We were waiting for you to show off your power, and you just lost it. Buzz. For a moment, several people only felt their minds go blank, and the hairs on their bodies stood up at this moment. How the else could they rob it? However, just as their hearts had the intention to retreat, Jiang Yan wouldn't give the several people a chance to escape like this. Since they dared to make a move, they should leave their lives behind. This is all experience value. Experience value. In his heart, the dragon claw had already arrived in front of a few people. The several people only felt a blackness before their eyes, and their voices became stuttered. No, no, not good. Quickly retreat. Swish. The spirit beasts underneath them received the order, and after sensing that terrifying pressure from Jiang Yan, they frantically fled towards the front. There were 2 fast spirit beasts that managed to escape, but the other 2 spirit beasts and the Imperial Beastmaster were not so lucky. Tear. Dragon Claw Tear effect triggered. Absolute Penetration effect triggered. Billion Strike effect triggered. The successive word effects triggered, and the final result was, as Jiang Yan's Dragon Claw went down, the 2 spirit beasts and the Imperial Beastmaster were directly torn in half. The upper body was still floating in the air, and the lower body fell heavily to the ground. The death was quite miserable. Kill. To obtain. Kill. To get. With the sound of the system prompt, Jiang Yan's base values had increased greatly again. But he didn't have the time to check this right now. Instead, he hurriedly focused on the golden dragon not far away. Nightmare effect stacking. 59%. 60%. Just as the nightmare effect stacked to 60%, the golden flames on the golden Shao finally burned through those black chains. Watching that scene, Jiang Yan smiled in his heart. Yeah, this golden flame is a bit interesting. However, he was only slightly shocked and didn't take it to heart. After seeing Jiang Yan's terror, Zhong Xiangtian no longer dared to be careless. Jin Shao, make a stance. Jin Shao nodded. The flames in his mouth were converging. And this time it didn't turn into a fireball. Instead it resembled a wave of energy light. Jiang Yan also smiled. Just what I want. The dragon's mouth opened and the cold energy in its mouth converged at great speed. Suddenly the air felt cold, and the crowd was still puzzled. Where did that cold ice aura come out from? A few people looked suspiciously at the one cold ice spirit beast next to them. How do I know? My spirit beast didn't move. That Imperial Beast Master hurriedly skimmed his lips and explained. Don't look at me, it wasn't me. Even if one spirit beast could release a cold aura, it wouldn't be able to spread it this far. Wait, could it be? Just when the crowd already had an answer in their minds, the golden energy in Jin Zhao's mouth had already gathered to completion. Holy light sanction. Roar. The golden pillar of light exploded out directly like a cannonball, blasting towards Jiang Yan. Its horrifying impact caused Jin Zhao's main body to begin to rapidly retreat backward, and the residual temperature emitted by the flames even began to make the undead on the ground as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts quickly disappear. In the face of such a horrifying attack, the cold ice energy in Jiang Yan's mouth had also converged at this time. Roar. Winter's breath. The terrifying pillar of cold ice light exploded out, and because of the impact, Jiang Yan also began to continuously retreat backwards. Everything was frozen wherever the pillar of cold ice light passed through, and the crowd hurriedly commanded their spirit beasts to defend themselves when they saw this. At this point, The crowd's minds had long since become confused. No. This black dragon can even release cold ice energy. I remember, wasn't it releasing flames before? You ask me. How the hell should I know? This black dragon is so terrifying. He couldn't help but shiver. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if his spirit beast and that cold ice light pillar clashed. Twin dragons fighting, the scene. I'm afraid I'll only be able to see this once in my life. Seeing that Jiang Yan was able to unleash Little Blue's moves, Li Yixuan's entire being felt like the sky had collapsed. Why would it Little Blue's move? While the crowd was shocked, the energy light waves emitted by Holy Light Sanction and Winter's Breath collided together. Roar! This powerful energy collision caused the ancient battlefield to start shaking violently, as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Seeing that Jiang Yan was actually able to release cold energy, Zhong Xiangtian's eyes were filled with dismay.
No.
Cold ice energy? How can this be? What the hell is this? Just as he was shocked, the collision of the two terrifying energies caused cracks to start appearing in this space.
Kating, kating.
At this moment, Lung Yueyao, who was hiding in a safe position, was very worried in her heart when she saw this scene. She wanted to go and help, but she was afraid of causing trouble for Jiang Yan, because those powerhouses hovering in the air were not vegetarians. They were very clear about the connection between Imperial Beast Masters and Spirit Beasts, and once she was exposed, these guys would strike immediately. At that time, Xiao Yao was afraid that she wouldn't be able to separate herself. No, I have to see if there are any props that can secretly help Xiao Yao. Anxious, Lung Yueyao began to quickly search through her storage rings, but just at this moment, buzz! She suddenly sensed something and took out the piece of bone from the ancient battlefield that she had acquired earlier. At that moment, the horizontal and vertical marks on the surface of that bone began to erupt with an intense light. This is... And the drop of dragon blood that was unable to move in the air due to the energy fluctuations seemed to sense something and began to beat frantically. Wow! In the next second, that drop of dragon blood directly broke through the energy fluctuation and flew towards Lang Yueyao at an extremely fast speed. The hearts of the powerhouses in the air who witnessed this scene trembled violently. The opportunity has come. What are we waiting for if we don't make a move now? Although they didn't know why this blood was suddenly rioting, there was no doubt that now was the best time. Swish, swish. Those powerhouses harnessed their spirit beasts and their figures began to chase towards the drop of blood like lightning. Those gawking demigod-level ferocious beasts similarly did the same, greedily running wildly towards that drop of blood. Seeing with his own eyes the dragon blood floating away before his eyes, the usually steady Zhong Xiangtian had become anxious. The dragon blood broke free? Jin Xiao, hurry up and repel this black dragon. Although the words were said, the golden pillar of light released by Jin Xiao was currently being disintegrated by the cold ice energy at an extremely high speed. The next second, bang! Chapter 103, Void Space opens, absorbing blood. Bang! In the next second, that golden pillar of light released by Jin Xiao could no longer carry Jiang Yan's cold ice energy, and was directly disintegrated at an extremely high speed, and in the end, it even turned into blue fragments floating in the air. Zhong Xiangtian, who saw this scene, couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. Damn! This black dragon's strength is actually so terrifying. No, the goal now is that drop of dragon blood. We can't get entangled with it here. Jin Xiao, go after that drop of blood. Hearing Zhong Xiangtian's words, Jin Xiao turned his head and began to chase after the drop of dragon blood in the air at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Jiang Yan was very puzzled. But when he saw that the drop of blood was flying rapidly towards Lung Yueyao, he understood something. Could it be little Yao Yao? At this moment, when Lung Yueyao saw that Jiang Yan was dominating the airborne pair of waves, the big stone in her heart finally landed. But before she could let out a long breath, the piece of stone in her hand began to tremble madly. What on earth is going on here? Could it be that this stone attracted the drop of dragon blood that they were fighting over? She had just thought of this when a ferocious beast at the demigod level rushed over. Seeing this, the two-headed snake next to her rushed forward to block it, and fought with that one demigod-level ferocious beast. At this moment, the crowd chasing that drop of dragon blood in the air was getting more and more anxious. Despite the fact that they had already raised the speed of their spirit beasts to the extreme, they were still unable to catch up to that drop of blood, and instead, the gap was gradually being widened. Where exactly is this dragon blood going to run to? I don't know. Just chase it anyway. Even if it runs any further, it won't be able to run out of this ancient battlefield. After such a fierce chase lasted for roughly 15 seconds, the drop of dragon blood in the air suddenly turned sharply and flew up towards the ground. What? The crowd was startled and hurriedly looked towards the ground. When they saw that the drop of dragon blood was targeting a young girl, their hearts were greatly shocked. What? How could this dragon blood? The airborne Li could not help but let out a low curse even after seeing this scene. No wonder he hadn't been able to find it just now. It turned out to be hiding in such a remote place. This woman is that black dragon's royal beast master. Hearing these words, the crowd were all stunned, their pupils shrinking as they flowed out full of surprise. What? This black dragon's royal beastmaster is a young girl. They did think that this black dragon might have an imperial beastmaster, but they didn't expect that it would actually be such a young teenage girl. This? Forget it. Let's just ignore it for now and grab that drop of dragon blood. Just as the crowd was following that drop of blood in a hurry, the latter violently drilled headfirst into the piece of stone in Lang Yueyao's hand. Swish! Huh? How did it suddenly? Seeing that drop of blood suddenly drilled into the stone in her hand, Lang Yueyao was flattered. The crowd quickly came back to their senses after being shocked for a moment at the sight. Robbing the stone. Their goal had changed from grabbing the blood in the beginning to grabbing that stone now. Although they didn't know why that dragon blood had burrowed into that stone, they just needed to grab it. Just as the crowd was about to go grab that stone, Jiang Yan had already utilized the characteristics of void space and directly penetrated to Lang Yueyao's side. Swish! He brought Lang Yueyao and the two-headed snake to the top of his head before flying quickly towards the far side of the ancient battlefield. Xiao Yao! Lang Yueyao shouted excitedly. Xiao Yao! That dragon blood, why don't you know, suddenly drilled into this stone. Quick! Absorb it! Lang Yueyao hurriedly handed over the stone. But at this critical moment, Zhong Xiangtian rushed over in his golden dragon, and a golden fireball was directly sprayed out. Jiang Yan hurriedly dodged to the left side to avoid that golden fireball. But that wasn't the end of it. That golden dragon started as if it had gone crazy, continuously bombarding with golden fireballs. And the other powerhouses did the same, constantly harassing Jiang Yan with long-range attacks. Definitely can't let it swallow that stone. This was the thought in everyone's mind. As long as the attacks were uninterrupted, it wouldn't have that time to swallow that stone. And the result was exactly what they thought. Under this crazy and uninterrupted attack, Jiang Yan could only keep dodging with Lang Yueyao. Damn! These guys are so annoying. Jiang Yan cursed angrily in his heart. In an instant, he suddenly thought of something and immediately became ecstatic. I'll go. I almost forgot. There's still this move. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to directly open up a void space in front of him, then violently drilled headfirst into it. Buzz! In the next second, in the sight of the crowd, he directly disappeared into thin air. What? What's the situation? How did this black dragon suddenly disappear? This sudden situation caused the crowd to be at a bit of a loss. They hurriedly came to the place where Jiang Yan had disappeared, and then began to look around. Where's that black dragon? Where's that woman? How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? The knowledgeable Li said heavily after observing the surroundings. I think they must have hidden in the middle of a space. As for whether this space was created by themselves or was originally present in this ancient battlefield, then I don't know. What the hell? Hiding in a space? The faces of the crowd changed, anxious as if they were ants on a hot pan. No, if we delay any longer, that dragon blood will definitely be absorbed by that black dragon. Zhong Xiangtian frowned tightly, his eyes staring deathly at the place where Jiang Yan had disappeared. Humph. Wanting to hide in space and absorb the blood. How can it be that easy? Zhong Xiangtian sneered and said, Jin Xiao, destroy this space for me. I don't believe they can keep hiding. Jin Xiao nodded heavily, and the golden pillar of light in his mouth erupted violently, sweeping up directly. Holy light sanction. Wow! The crowd was stunned at the sight, but they soon realized something. Break space. With a strong enough attack, one can break those spaces. Even if the ancient battlefield had opened up a space, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand so many of us attacking together. Right? Attack together. The crowd immediately reached a consensus and began commanding the spirit beasts to attack the area where Jiang Nian had disappeared in a frenzy. At this moment, amongst the void space, due to the crowd's terrifying attack caused a tremor to start appearing in the void space from time to time. Xiao Yao. Take advantage of this time and hurry up to absorb it. Lung Yueyao hurriedly handed over the stone in her hand that had absorbed the dragon blood. Receiving the stone, Jiang Nian immediately thought of something. This seems to be a bone from the body of that dragon skeleton, and judging from this shape, it should be the heart location. Jiang Nian took a deep breath, and then swallowed that piece of stone in one gulp. Chapter 104, Ancient Ancestral Dragon. Song Huang. Buzz. The moment he swallowed that stone into his stomach, Jiang Nian only felt that his body was hot and dry, and his body was being filled with an extremely large amount of energy. What a powerful energy! I have to hurry and absorb this energy. As he was planning to absorb this energy, suddenly, time all stopped at this moment, and an illusory and powerful dragon race figure appeared in his world of consciousness. Seeing that dragon race figure, Jiang Nian froze. You are... Swish! Just as he was still puzzled, in the next second, that dragon race soul shook itself and directly turned into a tall and strong middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw Jiang Nian, all that flowed out of his beast pupil was laughter and delight. Hee, little fellow, you're finally here. As for my name, you can call me Song Huang. You and I are both equally of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Only that I'm a bit older than you is all. But... Song Huang looked Jiang Nian up and down. Transformation. Since he was in the middle of his conscious world, Jiang Nian was talking to Song Huang in his human form. The eyes of Song Huang in his soul state glowed slightly, and immediately afterward, he noticed something very interesting. Hee, you little guy isn't simple either. Buzz. In that instant, Jiang Nian's body trembled, feeling as if he had been completely seen through. Was this the pressure of the ancient ancestral dragon? Jiang Nian winced before hastily giving a big salute to Song Huang in front of him. Jiang Nian has met Senior. Hee, little fellow, no need to be polite. Song Huang hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, the color of satisfaction all in his eyes. Jiang Nian thought of something after he got up, and his eyes were filled with worry. By the way, Senior, little Yao Shi. Song Huang smiled and waved his hand signaling that he didn't need to worry. Hee, don't worry. The time in this space is extremely slow. An hour of us talking here is only a second outside. Hearing this, Jiang Nian's heart then completely dropped. Senior, why did you become like this now, and what exactly happened in that ancient battlefield? Song Huang lamented and recounted the full story of what happened back then. Back then, I had a great battle with a dozen or so human powerhouses who wanted to get the ancestral dragon blood in my body. Luckily, I was at my peak at that time, and that great battle lasted for a long time. The final result was that those dozen or so human powerhouses were killed by me, and I was also extremely injured. As you know, the ancestral dragon bloodline is capable of extreme recovery and immortality, but those despicable humans even used a forbidden method to restrict my abilities before they died, causing my soul to be heavily injured, and finally, I fell. However, before I fell, I threw a piece of bone at the location of my heart out of the ancient battlefield. Hee. Now you should understand. Hearing everything Song Huang explained, Jiang Nian came to a realization. So that's how it is. So all those rumors are true. Senior, then why don't you choose that golden dragon? It's also a dragon race. Hearing this, Song Huang smiled faintly before gently whacking Jiang Nian on the forehead. You little guy. Let me put it to you this way. Even though that golden dragon is at the divine level, it doesn't have an ancestral dragon bloodline in it. Although there's a chance that it will be able to advance to an ancestral dragon after absorbing my blood. Song Huang smiled. The fact that that imperial beastmaster of yours was able to obtain this stone shows that there is this fate between you and me. After absorbing my blood, you will become a true ancient ancestral dragon. Hearing the words ancient ancestral dragon, Jiang Nian's body trembled violently. His heart thrilled. Many thanks, Senior. Song Huang smiled and looked at Jiang Nian with great satisfaction. Hee. Well, little one, I've finished my words. It's time to go. Now that I only have a sliver of my soul left, I cannot stay for too long. At this moment, Jiang Nian suddenly thought of something, then said excitedly, Senior, I have a way to resurrect you. Upon hearing the word resurrection, A hint of surprise immediately flashed across Song Huang's eyes. Oh! Jiang Yan told him about utilizing the Dragon Soul Star Sand to resurrect the Dragon Clan. Hearing those words, Song Huang was very shocked. Hee, little fellow, I didn't expect it. You actually have this kind of heaven-defying ability. Just do your best. Little fellow, you are the pride of our Dragon Clan. Song Huang's eyes were filled with softness and satisfaction as he looked at Jiang Yan. And after his words fell, its soul completely dissipated. Elder, goodbye. I will definitely find a way to resurrect you. After Song Huang's departure, an additional bright glowing object appeared in the area where it had stayed. Dragon Soul Star Sand 1. Dragon Soul Star Sand 223. Jiang Yan walked forward and carefully collected it. Now there's only one Dragon Soul Star Sand missing. Then next, start absorbing this drop of dragon blood from Senior. At this moment, in the void space, Lang Yueyao looked at Jiang Yan, who was absorbing the dragon blood, with a worried expression. Since the two had signed an intrinsic contract, she could clearly feel that Jiang Yan's aura was now gradually becoming stronger. But it would take a certain amount of time. Right, these things might be able to help Xiao Yao. She rummaged among her storage ring for a while and found the props she had acquired earlier. Robe of the Underworld. When worn, it puts the target into a state of invisibility without any CD. Soul Dust. It can be used to strengthen your own soul or that of a spirit animal. Xiao Yao, go for it. But as time passed, the turbulence in this void space began to become more and more frequent. Until the next second,
Ka-ting,
a crack appeared in the void space.
ka-ting.
Ka-ching. A few more cracks appeared, and they continued to grow. Lang Yueyao was surprised. No, if this continues, this void space won't be able to withstand those people's attacks. Once this void space shatters, then, it seems that we can only. Her eyes became firm at this moment, and her heart made up its mind. One must buy enough time for Xiao Yao. When she thought of this, she patted the two-headed snake on the ground. Little snake, you protect him here. The two-headed snake shook its head and twisted its body to have arrived by that one broken crack. The meaning was already clear. Good. Then let's learn about those so-called strong Xia Kingdom people together. One person and one beast used that crack to leave the void space where Jiang Yan was. At this moment, the ancient battlefield. As the crowd's attacks grew stronger and crazier, only a click could be heard, and an additional crack appeared in the space not far away. The crowd was ecstatic and hurriedly said, "That space is showing signs of shattering. Everyone work harder." Just as they were frantically attacking, that Titan God Ape leapt high into the air, then slammed its fist onto that crack. Bang! The crack opening instantly became huge. Just as the crowd was rejoicing over this, Lang Yueyao jumped out of the void space with the two-headed snake and arrived at the ancient battlefield. Xiao Yao, don't worry. I will never let them interfere with you. Chapter 105. Lang Yueyao's Determination, Enemy of the World. In the ancient battlefield, seeing Lang Yueyao and the ice and fire two-headed serpent jumping out from the void space, the crowd stopped attacking for a moment. What's going on? This woman actually came out. She's stalling for time. The man let out a low curse. Hand over your spirit beast and I can let you live, one of the powerhouses said disdainfully. In his eyes, without her spirit beast, Lang Yueyao had become a lamb to be slaughtered. But Lang Yueyao's eyes were firm and her tone was unusually resolute. Don't even think about it, you bad guys. Come if you have the ability. She put one set of the previously ordered cold ice armor on herself and the other on the body of the two-headed snake. Not only that, before entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she had also purchased many props, which could finally come in handy at this moment. Although, I don't know if I can block the attacks of these powerful people and the ferocious beasts at the demigod level. Looking at the crowd in front of her that was black and ready to strike, for a moment, Lang Yueyao's thoughts were brought back to her previous life. In her previous life, it seemed to be like this, one person facing many strong people. But in this life, she did not regret it. She held those props in her hands, ready to deal with the attacks of many strong men and ferocious beasts. Little snake, those ferocious beasts will trouble you later. We just need to stall until Xiao Yao is able to successfully absorb the dragon blood. The two-headed snake nodded heavily, already prepared to die. Brother Yao, go for it. When the crowd saw Lang Yueyao in this state, They all laughed coldly, their eyes filled with contempt. No, without the spirit beast. What other means can you have? Cut the crap. This woman is stalling for time. As long as we finish her off, I don't believe that black dragon won't come out. At this moment, Huang Fu Ling's tightly frowning brows suddenly stretched out, then said, Zhong Xiangtian, how about we make a deal? Zhong Xiangtian froze. Tell me. The corner of Huang Fu Ling's mouth hung up in an evil smile. The blood of the dragon clan isn't absorbed that quickly. This woman can't stop so many of us. That dragon blood can go to you, but that black dragon has to go to us. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Those powerhouses following Huang Fu Ling's side nodded their heads in agreement when they saw this. No matter what, they couldn't suffer a hard loss. As long as they obtained that black dragon's blood, it would be a great boost to their strength as well. Right, we only have this one request. That's right, otherwise, we wouldn't have made it that easy for you. After hearing these words from the crowd, Zhong Xiangtian finally nodded his head after weighing the pros and cons in his mind. I only need that drop of dragon blood. The rest is up to you guys. But if anyone dares to break the rules, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Ha ha ha. Having your words is enough, do it. The man let out a loud laugh and commanded his spirit beast to charge towards Lang Yueyao. Several other people also did the same when they saw this, although it was a bit shameless to do so. But in order to get that black dragon's blood, they couldn't care less. Just as everyone was attacking one after another, the only one who looked grave was Li Yi, his eyes staring at the broken void space behind Lang Yueyao. Red Phoenix was puzzled and hurriedly came over and said, What are you waiting for? Do it. You don't want the dragon blood anymore. Li Yi took a deep breath. It's better to be careful. That woman dared to face so many of us alone. I think there must be some means. Humph. Whether there are means or not, we won't know if we try. Red Phoenix laughed coldly, then rushed up. Li Xuan originally wanted to wait and see for a bit longer, but fearing that the blood would be snatched away by others, he also rushed up. Seeing this scene, Li Xuan didn't rush to make a move, but laughed coldly in his heart. Humph, Lang Yueyao, even if you are more powerful, what can you do? Can you withstand the attack of these powerful people? I don't even need to make a move myself to kill you. I'll enjoy the blood of that black dragon when you die. Little Blue, let's not rush to make a move and wait for the right moment. Seeing the raging crowd as well as the many spirit beasts, Lang Yueyao first took the antidote potion and then gave the two-headed snake a bottle, followed by spreading the previously purchased beast repellent powder over a large area. Swish, swish. This was still the highest grade of beast repellent powder, which had an excellent effect on epic-level ferocious beasts, but the effect on demigod-level ferocious beasts was minimal. The Titan Divine Ape was the first to rush up, followed by a high leap and a fist smash towards Lang Yueyao. Seeing this, the two-headed snake next to her immediately brought her backward in a hurry. Swish! Although two-headed snake's speed was fast, the range of the Titan God Ape's attack was still too wide. Although the punch didn't directly hit, the terrifying impact still caused Lang Yueyao to take some damage. But with the protection of the cold ice armor, this damage was minimal. Demigod-level beasts are really still too difficult to deal with. Just as Lang Yueyao marveled, the remaining demigod-level beasts rushed over in a swarm. Seeing this, the two-headed snake twisted her head and took a deep look at that void space. She made some sort of determination in her heart, and then rushed up towards the group of ferocious beasts. While the twin-headed snake was fighting those ferocious beasts, many strong people had already harnessed their spirit beasts and arrived in front of Lang Yueyao. Little sister, don't be afraid. Obediently hand over your spirit beasts. We might even be able to let you go. Lang Yueyao's eyes were icy cold. She didn't reply and instantly took out a bottle and threw it fiercely towards the front. Humph. Still trying to resist? It's useless. The man laughed disdainfully, commanding his spirit beast to smash the bottle, flying over into pieces as soon as he did so. But what he didn't know was that it wasn't a simple bottle, but death potion dangerous. This potion has been cursed by the Lord of Death and possesses an extremely strong toxicity. The death potion was broken, and an extremely terrifying black aura instantly spread out. Swish, swish. What is this? Before the man could react, the black aura had completely surrounded him as well as the spirit beasts at his feet.
Z. No.
The terrifying toxicity completely erupted at this moment, and with the man's agonizing wails, the man and beast became a pile of bones. The few people beside them were stunned upon seeing this. What? This woman still has this tactic. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. I don't believe she has so many props she can use. After casually disposing of the man, Lang Yueyao immediately took out the Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff. Please, just hold on for a little while longer. Just a little while. Having seen Lang Yueyao take out a scepter, the crowd didn't hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha. Taking out a broken walking stick and you want to block our attacks? Woman, you are too naive. Just as they were about to attack, in the next second, Lang Yueyao's one action made them unable to laugh anymore, only to see that she took a deep breath and then ruthlessly slammed the Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff into the ground. Chapter 106, 1 against 100, Scrambling for Time. Boom! After Lang Yueyao slammed the Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff heavily into the ground, the next second a strange change suddenly rose. Buzz! Earth vein control. Able to sense underground water sources and veins, able to drain them instantly, turning the oasis into a dead land. Although it was unknown if there were any underground water sources in this ancient battlefield, there were definitely underground mineral veins. Wow! In the next second, a blue-purple mine was yanked out directly from the ground. Wow! Immediately followed by another black mine, and this mine was even more massive, and its rarity was even more precious obsidian, or, if it was placed outside in just one piece, it would need to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now Lang Yueyao can't care about this. As long as it can delay the time is good. Seeing a mine rushing up directly from the ground and blocking in front of them, the many strong people were a little confused for a moment. This woman still has this tactic? Seeing this obsidian mine in front of them, the eyes of the many strong men looked straight. This is obsidian mine and so this value must be over 100 million Don't freeze. This woman is trying to stall for time. Hurry up and break this mine. Anyway, this obsidian mine can't run away. When the time comes to divide it, it's not over. Hearing that strong man's analysis, the crowd came back to their senses and began to command their spirit beasts to launch an attack on the mine in front of them. Boom! Boom! Although this obsidian mine was large, it couldn't hold up to so many strong men attacking together. In just a few seconds' time, countless obsidian mines were scattered on the ground, and a huge crack had already appeared in the middle of it. The next second, bang! That obsidian mine was directly shattered into countless petals scattered on the ground. After breaking the mine, they were just about to go look for Lang Yueyao. But this air was filled with countless more fine sand. Sand? How can there be sand here? Just as several people were puzzled, Lang Yueyao had already begun waving the Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff. Waving the sand staff can summon a sandstorm that covers the sky, capable of devouring enemy targets or changing the terrain, plus 30% damage to beasts. This sandstorm was able to block the line of sight of spirit beasts, and it would also increase their damage by 30%. For a moment, the entire ancient battlefield was covered in yellow sand. The crowd couldn't see clearly in front of them for a while, so they could only command the spirit beasts to attack haphazardly. And this led to the start of mistaken injuries between them. However, such a sandstorm could only stop those who were in a hurry. As for Zhong Xiangtian and the others, although they were also plagued by the sandstorm for a few seconds, they quickly got a good look at the huge crack in the distance by utilizing the characteristics of spirit beasts. There's no need to waste time with this woman. As long as we break that crack, that black dragon will naturally come out. Jin Xiao, attack that crack. Roar! Jin Xiao received the order and blasted towards the crack with a huge fireball. Huang Fuling and the others also began to bombard that crack with long-range attacks. Not good! Lang Yueyao exclaimed, hastily using the second skill of the Alhaz's Sand Sovereign Staff. Immediately afterward, the earth of the ancient battlefield began to gradually turn into a river of sand, and immediately, Lang Yueyao raised the scepter high in the air. Wow! The underground river of sand rushed straight upwards, forming an immense and incomparable golden shield in front of that crack. Boom! Orhus's Sandlord Staff Durability. 8001000. Seeing their attacks being defended against, Huang Fuling and the others were shocked. What? It seems that we still underestimated this woman's methods. But how many times can such a tactic be used? Huang Fuling sneered, and her attacks became more frequent and more frantic. At this time, there were quite a few people who got rid of the sandstorm's control, and the angry ones actually launched their attacks directly towards Lung Yueyao. Damn. This woman's methods are so damn weird, causing us to almost kill each other. Damn it. Let's get her killed first. They harnessed their spirit beasts to charge towards Lang Yueyao, and the end result was, they were so focused on attacking that they didn't notice the underground. Swish! Several people directly rushed into the range of the underground sand river. What the hell? What the hell is this? Sand river. This is a sand river. Quickly break free or we'll be in trouble. They began to desperately break free. Countless skills poured into the sand river like rain. Although the river of sand was able to digest these attacks, the durability of Orhus's sand sovereign staff was dropping rapidly. Durability 6001000. Durability 4501000. However, Lung Yueyao wasn't bothered at all. As long as she could stall for time, it was fine. So hard to drag a full 2.5 minutes of time in the crowd of stormy general attack. Finally, durability 1000. Orhus's sand sovereign staff shattered. Splat! It completely and utterly disappeared into Lung Yueyao's hand like quicksand. This woman's prop shattered. Everyone attack. Damn. Still being dragged by her for so long. You guys go break that crack. I'll go get this woman. I'll go too, damn it. Seeing the prop shatter, Zhong Xiangtian was ecstatic. Golden sky. Holy light sanction. Boom. As a powerful attack hit that void crack, the crack began to grow larger and larger. Gatsing, gatsing. After the void crack became larger, Zhong Xiangtian's face was suddenly extremely poor. Not good. I feel that Black Dragon is absorbing that drop of blood. He was so anxious that he directly rushed towards that crack. Little snake. Lang Yueyao wanted to call out to Little Snake, but looking over to the fierce beast battlefield, the two-headed snake had already been torn into two halves. One head was thrown in the distance, and the other was stomped into pieces by the Titan god ape. Being able to hold on for so long, it had already done its best. Little snake, as Lang Yueyao exclaimed, Zhong Xiangtian and the others had already arrived in front of that void rift. Not good. Lang Yueyao brought out her last resort. Sand funnel of time. Swish! She slammed the sand funnel of time in her hand hard into the ground. The sand funnel of time. Begin. Time rewind. Buzz. In the next second, except for Lang Yueyao, the time around her began to rapidly retrace. What? At this moment, the movements of the crowd's hands stopped and began to continuously rewind. They knew that the time around them was rewinding, but they couldn't intervene. At this moment, the crowd was shocked in their hearts and wanted to stop it, but they didn't have any means to counteract it. What in the world is going on here? Time is going back. What kind of person is this woman in the end? To have such a heaven-defying ability as time regression. Suffered. The crowd was cursing angrily in their hearts, but they were unable to change the situation and could only allow the sand funnel of time to rewind time to 3 minutes ago. Since Jiang Yan was in the void space, he was not affected by the sand of time funnel. As the sand of time funnel came into play, the huge crack in the air was going back a little bit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed by 1 second at a time, and 3 minutes passed by in a flash. Chapter 107, Extreme Save, Crushing begins. Once the 3 minutes were up, the sand funnel of time ended with it. Xiao Yao. This is the last thing I can do for you. Lung Yueyao's eyes were unusually resolute, without a trace of fear, much less a hint of retreat. Being able to contract you to become my spirit beast is the most correct thing I've ever done in my life. The crowd couldn't help but curse out just as soon as the time of the sand of time funnel ended. Damn. Still letting this woman drag on for so long. Really? Don't talk nonsense. That woman's prop time is over. Everyone get on. On. The crowd went crazy and rushed towards Lang Yueyao and the void rift. Damn. This black dragon won't succeed in absorbing the blood. Damn. Didn't you say that absorbing dragon blood isn't that fast? How the hell did I know that this woman would drag it out for such a long time? At this moment, Zhong Xiangtian and the others' faces became extremely ugly, because it might be possible that it was this precious 3 minutes of time that allowed that black dragon to successfully absorb the blood. This woman is really getting in the way. Whatever. Let's break that crack first. Jin Xiao go. Many powerful people as well as those remaining ferocious beasts rushed madly towards Lang Yueyao. Facing that rain-like attack, Lang Yueyao didn't dodge or escape, but instead looked back at that void crack, her eyes full of reluctance. This time, she did not regret making such a decision. She closed her eyes tightly, recalling the previous points with Jiang Nian. Although her heart was full of reluctance and helplessness, it seems that it can only end here. The crowd saw this scene have coldly laughed, and even in their hearts have begun to fantasize how strong they will become after getting the black dragon's blood. Haha, I'll be able to get dragon blood too. It's cool to think about it. But just when the crowd's attack was about to touch Lang Yueyao, that void crack suddenly became incomparably huge, followed by the next second, bang! The void crack directly exploded, followed by an unparalleled terrifying aura that erupted, instantly dissolving all of the crowd's rain-like attacks. And this, too, was only something that happened in a single breath. Seeing their strongest attacks being easily dissolved, the crowd was confused for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words as they looked towards that void rift. Buzz! But it was with this glance that they only felt their scalps tingle and goosebumps fall all over their bodies, because they were able to clearly sense that there was an extremely terrifying aura in that void. Just by looking at it, their chests sank and they began to gasp for air. Damn it! That black dragon couldn't be. No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. How could this blood be absorbed so quickly? At this moment, Zhong Xiangtian's face became incomparably grave, his eyes staring at the crack. Suffered. Even though everyone was unwilling to believe what was in front of them, the truth was, bang! In the next second, the entirety of that space exploded, and an immense and incomparable black figure appeared in front of Lang Yueyao. Under that figure, even the huge-sized Jin Xiao was like a child in front of him. At this time, Lang Yueyao, who was already prepared to die, realized that the attack didn't come, and she opened her eyes in doubt. Seeing the scene in front of her, tears could no longer stop flowing from the corners of her eyes. Little Yao, you made it! She excitedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, almost on the verge of screaming out in excitement. She was able to clearly feel that the current Xiao Yao's aura had become extremely terrifying and was not even on the same level as before. And after successfully absorbing that drop of blood, Jiang Nian's bloodline had a terrifying boost and was now an ancient ancestral dragon. After rushing out of the void space, Jiang Nian glanced back at the injured Lang Yueyao as well as the dead two-headed snake. The beast pupil was filled with killing intent and anger. If he hadn't made a breakthrough in time, little Yao Yao would have definitely met an untimely end. Immediately, he looked at the long-dead two-headed snake. Even she is because of me. However, fortunately, I have now become an ancient ancestral dragon, and it only takes a drop of blood to bring it back from the dead. The most important thing now is to make the greedy group of people in front of me pay the price. With a slight flap of his wings, Jiang Yan set off a slight hurricane to move the bodies of Lang Yueyao and the two-headed snake to a safe location. After doing this, his eyes indifferently scanned the crowd at his feet. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Yan had successfully absorbed the drop of dragon blood, the crowd was dumbfounded. They subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The overwhelming pressure alone was already weighing them down. No, didn't you say that dragon blood isn't absorbed so quickly? How come? How the hell should I know? The man burst out a few foul words, his eyes filled with fear. Zhong Xiangtian's face suddenly turned white, unable to accept this cruel reality. How did this happen? While Zhong Xiangtian was shocked, the golden sky under his feet couldn't stop trembling. The bloodline suppression in his bones made it unable to raise its head at all. Huang Fuling and the others even stood up with their hair directly. Only one word in their hearts. Escape. Rush to escape this ancient battlefield. Oh no! This black dragon has evolved now. Quickly go. If we don't go, we will all die here. After saying these words with a horrified expression, Huang Fuling almost didn't even think about it and turned around to leave. The rest of the few people saw this and clenched their teeth in death. It seems that they are still a bit undying. After wasting so much time, now saying leave, how is this going to work? That's right. We have so many people. I don't believe this black dragon can. However, that person's words had not yet been spoken. What happened next became a shadow for his whole life, only to see Jiang Yan just an ordinary dragon roar. the body of the ancient ancestral dragon pressure completely burst out and instantly spread all the corners of this ancient battlefield. Roar! Oh no! Zhong Xiangtian felt bad in his heart and just wanted to turn around and escape, but it was already too late. Boom! He, along with the golden dragon underneath his feet, was immediately enveloped by this dragon's might, and immediately afterward, he was directly blasted onto the ground and smashed out a large pit. Not only Zhong Xiangtian, but all the other powerhouses were the same, not lasting more than a second under this dragon might. Not good. Boom! 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 One after another, the figures smashed down from the air like raindrops, finally falling heavily on the ground. As for those strong people who were originally on the ground, they were even more deeply embedded into the pile of bones of the ancient battlefield. Even more horrifyingly, after 3 seconds, spirit beasts below the demigod level as well as ferocious beasts exploded into a cloud of blood mist in a single glance, not even leaving behind their corpses. For a moment, the entire ancient battlefield was instantly filled with the sounds of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts exploding. As for the beast masters who harnessed them, those below the master level didn't last more than 3 seconds before their bodies directly exploded. As for the dozen or so grandmasters such as Li Yi and the others, they felt the bones in their bodies clicking as if they were going to fall apart in the next second. There was already no room to fight back at all. This time, it's over. Chapter 108. Want to escape? Break something first. He wanted to command his spirit beast to attack. But right now, even lifting his finger was a problem, let alone speaking. As for Li's spirit beast, after struggling to support it for 3 seconds, it was unsurprisingly blasted to the ground, letting out gusts of fearful agony as well as low roars. That demigod-level Titan God Ape was not suppressed on the ground like the other ferocious beasts due to its size and strong defense. However, even so, it was still immobilized by Jiang Nian's dragon might. Jiang Nian's beast pupil flickered, and without any unnecessary action, a round of enhanced Taiku dragon flame directly sprayed over, perhaps because of the absorption of the ancestral dragon's blood. At this time, the swift dragon flame no longer appeared red, but turned black. Wow! Wherever the swift dragon flame swept through, everything turned into ashes, and that included that one Titan God Ape. The demigod-level beast was killed in a second. However, this wasn't the end. The Taiku dragon flame from Jiang Nian's mouth didn't stop and blasted towards the other beasts. Killed Titan Ape, gained experience value plus. Kill Titan Ape, gain attack power plus. Kill. Hearing the system's beeps coming from his head, Jiang Nian ignored it, and the swift dragon flame in his mouth never stopped. In an instant, the originally crumbling Taiku battlefield instantly turned into a ruin, along with the corpses of those ferocious beasts on the ground as well as the skeletons and a few other things were burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind at all. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhong Xiangtian strongly supported his body as well as the sound of bones crunching and hiding behind Jin Xiao. Damn! This black dragon has evolved into an ancient ancestral dragon. No, we have to find a way to leave quickly. He braced himself against the tearing sensation caused by his body and took out a spatial talisman from among his storage ring. This was a life preservation prop that he had obtained earlier, and he had never thought that it would be used here. He gritted his teeth in death, then crushed the spatial talisman into pieces with one hand. Snap! The moment the spatial talisman was crushed, a passageway appeared out of nowhere right above him. Buzz! That channel erupted with a powerful suction force that began to suck Zhong Xiangtian and Jin Xiao towards the air. No, Zhong Xiangtian is going to run away. Let's hurry and run as well. Upon seeing this scene, Li Yi and the others used their own means of preserving their lives. After all, they were also strong people of the Xia Kingdom, so how could they not have a little means of saving their lives on them? Only, this life-saving means was only once. Buzz, buzz. In the next second, nearly 30 channels suddenly appeared right above the ancient battlefield. Although Li Prowler and the others had the means to save their lives, the others did not. One of them gritted his teeth, just wanted to remind his buddy next to him but turned his head with difficulty only to realize that person could no longer carry Jiang Nian's dragon, might turning into a puddle of flesh. Bang! Bang bang! Seeing with their own eyes that their close friends, as well as the person who was just about to threaten to obtain the black dragon's blood, had turned into a puddle of mush. The eyes of the crowd were filled with despair, having completely given up hope of surviving. Zhong Xiangtian and the others had the means to save their lives, but they did not. It's over. At this moment, they want to go back to before. If they just stood by and watched. If they didn't strike out just now because of greed. I'm afraid that they wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. However, everything was too late. Bang! Other than those strong people who had means to save their lives, the rest of them and his spirit beasts were already exploding into a bloody mist. Jiang Nian, who was continuously destroying the battlefield with his swift dragon flame, couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw this scene. Trying to escape? Can you escape? Talk to my dragon claws. He directly opened up a void space in front of him, followed by the dragon claw swinging over. Wow! Several strong men were still secretly celebrating. But the next second, tear! Where the dragon's claw skimmed over, both humans and spirit beasts were directly split in two. Kill spirit beast. Gained experience value plus. Kill spirit beast. To gain experience value plus. Damn. How did this black dragon's strength become so terrifying? Don't bull. Hurry up and go. If you don't go, it'll be too late. After a few people cursed, they hurriedly placed their respective spirit beasts into the Imperial Beast space, not daring to stay too long. After the crowd had utilized their life-preserving means, the passageway above them formed a protective barrier over them. This greatly reduced the dragon's might, but it was only a reduction and could not be completely eliminated. The speed of leaving was still slow. Want to leave? Gotta leave something behind. Jiang Yen snorted coldly as the void space activated again. Buzz. Nightmare binding. Void space plus nightmare binding. The black chains that suddenly appeared immediately locked their bodies. Li Yi's eyes and hands were quick to dodge, but he was still locked by the black chains on his left arm. Suffered. Seeing that he was going to be surrounded by the black chains, he gritted his teeth and without the slightest hesitation took out his blade and directly cut off his left arm. Tear. In front of an arm and his life, he still had a clear distinction. After losing one of his left arms, only then did Li Free manage to leave the ancient battlefield. At the sight of Li cutting off his left arm, the crowd was dumbfounded. What? But before they could be surprised, the black chains rushed over like ghosts. Wow! Someone was entangled in his right leg, and just as he hesitated to break his leg, the black chains immediately locked him into a dumpling. No, no. With that person's desperate hiss, he never made any more sound. Damn. This is the only way. Seeing the situation, the crowd took out their blades and sliced off the parts that were trapped by the black chains, and only then did they manage to escape from the ancient battlefield. There was a smart powerhouse who even wanted to use his blade to directly cut off the black chain. But in the end, the result was that he went away very peacefully. Seeing those strange black chains coming towards him quickly, Zhong Xiangtian's mouth twitched. Jin Shao, burn it. Holy light sanction. Roar. Jin Shao trembled his body a few times, and powerful golden flames erupted violently. Wow! That golden flame was indeed very powerful, and the black chains began to show signs of melting the moment they came into contact with it. Just as Zhong Xiangtian was rejoicing in ecstasy over this, the swift dragon flame in Jiang Yan's mouth had already been poised to strike. Just you kid is the most arrogant, right? Take another move from me and try it. Roar. Jiang Yan aimed at Zhong Xiangtian in the air and spewed out a round of black swift dragon flame directly after Zhong Xiangtian, who was still ecstatic in his heart that he was about to escape from ascension, saw this scene. The smile on his face directly froze in place, and he immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. Damn! This black dragon. Chapter 109. Resurrecting the Two-Headed Snake. Successful transformation. It was only after feeling the temperature of this ancient battlefield rising rapidly that Zhong Xiangtian gradually came back to his senses. This black dragon. He let out a low curse in his heart and hurriedly said, Jin Shao, quickly block it. Roar. Instead of making a move, Jin Zhao's body began to tremble continuously, because, ever since Jiang Yan became an ancient ancestral dragon, its bloodline had been suppressed. In the face of Jiang Yan was like seeing his old ancestor. Even kneeling to worship is too late, and how dare to randomly strike. Seeing that the golden Shao underneath him didn't even move for a while, Zhong Xiangtian angrily said, Jin Shao, what are you waiting for? Do something. If we don't make a move, we're all going to die here. Hearing Zhong Xiangtian's words, only then did Jin Shao choose to strike with a hard dragon skin. It began to burn a large portion of the blood in its body, and with a flap of its wings, a powerful golden storm instantly surrounded it. With this move, it had to use its full strength, because, if it didn't go all out, it might not even have the chance to make its next move. Roar! Golden storm! Holy light verdict! With Jin Zhao's roar, the terrifying golden flames mixed with the golden storm clashed with Jiang Yan's Taiku dragon flame. Boom! As long as I can fight for it, it doesn't take long. Zhong Xiangtian thought this in his heart. This was the strongest strike unleashed by Jin Zhao. Although he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to repel that black flame, it would definitely be fine to block it for a while. When Zhong Xiangtian thought this way in his heart, the next second, the strongest strike unleashed by Jin Zhao was destroyed by the black swift dragon flame in a devastating attack. The black flame instantly subsumed that golden flame of Jin Zhao and then attacked towards Zhong Xiangtian. Wow! What? Not good, Jin Zhao, quickly dodge, said Zhong Xiangtian in a hurry as he instantly changed drastically. Jin Zhao's dodging speed was fast enough, but some of the black flames of the swift dragon flame still covered its left wing. Zzz. That black inflammation began to continuously scorch Jin Zhao's left wing, causing it to suffer serious injuries in just a few breaths. And what was even more terrifying was that this black inflammation was still continuously spreading towards Jin Zhao's body. Roar! Not good. If it continues to spread like this, Golden Xiao will die. Seeing Jin Zhao letting out a roar of pain, Zhong Xiangtian gritted his teeth and directly sliced off its left wing. Tear! The recovery ability of the dragon race were all very strong. Even if they chopped off a wing, they would be able to recover in time. Only the shadow and damage this caused would not be so easy to recover from. Compared to a left wing and a life, of course the latter was more important. After Jin Zhao lost his left wing, Zhong Xiangtian managed to escape from the ancient battlefield. In the last second before leaving the ancient battlefield, he gave Jiang Yan a deep look. Good. I, Zhong Xiangtian, will remember this revenge. After Zhong Xiangtian completely left, the battle in the upper ancient battlefield had thus far subsided. At this time, the entire upper ancient battlefield was also left with Lang Yueyao alone. After seeing Jiang Yan successfully absorb the dragon blood, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Little Yao, you're fantastic. Her eyes hid a tenderness that couldn't be melted. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and delight. If it wasn't for Xiao Yao's timely strike just now, she might have really been, but it's all over and done with now. Just as Lang Yueyao let out a long breath in her heart, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the two-headed snake behind her. Little Yao, come save the little snake. Hearing Lang Yueyao's cries, Jiang Yan hurriedly turned smaller and flew to her side. Little Yao, little snake, is it still saved? The ice and fire twin-headed snake on the ground had already died for many hours. One head was floating not far away, while the other was buried deep into the ground on top of it. The body was even more scarred. Even the skin was about to be directly ripped off. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's heart was very sad. Don't worry, with Big Brother here, you won't die. If it was before trying to resurrect the ice and fire two-headed snake, there was still some trouble, but now, Jiang Yan smiled in his heart and immediately placed a drop of dragon blood on the two-headed snake's body. This was a drop of dragon blood from the ancient ancestral dragon. Buzz! The moment the drop of dragon blood fell onto the two-headed serpent's body, that tattered body immediately erupted with a powerful light. In the next instant, that golden light immediately surrounded the two-headed snake's body, and gradually and surprisingly, it began to show signs of a humanoid shape. Ha! Could this be taking shape? Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise. Jiang Yan laughed in his heart. All of this was clearly within his expectations. This was the bloodline of the ancient ancestral dragon. It was completely reasonable for the two-headed snake to evolve and take shape. Buzz! Just as the two-headed snake evolved, Lang Yueyao rushed to Jiang Yan's side and hugged him into his arms. Little Yao, I almost couldn't see you anymore. She hugged Jiang Yan into it fiercely before placing a kiss on his forehead. Luckily, with the help of the hourglass of time, otherwise the situation would have been really dangerous. Right, there's also those guys. Listening to Lang Yueyao, Jiang Yan smiled, his beast pupil filled with tenderness and apologies. I'm sorry, little Yao, for letting you get hurt. Don't worry, from now on, I won't put you in a dangerous situation again. Jiang Yan moved his dragon claws and felt the huge energy within his body. His level had now come to level 36, and he had completed his third evolution in the void space. This third evolution, although from the appearance of the top there is no special changes, maybe the body size increased a little, but in the skills and other places occurring changes are still quite large, especially in the bloodline pressure. Nowadays, he sometimes didn't need to do anything at all. Even when he was facing a high-grade ferocious beast or spirit beast, the pressure released within his body would be able to directly make his body explode and die. That was the most terrifying part. All in all, this time, coming to the ancient battlefield is really the right thing to do. Right at this moment, the two-headed snake surrounded by white light finally showed a hint of breaking its shell. Xiao Yao. Look quickly. The little snake is about to break its shell.
Ka-ting, ka-ting.
As a crack appeared on top of the white light, it eventually completely exploded. Although the two-headed snake was reborn and also took on a human form, it was now in a state of nakedness. Jiang Nian hastily turned around after seeing the first sight. I'll go. How come 0 frame starts without any warning at all? Seeing this, Lang Yueyao beside him hurriedly took out a piece of his own clothing from his storage ring and draped it over the two-headed snake. Little snake, welcome back. At this moment, two-headed snake was still in a state of bewilderment. Her memory was even still stuck in the time when she was torn apart by the Titan God Ape's hand. I'm this. She looked down and realized that she had actually completed her transformation and possessed a human body. I actually transformed? I resurrected. Her eyes were filled with incredulity, and it even felt like everything was a dream. How could this be that she could actually be resurrected? When she intercepted the Titan God Ape and the many other ferocious beasts, she was already in the mindset of certain death, but she didn't expect. Just as the two-headed snake was shocked, Lang Yueyao suddenly had a small blush on her face and hurriedly helped her organize her clothes. Aya, little snake. If you keep going like this, you're going to be seen naked. Chapter 110, Wildly Collecting Rewards, Gathering Dragon Soul Star Sand. Lang Yueyao reddened her little face and hurriedly wrapped the clothes around the little snake's body. But even so, her enchanting figure was still on full display. The little snake obviously didn't know this yet, and only happily expressed her gratitude to Lang Yueyao. Thank you. Yao, brother Yao. After slightly organizing her clothes, she walked to Jiang Yan's front, then fell to the ground and worshipped. Your gift of saving my life. I will never forget it. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do, and I definitely won't have any complaints. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan somewhat awkwardly touched his dragon claw. Why did it always feel like there was something strange about these words somewhere? After coughing twice in his mind, he turned around, then waved his dragon claw. No need to say thank you, since you chose to help me. Then this is what you deserve. Thanks to you and little Yo-Yo for helping me buy time. By the way, how do you feel after transforming into a form? Hearing this, little snake slowly got up, then looked down at her enchanting figure. She looked at her slender jade hands, and then looked in front of her. Well, it's quite good. It just feels a bit uncomfortable. There's some more inexplicable things in front. It feels very uncomfortable and heavy. After saying that, the little snake wanted to directly grab it with both hands. Seeing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly said, All right, cough cough. You'll slowly get used to it later. Although you've transformed, you haven't completely absorbed that drop of my blood. Absorb it as soon as possible. It will only benefit you and do you no harm. The little snake nodded thankfully, then began to absorb the drop of blood from Jiang Yan. Lang Yueyao suddenly had a good suggestion. Xiao Yao, since the little snake has transformed into a human form, shouldn't we give her a name? Jiang Yan nodded. He was also having this thought. Lang Yueyao thought left and right, and finally came up with a more suitable name. Hey, why don't we just call her Spirit Frost? That's a nice name, eh? Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Lang Yueyao hemmed and hawed, clearly very satisfied with the new name she had come up with. Spirit Frost. That's a nice name. Jiang Yan smiled faintly in his heart, then surveyed the huge ancient battlefield. Since we are now the only ones left in the entire ancient battlefield, it's time for the exciting treasure hunt again. Although that group of guys exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and some low material storage rings might have shattered with them, but the stuff inside this was scattered outside. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan became excited. He flew to Lang Yueyao's shoulder, then patted her shoulder and pointed at this ancient battlefield. Lang Yueyao was first puzzled for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant. Yes, the fact that a passageway hasn't appeared in this ancient battlefield yet means that it's not over yet. We still have a lot of time. Just like that, the one man and one beast began to search greatly inside this ancient battlefield. Sure enough, just as Jiang Yan thought, although that group of guys were dead, the good things inside their storage rings were spilled inside the ancient battlefield. And there were also some high material storage rings, although they were scalded by the flames to a pitch-black color and were still a little broken. However, after Jiang Yan's third evolution, he was particularly sensitive to anything in this world that had an aura. Under this almost carpet search, Lang Yueyao and Jiang Yan were directly making a fortune. Just the low-level storage rings that were all on their hands were as high as 100, while as for the high-level storage rings, there were 36 of them, and some of them were the special storage rings that were on the hands of those powerful people. These types of storage rings were extremely precious, and the space inside was very large, and would also play a certain defensive role. Just one of them could be worth $10 million or even more. Lang Yueyao had 11 of them. This is just the storage rings, not counting the props scattered on the ground, as well as experience books and so on. One person and one beast had spent 3 hours collecting items in this ancient battlefield. And in this, Jiang Yan also found an even bigger surprise. This is... He arrived at the area where Zhong Xiangtian had fled earlier, only to realize that the golden dragon's wings had been burned into a piece of nothingness by the dragon flame. Just above this piece of nothingness, there was a little bright object floating in the air. Dragon Soul Star Sand. Jiang Yan was ecstatic and immediately flew forward to collect it. Dragon Soul Star Sand 1. Dragon Soul Star Sand 333 that you currently possess. You have been able to use the summoning of the Dragon Abyss. You may use the Dragon God's Pupil to view the location of the summoning. Hearing the system's beeps in his head, Jiang Yan was excited, but he soon realized something. This Dragon Soul Star Sand wasn't as pure as before, and the amount was also very small. It was probably just 1/5 of the amount of those Dragon Soul Star Sand from before. But even so, Jiang Yan was still happy. Finally, he was able to use the mythic phrase, "Senior, the promise made by Senior, I didn't expect it to be fulfilled so soon." However, this Dragon Soul Star Sand is not particularly complete. Resurrecting Senior is not a problem, it is. I'm afraid that it won't be able to restore Senior to his peak strength. Forget it, let's resurrect it first. There's plenty of ways to raise the strength when the time comes. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed in his heart. At that moment, Spirit Frost had already completely absorbed the dragon blood in her body. The current her bloodline had improved, not to mention that she had reached the divine beast level herself. Feeling the great changes that had occurred in her body, Spirit Frost excitedly ran to Jiang Yan's side. "Brother Yao, I've become a divine beast now." Jiang Yan smiled. "That's inevitable. This is the blood of an ancient ancestral dragon." Spirit Frost was so happy in her heart that she directly fell to her knees. "Many thanks, Brother Yao. I won't forget your great favor." Seeing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly helped her up, but his eyes hurriedly glanced elsewhere. Why did the Spirit Frost change so much after taking human form? Ahem. Well, you first adapt to this human body. I still have some things to do. Ling Yuan nodded repeatedly and started jumping up and down to move around. However, in Jiang Yan's eyes it looked like jumping around. Ahem. I only have little Yao Yao in my eyes. How can I be attracted to such vulgar things? He coughed twice in his mind, then hastily used the Dragon God's Pupil. Buzz! After using the Dragon God's Pupil, Jiang Yan immediately surveyed the surroundings of this ancient battlefield. Swish! Sure enough, there really is one here, and that place wasn't somewhere else. It was exactly on an open space to the right of Cang Huang's skeleton. Jiang Yan rejoiced, then hurriedly looked into the air. Hey, a full moon. This is too much of a coincidence. Although it wasn't clear if every night in this ancient battlefield was a full moon night, but it didn't matter anymore. Phew, in that case, let's get started. Chapter 111. Resurrecting Cang Huang. Then, let's begin. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yan flew over to Lang Yueyao's side, then used his dragon claws to compare and briefly describe what he was going to do next. Lang Yueyao understood and nodded heavily. You mean to resurrect that senior in this ancient battlefield, right? The passageway to leave the ancient battlefield hasn't appeared yet. We still have time. Jiang Yan nodded and then brought them to the side of the Cang Huang skeleton. Although there were also the bones of ferocious beasts and humans next to them, there were still a lot less compared to other places. Not bad. It's so empty. It's really a good place for resurrection. Jiang Yan waved his dragon claw, allowing Leng Yueyao and Ling Fong to hide in a safe location to avoid any further changes afterward. After seeing them take cover, Jiang Yan flew to the center of that clearing and took out the Dragon Soul Star sand that he had collected earlier. Swish, swish. While the Dragon Soul Star sand was floating in the air, Jiang Yan fused another drop of his dragon blood with it and finally landed in the center of the clearing. Buzz! Lost Dragon Soul Star Sand 3. Hearing the sound emanating from the system, Jiang Yan's face did not have any ripples, but instead his eyes were staring at the empty space under his feet. The moment the blood fell, a huge resurrection spell formation began to be automatically outlined on this open space with the dragon's blood as its guide. As the resurrection formation was perfected, Jiang Yan was able to clearly sense that Song Huang's aura was gradually recovering. However, perhaps it was because that last Dragon Soul Star Sand was not powerful enough, causing the aura that erupted to not be as terrifying. However, even so, it still reached the divine level. Buzz! As time passed by minute, Song Huang's figure on the resurrection spell gradually perfected and eventually turned into a humanoid. However, he had not completely turned into a human body, and some parts of his body still had dragon scales. Welcome back, Senior. Jiang Yan smiled. After his resurrection and return, Song Huang slowly opened his eyes, but strangely, there was not a trace of blood in his eyes, just like an empty shell. Jiang Yan excitedly said, Senior, I promised to resurrect you before. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Unfortunately, there are slightly some flaws, so I can't restore you to your peak strength, Senior. Senior, you... Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Song Huang in the middle of the formation. What's going on? He hurriedly flew to the middle of the formation to check, only to find that Song Huang had only revived his physical body and his soul had yet to return to its place. Seeing this scene, he suddenly thought of something before letting out an ouch. Oops. Senior Song Huang said before that those human powerhouses used a forbidden method to seal his abilities before they died. It should be that even the senior's soul was sealed together, which is why it led to this. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan hurriedly flew to the location of the Song Huang skeleton. Under his careful search, sure enough, there was a trace of a formation found underneath the Song Huang skeleton. In that the formation is still effective after so much time has passed. It seems that the few human powerhouses that fought with Senior Song Huang were really powerful. However, it ends here. Senior, I'm sorry. Jiang Yan took a deep breath as the swift dragon flame directly blasted out. Although it was said that he had controlled the power as well as the range of the dragon flame, a small portion of the black flames still splattered onto the body of the Song Huang skeleton. Zzz. Under Jiang Yan's terrifying attack, the underground formation began to gradually break, and Song Huang's skeleton was also affected to a certain extent. Jiang Yan did not rush, but increased his efforts. After a full 2.5 minutes of attacking with the swift dragon flame in this manner, the formation restricting Song Huang's soul was finally completely shattered. Ka-ching. Bang. The moment the formation shattered, a powerful soul directly rushed out from the ground before drilling headfirst into Song Huang's body. Buzz. In that case, there's no problem. Jiang Yan smiled. As the soul entered his body, Song Huang's face began to gradually become blood-colored, and he completely recovered before a while. It's ancient battlefield? I'm resurrected? Song Huang incredulously surveyed everything around him. He could not even somewhat believe his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yan smiled and said, Welcome back, Senior. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, Song Huang instantly understood something. Little fellow, could it be true that you used that method to resurrect me? Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. It's just that the only drawback is that it can't restore your strength to its peak state, Senior. In response, Song Huang just laughed a few times and moved his torso a bit, not taking it to heart in the slightest. Ha ha ha, no harm, no foul. You little fellow, you really do always surprise me. Formation, resurrection, this is really not even dare to think about it. Afterward, Jiang Yan somewhat awkwardly informed Song Huang of some of the drawbacks of this resurrection. That is, the resurrected person would be completely at the beck and call of the summoner, and if they disobeyed, their souls would all be imprisoned forever, with no possibility of resurrection. In response, Song Huang just casually waved his hand. Harm. This is all trivial. Don't take it to heart. Seeing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly called out Leng Yueyao and Ling Fong, who were hiding at the back. Again. You're this little guy's royal beast master, right? Song Huang looked Leng Yueyao up and down. Yes, senior, you. How are you? Leng Yueyao nodded with some fear, looking very restrained. At this moment, Song Huang's dragon god pupil opened up, seeming to have thoroughly seen through Leng Yueyao, revealing a meaningful smile. Hee, interesting. After introducing and recognizing each other, Jiang Yan slowly said, Senior, since you have been revived, let's go out. There doesn't seem to be anything precious left in this ancient battlefield. Song Huang smiled and said, There's no hurry first, I need to retrieve something. Saying so, he arrived in front of those patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters in a flash. After his resurrection, Song Huang's skeleton then dissipated in the ancient battlefield, and the only thing that still existed was the dozen or so corpses of the Imperial Beastmasters in front of him. Immediately afterward, Song Huang waved his right hand and drew back a dozen of dragon chi from among those corpses. They have absorbed a portion of my dragon chi, so their flesh hasn't dissipated yet now. As those dragon chi were absorbed into Song Huang's body, those corpses started to rot along with them and eventually turned into piles and piles of white bones. Although they had turned into white bones, there were still some dust-like things floating in the air. Song Huang smiled at Leng Yueyao and said, Woman child, these are the soul dusts of the Grandmaster Royal Beastmasters and the Patriarch Royal Beastmasters. Take it. Leng Yueyao hurriedly nodded before carefully putting the soul dust into a small bottle. The higher the Royal Beastmaster rank, the more precious the soul dust became. Not only could these things increase the soul power of spirit beasts, they were also able to increase the spirit power of the Imperial Beastmaster. Moreover, these were Master and Grandmaster level soul dusts, which made them even more precious. Immediately, Song Huang waved his right hand again and collected all the storage rings of those dead Imperial Beastmasters and handed them over to Leng Yueyao. Woman child, you can collect all these things as well. These things are just like treasures in the eyes of those guys, even more important than their lives. Chapter 112, Leaving the Ancient Battlefield, Xia shook. Leng Yueyao wasn't polite either, and after smiling a bit she hastily received it with both hands. Many thanks, senior. These were the storage rings of master level as well as sect level Imperial Beastmasters, so one didn't even have to think about it. The items inside must be extremely precious. This is a real profit. Seeing Leng Yueyao's happy appearance, Jiang Yan also shook his head helplessly. Senior, let's go out then. Good. Song Huang smiled and nodded, and immediately afterward, a powerful aura erupted before it shot straight into the sky. Boom! Immediately afterward, the passageway to leave the ancient battlefield appeared. Swish, swish. Jiang Yan's few people left the ancient battlefield. After leaving the ancient battlefield, it was evening outside, and the location where Jiang Yan and the others had been teleported out happened to be right in the center of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, due to the fact that the vast majority of the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had previously entered the ancient battlefield when it opened. Now, all of them had died in the ancient battlefield, which led to the fact that there were not many ferocious beasts left in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range now, and they were also weaker. Song Huang was very curious about the outside world. Senior, you? Before Jiang Yan could ask, Song Huang explained in a slightly awkward manner. I won't hide it from you. There was no forest here when I fought with those guys, much less any mountain ranges. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart, after which their group walked out of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before arriving in the 10,000 Beasts city. Since too many things had happened inside the ancient battlefield, Jiang Yan first thought of resting for the night and making plans for tomorrow. After taking a good bath, Leng Yueyao hugged Jiang Yan and fell asleep, feeling the body temperature and faint aroma in the young girl's arms. Jiang Yan had some difficulty falling asleep. It is estimated that after tonight, the entire Summer Kingdom will be boiling over. No, I'm afraid that the entire Imperial Beasts world will set off a bloody storm because of this. But, so what? Just let the storm come a little more violently, right? Having completed the third evolution, let's see how much my stats have improved. I also killed quite a few demigod-level ferocious beasts in the ancient battlefield before, so I should be able to gain quite a bit of experience value. System. Check the panel. Name, Jiang Yan. Race, Dragon race dragon of the void after transformation ancient ancestral dragon. Contractor. Lung Yueyao current affinity 88. Level. LV. 36,76,000. 111, 100,000. Note. When level 55 is reached, the fourth evolution can be opened. Life. 10,000. Defense. 8644. Defense. 8644. Magic. 8,311. Attack. 9,863. Speed. 8,512. Evolution points. 100. Skill points. 100. Mythic entry. Echoes of the Dragon Abyss Dragon Soul Star Sand 0 Brahma Dragon, Domain Lucky Dice. Gold Lexicon. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Swift Dragon Flame. Etc. Skill Tree. Evolution Tree. Oh. After checking the system's data panel, Jiang Yen was startled. This base value had grown quite a bit, but the experience value required for this upgrade had actually become 100,000 Ah. The further back the upgrade, the higher the experience value Ah. Level 55 opens the fourth evolution? I just don't know about this fourth evolution. Will I be able to complete my transformation? In one night's time, what happened in the ancient battlefield quickly spread out. As for the entire Xia country was in an uproar. It couldn't be helped. The upper ancient battlefield was originally a place where opportunities and dangers coexisted. How many pairs of eyes were staring at it? And this time, the upper ancient battlefield had lost so many strong people, which made the highest leader of the Xia kingdom a bit unable to sit still. Are you sure this news is correct? Xia Yuanlong raised an eyebrow, really a little unconvinced that this news was true. These past few days, he had been dealing with state affairs, so he had sent his subordinates to keep an eye on the ancient battlefield. The woman with glasses and a delicate figure nodded heavily. There's no mistaking the king of the country. Where's Zhong Xiangtian? Didn't he go to the upper ancient battlefield? Xia Yuanlong asked. Guojun. Someone had seen Zhong Xiangtian flying towards the southeast after leaving the ancient battlefield, and someone else saw. See what? Xia Yuanlong asked in a deep voice. There were also people who saw that his golden dragon seemed to have lost one of its wings. What? Hearing this, Xia Yuanlong violently winced. To be able to make that guy's golden dragon lose a wing, it seems that the news rumored outside is true. In the ancient battlefield, another black dragon with extremely terrifying strength has appeared. Seeing Xia Yuanlong's surprised look, the secretary coughed lightly and said in an extremely low voice, Your Majesty, there were also people who saw that it seemed that Li Yi and the others had lost an arm and were in a sorry state. I just don't know if it was that black dragon that did it. Hearing this, Xia Yuanlong let out a bitter smile, a very helpless expression on his face. If the black dragon's information is true, those guys must have been blinded by greed and wanted to go and rob someone else's bloodline. Breaking one of their arms is already mercy. Besides, it doesn't matter now if Black Dragon did it or not. Xia Yuanlong shook his head with a bitter smile and spoke hurriedly. Can we find out the trace of that Black Dragon and its Imperial Beastmaster now? The secretary held up his glasses for a moment, the electronic screen in his hand flickering continuously, finally settling on a location. The ancient battlefield has only just ended. It's highly likely that they took a short break before leaving. If they didn't leave, the greatest likelihood is that they will appear here. The secretary pointed a finger at 10,000 Beast City. Xia Yuanlong nodded his head and his complexion became grave. Go. Accompany me on a trip. And that's it, order it down. Put all the armies into a state of war readiness. Tell all those guys to stop being idle and go and move their muscles. Especially tell the Imperial Army to immediately detain anyone suspicious once they are found. The secretary nodded heavily. Yes, Kunijin. Xia Yuanlong's tightly furrowed brow remained unrelieved as he slapped his thigh fiercely. I'm afraid it's too late to block the news now. That group of guys will definitely be unable to hold back. The most important thing now was that the Black Dragon must be found in a hurry. At this time, within the R country. Is the news true? A middle-aged man with long hair frowned and asked. Don't worry. My news is absolutely not wrong. One of them said with conviction. You should know what kind of consequences there would be for spreading false news? The middle-aged man swept over with a single glance, and that person involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva and trembled. Please don't worry. I'm willing to use my head as a guarantee. I used the method of memory extraction. There is absolutely no room for error. Only after hearing this did the middle-aged man gradually believe it. The method of memory extraction was able to extract all the memories from a person's brain. I didn't realize that besides Zhong Xiangtian's one golden dragon, the Xia Kingdom actually has a dragon race. Go, move and head to the Summer Kingdom. Yes, the middle-aged man then commanded. Have those guys launch a feint attack outside. We'll sneak in. Yes. Just as the middle-aged man was about to move, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Swish! Immediately, the middle-aged man nodded respectfully. Yes, that lord said, dead or alive, just bring it back. Yes. Chapter 113. Heavy things. Little colorful dragon. A lot of things happened during this night, and after the strong men and kings of the various countries knew about this matter, they sent their strong men to the Xia Kingdom in the same night. As for these things, Jiang Nian and the others were not aware of any of them. The night passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Leng Yueyao woke up early, and after simply washing up and cleaning up a bit, she did an organization of the things inside the storage ring in her hand. Pouring out those things inside, it almost filled up the entire room. My goodness. Why is there so much? It's almost filled up. That's a lot. Looks like I need to get organized. She looked at the time. It was still almost 2 months before the 4 courts competition. Even if she stayed over here for a while longer, it would still be completely too late to rush back. When Jiang Nian woke up from his sleep and saw this nearly room full of beast cores, as well as experience books and other props, he was stunned. I'll go. So many things? Xiao Yao. Come help me organize it. There's too much stuff, I can't organize it. Leng Yueyao said as she packed up. Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw, then helped Leng Yueyao pack up those things on the ground. Fortunately, there were more storage rings, and after half an hour of tidying up, the inside of the room was finally cleaned up. Xiao Yao. Just these storage rings alone contain nearly 100,000 beast cores. There are also some experience books whatsoever, and Leng Yueyao also found quite a few legendary grade props while checking out the rings of the Master and Sovereign grade Imperial Beast Masters. Weapon name, Thunderstorm Talisman. Weapon grade, Legendary. Weapon description. Can summon a heaven-destroying thunderstorm to attack within 3 seconds after use. Weapon range, 300 meters. Able to be used 3 times. Each time the cooling is 1 hour. Weapon name, Phantom Armor. Weapon grade, Legendary. Weapon grade, Phantom Armor. Weapon rating. Phantom Armor is made of extremely rare phantom stone, capable of confusing the minds of low-level spirit beasts. Weapon description. Can rebound 100% of one fatal attack. Expires after use. Weapon name, Codex of the Undead. Weapon level, Legendary. Weapon description. Summons undead within 500 m of the neighborhood to fight, and the level and strength of the undead can be restored to 70% of their previous level. Weapon range, 500 m. Can be used 4 times. Cooldown is 1 day. There were these legendary grade props, not to mention there was even a god grade prop. Weapon name, Godslayer Crossbow. Weapon grade, Divine grade. Weapon description. Hit a human directly triggers the decapitation effect. When hitting a beast or spirit animal has 100% penetration, causing penetration damage while being able to attack the target soul. Weapon name, Godslayer Crossbow. Note: the deicide crossbow will cause irreparable damage to the souls of spirit beasts and ferocious beasts when it hits them. Weapon characteristics. After inflicting damage to the target soul, it will absorb the soul as regicide crossbow ammo to recharge. Weapon range, 1,000 meters. Weapon range, 1,000 meters. Current ammo count is 10. At the sight of this divine grade prop, it made Leng Yueyao happy. A god-tier attack type prop. This is the first time I've seen it. But before she could be happy for a while, her face suddenly became a bit gloomy. I hope it won't come in handy in a while. She was well aware of the speed at which news circulated in this ancient battlefield, and in a night's time it would only spread out a long way. However, now that Xiao Yao's strength has increased so much, and there are also the Dragon Clan seniors and Spirit Frost as helpers, it always feels like he can run rampant in the Summer Kingdom pinch. When she thought of this, she hurriedly checked Jiang Nian's rank. Xiao Yao, you're all level 36 now. You've risen really fast. Xiao Yao, whose level was only 36, was this strong. So what if the level was even higher? She was a little afraid to think down. Lang Yueyao hemmed and hawed, slowly stretched her waist and said, "All right, enough rest. Xiao Yao, let's go out for some fresh air." Jiang Yan nodded his head before lying on Lang Yueyao's shoulder. She walked out of the room and realized that Spirit Frost had been waiting outside the room for a long time. "Spirit Frost, how is it? Did you have a good rest last night?" Lang Yueyao asked with a smile. Spirit Frost still seemed to be a bit unused to a human body. Still a bit not quite used to it. It feels uncomfortable being heavy in front, but I think I'll get used to it." She revealed a determined expression. Hearing this, Jiang Nian opened his eyes and subconsciously glanced at them. Ahem. It's better to go out later and buy a larger dress for Lingfeng. Seeing this scene, Lang Yueyao tutted her mouth for a moment before whacking him hard on the head. Humph. What a little colorful dragon. Could it be that Brother Yao likes this? Spirit Frost revealed a puzzled look before lowering her head to look at. Right at this moment, Song Huang walked over with large strides. Since he had successfully transformed before, his mastery of the human body was way better than Spirit Frost's. "Female child, go out for a walk. I also want to see what has changed in this outside world." Lang Yueyao nodded. "Okay, senior." Just like that, they left this inn in 10,000 Beast City. After the end of the ancient battlefield, there weren't as many people in 10,000 Beast City as there were before, and most of those still left were the original residents of the city. They had just walked out of 10,000 Beast City not too far away, only to see in the air in the distance. After rushing all night, Xia Yuanlong and the others finally arrived at the 10,000 Beast City. "Finally, we've reached this small town. I hope they haven't left yet. Qingyu, quickly use your ability to sense if they are in this neighborhood." "Yes." Qingyu nodded, then closed her eyes tightly and merged with her spirit beast. Her spirit beast wasn't aggressive, it was a very docile spirit beast. But its sensing ability was extremely terrifying, and being able to fuse with a human could enhance its ability. Buzz! After fusing with the spirit beast, her perception ability instantly spread out and began to perceive everything around her. Buzz, buzz. Not a moment later, it really allowed Qingyu to perceive a few powerful auras in the distance. At the same time, Song Huang, who was wandering around, violently sensed something. In the next second, Jiang Nian, who was in Lang Yueyao's arms, also opened his beast pupil. Someone, they instantly looked in the same direction, and an invisible soul pressure erupted in a whirlwind. Boom! This soul pressure instantly spread out, and Qingyu violently opened her eyes in a flash, fragrant sweat pouring from her forehead. "How is it?" Xia Yuanlong asked with some worry. Qingyu gasped for breath, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses before she pointed her finger in a direction. In there. But there's not just one powerful aura there, but two." Xia Yuanlong nodded heavily. "Whatever. Let's go over there first, and pay attention to staying alert." "Yes." The few people around him nodded with grave expressions. After ordering everything, Xia Yuanlong and the others then chased after them in the direction of Jiang Nian's few people. Meanwhile, after a night of rushing, coupled with the instantaneous movement of the secret method, the people from the R country had arrived outside the Xia country. Seeing the heavily guarded periphery of Xia, the long-haired middle-aged man smiled evilly. "Go on. The more noise you make, the better." "Yes. Go. Let's go find the dragon." Chapter 114, Come to the state ruler's mansion for a sit. After a long flight, Xia Yuanlong and the others finally caught up with Lang Yueyao. Finally caught up. He let out a long breath, then looked down. 3 people. Forget it. We don't have any malicious intent. Just simply explain our intentions. I'm sure they'll understand. Xia Yuanlong thought this in his heart, and then brought Qingyu and the others right in front of Lang Yueyao. A wave of inexplicable people suddenly appeared in front of them, which made Lang Yueyao's heart instantly alert. "Who are you people?" Spirit Frost frowned and immediately blocked in front of Lang Yueyao. Ready to strike at any time, Jiang Nian slowly opened his beast pupil, his lazy eyes scanning Xia Yuanlong and the others. The gaze lingered on Qingyu for a moment. That should have been the soul fluctuation emanating from this woman just now. Interesting. Song Huang indifferently scanned the crowd before slowly speaking. Something Xia Yuanlong did not reply at first, but instead sized up Song Huang without leaving any traces. This is... His eyes were dead set on Song Huang's arm, and even though it was already covered by his clothes, a little trace of scales was still exposed. Scales? This person is a transformed spirit beast, and with this oppressive feeling, it's definitely at the divine level, maybe even higher. His gaze quickly swept around and finally landed on Jiang Yan's body. A black dragon? This is the black dragon, but how come it's in a juvenile state? Xia Yuanlong was, after all, the ruler of the Xia kingdom, and this bit of insight was still there. And Qingyu, who followed him aside side by side, was likewise staring deathly at Jiang Yan's body. It's certain that there's no mistake. This is it. As for those who followed by Summer Dragon's side, those people just felt that the aura of these people in front of them was extremely terrifying. Even all of them were not inferior to the state sovereign in the slightest. When did such a person appear in the Xia kingdom? What a terrifying aura! Xia Yuanlong was shocked in his heart for a while before introducing himself and indicating his intentions. He. All of you don't worry. I don't have any malicious intentions. Introduce yourself. I am the kingdom ruler of the Xia kingdom. My name is Xia Yuanlong. Hearing the words kingdom ruler, Song Huang and Ling Frost did not take offense, while Lung Yueyao revealed a surprised expression. You're the kingdom ruler of the Xia kingdom. Xia Yuanlong nodded. Don't worry. I don't have any malicious intentions. I just received news that a dragon race has appeared in the ancient battlefield. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yan on Lang Yushua's shoulder. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan disdainfully skimmed his dragon mouth. This news spreads really fast. Even the ruler of the Xia kingdom knows about it in the first place. Let's see what he really wants to do first. Jiang Yan raised his head just like that. The beast pupil kept staring at Xia Yuanlong. Buzz! At this moment, the spirit beasts that were in the middle of Xia Yuanlong's imperial beast space let out bursts of faint trembling as well as low roars of fear. At this moment, Xia Yuanlong's face became even more grave when he sensed that his spirit beast was in a state of extreme fear. Because, even when facing Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon, his spirit beast had never been afraid. But now it was... Xia Yuanlong lightly coughed twice before hastily explaining. Cough cough. I won't hide it from all of you. The news of the dragon clan in the Xia kingdom has already spread out, although I have taken timely precautions. But that group of guys are godly, and their means are endless. They infiltrated in. The consequences are very serious. Therefore, I came here today to ask you all to go to the state sovereign's mansion to hide from the wind. Qingyu chimed in at this time. That's right. The safest place right now is in the state sovereign's mansion. Once the wind has passed, you all will be free to move about. So that's how it is. Lung Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. Song Huang, who heard this, snorted coldly and waved his hand with great disdain. Hee. There's absolutely no need for that. I happen to be idle and bored, and if that group of guys who aren't afraid of death dares to come, it's just as well for me to move my arms and legs. Jiang Yan also thought the same way. Going to the state ruler's mansion was not impossible, however. He was more interested in seeing what level the strongest people from other countries were at. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan patted Lung Yueyao's shoulder, and the latter instantly understood what he meant. Lung Yueyao made a very apologetic gesture. I believe in Xiao Yao's strength, so next time, sure. Moreover, if they dare to come, it's just the right time to help Xia eliminate some hidden dangers, isn't it? This? Xia Yuanlong was caught in a dilemma for a while. If this black dragon was able to defeat Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon, then its strength was definitely extremely terrifying. But if that group of guys used some dirty tricks, fear not. Fear not. Xia Yuanlong pondered for a few minutes, and just as he was about to speak, the next second, swish, 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 7 silhouettes dressed in black appeared right above Xia Yuanlong and the others. Finally, we've found them. It took us a lot of effort. Noticing the sudden change in the aura above their heads, Xia Yuanlong and the others hurriedly looked over. The long-haired middle-aged man sneered and let out a strange laugh. Hee. Xia Yuanlong, goodbye. Damn. These guys are surprisingly fast. Xia Yuanlong frowned for a moment, then angrily shouted, Shangchuan, you are not welcome in the Xia kingdom. Hurry up and get out. Kamigawa sneered, his eyes quickly searching below. Hee. Xia Yuanlong, I didn't come on this trip for you. His gaze quickly locked onto Jiang Nian. This is that black dragon. But why is it only so big? Are you sure it's that black dragon? Shangchuan frowned and looked at the man next to him. That person saw this and hurriedly came forward and said, "It can't be wrong. I've read that person's memories. It is indeed it." Kamigawa nodded without further hesitation. "Forget it. Bring it back first. Leave that black dragon to me. You guys feel free to do the rest." Yes. As the words fell, those few black-clothed men rushed towards Xia Yuanlong and the others. Damn, this guy. Xia Yuanlong couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Qingyu, make your move. Absolutely don't let them take away the black dragon. Yes, but just as they were about to make their move, Song Huang slowly took a step forward. No need for you guys to do it. Just watch from the sidelines. After saying that, Song Huang made a point in the air and his entire body flew into the air. Spirit Frost frowned and similarly flew into the air. Jiang Nian Beast Pupil, on the other hand, was staring at Shangchuan, who was slowly flying down. A strong person from another country. Just in time. I haven't fought anyone from another country yet. He glanced at Leng Yueyao, who smiled knowingly before patting him on the head. Be careful. Jiang Nian nodded heavily, then flew towards Shangchuan. Swish. However, for safety's sake, he still opened up a few void spaces around Lang Yueyao. Seeing this, the corner of Shangchuan's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Humph. Such a small dragon race. It seems that that lord was overly concerned. Just as well, let us see what a true spirit beast is. Chapter 115, Orochi versus Ancient Ancestral Dragon. Just as Kamigawa's words fell, an immense and incomparable snake-like creature appeared in front of him in the next second. Boom! The moment that serpentine creature appeared, Xia Yuanlong's color changed drastically. It actually grew another head, only to see in front of the eyes of the serpentine creature body type is very huge, comparable to a whole mountain range, covered with black iron-colored scale armor, and the edge of the dark red blood light, scale gap oozing out of the sticky purple venom, corrosion of the ground to rise up blue smoke. What's even more bizarre is that it actually has 8 heads, and each head is an independent existence, shaped like a dragon, more like a ferocious. The top of the head was born with sharp bone horns, blood-red eyes like a burning lantern, pupils as slender as a knife blade, as if it can devour the soul. Shangchuan even laughed out maniacally and said in a smug manner, "Ha ha ha! See, this is the real spirit beast." Seeing this scene, Xia Yuanlong's face became very ugly. The last time I saw his spirit beast was still only 7 heads. I didn't expect it to evolve again this time. Now, I'm afraid that it has already reached the level of a half-ancestral beast. Leng Yueyao on the side asked with a puzzled expression. May I ask, is this 8-headed snake very powerful? Xia Yuanlong nodded heavily. Not bad. Shangchuan's spirit beast is called the 8-headed serpent. It's very powerful. But Xia Yuanlong placed his gaze on Jiang Nian. He still trusted this little guy more. The aura revealed by this little guy was different from the other dragons, and the color was actually black. It was definitely at the ancestral dragon level. Although he thought so, Qingyu beside him was worried. State ruler, is it necessary to? Xia Yuanlong shook his head. For us to go and help now is like adding to the chaos. Moreover, I also want to see the strength of this little guy. At this moment, after seeing the Oki Orochi in front of him, Jiang Nian didn't hold back and laughed out directly. Yaha! Yaki Orochi. This is going to be interesting. For a moment he understood something. Since you dared to come, then none of you will want to leave. Jiang Nian didn't pretend anymore, and directly transformed into the form of an ancient ancestral dragon with a dragon roar. Roar! Seeing Jiang Nian suddenly become so huge, the smile on the face of Shangchuan, who had to look disdainful just a moment ago, instantly came to an abrupt end, because such a huge spirit beast like himself was even like a grandson in front of Jiang Nian. Nanny? This? Just as Kamigawa was still shocked, Jiang Nian had already used his Eye of Insight to check up on the information of the Yaki Orochi. Name: Yamanano Orochi. Level: 69. Life value: 44,611. Attack: 9,687. Defense: 9,131. Speed: 8,883. Talent: Divine Corrosion. Skills. Octki Blood Devouring, Corrosive Miasma, Heavenly Will Divine Punishment, Dance of the Eight Heads, Heavenly Serpent Metamorphosis, Octki Returning to 1. After seeing the information of the 8 gifted serpent, Jiang Nian skimmed his dragon's mouth. Level 69 and so many skills. This is going to be fun. If I destroy you, I'm sure I'll be able to level up directly, and to be honest, I haven't tasted what snake meat actually tastes like. Today is just the day to taste it. Roar. Jiang Nian let out a dragon roar that directly attracted the resonance of heaven and earth. While the few black-clothed men who were dueling with Song Huang saw it, and their entire body directly froze in place. Nanny? How could it become so big? What on earth is this? Just as the black-clothed man was shocked in his mind, Song Huang flashed in front of him in an instant, followed by a dragon claw that directly penetrated his chest. You dare to be distracted even when fighting me? Tear. Song Huang's dragon claw swung. The man was directly torn in half, dying and extremely miserable. At this point, Shangchuan was shocked in his heart for a long time before gradually calming down. That lord said no matter dead or alive, even if it's a dead dragon to bring back, it's nothing. Orochi. Corrosive miasma. Hiss. In the next instant, a powerful miasma was suddenly released from the cracks in the scales of the Orochi. This miasma covered an enormous amount and spread extremely quickly, covering thousands of meters of the surrounding area in just a few breaths. Xia Yuanlong hurriedly took out a bottle from his storage ring before dropping it heavily at his feet. Splat! After the bottle shattered, a circle of light appeared within 100 m from his circumference. This is... Leng Yueyao was puzzled. Xia Yuanlong frowned and explained, this is a corrosive miasma, spreading over an extremely wide range, and it's very corrosive. It's a good thing that this place is more open. If this miasma drifted into the county town, I'm afraid it would be troublesome. ZZ. As soon as this corrosive miasma spread out, the surrounding trees and forests began to be corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Jiang Nian, who was in the center of the corrosive miasma, also felt that his skin was itchy and inexplicably a bit uncomfortable. However, it was just that. Ding. You are being eroded by the corrosive miasma, and your defense is decreasing by 0.1 points every 10 seconds. You're being attacked by the corrosive miasma. Your life value is decreasing by 0.1 point every 10 seconds. You are being eroded by the corrosive miasma. Your perception is decreasing by 0.1 points every 10 seconds. Hearing the beeps coming from the system, Jiang Nian couldn't help but laugh. Not only was he not affected by this corrosive miasma, even Song Huang, who was not far away from the battle, was likewise the same. They both possessed the ancient ancestral dragon bloodline, and these miasmas were almost useless to them. Without paying any more attention to the system's prompting voice, Jiang Nian suddenly had an idea in his heart, and at this time, Leng Yueyao utilized her heart voice to transmit again. Xiao Yao. These miasmas have a large range. We can try using a wide-range attack first. And that snake is also relatively large. We can try its skills first. Hearing Leng Yueyao's words, Jiang Nian was delighted. Hey! Little Yao Yao is thinking the same as me. It's just as well. I killed those demigod-level ferocious beasts before and obtained some of their skills, so I'm here to use them today. Roar! In the next instant, Jiang Nian let out a roar to the sky, and a strange energy shot straight into the air. Fire rain meteor. Wow! In the next second, the sky suddenly darkened, and burning meteorites tore through the clouds like meteors, pouring down like torrential rain. Kamigawa's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly commanded the Yagyu Orochi to attack. Oki Blood Devouring. After Kamigawa finished speaking, the 8 gifted Orochi immediately sent out 8 columns of extremely corrosive blood-red light from its mouth. Swish! As a pillar of blood-red light shot into the air, and with the corrosive miasma, the power of the skill increased by more than 10 times. Everything that was affected by the red column of light was turned into blood in an instant. ZZZ. Seeing this scene, the corner of Kamigawa's mouth hooked up into a smug smile, and he couldn't help but flirt. Humph. It seems that the strength of the dragon race is nothing more than that. However, after 10 seconds or so, he could no longer laugh. Jiang Nian snorted coldly in his heart. Humph. Thinking that this can withstand my fire rain meteors. That's a bit too simple to think. This is still only the first stage. The next is the main event. Chapter 116, Two Heads Missing? With Jiang Yan's cold laugh, that fire rain meteor falling from the air began to undergo a huge change, only to see that the fire red meteor falling from the air gradually turned into a pitch black color, revealing a complete strangeness. Not only that, the terrifying high temperatures emitted along with the surrounding space began to fluctuate. If only a fire rain meteor, that's nothing, but if it is thousands of it, wow! In the next second, the black-colored meteors faced the corrosive red light pillars released by the Orochi. Swish, swish! In just a few moments, the powerful high temperatures erupted from the black flames gradually melted that corrosive gas, and finally disappeared completely. This was only a loss of a few dozen fire rain meteors, and there were even thousands more that were smashing towards the Orochi. Kamigawa, who had been full of confidence just a moment ago, had his face twitch when he saw this scene. Nanny! How could this happen? Uekawa didn't believe it, and commanded the Orochi to release the same corrosive pillar of light again. But the final result was the same. Swish, swish! Just as he was shocked, the thousands of fire rain meteors had already smashed down. Boom! The corners of Kamigawa's mouth twitched, and he hurriedly put the Yamatobi Orochi into its strongest state of defense, while he ducked into its body. The Orochi began to immediately curl up into a ball and entered its strongest defense state. Immediately after that, a second before the thousands of fire rain meteors fell, the corrosive miasma that surrounded the Orochi began to gradually take shape, and finally turned into a gigantic and incomparable snake's mouth. The snake's mouth turned skyward and began to devour those falling fire rain meteors. However, it was only able to devour and melt a part of it, and there were even bigger meteors that smashed heavily on the body of the Orochi. Ding! Absolute penetration gold phrase triggered, ignoring target's defense. Orochi's life value is 999. Yamanano Orochi 1874. Yamanano Orochi 2100. Oh? The larger the fire rain meteor was, the more damage it dealt to the Orochi. However, as the life value of the Orochi decreased, the surrounding miasma was getting thicker and thicker, along with the morphing snake's head also getting bigger and bigger. Boom! With the end of the fire rain meteor, the surroundings had turned into a ruin, and the black flames stayed on for a long time, always burning on the ground. The Orochi disengaged its defense state and let out a burst of angry hissing sounds. Kamigawa patted the dust on his body, and his face became very ugly. Truly worthy of the dragon race. It really can't be underestimated. But if that's all you can do, then... Dance of the Eight Heads. As Kamigawa's words fell, the aura of the eight-headed serpent's body suddenly skyrocketed. The leftmost serpent's head suddenly opened its mouth wide, and an incomparably powerful fireball was launched towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan slowly stretched out his dragon claw before gripping the fireball and immediately crushing it with one hand. Jiang Yan defense 100. Just this. Just as he had doubts, he only saw the second snake head open its mouth wide at the same time. Swish! A powerful cold energy quickly converged in its mouth. In the next second, an incomparably powerful ice cone shot rapidly towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan still disdainfully skimmed his dragon's mouth, and with a heavy swing of his dragon's claw, he slapped that ice cone into pieces, and countless ice crystals scattered in the air. Ice-type skill. Wasn't it fire-type just now? Lung Yueyao, who had watched from the bottom as the Orochi unleashed its skills, found some clues. To actually be able to release skills with different attributes, could it be... Xiao Yao. Be more careful. It might have skills with other attributes. Lung Yueyao hastily reminded. Shang Chuan laughed coldly. Humph. The show has just begun. As expected, this third snake head's mouth was converging with wind energy, while the fourth was converging with thunder energy. That powerful thunder energy even started to trigger a change in heaven and earth. These two energies were more than hundreds of times more powerful than the previous fireballs and icicles. Wow! The wind energy transformed into a giant sword, and the thunder energy transformed into a giant spike. Almost at the same time, the fifth snake head opened its mouth, while the mouth gathered earth energy. Swish, swish! In the next second, the giant sharp sword and the giant sharp cone were launched towards Jiang Yan as if they were a bolt of lightning. Zzz. The power of this lightning was extremely powerful, and where it crossed, along with the surrounding space, it created a hint of cracks. Xia Yuanlong's face became a bit gloomy after seeing it, but when he saw Jiang Nian's calm and collected appearance, his heart was placed in his stomach again. It was actually so calm. At this moment, facing these two powerful attacks unleashed by the 8-giant serpent, Jiang Nian couldn't help but laugh at both. If he hadn't become a dragon of the void before, he would have considered receiving them hard. But now, there was absolutely no need for that. Instead, he could use voiding to dodge the attacks away, but that would be too boring. Only Jiang Nian swung his dragon claw, directly opening up a void space in front of himself. Buzz! At the same time, a void space also opened up behind Shangchuan. Buzz! At that instant, Shangchuan felt a slight movement in the space in front of Jiang Nian, but he couldn't specifically say what was wrong. Forget it. Let's beat this black dragon until it's half dead and then bring it back. This black dragon has thick skin and flesh. These two attacks shouldn't be able to kill it. Just when Shangchuan thought he had the power to win. But the next second, his entire person directly froze in place. Swish! Only to see that the giant sharp sword and giant sharp cone directly and strangely disappeared when they were still a few meters away from Jiang Nian. Along with the surrounding lightning power, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Nanny! How could it suddenly disappear? This is impossible. Shangchuan's eyes widened, his eyes staring deathly into that void of space before Zhang's ear. But at that moment, a strange fluctuation came from the space behind him. Buzz! Shangchuan's perception was very strong, and a strange fluctuation in the space behind him immediately caught his attention. He winced violently, sensing a force of death suddenly out behind him. Seeing this, the Orochi next to him immediately used his own body to protect Kamigawa. But the giant sword and giant cone had already passed through the void space given by Jiang Nian and arrived behind Kamikawa. After protecting Kamigawa, the Orochi immediately retaliated with fireballs and cold ice cones. But there was a difference of more than a few hundred times between these energies, so how could it be possible to resist? It was simply an egg against a stone, and it was self-defeating. In the next second, the fireballs and cold ice cones were instantly shattered, while the giant sword and giant spikes were blasted onto the two heads of the Orochi at an extremely fast speed. Boom! This huge impact caused the surrounding space to tremble, and the hurricane formed by the powerful shockwave instantly uprooted the surrounding trees. Only after a long time, when the smoke gradually dispersed, did Kamigawa step out from under the defenses of the Orochi. At this moment, he was still secretly celebrating. But the next moment he couldn't laugh at the sight of the Orochi. This? How is this missing two heads? Chapter 117, Hand-Tearing Yagyu Orochi. This? How? The Yamanano Orochi that had lost both of its heads began to soar with black blood as it let out a gurgling cry of pain. Orochi life value 2641. Orochi life value 2977. After seeing his spirit beast suddenly lose both of its heads, Kamigawa was confused for a moment, especially when he saw that wound on the Orochi's body. Nanny! This isn't. He instantly recognized that the wound was caused by a sharp blade and a spike, but didn't that giant sharp blade and giant spike suddenly disappear? How could it be related to the spatial fluctuation behind him just now? Kamigawa was very smart and thought of the spatial fluctuation behind him at the first moment. It must be some special means utilized by this black dragon to make my attack suddenly change its orientation. Kamigawa's forehead veins rippled. His complexion was furious, and his eyes were red. If that was really the case, then those powerful moves of the Orochi couldn't be used. He wanted to try it again, but he didn't dare to take that risk, because this time there was no way to guarantee that Orochi would still be able to protect himself so quickly. And right after the Orochi lost both of its heads, it automatically triggered the skill. Heavenly Serpent Metamorphosis. Swish! In the next second, the countless miasma in the surroundings began to rapidly converge on the wounds of the Orochi, and immediately afterward, two small snake heads grew. These snake heads were extremely skinny and small, looking like an Otaki Orochi during its infancy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nian immediately felt a bit surprised. It's a bit interesting, it can even grow out? But so what? Saying that, he directly extended his dragon claw into the void space in front of him. Swish! Kamigawa immediately felt bad, and just wanted to command the Yagyu Orochi to dodge away, but it was already too late. Quickly dodge! Hearing this, the Orochi began to frantically dodge to the right, but it was still too slow. Zhang Yan's dragon claw had already reached out through the void space in another place, and with one hand, he yanked one of the heads of the Orochi. In the next instant, he attached black flame to his dragon claw and followed it up with such a fierce yank. Tear! Absolute penetrating gold word trigger. Orochi life value 5643. This claw went down and directly yanked off one of the head of the Orochi. Black blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The black blood also had a strong corrosive effect, and caused a lot of corrosive damage when it landed on the dragon's claws. And this corrosive damage was actually able to ignore defense, causing damage to life value. However, the damage dealt was very little compared to the damage dealt by the Orochi when it lost one of its heads. Zhang Yan life value 731. Seeing with his own eyes that his Orochi was yanked off one of its heads by Zhang Yan, Kamikawa's eyes glazed over. How did this black dragon attack so fast? He suddenly understood something, and his eyes were dead set on the space where Zhang Yan's dragon claws were sticking out. Could it be that this black dragon still has the ability to master space? How is this possible? Is a perverted ability like mastering space something that can be obtained casually? I don't believe it. Kamigawa, who didn't believe it in his heart, immediately commanded the octopus Orochi to start a counterattack. One of the snake heads quickly opened its mouth wide, and black energy gathered in its mouth at great speed. Huh? It actually even has a dark attribute. Interesting. Zhang Yan was delighted. Swish! By the time the snake's head had finished storing up its energy, the black energy mixed with a hint of undead wailing was like a cannonball blasting towards Zhang Yan's dragon claw. There's something odd about that space in front of this black dragon. We can't attack any more rashly. Let's break one of its hands first, Shangchuan said in his heart with gravity. But this thought in his heart was instantly understood by Zhang Yan with just a glance. In the next second, Zhang Yan slowly loosened the dragon's claws, then retracted back into the void space as fast as he could. Swish! This move directly caused the Orochi's attack to hit an empty space. What? Kamigawa was shocked. It can still be like this? This black dragon really has mastered the ability of space. This is trouble. Heavenly Serpent Metamorphosis. Buzz! Just as the Orochi was about to prepare to rebirth that snake head, Zhang Yan sprayed out a shot of winter's breath towards the void in front of him. Swish! Although the freezing ability of Breath of Winter was extremely strong, its speed was not very fast compared to other skills. But with this void space it was completely different. Basically it could be said that it was a zero-frame start, leaving the opposite side no chance to react at all. The result was exactly the same as what Zhang Yan thought. After traveling through the void space, Winter's Breath hit the Orochi in just 1 second. Its terrifying cold ability instantly froze it, and taking this opportunity, Zhang Yan's dragon claw extended to directly tear it apart. Snap! 1. Orochi life value 4761. Snapping. 2. Orochi life value 3569. Snapping. 3. 4. Orochi life value 4111. Orochi 6533. This time, Zhang Yan directly pinched and exploded the 4 heads of the Orochi. Adding the previous one, there were now only 3 heads left. Just as Zhang Yan wanted to continue attacking, after the Orochi's continuous struggling, it finally lifted its frozen state. But now it only had 3 heads left. It was quite a bit miserable. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, Xia Yuanlong and Qingyu could be said to be dumbfounded. The half-ancestral beast-level Orochi had no power to fight back in front of this black dragon, and was completely in a situation where it was being suppressed. Moreover, this black dragon had barely suffered any damage other than a little bit of dust on its shell. This strength is a bit too outrageous. Xia Yuanlong's face trembled as the corners of his mouth continued to twitch. That golden dragon of Zhong Xiangtian's was able to fight this Orochi 6040. But it wouldn't be completely crushed. This was completely being suppressed. There was no platitude at all. As the ruler of the Xia kingdom, he was like a child who had never seen the world. The group of reinforcements beside him that still wanted to help Zhang Yan fight against the Orochi had become numb. Truly worthy of the Dragon Clan, This strength? Who exactly is the hunter and who is the prey here? The one who was shocked wasn't just Xia Yuanlong. Kamigawa's face instantly became gloomy, unable to accept the facts in front of him. The Orochi had now turned into a Sanuki, although this lost head is able to regenerate, but that also takes time. No, if this continues, that lord's mission won't be accomplished, and he might even have to die here. Wait, let them come and help me stall for a while. Maybe they can still. Kamigawa suddenly thought of something, and looked at the group of people he brought with him for help. But the result was that the group had been settled by Huang 10 minutes earlier. Even the corpses were burnt to ashes by the flames, so to speak. What a bunch of losers. It seems that we can only use that trick. Kamigawa gritted his teeth in death. This move was a forbidden move of the Orochi. It would cause great harm to spirit beasts and imperial beastmasters, and Kamigawa would not use it until he had no choice. But if he didn't use it now, he wouldn't have the life to use it later. When he thought of this, Shangchuan no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and took out a round bead that emitted a corrosive miasma from his storage ring. It looked like an eye. Chapter 118, Exhausting Killing Moves. Then what? Xia Yuanlong's face changed drastically when he saw Kamigawa take out the round item that resembled an eyeball. Then he hurriedly said, "Quick, stop him." Too late. Kamigawa sneered and directly swallowed the round eyeball in his hand into his stomach in one gulp. What kind of move is this one? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Right at this moment, Kamigawa suddenly started to become hideous, and right after that, he actually directly merged with the Orochi in front of him, which only had 3 heads left. Yagi returns to 1. Buzz! After fusing into one with Kamigawa, the injuries on the Orochi's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Orochi's life value plus 10,000. Orochi's life value plus 10,000. Yamanano Orochi life value plus. Those few heads that were torn apart by Zhang Yan began to grow rapidly. Xia Yuanlong slapped his thigh heavily and said in chagrin, "Damn! Still one step too slow." Leng Yueyao was very puzzled and asked, "May I ask, is this move very powerful?" Qingyu slowly held up his glasses and said in a deep voice, "After Kamigawa becomes one with it, the strength of the Orochi will reach its strongest peak state. In this state, the attack power of the Yamanano Orochi is so terrifying that even Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon would have to temporarily avoid it when it sees it. But this state of his won't last long. If this little guy chooses to avoid the front line for the time being, then it's a sure win." Hearing Qingyu's explanation, Leng Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it was. But Xiao Yao wouldn't do that. She was well aware of Jiang Yan's next choice. So her eyes glared dead on at the Orochi, whose body was gradually increasing in size, attempting to find a break in it. Since it's a time-limited skill, there's bound to be a break. At this moment, after fusing with Kamigawa, the size of the Yamagata Orochi had gotten skyrocketed, and that terrifying aura it was giving off made Jiang Yan become excited. This is what makes it interesting. In the next second, the 8 heads of the Octogi Orochi directly split into 8 directions to surround Jiang Yan. Buzz! In the very center of those 8 snake heads were 8 ancient golden seals that appeared. Not only that, the surrounding miasma continued to converge, eventually forming a huge field that trapped Jiang Yan in an area of the air, making it impossible for him to fly around. Could it be? Is he trying to? Leng Yueyao, who was seeing this scene, instantly guessed what Shangchuan was thinking before using her heart voice to immediately send a message to Jiang Yan. "Xiao Yao, be careful. He wants to repeat his trick. Xiao Yao, you can open up void space around yourself to defuse the Orochi's attack before counterattacking. Based on my observation, these 8 heads are probably releasing attacks with 8 different attributes. You can look towards the snake head in front of you on your left. It is a dark attribute attack. Dark attribute attacks are more powerful and can cause negative effects. You can be the first to take care of it." Hearing Leng Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan's heart was very pleased. If there is a treasure in the family, there is a treasure. Good. Then I'll listen to little Yao Yao. After saying that, Jiang Yan immediately opened 8 void spaces in 8 directions around himself. The number of void spaces that could be opened was 10, and right now only 8 had been opened. At this time, the energy in the mouths of the 8 heads of the Orochi had also converged. The difference is that this time the energy has converged into a huge ball of energy. Fire, ice, wind, thunder, earth, darkness, light, poison. Just this powerful wave of energy alone made Qingyu and the other's bodies stop trembling. Her spirit beast's perception ability was relatively strong, and she was able to clearly perceive that manic energy contained within these 8 balls of light. Xia Yuanlong frowned tightly, already ready to strike at any time. No matter what, he couldn't let Shangchuan take this little guy away. He hadn't moved his muscles for a long time. Song Huang, who was on the side, just smiled faintly when he saw this tense look on the faces of several people. It's no big deal, it's just some small moves. The strength of that little guy, you guys can't imagine. Right after his words fell, the Orochi launched its final attack. Heavenly Will Divine Punishment. The powerful ball of energy light that had accumulated 8 different attributes exploded towards Jiang Yan. Swish! Just in time. With a wave of his dragon claw, Jiang Yan directly unfolded the 8 sides of the void space that he had set up in advance at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next second, those 8 balls of energy light that were enough to destroy this area were swallowed into the void space. After fusing with the Orochi, Kamigawa still maintained his self-consciousness, but after seeing this scene, he was also completely tensed up. After fusing with the spirit beast, his strength has increased by more than tens of times, and this is still the strongest killing move of the Yamanano Orochi. Just like that, it was easily dissolved? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if it's the Dragon Clan, even if they have mastered the power of space, it's absolutely impossible that they could have so easily dissolved my killing move. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. After seeing his killing move being easily dissolved by Jiang Yan, Shangchuan's mind completely collapsed. The hissing sound of the Orochi was more like a shout of his incompetent rage. Seizing the opportunity of Kamigawa's mindset collapse, Jiang Yan immediately launched a counterattack. Roar! Sonic roar! A dragon roar mixed with sound waves then directly resounded through the entire sky, along with the area formed by the miasma being completely shaken apart. Yachi Orochi wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The range of the sonic roar was so great that it instantly rendered the Orochi unable to move. 100% stun effect triggered. The Orochi has entered a stunned state. After entering the stunned state, the Orochi had completely lost its mind and began to be unable to distinguish the direction of its surroundings. With a flap of his wings, Jiang Yan arrived in front of the serpent head that was releasing a dark attribute attack in a flash. Dragon Claw Tear. Tear. This claw went down and directly cut off that snake head. Orochi life value 5643. Dragon Claw Tear effect triggered. Absolute penetration effect triggered. Billion strike effect triggered. You like to recover, don't you? Recover another one for me and see. Bleeding can't kill you. Orochi has entered the bleeding state. The Orochi begins to lose life value continuously. After tearing off the snake's head, Jiang Yan followed it up with a thunderstorm dragon tail thrown towards the snake's head next to it. Tear. Thunderstorm dragon tail effect triggered, detecting the target's low thunder resistance, triggering the kill effect. With this tail, the Orochi lost another head. Orochi's life value 6533. After losing 2 heads, the Yamanano Orochi was finally released from its stunned state. However, it was greeted by the swift dragon flame that Jiang Yan had already prepared. Chapter 119. It runs, he chases, it is difficult to fly. In the next second of Yaki Oroki's freezing control lifted, Jiang Yan Taiku Dragonflame finished storing power and directly zero frame started. Suffered. Kamigawa's heart shouted out a bad news, wanting to defend, but it was already too late. Roar. Pitch black color flame coupled with absolute penetration. The gold phrase of a billion storms. The storm effect just triggered. Just a photo will be all the remaining snake head of the Yamanano Orochi quickly destroyed. Orochi life value 6311. Orochi life 5314. Orochi life value. After taking a heavy blow, Kamigawa then diffused with the Yamatatsuki Orochi. As the swift dragon flame continued to burn, coupled with the bleeding effect of Dragon Claw Tear, the Orochi was down to its last few hundred life points. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kamigawa, who was spitting out blood furiously, was ready to take the half-dead Orochi back into the Imperial Beast space. At this most critical moment, Jiang Nian saw the opportunity to slap the Yamanano Orochi directly onto the ground with a claw. Boom! The life value of the Otaki Orochi was only a few hundred points left, so how could it possibly withstand Jiang Nian's full force attack? With this claw, the Orochi was directly slapped into a puddle of black water. Killing the Yamanano Orochi gains plus 150,000 experience points. Level LV 36, 226,000, 111, 100,000 maxed out. Your level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 37 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 37. Your level has increased to 37, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the golden word. You've gained plus 7,060 life points from killing the Yamanano Orochi. Life value has reached the upper limit. Unable to continue to improve, please make a breakthrough. Props required. Life Crystal 101. Props required. Life Crystal 101. Reached the upper limit again. Attack power plus 7,311 gained from killing the Yamada Orochi. Attack power plus 7,311 gained from killing the Yamada Orochi. Attack power has reached the upper limit and can't be further increased. Please make a breakthrough. Attack crystals 101 are required. Kill Yamanano Orochi to gain plus 7,100 defense. Defense power has reached the upper limit. Defense crystals 101 are required. Killing the Yamanano Orochi gives you. After killing the Orochi, all of Jiang Nian's attributes reached the upper limit except for skill points and evolution points. All capped? Looks like it's time to find breakthrough materials again. Killed the Orochi. Gained the skill Orochi Blood Devouring. Jiang Nian was delighted. Huh? Surprisingly, there's an unexpected blessing. Skill name: Octki Blood Devouring. Skill level: Level 9. Skill attribute: Blood Shadow Corrosion. Skill characteristics: after attacking the target, if decapitation is not possible, it will enter the corrosive state. Corrosive state: the target will continue to lose life value, and at the same time, the damage of the next Yachi Blood Devourer will be increased by an additional 30% skill description. Unleash an attack that can corrode the target. Skill description: releases red energy that can corrode everything. The stronger you are, the more corrosive you will be. Upper limit. Skill consumption: 1,000 points. Cooldown. Skill consumption: 1,000 points. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. A level 9 skill, the highest below God level, right? It's just a bit of a pity that the snake isn't very resistant to beatings all turned into blood and water, or else I could still taste it. There was some regret in Jiang Nian's heart. Just as what Jiang Nian was thinking in his heart, Kamigawa, who had lost his Yagi Orochi, was similarly hit hard. He began to spit out blood furiously, almost bleeding from his 7 orifices, and was already dying. Kamigawa gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the severe pain on his body, and hurriedly took out a bottle of potion from among his storage ring and took it. With the potion in his stomach, he was barely able to live for a while longer. However, if not treated in time, he would still die. I didn't expect that this black dragon's strength is actually so strong. This time I really miscalculated. As soon as he thought about the mission not being completed and what would happen to him when he went back, he immediately got a cold shiver down his spine. Now here is also death. Go back is also death. Unless, in these 2 desperate road also really found a way to live by him. Take a hostage back. That black dragon will definitely chase after it. I just need to introduce it into that lord's trap. Maybe I can save my life. As he thought of this, Kamigawa Ko began to quickly glance over the Langyueyao Fu. Finally, his gaze rested on her. Fight to the death, you're it. Saying that, Kamigawa began to utilize his special ability, and with a gust of cloudy wind, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Not good. Little fellow, Kamigawa is going to run. Quickly stop him. Xia Yuanlong shouted and began to look around for Shangchuan's traces. Qingyu, who had strong sensory abilities, immediately discovered the approximate location where he was hiding. Over there. She pointed into the shadows of one of the ruins. Trying to run? Jiang Nian snorted coldly and quickly swooped down, slapping a claw into that shadow. Boom! This claw landed. Not only that shadow along with the surrounding ruins turned into an adulteration. It's really here. Not more than a few seconds later, a large swath of scarlet blood began to ooze out of that piece of shadow. Almost at the same time, a dark shadow also appeared behind Lang Yueyao. Eh? Song Huang was puzzled for a moment before his figure flashed, and with lightning speed, he directly lifted Shangchuan under the black shadow. Pa! With a fierce force from Song Huang's right hand, Shangchuan directly exploded into a puddle of blood. Spirit Frost's face changed slightly when he saw this. Be careful. This is a fake. This is a double. Just as everyone's eyes were on Lang Yueyao, a black shadow similarly appeared behind Qingyu. Here. Qingyu's face changed drastically, and just as she wanted to speak, Kamigawa's blood-stained hand grabbed her ankle in a death grip. She wanted to break free, but it was already too late. Originally, Shangchuan had anticipated that Lang Yueyao had 2 bodyguards by her side, so making a move on her was the most unwise choice. Swish! When everyone reacted, Qingyu had already completely blended into the dark shadows. Suffered. Xia Yuanlong's face changed drastically. In 3 seconds, the black shadow completely disappeared, and Shangchuan's aura was gone with it. Haha! Come and chase if you have the guts. Seeing Shangchuan fleeing, Zhang Yan just laughed coldly. Want to run? Can you run away? Back when he attacked earlier, he had left a void mark on Kamigawa's body, and now this void imprint showed that Shangchuan had already fled to a place tens of thousands of meters away. However, even if that was the case, Zhang Yan could have killed him at any time if he wanted to. However, killing such a waste was too boring. It would be better to follow the trail to find the person behind this guy. It can also clear an obstacle for the Xia kingdom in the process. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan explained the situation to Song Huang. Once Song Huang heard it, he nodded without the slightest hesitation. Good thing too. If we have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, then let's exterminate them together. Female child. Let's go. Let's take you to our country to have some fun. Lang Yueyao was ice-cold smart and immediately understood what they were thinking, and instantly nodded her head. Good. Let's go after them. Swish. Just as Xia Yuanlong started ordering his men to gather their hands, Zhang Yan and the others had already appeared a few thousand meters away. At this time, escaped Shangchuan was still ecstatic in his heart. But he didn't know that what awaits him will be a huge disaster. Chapter 120, Drawing the Dragon in the Precursor to the Destruction of the Country. At this moment, Shangchuan, who had utilized the secret method of staying outside to keep moving, was secretly happy in his heart. Humph. I didn't expect to really let me escape. Luckily, I left a hand to prepare, placing teleportation spell formations in all the places I came, or else I really would have been accounted for here. The dragon race? Heh. If you have the guts, come and chase them. At this time, Shangchuan couldn't care about the serious injuries on his body, and began to constantly use secret techniques to move towards the place of her country. As for the taken away Qingyu, he had already fallen into a coma because he had inhaled too much darkness. Just as he was making his 7th move, then he suddenly felt a familiar aura. What? Chasing, catching up, so fast. Kamigawa looked back in horror and realized that there were 2 more small black dots behind him, and they were still approaching rapidly. Nanny? So fast. Kamikawa instantly panicked and began to rush in the direction of our country as if fleeing for his life. Zhang Yan behind him couldn't help but smile in his heart after sensing the sudden acceleration of Kamigawa's aura. Yes, just run. Run as fast as you can. With his and Song Huang's speed, they would be able to completely catch up with Kamigawa in a matter of 10 seconds or so. But that would be a bit too boring, just to let him taste this feeling of being chased by a hunter. After running wildly like this for some time, Kamigawa, who was already seriously injured, felt even more like his heart and lungs were about to explode. I'm so fast, I should have gotten rid of it, right? He spat out a mouthful of bruised blood, then looked back and realized that Zhang Yan was still following in the distance. Eft. Seeing this scene, Shangchuan didn't hold back a mouthful of heart blood that spewed out directly. If he hadn't used up all the healing medicines in his storage ring on the way to catch up, I'm afraid he would have died of exhaustion by now. He didn't dare to linger any longer and hurriedly disappeared into the darkness, rushing towards the front. Zhang Yan and the others were not slow to catch up behind him. After teasing Kamigawa like this for about several hours, Zhang Yan and the others were finally able to see the appearance of a huge city. Looks like we've arrived at the place. With this scale, It shouldn't be the national capital by mistake. Senior, we might have to trouble you next. Jiang Nian laughed. Song Huang, however, waved his hand very casually, killing intent surging in his eyes. It doesn't matter. There were already some grudges between me and your country. Now it's just time to settle them. At this time, Shang Chuan finally managed to escape to the city only by utilizing a secret method to be able to catch his breath. Because of the previous orders, there were soon people in the city to meet them. When they saw Kamigawa covered in blood and in an extremely sorry state, several people were stunned. Sir, how could you be in such a sorry state? Who injured you like this? I'll go avenge you. Kamikawa spat out the blood in his mouth, then muttered, immediately activate the first level alert. Be quick. Don't ask so many questions. The dragon is coming. Dragon? Hearing this word, those few people were confused and immediately looked up and around, but they did not find any sign of the dragon. Dragon? Where is there a dragon? While several people were wondering in their minds, a giant shadow flew right above the city of our country. They raised their heads and looked upwards. Their legs began to tremble and they almost peed their pants directly. Dragon, dragon! Kamigawa's face twitched. Don't just stand there. Take me and leave quickly, and by the way, bring this woman to His Excellency again. At this time, our country's ruler was leisurely savoring a fine wine in the middle of the room, unaware that a disaster of annihilation was coming. Buzz! At that moment, he violently detected several powerful auras. When he opened the window and saw that a giant dragon was actually hovering right above the city, the ruler of country R was confused. Nanny! Just at this moment, a man next to him, however, had a sudden change in his face, and an ancient book he was flipping through in his hands fell to the ground with a loud thud. Dragon? Dragons! Hearing these two words, the ruler of our country was shocked and delighted in his heart, not realizing that the legendary dragon race would appear in his country. If he could capture and tame it, then his country's status would definitely rise several steps. At that time, thinking of this, he immediately gave the battle order. Level 1 battle readiness. We must capture that dragon race at all costs. Yes, the excitement and ecstasy in his heart had already caused the ruler of country R to rush out of his mind, and he didn't even think about why the dragon clan had suddenly appeared above his country. DDT. As the red alarm sounded, the entire city entered a level 1 state of war readiness. All of the military forces were on standby, and almost 90% or more of the well-trained Imperial Beastmasters were all thrown into the fray. For a moment, all of our country's long-range weapon facilities as well as formation masters and other offensive type props were all aimed at Jiang Yan and the others in the air. The faces of those Grandmaster and Sovereign Beastmasters all changed drastically when they saw Jiang Yan in the air. They had all fought with Zhong Xiangtian before, and had even seen that golden dragon of his. But the first time they saw Jiang Yan, the crowd felt an invisible fear suddenly spread across their souls. Dragon race? But why is it black? Isn't gold the highest rank? A black dragon race is really a bit weird. Everyone should be careful. That woman should be this black dragon's royal beastmaster. Find a chance to directly finish her off. The crowd nodded and began to place their eyes on Lang Yueyao's body. Lang Yueyao quickly scanned the city at her feet, her thoughts instantly going back to the past. In her previous life, she had crossed paths with the people of R. Their strength was average. It was the contracted spirit beasts that were rather bizarre. However, these were just tricks in front of real strength. Next to him, Spirit Frost and Jiang Yan locked eyes for a moment, and after receiving his approval, he stepped forward and shouted, "Hand over the people or else today, there will be no more our country." People? What people? Since Kamigawa had acted in secret and hadn't reported it at all, they knew nothing about his infiltration into the Summer Kingdom, but even so, the few people only gave a faint cold snort. Humph, what a big mouth. Who do you think you are to dare to be so arrogant? If you dare to come today, don't even think of leaving alive. Having sent a spirit beast of the level of the Dragon Clan to their doorstep, what were they waiting for if they didn't make a move? The infuriated Spirit Frost just wanted to speak, but Song Huang grabbed the lead. Woman-child, don't talk nonsense with them. It doesn't really matter if they hand it over or not. Anyway, all of them are going to die today. Humph. And who are you? Song Huang smiled. You can call me an ancestor. Seek death. The man was just about to strike with anger, but the long-range weapons at their feet were the first to attack. These anti-aircraft type long-range weapons were personally operated by specialized Imperial Beastmasters. They used the energy of spirit beasts, as well as crystals generated from the energy of the Earth's core, as ammunition. The range was extremely long while also having a very powerful destructive force. What's more, some of the ammunition had been enhanced with special props, causing even more significant damage to the spirit beasts. With a command from the top commander of our country, those tens of thousands of energy shells blasted towards Jiang Yan. Since it's a dragon race, it shouldn't be that fragile. Fire! Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was ecstatic in his heart. Just in time. I was waiting for it. Chapter 121. Countdown to Extinction. Seeing the energy cannonballs that rained down towards him, Jiang Yan was overjoyed in his heart. Hey! I like it when you guys use these wide-range attacks. Song Huang and Spirit Frost just wanted to make a move, but were stopped by Jiang Yan. No need to rush, watch me. With a wave of his dragon claw, Jiang Yan opened up 10 void spaces directly in front of him. Although there were only 10 void spaces, it was more than enough to deal with these energy shells. Since he dared to come to our country, he naturally had the strength to be able to exterminate it. Buzz! As the 10 void spaces opened up, those powerhouses in country are suddenly sensed something. Why do I feel that the space in front of that black dragon is suddenly a bit odd? I have the same feeling. I'm probably overthinking it. Humph. Even the dragons can't possibly withstand these nearly millions of energy shells. You know, all these energy shells are enough to destroy a small country. It's quite a pity if this dragon race dies. I've never fought with a dragon race before. Me too. I hope this dragon race's skin will be thicker. Don't worry. Those guys will be merciful. Our aim is to keep this dragon race captive for our use. Well, that's true. The crowd wrapped their hands around their chests, wanting to see just what kind of way Jiang Yan was going to deal with. However, the scene that happened next would become a shadow for them for the rest of their lives. Swish, swish. Only in the next second, the tens of thousands of energy cannonballs disappeared one after another at an extremely fast speed in front of everyone's eyes. What? Disappeared? Disappeared? The crowd stared and looked carefully, realizing that those energy shells had strangely disappeared when they were still a dozen meters away from Jiang Yan. It was as if they absorbed into some other space. This situation isn't right. There's something odd about the space in front of that dragon clan. One of the extremely experienced patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters frowned and said, "This dragon clan must have opened up a space in front of them and then transferred those energy shells elsewhere." Hearing this explanation, the crowd then understood. Humph, if he could transfer the first round, could he still transfer the second round? In my opinion, it would be better to... They glanced at each other, followed by their figures suddenly disappearing before appearing behind Lang Yueyao. Swish, swish. In my opinion, it would be better to directly take out this beast master to be faster. A few people were just about to sneak attack, but they suddenly realized how one person was missing. Eh? Why is there a person missing from this group? Just as several people were looking around, Song Huang had quietly appeared behind them. Stop looking, your ancestors are here. What? Not allowing them to react, Song Huang had already transformed into a dragon claw by this time, directly penetrating the chest of one of them. Tear! Immediately afterward, Song Huang's right claw lashed out and that person was directly split in two, dying an extremely miserable death. Retreat! While they dodged and retreated, they summoned their spirit beasts to return fire. One of the spirit beasts was a female humanoid with dozens of snowflakes floating around it, like the Snow Maiden from the legends. There was also a spirit beast that was a white fox that hovered in the air, while its body was wrapped around a bamboo. Song Huang disdainfully skimmed his mouth and stopped pretending, directly transforming into his prototype. I'm not pretending anymore. Showdown. Roar. He shifted and transformed into a giant dragon. Nanny? Another dragon race. Seeing Song Huang transform into a dragon race, the people of their country were baffled and the expressions on their faces instantly froze, as if the world had lost its colors. This person is actually a dragon race incarnation. 2 dragons? To actually see 2 dragon races in one day. Dragons of the Xia Kingdom. They're from the Xia Kingdom. This is big trouble. Their faces became extremely ugly, like frosted eggplants. Everyone do it together. We can't give him a chance to catch his breath. However, while they focused on Song Huang, they overlooked Jiang Yan. At this moment, The energy shells of the Our Country already existed within the void space released by Jiang Yan. All right, it's almost time. It's time to give it back as it is. Jiang Yan smiled evilly and clenched his 2 dragon claws violently. The increase in strength and his previous 3rd evolution had made his mastery of void space more and more skillful. In the next instant, those disappearing shells poured out like a raging storm, all pouring out, blasting towards the Our Country city. The eyes of the Our Country's ruler who witnessed this scene on the viewing platform instantly widened. His brain exploded, and he almost fell to the ground without standing still. What kind of ability is this? The secretary next to him trembled and swallowed. Lord Ruler, this seems to be a spatial ability. What space? The dragon race knows the power of space. The kingdom ruler was confused. At this time, the supreme commander of the Our Country almost didn't tense up either when he saw the energy shells that rained down all the way back. The group of soldiers under his command had panicked in the face of this terrifying attack. These aren't the energy shells we just sent. What to do if so many energy shells fall? Not to mention us, even the country will be blown to ashes. Hearing the discussion of a few soldiers around him, that commander's eyes were furious, and with a single slash, he chopped off the heads of these 2 men. All shut up. Those who shake the military's heart, kill. Fill the energy shells to continue the attack. Continue to strengthen the energy to cancel out this round of attacks. Yes. Defense Imperial Beastmasters, stand by, ready to intercept the energy shells. Yes, under that commander's roar. They then quieted down and began to methodically return fire. For a while, countless energy cannonballs blasted against each other. And as the 2 energies intersected, they directly exploded. Boom! Boom! The air of the entire Our Country had been completely covered by energy explosions, and that terrifying might made the earth tremble and caused a small earthquake. Jiang Yan in the air was slightly shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. Interesting. Time is short and the task is heavy, so I won't play with you guys. Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon's mouth and directly opened his domain skill. Brahma Dragon Domain. Open. Buzz. The domain had unfolded, and all non-dragon units within the domain's range had their full attributes dropped by 30%. The Brahma Dragon Domain began to expand continuously, and the people who were fighting Song Huang only felt their bodies sink as if they were being suppressed by something. Not good. I feel like I'm being suppressed by something. Me too. I feel like I can't use my strength. Since Song Huang was of the dragon race, he wasn't affected by this domain suppression. Instead, he became more and more courageous the more he fought. The domain suppression was only one thing. What was even more terrifying was that after the domain unfolded, the black flames that appeared out of nowhere had started to gradually spread across the Our Country city. What is this thing? Chapter 122, The Man Behind the Scenes. As the field unfolded, the black flames that were formed began to spread continuously amongst the towns of the Our Country. What is this thing? They tried to extinguish that black flames with powerful water energy cannonballs or the water skills of the spirit beasts. However, nothing worked. Ordinary water skills didn't work at all. Instead, they made that black flames burn more and more intensely. For a while, the soldiers were in chaos. Hissing and screaming spread throughout the entire Our Country. After 10 seconds or so, the black flames began to spread to the town, and those houses and buildings were surrounded. Zzz. It burned them into nothingness in just 10 seconds or so. The tools that the soldiers had used to fire the energy shells had turned into black-colored scrap metal by now. At this moment, the soldiers were in chaos, running and fleeing with no intention of fighting. In the air, those who were fighting with Song Huang were also affected by the black flames. They had to defend themselves against the black flames as well as dodge Song Huang's attacks, so they were a bit distracted for a while. Even if they didn't pay attention, they would be pierced through the heart by Song Huang's claw and die a horrible death. Seeing the scene in front of him, Jiang Yan smiled with satisfaction. This black flames will be enough for them to cope with for a while. My void energy sensed that guy fled to the north. Let's go, let's chase after him. Spirit Frost, Little Yo-Yo and I will go over to take a look. I'll trouble you here. Spirit Frost then nodded her little head before she went to help Song Huang. I think. Don't worry, brother Yao Yao. Swish. Immediately, Jiang Yan flapped his wings and started flying towards the north. When those imperial beast masters from our country saw Jiang Yan flying away, they wanted to turn around and go after him, but they were stopped by Spirit Frost. Your opponent is me. The current Spirit Frost was already a divine grade spirit beast, and with the enhancement of Jiang Yan's domain and that terrifying black flame, he was able to get by in the face of so many imperial beast masters. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Shang Chuan finally made it back to the room he was in after a few turns. He ordered his men to open that dark door, and then led Qingyu into it. Underneath this dark door was surprisingly another world. The space inside was extremely wide and cold, and there were hundreds of corpses of spirit beasts around, and these corpses of spirit beasts died extremely tragic. Some were bitten off the neck, some were bitten off the head. However, Kamigawa was not surprised by all this, dragging his injured body to the front, and then hurriedly knelt down. My lord! Swish! 3 seconds after his words fell, a black-robed man unexpectedly appeared out of thin air on the seat in front of him. Your mission has failed. Although these words were unusually calm, they seemed like a life-sapping scythe to Kamikawa. He tremblingly swallowed a mouthful of water, his body already dripping with cold sweat, then hurriedly kneeled on the ground and explained, My lord, this is all to blame for that black dragon. That black dragon has unexpectedly mastered spatial abilities. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even my Orochi is no match for him. But don't worry, I've already lured that black dragon over. Saying that, the henchman next to him hurriedly threw the unconscious Qing Yi onto the ground. The black-clothed man's voice was still calm, but there was also a bit more playful mockery. Oh, in that case, I still have to thank you, my lord. Although that black dragon is powerful, it must not be your opponent. As long as I'm allowed to regain my status, that black dragon won't be able to escape with its wings, Kamigawa said with an agitated expression, fearing that the man in black would do something to him. The man in black nodded coldly, but the words that came out made Kamikawa's body go cold with a chill down his spine. You did well, but a person who is already wasted has no use for me. Only to see that black-robed man gently wave his right hand. The soul of Yachi Orochi was directly yanked out of the imperial beast space by his hard hand. Tear! After the soul of the Orochi was extracted, Kamigawa's face immediately turned pale, as if he had been drained of all his strength. No, my lord, you let me go. I still have use, I can still. But before Kamigawa could finish his words, he only saw the black shadow man wave his right hand backward, and the soul of Orochi was swallowed up by the bizarre abyss behind him.
No.
The moment the soul of the Orochi disappeared, Kamigawa's already heavily damaged body could no longer withstand it. In the end, his heart stopped and he turned into a corpse in despair. The few people beside him had been stunned after seeing this scene, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and continuously begged, Sir, don't kill me, Even though those few juniors begged bitterly, the man in black clearly did not intend to let them go. A bunch of trash. Can't even do this little thing right. Tear! With a wave of his right hand, their spirit beast souls were directly forcefully torn out. At that moment, a black mist surrounded the few people at an extremely fast speed, and they turned into a pile of white bones without even uttering a cry. These few people probably didn't even dream of turning into a pile of white bones after only coming to follow their boss on an errand. Little brother, peanut for me. After casually resolving the few people, the man in black couldn't help but let out a low curse. A bunch of losers. I still have to do it myself. And bursts of hissing sounds of giant things began to come from the abyss behind him. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. It's coming soon. The man in black glanced over and saw the unconscious Qingyu on the ground. Perception spirit beast. Nice food. And just as he was about to extract the soul of the Qingyu spirit beast, the dark door of the room was directly blasted open. That guy was hiding here, but I don't know why his life breath suddenly disappeared. There's something odd. Long Yueyao sensed that something was wrong and hastily warned. The aura here was even more bizarre than the advanced copy of Dead Space. The man in black slowly stood up and unhurriedly walked down from the high platform. Oh, finally here. Long Yueyao entered the dark room and saw the man in black at a glance. So you're the man behind the curtain. Seeing Long Yueyao appear, the man in black placed his gaze on Jiang Yan. This color. Black dragon race, interesting. Its soul must be exceptionally powerful. Now you can have a full meal, only to see that black-clothed man slowly open his arms. The abyssal giant behind him finally showed its true form. Although it's a lowest-grade experiment, it should be more than enough to deal with the dragons. As the black-clothed man's words fell, a hissing sound came from the abyss behind him, followed by a pair of large hands crawling out from the middle of the abyss. Roar! In the next second, that abyssal giant slowly crawled out from amongst the abyss. No, what is this thing? When he saw the appearance of the abyssal giant, Jiang Nian was confused. This appearance was not a spirit beast at all. It was more like the stitching of hundreds of spirit beasts. The body was densely filled with various spirit beasts' heads and limb parts. Just one arm alone had dozens of spirit beasts' heads. Chapter 123, Ancient Ancestral Dragon vs. Abyssal Beast. Wind Spirit Snake, Earth Jiao, and even a Blast Eagle. What made Jiang Nian feel puzzled was that the back of this abyssal beast had two huge snake heads. These snake heads were precisely the snake heads of the Orochi that he had fought with before. After seeing the full appearance of this abyssal beast and the densely packed heads and arms, it made Jiang Nian feel nauseous for a while. My dense phobia is going to be offended. So disgusting, what is this thing? This thing doesn't belong to spirit beasts at all, right? Lang Yueyao was similarly nauseated for a while, her brows furrowed. Although this fellow's body was filled with the heads of spirit beasts, none of those scents originally belonged to itself, which was odd. What a disgusting monster! She forcefully restrained that disgusting emotion in her heart and began to look up and down at this abyssal beast. Since it was an enemy, it was only fair to hurry up and find out its weaknesses. On the contrary, the man in black looked as if he was enjoying the fruits of a victorious battle in advance. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. You will soon see what true fear is. Go on. Eat it up and you'll become stronger. Roar! That abyssal giant hissed and charged towards Jiang Nian. Xiao Yao, be careful. I'll settle Qingyu down first, then I'll come to help you soon. After saying that, Lang Yueyao jumped down from Jiang Nian's back, then ran towards the back with Qingyu in her arms. Jiang Nian nodded, then used his eye of insight to check the information of the abyssal giant in front of him. Due to interference from the abyssal space, the eye of insight is disabled. A name? Abyssal beast. Level? Life? Attack? Defense? Speed? Domain? Talent? Skills? But as for such a result, Jiang Nian wasn't the least bit surprised. Sure enough, it's normal to be less than that. What useful information can be discerned from just a stitching monster? Anyway, just knock it down. Jiang Nian no longer thought much about it. Swinging his dragon claw, he clashed with the pair of large hands of the abyssal giant. Boom! Absolute penetrating gold word trigger. Dragon claw tier effect triggered. The dragon claws and the large hands clashed together, with both sides suffering slight damage. Jiang Nian's life value 366. Abyssal Beast 1999. Bleeding effect triggered. The abyssal beast has entered the bleeding state. The beast of the abyss is losing life. Dragon's blood boiling effect triggered. If dragon blood boiling is passively activated, for every point of life consumed, attack power plus 10 points. Despite losing life points, Jiang Nian's attack power was boosted. In the next second, the head of one of the spirit beasts on the shoulder of that abyssal beast suddenly opened up and spat out a huge fireball towards Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian directly sprayed out a shot of swift dragon flame. Boom! The terrifying Taiku dragon flame instantly melted the fireball and blasted towards the abyssal beast. Roar! The abyssal beast roared, gathering the flames on top of its right fist followed by a fierce blast. But in this instant, Jiang Nian's mouth rapidly converged with ice and cold energy. Winter's breath. Swish! The breath of winter was even faster, freezing the right fist of the abyssal beast the moment it made contact with the swift dragon flame. Ka-ting, ka-ting. With its right fist frozen, the swift dragon flame scored a direct hit, and along with that right fist it was burned into nothingness. Abyssal beast life value 12,365. The terrifying black flames began to continuously cauterize the abyssal beast's body, and the life value continued to decrease. Not only that, the effect of the scorching burned the souls of the spirit beasts on the abyssal beast into nothingness. After seeing the terror of this black flame, the man in black was shocked. What kind of flame is this? It can actually burn even souls. The abyssal beast that had lost one of its arms had its combat power drastically reduced. But even so, its means were endless, and its attributes were surprisingly more numerous than those of the Orochi. The spirit beast souls on its body released various colors of light, and various energy attacks with different attributes bombarded Jiang Yan. However, it was good that Jiang Yan used void space to deflect the attack, and then a thunderstorm dragon tail struck the other arm of the abyssal beast. So what if you've sewn up more attributes? It's useless if you can't hit your target. Tear. Absolute penetration golden word trigger. The triggering of the gold lexicon effect, coupled with the dragon blood boiling passive, allowed Jiang Yan's attack power to be greatly increased. This dragon tail went down, directly cutting off the other arm of the abyssal beast. Abyssal beast life value 10,966. Paralysis effect triggered. Target is paralyzed. After losing its two arms, the abyssal beast immediately hissed to the sky. Right at this moment, a spirit beast head behind it suddenly erupted with bright light. Buzz! Regenerate! In the next second, the abyssal beast's lost left arm began to grow rapidly. Seeing that the abyssal beast wanted to recover its regenerated arm, Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't give it such an opportunity and directly used a level 6 skill, Dragon Scale Storm. After releasing the skill, all of Jiang Yan's own scales began to peel off. Spinning around and fusing with the powerful wind element could form a terrifying storm. Enhanced by the wind element, those scales like raindrops would become exceptionally sharp. Go!
Suislala.
Due to its huge size, the abyssal beast was unable to resist for a while, so it could only use the power of the spirit beasts on its body for defense. Roar! Only to see that abyssal beast roar towards the front. The two spirit beast heads on its body emitted a burst of light. Buzz! Immediately afterward, two shields made of wind energy and water energy converging appeared in front of it.
Palala.
Countless scales began to frantically blast the shields in front of them. Due to the skill level, after only 2.5 seconds, huge cracks appeared in the shields. Jiang Yan's Dragon Scale Storm was level 6, while the two shields were only level 5 combined. Finally, those two shields could no longer withstand the terrifying explosive force and directly exploded. Boom! Chapter 124. Seconds. What's there to say? Boom! The moment the shield exploded, the abyssal beast was directly penetrated through its body by countless dragon scale fragments. The countless dragon scale fragments even directly chopped off the two snake heads behind the abyssal beast. Abyssal beast life value 26,877. Thinking that you'll be able to fight against this dragon just because you've devoured the power of that Orochi, you're too naive. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. Although he was unable to use his eye of insight to see the true amount of blood of this abyssal beast right now, but judging from its state, it should just be a mouthful of swift dragon flame. Although you're a stitching monster, let's just say, can you stitch some more powerful spirit beasts? At this moment, seeing that the swift dragon flame unexpectedly did not have the slightest power to fight back in front of Jiang Yan, and even had two of his arms directly cut off, the black-clothed man completely tensed up. How could this be? How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. This abyssal beast of mine has devoured hundreds of spirit beasts, and there's also the soul of an Orochi. How can it be that it can't even compare to a dragon? I don't believe it. The black-robed man with an unwilling heart injected the energy conjured from all the black mist in his body into the abyssal beast's body. With the injection of black energy, the two arms that the abyssal beast said the zombie had dropped began to grow out at an extremely fast speed. Abyssal beast life value plus. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was slightly surprised in his heart. Yo, really have the means to actually grow back. So what if I am like this? Seeing this situation, Jiang Yan didn't have any panic. Instead, he used the new skill that he had obtained from defeating the Orochi before, Yamanuki Blood Devouring. In the next second, a powerful red light quickly shot out from Jiang Yan's beast pupil. The characteristics of the skill of the 8th gifted Blood Devouring. As long as the stronger the strength, then the higher the corrosiveness would be, and there was no upper limit. That Orochi was not strong enough to utilize the true power of this skill. Swish! Red light shot out, instantly surrounding the attack released by those hundreds of spirit beast heads. The powerful corrosiveness was completely displayed at this moment. Stain! After a dozen seconds or so, the souls of those spirit beasts were completely corroded by the red light, and finally turned into a large pool of black water. The abyssal beasts that were attacked had their souls damaged and began to fall to the ground with a bang, and their bodies began to be corroded continuously. Jiang Yen directly replenished it with a shot of swift dragon flame, not intending to give it a chance to stand up or respawn at all. Wow! The black flames instantly covered the fallen abyssal beast, along with the souls of those ferocious beasts all burned to ashes. Abyssal beast life value 36,517. Killed abyssal beast. Gained plus 196,311 experience. Level LV 37,352,358. 150,000 capped. Level LV 38,352,358. 150,000 capped. Level LV 37,352,358. 150,000 capped. All of your values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to 38. Your level has increased to 38 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Level LV 38,200 and 2,258. 200,000 capped. Level LV 38,202,225,82,00000 capped. Level LV 38,200 and 2,258. 200,000 capped. All of your numerical values have been greatly increased. Your level has been increased to level 39. Your level has risen to 39 and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you would like to extract the gold phrase. Hey, not to mention, the experience value given by this ugly monster is really high, allowing me to directly level up 2 levels in a row. Jiang Nian rejoiced. Together with these 2 chances to extract the golden phrase, there are now 15. When this is over, I can have a good time extracting golden phrases. And by the way, I can also look for breakthrough props. Kill abyssal beast to gain plus 16,333 attack power. Attack power has reached the upper limit and cannot be further increased. Please make a breakthrough. Attack crystals 101 is required. Kill abyssal beast to gain defense power. Oh. Seeing that so many attributes could not be increased caused Jiang Yen some heartache. It seemed like he had to hurry up to find breakthrough materials. Perhaps it was because this abyssal beast skills were all from other spirit beasts, causing this kill to not gain any skills or talents. The black-robed man who thought he had the power to win froze in his face when he saw this scene. What? This isn't an Orochi skill. How did this black dragon release it? He couldn't understand the skills of the Orochi better, but why would this black dragon use? And how is it possible? How could my abyssal beast die like this? Looking at the large mass of black water on the ground, the black-clothed man's body was constantly trembling, having completely despaired. This abyssal beast was his strongest and last resort, and he didn't expect that it would be destroyed so easily. To know, in order to raise this abyssal beast, he had spent several years of time, how much energy he had expended. But now, not only did it not cause any damage to the dragon race, but instead, it didn't even carry off 10 moves itself. Damn. Is this the strength of the dragon clan? Mother if I had known this, I wouldn't have sent anyone to easily provoke this ancestor. The man in black clenched his fists fiercely, regretting in his heart. But it's too late to say anything now. No, this dragon clan is too strong to be killed. We have to hurry and find a chance to leave. At this time, the black-clothed man's heart already had the intention of escaping. He constantly surveyed the surrounding, attempting to find a place where he could break through. But Jiang Nian's huge body had already firmly blocked the door of the dark room. There was no possibility for the man in black to escape. Damn. This black dragon blocked here simply cannot unless. The man in black gritted his teeth. His eyes quickly swept a glance at Lang Yueyao in front of him on the right. Using this woman as a hostage, there might still be some chance. That's right, it can only be this way. When he thought of this, the man in black no longer stayed, and with a wave of his right hand released a large swathe of black mist, followed by his body quickly rushing over towards Lang Yueyao. This woman looks like a vase. It's easy to catch her. But just as he was rejoicing in his heart, Lang Yueyao had already discovered his course of action. Want to make a move on me? Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the deicide crossbow she had acquired earlier. Just in time to try out the power of this Godslayer crossbow. So I'll take you first. After loading the ammunition of the Godslayer crossbow, she didn't hesitate. Aiming at the black-clothed man's head, she directly pulled the trigger. Snap! Go talk to my Godslayer crossbow. The man in black laughed coldly, facing the crossbow that shot towards him. He just waved his hand lightly, forming a black mist in front of him. Heh! Listening to this name is quite bluffing, but it's a pity. It can't even break my defense. However, the final result was Chapter 125. There are still experts. However, the final result was the black-clothed man's words had just fallen, only to see that the shot crossbow arrow was like lightning, directly ignoring the defense and piercing through his black mist defense. What? The black-clothed man's face instantly changed greatly, wanting to dodge to both sides. But it was already too late. The speed of that crossbow arrow was extremely fast, and in just one breath it pierced through his palm, and finally directly penetrated his skull. Tear! The characteristics of the Godslayer crossbow were completely displayed at this moment. It had a decapitating effect on humans, and it was something that could not be defended against. That black-clothed man ultimately paid the price for his arrogance and was killed by a single blow. He fell straight to the ground, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but he could no longer open his mouth. In the end, he turned into a stream of black smoke, completely disappearing. Seeing that the man in black was killed in a second, Lang Yueyao was ecstatic. The only thing she regretted was that she didn't get to see the true face of the man in black. After resolving the man in black, Lang Yueyao looked at the deicide crossbow in her hand with delight. It's really a god-level weapon. This power is too amazing. Although she had thought that the power of this deicide crossbow was able to directly penetrate the defense of the black-clothed man, but killing him in a second was still a bit too much. She carefully put away the Godslayer crossbow, and then hurriedly ran to Jiang Yan's side. How is it, Xiao Yao? Not hurt, right? Jiang Yan shook his head and waved his wings to show that he was strong. That's fine. The only thing that's a bit of a pity is that this man in black is dead. Otherwise we could still ask some useful information out of his mouth. What exactly is the purpose of this man in black? And why are there so many spirit beast corpses on the floor of this dark room? A more important point was that the ability of that spirit beast of this man in black was really a bit weird. It was able to devour the souls of other spirit beasts, thus transforming them into its own abilities. If it wasn't for Xiao Yao's strong strength, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy to deal with for a while. Right? Since this is the place where he often moves around, there might be some clues. Right? When she thought of this, she spoke to Jiang Yan at her side. Xiao Yao, you take care of Sister Qingyu first. I'll look around here. Maybe I can find something useful. Jiang Yan nodded, then flew to Qingyu's side. However, for safety's sake, he still habitually opened up a few void spaces around Lang Yueyao's side. In case that man in black still left any special means, with this void space there would be no problem. Afterwards, Lang Yueyao began to carefully investigate in this dark room. She first examined the corpses of those spirit beasts and ferocious beasts on the ground around her. She found that some of these corpses had been eaten with only limbs left, while others were intact but had had their souls extracted. These spirit beasts were only rare in rank, but they were very numerous. But Lang Yueyao was at least someone who had seen a big scene. She carefully walked over those spirit beast corpses and searched. After searching carefully like this for about 15 minutes, the clues were not found, but a black box was found. Looks like all the doubts are inside this box. However, for the sake of safety, Lang Yueyao still placed a protective shield and antivirus shield on her body in advance. Only after doing all these protective measures did she carefully open that black box. Crunch! The moment the box was opened, a powerful black air current directly rushed out. That air current directly morphed into a huge ghost face and tore towards Lang Yueyao. However, it was fortunate that she had prepared in advance, coupled with the void space set up by Jiang Yan. That black ghost face was directly sucked in by the void space when it was still 10 meters away from her. Lang Yueyao was surprised. After being surprised for a moment, she quickly understood. This should be Xiao Yao's special ability. She smiled in her heart and walked forward to look inside that black box. It didn't matter if she didn't look again. She was directly shocked when she did. So many gold coins. The box was full of gold coins, and there were all kinds of experience books, treasures, and props. It was like a private treasure trove. Wow, blood money. She excitedly waved her fists, and then began to rummage around inside the chest. After rummaging for most of the day, she finally found an item that didn't belong inside that chest. It was a pitch-black colored badge with a trace of black aura remaining on it. Could this black badge be something from a certain power? In her previous life, she had seen the iconic badges of many forces, but she had never seen any force whose badge was black. After holding it in her hand and sizing it up, Lung Yueyao put it away, taking it in first. Maybe the kingdom ruler and the dean had seen this badge before. Hee. A big harvest. This trip wasn't in vain. Lung Yueyao smiled while putting away all the treasures inside the chest. Only after not finding anything suspicious did she run to Jiang Yan's side. Hee. Xiao Yao, I found quite a few good things. Oh, I'll let you see them when I get back. Jiang Yan nodded his head repeatedly in excitement. Seeing that Qingyu was still unconscious, Lang Yueyao hurriedly walked up and took some recovery potions and expulsion potions for her. Sister Qingyu has some residual other energies in her body, but after drinking this energy potion, she'll wake up soon. Let's go, Xiao Yao, we should go out. Jiang Yan nodded and carefully placed Qingyu on his back. Just as they were about to leave, at this moment, buzz! Jiang Yan, who had a strong power of perception, suddenly noticed a slight ringing sound coming from behind him. There are still experts? He made his wings bigger in a hurry and protected Lang Yueyao behind him, then turned around to look behind him. The place where the loudness came from just now seems to be in that mass of black water. There is the place where the abyssal beast died. It's reasonable to say that after the death of the abyssal beast, along with the souls of the other spirit beasts were turned into ashes together. But how? Is there still a faint aura there? There are still experts. Chapter 126. The little thing is still weirdly stoned. Something's not right. Could it be that this abyssal beast isn't dead yet? Jiang Yan became smaller and flew forward suspiciously. At this time, Lung Yueyao on the side also realized the clues. She saw that the place where the abyssal beast died even had a palm-sized black object moving backward. What is that? She quickly walked forward and looked closer before realizing that the moving black object looked like a spirit beast. However, in her 2 lives, she had never seen such a spirit beast before. Although it was only the size of a palm, it had mouths all over its body, and it looked extremely weird and scary. Hee. Xiao Yao, come and see. What does this feel like? It's so scary. Lung Yueyao's face changed for a moment before she hurriedly dodged backwards. Jiang Yan was also startled after seeing the palm-sized monster. This thing isn't a spirit beast, is it? How come this looks so shabby? It doesn't look local. This thing can't be that abyssal beast's native body. Being able to survive the scorching heat of the swift dragon flame seemed to be the only possibility. This little thing was quite death-resistant. It couldn't even be burned. Just as Jiang Yan was looking the monster up and down, the latter suddenly opened its mouth wide and violently leapt up to pounce towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted in time and dodged, then slapped a claw on the monster's body. Slap! This claw went down. The monster fell heavily on the ground, then turned into a puddle of black water. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that the dark room was surrounded by the corpses of various spirit beasts. This thing is indeed weird. Able to eat the souls of so many spirit beasts, odd. If we keep letting this little gadget eat like this, it might even become stronger. After casually slapping it to death, Lung Yueyao hurriedly walked over. How is it, Xiao Yao? No injuries, right? Jiang Yan shook his head, then pointed with his dragon claw right in front of him. Lung Yueyao lamented and said with great regret. Unfortunately, that man in black turned into a cloud of black smoke and died. Didn't see his real face. However, I heard his accent as if he wasn't from our country. What exactly is his true purpose? Although the man in black and the abyssal beast were dead, the piece of abyss behind them did not disappear. Jiang Yan and Lung Yueyao cautiously walked forward to view it. At the first sight of that abyss, Jiang Yan hastily withdrew his gaze. This abyss was completely different from his void space, and just by looking down, even his soul was almost swallowed up into it. How bizarre. How can a place like this still exist in our? It's a pity that this guy is dead, or else we could still ask about it. Although there were still a whole lot of mysteries that had not been solved. Intuition told Jiang Yan that he couldn't stay in this place any longer now, or something would happen. Lung Yueyao also sensed the difference and hurriedly said, Xiao Yao, let's quickly take Sister Qingyu away from this place. It's so weird here. We can't stay any longer. Jiang Yan nodded and grew bigger, just wanting to take Leng Yueyao and Qing Yu out of here. But just then, swish! An extremely strong suction force suddenly erupted from amongst the abyss behind that. My premonition was right. Jiang Yan cursed lowly in his heart as he rushed towards the front with his wings constantly waving. Behind him, Leng Yueyao unfolded her defense shield to protect Qingyu. Even though Jiang Yan had tried his best to fly towards the front, the suction force under the abyss was getting more and more massive. Even Jiang Yan's huge body was somewhat unable to resist it for a while. I go. The suction force is so strong. Jiang Yan hurriedly opened the system and put all his skill points on flight. Deducted skill points 18. Successfully lit skill flight 5-5. Flight 5-5 LV5. Lighting it will increase your flying speed by 55%. With this 55% increase in flying speed, Jiang Yan's flying speed immediately took a qualitative leap. With a flap of its wings, it finally forcibly broke free from the suction range of that terrifying abyss. And after Jiang Yan broke free, that abyss seemed to have lost its target and actually began to explode. Boom! However, at this time, Jiang Yan had already taken Leng Yueyao and the girls into the air, so he was not affected by this explosion. But the surrounding towns and those residents were not spared. The range of this explosion was huge, and in just one instant, it flattened a few thousand meters in a radius. The residents of R were already in a state of panic, and after such an explosion, it immediately made them worse. Since the people have been rescued, let's retreat for now. Elder Tsang Huang and his side should be pretty much dealt with as well. Thinking of this, with a flap of his wings, Jiang Yan flew over towards Tsang Huang's side. At this moment, Tsang Huang's side of the battlefield, with Jiang Yan's domain enhancement, coupled with Tsang Huang's combat experience, the situation could be said to be one-sided. Even though those powerful beast masters from R had caused him a lot of trouble, that was all. Tsang Huang was invincible as he switched between his human and dragon forms, and with the help of Spirit Frost, those imperial beastmasters of the R country were already half dead or wounded. During this battle, the imperial beastmasters of country R had also teamed up to release several powerful formations. However, in the face of Tsang Huang, who had already gone crazy, and the enhancement of Jiang Yan's domain, the formations were just like papier-mâché, with no deterrent power to speak of. After casually blasting away a royal beastmaster, Tsang Huang laughed and shouted, "Ha ha ha! Over the top! Over the top! It's been a long time since I've fought so painfully." Although he had likewise suffered a considerable amount of injuries in this battle, it was nothing compared to those imperial beastmasters from the R country. The R country's ruler, who had witnessed this fierce battle with his own eyes, had slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with despair. This is just a Chinese dragon killed so many of their royal beast masters and most of their army. If that dragon comes to help again, then wouldn't he this be in danger of being exterminated? And just as he was thinking that, Jiang Yan rushed back in time. Those imperial beast masters who were fighting Tsang Huang saw Jiang Yan come back, and the sky collapsed at that moment. One Chinese dragon was already so difficult to deal with, and now the other one had returned as well. It's over. This is really over. This dragon race is too strong. It's simply not something we can handle. We shouldn't have hit it in the first place. What's the use of talking about this now? That black dragon has returned as well. If they join forces together, we won't survive more than 3 rounds. This time, it's really going to be the end. Chapter 127 Extermination. Our country is gone. Ignoring the eating expressions on the faces of those imperial beast masters from our country, Jiang Yan flew straight towards Tsang Huang. "Senior, the people have been rescued." Looking at the city of country are under his feet that had been destroyed into ruins, Jiang Yan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. "I'll go. Senior's hand is really hard. But it's also right. These guys are a scourge anyway. It's better to exterminate them later than earlier." Then, just when Jiang Yan had just had an idea in his mind, our country's ruler staggered out of the room, then said in alarm, "Wait. First, don't do it first. I have something to say." Tsang Huang stopped the dragon claw in his hand and looked at our kingdom ruler with a disdainful expression. "If you have a fart, release it." Our country ruler swallowed a mouthful of water tremblingly before saying in a hurry, "I am willing to offer all teach, eat treasures among the treasury, and implore the divine dragon to let our country live." After saying that, he immediately gave a wink to the secretary next to him. The latter understood and immediately trotted towards the middle of the state sovereign's mansion, and 3 minutes later, she ran out with 5 or 6 storage rings. This is all the treasures in my treasury. Seeing that the state sovereign had already had the intention of being soft, at this time, those royal beast masters in the air changed greatly in color, and then blocked one after another. Monarch, absolutely not. This is the treasure that our treasury has been saving up for many years. How can we give it to the people of the Xia kingdom? Song Huang. Huh. Broad noise. Not even 2 seconds after the man's words fell, Song Huang arrived in front of him with a flash. Before the man could react, Song Huang's dragon claw swung directly through his chest. Tear! Seeing with their own eyes that their companion was torn in half, the crowd's faces twisted slightly in anger, gritting their teeth in death, already enraged to the extreme. Yamada! They just wanted to rush forward to take revenge, but the swift dragon flame in Jiang Yan's mouth was already poised and ready to attack. Since you guys are seeking death yourselves, it's not my fault. Just as Jiang Yan was about to strike to eliminate them all, our country's ruler pleaded once again. At this time, he could no longer care about any face, only seeking to leave the country a chance of survival. But in response, Jiang Yan just skimmed his mouth very coldly. Che, idiot. The treasures of the treasury that killed you are also mine. If I had done this earlier, I might still have left a few of your lives, but now it's too late. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Now he knows that it's too late to surrender? Jiang Yan laughed coldly in his heart. He wasn't going to do that, so-called what a saintly mother. He didn't want to let these people live today because of his compassion, and then invite their retaliation afterward. To cut off the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. It's nothing more than a small country the size of a projectile, so if you exterminate it, you exterminate it. Senior, do it. After saying that, the cold energy in Jiang Yan's mouth converged at great speed. When Song Huang saw Jiang Yan's performance, his heart was extremely satisfied. Ha ha ha. Good boy. I really didn't misjudge you. There should never be any mercy for the enemy. Song Huang laughed, and the powerful energy above the dragon's claws began to converge rapidly. Seeing this, Spirit Frost no longer hesitated and simply nodded faintly, summoning flames in her left hand and cold ice in her right. Seeing this scene, the ruler of Country R's legs seemed to have lost their strength. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. No, don't. Despite the fact that he had begged for mercy and terror, the cold ice energy from Jiang Yan's mouth in the air didn't stop, but instead grew faster and faster. Seeing this scene, our country's ruler clenched his teeth in death, and the expression on his face became more and more unsightly. Since this is the case, let's die together. Even the dragon clan can't humiliate us like this. Those imperial beast masters in the air used all their means in preparation for a fight to the death when they saw this. However, in Jiang Yan's eyes, how could the counterattacks of countless ants be able to withstand an elephant's kick? Song Huang was even the first to strike, and the powerful force in his hand directly covered those injured imperial beast masters completely. They didn't even have the chance to explode their spirit beast cores. After the convergence of the cold energy in his mouth was complete, Jiang Yan aimed at our country's kingdom ruler and then fiercely launched his attack. Winter's Breath. Wow! As Jiang Yan's level increased, the range of the wave of cold energy as well as the freezing speed was getting faster and faster. Wherever this ice energy reached, everything was instantly frozen. Even the shockwaves generated by those Imperial Beastmasters' self-destruction were frozen at this moment. You want to die together, but you don't even have the qualifications to do so. Country R's ruler wanted to fight back with all his might, but the ice was spreading too fast. He didn't even have the means to use it before he was frozen into a humanoid ice sculpture, and the terrified expression on his face was extremely teasing. Swish! The power of ice spread rapidly, and a few minutes later, our country that was still burning with war just a moment ago had now turned into a city of ice. There was no life in the city, and everywhere were ice sculptures of humanoids as well as spirit beasts. Our country gone. At this time, after Lung Yueyao finished expelling the dark energy from Qingyu's body again, the latter gradually opened her eyes and woke up. Where is this? Right. Be careful of Shangchuan, She cried out in alarm, and Lung Yueyao beside her hurriedly comforted. Don't worry, Sister Qingyu. It's already fine. When Qingyu saw the scene in front of her, she was already stunned. This is Country R? But how did it turn out like this? Our country in his memory wasn't like this. But now why would it turn into a frozen city? But when she saw Jiang Yan, who was surrounded by frigid ice energy next to him, she instantly understood it all. This is what it did? Lang Yueyao nodded, her eyes full of smugness. Yes, my little Yao is awesome, isn't he? Qing Yu's mouth had opened into an O shape as she let out a slight scream. My God! This is more than awesome, to be able to freeze the entire our country. Is this the strength of the dragon race? No, even if it was the dragon race, this strength was too terrifying. However, she suddenly thought of something, and her heart suddenly became much more relieved, and she was even a bit thankful and happy. Phew! It's good that it's this our summer kingdom's dragon. Right at this moment, Xia Yuanlong, who had gathered many people, rushed over anxiously. These were the hidden powerhouses of the state sovereign's mansion, and their strength was even stronger than that of Li Yi and the others. They usually kept an extremely low profile and would not show their faces easily, only coming out when the Xia kingdom was in a life and death crisis. In order to save Qingyu, Xia Yuanlong had mobilized half of them, while the other half of the strongest were guarding the Xia kingdom to avoid people from other countries taking advantage of the chaos to sneak in. I hope it's not too late. Xia Yuanlong took a deep breath. As long as that black dragon can hold it off for a while, we'll definitely be able to save Qingyu when the large army arrives. Next to Xia Yuanlong, Mo Lin frowned a bit and asked in disbelief. Your Majesty, is that black dragon really that powerful? Stronger than that golden dragon of Zhong Xiangtian? Xia Yuanlong nodded heavily, recalling Jiang Yan's battle with the Yaqi Orochi could only be described in 2 words. Crush. Absolute crushing. We have to hurry. As the crowd's speed increased, they finally arrived right above the capital. However, upon seeing the scene in front of them, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. What is the situation? This is our country? Chapter 128, packed away, crowd shocked. My goodness, what on earth is happening here? After seeing their country under their feet turn into a frozen city, the crowd was stunned. Whether it was buildings or humans, or even spirit beasts, all of them were frozen, and no place was spared. Xia Yuanlong, who had come to provide support, was also confused when he saw this scene. No, what the hell is happening here? Even though he was right above the city, he could still feel the piercingly cold air that came over his face as well as the powerful power of cold ice. What a terrifying power of cold ice, actually able to freeze an entire city into an ice sculpture. Right, where are Qingyu and the girls? Everyone, don't just stand there. Go look around. The little guy is a small black dragon. It should be easy to see. Quick! Ah! The crowd nodded and were just about to launch a massive search, while one of them with sharp eyes immediately spotted Jiang Yan and the others not far away. Over there! They're over there! Xia Yuanlong immediately greeted the crowd and flew over towards that side. At this moment, Jiang Yan was in front of the kingdom's ruler, counting the storage ring on the ground that had been frozen into ice. He first melted it carefully, and then carefully inspected it again, just in case there were any frauds inside. But fortunately, these 5 storage rings were all very safe, and there were an abnormal amount of things in here. Yahoo! This guy really didn't cheat. He really did put an entire kingdom's worth of stuff inside. Senior, Spirit Frost, let's see if there's anything you guys need inside this storage ring? Hee. It's not too late to look at it when you're in no hurry to go back. Song Huang laughed. Spirit Frost also nodded excitedly. Hee, Brother Yao, you're really great. Jiang Yan raised his head condescendingly. That's not true. Just as Jiang Yan was about to take the storage ring away, Xia Yuanlong and the others arrived in time. After seeing that Qingyu and the others were safe and sound, his hanging heart was released. Phew. Fortunately, everyone is fine. I'm late. Qingyu hurriedly walked forward. Country King, looking at everything frozen around him, Xia Yuanlong hurriedly asked, Qingyu, this? The surprise on Qingyu's face hadn't dissipated by now, and recounted what had happened one by one. And in the hearts of Mo Lin and the others who heard what happened on the side were so shocked. 3 people and a dragon had exterminated a country. This was too terrifying. When they thought of this, the gazes of the crowd simultaneously looked at Jiang Yan. After sensing the oppressive feeling, if any on his body, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. The might of the dragon clan was truly terrifying. Moreover, this black dragon's pressure was even more powerful and terrifying than Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon. AI. It seems like we came here for nothing this trip. There's no sense of participation at all. The few people shook their heads with bitter smiles. At this moment, Lung Yueyao walked over with the 5 storage rings she had obtained. This storage ring is filled with our country's treasures. Does this need to be confiscated? Xia Yuanlong coughed twice, then said with a smile. Hee. You guys keep it first. We'll talk on the way back. You guys take 70% of what's inside the storage ring and confiscate 30% of it into the national treasury. Lung Yueyao nodded. Okay. Jiang Yan skimmed his dragon's mouth and was also quite satisfied. Count on this guy having a bit of a conscience and not splitting it 50-50. Immediately afterward, Xia Yuanlong commanded, I'll leave this place to you guys to take care of the aftermath. We'll go first. Mo Lin and the others laughed and rubbed their hands together with a bad smile on their faces. Well, leave this place to us. Maybe these guys have also hidden a lot of treasures in other places, so we can look for them by the way. Just like that, after distributing the good things, Xia Yuanlong and the others took Jiang Yan and left first. They had rushed in large spirit beasts on this journey, so going back was a lot faster. On this way, Jiang Yan also mentioned to Lang Yueyao about the need for breakthrough materials. Breakthrough materials? Let me see. Name Jiang Yan. Race. Dragon race dragon of the void after transformation ancient ancestral dragon. Contractor. Lung Yueyao current affinity 83. Level. LV. 39, 2,258. 250,000. Life value. 10,000 requires breakthrough material life crystals. Defense. 10,000 requires breakthrough material defense crystals. Magic. 10,000 requires breakthrough material magic crystals. Attack. 10,000 requires breakthrough material attack crystallization. Speed. 10,000 requires breakthrough material speed crystallization. Evolution points. 123. Skill points. 133. Oops. Do we need so many breakthrough materials? Lung Yueyao was surprised. These materials were of the same type as the previous stones of attack, only the rarity was not at the same level at all. This random piece of material could cost over 10 million or even more. Well, why don't I go and ask the kingdom ruler? Lung Yueyao smiled. Jiang Yan hesitated and nodded. That's true, there are quite a few treasures amongst the galleries, so I can't say that there are these kinds of materials. Hee. Okay. After seeing Jiang Yan nod his head, Lang Yueyao hurriedly came to the front room, then found Xia Yuanlong and politely told Jiang Yan about the materials he needed. Xia Yuanlong saw the materials on top of the paper and said indifferently, These 5 materials are inside the national treasury, but there are only the first 2. As for these first 3, Xia Yuanlong laughed a bit and sold a secret. I know where to obtain them. It depends on whether you guys have the guts. As soon as she heard that there was the whereabouts of the breakthrough materials, Lung Yueyao couldn't wait to ask. Where? Xia Yuanlong said with a smile. The National Capital Auction House, the Black Market, and the Endless Stairs. These 3 places must have the breakthrough materials you need. Hearing the names of these 3 places, Lung Yueyao froze for a moment. In her previous life, she had been to the National Capital Auction House and had auctioned off quite a few good things at that time. The Black Market had also been there. It was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. And not only did it require a certain amount of guts, it also required a certain amount of eyesight if one wanted to find treasures. As for this endless ladder, she has no impression at all. But no matter what, as long as there was the whereabouts of these breakthrough materials, she would definitely do her best to fight for them. Immediately, Lung Yueyao nodded heavily and said, Okay, I know. Then, I'll trouble you for the first 2 materials above this paper, of course. Xiao Yao and I won't take them for nothing. If there's anything you need from us, please also command. Xia Yuanlong smiled and waved his hand, very satisfied with Lung Yueyao's answer and approach. Hee. These are all trivial matters. Just in time. When we return to the national capital, let Qingyu take you guys around for a stroll. As soon as he heard the word stroll, Jiang Yan's eyes glowed. Hee. Wouldn't that be a way to taste the delicious hissing food in the national capital? Half an hour later, they were finally back in the boundaries of the Summer Kingdom. We're back. But before Xia Yuanlong and the others could relax, the sound of a fierce fight was heard not far away. Xia Yuanlong hurriedly turned to look, and after seeing the person who was fighting, his face bristled with gloom. Sure enough, It's this group of guys. Chapter 129, poking around. Look behind you. This group of guys. Xia Yuanlong's face sank downwards, clenching his fists tightly. Lung Yueyao was puzzled, then asked Qingyu next to her for advice. Sister Qingyu, may I ask what those people are? Qingyu laughed helplessly before focusing her gaze on Jiang Nian again. They're all strong men from other countries, and it's obvious that they're all here for this little guy this time. Those who fought against them are from the state capital palace. It should be that the state ruler had prepared for this, so he had them stay behind. Hearing Qingyu's explanation, Lung Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Let's hurry and go help. Qingyu nodded. Good. These guys aren't weak. It's better to be careful. But even though the words were said, she now wanted to see even more how terrifying Jiang Nian's strength was. It was a bit of a pity that she hadn't even seen the shocking scenes of the frozen our country at that time. Song Huang, who was resting in the room, also sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. It seems that there are people who are not afraid of death coming again. In the air, after a fierce fight, both sides did not take advantage of each other and both had their own damages. There were almost 30 strong people from the other countries combined, and the summer country had a slightly smaller number of only about 18 people. These people were also just hearing the news and came to explore the news. Among the Xia people, there were also quite a few familiar figures, and Li Yiwu was also among them. No matter what, they were also people of the Xia country, and when they encountered a strong person from another country who came to provoke them, how could they do something and not care? At this moment, Lu Jie's complexion was grave, and killing intent rose in his eyes. Ross, if you leave now, I can pretend that today's matter has not happened, otherwise. What? Otherwise, what do you want? Ross spoke that broken summary language. I just heard news that a dragon race has appeared in the summer country, so I came here specifically to take a look. What are you nervous about? The strong man from country H also sneered and said, That's right. We didn't just come to see if we have any plans to rob it. Where's the king of your Xia country? Still not coming out. They're all old acquaintances. Aren't they still not coming out to meet? Humph. You guys are also worthy of meeting our kingdom ruler. Now leave immediately. The man from country H skimmed his mouth, not having the slightest intention to leave. Hey, how can we leave without seeing the rightful owner? It's not easy to explain when we go back. What do you say, Ross? Ross nodded with a light smile. Yes. Between words, Ross's eyes flicked to Lee's body. Oh, Lee, why has your arm disappeared? The corners of Lee's mouth twitched as he nonchalantly disliked back. What's it to you? Ross said. Oh, don't be so angry. You who have gone an arm, your spirit beast battle power will also be greatly reduced. Li Yi's forehead veins rippled. You try. Right at this time when the atmosphere was tense with swords, a huge spirit beast ship appeared on the side. Swish! Xia Yuanlong stood very angrily at the bow of the spirit beast ship. Ross, Huang Jiasher, what do you guys mean by this? Trespassing into my Xia kingdom's territory without even saying hello is a bit too much. Seeing Xia Yuanlong appear, Ross immediately responded with a smile. Oh, Xia Yuanlong, long time no see. I heard that a dragon race has appeared in your Xia kingdom. We just came to take a look. Humph. Could it be that you guys have other ideas? Luya sneered. At this time, Lung Yueyao slowly appeared on the bow of the ship while holding Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian's beast pupil swept a glance at Ross and the others. Curious? Like to be curious, huh? All right. I'll let you guys open your eyes today. After Lung Yueyao's consent, Jiang Nian slowly flew into the air with a flap of his wings. Song Huang and Spirit Frost stood on the bow of the ship and watched silently. Once there was any unexpected situation, they would directly take action. Seeing Jiang Nian slowly flying over towards the side, Ross and the others were a bit puzzled for a while. Eh? Black dragon? This is that dragon race they were talking about, but why is it only this size? As for LV Jie and the others, they were likewise frowning slightly, while behind him, Li Yiwu and the others recognized Jiang Nian at a glance. I'll go. It's really this calamity. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but on second thought, he hadn't done anything excessive. I'll go. This black dragon won't want to settle old scores with me later. He touched the broken arm, which was still a bit vaguely painful. Forget it. Let's see what happens later. Li Yi gritted his teeth and forcefully restrained the panic in his heart. And those people beside him likewise did the same, their bodies involuntarily taking several steps backward. Once if Jiang Yan flipped the old scores, they would be able to immediately flee in the first. However, Jiang Yan didn't notice them. His target was always on Ross and the others. With this amount of strength you dare to come to my summer kingdom and clamor? Jiang Yan didn't even bother to change his body size, and directly shocked Ross and the others with a dragon roar that resounded through the world. Roar! This close-range roar of a dragon made the heads of Ross's few people buzz, and the spirit beasts all let out a low roar of fear. Ross? What? This is really that black dragon, so intimidating for such a small size. Instead of being scared, Huang Jiasher became excited. How about? Go and try the strength of this black dragon. Ross. No, 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 it's better for you to go first. The remaining few people also shook their heads when they saw this, none of them wanting to be the first to do this. No matter what, that was the dragon race. Besides, they were only here to spy on the news. There was absolutely no need to make a move. Seeing that a few people did not have the slightest intention to make a move, Huang Jiasher's face trembled and he cursed in his heart. This group of guys clearly just said good. Now a one has become a goat. It's not just the dragon race. I'd like to see what's so terrifying about it. Just as he was about to make his move, Mo Lin and the others rushed back in another spirit beast ship. Yo, it's so lively here. Looks like I came just in time. Seeing that Mo Lin and the others had rushed back in time, Ross already had the intention to retreat in his heart. Staying any longer would be an unwise choice. With a flip of his right hand, a space anchor point appeared in his hand. The remaining few people saw the same thing and were ready to run at any time. Huang Jiasher still wanted to put up another fight, but after realizing that there were more and more Xia powerhouses around him, he also gave up on the idea. Doing it now was undoubtedly asking for death. Moreover, the group of guys behind him is purely the goods of selling teammates. It may not be possible to directly run away. When he thought of this, he let out a cold snort, and a spatial anchor point appeared in his right hand. Humph. Since the news is true, there's no need for us to stay here. Xia Yuanlong, goodbye. After saying that, he was just about to crush the spatial anchor point in his right hand. But he suddenly noticed that the temperature around him was rapidly rising. Jiang Yan. Leaving? There has to be something left behind. Chapter 130. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Wanna go? Leave something behind first. Seeing that Ross and the others wanted to leave, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate and sprayed a shot of swift dragon flame directly towards them. Boom! What? This attack came out of nowhere. For a moment it caught a few people a little off guard, and without even thinking, they crushed the spatial anchors in their hands. Splat! The spatial anchor point was crushed, and just as several people were about to pass away, a trace of flame from the swire dragon flame still rubbed against their clothes. Even though they had entered space, a burst of curses from Ross still came out. Fuck! After using the teleportation anchor point to teleport to a safe location, Ross just wanted to use his hands to slap the black flames off his body, but he didn't realize that a large portion of his top had already been burned. He hastily summoned his spirit beast and blew out a strong wind, which barely extinguished the black flames. Is this the strength of the dragon race? The power in the black flames alone is so terrifying. It's a good thing I teleported out in time. At this time, teleporting away from Huang Jiasher and the others weren't much better. All of them were made extremely wretched by this black flame of Jiang Yan. Seeing Ross and the others escape, Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out an ouch. Damn it! Letting them escape. If that spatial anchor had been pinched a little later, I would have been able to leave something of them behind. Forget it. It won't be so easy if they dare to come back next time. Jiang Yan waved his wings and was just about to fly back to Lang Yuyao's side. But as he did so, he saw several familiar figures. Yo! I didn't expect them to come too. What a coincidence. At this moment, Li Yi and the others who were hiding at the back saw that Jiang Yan was gazing at them, and in an instant, the hairs on their bodies stood up. This black dragon really wants to settle scores. I have to hurry and leave. He just wanted to turn around and leave, but was pulled by Lu Jie. Easy. What's the hurry? Don't you want to discuss with the State King about healing your arm? Li Prowler coughed twice and became anxious in his speech. Cough, cough. I suddenly remembered there's something else. I'll leave first. Lu Jie was puzzled. What is it? Why don't I know? Seeing this situation, Li Yi made up a random excuse. My family's pups are about to give birth. I have to go back and take a look. Lu Jie. You don't have a dog in your house? I know that.
Lee Hikyu.
You. Just let me go. If I don't go, I'll be finished. Li Xiefeng was on the verge of tears. His expression was on the verge of crying. Lu Jie was even more incomprehensible. He looked back at Jiang Yan, then back at Li Yuyu, and in an instant he understood something. I'll go. It can't be that this hand of yours is.
Lee bitterli nodded his head.
Shouldn't you guys be too? Lu Jie asked in surprise. The few people next to him lamented. The answer was already here. Lu Jie momentarily didn't know what to say for the best. This? Just as a few people were pulling their punches, Xia Yuanlong had already led the crowd over. Lung Yueyao also couldn't help but let out a gasp when she saw Li Yiwu. You're not. Li Yishuanyao hurriedly blocked his face with his other hand. Cough cough, you've mistaken me. Thinking back to the ancient battlefield, that would really be overwhelmed by greed. And in the end, he didn't get any bargains, but instead, he even broke a hand. Xia Yuanlong also realized that this scene was a bit awkward now, and hurriedly coughed twice and said, Cough cough, well, let's go back to the state sovereign's mansion and talk about it in more detail. This is not the place to talk. Mo Lin. Go check if there are people from other countries sneaking in. Okay. Mo Lin smiled and nodded before leaving. After settling matters properly, Xia Yuanlong brought Lang Yueyao and the others back to the state sovereign's mansion. On the way to the state sovereign's mansion, Li Yiwu repeatedly tried to sneak away, but he was dragged by Lu Jie. In the end, he was even directly forced to drag him inside the state sovereign's mansion. In the state sovereign's mansion, after entering the meeting hall, the curious Jiang Yan began to fly around everywhere in all directions. I go. This place is really nice. It has a row. Xia Yuanlong said with a smile. All right, if you have anything to say, let's talk openly. There are no outsiders here. Hearing that Xia Yuanlong had said so, Li Yiwang lamented, before recounting what had happened, and making clear his purpose for coming here. In response, Xia Yuanlong shook his head with a bitter smile. He thought that those news rumored in the outside world were false, but he didn't expect them to be true. AI, you fellow. It's not good to go and stare at anyone's bloodline. You have to stare at this little guy. Li Yi was also very embarrassed at this moment, and hurriedly apologized to Lang Yueyao. Cough cough. I'm really sorry. I was really overwhelmed by desire at that time. Song Huang, who was on the side, looked up and down at Li Yiwu for a moment after seeing this. So it was you kid who wanted to snatch my blood. Upon hearing this, Li Prowler froze for a moment. You are. Song Huang said very calmly, I am the ancestral dragon from the ancient battlefield. Swish. But it was these words that instantly silenced the entire room. Li Prowler directly froze in place, his eyes suddenly frozen, as if all his thoughts and movements had been suspended. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Along with Xia Yuanlong and the others were all at a loss. That ancestral dragon of the ancient battlefield was actually this middle-aged uncle in front of him. This isn't right. It has turned into a skeleton. Even a single drop of blood is left. How could it be resurrected? Li Yi constantly shook his head, simply unable to believe that this was the truth. Impossible. How is this possible? There is even a way to resurrect a dragon race. Song Huang laughed coldly and exhibited his breath. What? How long has it been since I've seen you? You can't even recognize my aura. The moment Song Huang's aura was displayed, Li Prowler trembled and his hair stood straight up. This aura was really the aura released by that ancestral dragon skeleton in the ancient battlefield. But this is too outrageous. Even the dragons could be resurrected. Which godly person did this? He tremblingly swallowed a mouthful of water before hastily kneeling down on one knee as a sign of respect. Easy Li. Meet the dragon race senior. At that time, I was truly mesmerized by greed, so I ask for senior's forgiveness. His body was trembling as he said this, fearing that Song Huang would be directly angered and slap him to death. Song Huang took a deep breath and eventually spared Li Yi's life. Forget it. I'll spare you this time. Many thanks, senior. Li Prowler was ecstatic and hurriedly thanked him. All right. I'm a bit tired, you guys talk. Song Huang said. Qingyu, find a quiet room and bring senior to rest. Xia Yuanlong hurriedly ordered. Yes, senior, you come with me. Under Qingyu's leadership, Song Huang went to rest among the rooms. Xia Yuanlong let out a long breath. It was fortunate that he did not act rudely when he saw this little guy at that time. No wonder that aura was a bit off when he first saw him back then. It turned out to be a transformed ancient ancestral dragon. Wait a minute. Then to put it this way, wouldn't my Xia kingdom have 3 dragons? Chapter 131, Xia's Treasure Trove, Life Renewal Compulsion. 3 dragons, ah. At the thought of this, Xia Yuanlong's heart was filled with a burst of ecstasy. Luckily, he had made good relations with this little guy, or else he would be in trouble in the future. This is a real thaya. Well, instead of making good relations with this little guy, it would be better to help his imperial beastmaster more. After a short moment of silence, Xia Yuanlong coughed twice and took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Ahem. Well, let's take you guys for a stroll inside the treasury. By the way, I still don't know your name. Lung Yueyao smiled. You can just call me Yueyao. Xia Yuanlong smiled. Hehe. Good. Then you guys come with me. Li Yuanyao, you should go as well. There is something inside the treasury that can repair your arm. But that thing is extremely precious. You'll have to make it up to me later. Li Yi was ecstatic and immediately agreed to it. Don't worry, no problem. I will definitely make it up to you later. Jiang Nian yawned, just in time to lock eyes with Li Yi's gaze. A dragon and a man exchanged a glance, and the latter immediately folded his hands and apologized. Brother Dragon, I was wrong before, so please spare me. I promise to be at your head from now on. Li Yiwei swore. Before, his temper was still slightly fiery, but now in front of Jiang Nian, he had no temper or stance at all. If he made Jiang Nian angry again, causing him to slap him over, he probably wouldn't even have a soul. Seeing this sincere attitude of Li Yi, Jiang Nian then slowly waved his dragon claw. Forget it. This dragon won't bother with you. After all, if you die, the Xia kingdom will also reduce a major battle force. Seeing that your attitude is so sincere, let's spare your life. If Li Yi was not a member of the Xia kingdom, I'm afraid that he would have become a puddle of blood or flesh and mud by now. Lung Yueyao, whose heart was in the right place, smiled faintly. Xiao Yao said that this matter should be left at that. Phew. Thank you, Brother Long. Li Xiao Yao let out a long breath, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Fortunately, if this black dragon had said that he would never die, then I would really have to run away for the rest of my life. After the conflict was lifted, Xia Yuanlong brought the group to the treasure vault of the Xia kingdom. The treasure trove of the Xia kingdom was in the state ruler's mansion, but it was in a dark room deep underground. There were also 2 middle-aged men guarding the side of this dark room. The strength of these 2 men wasn't low. They were already master-level beast masters. Country King, open the door. These are my guests, Xia Yuanlong said. Yes. After the door of the dark room was opened, it was surprisingly empty, with only a teleportation spell formation in the center. Before entering the treasure vault, I still want to clarify. The reason I brought all of you here is because I have the utmost trust in you. Please do not say anything about what you see afterward. Otherwise, I will issue a hunting order for all of you as the country's ruler without fail. Understand? Xia Yuanlong looked grave and said in a deep voice. The crowd glanced at each other before nodding heavily. Don't worry. Today's matter is absolutely confidential. We won't reveal half a word. Well, then that's good. Xia Yuanlong nodded, then stood in the center and activated the teleportation spell. Swish! As the teleportation spell formation operated, they were then teleported to a brighter and wider room. In this room, there were bright gold coins everywhere, and there were all sorts of rare grade props as well as beast cores everywhere, which could be described as dazzling. After entering the treasury, Jiang Nian was stunned. I'll go. It really deserves to be Xia's treasure trove. There are too many good things in here. After seeing the hundreds of beast cores not far away, Jiang Nian excitedly flew over. I'll go. There are even divine grade beast cores, and there are so many of them. At this moment, Lang Yueyao and the others were equally very surprised. Everything in the middle of this treasury was just too shocking. In response, Xia Yuanlong just smiled and said, Hehe, there's no need to be so surprised. This is just one part of the treasury. Jiang Nian was shocked. I go. This is still just a part of it. Xia's treasury is really sufficient. But this is good news. In the future, if you need any materials, just come directly to Xia Yuanlong to borrow them. Hehe, this is quite convenient. After a brief search amongst the treasury, Xia Yuanlong found the few items he needed for this trip. Yu Yao. These are the life crystals and defense crystals you need. Thank you, Kingdom King. Lang Yueyao thanked. Afterward, She filled up the treasures in the treasury with 30% of the treasures among those 5 rings she obtained. He. Look, Xiao Yao. 2 of the breakthrough materials you need have already arrived. Lung Yueyao excitedly flaunted. He. Hurry up and absorb it. Jiang Nian nodded, then began to absorb the life crystals and defense crystals. Absorbing life crystals, absorption progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Just as Jiang Nian was absorbing the life crystals, Xia Yuanlong walked over to Li Yuanyuan with a small bottle. All right, let's start repairing this hand of yours next. Seeing the creature inside that vial, Li Yuanyong was puzzled. This is... Xia Yuanlong explained. This thing is extremely rare. I'm afraid none of you have seen it before. This spirit beast is named. Xia Yuanlong was just about to say the name of the spirit beast, but Lung Yueyao grabbed it first. Life Renewal Compass. Having seen Lung Yueyao utter the name of the spirit beast, Xia Yuanlong was stunned. Yueyao, how do you know the name of this spirit beast? Could it be that you've seen it before? Lung Yueyao smiled faintly. Her thoughts were immediately taken back to the past. In her previous life, not only had she seen the Life Renewal Compass, but she had also raised a Compass Queen. It was only a pity that after a fierce battle, that Life Renewal Compassion Queen ended up exhausting her energy and died. The ability of the Life Renewal Compass was very extraordinary, able to repair any broken or injured part of a person's body. Only after the repair was completed, the child insect would die, while the mother insect would need to continue reproducing. She let out a long breath and said with a faint smile, I've seen it in a book before. Xia Yuanlong nodded and didn't pursue this too much further. Then this is not surprising. But a book that can record the renewal compass must be extremely rare as well. All right. Easily. Reveal your broken arm. After making all the preliminaries, Xia Yuanlong opened the bottle in his hand, only to see that there were 5 bugs with translucent bodies, light golden lines emerging on their body surface, and their body size about the size of a fingernail cap slowly flew out. The Life Renewal Compassion Worm flew to the broken arm of Li Yuyao and immediately drilled into it and began to rapidly help him repair the dead tissues. Gradually, easily felt an itchy sensation on that arm of his. After about 2.5 minutes, something miraculous happened. One could only see that the arm that Li Yi's broken arm started to appear with bones, meridians as well as blood, and finally turned into a complete arm. It actually really grew out? The ability of this Life Renewal Compass is so heaven-defying. Chapter 132, Crazy Extraction, Mythic Word Feast. Seeing his arm restored as before, Li Yuanyong was stunned. Xia Yuanlong just smiled faintly before putting the bottle away. After restoring your arm, those subworms will die, but you don't have to worry. They won't cause any harm to your body. Li Yi moved his restored arm for a moment, then hurriedly thanked him. A great favor is not appreciated. If there is anything you need to come to me, just say it. Xia Yuanlong waved his hand. All right, you guy. I won't be polite where I can use you. Li Yiching laughed and didn't say anything more. At this time, Jiang Nian had already absorbed that life crystal almost. Absorbing life crystals, absorption progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbing life crystals, life value limit increased. After successfully absorbing the life crystals, he felt like he was in a good state. Not bad. Let's wait to absorb this defense crystal when we get back. Xia Yuanlong said. All right, you've all worked hard today, so take a good rest in the kingdom mansion. After leaving the Xia Kingdom's treasure trove, as it was getting late, Xia Yuanlong found a few spacious rooms for Lang Yueyao and the others to stay in. Phew. These past few days have really worn me out. Go take a bath and relax. Lung Yueyao stretched a bit and began to slowly undo the clothes on her body. Jiang Nian wide dragon eyes. After changing into a fresh and cool outfit, Lung Yueyao picked up Jiang Nian and walked inside the bathroom. Hard work, Xiao Yao. Look at how dirty you are. Let me help you clean up. Jiang Nian dragon face reddened. That's what I thought. In the bathroom, after helping Jiang Nian clean his body, Lang Yueyao soaked in the bathtub and started to count the things inside the storage ring. Jiang Nian, on the other hand, began to absorb the defense crystals on his body. Absorbing defense crystals, absorption progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Successfully absorbing defense crystals, defense power limit increased. Several minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yan quickly absorbed the defense crystals completely. Absorbing defense crystals, absorption progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbing defense, defense power limit increased. Not bad. This is another breakthrough. Then it's time to extract the words next. Jiang Yan rubbed his dragon claws in excitement. The words had been saving up and not even drawn, and now the number had reached 15. Hee. Let's try fusing a mythological phrase first. System. Synthesize a mythological lexicon. Ding. Your current number of gold phrases is 15. Consuming gold phrase count 3. Fusing mythological phrases in progress. The fusion is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythic lexicon. Lexicon enhancer. Word booster mythic word. Consume an equal number of gold words to raise the level of the current word. Note: to level up a gold phrase, consume phrase 1. To level up a mythological phrase, consume phrase 3. Phrase booster mythological phrase. Consume an equal amount of gold phrases to level up the current phrase. Jiang Yan. Oh, being able to raise the level of a phrase? This mythological phrase is a bit interesting. Jiang Yan thought about it for a while and decided to level up Swire Dragonflame first. The Swire Dragonflame was relatively smooth to use, and its power was also very terrifying, so if it could be upgraded, he thought that it would have an even more powerful effect. Upgrade Swire Dragonflame. Ding. Deducted gold phrase 1. Successfully upgraded Taiku Dragonflame. Taiku Dragonflame 1-5. When using Taiku Dragonflame, probability of adding 100% burning effect to attack continuous blood loss plus defense weakening. Note: scorch effect damage is increased by 50%. Note: suppression damage to fire enemies is increased by 20%. The fire attribute is increased by 100%, the range is increased by 5%, the longer the dragon flame lasts, the damage will be doubled, and it comes with an armor breaking as well as a penetrating effect. Seeing the enhancement of this swift dragon flame, Jiang Yan was slightly shocked. It has indeed been boosted quite a bit, and some other attributes have been added, but we'll have to wait for a real battle to find out. Then let's continue. Number of gold words consumed 3. Fusion of mythological words underway. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythological phrase, God's Residence's Blessing. Just hearing the name of this mythological phrase, Jiang Yan froze for a moment. I feel strong just from the sound of the name. Check. God's Blessing mythic entry. When using God's Blessing, you will enter the state of God's favor. Effect 1. In the God's favor state, you can bestow blessings on the surrounding targets, which instantly restores all injuries and strengthens all attributes by 100% for a duration of 5 minutes. Effect 2. Under the state of divine favor, you are immune to all negative effects and will remove all hostile target gain effects from 500 meters around you. Effect 3. After being attacked, you will automatically trigger 7 seconds of invincibility and will automatically open the eyes of the God's Residence, able to spy on the target's weaknesses. Effect 4. When entering the divine favor state, all attributes will be strengthened by 150%, and this strengthening cannot be removed by any negative status. Consumption: 3,000 points of magic. Duration: 30 minutes. Cooldown: 24 hours. Seeing this new mythological phrase, Jiang Yan was stunned. I'll go. This effect description is actually so unbelievable. A mythic lexicon that can increase its own buffs, and there are actually 4 more of these effects. I'll go. Now that this mythic lexicon had appeared, it could be said that it was like a tiger with wings. Now that he had the help of Senior Cong Huang and Spirit Frost by his side, in the event that he encountered a situation where he had to fight one against many afterward, this mythic phrase would be of great help. Not to mention turning the situation around, it would also be able to boost his own strength. Hey, that's a good way to use the word booster. Ding. Deducted gold words 3. Successfully raised the blessing of the God's Residence. Effect 1 increased the full attribute enhancement to 150%, and the duration changed to 7 minutes. Effect 2 has changed from a range of 500 m to 750 m. Effect 3 was that the 7 seconds of invincibility was changed to 10 seconds. Effect 4 is a 200% enhancement of all attributes. The consumption became 2,500 magic points, the duration was 40 minutes, and the cooldown was reduced by 22 hours. Not bad. This boosts it again, Jiang Yan said excitedly. Deducting these, then there are still 5 gold phrases left in what's left now. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yan used up 3 more gold phrases to boost the ones he already had. Ding! Deducted gold lexicon 3. Successfully boosted billion strikes. Billion blitz 3-5. Every attack has a probability of triggering a blitz. The current blitz probability is 100%. The damage dealt to the target after a blitz is doubled. 100% probability of a blitz. This is a veritable billion blitz. As for the remaining 2 gold phrases, Jiang Yan didn't use them. The enhancement of these words and phrases had now raised his strength by another level. After 15 minutes had passed, Leng Yueyao lightly tapped her jade feet and stepped out from inside the bathtub. And with a wave of her slender hand, she wrapped a bath towel around herself. Jiang Yan at the side. Chapter 133, Journey to the National Capital, Jiang Yan's Second Heaven. Leng Yueyao's waist was wrapped in a bath towel, tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Her legs were long and slender, and at her ankles, a faint pink color, which made people's hearts flutter when they looked at her. No, I should say it made the dragon's heart flutter even looking at it. Jiang Yan, after simply wrapping up the bath towel, Leng Yueyao placed her gaze on Jiang Yan's body again. Seeing that Jiang Yan was dripping wet, Leng Yueyao hurriedly picked him up and then started blow-drying him. Jiang Yan, I'm going, it tickles. Aya, don't. There is. 5 minutes later, after helping Jiang Yan blow-dry his entire body, Leng Yueyao hugged him and laid back on the bed. Jiang Yan red dragon face. Is this the emperor-like treatment? Leng Yueyao patted Jiang Yan's little head, then smiled and said, Little Yao, it's been hard work. Just rest well tonight. Tomorrow, Sister Qingyu will take us around. And by the way, we'll get those 3 materials you need for your breakthrough. Jiang Yan nodded. Feeling Leng Yueyao's body temperature, as well as her body scent, he soon entered dreamland. The night was uneventful and soon came to the next day. Although nothing happened during this night time, the news of our country being destroyed was spread throughout the entire Xia country. Not only Xia, even other countries knew about it. In the conference room of Country M, hearing the news from his men, the ruler of M country had a look of disbelief on his face. What, are you sure? The henchman nodded, and his expression was unprecedentedly grave. Yes, Country R has now turned into a frozen city, and there is no life in the city. The ruler of Country M asked in a deep voice. Do you know who did this? The henchman shook his head. No, it hasn't been investigated yet. However, Country R is not weak, and to be able to overthrow it in one night, it must have been caused by a national war. It's highly likely that the battle was caused between the 2 countries. Well, it seems like that's the only possibility. The ruler of Country M nodded. Trying to wipe out the country with just a few people alone. That's something that's simply impossible. Forget it. It's just a small projectile country. There's no need to care. What's more important now is that Black Dragon from the Xia Kingdom. Country H was equally shocked after receiving the news of Country R's demise. They began to constantly speculate as to which country possessed this terrifying strength to be able to wipe out Country R overnight. However, how could they not think that the one who did this was just 3 people and a dragon? The matter of the annihilation of the R country was also rumored in the Xia country. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was even more excited as they slapped their thighs in praise. There were rumors that the one who exterminated the R country seemed to be the Dragon Clan, and there were also rumors that it was Xia Yuanlong who led the people to annihilate the R country. And for these rumors, they were more convinced of the latter, because there were indeed a lot of people who saw Xia Yuanlong appearing in the sky with their own eyes on a spirit beast ship, and there were also a lot of strong people on top of the ship. But talk was talk, and for the matter of our country being annihilated, the mood of the crowd was extremely soothing. The next day, Leng Yueyao woke up early, simply washed up, went out and met Spirit Frost and Qingyu. The Spirit Frost duo also smiled and gave a greeting. Qingyu held up his glasses for a moment before saying, Senior Tsonghuang said that he wanted to stroll around, so he went ahead. Let's go. The national capital is still relatively big. By the way, I'll introduce you guys to the situation. Leng Yueyao nodded happily. Good. If there's time, it's just the right time to go to the guild to pick up the intermediate Imperial Beast Master's quest. Her current spiritual energy value had completely exceeded that of a primary Imperial Beastmaster, and she was already qualified to take the intermediate Imperial Beastmaster's badge. She had come to the national capital a few times in her previous life, but she didn't hang out inside the national capital at that time because she had other things on her mind. It just so happened that it was still early for the forecourts competition. So this time, she would take a good stroll and buy Xiao Yao a lot of delicious food. And also be able to meet Joshua on the way. When she mentioned this name, Lang Yueyao's heart was filled with apologies. Shin Joshua was her best friend in her previous life, and when the beast tide came, they fought it together. In the end, Lang Yueyao's defense was inadvertently sneak attacked by the ferocious beasts, and Shin Joshua carried the deadliest blow for her. After leaving the national capital mansion, Qing Yu brought Lang Yueyao and the girls to the street outside the national capital. It had to be said that the national capital was the national capital. The town was extremely prosperous and the streets were swarming with people. And in the center of the national capital was also a towering tower. Qing Yu smiled and introduced the few people. He. This tall tower is the tower of the national capital. And the energy emanating from around this tower is able to cover the entire national capital of Xia. It's like a huge and incomparable protective shield covering the national capital. Hearing Qing Yu's explanation, Lang Yueyao nodded her head, evoking some more memories from her previous life. The defense power of the national capital tower was indeed terrifying. But, in the end, it didn't hold up when the beast tide came, causing countless ferocious beasts to enter the territory of the national capital. With introductions and leadings along the way, they arrived at one of the largest food streets in the national capital. Seeing that rich fragrance emanating from the food in front of him, Zhang Yan's eyes went wide with gluttony and his mouth watered. I'll go. This is the second heaven. To ask why it's the second, the first is of course Lang Yueyao's comforter. Seeing this scene, Spirit Frost hit her mouth and snickered, and after obtaining Lang Yueyao's permission, she led Zhang Yan to purchase food. After these few days of fighting and getting along with each other also allowed her to gradually adapt to human life. Qing Yu and Lang Yueyao smiled at each other and found an open spot to sit down. Qing Yu took out today's schedule ranking table, then said with delight, "By the way, there just happens to be an auction in the national capital today, and at the auction there might be the breakthrough materials that you need, Yueyao." Really? Lang Yueyao was excited. That's really great. However, I don't have a lot of money on hand right now, so I'll have to go exchange some money before I can do that. In response, Qing Yu was prepared for this but took out a black card and placed it on the table. Hehe. Don't worry about the money. This black card has enough money inside. Enough to auction off all the items in the auction. Lang Yueyao was just about to voice her refusal when Qing Yu quickly waved her hand. Hehe. Don't be too busy to reject it first. This is what the king of the country ordered. Saying that, Qing Yu coughed twice, then came forward and whispered, "Don't worry. This money belongs to the state sovereign himself and does not belong to the state treasury. Moreover, this money is not even worth mentioning to the state sovereign. This is also considered to be a little payment for you destroying the Our Kingdom, so don't refuse it." Seeing that the words had been said to this point, there was no way for Lang Yueyao to refuse. "All right, thank the Kingdom King for me. I'll take it then. In the future, if there's anything we can use me and Xiao Yao for, we'll definitely try our best." Qing Yu smiled and said, "All right, no need to be so polite. The National Capital Auction House is at the end of the street. Let's go. This auction will attract a lot of forces to come. I'll introduce them to you one by one when the time comes." The two of them walked towards the front of the food street after negotiating. And at this time, Zhang Yan had already started the eating session. Being able to fill his stomach, not to mention gaining attribute points, was simply too good to be true. The more basic attributes gained from devouring a spirit beast of a higher rank. Devouring spirit beast meat 1. Spirit beast gains life value plus. Just as Zhang Yan was eating happily, he crashed into a woman's arms without paying attention. Zhang Yan Chu, what is it? He habitually reached out to grab it, but what he grabbed was something soft. Chapter 134, I'm really not a little colorful dragon I didn't catch. Zhang Yan chewing on a meat chop. What is it? I'm going soft, it feels like. Just as Zhang Yan was thinking this, a pair of slender jade hands grabbed him and then threw him out with one hand. This, whose spirit beast is this? It's too rude. The one who spoke was a girl who was around the early 20s. The girl had a pair of ponytails. Her eyes were huge, and the fabric on her upper body was tightly fitted, setting off the girl's exquisite figure and revealing her delicate and small collarbone. The clothes she wore were also very expensive, and she looked like a noble lady from a certain family. After throwing Zhang Yan out, She hurriedly blocked her hand in front of her face. Then her small face turned red with an exasperated expression. Who is it? Whose spirit beast is this? It's too rude yet. How could it be? Spirit Frost, who heard the sound, hurriedly ran over. She had just been helping Jiang Yen purchase food, so she didn't even notice this side. Excuse me, did something happen? The ponytailed girl angrily stuck her waist and pointed at Jiang Yen angrily. Can you control your spirit beast? It even... The moment she thought of what had just happened, the ponytailed maiden's face immediately turned red with shame. It's really exasperating. How could a single inattentive... If it was the previous Spirit Frost, I'm only afraid that a mouthful of flames would have been spewed out by now. But now that she had transformed into a human form, after understanding the habits and character of humans, she hurriedly asked Jiang Yen about what had just happened. Brother Yao, just now. Jiang Yen coughed twice and hurriedly hid his dragon claw behind his back. Cam, I said how that hand felt wrong just now, so it was... Cough cough. This is a stab in the back. And just as he was thinking this in his mind, Lang Yueyao and Qingyu walked over. And the first time Lang Yueyao saw that ponytailed woman, she subconsciously called out his name. Jia Joshua. Hearing someone call out his name, Shin Joshua froze for a moment, then looked at Lang Yueyao in confusion. You? What are you? How do you know my name? Lang Yueyao let out a light laugh. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and an unstoppable smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Joshua, long time no see. Hearing these words, Shin Joshua felt very puzzled. A sudden inexplicable feeling in her heart. She was very sure that the person in front of her was the first time she had seen him. But why? There would be a very special and inexplicable feeling of affinity. You are... Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yen flew into Lang Yueyao's arms. Seeing this scene, Shin Joshua's face reddened slightly with anger and was still a little hot. So it's your spirit beast. Do you know that just now it... Looking at the increasing number of people eating melons around her, Shin Joshua angrily stomped her little foot and didn't continue. You wait for me. Humph. This matter won't be forgotten just like that. After angrily waving her hand for a bit, she turned around and left. Not having walked out a few steps, a man hurriedly walked to her side. What's wrong, Joshua? Who made you angry again? He was Shun Joshua's brother, named Shun Li. Shin Joshua stomped her foot angrily. This matter was a little hard to say. If word got out that she was attacked by a spirit beast, Shun Joshua stomped her foot angrily. Seeing Shun Joshua's beaming little mouth, Shun Li shook his head helplessly and did not continue to pursue the matter. Well, the auction is about to start. Let's go. After Shin Joshua left, Qingyu went up in confusion and asked, What, Yueyao? You know the Shin family's eldest miss? Lang Yueyao smiled a bit and said softly, Sort of. Joshua still hasn't changed, All right. The auction should be starting. Let's get going. Right. Xiao Yao, what did you just do to him? Why is she so angry? Jiang Yanlong's face turned red and he lay on Lang Yuyao's shoulder without moving. How can I say this kind of thing out loud? Ahem, in retrospect it was really... After walking out of the food street, the few people quickly arrived at the gate of the National Capital Auction House. After seeing the exterior of the National Capital Auction House, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but marvel. The National Capital Auction House and the auction house in Spirit Abyss City are not at the same level at all. Just the building materials alone are estimated to cost billions. Qingyu explained, there are 5 auction halls in the national capital, but this one is the largest and has the most participants. All of the auction halls in the national capital here were created by one person, and that person is very powerful and has made a lot of contributions to the Xia Kingdom. Qingyu introduced while bringing Lang Yueyao to the entrance of the auction. The 2 royal beast masters at the entrance of the auction recognized Qingyu at a glance and clasped their hands respectfully. Sister Qingyu. Hee. I brought this friend to the auction. With that, she flashed her master-grade Imperial Beast Master badge. Please. The 2 Imperial Beast Masters made a respectful gesture of please before making way. Qingyu then led Lang Yueyao and the others into the auction house. Since she was a regular customer of the auction house, she had her own private room. Only when they entered the private room did Qingyu explain with a smile. The auction here can only be attended by master level and above royal beast masters. However, master level Imperial Beast Masters can bring other people into the auction, but the number of people cannot exceed 3. This is also one of the rules of the auction house. Lung Yueyao nodded, then looked at the people entering the auction house one after another. Not a moment later, a familiar silhouette appeared in the opposite second floor box. Joshua? She's come to participate in this auction as well. Lung Yueyao was delighted. As for Shin Joshua in the opposite box, she was furious when she saw Jiang Yen. Thinking that she had specially changed her clothes because of that incident earlier made her even more furious. Damn it, why is this guy here too? As those big families and dignified figures entered the auction house one after another, Qingyu hurriedly introduced them. Those people in the opposite box are the best of their respective families. There are 38 clans in the national capital, and almost more than half of them have come to this auction. It seems like this auction is having a heavy hitter. They are. Hearing Qingyu's introduction of the crowd, as well as the many forces, Lung Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterward, she looked towards the third floor of the auction. There was only one box on the third floor of the auction, and inside the box were 3 old men with gray hair. Qingyu introduced, they are from the Elder Academy, and they have a lot of power amongst the national capital, but they won't participate in this auction. They're just here to supervise those troublemakers. I see. Thanks to Sister Qingyu for informing me. I probably understand everything. With so many powerful people gathered at this auction house, it seems that there is something extraordinary. Let's hope that everything goes well in this auction. Half an hour later, the crowd all entered one after another, and the doors of the auction closed. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked onto the auction stage. Welcome everyone to this auction. I announce that this auction will officially begin. Chapter 135. Money is capricious. With the flag-robed woman's order, this national capital auction officially began. Immediately afterward, the flag-robed woman waved her hand, and a maid beside her pushed up a small cart. She lifted the red cloth, and on top of the cart was placed an unhatched spirit beast egg. This spirit beast egg was lavender in color, and there were some special and strange patterns engraved on it, revealing a hint of mystery. Lung Yueyao was surprised. Spirit beast egg? Qingyu slowly spoke. Yes, it is very common to auction off spirit beast eggs in the national capital auction house. It's usually brought to the auction at the beginning, so that it can both liven up the atmosphere and mobilize everyone's appetite. The grade of this spirit beast? I'm sure it won't be lower than epic grade. Just as Qingyu introduced it, the beautiful cheongsam woman also began to speak. As you all can see, this is an unhatched spirit beast egg. After our professional probing, the spirit beasts within this egg are at a minimum of epic level, and there's even a certain probability of hatching a quasi-god level spirit beast. Hearing the words quasi-divine grade, the crowd present immediately clamored. Wow! It wasn't often that a spirit beast egg that could hatch out at the quasi-god level was rare. Some people had already picked up the cards in their hands and began to jump up and down. However, for this spirit beast egg, Lung Yueyao didn't have much heart. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, the cheongsam woman guffawed and then said, this spirit beast egg, the starting price is $5 million. Each increase shall not be less than $100,000. Begin. Swish. Just after saying that, immediately, someone raised their card to offer. 5.1 million. 5.3 million. 6 million. Hearing the incessant offers from the stage, Jiang Yen was surprised. I didn't expect this quasi-god level spirit beast egg to be quite valuable. After 15 minutes of intense bidding, the spirit beast egg ended up going to a middle-aged man from the clan for 75 million. After the spirit beast egg was auctioned off, the second auction item was immediately followed. This second auction item was also unusual. It was an elixir, and an extraordinary elixir at that. Immediately afterward, the cheongsam woman said with a smile on her face, as you can see, this is a transformation pill. It is ranked at level 7, and is capable of allowing spirit beasts below the demigod level to transform with a success probability of 80%, and above the demigod level with a probability of 20%. But please rest assured, even if the transformation fails, this elixir will not cause any harm to the spirit beast. Instead, it will also be converted into energy for it to absorb, making it strong. Lung Yueyao was surprised. An elixir that can transform into a form? As soon as she heard the word transformation, she immediately became excited. If this elixir was absorbed by Xiao Yao, I wonder if it would allow him to successfully complete his transformation. Little Yao transformed into really looking forward to what he will become. However, compared to Lang Yueyao's excitement, Jiang Yan was very calm, because this transformation pill might have a great enhancement for other spirit beasts, but for him it was just a chocolate bean. A grade 7 transformation pill could at most allow a demigod-level spirit beast to transform, yet it had almost no effect on ancestral beasts. If it was a grade 9 transformation pill, there might still be some chance. What Jiang Yan was thinking was the same as what Qingyu was thinking. Although she didn't want to strike Lang Yueyao at this time. Yueyao, I know what you're thinking, but it's almost impossible. The grade of this transformation Dan is only level 7. While this little guy is an ancestral beast, or even stronger. If it's a perfect transformation Dan, there might still be some possibility. The perfect transformation pill, an elixir above grade 9, was able to help spirit beasts take shape while also allowing them to switch between human and beast forms at will. It was only that this grade of elixir was extremely rare. Even the National Capital Auction House had yet to have one, so perhaps it would only appear in world-class auction houses. Hearing Qing Yu's words, Lang Yueyao's hopeful eyes became dark for a moment. In that case, that's indeed a bit of a pity. She very much wanted to see exactly what Xiao Yao would become after she transformed into her form. And while the two of them were talking, this transformation pill had already been auctioned off at $67 million by a chubby middle-aged man. After a few more auction items, Lang Yueyao was finally able to see the first breakthrough material. It was a palm-sized gemstone that was light red in color, with liquid-like energy swirls at the center. Finally, Lang Yueyao shook her spirit, ready to participate in the auction. At this moment, the Chongsam woman said with a smiling face, "Hee, this item is called Attack Crystal. It's a necessary material for spirit beasts above epic level to break through their attack power, capable of greatly raising the attack power ceiling. If you want a spirit beast to learn the skills of some advanced skill books, this item is also a necessity. Due to the rarity of this item, the starting price is 3 million, and each increase shall not be less than 100,000. 3.1 million, 3.5 million, 3.7 million. Seeing the crowd bidding, Lang Yueyao on the second floor slowly raised her sign. All of Xiao Yao's breakthrough materials were imperative for her. 8 million. As soon as this price came out, the crowd present immediately clamored. I'll go. This price increase is so vicious. They all wanted to pick up the slack to get the attack crystals at the lowest price. But they didn't expect Lang Yueyao to raise the price so high at once. And Shin Jiashua, who saw this scene from the opposite box, couldn't help but mutter a few words. Humph, by the looks of it, it's that spirit beast of hers that needs this attack crystal. Damn it! The thought of being attacked by Jiang Yan before exasperated her. Just wanted to raise the sign in her hand but was stopped by Shun Li next to her. Brother, why are you stopping me? Shun Li looked gloomy, eyes staring at Qingyu beside Lang Yueyao, said in a deep voice, Don't be impulsive. Although she didn't recognize Lang Yueyao, Qingyu was very well known. That was the secretary of the state sovereign. Qingyu would even accompany this woman to the auction house. The relationship between the two was not simple. You don't need this attack crystallization. What's the point of auctioning it? Shun Li said. Shin Jiashua. But, seeing Shun Li's serious eyes, she then slowly put down the auction card in her hand. All right, just let her have it. The rest of those clansmen similarly wanted to participate in the bidding, but when they saw Qingyu, they gave up bidding. In the end, the attack crystal was auctioned off to Lang Yueyao for 8 million. Yes, there are still 2 left. Lang Yueyao was pleasantly surprised. And in the following rounds of auctions, the remaining 2 materials that Jiang Yan needed also appeared. Seeing the crowd slowly raising the price, Lang Yueyao didn't ink the price and directly took a bite. 8 million. Some of the undeterred people wanted to continue to raise the price. 8.1 million. Lang Yueyao faintly said. 8.5. 8.6 million. The fat man gritted his teeth and bid. Lang Yueyao. 9 million. Having money is capricious. Fat man. This woman. Chapter 136. Blind auction. It's reasonable for me to turn on perspective, right? This woman. Seeing Lang Yueyao's constant price increases, the corner of that fat man's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse lowly in his heart. Forget it. I'll let you have it, but it's just a piece of broken crystal stone. After that fatty stopped talking, the entire room fell silent, and the final magic crystal allowed Lang Yueyao to auction it off for 8 million. Nice! She excitedly waved her small fist. Being able to come across Xiao Yao's 3 breakthrough materials at once in the auction house was simply too lucky. She had thought that there would only be one, and that she would have to go to the black market or the endless staircase to obtain the remaining 2. She didn't expect that they would be auctioned off directly inside this national capital auction yard, which saved a lot of time. Hee. Xiao Yao, the breakthrough materials are all here. You can make a breakthrough right away. Lung Yueyao laughed. Jiang Nian nodded his head and fluttered his wings twice to show his inner excitement. That was fast. I can make a breakthrough again. After Lung Yueyao obtained Jiang Nian's breakthrough materials, the auction entered a 20-minute break in the middle. And during this break, the auction's personnel sent over all 3 breakthrough materials that Lang Yueyao had auctioned. Hello. These are the 3 materials you've auctioned off. Please count them. Okay. Lang Yueyao nodded, then counted the 3 materials. No problem. After saying that, she handed over the black card that Qingyu had given her earlier. The moment she saw the black card, that maid's eyes lit up and she immediately made a respectful gesture. Anyone who holds this black card is a valued guest of our auction house, and the prices of the items can all be discounted by 70%. Then, please. All right, please wait a moment. The maid carefully received that black card and retreated. Jiang Nian, who saw this scene from the side, had a small surprise in his heart. Aya, can't see it, we're still VIP customers. Xiao Yao, these 3 materials have arrived, so hurry up and absorb them. Lung Yueyao handed over the 3 breakthrough materials that had arrived at the auction. Jiang Nian nodded his head before he started the absorption. Absorbing attack crystals, absorption progress 1%, 2%, 3%. After this, the maid sent Lung Yueyao's black card back, then proceeded to the second half of the auction. The second half of the auction was completely different from the first half, only to see a black box appear on the stand in the middle of that Chongsam woman. Just as the crowd was puzzled, she smiled and introduced it. Hee. Those who have participated in our auctions before should all know what this is. However, there are many new faces this time, so I'll reintroduce it again. Our second half of the auction has different rules from the first half. The second half takes place in a blind auction. Blind auction? The crowd froze. The Chongsam woman went on to explain. That's right. The blind auction is all based on your sense of luck as well as your judgment. Everyone can bid as much as they want. There is no limit to each increase. The highest bidder wins. Some of the items placed in the black box, we don't even know what they are. Others are consigned by other Imperial Beastmasters for auction at our auction house. After the auction is over, we will immediately deliver the black box to all of you. There will definitely not be any swapping and other behaviors. This you can rest assured. Hearing that Chongsam woman finish, the crowd immediately became excited. Blind auction, this is interesting. Their favorite thing was to be able to auction off something bigger and valuable at such a tiny price. Compared to the excited crowd on the first floor, the rich sons of those families as well as the patriarchs on the second floor appeared to be much more bland. Hee. This blind auction isn't as simple as you think. This was not only to test the perception ability of the Imperial Beastmaster, but likewise the perception ability of the Spirit Beast was also very important. If the Spirit Beast had a sense of the items within this black box, then it must be the item it needed. On the other hand, it was the item that the Beastmaster himself needed. In the second floor box, after listening to the Chongsam woman's introduction, Lang Yueyao murmured in a low tone. Blind auction. Next to her, Qingyu gave a faint smile. Hee. This is a specialty of the National Capital Auction House. It's precisely because of this opportunity to win big with a small amount of money. That's why so many people come to each auction. Yu Yao, this time sister can't help you. Immediately afterward, as the Chongsam woman's words fell, the current blind auction officially began. The first black box that appeared was about the size of a palm. The Chongsam woman smiled and said, Hee. Please feel free to bid. There is no limit to the price increase. The highest bidder wins. Lung Yueyao's eyes stared at the black box on the auction floor. Her perception quickly released. After the battles of the previous days, as well as obtaining those props inside the storage ring, it resulted in her perception ability being enhanced quite a bit. But compared to Jiang Nian, it was a different story. After 3 seconds passed, Lung Yueyao probably guessed the items inside that black box. Looking at the size of this black box, it should be the beast core of an epic-level ferocious beast. As soon as Lung Yueyao finished speaking, fierce bidding began on the stage. Since there was no limit on the price increase, their bids were all relatively low. 100, 200, 1700. In the end, this first black box was auctioned off to a middle-aged uncle for $7,968. The moment after the auction, the maid handed the black box to the uncle, and he couldn't wait to open it and check it out. I'll go. It's the beast core of the epic-level ferocious beast, the 9-vine snake. The middle-aged uncle shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with ecstasy, because this 9-vine snake's beast core was worth at least $500,000, and he had captured it for less than $8,000. How could this not make one happy? The crowd beside him were also envious when they saw it, and they regretted why they didn't continue to raise the price just now. Come. Lung Yueyao, who saw this scene on the second floor, smiled helplessly. Although picking up bargains was certainly a good thing, being too ostentatious must be a bad thing. One's mindless actions could very well be targeted by someone with a heart. After all, one can't afford to be on the defensive. With the first black box being successfully tapped out, Jiang Yan successfully absorbed the attack crystals. Absorbing attack crystals, absorption progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbing attack crystals, attack power limit increased. Lang Yueyao was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up Jiang Yan to give him a description of the process of this auction black box. Hearing the description, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Hey, I'm good at this. However, the current level of the Eye of Insight is too low. It seems to only be able to view information about spirit beasts, but wouldn't it be over if I upgraded it? System, upgrade the Eye of Insight. Deducting Golden Word 2, successfully upgrading the Eye of Insight. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Word Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight 2.5. After using the Eye of Insight, you are able to see the level of spirit beasts, information of various items, etc. Note: can only be used on spirit beasts disappears. Your perception ability becomes stronger. Hearing the system's prompting voice, Jiang Yan rejoiced. He. Blind shot. I'll just turn on my perspective and it won't be over. Wait. Since the Eye of Insight has been upgraded, can I see? He suddenly had an extremely bad idea. Chapter 137, When You Have Perspective. Jiang Yan swallowed tremblingly. Ahem, this one is afraid that it's a bit not so good. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan's gaze casually skimmed. All right, it's fine. He skimmed his dragon's mouth. Perhaps it was because the level of the Eye of Insight wasn't very high, so Jiang Yan didn't see anything. Hey, caused me to look forward to it for nothing. But it doesn't matter. This rank is already enough to see the items inside this black box. Right after Jiang Yan finished upgrading his Eye of Insight, the Cheongsam woman placed a second black box on the auction table. This second black box was more than 3 times larger than the previous one. Jiang Yan immediately used his Eye of Insight. Buzz! The upgraded Eye of Insight immediately saw the items inside the black box. Not only could he see the item, the system also gave a detailed hint. Item name: Curse Potion. Item attribute: Curse Poison Negative Effect. Item level: Level 4. Item description: the spirit animal that takes the potion will immediately fall into a state of confusion and poisoning, and its entire attributes will drop by 30%, and it will suffer backlash damage every time it uses a skill. Note: if used directly on the Imperial Beastmaster, it will result in immediate death. Please use with caution. After seeing the description of the item inside this black box, Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. I go, really open blind box, ah. Even this kind of negative props can have. Just as Lung Yueyao was still perceiving, Jiang Yan flew to her shoulder and then used his claws to compare. Lung Yueyao was surprised. Little Yao, have you already perceived it? Even though the way Jiang Yan described it was extremely abstract, Lung Yueyao, whose heart was in the right place, still understood. I see, negative props, ah. While the man and beast were talking, someone had already auctioned off the second black box at a price of 16,884. He couldn't wait to open the black box, but his eyes went black after seeing the items inside. Nima, this is... After seeing the items inside, he just wanted to burst out a foul mouth, and even wanted to question the Cheongsam woman. However, once he thought of the rules of the auction house just now, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and forcefully ate this defeat. The next black box auction bidding is also more and more intense. On the second floor, those family people who had been quiet for a long time also finally made their move. They were extremely experienced and deliberately did not raise the price too high during the auction of the black box. Otherwise, they would be seen by the others. As for Lang Yueyao, under the observation of Jiang Yan's eye of insight, she began a mode of frantically picking up leaks, because there were some black boxes that even those clansmen with a keen eye and experience couldn't tell what was inside. And as the people on the first floor who were up in arms to raise the price gradually raised the price higher, they also gave up on this auction. However, Jiang Yan, who was able to see through this black box, informed Lang Yueyao of all the items inside. Even if others deliberately raised the price, Lang Yueyao still had to auction it off. If no one raises the price, this black box will be obtained by this young lady at $5.2 million. The entire room was silent. Not a single person raised the price. They glanced at Lang Yueyao on the second floor, their hearts filled with ridicule and disdain. Che, what an ingrate. You can't spend money like this even if you have money. That's right. All of them are deliberately raising the price. Who knows what the hell is inside that black box? However, what the crowd didn't know was that such a thing inside the black box was worth more than $30 million. After getting the black box in her hands, Lang Yueyao couldn't wait to open it and check it out. Hey, Xiao Yao, you're amazing. It's really the same as you described. After seeing the items inside this black box, Qingyu, who was on the side, was astonished. This is divine speed boots. Yu Yao, you're so lucky to be able to auction off a treasure of this level. These divine speed boots were able to be worn on the body of a spirit beast or a royal beastmaster, and it would increase their speed by 80% without any side effects. Don't underestimate this 80% speed. When worn on the body of the imperial beastmaster, the speed increase was extremely obvious. This was a life-saving outfit at a critical time, and its value was already far more than 5.2 million. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao excitedly kissed Jiang Yan on the forehead. For the next half an hour of the black box auction, Lang Yueyao seized the opportunity to make a bid. Each item that was auctioned stunned Qing Yi and Ling Frost, who were beside her. This the European emperor? This luck is too good. What the two didn't know was that it wasn't luck. Just like that, the auction of the black box ended after half an hour, to the last part of the auction. The Cheongsam woman introduced with a smile. Everyone, next is the last link of this auction. Barter. After the Cheongsam woman finished speaking, all those people on the second floor stood up. The main event is finally here. Shun Joshua in the box on the second floor took a deep breath and her body couldn't help but tremble. I'm determined to get this item. No matter what, I'm going to auction it. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, the Cheongsam woman took out the box that was sealed very tightly. In the middle of that box, there was actually a heart. Only the strange thing was that the heart was emerald green in color, and there were countless green leaves around it, with vein-like green lines emerging on the surface from time to time. And in the next second after taking out this item, the three white-haired old men in the box on the third floor appeared at the same time with a swish. They looked around with serious expressions, preventing anyone from having crooked thoughts. After all, this item was simply too precious. Immediately, that Cheongsam woman softly explained, "Hee, everyone. This item is called the Eternal Heart. Its effects are very amazing. Firstly, it doesn't have any side effects. Secondly, not only is it able to get rid of all diseases and negative effects on the Imperial Beastmaster, it is even able to prolong life, even if they are seriously injured. As long as the time of death doesn't exceed 3 hours, the Eternal Heart is able to bring them back. What's more, not only is it able to drastically increase a spirit beast's combat power, it's also able to give it a second life." As soon as the Cheongsam woman's words were finished, the auction room immediately boiled over. I'll go. There's even such a heaven-defying treasure. A treasure that can prolong life. This is worth... No. This is simply priceless. In the crowd's marvelous and greedy gazes, the Cheongsam woman went on to say, between the value of this item, we will no longer take the auction system, but to exchange things for things. As long as you are able to come up with an item that makes our chairman's heart flutter, you will have the chance to obtain this eternal heart. But I still have to remind you all that as for those ordinary props and treasures, there's no need to take them out and waste your time. Everyone, let's begin. After the Cheongsam woman finished her words, the crowd began to talk intensely. As for those clan people on the second floor, they walked to the room behind the flag-robed woman with the items they had prepared in advance. Lung Yueyao looked at the eternal heart on the auction block, and her mind was filled with thoughts. In her previous life, Joshua's father's health had not been very good. His body was riddled with diseases, and she wanted to find the holy relic that cured people's physical diseases. But in the end, she found nothing. And in the end, she could only watch her father die in front of her eyes. When she thought of this, Lung Yueyao let out a long breath. A treasure that can make the chairman's heart flutter? Swish! Suddenly, she thought of something and turned her head to look at Jiang Yan. Hey, Xiao Yao. Jiang Yan. Wanna do what? Chapter 138, The Return of the Eternal Heart. Seeing Lung Yueyao's eyes that were filled with smiles, Jiang Yan shook his body and suddenly had a very bad feeling. What? Spirit Frost on the side seemed to understand something, then covered her mouth and snickered. Lung Yueyao hemmed and hawed and immediately took Jiang Yan in her arms. Although she now had numerous treasures and props in her hands, and those props were extremely rare, but wanting to exchange this eternal heart was not absolutely certain. Now the only thing that is certain that is, Xiao Yao. There is something that may have to need your help. Oh. Jiang Yan revealed a puzzled expression. Lung Yueyao's small face reddened. Then she made a one gesture. Ahem. A drop of your blood might be needed. Nothing could be more attractive than an ancestral dragon's bloodline, and Xiao Yao was still an ancient ancestral dragon. So her bloodline was even more powerful by more than hundreds of times. After I redeem that eternal heart, I'll make it up to you. After saying this, she kissed Jiang Yan's forehead several times in a row. At this time, Jiang Yan, who was already wrapped in the spring breeze, coughed heavily twice in his heart. Cough, cough, it doesn't matter what the compensation is, we have to spoil our own people. It's not just a drop of blood. Give. After getting Jiang Yan's permission, Lung Yueyao was overjoyed, then hurriedly took out a small bottle. Drop. Jiang Yan didn't ink, and directly dropped a drop of his blood into this small bottle. Seeing the ancestral dragon blood in the bottle, Lung Yueyao's eyes narrowed into two crescent moons, and the corners of her mouth carried a shallow smile. Thank you, Xiao Yao. I will definitely make it up to you afterward, whatever you do. Qingyu on the side had been so shocked upon seeing this that she couldn't even speak. This eternal heart is certainly precious, but this drop of dragon blood is really also. In that case, there was no need to worry about what other people had in their hands. Immediately afterward, those family members who were prepared to barter began to enter the room one after another. Their faces were full of confidence when they first went in, but when they came out their complexion became a bit gloomy. Hey! At this time, Lung Yueyao came to the first floor just in time to meet Shin Joshua and Shin Li. Humph! The eternal heart must be mine. She snorted coldly, then confidently walked into the room. The polite Shin Li then made an apologetic gesture before following her in. After roughly 15 minutes, the two of them, Shin Joshua, walked out. Shin Joshua glanced at Lung Yueyao, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly appeared in her heart. This feeling was odd. This was the second time she had met Lung Yueyao, but there was always a feeling of hating each other. Although I don't hate you, I must get my hands on the eternal heart, sorry. Lung Yueyao laughed a little and said that before walking into the room in front of her. Me too. After walking into the room, there was a middle-aged man around 30 years old, sitting on the seat directly across from him. This person's name was Lu Wuji, and he was the president of the National Capital Auction House. And there was also a man and a woman standing on his left and right sides respectively. Both of them were Lu Wuji's right-hand men and disciples, having learned a lot of skills from his hands. Seeing Lung Yueyao enter the room, Lu Wuji smiled and said, "Hee, let's get straight to the point. May I ask what you want to exchange for the eternal heart?" Lung Yueyao smiled faintly and took out the small bottle containing Jiang Yan's blood. This is it. The moment he saw that vial, Lu Wuji trembled and stood up from the top of his seat with a jerk. At this moment, the spirit beast that was in the middle of his storage ring seemed to have sensed something and began to emit a burst of low roars. It was a greedy, longing roar. Although Lu Wuji had a certain judgment in his heart, he still somewhat did not quite dare to believe it. Excuse me. This is... Lung Yueyao smiled, but the words that came out caused the faces of the people present to change drastically. This is a drop of dragon blood. The two apprentices who heard this immediately widened their eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Dragon blood. How is this possible? No, this is impossible. The two of them hurriedly shook their heads, constantly observing the small bottle in Lang Yueyao's hand. Master, don't be fooled by her. How can this be dragon blood? Right, master. She casually took out a drop of blood and said it was from the dragon race. This is too fake. Lu Wuji's eyes were dead set on that bottle in Lang Yueyao's hand, and with a wave of his right hand, the two apprentices beside him immediately quieted down. No, this is the blood of the dragon race. As for why Lu Wuji would believe that this drop of blood in front of him came from the dragon clan, that was because he had once had the honor of seeing the blood of Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon, and that powerful and mysterious aura was something he would never forget in his entire life. But even if it was Zhong Xiangtian's golden dragon's blood, it wasn't even 1/10,000th of the blood in this small bottle in front of him. This bottle is definitely dragon blood, and not ordinary dragon, seems to be from an ancient dragon body. Lu Wuji swallowed a mouthful of saliva tremblingly. Even his speech became shaky. That girl. Can you let me take a closer look at this drop of blood? Lang Yueyao nodded. Of course. After saying that, she handed over the small bottle in her hand. Lu Wuji took the bottle with extreme care, then carefully examined it. Roar! The spirit beast in the middle of his imperial beast space had already begun to press on, eagerly wanting to devour this drop of blood. After scrutinizing it for a full 5 minutes, Lu Wuji was already so excited that he couldn't even speak. This item is truly the blood of the dragon race, and it is very pure and extremely powerful. May I ask, do you really want to exchange it for the eternal heart? Lu Wuji sent out a soul torture question. While the eternal heart was certainly rare enough to extend one's lifespan, this was dragon blood, and it was extremely likely to have come from the body of an ancient ancestral dragon. The two could not be compared at all. Lu Wuji took a deep breath and looked at Lang Yueyao with an expectant gaze. If the latter were to say something similar to just coming to show off at this time, he was afraid that he would really spurt out a mouthful of old blood and directly faint to death. Luckily, Lang Yueyao's words made him put his heart into his stomach completely. That's right. Couldn't it work? Lu Wuji ecstatically said. Yes, of course there's no problem. However, he quickly realized that he might have been a little too happy and hastily adjusted his emotions. Ahem. Please take a short rest. After I agree with a few of the higher-ups, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lang Yueyao nodded, then walked out. Okay. After she walked out, Lu Wuji immediately had the two apprentices next to her call all the senior members over. The crowd that witnessed this scene outside was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. The top brass of the auction are all here. It feels like something big is going to happen. Humph, that goes without saying. It must be to discuss the ownership of this eternal heart. That's true. The heart of eternity belongs to me, so don't even think about it. Che, just that thing you took out is also worthy. It's better to look at mine. For a while, the crowd even started to quarrel because of the belonging of the eternal heart. But fortunately, there were 3 elders sitting on the scene, which gradually calmed things down. Half an hour later, under the crowd's expectant gaze, Lu Wuji walked out of the room to the center of the auction hall. He coughed heavily twice and began to personally announce the ownership of the eternal heart. Ahem, after intense discussions between myself and a few executives, we have agreed that this eternal heart belongs to Chapter 139 Eternal Heart in Hand, Clueless Crowd. This eternal heart belongs to Lu Wuji intentionally dragged out his words, eventually locking his gaze on Lang Yueyao in the second floor box. He smiled, then quickly pointed his finger towards the second floor, followed by saying loudly, "Will belong to this lady." Swish, swish. As Lu Wuji's words fell, the crowd immediately looked in the direction of his finger. Who is it? Just who has obtained this eternal heart? At this moment, those confident family descendants and elders were extremely depressed as well as puzzled at this moment. They had even taken out their bottom-of-the-barrel treasures in exchange for this eternal heart. But they hadn't expected that even this wouldn't be able to attract Lu Wuji's attention. Who is it? Just who had obtained this eternal heart? In the next second, everyone's eyes converged on Lang Yueyao's body in unison. At this moment, the entire arena went quiet. The crowd's minds buzzed, only feeling a blank. The scene that was happening in front of them seemed so unreal. How could it be? How could it be this woman? Wasn't she the woman who had spent a lot of ill-gotten money to buy that black box? Can't it be that she bought this eternal heart with money? How can this be possible? How can such a strange thing as the eternal heart be measured in terms of money? It doesn't make sense. How could this happen? It's impossible. Not only those auctioneers on the first floor, even those family elders on the second floor who thought they were winning were all dumbfounded. What? This? How could it be this woman? This was something they had not expected at all. According to reason, even if this eternal heart didn't fall into their hands, then the probability was that it would fall into the hands of someone from another family. But how did it fall into the hands of this strange woman? And she didn't seem to be from the national capital. At this moment, after hearing Lu Wuji announce the winner of this eternal heart, Shun Joshua fell into a chair in shock. Surprisingly, it's her. Why? At this moment, her heart was in a million pieces. Her own thing was obviously so attractive. Why would this woman be the one to get the heart of eternity? What exactly did she take out? It was only after a sufficiently long period of silence that one of them gradually came back to her senses and let out a question. That president, you didn't say it wrong. Lu Wuji frowned a bit and said with some displeasure, "Are you questioning my decision? I'll say it again. This eternal heart is now this lady's. Is there anyone else questioning it?" Lu Wuji's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire auction house. The crowd bit their lips in death and clenched their fists. Although their hearts were unwilling, they could not change anything now that the result had been predetermined. "Everyone, this auction has ended. Please leave the field first." Lu Wuji had already begun to instruct the several maids around him to carry out the sending off. The crowd looked deeply at Lang Yueyao and chose to leave the field. Shun Li lamented, a faint trace of sadness flickering under his eyes, although such an outcome had long been expected by him. But it was when that remaining hope broke down that was the most uncomfortable. "Hey Joshua, let's go too." Shun Joshua bit her lips in death, her knuckles whitening, her body trembling slightly from unwillingness. After a dozen seconds, those clenched fists finally loosened. "Well, let's go. Let's go wait outside." She was still unwilling to give up this last hope. No matter what the cost, no matter what kind of things had to be exchanged, as long as this eternal heart could be exchanged, even if it cost her life. As the crowd of the auction left the table one after another, only Lang Yueyao and his party were left in the huge venue. "You guys go wait for me at the entrance first. I'll go get the eternal heart." "Good." Qingyu nodded. Afterwards, Lang Yueyao came to the room to find Lu Wuji. The latter had already prepared the eternal heart long ago, and had also placed it amongst a perfectly stored container. "Don't worry. This container has been specially processed to be able to preserve the characteristics of the eternal heart in the most perfect way." Lang Yueyao nodded and carefully took it. However, she still kept an extra eye out, picking it up and inspecting it carefully, only accepting it after confirming the mistake. "Many thanks, President." "Hee. It should be me who should thank you. I still don't know the lady's name." Lu Wuji asked. "My name is Lang Yueyao," said Lang Yueyao indifferently. Hearing this name, Lu Wuji froze for a moment, and his brain began to think quickly. If he wasn't from the national capital, then he should be a strong person from outside. "Hee. Ms. Yueyao, please allow me to say one more thing. After leaving this auction house, we won't be responsible for anything that happens outside." Lang Yueyao instantly understood what he meant. "Many thanks to President Lu for reminding me." After saying that, she left the auction venue with the eternal heart in hand. Only after she left did one of the executives come up and ask, "President, do you need me to send someone to check out this woman's background? Anyone who is able to take out an ancestral dragon bloodline must not be simple." Hearing this, Lu Wuji shook his head decisively. "No, absolutely not. I'm afraid we can't afford to offend this woman. It's best if we can befriend her." "That's right. After she leaves the auction house, you arrange it. We have to make her feel somewhat good about us." "Yes." That senior nodded, and then began to proceed with the orders. At the same time, although those people from the forces and clans left the auction house, they didn't leave and kept hovering around. There were even some bold people who directly blocked the entrance of the auction, just waiting for Lang Yueyao and the others to come out. Swish, swish. In the next second, Lang Yueyao several people left the auction house. Seeing the crowd in front of her who were slow to leave, Spirit Frost snorted coldly. The flames in her hands had already started to coalesce. "Humph. These guys really don't have good intentions." Before Spirit Frost could make a move, Qingyu held her eyes for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "What? Don't you guys know the rules of the national capital? Still wanting to rob by force? If any of you have the guts to do so, then come and try. Qingyu's words directly shocked the foolish crowd present. There were even a few people who had recognized her as Xia Yuanlong's secretary. Inside the national capital, one could not fight or duel at will, and if one wanted to duel, then one had to go to a formal dueling place in order to do so. And things like this kind of killing and robbing are expressly forbidden inside the national capital. Once someone breaks the law, then the consequences will be very serious. Just a few seconds after Qing Yu's words fell, a dozen or so weaponized guards immediately rushed out from the auction house. Who is it? Just who has eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dares to make a move on our territory? A few people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. It was already clear in their minds that this eternal heart would definitely not be snatched. Damn! Even these guys are alarmed. Those people clenched their teeth for a moment, then left with an unwilling heart. Humph! With Qing Yu and these guards here, they really didn't have the guts to make a move. And as those people left, the various clans gawking from the side also dispersed. Forget it. This woman is the secretary of the king of the country. It's better not to mess with her easily. Then this eternal heart. The patriarch of that clan sneered. Humph. Qing Yu can't keep following this woman around, right? There will always be a chance. Don't be anxious. Seeing that the crowd dispersed and their purpose had been accomplished, those guards left after smiling and nodding towards Lang Yueyao. However, Xin Jiaxue, who had been observing from the side for a long time, was biting her lips and walked over to Lang Yueyao. Can we talk? Chapter 140. Stunned. Expensive apology gift. Xin Jiaxue and Shun Li had just walked up to say a word when the vigilant spirit Frost immediately stopped them. What do you guys want to do? Don't blame me for being rude if you take another step forward. Spirit Frost frowned a bit, and the cold ice energy in her left hand was already poised. When it really came to a moment of danger, she couldn't care less about the rules. Besides, if it came to blows, it would be these people who started it. Seeing this situation, Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and patted Ling Frost's shoulder. Ling Frost, there's no need to be nervous. They don't have any malicious intent. She smiled, her eyes suddenly becoming very soft. What's wrong? Xin Jiaxue bit her lip, although she knew that what she said next might be a bit excessive. But, for the sake of her father, she had to say it. Can you let me have the eternal heart? As long as you can let the eternal heart to me, all the treasures inside this storage ring of mine are yours. Of course, I know you don't see these, but this is all I have. If it's still not enough, I can go to the Shin family to get it for you. After saying that, without hesitation, she took off the storage ring on her hand and handed it over. Next to her, Shun Li shook his head helplessly at the situation, and also took off the storage ring on his hand and respectfully handed it forward. My storage ring, you also accept it. Although he knew very well in his heart that the value of these two storage rings on his hand combined was not even 1/4 as much as the eternal heart. Plus his own sister had clashed with her spirit beast earlier, so that it was even more impossible. He lamented in his heart, already prepared to be ruthlessly rejected. However, Lang Yueyao's next words directly made the Xin Jiaxue duo dumbfounded. Only seeing Lang Yueyao faintly smile, she gently pushed back the hands that the two of them had reached over. No need. I can gift this eternal heart to you. Hearing these words, the Xin Jiaxue duo instantly froze in place, and for a moment, they somewhat did not believe their ears. What? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You said that you're going to gift this eternal heart to me. Xin Jiaxue's words were filled with surprise. Of course. Lang Yueyao smiled, and without the slightest hesitation, she took out the eternal heart and handed it over. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's dragon skin goosebumps rose. I'll go. This treasure was just given away? After a few seconds of surprise in his heart, he calmed down. Well, little Yo-Yo must have a reason for doing this. It doesn't matter. It's just an eternal heart anyway. Just give it away. In response, Jiang Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache, even though it was exchanged for a drop of his blood. But for Lang Yueyao's choice, he would always choose to believe in it. Looks like there is still a story between little Yao Yao and this woman. At this moment, looking at the eternal heart that was handed over in front of them, the two of them, Xin Jiaxue, were dumbfounded. My God, a treasure of this grade like the heart of eternity was even said to be given away. Xin Jiaxue's eyes were slightly frightened and panicked, already completely unable to guess what Lang Yueyao wanted to do. What exactly do you want? You shouldn't be thinking of. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shielded her body. Then her body hastily took a step back. Lang Yueyao laughed a little and shook her head helplessly. It's still the same as her previous life. She's still so joking and imaginative. Don't get me wrong. Xiaoyao had some unpleasant things happen with you guys before. This eternal heart. Consider it an apology gift. Shin Jiaxue. Using the eternal heart as an apology gift. My goodness. Then this apology gift is a bit too. Seeing that Shin Jiaxue was still hesitating, Lang Yueyao recovered her hand. If you don't want it, then I can take it back. As soon as she heard this, Shin Jiaxue immediately became anxious. Don't, never. This, then we'll take this apology gift. After carefully accepting the eternal heart, Shin Jiaxue hurriedly asked, by the way, still don't know your name. It was really funny to say that even the heart of eternity had been accepted and still didn't know the other party's name. Lang Yueyao extended her right hand with a slight smile. Hello, my name is Lang Yueyao. Shin Jiaxue similarly smiled and extended her right hand. Hello, my name is Shin Jiaxue. This eternal heart is really important to me. Thank you so much this time. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Don't be polite. I'll do my best. When Lang Yueyao handed over the heart of eternity to Shin Jiaxue, she had already made up her mind in her heart that she could die for her with this life. Shun Li hurriedly gave an invitation to Lang Yueyao and the others. If you all are fine, you can come to the Shin family to rest for a moment. We also have some gifts to give to a few of you. After receiving such an expensive gift, it was a bit hard to justify not inviting them to sit at home and give them some gifts in return. Lang Yueyao finally nodded after thinking for a while. Well, or not. It's just that I might have to make a trip to the Imperial Beast Master Guild later on. Now that Xiaoyao had successfully broken through, and her own spiritual energy value had already broken through the threshold of an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, it was now entirely possible to go and get an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster badge. That's really a coincidence. There is an Imperial Beastmaster Guild not far from the Shin family. Let Joshua send you there later, Shin Li said. Good. Lang Yueyao nodded. Just like this, Shin Jiaxue led Lang Yueyao's group to the Shin family. Regarding Lang Yueyao's decision just now, although Qingyu was a bit puzzled, she didn't inquire too much. The former must have her own reasons for doing so thought. It seems that she wants to make Shin Jiaxue a friend. After having the company of Shin Li and the two of them on this journey, those eyeing clans on the road had settled down quite a bit. The Shin family still had some power in the national capital and could be considered middle to upper class. On the way back to the Shin family, Shin Jiaxue's eyes towards Zhang Yan even became a lot more affectionate. Although whenever she recalled that incident, she would still be a little angry and lowly indignant, but she thought about it. It was just a spirit beast, not a man, so she wasn't that angry anymore. Seeing Shun Jiaxue's eyes, Zhang Yan lamented in his heart. Hey, it's okay. As long as this woman doesn't look for trouble from me. His heart instantly recalled what had happened before, and a strange feeling inexplicably grew in his hands.
Jiang Niang, Kam, Ima Proper Dragon.
After about half an hour had passed, the group finally arrived at the Shin family. They had just returned to the entrance of the Shin family when they saw a maid looking around. The moment she saw that Shin Jiaxue had returned, the maid hurriedly ran over and then cried out, Miss, you finally came back. The master, he... Shin Jiaxue's body trembled and immediately had a bad feeling. What happened to my father? Chapter 141. Taking the Intermediate Imperial Beast Master Badge. That maid said with a sobbing voice. Quickly go and take a look. The master just vomited a large mouthful of black blood. It seems like it's almost... Before that maid could finish, Shin Jiaxue hurriedly ran into the home. Shun Li followed closely behind, her eyes filled with worry. Let's go in and take a look too, Lang Yueyao said. Several people nodded, then followed into the Shin home. After entering the Shin home, the decor and furnishings inside made Lang Yueyao feel a sense of familiarity that she hadn't felt in a long time. The decorations inside were really the same as before. There was not a single change. Just as she was surveying the surroundings, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked out from inside the inner room. His complexion was dark and he clenched his fists as his face became extremely pale. This person was no other than Shin Jiaxue's second uncle, Shun Yuan. Second uncle. How is my father's situation? Shun Joshua asked in a hurry. Shun Yuan took a deep breath, then slowly shook his head. The situation is not optimistic. The toxin has started to spread to his heart. I'm afraid. By the way, has that thing arrived yet? If there is the eternal heart, all problems will be solved. When he said this, Shun Yuan's eyes were full of anticipation, but he suddenly thought of something and instantly became dark again. After all, that was the eternal heart. Although those treasures of the Shun family were precious, they were not worth mentioning at all compared to the heart of eternity. That is, let Joshua to take a chance, I guess this time. Just as Shun Yuan was lamenting in his heart, Shun Joshua excitedly took out the heart of eternity. It's here. With the eternal heart in it, we'll definitely be fine. Shun Yuan was shocked. Eternal heart? Upon seeing the heart of eternity in Shun Joshua's hand, Shun Yuan's face that had been gloomy just a moment ago immediately transformed into ecstasy. It's really the heart of eternity. But how did it? Second uncle. Don't ask so many questions first. Saving my father is important. Shun Joshua hurriedly handed over the eternal heart. Shun Yuan took the eternal heart and walked into the back room. After waiting anxiously like this for half an hour, Shun Yuan then walked out from inside the room. Second uncle, how is it? Shun Joshua hurriedly asked. Shun Yuan let out a long breath, then said with a smile, "Haha, the results are extremely good. The family head's illness has begun to improve tremendously, and the toxins are slowly being eliminated. More importantly, after he completely absorbs the eternal heart, not only will he be cured, his strength will also increase quite a bit." Hearing Shun Yuan say this, Shun Joshua and Shun Li's hearts were finally placed in their stomachs. Phew. Fortunately caught up. Her heart could not be calmed for a long time, and her body was trembling with excitement. If she hadn't obtained this eternal heart, I'm afraid that this matter would have become her lifelong regret. Shun Yuan thought of something, then asked suspiciously, "By the way, this eternal heart you are..." Just as his words were in mid-sentence, Shun Joshua couldn't wait to pull Lang Yueyao behind him over and said excitedly, "The eternal heart was given to me by her." Shun Yuan. Sent. When hearing this word, Shun Yuan's entire body was confused. Sent? Even an item of this grade like the eternal heart could be casually given away, my god. Shun Yuan was confused. After coming back to his senses, he directly knelt down on one knee and thanked. "Many thanks. This favor will definitely be remembered by my Shun family. Hee. Joshua and I are friends. There's no need to be polite. It's just a show of hands." Lang Yueyao hurriedly helped him up. Shun Yuan was even more surprised. This is not an ordinary friend, Can an ordinary friend give away the eternal heart casually? It was already enough for Joshua to make such a friend in her life. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Lang Yueyao said, "Since Family Master Shen is fine, it's time for me to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. I'll accompany you. I'm more familiar with this area." Shun Joshua happily walked over, then took Lang Yueyao's wrist. Good. Several people just like this joked around and left the Shin family all the way to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild. Only after they left did Shun Yuan open his mouth and ask, "Xiao Li, quickly tell me, what exactly happened in the auction house?" Shun Li took a deep breath and told the things in the auction one by one. At this time, after leaving the Shin family, several people hoofed it to a nearby Royal Beastmaster Guild. This Imperial Beastmaster Guild was very large, and the queue was particularly large. At this time, Shun Joshua hemmed and hawed, then pulled out a black card. Hee. I'm a VIP customer. I don't need to queue up. Quickly follow me." She pulled a few people and walked inside the guild, and after presenting her black card, she was led directly to the special reception area by the staff. "Honorable black card customer, good afternoon. May I ask what I can do for you?" Shun Joshua said, "My good friend is going to take the Intermediate Imperial Beast Master exam. Please help her test her spiritual power value first." "Yes. Please wait a moment." The receptionist nodded, then took out a larger crystal ball from the back. "With a spiritual power value of 1,000 or more, you have the qualifications to take the Intermediate Imperial Beast Master test." Lang Yueyao walked forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball, then closed her eyes tightly. Buzz! In the next second, the calm crystal ball suddenly erupted with a powerful bright light, immediately attracting most of the people within the guild. After a dozen seconds passed, the bright light gradually dissipated. Lung Yueyao opened her eyes and realized that her spiritual energy was only resting on 2366, and she was already fully qualified to take the Intermediate Imperial Beast Master badge. For the Advanced Imperial Beast Master, it requires 5,000 spiritual power value to be eligible. Wow, Yuyao, your spiritual power value is still really high. Shin Jiashue was surprised. Seeing this, the receptionist lady immediately took out the list of materials to become an Intermediate Royal Beast Master. This is the materials for an Intermediate Level Imperial Beast Master. While the time is for 10 days, you are a black card customer, 3 extra days, or 13 days. Lung Yueyao took the list and scanned through it. There were a total of 10 items on it. Although an Intermediate Royal Beast Master only had 3 more materials than a primary Royal Beast Master, these 10 materials were all very precious, and the danger was still high. Sorrowful Banshee's Beast Core, Blood Moon Wolf King's Core, Horn of the Holy Light Unicorn, the Root of the Shadow Vine, Ice God Jade. 10 kinds of materials, 5 beast cores of epic level spirit beasts, and 5 special materials. After taking a good look at the 10 things on top of the list, Lung Yueyao muttered, "We should be able to almost get it all together before nightfall. Let's go, Xiao Yao." Jiang Nian nodded and moved his wings and dragon claws. Finally, something to do. After walking out of the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, Shin Joshua coughed twice and came over to whisper, "Yueyao, do you need me to help you?" Lung Yueyao smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. These materials are easy." "Easy?" Shin Joshua was surprised. No la, in fact, 40% of these materials can be bought amongst the black market. However, some of the materials have been shelved for a longer period of time, so their quality might not be that high. It will be more troublesome when the materials are reviewed at that time. Lung Yueyao laughed and said with great confidence, "Haha, there's no need for that. Don't worry, it won't take long. Xiao Yao, Spirit Frost, let's go." After saying that, Lung Yueyao walked towards the south of the national capital. The closest places to be able to obtain these 10 materials were 2 places. The first place, the replica, was not too dangerous, but obtaining the materials could take a long time. After all, not all materials were included in one copy. Second, the closest forest to the national capital, also known as the Black Forest. It's very dangerous there, but again, it's the fastest place to obtain materials. Chapter 142, Entering the Black Forest. In that case, let's go to the Black Forest, Lung Yueyao said. The Black Forest was shrouded by a dense layer of gray fog all year round, due to its geographical location and the influence of energy, causing that area to be a blood moon hanging over the sky all year round. The trees were tall and twisted. Their branches and leaves were dark green or dark purple, and their trunks were covered in moss and vines, as if they had been eroded by some kind of dark power. Moreover, most of the plants in the Black Forest were aggressive or poisonous, and the ferocious beasts in it were even more brutal and powerful. The demigod-level spirit beasts that survived in the Black Forest were almost the same as the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, because of the influence of the energy, they were even more ferocious than the beasts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In her previous life, because she wanted to obtain some breakthrough materials, Lung Yueyao had also entered the Black Forest 3 times. The first 2 times were fine, but the last time, she almost couldn't get out. But this time was different. With Xiao Yao around, all the troubles would be solved. As Lung Yueyao walked out of the national capital towards the Black Forest, the surrounding energy started to become progressively thinner. When she was less than 100 meters away from the Black Forest, the sky that was still clear just a moment ago had now turned black, and there was a lot more gray mist around. "Xiao Yao, Spirit Frost, we've reached the outskirts of the Black Forest. The Black Forest is different from other places. It's extremely dangerous inside. Be careful," Lung Yueyao reminded. Spirit Frost nodded heavily. Don't worry. Her perception ability was extraordinary, and she had already sensed that there were many powerful auras in the middle of this Black Forest. Jiang Nian, on the other hand, yawned and slowly flew down from Lung Yueyao's shoulder. "Finally, I can move my muscles, and by the way, I can also enhance my strength and have a full meal. Little Yao, it's up to you." Lung Yueyao smiled and patted Jiang Nian's head. Afterward, Lung Yueyao divided the material paper in her hand into 2, and gave the other half to Spirit Frost. "Ling Frost, I'm counting on you for these materials. This way the speed can be faster as well." Spirit Frost nodded and then rushed towards the Black Forest. She herself was a spirit beast in disguise, so she was very sensitive to such materials and heaven and earth spirits. Lang Yueyao carefully glanced at the 5 types of beast cores needed. Sorrowful Siren's beast core. Blood Moon Wolf King's core. The core of the Bone-Eating Peak. Thousand Eyes Demon Spider's core. Frost Ghost's beast core. Alright, when all is said and done, let's begin. Lang Yueyao waved her small fists and started to become excited. Afterward, she took out 2 blue pills from among her storage ring, taking one for herself and giving the other to Jiang Yin. Little Yao, the mist in the middle of the Black Forest will disturb your mind. This pill can very well help you stabilize your mind. Jiang Yin nodded his head before swallowing the small blue medicinal pill in one gulp. Immediately afterward, 1 person and 1 beast carefully walked into the middle of the Black Forest. Not a moment later, it really did let them encounter the first ferocious beast on the material. Blood Moon Wolf King, only to see a blood wolf with red fur suddenly appear in front of Lang Yueyao. It was large in size, with blood-red eyes, grimacing teeth, and some blood and food residue remaining at the corners of its mouth. It looked as if it had just finished eating other ferocious beasts. In the middle of the Black Forest, weak beasts could only become the food of powerful spirit beasts. There was no way they could survive. Xiao Yao, this is the Blood Moon Wolf King. It's very powerful, very fast, and it's weak at the eyes. Lang Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Jiang Yin nodded, not putting the Blood Moon Wolf King in front of him in his eyes at all. Just a little wolf. How dare you bare your teeth in front of this dragon? I'll directly destroy you and make you into a roasted wolf leg. Roar! Jiang Yin roared, utilizing the talent of size control to slightly enlarge his body, followed by a shot of Swire Dragonflame towards the Blood Moon Wolf King in front of him. After the Taiku Dragonflame had been upgraded once, its power became even more terrifying. Everything that passed by was covered by black flames and was instantly burned clean. Even the mist in the air was not extinguished. Swish! The Blood Moon Wolf King that didn't know how to die even tried to use its defense skill to resist, only to see that in the next second, its hairs instantly stood on end, and countless amounts of blood gushed out from its body before converging in front of it, forming a rich blood-colored shield. It had wanted to use this blood-colored shield to block Jiang Yan's attack and then find a chance to counterattack, but the result was, boom! In just a single glance, that blood-colored shield was directly melted into nothingness by the high temperature released by the Swire Dragon Flame. The Blood Moon Wolf King immediately executed that speed that he was so proud of, trying to dodge the Swire Dragon Flame. However, the range of the Swire Dragon Flame was extremely wide. No matter how much it ran, it couldn't escape the flame's coverage anymore. In the end, wow! The Blood Moon Wolf King was directly burned into a mass of nothingness, with only a blood-red beast core suspended in the air. Aya, Xiao Yao is fine. If it continues to burn like this, that beast core will also be burned away. Lang Yueyao let out an ouch. Hearing her say that, Jiang Yin then withdrew his attack. I'll go. I didn't expect the swift dragon flame after the upgrade to be so fierce. It's more powerful than before. At this time, the system's beeps came out. Killed Blood Moon Wolf King. Gained experience value plus 13,411. Killed Blood Moon Wolf King. Gained life value plus 3,442. Kill Blood Moon Wolf King. Gain attack power plus 2,631. Kill Blood Moon Wolf King. Gain plus 29 evolution points. Kill Blood Moon Wolf King. Gain skill points plus 28. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Jiang Yin rejoiced. Not bad. The individual attributes gained after leveling up are also much higher than before. At this moment, Lang Yueyao hurriedly walked forward to collect the Blood Moon Wolf King's beast core. She grabbed it with her hand and realized that the beast core was still glowing hot. Little Yao's flame is really getting stronger. Good. There are 4 more ferocious beasts next. Speed up. Just like that, the 1 person and 1 beast started searching in the middle of the Black Forest. While Lang Yueyao and Jiang Yin were looking around, there were several other ferocious beasts that discovered them and attacked. However, it was only a matter of 10 minutes before all of these beasts became Jiang Yin's appetizers. Devouring beast meat 1 Dark Night Lion, gained experience value plus 6,332. Devour! After filling their stomachs, the 1 man and 1 beast continued to search for those 4 ferocious beasts. During this period, Lang Yueyao also used the food that these 4 ferocious beasts preferred to use to lure them into appearing. As far as the effect was concerned, it was excellent. There were really 2 ferocious beasts that smelled the flavor and came over. Seeing that 2 beasts had taken the bait, Lang Yueyao directly took out her Godslayer crossbow and loaded it. Xiao Yao, leave this sorrowful banshee on the left to me, and the thousand-eyes demon spider on the right to you. Zhang Nian nodded and ambushed on the other side. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Somewhat unexpectedly, the 2 ferocious beasts began to quicken their pace in order to grab food. The thousand-eyes demon spider was the first to enter Zhang Nian's field of vision. For the food in front of it, it still maintained a certain level of vigilance, constantly surveying and inspecting its surroundings. Zhang Nian's hiding was more secretive. It couldn't discover it at all. As for Lang Yueyao, she was wearing the robe of the underworld. The robe of the underworld allowed her to enter a state of invisibility, and it didn't have any CDs. In the end, that thousand-eyes demon spider still didn't carry the temptation of the food and started to gobble it up. At this time, Zhang Nian seized the opportunity and immediately used partial giganticization to enlarge his dragon claw before slapping it straight down from the air. Zzz. That thousand-eyes demon spider wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Boom! This claw slapped down, and it was directly turned into a ball of spider cake. The sorrowful siren that followed closely behind was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Squeak! Just in the moment it hesitated, Lang Yueyao, who was hiding next to it, quickly pulled the trigger of the Godslayer crossbow. Chapter 143, The Last Beast Core, Snatch It Up. Snap! The crossbow bolts released by the deicide crossbow were extremely fast, and they were also capable of causing a 100% penetration effect that could cause irreparable trauma to the soul of the ferocious beast. That sorrowful banshee was considered a half-soul body, with the upper half of its body being the beast's body, while the lower half of its body was just an ethereal soul. But even so, it could hardly escape the attack of the style god crossbow bolt. Swish! Without waiting for the sorrowful banshee to release its skills, the crossbow bolt went straight through its head. The sorrowful banshee was instantly killed, and its body began to gradually disappear, finally transforming into a silver beast core. Nice! Got another beast core. At this moment, Zhang Nian began to quickly search under the corpse of the thousand-eyes demon spider that had been slapped into a meat pie, and soon found a purple beast core. Not bad. Now there are 2 left. After storing away all the beast cores, Lang Yueyao looked not far away. Now that there are still 2 beast cores left, I just don't know what's going on over at Spirit Frost. But with her strength, as long as she doesn't run into a few demigod-level ferocious beasts, she should be safe and sound. Let's go. Xiao Yao, let's look for more. But we still have to be careful, Lang Yueyao reminded. These surrounding plants are all toxic, capable of producing certain paralyzing and poisoning effects on spirit beasts. Zhang Nian nodded, then searched for the remaining 2 ferocious beasts. After a half-hour-long search, he finally obtained a Frost Ghost's beast core. The 5 beast cores were now also the only ones left after the bone eclipsing peak. But it was this last ferocious beast that Lang Yueyao and Zhang Nian could not find even after searching for most of the day. This was expected by Lang Yueyao. After all, the Black Forest was so big that being able to quickly obtain 4 beast cores was already extremely satisfying. It's just that the last beast core is missing, so there's no way to deliver the goods. Lang Yueyao gently rubbed her head, which had a slight headache. This is a bit of a headache. The beasts on the periphery of the Black Forest are still relatively weak, but once we enter the inner perimeter, those demigod-level beasts won't be able to sit still. However, she believed that Xiao Yao would be able to deal with it easily, but the battle would definitely be too big and would attract quite a few people at that time. Just as Lang Yueyao was still pondering whether or not to enter the inner perimeter of the Black Forest, Zhang Nian received a telepathic transmission from Spirit Frost. Brother Yao, of the 5 materials I've gathered for here, and there's still the last kind. However, the last kind of material is in the middle of the hive, and there are also 8 humans here. It looks like they are also eyeing the treasures inside the hive. Hive! Hearing those 2 words, Zhang Nian was overjoyed. Hey, this is finally found. Maybe it's that bone-eroding Peak Queen's hive. I know, you stall them for a while, we'll be right there. Okay. Brother Yao, I understand. After communicating with Spirit Frost, Zhang Nian hurriedly flew in front of Lang Yueyao and began to gesture. Lang Yueyao was surprised. Hehe. Spirit Frost found a hive over there? Maybe it's the hive behind the bone-eroding peak. Let's go. Let's quickly go over and take a look. One person and one beast flew in the direction where Spirit Frost was. At this moment, Spirit Frost was gazing at the area in front of him with a serious expression, only to see that not far away was a huge beehive, and in the innermost part of this beehive was a piece of soul jade that emitted a blood-red glow. This soul jade was precisely one of the materials that Lang Yueyao needed. After etching, the bone peak was able to absorb the power of the soul jade, thus drastically increasing one's strength. And to the left of Spirit Frost there were 8 other royal beastmasters who were eyeing him intently. Hey, what luck! Not only do we have the bone-eroding Peak Queen's beast core, but we also have the soul jade that can enhance the power of our souls. This is really a big profit. Same old rules. Whoever snatches it first is the one who gets it. No comments. Alright, then let's compare the speed of the spirit beasts. After saying that, they immediately summoned their spirit beasts from the Imperial Beast space, and then launched an attack on the swarm of bees in front of them. Those swarms that were protecting the queen bee at all times saw the sudden attack of spirit beasts, and they quickly joined the battle. Spirit Frost, who had witnessed this scene with her own eyes, did not intend to make a move. She wanted the mantis to catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow. After those guys finish off that bone-eroding peak, Brother Yao and the others will almost be over. Although the bone-eroding peak group was not of a high level, their numbers were extremely large, and for a while helping the bone-eroding Peak Queen however delayed quite a bit of time. However, when those 8 Imperial Beastmasters started to move for real, the eroded bone peak swarm was somewhat unable to carry on. The frantic skill attacks made most of them disappear very quickly. After 15 minutes of intense fighting, only a small piece of the bone-eroding peak swarm was eventually left, along with one bone-eroding Peak Queen. Quick, go grab that soul jade, one of the Imperial Beastmasters said anxiously. Humph, your spirit beasts aren't as fast as mine. These 8 spirit beasts launched an attack together towards the back of the bone-eroding peak, and in the middle of the scramble, the latter was directly torn into pieces, dying an extremely miserable death, and with that, its beast core rolled down to the ground. Go grab the beast core first. Yes, hurry up and grab the beast core. After some intense snatching, the beast core ended up in the hands of a man wearing glasses. The soul jade, on the other hand, fell into the hands of an armless man. Ha ha ha, it's here. The item is mine, the man said with a big smile. The few people beside him just wanted to go and grab it. But once they thought of the strength displayed by that spirit beast of his, they eventually gritted their teeth and gave up the idea. Humph, isn't it just a piece of soul jade? I'll let you have it. That one-armed man smiled smugly and was thinking of storing the soul jade into his storage ring. But at this time, Spirit Frost, who was hiding in the shadows, struck out. Swish! Her figure flashed quickly like a ghost, and she rushed towards the soul jade in the man's hand. Unfortunately, the broken-armed man's spirit beast was a thornwood spirit, which had a strong perception ability, and the moment Spirit Frost acted, it blocked in front of the one-armed man. Who is it? Who dares to rob me? The one-armed man cursed angrily and looked towards the back. When he saw Spirit Frost, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? Surprisingly, it's still a girl. No, it seems like a transformed spirit beast. Just after the broken-armed man's words were finished, the several people next to him were also stunned. It seems like it's really a transformed spirit beast. This woman is hiding here and we actually didn't notice it in the slightest. It's a bit interesting. The beast core of a transformed spirit beast seems to be even more precious. A few people's eyes were filled with greed. But what they didn't know was that an even bigger disaster was about to descend here. One of them looked at Spirit Frost with a teasing gaze, and then laughed. It's not easy to transform into a form. How about this? If you follow me, I can protect you. How's that? The person next to him bristled and hurriedly said, Don't listen to his bull. How can he protect you with this strength? Instead, why don't you follow me? I'll let you experience the joy of becoming a human being. A few people's mouths full of filthy language made Spirit Frost very angry, and the energy of his hands began to continuously converge. At this time, the man with the broken arm suddenly frowned. Hiss, this woman's aura is inexplicably a bit familiar. Why does it feel like I've met her somewhere before? Where? His eyes were dead set on Spirit Frost, and he was trying hard to recall. The other 3 one-armed men were likewise doing the same. There was just an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. Spirit Frost let out a cold laugh and faintly said, Humph. Don't be complacent too early. Someone will come to clean you up soon. Hearing these words, a few people even couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. There are still people coming to clean us up? Where are the people? Where are they now? Where are the people? The man's arrogant words had just finished, when a large and small figure appeared behind them. Chapter 144. If you can run away, you're this one. Phew. Finally I've caught up. Lang Yueyao, who had rushed over, let out a long breath and slightly changed her face after seeing that the situation in front of her was not right. Xiao Yao, look! Zhang Yan quickly scanned the crowd in front of him, and when he saw those one-armed men, he was a little surprised. Hey! I didn't expect to meet these guys here again. Aren't these guys the group that tried to snatch the ancestral dragon bloodline in the ancient battlefield? I didn't expect to meet them all here. At this time, Zhang Yan saw that one of them was holding the very material they needed. Yo, not bad. This is all prepared for me in advance. Xiao Yao. Let's go help Spirit Frost. Zhang Yan nodded. He was now especially curious to know what kind of expression those guys with broken arms would show when they saw him. Just as several people were about to make a move on the spirit beast, Lang Yueyao appeared in time to block her. So many people bullying a little girl. You guys don't mind being ashamed. Seeing that there were actually reinforcements coming, a few people were slightly surprised. But when they saw that the person who came was a girl, they immediately became excited. Yo, there really are reinforcements, and it's actually a big beauty. Beauty? She wouldn't be your spirit beast? A person whistled, then asked with a smile. At this moment, at the first sight of Lang Yueyao, a figure immediately surfaced in the minds of those men with broken arms. I go, isn't this woman? Wait, Nima, that calamity wouldn't have come here, right? Lang Yueyao's eyes indifferently swept a glance at a few people before pointing upwards. Wrong. He's the one who is my spirit beast. The crowd looked upwards along with the direction of Lang Yueyao's finger. As for the several men with broken arms, their souls were almost scared out of their heads the moment they saw Zhang Yan. Nima! Holy! It's really this calamity. A few people couldn't help but burst out a few foul words in a row before covering their broken arm and taking several steps back. There was still a bit of a vague pain in their arms now that they thought back on it. Damn it! How can I meet this calamity everywhere? Holy, you're asking me. How the do I know? I'll just say how that transformed spirit beast is so familiar. Do you guys still remember the two-headed snake that was torn in half by that ferocious beast in the ancient battlefield? As soon as this was mentioned, the crowd immediately remembered it. I told you how there was a familiar feeling. It turned out to be that two-headed snake that had taken form. Hehe. Then this is still a ghost. Hurry up and run. But the man with the broken arm just wanted to go, only to see the next second. Buzz! He was suddenly feeling that the space in front of him had produced a slight variation. It was the slightest hint of change that caused him to stop in his tracks right away, frozen in place. He knew very well in his heart that this was Zhang Yan's means. If he dared to take one more step now, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his head. The rest of the few people are likewise the same, have stayed in place, do not dare to have any action, but in the heart is straight cursing. As for the others, when they saw Zhang Yan appear instead of feeling scared, they laughed. Ha ha ha, no. This little biddy is your spirit beast. A few people's eyes were filled with disdain, and they didn't intend to continue wasting time. Let's put it this way, pretty girl. We won't make things difficult for you. Hand over that spirit beast behind you as well as the storage ring and we'll let you go. Right? Hand over the things and you can go. Lang Yueyao didn't say anything back at first and looked towards the crowd of those with broken arms behind her who were preparing to escape. Are you guys thinking the same way? Swish! As soon as these words were asked, several people's scalps exploded on the spot, and they hurriedly waved their hands, their faces in horror. No, 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 we definitely don't have such thoughts. Right. Even if we were given 10 guts, we wouldn't dare, we're just passing through. That's right, we're just passing through. While several people were hastily waving their hands and talking, Zhang Yan had already flown in front of them. In that instant, the legs of the several people were constantly trembling, and the spirit beasts next to them let out a burst of fearful whimpers, lying down on the ground in fear and not daring to move a muscle. At that moment, the man who had gotten the soul jade had a flash of light and hurriedly said, Hey, you say coincidence. I happened to pick up this piece of soul jade when I was passing by. Ahem. This soul jade will be taken as a meet and greet gift for you, senior. Saying that, without the slightest hesitation, the man with the broken arm respectfully handed the soul jade in his hand towards Jiang Nian. He was scared during this process, afraid that Jiang Nian would drop a claw and cut off his other hand as well. Glancing at the soul jade in the man's hand, Jiang Nian skimmed his dragon mouth. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you guys this time. Jiang Nian received the soul jade, then waved his dragon claw, signaling that they could leave. The sweaty few were filled with ecstasy, and after taking the spirit beasts back into the imperial beast space, they turned around and ran without even thinking about it. However, those remaining people saw this but let out a cold snort of disdain. Humph. Really gutless. This scares you away. That's right. Don't even want the soul jade. Are you that scared? Isn't it just a small spirit beast? Hearing the taunts of the few people behind him, one of them stopped and gave a thumbs up. Oh well. Hee hee, you're good. Later on, if you can run away, then you're this. But that group of people obviously did not know what this means, and after sneering, they aimed the spearhead at Jiang Nian. Little thing, give me what you have in your hand. Jiang Nian. Hee hee. If I let you people run away, then I'll be this. Swift dragon flame. Roar. At this moment, the few people who had run wildly for thousands of meters still didn't dare to make any stops, until they heard a boom from behind them. Phew. It looks like it should be fine. Finally I can catch my breath. The leading man was panting heavily, his heart constantly celebrating. Fortunately ran fast. Damn, in order to specially enter the Black Forest to buy the escape props, I didn't expect to use them here. Today is really unlucky. How can I run into this calamity in the Black Forest? Oh, you should be glad that you're still alive. Unlike those guys, I guess there's not even ash left now. That's true. However, the result was just as they thought. The crowd that was arrogant just now had now turned into a cloud of black ash floating away with the wind. Jiang Nian patted those dust on top of the dragon's claw, then picked up the beast core after the bone-eroding peak that rolled on the ground. Humph. Don't think you're so powerful. He checked the soul jade in his hand and only handed it over to Lang Yueyao after making sure there weren't any problems. Measure that group of guys wouldn't dare to play any tricks on this soul jade. Seeing this, Spirit Frost hurriedly handed over all those materials he had collected to Lang Yueyao. The materials are all here. Lang Yueyao excitedly gave Spirit Frost a hug before counting the materials. Hee. Spirit Frost, you're great. Yes. So the materials are collected. Let's go. It's time for us to go back and turn in. Chapter 145, Becoming an Intermediate Level Imperial Beastmaster, The Danger of the Nine Heavens. Let's go, we should go back. Just as Lang Yueyao was about to head back, she only heard a ferocious beast's roar coming from the depths of that black forest. Roar! A ferocious beast has gone berserk. It looks like they're killing each other. Lang Yueyao looked back at the depths of the black forest. Then, do we need to go pick up the slack? Spirit Frost asked tentatively. Lang Yueyao thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't think it's quite right. We have a mission now, so it's better to go back and turn in the materials first. She was well aware of how dangerous the depths of this black forest were, and once she entered it, then the situation would become very complicated. Moreover, the mission time was still counting down now. Once it exceeded that time, then it would become very troublesome. In response, Jiang Nian also raised his dragon claw in agreement. He was a bit hungry after such a long time, and going back would be just the thing to feast on. The smell of this place was too unpleasant, and really didn't want to stay here for a long time. After a short deliberation, Lang Yueyao led them out of the Black Forest. Although the Black Forest was foggy and it was easy for people to lose their way, but Lang Yueyao had the help of lighting and guide props, and was able to walk out safely. Leaving the Black Forest and returning to the Royal Beastmaster Guild, the sky was already completely dark. However, the Imperial Beastmaster Guild was open 24 hours a day, so it was still brightly lit, and there were quite a few people inside. From a great distance away, Lang Yueyao saw Shin Joshua sitting on a chair outside the Royal Beastmaster Guild and napping there. Seeing this, she smiled helplessly, a little heartbroken. She still hasn't changed. Lang Yueyao sneaked up to her, then slapped her on the shoulder. Hey! Suddenly woken up, Shin Joshua jumped straight up in fright. When she saw that it was Lang Yueyao, she then let out a long breath. Yueyao, you scared me to death. "You've finished collecting all your materials. So soon?" Lang Yueyao smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it's kinda slow this time." Shin Joshua was surprised. "My goodness, it's only been less than 5 hours. I remember when I took on the intermediate Imperial Beastmaster's quest, but it took me a full 7 days. I didn't expect you to finish it in less than 5 hours." "Oh?" Shin Joshua said with a slight sobbing tone. This was really too much of a blow. In this national capital, she was also considered to be in the category of Royal Beastmaster Genius, but today she had seen what a true genius was. Lang Yueyao didn't find Qingyu's figure after taking a look and couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Hee. Where is Sister Qingyu?" Shin Joshua explained. "Sister Qingyu had something to do, so she went back to the national capital mansion first. She also instructed me to take you to have a good time inside the national capital in the next few days. All right, go turn in your quests, and stay at my house today." Good, Lang Yueyao said. 10 minutes later, she came out from inside the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, and already hanging on her body was the badge of an Intermediate Imperial Beastmaster. After becoming an Intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, not only did one's status and position both improve, but more importantly, one was able to obtain many conveniences. Hey, hurry up and go back to my house." Just like that, Shin Joshua brought Lang Yueyao and the girls back to her home. Shin's home was huge with numerous rooms, accommodating Lang Yueyao, and her party was not a problem at all. After returning home, Lang Yueyao also met Shin Joshua's mother, Ding Lan. After hearing Shen Yuan recount what happened, she also immediately expressed her gratitude to Lang Yueyao. After a simple dinner, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yin back inside the room to rest. After showering, bathing, and blow-drying, Jiang Yin lay down flat. The night was uneventful amongst the national capital. But, at this time, there was a huge conspiracy brewing in Spirit Abyss City. Spirit Abyss City. In Su's home, Su Wonhan, who was sitting in the main seat, said with a gloomy expression, "Have all the people arrived? Family Master, they're all here." As that junior's words fell, 4 men and 3 women appeared in the conference hall with arrogant steps. Su Wonhan, "Don't forget the reward after this time." "Humph, we are risking a great deal to accompany you to do this kind of thing. If the payment is not doubled, absolutely not." That flirtatious woman even couldn't help but praise. "That's right, making a move against one of the 4 great academies, the 9 Heavens Academy, you've got a lot of guts." Su Wonhan sneered, killing intent surging among his eyes. "Humph, it's just an academy in Spirit Abyss City. What's so scary about it? This guy Wu Lin even dared to lay his hands on my Su family. Then he will have to pay the usual price in blood. Don't worry, I'll definitely not go back on my word for what I promised you before. After the death of the 9 Heavens Academy, won't those things inside still feed you all?" Hearing these words, the few people then nodded in satisfaction. "Well, that's true, move, I can't wait." Su Wenhan nodded heavily, constantly sneering in his heart. "Humph, Wu Lin. This time I'll see who else can come to your rescue." I wonder what kind of expression that woman Lang Yueyao will have when she comes back and sees that the 9 Heavens Academy is gone. There's really some anticipation. Ha. Immediately, Su Wonhan waved his hand, and this retaliation against the 9 Heavens Academy began. Of the 4 major families in Spirit Abyss City, the Yi family chose to help Su Wonhan, while the Yin family and Zheng family chose to stand by and not participate in this matter. As for the other 3 major academies, the other 2 major academies chose to stand by and watch. Only Wanxiang Academy, who had received the news, chose to step in and help. Meanwhile, in the 9 Heavens Academy, Wu Lin, who had received the news, was already prepared to respond. All of the academy's protective measures were turned on, and some of the weaker students were also hidden. "How's it going? Is it all arranged?" Wu Lin asked in a deep voice.